The man's life seemed to be maliciously arranged by fate. Because he walked too wildly, he was bullied for more than 10 years from elementary school to university. This endless torture finally came to an end at some point when the man, with a bruised face and nose, curled up in a dirty toilet. Just when he was about to give up, a mechanized voice suddenly resounded in the ears of every person on Earth. Global digitization. The Earth has become a playground. All mechanical products have been scrapped. And the virus has been injected into the genetic database of every living thing on Earth. In 6 hours, this virus will turn 70% of humans into zombies. At this moment, the coward who had endured humiliation for many years finally laughed. While others were frantically hoarding food, he returned home with a full load of hemp ropes and axes. He tied up 8 enemies one by one in the living room, waiting for the doomsday bell to ring in the flickering candlelight. As they gradually turned into twisted monsters, he raised the fire axe and split the head of the first monster, unlocking the first kill reward. Choose one of 3 first kill rewards. Rare profession? Magic gloves? Desert eagle with unlimited bullets. He laughed wildly. Desert eagle. Unlimited bullets. Veins popped in his hands. The moment he pulled the trigger, his past fears were instantly shattered. Chun-Li looked at the zombies that were almost approaching in front of him and silently cheered himself up, secretly thinking that the time to verify his guess had come. He suddenly raised the fire axe, drew a circle in the air, and using inertia, smashed the axe tip hard on the head of the zombie in front of him. Pop! Just like a balloon being punctured by a needle, the zombie's head exploded instantly under the impact of external force, and the black sticky substance in the head splashed everywhere. At this moment, a system voice sounded in Chun-Li's mind. System announcement: congratulations to Chun-Li for becoming the first player in the world to kill a zombie and obtaining the first kill achievement. You can choose one of the following 3 items as a reward. Chun-Li looked at the images of the 3 items that appeared in his mind. He didn't expect that he would get such an unexpected surprise. He focused his consciousness on the 3 items respectively and obtained detailed information about them, namely, job transfer certificate, effect, can transfer to a random rare profession. Violent boxing gloves, equipment level, cyan equipment attributes, strength +3, stamina +1 equipment special skill 1. When wearing the gloves, punching can trigger a double strength amplification effect. Equipment special 2. When wearing gloves, punching has a chance to send out shockwaves. Equipment introduction. Shouting Kameha while punching may increase the probability of triggering special 2. Desert Eagle, equipment level, cyan equipment. Equipment attributes, agility +3, stamina +1. Equipment special 1. Bullets have a 1/3 chance of adding an ice and snow deceleration effect, a 1/3 chance of adding a fire burn effect, and a 1/3 chance of adding a lightning paralysis effect. Equipment special 2. Unlimited bullets, no need to reload. Equipment introduction. It's ridiculous. Why would a cyan weapon have a red special? Detailed information about these 3 items emerged in Chun-Li's mind, and he was completely shocked by the settings of this system. Changing careers, gloves that can emit shock waves, and the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets. These are things that are simply impossible to appear in reality. This kind of gamification setting is more thorough than he imagined. Relying on luck to get the world's first kill and obtain reward items. All of this gave him a temporary lead in the game. He stared at the 3 items and began to make a choice in his heart. I can just pass up the job transfer certificate. I just gambled that I would not become a zombie. I don't want to gamble again on what job I will become. If I become a priest or something like that, I don't want to save the dying and the wounded. The violent boxing gloves can also be given up. Chun-Li does not like the feeling of physical fisting. After all, he has been treated as a target of physical fisting since he was a child. It is impossible for him to like it. Then the only remaining choice is this Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets. In fact, when Chun-Li saw the Desert Eagle for the first time, he could no longer contain his joy. What man doesn't love guns, especially the Desert Eagle, which is regarded as a dream gun by many men? When Chun-Li decided to choose the Desert Eagle, the voice of the system in his mind suddenly sounded. Confirm your choice of Desert Eagle and the reward will be issued. A beam of dazzling light suddenly appeared in Chun-Li's hand and quickly disappeared, leaving only the golden Desert Eagle, which was twice as big as the one in the real world. Before Chun-Li could appreciate the Desert Eagle in his hand, the system's voice came again. It is detected that the player has killed a zombie, and the player begins to play the game. Body data is turned on. Body attributes, strength, 6 points. Normal people have 10 points. Determines the strength of the attack. Agility, 6 points. Normal people have 10 points. Determines the speed of movement. Physical strength, 7 points. Normal people have 10 points, which determines physical endurance. Intelligence, 12 points. Normal people have 10 points, which determines mental acuity. Gamification of equipment is enabled. Equipment column, Cyan Desert Eagle points system is enabled. Kill a level 1 zombie, points +1. The system's voice finally stopped. Chun-Li slowly digested the information in his mind, looked down at the desert eagle in his hand, and finally couldn't help laughing. Blood unconsciously flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't care at all. Finally, he won the bet. Ever since he saw the small house next to the supermarket and guessed that it should be a store, Chun-Li has been thinking about what currency would be. Existing currency? That's impossible. After the power outage, this thing has become just a string of numbers. It can no longer be used in mobile phones. Gold. It's even more impossible. Since it's gamified, this traditional currency will naturally not be recognized. Then, there is only one answer. Game currency can only be obtained from the product of gamification, zombies. When Chun-Li came to this conclusion, he changed his plan without hesitation. He stopped stealing food and ran to the hardware store to steal a lot of hemp rope. Then he tied up the zombies in his home in order to gain initial points to strengthen himself. Otherwise, with his weak body, he would definitely not survive until dawn. Chun-Li, what the hell are you doing standing there? Come and save me. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Come and save me. I promise to be your girlfriend. The roar and pleading in his ears interrupted Chun-Li's immersion. Chun-Li came back to his senses and looked at the situation in front of him. The 5 tied-up zombies were crawling on the ground like maggots, chasing the 2 people in front of them, while the 2 people in front were also crawling on the ground to avoid the zombies' pursuit. Chun-Li showed a weird smile on his face. He stood up, brushed the dust off his suit, tidied his appearance, and walked towards the 5 zombies with cheerful steps. Bang! Chun-Li aimed at a zombie's head and fired a shot, but the shot missed and the bullet hit the floor, leaving a dent. Chun-Li showed a dissatisfied and helpless expression, walked to a zombie, bent down, and put the desert eagle on its head. He made an exaggerated explosion gesture with his left hand and pulled the trigger with his right hand. Bang! The zombie's head exploded instantly, and black sticky stuff splattered everywhere. Chun-Li patted the black sticky stuff splashed on his suit unhappily, but when he heard the reward sound from the system, his mood instantly became happy. Ding, congratulations to the player for killing a LV1 zombie, points +1. He glanced at the 2 people next to him, Zhang Tian and Li Bing. They were obviously scared. Zhang Tian saw Chun-Li looking at him and couldn't help but ask, You, who are you, and why do you have a gun? Chun-Li looked at the panic on the 2 men's faces and gave a kind smile, revealing 8 snow-white teeth. Li Bing was inexplicably frightened when he saw this, and he began to pray in his heart, I hope Chun-Li will not remember that he had kicked him. Li Bing saw the 2 headless zombies on the ground and couldn't help but shudder. As the expressions on the 2 men's faces gradually changed from horror to fear, Chun-Li did not stay for too long and continued to kill the remaining zombies with the desert eagle. Points +5. He turned to look at the 2 people who were still tied to the ground, a smile of amusement on his face. You too? Do you really not remember me? I remember you. You are a student in the next class. Zhang Tian blushed and stammered, saying some meaningless nonsense incoherently. Oh, then what are your plans next? Li Bing glanced at Zhang Tian who was still hesitated for a moment, and said firmly, Brotherly, I won't say much. You saved Tian and I's lives. If you hadn't taken us in and helped us kill those zombies, both of us would have been dead by now. Today I am alive and can talk to you, Brotherly, because you saved our lives. If Brotherly allows, I hope to follow you and serve you. After saying this, Li Bing looked at Chun-Li firmly, his eyes full of gratitude and fear of surviving a disaster. Tisk, follow me. Have you made up your mind? Chun-Li looked at Li Bing with a smile. I have made up my mind. I hope Brotherly will take good care of me in the future. Chun-Li turned to look at Zhang Tian who was still slumped on the ground next to him, waiting for her response. Under Chun-Li's fiery gaze, Zhang Tian twisted his body uneasily on the floor and whispered, Thank you, Brotherly, for saving my life. She didn't mention following him, nor did she mention her promise to be Chun-Li's girlfriend. She just said, Thank you softly. Chun-Li didn't care, after all, he wasn't interested in Zhang Tian. Ever since his ex-girlfriend Lu Shuo left, Chun-Li had almost no interest in girls. He looked down at the time, and it was already 11 o'clock. The sounds of biting, banging on the door, cries for help, and wailing mixed together and entered Chun-Li's ears through the cracks in the door and windows. The original plan was to tie these people up at home, wait for them to turn into zombies, kill them with fire axes to obtain currency, and then go to the Black House at night to exchange them for items to strengthen themselves. But now he already has a Cyan-level Desert Eagle. Although he is not sure about the power of the Cyan Level 1, its feature of unlimited bullets makes him believe that its level must be not low. In this case, it would be a better choice to hunt zombies at night to gain more points, and then go to the small dark room after daybreak to exchange them for items that enhance abilities. Chapter 7. Gambling on Life. Chun-Li looked at the changes in the expressions of the two people in front of him. He did not intend to waste too much time on them, and simply said, "The zombies in the room have been cleared out. You can cut the ropes with a knife. I will go out to get some things and come back to talk to you." After that, Chun-Li did not stop and walked directly outside, ready to continue hunting zombies. Behind him, Zhang Tiantian was cutting the rope with a utility knife while complaining unhappily, "Brother Bing, what's wrong with you? We finally managed to survive, and you're planning to follow that guy Chun-Li." Li Bing didn't look back. His face was gloomy, and he spat on the ground. "Bah, who is he? I have seen through him a long time ago. Only an idiot would hang out with him. He is just a guy who is not very good with a pistol. He can do nothing except show off his power." When Zhang Tiantian heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. "Do you think Chun-Li is a plainclothes officer or an agent? Otherwise, how can an ordinary person get a gun so easily?" She couldn't help but recall the scene when Chun-Li shot a zombie in the head with a gun, and she couldn't help feeling a little scared. Li Bing sneered and pinched the wound that had been caused by the rope. "Agent, have you read too many novels? Look, the first shot was off target. How could he be a well-trained person? He must have picked him up in the chaos." He rubbed his wrist hard, his eyes full of disdain. Zhang Tiantian nodded and said, "It's a pity for the other students. They were alive 1 second and turned into zombies the next. Brother Bing, do you think this is the end of the world? No matter whether it's the end of the world or not, the most important thing to survive is to be strong. The stronger the better." Li Bing stood up, stretched his muscles, walked in front of Zhang Tiantian, and touched her collar with his hand, saying dissatisfiedly, "Didn't you want to be Chun-Li's woman just now?" Zhang Tiantian's face changed. The pain made her scream out, but there was a hint of charm in her eyes. "Brother Bing, don't be angry. We couldn't do anything about the situation just now. It was for our lives. Everyone knows that I am yours." After she said that, a teasing light flashed in her eyes. Li Bing nodded with satisfaction, let go of his hand, and cut the rope on Zhang Tiantian's feet. "Next, move around and get ready to work." Zhang Tiantian stood up puzzledly and rubbed his shoulders. "Brother Bing, what should we do next?" Li Bing's eyes became sharp, staring at her. "Why did we just call that useless guy who was chased by zombies every day Brother Chun-Li?" Zhang Tiantian hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "Because he has a gun?" Correct answer. Li Bing's eyes suddenly became crazy. His sight fell on the fire axe that fell in the corner of the balcony. His eye sockets bulged, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What if that gun was in my hand? At this time, Chun-Li had already entered a bedroom on the 6th floor, with his back pressed tightly against the bedroom door to prevent the zombies behind the door from rushing in. He was breathing heavily, his heart was beating wildly, and the pain in his body made him more nervous. He used a knife to cut open his shirt, cut off a strip of cloth, and carefully bandaged the wound on his right arm. Blood dripped from the wound onto the floor, and the air was filled with the roars of zombies. Chun-Li knew that this area was not safe. "Damn it, I was too careless." He gritted his teeth and quickly treated his wound, silently hoping that the healing effect of the small dark room could help him recover some strength. After all, the only thing he could rely on now was that small dark room that came from nowhere. When he came out of his house, he had already planned to clear the zombies on the 6th floor first. His goal was to start from the roof and clear them one by one. But perhaps because he was too confident, Chun-Li felt a little more relaxed after cleaning several rooms on the 6th floor. He didn't dare to open the closed door rashly, and he didn't want to waste time on other empty rooms. After clearing 4 rooms, Chun-Li found 7 zombies in each of the 2 houses. He easily killed them with the Desert Eagle in his hand and earned points easily. He began to think that this road would not be a big problem. However, a house on the 5th floor made him lose his vigilance. While cleaning up, he shot 4 zombies with his gun and was about to leave when he didn't expect a mutant creature to pounce from the shadows. At this moment, before Chun-Li could react, his right arm was torn apart by this horrible creature. In an instant, he felt intense pain and had only time to turn around and rush to the door next to him, holding onto it tightly. Damn, it's a husky. Chun-Li covered his right arm and quickly thought of a solution. This kind of zombie dog is a very difficult enemy, whether alive or dead. Chun-Li's heart tightened as he looked at the mutant dog that rushed towards him. His right arm was injured, so he couldn't hold the gun with his left hand steadily. What should I do? Chun-Li thought silently in his heart, knowing that he could not delay any longer. The door panel began to make a harsh sound, and the screws on the wall were about to be unable to withstand the impact of the mutant dog. Chun-Li knew that time was running out. Just as the mutant dog was about to hit the door again, Chun-Li made a decision. He rolled to the other side of the door at the fastest speed, raised the Desert Eagle with his left hand, and stabilized the gun. With his heart beating faster, he aimed at the position where the mutant dog landed outside the door. The mutant dog was about to charge, but it paused for a moment. The mutant dog in front of him was obviously not someone he could kill with one shot, but he only had one chance to shoot. What Chun-Li wanted to bet on was that the bullet he fired was a thunder bullet with a paralyzing effect. Chapter 8. Fighting Level 2 Mutant Dog. Bang! As the gunshots rang out, Chun-Li's eyes were fixed on the flame coming out of the muzzle. At that moment, all his anxiety and pressure were focused on that tiny bit of fire. The color of the muzzle flame determines the effect of the bullet. Dark blue represents paralysis, blood red represents burns, and silver represents deceleration. Deep blue. Chun-Li's eyes flashed with excitement. He had just made the right bet. This was a bullet with a paralysis effect, and it really gave him a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the mutant husky was in a state where its old strength had just been used up and new strength had not yet been generated, and it was unable to dodge the bullet. The bullet hit its head directly with almost no resistance. But what happened next surprised Chun-Li. The mutant dog's eyes suddenly became strange, as if with a hint of mockery, and it seemed to be sneering. That's it. The bullet did not penetrate its head, but sank deeply into the surface of its skull. Its defense prevented the bullet from causing fatal damage. But the mutant dog still didn't care about the pain, and quickly prepared to pounce on Chun-Li. At this moment, the bullet stuck in its head suddenly burst into a dazzling blue light, and the electric current ran wildly in its body. The mutant dog's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Ouch! With a painful howl, the mutant dog instantly became powerless. Chun-Li breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the paralysis effect had taken effect and the mutant dog could no longer move. The electric current on the mutant dog gradually became weaker, but Chun-Li knew that time was running out, and he had to continue attacking before it fully recovered. Without any hesitation, he fired continuously, aiming precisely at its head. Burn, paralyze, burn, frost, burn. The negative effects of the bullets accumulated layer by layer, and the mutant dog's body began to become more and more vulnerable. Although it fought hard, cracks began to appear in the defense of its head. Every bullet hit its wound accurately, causing damage that could not be ignored. Whoa! With an angry roar, the mutant dog finally couldn't hold on anymore. It used up its last bit of strength to roar unwillingly at Chun-Li, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The system's voice sounded, breaking the silence. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a LV2 mutant creature. Points plus 10. Chun-Li heard the system's prompt and confirmed that the mutant dog had been killed. He gasped for breath, leaned against the wall, and almost collapsed to the ground. The pain in his right arm came again, causing all the muscles in his body to tremble. In order to keep the gun stable, he barely paid attention to the wound. After resting for a while, Chun-Li finally recovered some strength. He knew that this place was not safe and he had to leave as soon as possible. After checking his points for tonight, Chun-Li secretly sighed. Tonight's spoils accumulated a total of 21 points, which is enough for him to continue to act. He originally planned to wait until the sun came out tomorrow to explore the small dark room, but the current situation forced him to change his plans. The injury to his right arm made it difficult for him to move, and any delay could have fatal consequences. Therefore, he decided to take the risk and go to the small dark room tonight to look for possible healing items. Standing up, Chun-Li couldn't help but look back at the mutant dog's corpse and sighed softly. A LV1 mutant creature only has 1 point, while a LV2 mutant creature has 10 points. The gap is so big. If there are more LV2 mutant creatures, it will be much easier to score points. Suddenly, Chun-Li's sight stopped at the bottom of the mutant dog's body. There was a flash of white light, which attracted his attention. Chun-Li seemed to remember something, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Since it is a global game, it should be normal to get equipment by killing monsters. He reached under the body and quickly grabbed a thin object. What is this? Chun-Li was stunned. He picked up the stick-like object and asked in surprise, "It's actually a hollow stick?" He took a closer look, and relevant information immediately emerged in his mind. Firearm silencer, equipment level, blue equipment. Equipment attributes. It can effectively reduce the sound of bullets leaving the barrel and is compatible with all types of firearms, pistols, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles. Equipment Special 1. When fused with a firearm, it can perfectly transform itself into the color of the firearm. Equipment Introduction. The only effect of this skill may be to make your gun look less obtrusive. It is a useless skill. Gear Drop. Chun-Li said with emotion, "This is really a complete game. Even killing monsters can drop equipment." He whispered to himself, "I killed so many zombies before. Why didn't they drop any equipment? Could it be that only mutant creatures above level 2 are eligible to drop equipment?" He looked at the Desert Eagle in his hand, then at the silencer, and found that the silencer was obviously twice as small as the muzzle of the Desert Eagle. With such a big size difference, could it really be installed? Just as he was wondering, the system's voice sounded again. Have the player decided to install the blue equipment silencer on this cyan equipment Desert Eagle? Okay, a white light flashed before his eyes, and the silencer and Desert Eagle merged perfectly in an instant. Chun-Li looked at the new Desert Eagle and was surprised to find that it had become one size larger than before, golden in color, and had a golden silencer at the muzzle. Wow, this thing looks less and less like a normal pistol. He couldn't help but smile, feeling a little expectant. The zombies on the 6th floor have been cleared, and the 5th floor does not seem to be occupied by zombies. After these movements, the 5th floor may be safe for the time being. Chun-Li decided to take advantage of the current safety window and quickly go to the small dark room to see if he could find anything to treat his wounds. Because in this doomsday world, any pain can become a fatal threat. Chapter 9. What the hell is a glowing spear? Chun-Li stood up, straightened his clothes, walked to the window, and looked down. The community was about a 10-minute walk from the small dark room, but the current situation was completely unpredictable. There was chaos outside the window. A large number of people fled frantically, as if they wished they had 2 more legs. The zombies, who were strong and fearless of pain, began to attack the humans around them indiscriminately, and the people who escaped were almost unable to resist. Chun-Li looked at this scene, and his heart was heavy. The only thing that made him feel a little relieved was that zombies did not turn people into zombies with just one grab like in European and American dramas. Although LV.1 zombies are not strong, as long as you bravely fight back and kill a zombie, you can gain points and use these points to enhance your abilities. This is a rule that most people have never discovered, and it is these people who miss the best opportunities early on. Under this situation, it may take more than 10 minutes to get to the small dark room. Even an hour may not be enough. Chun-Li thought to himself with self-mockery. He looked at the chaotic situation downstairs and had little confidence in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a small team of 6 people not far downstairs. Unlike the panicked, fleeing crowd around them, this team formed a clear battle formation, with 3 people in the front fighting the zombies, and the other 3 protecting the back. Their goal was very clear, to head directly to the neighborhood where Chun-Li was. Chun-Li was very familiar with this small team. 3 of them were the ones who had confronted Li Bing and his team at the hotel entrance before. He was deeply impressed by the bearded man who was in the lead. He wielded the spear in his hand with great force. The zombies he attacked were either knocked away or struck fatally through the head. The spear was emerald green in color and looked like it was made of jade from a distance, gleaming with light. Chun-Li stared at the spear and immediately came to a conclusion. This was not a real weapon. It must be equipment dropped by killing zombies. This is fucking outrageous. Chun-Li murmured helplessly. The scene before him was simply incredible to him. This equipment can actually glow. It's just like the special effects in a low-quality web game. He immediately thought that perhaps the spear was obtained from the small dark room. After all, the hotel was very close to the small dark room, and the team was likely to have obtained these equipment in the small dark room. Thinking of this, Chun-Li couldn't help but feel a little jealous, but he could only sigh helplessly. We're so lucky. There isn't any abnormality in the people in the hotel. Chun-Li looked at the team, led by the bearded man easily killing zombies downstairs, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. But he knew that if he went down now, he would be no match for the opponent. Moreover, at such a height on the 5th floor, it was simply a matter of luck to use the Desert Eagle in his right hand to hit the zombies running below. If he went down rashly, it would be tantamount to suicide. With his current injuries and condition, facing the zombies' attack, he would be killed by the zombies in a few rounds at most. However, seeing this team rushing into the community, their obvious target was the building where Chun-Li was, so Chun-Li decided to take the initiative to contact them. Perhaps he could get some useful information about the small dark room. At least, doing so would give him a better chance of survival. He decided to contact the team and check their situation. Ludden, hurry up and move the wardrobe, sofa and bed in the building, and block the unit door for me. Chun-Li walked to the stairs on the 1st floor and heard the bearded man in the lead giving orders in a loud voice. In this team of 6 people, the bearded man is the only one who gives orders, and the others follow the orders silently. It is obvious that he is very majestic in the team. Listening to the bearded man's instructions, Chun-Li saw 2 big men walking past him. They should be and Ludden, who were going to look for the closet. The 2 big men didn't say much to Chun-Li. They just glanced at him and quickly passed by sideways, obviously eager to find something heavy to block the unit door. The door of room 201 on the left side of the 2nd floor is open. There may be what you are looking for inside, but there may be zombies hiding inside. Chun-Li watched them leave and suddenly thought of a reminder and said softly. Since childhood, Chun-Li has experienced too much humiliation, contempt, and betrayal, and his heart has become numb. He grew up under the oppression of school violence and domestic violence and has long been accustomed to loneliness and darkness. However, there was a girl who brought a ray of light into his world again. Although it was faint, he still held on to it tightly. However, the warmth at that moment completely disappeared one afternoon, leaving Chinli once again in endless darkness. Thank you. Ergu and Ludin looked at each other, nodded, and hurried to the second floor. Looking at their backs, Chinli couldn't help but feel envious. He had no friends since he was a child and had tried to fit in with other boys, but he failed every time and ended up being seen as a fool by everyone. At this moment, the bearded man also noticed Chinli. Seeing him pointing the way for his team members, the bearded man's eyes became alert. The young man showed no fear at all. Facing the zombies that were about to rush in, his expression was so calm that no one dared to underestimate him. The bearded man immediately gave up the offer to ask him to help, and instead asked him to help move things to block the door. Thank you, brother. If you can help us move the cabinet to block the unit door later, we will reward you handsomely, the bearded man said gratefully. Seeing the young man holding a pistol, the bearded man made a judgment in his mind. He was probably another person who thought his gun was still usable, so he was confident and felt that he could be safe. But he often ignored his own strength in the surrounding environment. Chapter 10. It's outrageous, a 1-meter-long desert eagle? On the way from the hotel to the community, the bearded man witnessed the despair of the two policemen. The two policemen held their pistols tightly, ready to kill the approaching zombies, but found that no matter how hard they pulled the trigger, the gun would not move. They watched helplessly as the zombies pounced on them and began to bite them crazily. The bloody scene and screams made the bearded man deeply realize what the formatting of human mechanical products mentioned in the system announcement meant. I never thought that the spear I have practiced for more than 10 years would be so useful in the end times. The bearded man thought happily, waving the spear in his hand and piercing the head of the zombie in front of him. I wonder if those people who laughed at me for practicing ancient martial arts are still alive now. However, suddenly, his eyes became serious, thinking of a detail he had just overlooked. That young man was carrying a pistol. Why did I use the word carrying? Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire broke the bearded man's thoughts. He turned around and saw that the zombie's head, which was originally bearing fangs and claws, exploded instantly, and black blood splattered on the bearded man's face. The bearded man was shocked by this scene and instantly sobered up. Seeing Chinli approaching him, the bearded man couldn't help but look puzzled. How could that pistol be longer than his own spear? Damn, this pistol is almost as long as my spear. It's fucking outrageous. The bearded man roared wildly in his heart, wondering if the recoil of this pistol would be enough to break his wrist. Chinli heard the system's prompt and nodded with satisfaction. He was also somewhat relieved. It turned out that long-range professions still needed the cooperation of melee professions in combat. Without these spearmen on the front line, he would not be able to create such a favorable output space. Look at how shocked you are. Chun-Li's lips curled up slightly, looking at the bearded man who was stunned by his golden desert eagle. But if you want to ask, it was indeed equipment dropped. Don't look at me like that. Keep paying attention to the front. Your teammates can't hold on any longer. Oh, okay. The bearded man finally came back to his senses from his shock, waved the spear in his hand, and resisted the zombies' attack again. Seeing the spearmen restored their formation, Chun-Li did not hesitate any longer and raised his desert eagle to aim at the head of an approaching zombie. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The head of the zombie in front of him exploded instantly, accompanied by the system prompt. Ding! Player killed a LV.1 zombie. Points +1. Ding! Player kills LV.1 zombie. Points +1. Ding! Player kills LV.1 zombie. Points +1. As the zombies were killed one after another, Chun-Li and the bearded man's team became more and more in sync. The small door in front was firmly guarded by them, and the zombies could not break through the defense line no matter what. Before long, the pile of corpses almost submerged the entire unit door. The zombies at the back kept climbing over the pile of corpses, trying to cross this obstacle and continue to move forward. Brother Go, hold on, we're coming. The voices of Ergu and Donkey came from the stairwell. Ergu and Ludin rushed down, pushing a wardrobe and carrying a sofa. Seeing this scene, they looked at each other, then looked at their comrades with new wounds, and finally stopped at the bearded man. Obviously, there was no need to move heavy objects in this scene, as the zombies had blocked the door tightly. Brother Go, there's really no need to move any more heavy objects. The pile of zombie corpses is already high enough. Ergo couldn't help but complain, his eyes full of grievance. The bearded man turned his head to take a look at the situation ahead, and his expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, he quickly laughed and changed the subject. Haha, Ergu, Donkey, you came at the right time. We almost couldn't hold on. Hurry up and move the wardrobe and sofa over, and block the door more tightly. After everyone worked together to block the door, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The battle paused temporarily, and several people sat down to recover their strength. Although Chun-Li also participated in the battle just now, he did not need to swing the spear like the bearded man and consume a lot of physical energy. He remained relatively relaxed. In this dark environment, the few people relied on each other's weak light to see each other clearly. Chun-Li noticed that the spear in the bearded man's hand was still emitting emerald green light. Because of this, they can still see each other clearly in this dark environment. Tisk, brother, this spear is really good, it even glows. Chun-Li couldn't help but joked with a hint of teasing in his eyes. The bearded man had a hint of embarrassment on his face, but then he turned it into pride and patted Chun-Li on the shoulder. Haha, I think you should be an advanced player, right? Hehe, I won't say much. This spear was dropped by a LV.2 zombie when I killed it. Then, the bearded man turned his head and his eyes became serious. I see this gun of yours should also be dropped by killing a LV.2 zombie. I have never seen such a long pistol in real life. It's almost as long as my spear. The bearded man suddenly raised his eyebrows and his eyes became sharp. By the way, I don't think I've ever seen you change bullets. Chun-Li chuckled after hearing this and pushed away the bearded man's hand on his shoulder, saying in a playful tone, "Brother, let's get straight to the point. The world has been completely gamified. Killing zombies can evolve into a player, and your body will be digitized, and you can also drop equipment." Having said that, Chun-Li retightened the bandage on his right arm, straightened his clothes, leaned back slightly, raised the muzzle of the gun slightly, and pointed it at the few people. Chun-Li continued, "Let's exchange some information. Tell me the level and special skills of your equipment." He noticed that the bearded man's face had become a little gloomy, and then he continued, "In exchange, I'll tell you where the game store is." Chapter 11. He lied. Game store? Urgu behind the bearded man suddenly asked, "Is it the game points?" The five of them fought many zombies in the apocalypse and accumulated a lot of points, but apart from their bodies being digitized, nothing was enhanced. In other words, their physical fitness is no different from before. The only change is their boss, Bearded Man, who has a weapon dropped after killing zombies. But Bearded Man had already shared the weapon's special effects with everyone before, and they all knew that, apart from giving the boss a little extra strength, it had no other special uses. The equipment's special effects were like a useless thing. Chun-Li leaned in a relatively safe position and relaxed his vigilance. After hearing that the other party had realized some key points, he slowly spoke. "Didn't you realize that you have no place to use the points you get from killing zombies? Since the game rules have a point system, there will naturally be a store. I know the location of this store, but I want to know the equipment skills in your boss's hands first." Although Chun-Li envied the brotherhood between the five people on the opposite side, he subconsciously put himself in a safe position because he had been betrayed by his friends, brothers, and lovers since childhood. After all, people who have been hurt will always habitually put themselves in a safe environment, such as sleeping against a wall or sitting by a window, which are all subconscious reactions. From what the bearded man said just now, Chun-Li had already guessed that their spears were dropped from killing zombies, not obtained through shops. Maybe the store had no weapons to exchange, or the small darkroom was not a store. The most likely possibility was that they did not get close to the small darkroom. The bearded man lowered his head in thought for a while, then slowly raised his head and looked at Chun-Li. "It seems that little brother knows more than us. In this case, we have nothing to hide. This spear was dropped after we killed a LV.2 zombie. I am the best at spearmanship, so let me use it for the time being." The bearded man paused, as if recalling something painful. His eyes became a little complicated, and he continued, "I run a martial arts school. The brothers behind you are all my disciples. We usually practice spears, judo, and taekwondo, but these are just formalities. After all, no one will learn spears now. Most people practice boxing, taekwondo, etc." He paused, his expression becoming more serious. "This spear is a martial art passed down from my family. Before the game started, there were only Urgu and Ludin in the martial arts hall. I took them to look for other disciples, but we didn't find them until the game started. Finally, we hid in a small hotel. There was no one in the hotel, so we hid in a room. 3 people stood in a circle, holding spears to guard. If someone turned into a zombie, the others would kill him immediately." The bearded man's expression suddenly turned sad. He continued, "We had thought of the worst-case scenario and even prepared for all 3 of them to mutate. Fortunately, no one mutated." At this point, the bearded man suddenly walked up to Chun-Li, pointed at the scar on his face and said, "Look, little brother, when the game just started, there was a roar that was not like a human's suddenly coming from outside the window. Urgu was so scared that he accidentally shot and made a hole in the wall next to my head. I almost became a zombie." Urgu scratched his head awkwardly, smiled foolishly, and said nothing. After that, we continued to look for other disciples and found 6. At that time, I thought that with 9 people, we could still live well in the end times. As a result, we encountered a zombie that was stronger than the ordinary zombies. The zombies were much stronger than other zombies. We paid the price of the lives of 3 brothers, and finally killed the zombie, and dropped this spear. The bearded man's tone became heavier, and his eyes flashed with complex emotions. Although they call me master, I never regard them as apprentices. We eat and live together. They are my brothers, real brothers. If I have a choice, I would rather not have this spear than provoke that zombie. He paused, took a deep breath, and adjusted his mood. As for the special skills of the spear, brother, I will not hide it and share it with you directly. Chun-Li listened to the bearded man's words, and suddenly the interface of equipment attributes appeared in his mind. Life spear, equipment level, blue equipment. Equipment attribute, strength +2. Equipment special 1. You can absorb energy when killing zombies, which can make the spear glow all the time. Equipment introduction, a guiding light in the dark, a favorite in the eyes of zombies. Chun-Li almost laughed out loud. What the hell is this crappy equipment? Its only function is to let the zombies know who killed them at night. Brother, it's time for you to tell us what you know. We brothers have a lot of points, but we have no idea how to use them. The bearded man interrupted Chun-Li's inner complaints. When you came out of the hotel, did you see a small dark room not far away? Chun-Li said. Chun-Li saw the bearded man's eyes suddenly light up, as if he had thought of something. Could that small dark room be the game store? We did see that small dark room when we came out of the hotel, but the situation was too chaotic at the time, so we had no chance to investigate. At this moment, Donkey Egg, who had been silent behind him, suddenly said, Boss, I remember seeing someone go in when I left. At this moment, Chun-Li suddenly remembered a detail. The few people who were standing at the door of the hotel blocking Li Bing and Zhang Tiantian were not holding spears, but machetes. This bearded man is lying, Chun-Li said to himself. Chapter 12. There are problems with these guys. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and looked at the guys in front of him, his heart full of doubt and judgment. He had already noticed some details and loopholes in their words, especially that the bearded man and Luden didn't hold spears at first, but machetes. There were many illogical points in their statements. For example, they said that Li Bing and others were unable to enter the hotel for refuge, but Chun-Li clearly remembered that Li Bing and others were at the door, but were stopped. The bearded man said that he found 6 apprentices, a total of 9 people. Faced with a 70% rate of mutated zombies, not a single one mutated. It sounded too fake. Furthermore, the bearded man said that he was a martial arts coach and that several of his disciples were learning spear use from him. But from my observation just now, except for the bearded man himself, the others were not professional in using spears at all. It looked more like they were copying others rather than the result of years of practice. Moreover, Chun-Li had the impression that there was indeed a martial arts gym nearby, and the person in charge of the gym was said to be a woman. This series of loopholes made Chun-Li firmly believe that there must be something wrong with the people in front of him. Hee, brother, your news is really a great favor to us. It's fate that we can meet here. The bearded man interrupted Chun-Li's thoughts with a smile, showing a generous smile. Looking at your face, you should be 2 years younger than me. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Go. What's your name? Chun-Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a relaxed smile, but he had already analyzed everything thoroughly in his mind. He knew that these people in front of him were the same kind as him, trying to survive in the apocalypse, and were facing the same dangers. He simply said, My name is Chun-Li, just call me Shaoli. Chun-Li smiled and noticed that the people opposite him began to look at him with strange eyes. He suddenly felt that he still had to remain vigilant. Although Chun-Li knew that the group of people in front of him were dangerous, he still had to rely on their help in the current situation. After all, it was absolutely impossible for Chun-Li to walk to the small dark room alone with his current ability, and if there were these 6 people escorting him, Chun-Li might be able to arrive smoothly. How about this, Brother Go? We just fought for a while and it's dark outside, so it's not suitable to go find a game store. Why don't we go to my room to rest for a while, and then set out when it's daybreak? Chun-Li said. Brother Shaoli is really thoughtful. Please lead the way. Dog Brother looked at Chun-Li. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, but he did not pat his shoulder. Just now, Chun-Li had gently slapped his hand away, which made Gogu slightly restrain his provocative attitude. Chun-Li walked in front of the stairs, secretly calculating his points balance in his mind. Although the group of people in front of him were useful, they could not be fully trusted. Although these 6 people are somewhat hostile and wary, we still need to rely on their strength, especially the equipment in their hands, which are probably high-level weapons dropped from the game. Points balance, 46 points. Chun-Li recited silently, preparing to use these points to exchange for some necessary supplies. Finally, after a strange silence, they arrived at room 403 on the 4th floor, Chun-Li's residence. He walked to the door and knocked twice. "I'm back. Open the door." A familiar voice came from inside the room. "I'm coming." The door lock began to turn, and Chun-Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart moved. He recognized that the voice was Li Bing's. Now, this voice was filled with obvious excitement, nervousness, and a hint of fear. Almost the moment he pressed the doorbell, Li Bing hurriedly prepared to open the door. This reaction gave Chun-Li an ominous premonition. Chun-Li suddenly had some ideas in his mind. He took a few steps back, then turned to look at the 6 people behind him and said sincerely, "Guests first, please." When Mao, who was standing next to Go, heard this, he gave him an approving look, walked to the door, and gently pushed it open. However, just as Mao was about to enter, a strange face suddenly appeared at the door. He had a ferocious look on his face and was holding an axe. Almost without any warning, the axe drew a bright light in the air and hit Mao directly on the head. Bang! A heavy blow sounded in the house, and blood quickly gushed out, splashing all over the room, and the man's eyeballs were quickly filled with blood. In Mao's last consciousness before his death, he was thinking about his complaints about the boss's spear equipment. He didn't expect that he would use it so soon. Boom! Mao's body fell to the ground with a heavy sound. The axe was embedded in his head tightly, and blood and brain matter spurted out. The scene was weird and silent for a while. Almost at the same time, Chun-Li, Go, and the others quickly separated and stood on both sides of the door, ready to fight at any time. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a fuse could ignite the explosion at any time. "Give me an explanation." Dog Brother's face was so terribly gloomy that it seemed like water was almost dripping from it. Mao, who was standing next to Go, had tears all over his face. He pointed his spear at Chun-Li angrily and said through gritted teeth, "Go, what else do you want to explain? It's obvious that this kid ambushed us. His right arm is injured now, so he definitely can't stop us." Hearing these words, Go-ji's face became even gloomier. At this moment, Chun-Li was holding up the Desert Eagle, his left arm supporting his right arm steadily, and the muzzle of the gun was almost pointing at his head. Dog Brother couldn't help but curse in his heart. "I can't stop you, but if I give the order to attack that nearly 1-meter-long Desert Eagle, I guess my head will definitely not be more damaged than Mao's." "Brother Go, this is all a misunderstanding. I took in the 2 people in the house when the apocalypse broke out. I don't know why they did this. Why don't we rush in and ask them clearly?" Chun-Li said sincerely, with a slight smile on his face. He lowered the muzzle of his gun to show that he had no hostility. "I don't know what the situation is, but as the old saying goes, a life debt must be paid with a life. I will handle it personally." Hearing this, a look of relief suddenly appeared on Dog Brother's face. He raised his hand and patted Mao on the shoulder. "I understand how you feel. This little brother is also innocent. Let's go in and see what's going on." Mao had no choice but to put down the spear in his hand and nodded, but the hostility towards Chun-Li in his eyes did not dissipate. Obviously, the big Mao who lost his brother already had a grudge against Chun-Li. Chapter 13. This world lacks God. Li Bing quietly listened to everything outside from behind the door. As the situation changed rapidly, he finally realized that he had done something wrong. The person he killed with the axe was not Chun-Li, but Mao. Now, he was frantically trying to pull the axe out of Mao's head. It was his only weapon, left by Chun-Li in the house, and it was also the life-saving straw that could protect Li Bing's safety. However, Mao's head was tightly clamped on the axe tip, and no matter how hard Li Bing tried, he could not pull the axe out. Grief and regret intertwined. Li Bing's movements became more and more hasty. He had no time to calm himself down, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. At this time, Mao had completely lost his mind and was burning with rage. Seeing Li Bing still insulting his brother's corpse, he couldn't help but kick Li Bing, knocking him to the ground. "Ah!" Zhang Tiantian's sharp cry broke the brief silence. Zhang Tiantian saw the big man rushing towards Li Bing, and finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart and started screaming. However, Mao reacted quickly, turned around, and slapped Zhang Tiantian in the face, shutting her up instantly. Then, Mao pressed Li Bing hard with his knee, his eyes full of resentment, staring fiercely at the man who had killed his own brother with an axe. Outside the door, Chun-Li had quietly walked in with a Desert Eagle in hand, followed by the others. Dog Brother lagged behind a little, lowered his head, his eyes full of gloom, as if he was recalling the situation when he was pointed at by the gun just now. Chun-Li stood at the door and did not move immediately. He glanced at Zhang Tiantian, who had collapsed on the ground, and Ermao, who was venting his anger. He did not say anything, but just stood quietly by the side, watching everything in front of him like a bystander. In the room, as Go Gu and Ermao entered, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Go Ge's eyes swept over, and with the light of the spear, he saw several tied-up zombie bodies in the room. All the zombies' heads were blown open, and the way the bodies were handled made him feel cold. He locked his eyes on Chun-Li, and the chill in his heart gradually spread. Looking at these zombie corpses, he had already come to a conclusion. This seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was obviously not as simple as he seemed. Chun-Li realized that Go Ji's eyes had swept over him, and he couldn't help but look at him, with a playful smile on his face. As Ermao continued to vent his anger, Goga finally stepped forward, pulled Ermao away from Li Bing, and said in a deep voice, "Brother, this is your man. You decide how to deal with him. You have the final say." Chun-Li understood that Go Ji's words were a sign of weakness. They didn't necessarily want Li Bing's life. They just wanted an explanation. At this moment, Li Bing curled up on the ground, constantly making weak wails. Chun-Li frowned. Looking at the scarred man in front of him, his mood became complicated. Chun-Li said coldly, "Let your two brothers help him to the balcony window." Ergu and Luden did not hesitate. At the signal from Go-Go, they quickly stepped forward, lifted Li Bing's arm, and led him to the balcony. Chun-Li straightened his clothes and followed slowly with a serious expression. When they arrived at the balcony, Li Bing had curled up into a ball, his face covered in blood, and he was almost unrecognizable. Seeing this, Chun-Li showed no mercy on his face, but sat calmly beside Li Bing, his legs curled up, and the desert eagle still tightly held in his arms. He whispered, "Actually, I recognized you when I first saw you. Although I don't know your name, I recognized you. You kicked me in the face several times during the gang fight a few months ago." Li Bing's eyes widened instantly. Although he was in despair at the moment, Chun-Li's words brought him back to that moment instantly. He had always thought that Chun-Li had forgotten the humiliation, but Chun-Li obviously remembered it clearly. Chun-Li did not stop. He continued calmly, "Those kicks really didn't hurt. I was beaten since I was a child, and I've long been accustomed to how to minimize the damage to myself in the chaos. But my heart aches. That kind of pain, thinking about it now still makes me crazy." Li Bing could hardly understand his situation. His eyes gradually lost focus, as if he was looking for some support point. However, it was too late. Chun-Li paused for a moment and took a deep breath. The love of my life, Lu Shui, stood beside me, looking at me as if she were looking at an abandoned stray dog. Her eyes were full of pity, sympathy, and even pity. Do you know? What was filled in her eyes was not love, but pity. Chun-Li's tone became colder and colder, and he gradually lowered his voice. "How did you do it, Li Bing? How did you know my whereabouts? It turns out that she showed you the way." A trace of fear flashed across Li Bing's eyes. He tried to struggle, but Chun-Li's cold eyes and words made it impossible for him to refute, as if his entire fate had been locked in. Chun-Li's voice was calm and resolute. "If one day, Lu Shui and her gang don't turn into zombies like you, I will personally send you to hell." Li Bing's eyes were almost wider than usual. You are a devil." Chun-Li stood up. His eyes became crazy and cold. "I will find all of you one by one. I hope Lu Shui and her gang haven't turned into dirty monsters. You are the first, but you will definitely not be the last." He raised his head, raised his hands high, and his eyes flashed with madness. "I will send you to hell. Just as this world lacks a god, your existence is the root cause of the world becoming dirty." Li Bing's pupils were infinitely dilated. His heart began to collapse, and his eyes were full of despair. His breathing was rapid, and in the end, only one word remained: devil. Chapter 14. Those who leave a way out for others will go to hell. Although Go Gu and his companions have been in the underworld for many years and have seen all kinds of scenes, the scene before them still shocked them. They didn't know what the young man said on the balcony, but they saw that the sinister man curled up on the balcony turned pale in an instant after hearing it, and then let out a terrified scream, calling devil. This feeling of uneasiness quickly spread in the living room, and the air was filled with a sense of oppression. Chun-Li turned around and looked at Go Gu and the others. He ignored Li Bing, who was close to collapse, and said calmly, "You too. Come and help me lift him up." Ergo and Lu Dan looked at each other, both a little hesitant. The young man in front of them had an indifferent temperament, giving people an indescribable sense of fear, which made them unwilling to approach. But at the signal of Go Gu, they had no choice but to move forward. Chun-Li casually glanced at Xiao Li, who was comforting Zhang Tiantian behind him, then ignored him and continued to say to Ergo and Lu Dan, "Help him up." Chun-Li was somewhat disgusted by the urine smell on Li Bing. He covered his nose and took a few steps back. Hurry up. Ergu and Ludden had just helped Li Bing up, but before they could react, they heard a dull gunshot. They were startled, thinking that Chun-Li had taken action, and almost threw Li Bing away, preparing to turn around and fight. However, a cry of grief burst out from Li Bing's throat. You lunatic! I just kicked you. Is it necessary to treat me like this? You devil, you are destined to die a miserable death. The two men realized that it was not them who were shot, but Li Bing. Chun-Li's shot directly broke Li Bing's arm, and the powerful force broke the entire arm directly. The sound of the gun echoed in the air, and there was no trace of a bullet hole at all. Dog Brother secretly marveled in his heart that the gun was so powerful, but he was more concerned about the threat posed by the young man in front of him. He couldn't help but think that doing this might give Ermao an explanation. After all, this kid Chun-Li was a little abnormal, and not offending him might be the best option. Several more gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. These gunshots stunned everyone, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly froze. After these shots, Li Bing was completely silent. Zhang Tiantian, who was originally crying, was also stunned, and Li Bing's screams stopped. Everything seemed to be frozen. Even Ergu and Ludden did not dare to make any loud movements, for fear of disturbing the person in front of them. Chun-Li looked at the Desert Eagle in his hand. The handsome face and the madness flashing in his eyes made Ergu and Ludden shudder. They lowered their heads and looked at each other, and a clear idea emerged in their minds. They must stay away from this person in the future. Li Bing had become a human stick, with his limbs broken and his flesh and blood all covered. After shaking for a while, his body became completely unresponsive. It was unknown whether he was dead or in a coma. Dog Brother took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and walked forward to break the dead silence. Little brother, that's enough. This explanation is enough. He turned around and looked at Ermao, who was still standing there, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Ermao, do you think this is enough? Ermao still stood there. The angry expression on his face began to become stiff, and he stammered, Enough, enough. However, Chun-Li did not even turn his head, and said lightly, Enough? How can it be enough? His tone was cold and carried an irrefutable sense of command. Throw him down. Ergu and Ludden looked at each other, and surprisingly, they did not feel disgusted. Instead, they nodded obediently, lifted Li Bing, and threw him out of the window. Boom! The sound of Li Bing's body falling to the ground was heard. The zombies downstairs were attracted by the smell of blood and rushed to Li Bing's body and began to bite it. Chun-Li stood by the window, watching the zombies downstairs biting Li Bing with interest until he suddenly frowned. He found that Li Bing had actually woken up from the zombies' bites, his eyes full of resentment, staring at the window of the balcony on the 4th floor. Dog Brother couldn't see the situation downstairs, but listening to the roar downstairs, it was not difficult for him to guess what was happening to the zombies. Looking at the back of the young man in front of him, Dog Brother felt real fear for the first time. This did not come from strength, but from that inhumane practice. If you can't make friends with him, you must destroy him as soon as possible. A dangerous thought flashed through Go Ji's mind. When he was hesitating, he suddenly saw Chun-Li holding up a gun and sticking it out of the window. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous gunshots rang out, one after another, and almost every shot hit the target accurately. The gunshots lasted for a full minute. If it weren't for the silencer, I'm afraid the zombies downstairs would have rushed up long ago. After the gunfire stopped, Chun-Li put away the gun, walked to the bedroom door, and said calmly, I couldn't bear to see him being torn apart by zombies, so I killed him. Everyone, take a rest. We have to continue on the road tomorrow. He closed the door after he finished speaking. Ergu and Ludden exchanged glances, and finally mustered up the courage to walk to the window and look down. They saw that Li Bing's body had already become fragmented, and his limbs and torso were completely unrecognizable. There were bullet holes and broken cement all around, and Li Bing's body was almost unrecognizable. The two looked grim, turned around and looked at Go, their mouths twitching slightly, but they didn't say anything. Chun-Li sat back on the bed in the bedroom, holding the Desert Eagle, thinking about the next plan in his mind. He fired so many shots not because he was a pervert, but because Li Bing did not die after having his limbs broken, being thrown off the building, and even being bitten by zombies. He was worried that Li Bing would suddenly come back to life and return in full condition. He knew that in this world full of adventures, he couldn't be careless. Moreover, he had to make sure that Li Bing was completely dead because he didn't want to give Li Bing any chance of resurrection. Sure enough, it's unrealistic to improve yourself by brushing up points. You must find a way to learn shooting. Chun-Li felt a little helpless, but soon focused on more important things, how to better adapt to this world full of variables. He knew that you can't leave any way out when doing things, especially in this unknown and dangerous world, because those who leave a way out have already gone to hell. Chapter 15. Like an English gentleman, the sun was hanging in the sky, and the warm sun shone into the house through the window screen, shining on Chun-Li's face. Chun-Li squinted slightly, feeling the warmth of the sun. He stretched, rubbed his eyes, yawned, got up from the bed, walked to the window, opened the window screen, and looked out of the window. The scene in front of him made him a little uncomfortable. Bloodstains, broken bodies, blocked cars, and wandering zombies. All looked unusually abrupt under the warm sun. I have to get ready to go to the small black room today. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, whispering to himself, the small black room is a store. Points are currency. The current points are not enough for me. I have to earn more as soon as possible. He casually called up his character page to check his current status. Player, Chun-Li, physical attributes, strength, 6 points, normal people 10 points, determines the strength of attack, agility, 6 plus 3 points, Desert Eagle plus 3 points, stamina, 7 plus 1 points, Desert Eagle plus 1 point, intelligence, 12 points, normal people 10 points, determines the sharpness of thinking. Owned equipment, Desert Eagle. Equipment level, Cyan equipment. Equipment attributes, agility plus 3, stamina plus 1. Equipment special 1, 1/3 chance of shooting bullets with added ice and snow deceleration effect, 1/3 chance of shooting bullets with added flame burn effect, 1/3 chance of shooting bullets with added lightning paralysis effect. Equipment special 2, unlimited bullets, no need to change bullets. Points balance, 48 points. Chun-Li thought for a moment, then took out a brand new gray suit from the closet and replaced the tattered suit he wore last night. He stood in front of the mirror at the head of the bed and looked at himself with satisfaction. Today was a day worth looking forward to, so he had to be serious. He took off the gentleman's hat hanging in the closet and put it on his head. Then, he took the Desert Eagle in his hand, holding the handle with the muzzle facing the ground, with the gun body at a standard 90-degree angle to the ground, like he was leaning on a cane. This outfit was out of tune with the doomsday scene, but it unexpectedly made him look more different. He nodded with satisfaction, opened the door, and walked out. In the living room, Go-Go and the others woke up when they heard the door open. They looked at Chun-Li's neat suit with surprise on their faces. Chun-Li ignored their looks and just frowned at their tattered clothes after the battle. He waved his hand gently. Get ready. We'll leave in 10 minutes and go to the small dark room. After that, he turned and walked towards the balcony of the living room. Downstairs, the fragments of Li Bing's body had long disappeared, and it was obvious that he had become a meal for some lucky zombie. Chun-Li looked up into the distance and vaguely saw the outline of the school dormitory building. If Lu Shuai and the others had not turned into zombies, they would probably be there. He whispered, "Wait for me, I'm coming." After adjusting the injury on his right arm, Chun-Li leaned gently on the Desert Eagle, maintaining a comfortable posture. At this time, Go-Go smiled and said, "Little brother, you look so handsome in this outfit today." He patted Chun-Li on the shoulder and added casually, "It looks like what?" Zhang Tiantian came out of the next room after hearing this and couldn't help but say, "Like a British gentleman." Yes, that's it, little brother, we're ready, let's go." Zhang Tiantian looked at Chun-Li, who was wearing a suit and holding a Desert Eagle, and his heart was moved. Although Chun-Li's height was not outstanding, under the sunlight, he looked sacred and full of gentlemanly temperament. Zhang Tiantian's eyes flashed with admiration, and he felt that this man was completely different from the trash in the rumors. At this time, Xiao Li, who had been silent all the time, looked at Zhang Tiantian's gaze and suddenly felt uncomfortable. He glanced at Chun-Li, and a shadow rose in his heart. Xiao Li turned his head away, but the haze on his face was not completely concealed. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Chun-Li's eyes, and he shook his head gently, thinking that human emotions were really complicated and interesting. He ignored the little episode in front of him and said coldly, "Let's go." After saying that, Chun-Li took the lead and walked towards the door and the staircase. Dog Brother, Ergo, and Donkey followed one after another, and Mao followed closely behind. When he passed Mao's body, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness. Xiao Li and Zhang Tiantian walked at the end, and the atmosphere was subtle. At the door of the unit downstairs, Ergu and Luden pushed the zombies piled up at the door. Hey! They pushed together, and the corpses were pushed away and fell to the ground. Keep the formation. I'll charge, Ergu and Luden. Pay attention to the left and right wings. Mao and Xiaoli, pay attention to the rear. Chun-Li, you will be responsible for the support in the middle. Dog Brother gave the order with a serious face, preparing to lead everyone to the small dark room. No problem. Chun-Li nodded, his tone calm. Let's go, Goga shouted, and led the team to set off. In the community, most of the zombies had been cleared in yesterday's battle, and the remaining zombies were almost no threat. The team advanced steadily. Although some zombies approached along the way, they were easily dealt with by Go-Gu and his team. When they walked to the gate of the community, the outside world suddenly became unexpectedly quiet. There were no groups of zombies on the path, only a few scattered zombies eating human corpses. Did the army clear the zombies from the entire city? Ergo asked in confusion. The army cleared the zombies? Dog sneered. The machines in human society are all broken. How can the army be capable of clearing the zombies? He shook his head, looked at the Desert Eagle in Chun-Li's hand, and continued. We don't have time to think about this now. Let's go to the small dark room quickly. If we can't eat the first bite of meat, at least we have to make sure we can drink enough soup. The team began to speed up and continued to move towards the small dark room. Chapter 16. Is it interesting to threaten people all the time? In this way, after cleaning up the scattered zombies that occasionally approached, the few of them walked towards the small dark room safely. Brother Go, I saw the small dark room, it's over there. Donkey Egg on the side said excitedly. Shut up, I'm not blind. After years of wandering around the world, Dog Brother clearly understands one thing. Letting down your guard before success is equivalent to devastating failure. In case the sound attracted zombies, there were blocks all around, and they wouldn't know which house to escape to. If you escape into a house full of zombies, you're walking into a trap. Looking at Chun-Li, who was about to return to the small dark room, he couldn't help but feel excited. The reason why Chun-Li was so sure that the small dark room in front of him was a store. Zhang Tiantian, who was walking in the middle, was about to reach the small dark room. He finally couldn't suppress his inner restlessness and leaned back a few steps imperceptibly. He tugged at Xiao Li's sleeve and said, Brotherly, I heard you guys talking. Can you get points by killing zombies? Then you can buy things in that weird house in front to strengthen yourself. Yes, what's the matter? I won't let you fight with that zombie. Xiao Li, with a righteous look on his face, interrupted Zhang Tiantian's thoughts. Ever since Xiao Li met Zhang Tiantian for the first time, she found the meaning of her existence. I am her destined knight. This game gave me the power to protect her. Tiantian, you have to believe me. I can protect you well. Even in the end times, you don't need to fight for your life with zombies. In order to prove himself, Xiao Li patted his chest hard. Zhang Tiantian, with a strange look in his eyes, paused and said, Zombies are so dangerous. How could I possibly fight them? So what do you mean? Xiao Li, who thought he had misunderstood, looked confused. Of course, you go help me capture a zombie. Break all of its limbs so that it can't move, and then I'll use your spear to pierce the zombie's head. Zhang Tiantian, who had this idea a long time ago, finally expressed this idea before approaching the small dark room. Why can't women have power? If women can also have that kind of magical equipment or something else, I can definitely do better than that man. The reason why she didn't ask for help from the indifferent Chun-Li was because she thought that when she said this, there was a higher chance that Chun-Li would shoot and break her limbs. But the young man in front of her was different. In the morning, Xiao Li looked at the undisguised gloom on Chun-Li's face, but she saw it clearly. Zhang Tiantian, who was getting more and more excited, continued, If I can also advance to a player, I will also have enough power. Zhang Tiantian paused and looked up at Chun-Li, who was walking in front of him. He said aggrievedly, This way I can be with you without being oppressed by others. Hearing this, Xiao Li suddenly realized and said angrily, I knew it, he forced you. Looking at Xiao Li, who was raising his spear and ready to charge at Chun-Li, Zhang Tiantian hurriedly grabbed him. She didn't want to see her knight's head explode like a watermelon. Brotherly, we are not as match yet. If I can kill a few zombies and enter the small dark room, I can exchange them for some abilities to strengthen myself. Then we can be together openly. Looking at Xiao Li, who was still hesitating, Zhang Tiantian cried and said in a trembling voice, Brotherly, do you know how scared I was last night? Only you held me in your arms and took care of me. At that moment, I felt that you were my knight. Xiao Li, who was still hesitating just now, was instantly hit on the G-spot by the word knight. He pulled Zhang Tiantian and walked towards a wandering zombie not far away. Call out. The gun shot out like a dragon. One bullet hit the zombie's chest, but missed the target. The bullet was intended to hit the zombie's thigh. Xiao Li frowned. He himself didn't know how to use a spear. The reason he used this spear was because it was a purple weapon with a little added strength attribute. Brother Go, I don't know when Xiao Li left the team with that girl. Ermao spoke up when he accidentally turned his head and saw Xiao Li fighting a zombie. Dog Brother frowned and looked at the small dark room he was about to arrive at, then saw Xiao Li fighting the zombies behind him, and the girl who was standing next to him and was just about to watch the show with a bucket of popcorn. After a slight hesitation, he decided to go and get Shaoli back to the team first. Little brother, let's go and bring them back to the team first, and then go to the small dark room. Your people have left the team for some reason. Dog brother looked at the middle of the team and saw Chun-Li, who was leaning on a cane and looked calm, and spoke in a deep voice. Chun-Li shook his head slightly and said in an unquestionable tone, "No, I'm going to the small dark room first. You guys can do whatever you want." As he spoke, he stepped back a few steps. The muzzle of the desert eagle, which was originally used as a walking stick, was slightly raised, faintly pointing at Dog Brother. Looking at this familiar scene in front of him, Dog Brother's mouth twitched, and he was almost furious. "You are like this again. Is it fun to threaten people with a gun at every turn? I'll go in later. If I can change my gun, I'll do it too." Dog Brother, who was full of anger, looked at Shaoli, who was not far away, and couldn't help but vent his anger on him. He actually wanted to ignore the two of them and go directly into the small dark room. But he couldn't just ignore it. If he did, the morale of the team behind him would be broken. Ignoring Go Ji's inner thoughts, he stepped back a few steps and walked straight towards the small dark room without even looking at Zhang Tiantian from beginning to end. My people, they have gone through so much trouble just to reach this small dark room. How could they give up just because of a stranger? Looking at the familiar small dark room in front of him, Chun-Li muttered to himself and reached out to push open the door. This time, there was no countdown on the door plaque, and the pure black door was easily pushed open. A bright light flashed by. Chun-Li looked at the small house in front of him that was full of a sense of the future. In the middle of the house, there were two tombstone-like things standing on the floor. The floor and ceiling are jade white throughout. There is a light curtain hanging on each of the four walls, covering the entire wall. Looking carefully, there were several large characters written on each of the four light screens. Equipment store, skill shop, sundry goods store, attribute store. The two tombstone-like objects have job transfer location engraved on the left tombstone. The stone tablet on the right is engraved with ranking. Chun-Li, who had just recovered from his shock, looked at the scene in front of him. The indifferent expression on his face finally disappeared, and he was filled with excitement. Although I feel that my guess is almost right. But he couldn't make any guarantees without seeing the real thing. It was not until this moment that Chun-Li was completely relieved. However, at this moment, a system voice came to my ears. Player Chun-Li enters the supply point, and it is detected that the player has the only achievement, World's First Kill. Chapter 17, The Gentleman with the Gatling Gun. Player Chun-Li enters the supply point, and it is detected that the player has the only achievement, World's First Kill. Unlock the following rewards. 1. Unlock the hidden store and have the right to purchase hidden items at a 0.1 discount 3 times. 2. After choosing any profession, you will be given a weapon of this profession of random level. 3. Free 50 cubic meters of storage space. The player has been detected to have the only achievement, World's First Kill. The leaderboard automatically includes his achievement and rewards the player Chun-Li with 3,000 points. It is detected that this is the first time for player Chun-Li to enter the supply point. This time is free. Each time he enters the supply point in the future, he needs to pay 5 points, and the stay time cannot exceed 20 minutes. Chun-Li took the lead and walked towards the ranking list. As soon as his left hand touched it, a light curtain appeared in front of him. Winner of the World's First Kill achievement, Chun-Li. Acquisition conditions: be the first player in the world to kill a zombie. Brave Adventurer achievement winner, Yao Qi. Acquisition conditions: be the first player in the world to enter the supply point. The winner of the achievement of becoming extremely wealthy, Zhou Ziqiang. Conditions for obtaining: be the first player in the world to have 10,000 points. The winner of the 1,000 kills achievement, Koizumi Kotaro. Acquisition conditions: be the first player in the world to kill 1,000 zombies. Lucky achievement winner, Shun Wanyu. Obtaining conditions: the first player in the server to open Pandora's box 10 times in a row with good luck. On the left side of this light curtain are the players who have achieved all the achievements in the server. Currently, only these 5 people are on the list. On the right side of this light curtain is the ranking list of the number of mutants killed, which seems to be blurred and is currently unlocked. Chun-Li was stunned after receiving so much information in an instant. It turned out that killing zombies and digitizing the body only obtained the player qualification. The real Doomsday game begins when players enter the supply point on a large scale. There couldn't possibly be only one supply point like this in the world, but when I got here, there was no one in front of this supply point. There is only one possibility. The news has been suppressed. Chun-Li tapped the ground twice with his cane and muttered to himself. It seems that someone around here wants to be the king of the mountain. But no one was sent to block this place. It might be that this mountain king was not strong enough. Or it might be that this mountain king was in trouble. Chun-Li did not choose any means to treat his body at the first time, but went to the job transfer office. Put your hand on the stone tablet, and a light curtain will pop up in front of you. It is detected that the player Chun-Li is a new player who has not changed his job. The following mainstream jobs are provided for players to choose from. 1. Boxer. Job description: a pair of iron fists are unstoppable, and bare hands can stop 1,000 troops. Use the skills and equipment of this job to gain power bonus. 2. Swordsman. Job description: the moon is turning and the sky is high, and the returning soldier is thinking of the broadsword. Use the skills and equipment of this job to gain power bonus. 3. Gunman. Job description: agile as a dragon, with a spear like a dragon. Use the skills and equipment of this job to gain power bonus. 4. Physician. Job description: saving the dying and healing the wounded is a great deed. Use the skills and equipment of this job to gain power bonus. 7. Gunsmith. Job description: wherever the gun points, nothing will grow. Use the skills and equipment of this job to gain power bonus. Chun-Li was dazzled by the 7 mainstream career introductions. He was not very satisfied with the previous careers until he saw the gunsmith. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Gunfire is the charm that men yearn for. The introduction of the profession, gunsmith, suited Chun-Li's taste very well. Wherever the gun pointed, no grass would grow. This was the kind of battle Chun-Li longed for. When seeing the 7 major professions, Chun-Li clearly realized that there were other hidden professions, but he still firmly chose the profession of gunsmith. Maybe other hidden professions will be stronger, but there is definitely no profession more suitable for me than the gunsmith profession. Player Chun-Li confirms his job change. Gunsmith. Congratulations to player Chun-Li for successfully changing his job and becoming a 1-star professional, with his physical attributes doubled. When Chun-Li heard the system sound, he first heard the crackling of his bones, and then suddenly felt a sharp pain, almost making him cry out. After a moment, Chun-Li recovered and stood up. The wound on his right arm had completely healed. He clenched his hands tightly and felt the strength coming from his body. Chun-Li has been weak since childhood, and his physical fitness is far lower than that of his peers. This is the first time that Chun-Li has felt the sense of control that comes from power so intuitively. The personal properties page will be displayed. Then call up your own character page. Player, Chun-Li. Physical attributes. Strength, 12 points. Agility, 12 plus 3 points. Desert Eagle plus 3 points of agility. Stamina, 14 plus 1 point. Desert Eagle plus 1 point of stamina. Intelligence, 24 points. Professional ability, firearm damage increased by 20. Advancement conditions, primary professional badge plus 500 points. Although his basic attribute points were far lower than those of normal people, even if doubled, they would only be slightly higher than normal people, but Chun-Li was still satisfied. After all, I use a gun, so it's enough if I can hold it. It is detected that the player has the world's only achievement, the world's first kill, and a random level of professional weapon is given. A roulette will suddenly appear in front of me, with a total of 12 grids. Chun-Li only had time to see clearly the AWM, submachine gun, and pistol before the roulette wheel began to spin at a dazzling speed. Stop! With Chun-Li's light shout, the speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and finally the pointer pointed to a grid in the roulette wheel. Bite! The weapon in that box was a famous and powerful weapon. It is pure black, with 10 gun barrels slowly rotating around a main axis. 2 adult fingers can be inserted into each gun barrel. Behind the barrel is a slightly cumbersome electric motor and a carrying handle. Gatling. Equipment level, 5-star equipment, yellow equipment. Equipment attributes, strength plus 10, stamina plus 8, agility plus 6. Equipment effect, firing rate 6,000/minute, self-contained ammunition box. 1 battery can keep the motor working continuously for 1 minute. Equipment damage. Equipment special skill 1. No recoil, the barrel will not get hot, and it can be used for a long time. Equipment introduction. If you can afford it, I hope you can be happy when you know how many points a Gatling bullet is worth. Looking at the thing in front of him, Chun-Li couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This was too exaggerated. Start imagining yourself holding a Gatling gun among a swarm of zombies. Thump, thump, thump. Killing zombies like cutting wheat. It feels so good, isn't it? The system reminded me that the 5-star Gatling gun had been placed in the 50 square meter storage space provided. Chun-Li put the 3-star equipment Golden Desert Eagle into the storage space and silently took out the 5-star equipment Gatling. A flash of white light passed by. Chun-Li was wearing a gray suit and a gentleman's hat, but he was holding a Gatling gun in his hand, which looked very incongruous. Violence and gentleman appear in the same person at the same time, just like a thug in a suit. Chapter 18. Who can afford this thing? Chun-Li lifted up the Gatling gun in his hand and watched it for a few rounds, then nodded with satisfaction. This is the weapon a man should use. It can crush anything that stands in its way. It weighs about 20 kilograms. With a strength attribute of 12 points, Chun-Li can fully control it and hit whatever he points at. It is much lighter than the real Gatling gun, which should be a magical modification brought by the game. After all, it is a single-soldier weapon. It would be a bit too much if the player cannot lift it. According to the equipment introduction, this 5-star Gatling gun has only one special feature, which is no recoil. The barrel will not heat up, and it can shoot continuously. However, there are two restrictions. Magazines and batteries need to be purchased separately using points. Wait, the equipment introduction just now seemed to say that the firing rate of the 5-star Gatling gun is 6,000 rounds per minute. The bullets don't need to be purchased separately, right? Thinking of Gatling's equipment introduction, Chun-Li suddenly had a bad feeling and looked at his points balance. Chun-Li muttered to himself, even if we need to buy bullets, 3,046 points should be enough. After all, if we gain points by killing zombies, 3,046 points is equivalent to killing 3,046 level 1 zombies. I don't know how the person who achieved the achievement of being extremely wealthy managed to accumulate 10,000 points on the second day after the apocalypse. He must have cheated. Chun-Li shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The stay time was limited to 20 minutes, and time was running out. Since you can only enter the supply point once a day, you must check other light screens as soon as possible. Equipment store, skill shop, sundry goods store, attribute store. Without much hesitation, Chun-Li went to the wall opposite, which was the skill shop. Standing in front of the light curtain, he lightly touched the wall with his palm, and the light curtain instantly bloomed and expanded. A mess of skills appeared before his eyes like a stream of information. Healing technique healer, explosive fistboxer, swordsmanship mastery, swordsman. Chun-Li frowned and pointed to the gunsmith skill category. The number of skills in front of me suddenly decreased a lot, and I jumped to the second level page. There was only a line of words and 3 skill books in front of me. 1-star firearms professionals can learn skills. Basic gun skills, gunsmith. Skill level, 1-star skill, passive skill. Skill effect, gain initial proficiency in gunmanship, allowing you to have greater control over your trajectory. Skill introduction, it doesn't make you a sharpshooter, but at least you can hit 8 out of 10 shots. Skill price, 50 points. Frozen bullet gunsmith. Skill level, 1-star skill, passive skill. Skill effect, the bullets fired from your gun have a small chance of slowing down. Skill introduction, is there anyone who would really buy this kind of low probability thing? Wouldn't it be better to just buy a few hundred freezing bullets? Skill price, 50 points. Gunfighting gunsmith. Skill level, 1-star skill, passive skill. Skill effect, allows you to learn to use the gun in your hand for hand-to-hand combat when someone approaches you. Skill introduction, a gunman is approached, is there still a chance for hand-to-hand combat? Skill price, 100 points. Seeing that there were only 3 skill books to choose from, Chun-Li chose basic gunmanship and gunfighting without much hesitation. The skill book, Frozen Bullet, was almost useless to him. I wanted to find some skill books on how to save my life, but the skills in the skill store are only available for learning by this profession. I have to give up and think of a solution later. Chun-Li paid 150 points, looked at the 2 skill books that looked like envelopes in his hands, clapped his hands, and a white light bloomed and spread like raindrops. These 2 skills suddenly appeared in the skill column below the personal attribute panel in Chun-Li's mind. He took out the Desert Eagle from the storage space, raised it slightly, and instantly felt that he had the ability to hit whatever he pointed at. After purchasing the skills and having a general understanding of the game prices, Chun-Li looked at the remaining 2896 and instantly felt that the purchasing power of points was really strong. Stride towards the equipment store. After skipping over the messy information about spears, broadswords, daggers, etc., Chun-Li chose the equipment that could be purchased by 1-star firearms professionals in the gunsmith category without much hesitation. Looking at the only 2 small pistols and explosive grenades in front of him, Chun-Li's mouth twitched slightly. The 2 small pistols are not expensive, costing 50 points. The price of explosive grenades is not expensive, also 50 points. The problem lies with the magazine and bullets. 7-round capacity magazine, price, 30 points. 50-round capacity magazine, price, 300 points. 200 rounds capacity magazine, price, 1,000 points. 500 rounds capacity magazine, price, 2,000 points. 1-star bullet, price, 1 point. 1 2-star bullet, price, 10 points. 1-star firearms can only use 1-star bullets, and 2-star firearms can only use 2-star bullets, not 1-star bullets. The reason why Chun-Li's mouth twitched was that he found the sales information of the magazines, bullets, and batteries used by his Gatling gun at the bottom. A Gatling gun with a rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute must have a magazine with a capacity of at least 6,000 rounds. What's the point of installing a magazine with a capacity of 50 rounds and it will be finished in less than 3 seconds? 6,000 round capacity magazine, price, 20,000 points. 1 5-star bullet, price, 50 points. Gatling motor battery block, price, 500 points. 1 battery can allow the Gatling gun to fire continuously for 1 minute. Chun-Li silently calculated in his mind that if he needed to make the 5-star Gatling gun fire continuously for 1 minute, he would need to buy a 6,000 round magazine, 6,000 5-star bullets, and a battery pack. The points required are 320,500 points. This is an almost terrifying number of points, a full 300,000 points. How many zombies must be killed to get so many points? Chun-Li was so angry that he almost wanted to take out the 5-star Gatling gun in his space backpack and return it to the system. Whoever you give this thing to can use it. Even if it was given to Zhou Ziqiang, who had made a fortune, he couldn't afford it. His 10,000 points were not enough for the Gatling gun in front of him to fire for 3 seconds. Alas, there is no other way. It would be great if this Gatling gun had the unlimited bullets special feature of my Desert Eagle. Chun-Li shook his head and decided to accept the reality. He returned the Gatling gun to the system in exchange for points. He really couldn't afford to use this gun, etc. Chun-Li suddenly remembered that when he first entered the supply point, the system seemed to say something that it detected that the player had a unique achievement in the world. Open the hidden store and grant the right to purchase hidden items at 0.1 off 3 times. It would be great if the hidden store had Gatling gun magazines for sale. If they were 0.1 off, my points would be enough to buy a set of magazines and batteries that can be used for 1 minute. Chun-Li, who was considering the pros and cons, muttered indecisively. But, having said that, even if it is indeed available, if I buy it this time, I won't be able to enjoy the 0.1 discount next time. Forget it. Let's just take a look first. Chapter 19, Brother Dog is Dead. Chun-Li was silently thinking of opening the hidden shop in his mind. The ground suddenly sank, and another stone tablet rose up between the 2 stone tablets. It's hidden so well. Chun-Li complained silently, walked towards the stone tablet in the middle, and placed his hand on it. A curtain of light suddenly rose up. Chun-Li looked at the equipment in front of him that was obviously better than that in other stores and began to examine it carefully. Resurrection armor. Equipment level, 7-star equipment. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment effect, resurrection at the same place after 24 hours of death. Equipment special skills, none. Equipment introduction, don't ask me why I'm frantically EING around in the zombie swarm. I have a resurrection armor. Equipment price, 1 million points. Chun-Li, who had just been excited, immediately became gloomy. 1 million points was equivalent to slaughtering all the zombies in a county. If someone plans to massacre all the zombies in a county, 10 resurrection armors probably won't be enough to kill them all. However, there are 3 purchase privileges at 0.1 off, which can be purchased with 10,000 points. Maybe I can buy this next time when I accumulate enough points. After all, in this apocalyptic environment, it is very necessary to have an extra life guarantee. Chun-Li kept this piece of equipment in mind and continued reading. Soul Devourer. Equipment level, 7-star equipment. Equipment attributes, strength plus 50, vitality plus 50, agility plus 40. Equipment special 1. Every time a creature is killed, its life force will be absorbed into the spear. Equipment special 2. Purchase and unlock. Equipment special 3. Purchase and unlock. Equipment special 4. Purchase and unlock. Equipment special 5. Purchase, unlock. Equipment introduction. The equipment that gunslingers dream of. The spear shoots out like a dragon, shaking the heaven and earth. A smile breaks the sky, and the spear pierces the sky. Equipment price, 2 million. Looking at the selling price with a long string of zeros, Chun-Li was too lazy to complain. He didn't have much time left to stay at the supply point, and he had to find the items he needed as soon as possible. After quickly scanning through the items priced at millions, Chun-Li's eyes stopped on one item. An ordinary token, with purple starlight emanating from it. Seems to be telling me that I am not ordinary. Equipment special stunt copy order. Item level, 6-star item. Item effect. The specified equipment skill of one piece of equipment can be perfectly copied to another piece of equipment. Equipment introduction. The only function may be to allow you to copy a sister. Equipment price, 230,000. When Chun-Li saw the token, his eyes suddenly lit up with a long-suppressed light. Exchange, use this one-time purchase privilege at 0.1 off. Chun-Li said hastily. I was afraid that the token would disappear in the next second. Redemption successful, 2,300 points deducted. The next second, the token suddenly disappeared from the light curtain and suddenly appeared in Chun-Li's hand. Player Chun-Li, please leave the supply point if your stay time is less than 10 seconds. If you exceed the time limit by 1 second, 1 point will be deducted. Chun-Li looked at his points balance, which was 596 points, and headed to the equipment store light curtain as quickly as possible. Used 500 points to purchase a Gatling gun battery pack. Then he walked straight to the door. I pushed open the door, left the supply point, and saw the familiar chaotic streets. Thinking about the token he had just obtained, Chun-Li felt for the first time that his safety was guaranteed. Dog Brother and the others outside the door are nowhere to be seen. They can't have gone somewhere else. They should have gone to the supply point. It seems that the space of the supply point is divided separately with the entry of each person. Chun-Li crushed the token in his hand, following the system prompt. Perfectly copy the unlimited bullets equipment stunt of the 3-star Desert Eagle to the 5-star Gatling equipment. Gatling's equipment page has also been changed. Gatling. Equipment level, 5-star equipment, yellow equipment. Equipment attributes, strength plus 10, stamina plus 8, agility plus 6. Equipment effect, firing rate 6,000 per minute, self-contained ammunition box. 1 battery can keep the motor working for 1 minute. Equipment special skill 1, no recoil, the barrel will not get hot, and it can be used for a long time. Equipment special skill 2, unlimited bullets, no need to reload. Equipment introduction. Can anyone tell me why the unlimited bullets equipment stun appears on the 5-star equipment Gatling? It's fucking outrageous. Take out the 5-star equipment Gatling gun and the battery pack from the space backpack at the same time and install them together. Chun-Li held the Gatling gun in both hands and couldn't help but fire. However, he quickly suppressed this desire. Once the battery pack is used, it cannot be stopped. 500 points are required to buy a battery pack, and he only has 1 now. Don't waste it here. I don't know where the zombies around me have gone. There were a few scattered around just now, but now there is none left. Feeling the heaviness brought by the Gatling gun made Chun-Li find his sense of security in this apocalyptic environment. Looking down at the Gatling gun in his hand, Chun-Li muttered to himself, "Is this what it feels like to feel safe? It really makes me feel comfortable all over." Since childhood, Chun-Li has always been a victim of school violence and grew up in fear and beatings. This is the first time that he has felt a sense of security so personally. He put the Gatling gun into the space backpack, took out the Desert Eagle, and placed it on the ground with familiarity. He folded his hands together and placed them on the gun handle, with the muzzle touching the ground at a 90-degree angle, as if he was using it as a walking stick. Then, it's time to bring fear to certain people. Looking at the school not far away, Chun-Li couldn't help but grinned, not knowing what he was thinking about, but his eyes were full of terrifying hatred. Brotherly. A familiar voice came from behind Ergu. Chun-Li, whose fantasy was interrupted, turned around and looked at Ergo, who had just come out of the supply point, frowned, and said unhappily, "What's wrong?" "Brother Dog is dead." Chun-Li, who had no idea what had just happened outside, looked at Ergu and waved his hand, interrupting what he was about to say. "You wouldn't be so stupid as to ask me to avenge him." "No, Brotherly, I want to follow you. I don't know about the others, but Donkey Egg and I both think so." Looking at Ergu in front of him with a serious expression and determined eyes, Chun-Li suddenly felt it was interesting and said with a playful look in his eyes, "Your boss just died. Instead of going to avenge him, you come to me and ask me to join you? There is no good end for traitors. And I remember the look in your eyes when you looked at me last night was full of fear. Why do you want to follow me? Give me a reason to take you in. The end of the world has clearly arrived. I need someone to protect me. In exchange, I will do things for you." Looking at Chun-Li, who had a playful look in his eyes, Ergo gritted his teeth and said, "For example, next time you need to hold someone up, Donkey Egg and I will help you do these things." "That's a very good reason. It sounds like I can't refuse you." After thinking about the upcoming itinerary, Chun-Li felt that he really needed these two people. "But have you ever thought about shooting me in the back and taking my Desert Eagle?" Chapter 20. 3 Level 2 Zombies. Brotherly, absolutely not. I can swear. Looking at Ergo, who was swearing with 3 fingers raised on his left hand, Chun-Li said impatiently, "To be honest, my patience is limited." Ergo looked up at Chun-Li, thought for a moment, and then said, "I just saw Brotherly in there. You are the first person in the world to kill a zombie. I think Brotherly is hiding his abilities. I don't have the ability to kill you." Hearing this, Chun-Li suddenly laughed. His laughter became louder and louder, until the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Then he whispered, "Does Donkey Egg think so too?" "Ludin is a smart man," Urga said in a low voice. Chun-Li lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he smoothed his suit and adjusted his gentleman's hat. Then he said, "Tell me what happened outside after I went in just now." "Brotherly, it's a long story." Long story short, Urgu, who was about to start a long speech after swallowing his saliva, was stunned for a moment when he heard this and said, "Okay. After you go in, we're going to ask Xiao Li," and Ergo suddenly stopped talking and looked up at Chun-Li and continued, "And that girl to return to the team." When we got closer to them, we saw Xiao Li piercing all the limbs of the zombie, leaving several wounds on his body. He then handed the spear in his hand to the girl next to him. Urgu swallowed as if he remembered something and continued. Then the girl raised her spear and stabbed the zombie's head frantically. She stabbed it more than 10 times, and then she sat on the ground exhausted. After killing the zombie, the girl suddenly became ecstatic and then burst into tears. It seemed like she had a mental problem. She then jumped up and hugged Xiaoli beside her, saying some crazy nonsense. Having said this, Urga suddenly hesitated and only continued hesitantly under Chun-Li's obviously impatient look. "That girl said you were a demon. Before the apocalyptic game officially started, you tricked them into your house under the pretext of saving them, tied them up, and killed them after they turned into zombies. You then turned your body into data and advanced into a player, and you also humiliated her." Chun-Li's eyes were calm as usual without any ripples. Urga couldn't get any useful information from them at all. He could only continue talking nervously, cursing inwardly. Why didn't Donkey Egg come out yet? There was no one to share the pressure. Let Xiaoli send more zombies to her. She needs more points to become stronger. Then she will seek revenge on you, and then she can be Xiao Li's woman at ease. Chun-Li, who had been listening quietly, suddenly asked, "Is she in the supply point now?" Yes, that's right." Urgu, who didn't understand Chun-Li's train of thought, answered subconsciously. "It's okay, let's get to the point next." "Oh, how did your dog brother die?" "Oh, that's it." Urgu came back to his senses and sorted out his thoughts before continuing. After that, Xiaoli rushed into the stores on both sides of the street, as if he was bewitched, ready to capture more zombies for the girl to gain points. We couldn't persuade Xiaoli, and could only watch him rush into the store with a spear in hand. We originally thought that since there were only a few zombies on the street, Xiaoli's safety could still be guaranteed. Ergo, with a hint of fear in his eyes, looked at Chun-Li and said, "Brotherly, do you know where all the zombies have gone and why there are no zombies on the streets? Are they all going to the store? Are zombies afraid of natural light?" Chun-Li said, thinking of a possibility. "That may be the reason. Brotherly, did you notice that there were many human corpses on this street last night? But why didn't we see any zombies or even any human corpses this morning?" Urgu swallowed his saliva and continued. "Because the zombies dragged all the uneaten human corpses into the store. Now there are a large number of zombies in the stores on the surrounding streets, devouring and evolving. They are evolving." As soon as Xiaoli rushed into a store, before we could react, we heard screaming and fighting. Then we saw Xiaoli with a broken arm, running madly out of the store towards us, followed closely by 3 zombies. We had originally formed a battle formation to pick up Xiaoli and planned to retreat together. But Xiaoli fled madly to my side and didn't return to the team at all. He just said something and ran towards the supply point. Ergo said with a face full of anger and gnashing teeth, "The 3 zombies behind us are all level 2 zombies. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we would have had plenty of time to retreat." Chun-Li tapped the ground twice unconsciously with his cane and said expressionlessly, "He spoke in advance, so you have plenty of time to retreat, but he can't outrun 3 zombies." Ergo, who understood the situation, did not dwell on it for too long and spoke again. When we learned this information, we could already smell the bad breath of the 3 zombies in front of us. It is definitely too late to turn around and run now. We can only be forced to fight. Brotherly, you may not know the horror of LV2 zombies. I've seen it. I once killed a level 2 mutant dog alone. Chun-Li said calmly. Urgu was stuck and couldn't understand what to say. He had clearly witnessed the horror of LV.2 zombies. Before becoming a 1-star professional, was there really anyone who could kill a LV.2 mutant dog alone? Even if he successfully advanced to a LV2 level 1-star professional, he would still be scared when asked to fight a life and death battle with a LV2 level zombie. Ergo shook his head, sorted out his thoughts, and continued. "I was at the front of the formation and the first to meet the enemy. Although I had a 2-star equipment, you know, Li Gu, that 2-star equipment, the spear, has no special effects other than adding some strength, especially in a life-and-death moment. And then the zombie's claw smashed his head. Chun-Li asked with interest. No. Ergu couldn't keep up with Chun-Li's train of thought. Although Go-Gu didn't even last 3 moves before he was knocked to the ground, he didn't die on the spot. He just had a few horrible wounds on his chest. I could even see his intestines were about to flow out. Ergo turned around to see why Donkey Egg hadn't come out yet, and continued. Then Brother Go took advantage of the force of the zombies hitting him and sneaked into a store next door. He was emitting a bloody smell and was seriously injured. He sneaked into a store full of zombies. Ergu's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of sadness. It's hard to survive, so we all ran to the supply point during this time. When I came out, I saw Brotherly. At this time, the door of the supply point behind him opened, and a man walked out of the supply point. Brotherly. Chapter 21. The weak should not have power. Ergu turned around and looked at Donkey Egg, who had come out of the supply point. He quickly stepped forward and said with a wronged look on his face, Donkey Egg, why did you stay in there for so long? Do you have so many points to squander? No, Donkey Egg said blankly. I just hesitated for a long time about which career to choose. Chun-Li, who had been facing the supply point, saw Ermao, Zhang Tiantian, and Xiao Li step out of the supply point almost at the same time. He raised his walking stick slightly, pointed at the 3 people in front of him, and said jokingly, Ermao, come to my side. Ergu and Luden, go surround the 2 people in front. When Donkey Egg heard Chun-Li's order, he first looked at Ergu with a questioning look. Ergu nodded slightly, and then Luden's eyes showed a hint of understanding. His face relaxed for a moment, and then he obeyed Chun-Li's order. He and Ergu held up their spears, pointing the tips of the spears at Zhang Tiantian and Xiao Li, with serious expressions and without saying a word, waiting for Chun-Li's next order. Looking at the 2 people in front of him who had not yet figured out the situation, Chun-Li Shu brushed the dust off his suit, straightened his gentleman's hat on his head, and spoke with a smile. Nice to meet you again, you two. I just heard some news that is not very favorable to your situation. I heard that you 2 are planning to kill me, a great villain. Do you want to start your defense? Zhang Tiantian, who understood what happened, looked ashen. He looked at Ergu and Luden, the 2 leakers, with hatred in his eyes. His body softened, and he knelt on the ground. He forced a smile and said, Brotherly, you took me in before the apocalypse. We are schoolmates. How could I want to kill you? Someone must have said something bad about me in your ear. Pa pa pa. Chun-Li put his cane under his elbow, put his hands together, clapped his hands vigorously for a while, and then said, Not a bad defense, well reasoned. So what about this classmate Xiao Li? I heard that you claim to be the knight of this girl, and you have to kill the big evil dragon in front of you to protect the princess, right? Xiao Li, who had been trying to speak for a long time but had been restrained by Zhang Tiantian, finally couldn't help but roared loudly. Tiantian, why are you afraid of him? He took you in before the end of the world not to save you, but to wait for you to turn into a zombie and kill you. I have just changed my job to a swordsman, and my physical fitness has doubled. There is no need to be afraid of him. Hearing this, Chun-Li nodded in agreement and said with interest, This is what a knight should say, charging into battle for the princess, fearless of life and death. Chun-Li tilted his head slightly, stared at Zhang Tiantian, and pondered for a while before speaking. I did have some selfish motives in taking you in before the apocalypse, but I did take you in when the apocalypse came, giving you some buffer time when the apocalypse broke out instantly. So even though it's not considered saving your life, it's at least saving half of your life. Chun-Li swallowed his saliva, feeling that there was nothing wrong with his logic. He looked at Xiao Li with increasing excitement and spoke faster. When you and Brother Go were fighting the zombies at the unit door, Brother Go was stunned for a while, and you couldn't handle it alone. During that time, a zombie's claws were about to hit your arm, and I shot it in the head. Although that zombie may not be able to kill you, it will still take half of your life. After a pause, Chun-Li spoke solemnly and seriously, like a judge announcing the opening of a court session. I prevented this from happening, so I also saved half of your life. Chun-Li looked at Ermao, who was like an invisible man beside him, and grinned. You said that each of them owed me half a life. Now both of them want to kill me. How can I get back what they owe me? Broken arm? Ermao stammered, having no idea why the war had led to him. Hearing this, Chun-Li said dissatisfiedly, It is true that I saved half of their lives, but if I want to cut off their arms in exchange, that would be like asking for repayment, which is not fair. Chun-Li licked his lips that were a little dry from the sun. Of course you have to pay back what you owe. That's fair. No. Chun-Li suddenly rubbed Ermao's hair a few times and said with a little distress, You only owe me half a life each. How do I calculate this? I figured it out. Chun-Li wiped Ermao's clothes back and forth with disdain before speaking. Each of you owes me half a life, and together we owe me one life. Chun-Li smacked his lips and nodded in satisfaction. This is fair. At this time, Zhang Tiantian was kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair. His usual cleanliness was gone at this moment. His face was ashen and his eyes were full of despair. She originally thought that after she advanced to a higher level as a player, gained points, and redeemed them at supply points to enhance her abilities, she would have enough confidence to face Chun-Li, who had always ignored her existence. But she didn't expect that the things in the supply point were so expensive. With only a few points, she couldn't afford anything. If it wasn't for the free entry to the supply point the first time, she wouldn't even be able to enter the supply point. Although he changed his job and his physical fitness was strengthened twice, the demon in front of him was also strengthened twice, not to mention that there were two vicious dogs with spears eyeing him. Zhang Tiantian, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly looked up at Chun-Li with a sad smile and said with a mocking tone, "So, our Lord God is going to uphold justice again. How are you going to deal with a sinner like me? Are you going to break my limbs and throw me into the zombie pile like you did to Li Bing?" Zhang Tiantian, who already knew the truth in her heart, didn't expect the devil in front of her to let her go. When she found out that Ergu and Luden had leaked the secret, she knew her fate. At this point, he no longer cared and just vented out his resentment before death came. Zhang Tiantian tucked his messy hair behind his ears and tidied his appearance. He spoke with disdain in his eyes and sarcasm in his tone, regardless of the admiring looks of Ergu and Luden beside him. Our little boy who was bullied before the end of the world turned into God the day after the end of the world. He wore a suit, a gentleman's hat, and used a pistol as a cane. He must have spent a lot of time preparing this outfit in his room before going out in the morning. To be honest, I was really fascinated by it for a moment. Zhang Tiantian paused for a moment. His eyes became vague. He lowered his head again, and his voice suddenly became low. But some people, even if they wear the cleanest clothes, are still filthy inside. A devil is only a devil after all. Even if he changes his skin, he can't become a god. Even the two people around you who leaked the secret to you never thought you were a god. The weak should not have power. The strong will protect the weak when they have power, but once the weak have power, they will turn their knives against the strong. Chapter 22, The Knight's Choice. Having said this, Zhang Tiantian paused slightly. He suddenly raised his head, with a ferocious expression on his face and disheveled hair like a ghost, and asked in a rapid and sharp voice, "But is it wrong for me to want to kill you? I saw in there that the world's first kill was you, Chun-Li, but how did you get this first kill? Others don't know, but don't you know it in your heart?" Zhang Tiantian gnashed his teeth and spoke word by word. "You killed your former classmate with a fire axe yourself to get the first kill. You didn't even go forward to check. You just opened your eyes and picked up the axe to chop him. Yes, other students have bullied you in the past. Now you have the power to seek revenge on them. I can't say anything, but none of the students you hacked to death had ever bullied you. The zombie who helped you get the first kill was my best friend, my only friend." Zhang Tiantian, who looked frantic, stared at Chun-Li, who looked calm, and roared, "Tell me, should I want to kill you? Why do you want to build a memorial archway for yourself? Devil, you just got the power that doesn't belong to you." Chun-Li, whose ears were shaken by the sound, scratched his ears before speaking. "That makes sense. Do you want to know where the one-star spear in the hand of the little knight next to you came from? Little knight, why don't you tell your princess about it?" Xiao Li, who was already full of anger and ready to pick up his spear to fight back, suddenly became deflated after hearing this. Looking at the look in Zhang Tiantian's eyes, he stammered and didn't know how to start. "Let me tell the story." Chun-Li suddenly clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the entire audience, smacked his lips, and spoke with interest. "If I'm not mistaken, the spear in this little knight's hand should have been dropped by a zombie who had practiced spearmanship hard before. Oh, and I believe you can recognize that the two people next to you are the ones who blocked you at the door of the inn that night and prevented you from entering." Zhang Tiantian looked at the spears in the hands of the people around him and suddenly thought of a possibility. "Bingo, guessed it right." Chun-Li snapped his fingers excitedly. "Brother Go said that he runs a martial arts school and practices spearmanship. These people are his disciples, but they obviously don't know how to use spears. So if I'm not mistaken, there should be more than 3 people in the hotel that night, but most of them were tied up, and those people were all from the martial arts school." Not noticing that Ermao's face beside him had turned a little worse, Chun-Li continued speaking. "Why are all the people from the martial arts school gathered here? Why does Brother Go really know how to shoot? The answer is actually very obvious. Brother Go must be a disciple of the martial arts school. Before the apocalypse broke out, he brought everyone from the martial arts school to the hotel and tied them up. You should be familiar with what is going to happen next." Chun-Li smacked his lips and looked at Zhang Tiantian and said, "You, the little knight, did the same thing as me. I was just wondering why the little knight next to you chose the profession of swordsman when he clearly had a one-star spear. Maybe he changed his job to swordsman because his arm was cut off by a zombie. He wanted to transform into Yanghua to protect you, the little fairy. Or maybe he wanted to cut off his shameful past." Chun-Li couldn't help laughing when he suddenly thought of something. He said, "But where is your sword? You can't afford it, right?" The atmosphere on the field was so weird that it was almost frozen. Zhang Tiantian, with disheveled hair, knelt on the ground and stared at Chun-Li without saying a word, with a resentful look in his eyes. Xiao Li, with a guilty look on his face, stammered and tried to explain something. He wanted to bend down to help Zhang Tiantian tidy up his hair. Mao stood aside, not knowing what to do, with his hands tangled behind his back. Ergu and Luden stood on both sides with sullen faces, like door gods. Chun-Li looked around at everyone, smacked his lips, and said in a bored tone, "Why are you all so gloomy? I'm a fair person. If you owe me a life, I'll take it back. Which of you two is ready to pay me back?" Zhang Tiantian, who had just looked ashen and stared at Chun-Li with resentment, suddenly had a ray of hope in his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Brotherly, what do you mean by this?" Impatiently tapping the ground with his cane a few times, Chun-Li said, "What I mean is that only one of you two needs to repay the life you owe me. To put it bluntly, only one of you needs to die for the other to survive." Looking at the interesting expressions of the two people in front of him, Chun-Li suddenly grinned and spoke with a playful tone. "But the choice is in the hands of this little knight. That is to say, you can choose to let her die." Chun-Li raised his cane and pointed it at Zhang Tiantiangsu, then turned the cane to point at Xiao Li, "Or you can die. So now, will our little knight choose to sacrifice himself for the princess, or sacrifice the princess?" Looking at Xiao Li, whose expression did not change, Chun-Li said with interest, "By the way, this little knight must not resist. If you resist, I will kill the princess in front of you before I kill you." After hearing Chun-Li's clear answer, Zhang Tiantian now knelt on the ground with his head down, without saying a word. His long hair covered his face under the influence of gravity, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Zhang Tiantian did not ask Xiao Li to choose to sacrifice himself, nor did he ask Xiao Li to choose to survive, nor did he vent his emotions towards Chun-Li. He just knelt there as quietly as a corpse, not saying a word, his facial expression hidden by his hair. At this time, Xiao Li, who was standing there, did not make a decision immediately. He just tightened the gun in his hand, and his eyes never left Zhang Tiantian, hoping that Zhang Tiantian would look up at him. However, Zhang Tiantian never looked up at him. He looked at Ergu and Luden, who were pointing spears at him. They were on the same front yesterday, but today they were facing each other with weapons. Xiao Li took a deep breath, threw the spear aside, and said sadly, "Brotherly, you are right. We do owe you a life." Xiao Li suddenly paused, then smiled miserably and said, "My choice is." Xiao Li, who hadn't finished speaking, suddenly stopped and looked down. He saw a familiar gun tip suddenly appear in front of his chest, piercing through his back and stabbing in his chest. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Dark red blood dripped onto the ground through the wound. His body was exhausted, his knees were weak, and he fell to the ground. With confused eyes, Xiao Li looked up at the store where Go-Go disappeared and muttered, "Go-Go, you're right. I'm really not suitable for this damn apocalypse." Chapter 23. The knight died from the princess's backstab. Under Xingyang's gaze, Xiao Li, whose chest was pierced by a spear, fell to his knees on the ground with his body exhausted, his head tilted weakly to one side. The spear ended all his life. Behind Xiao Li, the person holding the spear tightly in both hands was Zhang Tiantian, who had just been kneeling on the ground, not saying a word and not daring to look Xiao Li in the eye. At this moment, Zhang Tiantian bit his lips tightly, his face was ferocious, like a ghost, and he said in a hoarse voice, "We have returned the life we owed you. From today on, we owe each other nothing." Just when Xiao Li was about to make a choice, Zhang Tiantian, who was kneeling on the ground, picked up the spear that Xiao Li had thrown aside, used all his strength, aimed at Xiao Li's back, and stabbed him, interrupting Xiao Li's next words. Ergu and Luden were looking at Xiao Li with sadness in their eyes, ready to wait for him to make a choice and advise Brotherly to give him a decent treatment, and did not notice Zhang Tiantian's actions. Although Xiao Li did not notify them in time before the supply point, which led to Dog Brother's misjudgment and death at the hands of zombies, they were brothers after all, and he couldn't help but feel distracted when watching him die. After Zhang Tiantian changed his job, his physical fitness doubled, and it was not so easy to dodge a shot. He stabbed with all his strength. The reason why Chun-Li didn't speak up to remind him was because Chun-Li wanted to see whether the little knight would dodge. Yes, when Zhang Tiantian picked up the spear from the ground and was about to stab Xiao Li in the back, Xiao Li had already noticed it and understood Zhang Tiantian's intention. Chun-Li saw clearly that the light in Xiao Li's eyes changed from being willing to sacrifice himself to being full of despair and disheartened in an instant when he discovered Zhang Tiantian's intention. On the way here with Dog Brother, Xiao Li and his subordinates killed a lot of zombies, so he should have a lot of points. Since he didn't buy a knife, he may have learned some skills. This skill is most likely a reconnaissance skill, allowing Xiao Li to clearly understand Zhang Tiantian's intentions even when his back is facing Zhang Tiantian. Betrayed by his own princess, the person he had always wanted to protect, the disheartened knight chose to give up his own life. In the last journey, he fulfills his princess's wish as a knight. This young boy with a childish face, full of middle school complexes, and who dreamed of becoming a knight all day long, did not die from the dragon's wrath, but fell from the princess's backstab. Can I go now? We have already repaid the life we owed you. Looking at Chun-Li, who was standing there in a daze looking down at Xiao Li for some reason, Zhang Tiantian stood up slightly, let go of the spear, stepped back a step, and spoke cautiously to test the question. Holding the cane tightly in both hands, with joints protruding, veins bulging, and fingertips turning white, Chun-Li, who was trying to suppress his emotions, spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. He was clearly ready to make the choice to sacrifice himself. Why did you still do this? Zhang Tiantian noticed that Chun-Li was in a bad mood. While Ergu and Luden were still in a daze, he slowly stepped back and said in a gentle tone, I can't afford to gamble. I dare not gamble on the choice he made. I have more important things to do. I can't die here. Yes, you have more important things to do. What is it? Chun-Li, who had been staring at Xiao Li's body, responded in a low voice. I need to gain strength. I want to save the classmates trapped in the school. Xiao Li's sacrifice is worth it. We agreed to go together to save the classmates trapped in the school. If he is still alive, he will definitely make this choice. Zhang Tiantian also responded in a low voice, turned around and looked in the direction of the school, and answered with a firm and powerful look in his eyes. Chun-Li lowered his head and murmured, Yes, you are right. If he were still alive, he would make the same choice. Since you also know why you helped him make this choice, is it because you don't dare to gamble? Chun-Li took his eyes off Xiao Li, suddenly bent down and rolled up his trouser legs, revealing a scar about 5 centimeters long and as ferocious as a snake on his knee. He pressed the scar hard several times with his hand. It doesn't hurt anymore. There's a piece of flesh missing under this scar, and the nerves in this area are severed and have no sensation. I often like to pinch this scar with my fingernails. Every time I feel the touch on my flesh, but the nerves don't feel any pain. This feeling always reminds me of the past. Putting his trouser legs down again and standing up, Chun-Li still lowered his head and continued in a low voice. Do you know how this scar came about? In fact, many people may think that this is just a child's ignorance. Zhang Tiantian noticed that Chun-Li's tone was becoming increasingly wrong, and suddenly remembered that Chun-Li spoke in a low and calm voice before he executed Li Bing in front of the balcony that day. Zhang Tiantian, smelling danger, slowly moved backwards, trying to get out of Chun-Li's shooting range. She knew that Chun-Li's marksmanship was not good, and his hit rate was very low at a long distance. Chun-Li, who didn't notice Zhang Tiantian's movements, continued, That was when I was in 2nd grade. It was my birthday that weekend, and I made an appointment with my classmates to celebrate my birthday together during the week. That day, I stole 20 yuan from my home, took the bread and sausages from the refrigerator, and excitedly went to find my classmates. The atmosphere on the scene now was even more bizarre than before. The world seemed to have gone quiet in an instant, and the breeze didn't even seem to dare to whistle. There was only the sound of Chun-Li's mumbling. Chun-Li still lowered his head, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. He spoke in an extremely calm voice. Then, when I found my classmates, they were playing sandbag throwing. I happily shared the bread and sausages I brought with me, and used the 20 yuan I stole from home to buy drinks for my classmates. After eating and drinking, I prepared to join them in playing games. Chun-Li paused for a moment, then suddenly threw the cane in his hand to the ground and continued. Then, they didn't let me join their game. I watched them play for the whole afternoon and couldn't help but run home feeling wronged. On the way, my vision was blurred and I fell down. My knee hit the glass and left this scar. It's a very boring story. Do you understand what I want to say? Chun-Li looked up at Zhang Tiantian, who had retreated several meters. Zhang Tiantian suddenly stopped when he felt Chun-Li's gaze. He was about to explain, but he opened his mouth and said nothing. Then he suddenly lowered his head and ran away along the road. Chun-Li raised his head at this moment. his face filled with uncontrollable violence, and he roared loudly. From childhood to adulthood, I have been looking for someone who can trust me wholeheartedly, someone I can trust wholeheartedly. I have been looking for a long time, but I can't find one, not a single fucking one. But you obviously have such a fool who trusts you and is willing to sacrifice his life to protect you. But why do you not trust him? Why would you betray someone who trusted you wholeheartedly? Why would you stab him in the back when he was sincere to you? Why? The world suddenly became quiet. The only sounds in the air were Zhang Tiantian's panting as he ran hard in front of him, and Chun-Li's uncontrollable roar behind him. Next second, a tin-barreled Gatling gun suddenly appeared in Chun-Li's hand, and the tin barrels began to slowly rotate around the main axis. Chapter 24. Gunshots rang out, and the smoke cleared. Chun-Li, with a crazy look on his face, didn't care that a battery cost 500 points to redeem. He only had one battery now. He didn't care. The roar of the Gatling gun's gun was enough to alarm all the zombies on the street and attract them over. Chun-Li, whose reason was dominated by emotions, now had only one thought in his mind. Destroy the woman in front of you who sent a person who trusted her to hell with her own hands. When Ergu and Ludin, who were standing in place, saw a Gatling gun appear out of thin air in Chun-Li's hand, his first reaction was, can this kind of thing be exchanged in the equipment store? He remembered that they only saw 2 small pistols in the equipment store. However, the next second, Chun-Li, who was almost losing his mind, was seen holding a Gatling gun and pointing it at Zhang Tiantian, who was fleeing on the street. The tin gun barrels began to rotate around the main axis and gradually accelerated. Damn it! Without having time to think too much, the two of them almost simultaneously fled behind Chun-Li in a panic. The two of them were originally standing on both sides of Zhang Tiantian. After Zhang Tiantian fled, not only Zhang Tiantian, but also the two of them were in front of Chun-Li's gun. They both remembered that the new boss was not very good at shooting and did not want to die from a stray bullet and be implicated. At this moment, Chun-Li clenched his teeth and veins bulged in his eye sockets. There were no people around me, no straight streets, no stores on both sides, and no bright sun in the sky. The only thing in his eyes was Zhang Tiantian, who was about to run away in front of him. And in Chun-Li's pupils, the image of this woman slowly overlapped with the person who had betrayed him before. Why could you betray someone who trusted you? You deserve to die. Chun-Li, with a crazy look on his face, squeezed out a word from his teeth and issued a death sentence for Zhang Tiantian. The next second, pulled the trigger. Tin gun barrels began to spin rapidly. A roaring sound suddenly rang out, and orange-red flames erupted from the gun barrels. The huge flame from the muzzle made the whole world look dim to the 3 people behind him. Zhang Tiantian, who was fleeing in front, heard the rapid sound of gunfire. A last thought flashed through his mind. When did Chun-Li's gun fire so fast? He was covered by the rain of steel bullets behind him. Zhang Tiantian's physical fitness doubled after the job change. He thought he had the strength to escape, but he was like paper and didn't even utter a scream. It instantly exploded in front of everyone like a balloon filled with water being punctured, without even a piece of intact meat left. The 2 people behind him, whose ears were numbed by the sound, looked at the crazed man in front of them with undisguised fear in their eyes. Seeing that Zhang Tiantian had turned into pieces of meat scattered all over the sky, Chun-Li did not stop shooting. He pointed the gun at the ground where Zhang Tiantian died and fired wildly. The bullets flew out of the gun and swept across the asphalt road like locusts. The road was completely blown away, gravel splashed in the air, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky, unrestrainedly venting the emotions that have been pent up in his heart. At this time, the devouring and evolving zombies hiding in the stores on both sides of the street were startled by the roar of the Gatling gun and quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Brotherly. Donkey Egg on the side couldn't help but remind him. Zombies rushed out of the shops on the surrounding streets. At a glance, hundreds of zombies surrounded them, just like the Axe Gang. Damn it, there are so many zombies hiding in the stores on both sides. I've seen dozens of level 2 zombies alone. Ergu observed carefully for a few seconds. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he cursed. We're going to fight to the death. Donkey Egg clenched the spear in his hand and looked at Ergo. Chun-Li, who had vented his emotions along with the bullets fired, also slowly calmed down. Looking around, they saw zombies rushing towards them frantically from the stores on both sides. Go pick up my pistol from the ground, otherwise it will be splattered with blood. You guys stay behind me to guard against any fish that might slip through my net. Chun-Li frowned and spoke to the 3 people who were holding up their spears and preparing for a fight. After saying that, he ignored everything else. One battery was only enough to keep the Gatling gun firing for 1 minute. He needed to do it as soon as possible, Otherwise, when the Gatling gun stalled, the situation would be a bit bad. Chun-Li didn't think anymore. He weighed the Gatling gun in his hand and pointed the muzzle at the zombie that was approaching from the left, without deliberately aiming at the head. Under the waterfall of bullets, the body was directly shattered. No matter how strong the vitality was, it would be impossible to survive with the body shattered. Thump, thump, thump. Rapid gunshots rang out in the middle of the street like the sound of raindrops. The zombie who had just run out of the store on the left that was closest to Chun-Li suddenly saw a torrent of steel in front of him. The next second he lost consciousness and his body shattered into pieces. Player Chun-Li killed a LV1 zombie. Points +1. Player Chun-Li killed a LV1 zombie. Points +1. Player Chun-Li killed a LV1 zombie. Points +1. Dense system sounds rang in Chun-Li's ears. Chun-Li, who was annoyed by the noise, turned off the system sound in his ears. After clearing out the zombies that rushed over from the store on the left that was closest to them. Ignoring the zombies running towards them frantically from both ends of the street, he turned around and pointed the barrel of his gun directly at the zombies that were rushing towards them from the store on the right that was closest to them. It's time to brush your teeth, brother. Chun-Li frowned and said. The zombies in front of them were almost rushing towards them. The bloody stench from their mouths enveloped them as they opened their mouths and roared. Thump, thump, thump. The roar of the 5-star Gatling gun sounded again. Several zombies rushing towards him had just opened their bloody mouths wide to welcome fresh meat, but their mouths were filled with bullets. Bang! The head exploded instantly. The zombies' heads burst into life like fireworks in an instant. The black sticky substance in the head splattered everywhere. After clearing out the zombies closest to them on both wings, Chun-Li pointed the barrel of his gun at the zombies rushing towards them at both ends of the street. Thump, thump, thump. Like a sickle cutting wheat, the zombies in front of him fell down in batches. Finally, the gunfire stopped and the smoke cleared. The air became quiet. The streets at this time were no longer as clean as when they came in the morning. They were littered with zombie corpses, and the asphalt road had been peeled off. The black sticky substance inside the zombie's head flows on the black asphalt road. Under the exposure to the sun, it will gradually dry up and form new asphalt. Chun-Li stood there, his gray suit already torn and wrinkled, and his gentleman's hat had fallen to the ground at some point. He half bent over with the barrel of the Gatling gun in his hand, pointing downwards towards the ground, holding the tail of the Gatling gun, and breathing heavily. Looks a bit embarrassed. It is true that Chun-Li's physical fitness was doubled after his job change, but he still couldn't withstand fighting for a full minute while carrying a Gatling gun weighing dozens of kilograms. Chapter 25. My dream is to become a doctor. Behind them were 2 donkeys, 2 dogs, and the 3 of them had preserved their strength intact. After all, most of the zombies were killed by Chun-Li, and they didn't even wait for the zombies to break through the steel torrent. However, Ergu picked up the Desert Eagle that Chun-Li threw on the ground and took advantage of the situation to kill several zombies. After Chun-Li held the Gatling gun and took a few breaths, he paused for a moment and put the Gatling gun into the backpack space. He bent down and picked up the gentleman's hat that fell on the ground, shook it twice, put it back on his head, then stood up and looked at Ergu. Feeling Chun-Li's gaze, Ergu immediately turned the muzzle of the Desert Eagle in his hand towards himself. He held the gun, pointed the handle at Chun-Li and handed it over, then spoke awkwardly. Here, brotherly. Chun-Li took the Desert Eagle, wiped the handle with Ergu's clothes, then held it in his hand again, placed it on the ground, and restored it to its original role as a walking stick. After a while, Chun-Li stared at Ergu's gun and said with a playful smile, "How is it? The properties of this gun are pretty good, right? Is it easy to use?" Ergu was about to nod, but when he remembered the tragic scene when Zhang Tiantian died, he immediately shook his head and said, "Yes, it's good, but it's not suitable for me. I changed my job to a doctor." "Oh, you are such a burly man who would be recognized as a gangster at first sight in peacetime, but you chose to change your career to a doctor." Upon hearing this, Chun-Li suddenly became interested and spoke. The tough guy in front of him suddenly blushed when he heard this. He scratched his head and said shyly, "Actually, my biggest wish before the end of the world was to become a doctor and save lives. But because I never went to school, they didn't want me when I went to the hospital, so I made a fake medical qualification certificate." And then he successfully became a doctor? That's too outrageous, Donkey Egg beside him suddenly said. Donkey Dan and Ergu met in prison, but he had no idea that Ergu had this history. Of course not. No regular hospital wanted me, so I went to a rural clinic and muddled through and became a doctor. Well, go on. Chun-Li looked at a store not far away and spoke casually. Hearing Chun-Li's encouragement, Ergu became excited and started talking with his hands dancing. Then one night a drunk customer came to see me for a headache. I taught myself medicine online and remembered that cephalexin can treat headaches, so I prescribed cephalexin for her. Then she was arrested the next day. Donkey Egg, who had been listening to the story carefully, opened his mouth unconsciously at the end of the story and couldn't close it for a long time. He couldn't help but curse, quack. When Donkey Dan and Urgu met in prison, Donkey Dan asked Urgu several times how he got in, but Urgu refused to tell him every time. Donkey Egg had always thought it was a crime as difficult to talk about as rape, but he didn't expect there was such a story behind it. After listening to Urgu's story, Urmao couldn't help but burst into laughter. TSK, now in the end times, no one can control you, and you changed your job to become a healer. Amazing. The three of them looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter dispelled the tension, the distrust of a few people, and the smoke of gunpowder in the air. Urgu laughed loudly and secretly looked up at Chun-Li to observe his reaction. The reason why Chun-Li reacted so strongly to Zhang Tiantian killing Xiao Li was not because he cared about Xiao Li, but because Chun-Li could not accept the betrayal happening before his eyes. Urgu deduced his inner guess that this kind of person has been betrayed many times and finds it difficult to trust anyone, but once he succeeds in trusting someone, he will regard that person as his confidant. Urgu, who had already planned to follow Brother Li, naturally tried to find a way to gain Chun-Li's trust, not to mention that he was the first one to join him. The best way to make people trust you is to tell stories. It takes 2 years for 2 orangutans to build trust. It only takes 2 hours for 2 people to build trust. Because people tell stories. Chun-Li withdrew his gaze from the store not far away and looked at the 3 people in front of him, interrupting calmly without any expression. A lot of level 2 zombies died, and a lot of things should have been dropped. Go and help me pick them up. The 3 of them looked at each other, nodded with serious eyes, and responded. They then split up and searched for possible dropped items under the zombies. Not far away, Urgu and Ludin, who had searched through all the dropped items, met each other. They did not look at each other, as if they had just bumped into each other by accident. Urgu, have we really decided to follow this Chun-Li? I always feel that he is not a good person. Donkey Egg spoke first with his lips slightly opened. Urgu couldn't help but look at Donkey Egg as if he was looking at a fool. Are you fucking crazy? Have you forgotten why you were put in jail? Are you a fucking good person? Hearing this, Donkey Egg was obviously stunned for a while before he murmured, yes, if you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten. When I'm with this gentleman, I feel like a little white rabbit, pure and kind. Glancing at his brother who couldn't see the situation clearly, Urgu spoke helplessly. Following this brother is like having a backer. Such extreme people are often more trustworthy. For example, if you are in danger, others may save you for various reasons. But this person saves you for only one reason. You trust him, and you cannot die. At least if you can gain trust, you don't have to worry about being abandoned in dangerous moments. Urgu paused for a moment, a trace of helplessness on his face, and spoke again. And there is no choice. If you look back now, Chun-Li is definitely staring at this side. The desert eagle that he has been using as a walking stick has been slightly raised. You can look back, but don't make any big movements, otherwise it will not be slightly raised, but directly pointed at you. Donkey Egg, who didn't believe it, turned around and looked at Chun-Li, and then he saw that Chun-Li's cane had been slightly raised at some point. With a sudden shiver, Donkey Dan immediately responded to Chun-Li with a pug-like smile and quickly turned around. Huh, I'm scared to death. How did you know that? Have you learned any reconnaissance skills? Donkey Egg couldn't help but ask. Bullshit. We just followed Chun-Li's people, and we have been whispering for so long. Anyone would be suspicious, let alone someone as suspicious as Chun-Li. Urgu couldn't help but said angrily. Have you finished searching? Go back and report quickly. Remember not to hide anything. Be smart. Looking at the 2 people whispering not far away, Chun-Li did not react much. The slight raising of his cane was just a subconscious reaction. In a place like the end of the world, the only thing that can make you feel safe is the gun in your hand. This is why, even though there is space in the backpack, Chun-Li is still unwilling to put the Desert Eagle into the backpack and still uses it as a walking stick. I looked at my points balance, 456 points. I only need 44 points to go to the supply point and buy another battery, but I don't have the chance to go in today. If I can raise enough points today, I can go tomorrow. Chun-Li was calculating silently in his heart. Chapter 26. Wait, big brothers, don't leave yet. Brotherly, these are the dropped items we collected. The return of the 3 interrupted Chun-Li's thoughts. Chun-Li, who took the items from everyone, suddenly asked, how many square meters did you buy your space backpack? Hearing this, Urgu's pupils constricted, and he instantly understood what Chun-Li meant. He paused for a moment before speaking with a wry smile. Brotherly, please stop teasing us. The cheapest space backpack costs 500 points. How can we afford it? Chun-Li nodded without denying and took the 5 items handed over by the 3 people. 1 is in the shape of a spear, 2 are in the shape of tokens, 1 is in the shape of a doll, and 1 is in the shape of a knife. I started to check its properties. Soul-chasing gun. Equipment level, 2-star equipment. Equipment attributes, strength +8, stamina +5. Equipment special skill. Every time you kill a living being, you can absorb the source of life and use it to restore your own physical strength. Equipment introduction. This spear may not be the longest, but it is definitely the most durable. Chun-Li looked up at Donkey Egg and said, "This is a 2-star spear. What profession did you change to?" Donkey Egg, who understood Chun-Li's meaning, swallowed his saliva and said regretfully, "It's not suitable for me. I changed my job to a swordsman." Mao beside him heard this and immediately said expectantly, Brotherly, I am a gunner who has changed his job." Chun-Li looked up at Mao, who was looking expectant, but ignored his words and continued to check other items. Attribute token. Equipment level, 1-star equipment. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment effect. Use it to increase your physical strength. Equipment introduction. It can make you last longer. Equipment durability, 1/1. Chun-Li crushed it without thinking and added a little strength to himself. Chun-Li had a very poor physical foundation, so even after his physical fitness was strengthened, his physical strength was still not very good. Regional speaker. Equipment level, 1-star equipment. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment special skill. Can let players within a radius of 10 kilometers hear your voice. Equipment durability, 1/1. Equipment introduction. You have grown up. Now it's time to announce your existence to the world. Looking at the regional speaker in his hand, a strong smell of low-quality web game style came over him, and the corners of Chun-Li's mouth twitched. It is better to put it in the space backpack temporarily. Seeing that the token in Chun-Li's hand was not crushed but disappeared in the blink of an eye, Ergu and Luden looked at each other and confirmed their thoughts. Chun-Li indeed has backpack space. When the Gatling gun appeared out of thin air, Ergu had actually been thinking about it in this direction. Now it can be confirmed. The smallest backpack costs 500 points, and you can use the points to buy a space backpack, which is not a necessity. That must have cost him more points to improve his own strength, such as that murder weapon. Chun-Li looked at the token in his hand, and his thoughts drifted away. This thing is useless if you say it's useless, but it is also useful if you say it's useful. I may use it in the future. But then again, Chun-Li had never seen these dropped items in the store. No matter how valuable they were at least not standard equipment. But the dropped items are really hard to describe. Imagine a small team of 3 people. After fighting a zombie desperately, 2 people in the team lost their lives and 1 was seriously injured. The seriously injured man excitedly picked up the items dropped by the zombies and felt like he was about to take off. Then I found out it was a regional loudspeaker. I was probably so angry that I vomited blood, but at least I could send a regional last well. Chun-Li complained silently in his heart and checked the doll-like object in his hand, hoping that this could bring some surprises. Curse doll. Equipment level, 3-star equipment. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment special. This cursed doll can take a fatal attack for you. Equipment durability, 1/1. Equipment introduction. Remember, it is a fatal attack. Chun-Li looked at the attribute page of the cursed doll in front of him and showed joy at first. After all, it could replace an item that could withstand a fatal attack. In this crisis-ridden world of the end times, the value is not low at all. However, when he saw that the equipment was 3 stars, Chun-Li frowned. He clearly remembered the resurrection armor in the hidden store, which was a 7-star equipment and sold for as much as 1 million points. But this cursed doll, whose effect is not much different from the resurrection armor, is only 3 stars. Chun-Li's pupils suddenly shrank as he noticed the fatal attack emphasized in the equipment introduction. Can only block 1 fatal attack. That is to say, after you are defeated, the enemy shoots you in the head, and the fatal attack is blocked by the cursed doll. The enemy sees that you are not dead, and then shoots you in the head again, and then you die. What's the use of this? The only useful thing is when you are shot from behind, or when you are risking your life. It can give you a glimmer of hope for victory. Thinking of this, Chun-Li hung the cursed doll around his waist. In case someone attacked him, he believed that this little gadget could give the enemy a surprise. Equipment only works when it is hung on the body. It is just a collectible in the backpack. Of the 5 items dropped, only the last knife-shaped item remains. Chun-Li did not check the equipment information, but looked up at Donkey Egg, who had been waiting for Chun-Li to check the properties of the weapon. With a teasing smile, he said, "Do you want it?" Donkey Egg was a little unsure of Chun-Li's intention for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he said awkwardly, I want to. Okay. Chun-Li didn't even check the equipment information and just threw it to Donkey Egg, who was standing beside him with his arms open. Donkey Egg finally got the swordsman's exclusive weapon. After checking the equipment attributes, he excitedly began to wave it in the air, and it seemed that there was some method to it. After checking everything, Chun-Li clapped his hands, shook off the unnecessary dust on his hands, looked towards the store not far away and spoke. You've been observing us for so long. Aren't you going to invite the guests in for a cup of tea? Hearing Chun-Li speak, the other three followed Chun-Li's gaze and looked towards the store. Mao suddenly became excited. Brotherly, that is the store where Brother Go escaped. Brother Go may not be dead and is still alive, waiting for us there. Ergu beside him looked at Mao, who didn't understand the situation, with complicated eyes. In the current situation, whether Brother Go was dead or not, he was dead and could only be dead. Oh, he hid in this store. What a coincidence. Chun-Li glanced at Mao beside him and said calmly. But since the host doesn't welcome us over, let's go. Chun-Li watched the sun about to set and prepared to find a place nearby to stay for the night. Brotherly, don't go. The person staying in that store is most likely Brother Go. He still has a few visits to the supply point today. All his injuries have recovered after his job change. Mao, who was beside him, saw Chun-Li's intention to leave again and immediately spoke hurriedly and excitedly. And then, Chun-Li said a little impatiently. And then, Mao was a little confused by this question and didn't know how to answer. Wait, big brother, don't leave yet. At this moment, a crisp voice came from the store. However, it was not Dog Brother's voice, but the voice of a young woman. Chapter 27, Survivors in the Basement. Hearing the sound, stop. Donkey Egg and Ergo behind Chun-Li looked at each other, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. How did a woman manage to survive for so long in a store full of zombies? In a store not far away, a young woman in a police uniform pushed open the door and leaned out. Hey guys, I have no ill intentions. I was hiding in this store and came up to investigate after hearing the rapid gunfire. The woman looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground, and then looked at the strange group in front of her. The first impression was that the two men looked like gangsters, a young boy with a childish face, and a young man wearing a suit and a gentleman's hat, holding in his hand a gun. Why would someone be dressed like this in the apocalypse? Can this person understand the situation? The most important thing is that this person looks like a leader. The woman hesitated and spoke uncertainly. Are you from the army? Has the country started rescuing survivors? Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and examined the woman in front of him. She was wearing a slightly dusty and wrinkled police uniform, had a high ponytail, was tall, had a pair of bright eyes, and was holding a standard pistol in her hand. Her face looks clean without makeup and her eyes are full of anticipation. What answer are you waiting for? Chun-Li replied expressionlessly. If the army still exists, the first thing they would do is to deal with the zombies that broke out in their own army. Come into the store. I have something I want to ask you. After hearing Chun-Li's request, the woman frowned, held the pistol tightly with both hands in a fighting posture, with the muzzle of the gun pointed downward, and looked at the two big men behind Chun-Li. She said, there are survivors gathered inside. Who are these two people behind you? Seeing the man's gun vaguely pointed at him, Chun-Li's brows flashed with a haze, and he said impatiently, the two people behind you are the survivors I rescued. The woman frowned and thought for a while, thinking that her physical attributes had doubled, and felt the power coming from her body. Then she put the pistol back to her waist, opened her red lips, and said, my name is Li Shixia. How should I call you? Your surname is Chun, and your given name is Li. Chun-Li walked towards the store first, leaning on his cane, and the three people behind him followed immediately. They didn't say a word, and it was obvious that they were all taking the lead. Inside the store, Li Shixia glanced at Mao, who had been scanning the surroundings, and then looked at Chun-Li. He couldn't help but show an excited expression on his face and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Did you kill all the zombies on that street outside? I just heard rapid gunfire. It sounded like a team of people holding submachine guns. Chun-Li glanced at the surroundings. It was a store that sold liquor, but the liquor they sold was not the branded liquor on the market. Jars of white wine were placed in porcelain jars without any trademarks on the outside. They were placed on the shelves, looking a bit simple. Hearing Li Shixia's question, Chun-Li laughed dumbly. You should know clearly that the firearms before the end of the world are no longer usable. For example, the one on your waist, I didn't see this kind of firearm for sale at the supply point, so there is no need to scare people there. What do you mean? Li Shixia asked with a gloomy expression. I bought the gun at the supply point. Didn't you also successfully change your job? Chun-Li looked at the woman in front of him who had been pretending to be stupid with a smile and spoke. I want to ask you something. Have you been in this store since the apocalypse? Li Shixia was exposed, and the embarrassment on her face was only fleeting. She responded calmly. Before the virus broke out, I patrolled this street to maintain order. When the virus broke out, I couldn't control the situation, so I took some survivors around me and hid in this store. Chun-Li glanced around the store. There were footprints and blood all over the floor, and the wine racks fell on the ground. It was a mess. This environment doesn't look peaceful. You've been staying in this store the whole time. Have you seen anyone enter the supply point, which is the small dark room? Chun-Li asked calmly. Hearing the question, Li Shixia lowered her head and began to recall. Don't worry, think about it first. Brotherly, there's something going on here. Ergu, who was searching the inside of the store, spoke up. Hearing this, Chun-Li walked over there with his cane. An entrance to a basement, the cover over the entrance was opened, and there was a staircase leading to the depths. It was pitch black down there. I couldn't see anything, and all I could hear was the noise of humans talking and chatting. Of course we can't stop the zombies in the store. This store has its own wine cellar, which is quite spacious. When the virus broke out, I took them and hid in it. Li Shixia, who followed closely behind Chun-Li, began to explain. What do you want to eat? Chun-Li asked. I haven't eaten for a day and a night. There's no shortage of wine in the tavern, but there's really no food. Thinking of the abnormal physical fitness of the zombies outside, Li Shixia couldn't help but flash a trace of fear in her eyes and continued. I tried to go out to find food in the early morning yesterday, but failed. Brotherly, I found Brother Go. Mao, who had been looking for Brother Go in the store, spoke with sadness in his voice. Chun-Li walked to Mao's side and saw a dead body in a large wine jar with the lid opened. The jar was empty. The corpse huddled at the bottom of the wine vat, clutching the glowing spear tightly to its chest. Looking at the corpse at the bottom of the jar, Chun-Li said thoughtfully, Take the spear and follow me down to the wine cellar. We will sleep here tonight and set off tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned and left. Mao, with sadness in his eyes, took the spear from Gouge's hand and closed the lid of the wine jar, which could be considered as a burial for him and not as a waste of Gouge standing up for his brother who died an untimely death. Then he followed closely behind Chun-Li. Go down, officer. Do you mind taking us in for tonight? Chun-Li said without waiting for the other party to reply and continued to give orders behind him. Mao, take the spear and go ahead. Yes. The basement, which was originally pitch black and pitch dark, suddenly had a glimmer of light. With the appearance of this ray of light, the noise suddenly stopped, and Chun-Li observed the basement with the help of the light. It's a basement of about 20 square meters with straw mats on the floor. There were about 7 or 8 people, all crowded on the left side of the basement. Chun-Li frowned, covered his mouth and nose, and looked at the filth on the ground on the right side of the basement. In an airtight room, human excrement would definitely make people feel like a biological weapon. After carefully examining the people in front of him, Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh that this group of people was so close to the supply point. Li Shixia was the only one who advanced to a player. Could it be that the female police officer concealed the truth for some reason? Chapter 28, Regional Speaker, Shelter Establishment. Chun-Li looked at the survivors of the apocalypse in front of him, a total of 6 people. There was a middle-aged couple, an old man, an old woman, and a young couple who looked like they were high school students. The 6 survivors who had been in darkness for a long time suddenly felt the light and the pain in their eyes, and they all squinted their eyes. Looking at the uninvited guests who suddenly appeared in front of them in the light, they subconsciously shrank into the corner, and no one spoke first. At this time, Li Shixia, who was walking at the back, lowered the lid of the entrance, walked up to Mao, looked at the people in the basement, and said, I'm back. I've investigated clearly. The gunshots outside are not the army coming. When the people in the basement saw a familiar figure appear, a sense of security immediately surged up in them. The basement, which had become quiet due to the arrival of Chun-Li and others, suddenly became noisier than before. What do you mean it's not the military? Then tell me where the gunshots came from. Do you want to tell me it's the mafia? Officer, my wife is starving. Officer, have you found any food? What do the troops do for a living? They pay us so much tax in normal times, but we can't even see a single person at a critical moment. Officer, what's going on outside right now? We can't stay in this crappy place forever. Who are these people? Are they the ones you brought back from outside? Tell me what the situation is like outside. Officer Lee, that shameless old man touched my butt in the dark just now. Can you please arrest him quickly? Bullshit, you're a man buried in the ground from the neck down. Do you think I'd be interested in you? A cacophony of voices erupted in the small space. Only the young couple, hugging each other tightly, huddled in the corner without saying a word. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire rang out in the small space of the basement. Chun-Li placed the cane he had just fired a shot on the ground again, scratched his ears impatiently, and whispered, "You are disturbing me." Li Shixiao was standing in front of Chun-Li just now and didn't see clearly what Chun-Li used to fire the gun. It couldn't be the cane that looked like a desert eagle, right? It's outrageous. How can there be such a long gun? I haven't seen this gun for sale at the supply point. Li Shixiao, who had been complaining madly in her heart, watched the scene become quiet again before she spoke in a dignified tone. Everyone, the situation outside is very dangerous now. There are zombies and corpses everywhere. Li Shixiao was halfway through her speech when she suddenly remembered that there were zombie corpses outside the door. Although the zombies on this street have been killed by the gentleman behind me, this virus outbreak is global, so it is still very dangerous to go out. Li Shixiao said solemnly, "We must trust the country. I believe the country will soon quell this calamity and send troops to save us." At this time, a system voice rang in the ears of everyone present. Regional speaker, "Hello everyone, I am Lao Gui. I have set up a shelter in Xi'an Central Hospital. Comfortable beds, clean drinking water, delicious food, everything is available. It is enough to ensure everyone's safety. All survivors are welcome to take shelter. Let us work together to face this disaster. By the way, I'll tell you a piece of information. Killing zombies can earn points. You can exchange items in the black room, strengthen your physical fitness, and work hard to survive." Regional speaker, "Hello everyone, I am Lao Gui. I have set up a shelter in Xi'an Central Hospital. Comfortable beds, clean drinking water, delicious food, everything is available. It is enough to ensure everyone's safety. All survivors are welcome to take shelter. Let us work together to face this disaster. By the way, I'll tell you a piece of information. Killing zombies can earn points. You can exchange items in the black room, strengthen your physical fitness, and work hard to survive." Regional speaker, "Hello everyone, I am Lao Gui. I have set up a shelter in Xi'an Central Hospital. Comfortable beds, clean drinking water, delicious food, everything is available. It is enough to ensure everyone's safety. All survivors are welcome to take shelter. Let us work together to face this disaster. By the way, I'll tell you a piece of information. Killing zombies can earn points. You can exchange items in the black room, strengthen your physical fitness, and work hard to survive." The system's sound was repeated 3 times in a row, ringing in the ears of everyone present. The young boy who had been huddled in the corner suddenly shook off his dejection when he heard the system voice. He stood up excitedly and said in high spirits, "I knew it. I knew it. I knew that the end of the world would be gamified. So how could there be no system? Girl, what's going on? Points in stores? Am I hallucinating?" The old woman sitting on the ground stood up tremblingly, holding onto the wall, and looked at Li Shixiao. "You old woman are always worrying about insignificant things. The most urgent thing now is to get to the shelter. I don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment." The old man on the side saw that the old woman was trembling and unsteady, so he hurriedly stood up to support her and started to complain. "Officer, when the virus just broke out and you rescued me, I saw you walking out of a black house. Is that the small black room where you can exchange goods that the voice just mentioned?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but complain. "Officer, you hit it so well. If you hadn't heard the voice in my ear just now, how long would you have kept it from me?" The middle-aged man's wife also agreed dissatisfiedly. Li Shixiao was just showing joy when she heard that the shelter was built, but was interrupted by the voice in front of her and heard everyone questioning. Li Shixiao pondered for a moment before speaking. "If you don't kill the zombies and enter the supply point, you can only change your job to strengthen your physical fitness, and there is no way to exchange for anything. The reason I didn't tell you was because I didn't understand the situation at the time." After a pause, he looked at everyone with a serious expression and continued, "By the time I figured out what was going on, the apocalypse had already broken out. There were zombies everywhere outside, and there was no way out." After calmly responding to the questions of everyone present, Li Shixiao spoke again. "Let's have a good rest tonight, and then tomorrow morning I will take you to the supply point on this street to strengthen your physical fitness, and then we will go to the shelter together. I will protect you to the shelter," Li Shixiao said with determination, her body full of holy light. Then Li Shixiao looked at Chun-Li, who had been standing there without reacting, with an expectant look in her eyes. Chapter 29, Virgin Mary. Ignoring Li Shixiao's gaze, Chun-Li frowned and looked at the basement environment with disdain. He said to the 3 people behind him, "Let's sleep here tonight and go to school early tomorrow morning." "Chun-Li, didn't you hear that someone has set up a shelter in the nearby central hospital? Why are you still going to school? Why don't you go to the shelter with us?" Li Shixiao opened her arms and blocked Chun-Li's way. Chun-Li, who was thinking about tomorrow's schedule, had no intention of paying attention to the woman in front of him and pushed her aside. "Walk straight towards the middle-aged couple. You guys go squeezing over there, my friend, and I will sleep here tonight. Why? We were here first. The middle-aged man was halfway through his words when he saw the young man in front of him put his walking stick against his forehead. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed the words he hadn't finished. He had just seen with his own eyes this cane-like thing fire a shot into the air, so naturally he didn't dare to say a word at this time. He could only step aside with his wife and a smile on his face. Ermao, you are the one carrying Zhang Tiantian's backpack, right? Take out the chocolates, eat something to fill your stomach, go to bed early, and set off early tomorrow morning. Okay. Ermao put down his backpack and looked at Chun-Li with a question mark in his eyes. He hesitated and didn't dare to speak. Ermao couldn't help himself after all and handed the chocolate to Chun-Li and said, Brotherly, why don't we go to the shelter? There are comfortable beds, clean water, and food there. Ignoring Ermao's question, Chun-Li swallowed the chocolate in 2 bites, hugged his cane tightly in his arms, covered his face with a gentleman's hat, closed his eyes, and prepared to go to sleep. Donkey Egg, who was standing by, snatched the chocolate from Ermao's hand in a bad mood and said, Are you stupid? Building a shelter in the end times to provide shelter and food without asking for anything. Do you think he is the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary? Ergu looked at Donkey Egg, who usually thought very slowly, with surprise, wondering how he suddenly got it today. Take a rest. If you want to follow Brotherly, remember to talk less and do more. Ergu glared fiercely at the people around him who were about to come up and ask for chocolate, setting the tone for this matter. No words were spoken that night. Chun-Li's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. I looked at my watch and it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Chun-Li, who had not slept all night, rubbed his eyes to wake himself up. In such an environment, Chun-Li couldn't sleep peacefully given his nature, but a night of closing his eyes and resting was enough for him to recover his strength. Hearing the noise of Chun-Li getting up, everyone in the basement was awakened from their sleep. Get ready, let's go. Chun-Li kicked the donkey that was still sleeping under him. Chun-Li, Ergu and others walked out of the basement through the stairs and came to the door. The strong natural light made several people cover their eyes. It's not good. Chun-Li looked at the streets which were littered with zombie corpses yesterday, but today they are clean without a single zombie corpse. There was only dark red blood and black sticky substance on the asphalt road, telling us that what happened yesterday was real. We have to leave here as soon as possible. If all these zombie corpses are devoured by a zombie, at least a LV3 zombie, or even a LV4 zombie will evolve nearby. Chun-Li muttered to himself as he looked at the clean streets outside. Chun-Li patted the dust and grass on his suit, put on his gentleman's hat, weighed the cane in his hand, pointed to the school, and said, Let's go. Today we're going to play a little game with an old friend. It's a very fun little game. Wait, you can't leave. At this time, Li Shixiao led everyone in the basement out of the stairs and began to block them. Li Shixiao walked up to Chun-Li, opened her arms and looked determined, with an expression that did not allow rejection, and said, You can't leave. You need to protect these survivors and get them to the shelter. What's the reason? Chun-Li looked at the woman in front of him calmly. We need your gun. Without your protection, I can't escort them to the shelter safely. Li Shixiao said firmly. You know, I really hate that expression on your face that says you're doing it for the sake of the world. Can you tell me why I want to protect them? Looking at the woman who had been pestering him, Chun-Li's pupils gradually filled with dangerous light. Because you are strong? Because I'm strong? Yes, because you are strong. Why should I protect the weak just because I am strong? Because the strong have the obligation to protect the weak. If the strong do not protect the weak, then he does not deserve to be called a strong person. He is just a rat who stole power that does not belong to him and should hide in a corner for the rest of his life. Chun-Li looked at the righteous man in front of him and said, I met a girl who looked very similar to you. I remember she also said that I didn't deserve to have power. Li Shixiao looked at the handsome young man in front of her, encouraged herself secretly, and spoke again. Before the end of the world, you were able to enjoy the good times because someone was carrying the burden for you. Now that the end of the world has come, you are lucky enough to have power. You should take on the responsibility of a strong person and become the one who carries the burden. Li Shixiao looked at the survivor she had saved behind Chun-Li, who was giving her a cheering look, and spoke more confidently. Each of us has been protected before. Now that you have power, you should protect everyone. Instead of becoming a selfish and self-centered person like you are now, do you think such a person deserves to be called a strong person? Li Shixiao finished speaking in one breath, looking forward to Chun-Li's reaction with full confidence. As an official, she knew too well how effective this moral banner was on ordinary people. Even though this ordinary person gained extraordinary powers on the second day of the apocalypse, he is still just an ordinary person after all. Even if ordinary people are lucky enough to have power, they can only become a knife. Just like no matter how ferocious a dog is, it can never become a master. Chun-Li, who was originally absent-mindedly listening to the words of the woman in front of him, slowly lowered his head as Li Shixia spoke. After a moment's silence, he spoke in a tone as calm as death, without any emotion. The reason why you feel that time is peaceful is because someone is carrying the burden for you. This sentence is really well said. Ergu and others on the side, seeing that Chun-Li had fallen into this state again, glanced with pity at Li Shixia, who had just given a long and eloquent speech. He immediately looked for cover nearby, hid himself nearby, and held his breath. They had only seen Chun-Li in this state twice. The first time, Li Bing's limbs were broken and he was fed to the zombies. The second time, Zhang Tiantian was strafed by a Gatling gun and there was not even a piece of flesh and blood left. And this is the third time. Chun-Li didn't care what was happening around him. He was completely immersed in his own world. He muttered to himself in a trance. This sentence is really well said. The reason why you feel that the years are peaceful is because someone is carrying the burden for you. Next second, Chun-Li, who never raised his head, thrust out his right hand like a bone sword and grabbed Li Shixia's neck in front of him. Chapter 30. After being a human, who wants to go back to being a dog? The veins on Chun-Li's right hand bulged as he pinched Li Shixia's red neck until it turned white. His whole body couldn't help shaking. He kept his head down and then slowly raised it up. His eyes were full of madness. The tears flowed down his nose, across his grinning mouth, and he laughed loudly with a trembling voice. Thank you so much, Our Lady of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Your righteous words reminded me of my damn past once again. If I could have met you earlier, I would definitely be as full of expectations and admiration for you as those people behind me. Tears and a crazy smile appeared on Chun-Li's face at the same time, making him look crazy. But you only showed up now. When I was just beginning to feel the peace and tranquility of life, you showed up. You want me to go back to the stage of carrying a heavy burden. Damn it. Do you know what despair is? Chun-Li looked at the woman in front of him with crazy eyes, who was trying to pry his right hand open with both hands, and muttered madly. It's not like falling into a swamp, screaming for help, but no one responds. It's not like falling off a cliff, unable to get up or down. True despair is never about enduring darkness alone, never. It's about finally welcoming a ray of light in the long darkness. But before you have time to enjoy it, this ray of light is ruthlessly cut off in the next second. Chun-Li swung his right arm and threw Li Shixia to the ground, roaring at her wildly. Do you know? The real despair is when you are trapped in a swamp, and you think you have been calling for help for a long time, but no one has responded, and no one will pass by here. When you are ready to die, someone finally passes by. However, you shouted with all your might, but that person was playing music with headphones and didn't hear your cry for help at all. True despair is when you fall off a cliff and can't get up or down. When you are ready to give up your life, you find that the rescue team's helicopter has been hovering over the cliff for several weeks, but has not found you at all. This is despair. This is real despair. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured darkness all my life. Li Shixia knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, looking at the madman in front of her with fear in her eyes. This kind of person was not sent to prison before the end of the world. Chun-Li's tears rolled down his eyes like beads. He pointed with his right hand at Li Shixia, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, holding her neck, and was speechless with fear in her eyes. He grinned with an exaggerated arc, covered his stomach with his left hand, and laughed hysterically. Look, what are you asking me to do now? You want me to give up the light that I finally welcomed, to protect these people, to protect the people behind me, and to be their dog. I just came out of the darkness and saw the light, but you came over and cut off my light and kicked me back to hell. Look at what a stupid thing you did. You have a peaceful life because someone is carrying the burden for you. This is a very good saying, but I don't have a peaceful life. I have been in hell for the first half of my life. Chun-Li walked up to Li Shixia, who was kneeling on the ground, squatted down, pinched the corner of her mouth with his hands, stared into her eyes, and spoke word by word with gritted teeth. I've been a dog my whole life. I finally got to know what it's like to be a human, and now you want me to go back to being a dog. After being a human, who would want to be a dog again? Let me tell you some interesting things about my first half of life. Do you want to know what it feels like to have your head forced into a urine bucket, with urine flowing into your skull through all 5 orifices? Do you want to know what it feels like to be pushed down from the 3rd floor in the name of a game, with your leg fractured and in pain, but you still have to smile and pretend that you are having fun playing with them? You want to know what it feels like to be betrayed by the person you trust the most? You want to know what it feels like to be excluded, despised, and bullied by the whole world? You want to know what it feels like to want to resist, but have no power to resist at all. Let me tell you what it feels like. This is what it feels like to carry a heavy burden. Those who smile happily after bullying me are the ones who have a peaceful life. He released the hands that were pinching Li Shixia's face and used both hands to hold her face, which was distorted by fear, and pulled the corners of her mouth to force a smile on her face. You know, for me, the end of the world was before the virus outbreak. I felt that I had seen the light after the outbreak. Do you know what I want to do most now? Chunli straightened his mind, smacked his lips, licked the corners of his mouth, and revealed a slightly excited smile. What I want to do most now is to go find them to play games, play some interesting little games. Chunli tilted his head and looked at the man in front of him. And what are you doing? You are pulling me back into the darkness. I have endured the darkness for long enough. Why do you want to kick me back again? Looking at this madman in front of her, Li Shixia felt for the first time that the psychology taught in the police academy was bullshit. Empathy? Normal people could not empathize with the man in front of them. I just want you to protect them. I'm sorry. Li Shixia, with a face full of fear, did not mention anything about protecting them to the shelter. She just wanted to stay away from the man in front of her. Chunli stood up and looked at the tear-stained woman below him. I really envy people like you who can always maintain their good nature. You are so lucky. If only I had met you earlier, maybe I could have been protected by you. Chunli looked at the survivors behind him and murmured with a hint of barely perceptible envy. In fact, I also want to love this world, but why doesn't this world love me? I really tried for a long time. I tried to please everyone, to make myself a clown to make everyone laugh. But why are the laughters I get all mocking laughters? Why are you hiding? Are you afraid of me? Chunli looked at Ergu and his men who were hiding behind the cover. No. Ergu and his men came out from behind the shelter and answered embarrassedly. Several people didn't dare to face Chunli in this state again. If there was anything that might displease the other party, they had no confidence that they could withstand the torrent of thousands of bullets with their physical bodies. Chunli straightened his clothes and put on his gentleman's hat again. Then, with a gentleman's smile, he held the cane in his left hand and stretched out his right hand to pull up Li Shixia, who was kneeling on the ground. By the way, I just mentioned that there was a female friend who looked very similar to you. Do you know what happened to her later? Li Shixia, who was on the verge of mental collapse and was helped up, answered subconsciously. How's it going? Chapter 31. You are such a scumbag. Dead boom. Chunli raised his hands in the air exaggeratedly, using his body language to describe the explosion scene. Just yesterday, I baptized her from head to toe, leaving not a single piece of flesh and blood behind. Oh, you know what baptism means, right? It's when the priest takes a ladle of holy water and pours it over the sinner's head to wash away his sins. Chunli couldn't help licking his lips and looked at the crater not far from the store. He said excitedly, but yesterday I found a better way to baptize her. After the baptism, I suddenly felt that her sins had been washed away. I was actually planning on baptizing you as well. Hearing Chunli's words, Li Shixia followed Chunli's line of sight and looked at the dense bomb craters not far away. She had just stood up and her legs couldn't help but tremble as she waited for what was to come. But I changed my mind. You are different from her. She talks about morality all the time, but she can kill someone who trusts her with her own hands, and you don't. I think you are very fair. Chunli stared at the woman in front of him seriously and spoke. Then he turned his gaze to Ergu and the others beside him and said, What about you? Do you think she is fair? Ergu and the others, who had no idea what Chunli meant, looked at each other and could only agree with Chunli and gave an ambiguous answer. We think so too. After hearing the reply, Chunli nodded with satisfaction. He needed a fair person. So your fairness has changed my mind. I plan to spare your life and let you be the judge or referee of my little game. Chunli grinned and said excitedly, I plan to find some old friends and play some interesting games. The games naturally need a fair referee to preside over them. In return, Chunli glanced at the people behind him and said slowly, I will take them with me to school, and then you will go to the shelter. But you must ensure that you host the game perfectly and fairly, otherwise I will kill the survivors you are protecting behind you. Brotherly, look there. Ergu thought about it and interrupted Chunli. Chunli's good mood was interrupted, and he followed Ergu's line of sight. Through the glass door, you can see a huge zombie devouring zombie corpses in a store not far away. Its figure flickers on the glass door with light and shadow. Chunli frowned, looking at the zombie not far away that had taken advantage of the opportunity to devour a large number of corpses last night. At this moment, the level of this zombie was probably LV3 or even LV4. The battery pack has been used up, and without the Gatling gun, it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage over this zombie with their current combat power. Taking a look at Li Shixia, whose expression was still filled with fear, Chunli grabbed a strand of her hair and tucked it behind her ear, then slapped her face a few times with his palm. Don't be afraid, I'm actually a good person. Take the people you want to protect and follow me. Chun-Li turned around and looked at the survivors behind him. He said in a cold voice, it's best not to make any noise or make any sound. Otherwise, go and pray to God whether he can take care of you in time. Deep down, compared to Li Shixiao in front of him, Chun-Li looked down on the group of survivors behind him. After putting himself in a safe position, he pushed a woman out to fight for the interests of their group. Chun-Li, brotherly, can you let them go into the small dark room and change their jobs first? This way, they can at least double their physical fitness and have some self-protection ability. Li Shixiao wiped away her tears and spoke with the same expression as when they first met. However, there was an undisguised fear hidden deep in her eyes. She looked at Chun-Li with forced calmness. Chun-Li looked at the woman in front of him. At this time, he still wanted to help these survivors who had nothing to do with him to protect themselves. I don't know if these people betray you one day. Will you still choose justice or step into darkness? Follow me, let's go. Chun-Li, who did not give a clear answer, glanced at Brother Go and the others behind him and gave orders. Then he went out first, walked along the street in the opposite direction, trying not to attract the attention of the zombie that was devouring in the store not far away. Several people behind him followed immediately, and Li Shixiao also began to call on the survivors behind him to follow. Officer, do we really want to follow this young man? It's enough for us to have you protect us. This person is obviously not a good person. We should go to the shelter as soon as possible instead of going to school. Yeah, in a crowded place like a school, who knows how many zombies there are. The middle-aged couple in the crowd felt that Chun-Li might not be able to hear what they were saying at this distance, so they looked at Li Shixiao, who was in a somewhat embarrassed state at the moment. Although the other people didn't say anything, the look in their eyes when they looked at Li Shixiao clearly contained that meaning. The boy and the young couple was now filled with excitement and couldn't wait to kill zombies to gain points, so that he could kill everyone in the apocalypse through the system store. Li Shixiao, who was in a disheveled state, tidied herself up a little and said helplessly as she looked at the survivors in front of her who were still confused about the situation. You have no choice now. If you leave now, the person in front will most likely shoot you first. But you are a police officer, don't you care? Li Shixiao was furious and replied, care? How can I care? If you can beat him, then go and care. Come in. Chun-Li stopped at the supply point at the end of the street and spoke to the people behind him without turning his head. After saying that, he ignored the excited looks of the survivors behind him, rubbed his palms unconsciously, and looked towards the direction of the school. Without points to enter the supply point, you can only change your job and improve your quality and strength. Without a suitable weapon, killing zombies is not an easy task. After all, the zombies' physical fitness has also been enhanced. Donkey egg, why do you think people live? Chun-Li murmured, not knowing what he was thinking about. Standing behind Chun-Li and looking at Chun-Li's back, Donkey Dan didn't know why Brother Li suddenly discussed such philosophical issues with him. He glanced at Ergu, then looked at Brother Li's back, scratched the back of his head, and spoke. Maybe he doesn't want to die. Why do you want to live before the end of the world? Before the end of the world, I just finished my sentence and was ready to go home and sleep on the warm bed with my wife. Where is your wife now? When I got home, I found my father in my wife's bed. Then what? I killed my father, and then my wife. Just as I was about to escape, the end came. You're a fucking scumbag for killing your father and your wife. I also feel like I'm nothing. Then why are you alive now? I want to find a girl with a big ass again. It's so vulgar. Hey, then why are you alive, brotherly? Me. Chun-Li looked at the pure white clouds floating above the school in the distance and said nothing more. Chapter 32, A Madman Steals Food. Brotherly, the job change has been completed. Li Shixiao interrupted Chun-Li, who was silently looking into the distance. Chun-Li turned around and looked at the 6 survivors in front of him. Their eyes were full of confidence brought by the surging power in their bodies and their vision for the future. I didn't look much at the survivors in front of me, who suddenly became confident. After changing their jobs, they only strengthened their physical fitness, but did not have the weapons and skills of their profession. In front of Chun-Li, he could beat a group of people like this. Let's go. It's time to go find old friends. It is less than 5 minutes away from the school. Avoid any zombies you see. I don't want anyone to delay my trip. After saying that, Chun-Li took the lead and walked in front, moving along the street, trying not to alarm the zombies hiding in the store ahead. Even if they occasionally encounter scattered zombies, they will try their best to avoid them. If they really cannot be avoided, Ergu and others will go forward and kill them as quickly and silently as possible. Finally, after a thrilling journey, Chun-Li and others arrived at the university gate. Chun-Li looked at the zombies roaming all over the school and through the window, he could see more zombies roaming in the building. He was a little confused for a moment. God knows which building his old friend is hiding in. He can't clear out every building one by one. He doesn't have that ability. Just when Chun-Li was thinking about a solution. Be careful. A hurried voice came from behind. The next second, before Chun-Li could react, a gust of wind blew in front of his eyes, and he felt a stinging pain on his face. Chun-Li only had time to take a step back, touched his bloody face with his hand, and looked at the monster in front of him with standing hair all over his body, red eyes, a howling mouth, and a tail standing up like a flagpole. It's a kitten. Feeling the burning sensation on his face, Chun-Li suddenly remembered that there was indeed a cat in the security room before the end of the world. It hurt so much. After saying that, he raised the Desert Eagle that he used as a walking stick and fired a shot. Bang! A dull gunshot was heard, and the next second a rapidly spinning bullet hit the concrete floor, splashing up a cloud of dust. The mutant cat, which had already dodged away, was now standing in another place, staring straight at Chun-Li, with its back arched, ready to attack. This mutant cat should be level 2. It's really fast, and it's a hassle. Chun-Li did not dare to look back. He stared at the mutant cat in front of him, concentrating on its next move, and spoke in a deep voice. Ergo, I am not raising you just to watch my performance. Go up and limit his speed. Li Shixia and your people should also go up and limit the speed of this cat. I will take the opportunity to shoot and kill him. Brotherly, they just changed their jobs and have no weapons. Li Shixia couldn't help but speak as she looked at the mutant cat with astonishing speed that was confronting Chun-Li. You can use bricks, hands, or sticks. Everyone, come forward and slow down the movement of this kitten. Whoever hides behind, I will kill him first. After saying that, Chun-Li shot at the mutant cat again. As dust flew all over the concrete floor, Chun-Li knew that his shot had missed again. Ergu and Luden Ermao looked at each other and did not dare to stay where they were. They approached the mutant cat with weapons in hand. Donkey Egg, you hold the big knife to prepare for the charge. Go first, and I will support you from behind. Fuck you, crawl ahead. The taller you are, the stronger you are. You got the spear, you rush to the front first. These people kept talking but didn't stop. In just 2 or 3 sentences, the few people had approached the mutant cat in front of them. The mutant cat, being approached by the people in front of it, had to withdraw its gaze from Chun-Li and pay attention to the people in front. Donkey Egg roared first, took a step forward with a big knife and smashed it on the head of the mutant cat in front of him. Donkey Egg saw the scene in front of him change instantly. The mutant cat in front of him disappeared, and a knife hit the concrete floor heavily. The blades made a buzzing sound, and even Donkey's hands were numb. He turned around and saw the mutant cat rushing towards Ermao beside him. Before he could open his mouth to remind him, Ermao only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him, and then a sudden stinging pain came from his face. Ermao covered his face and stared gloomily at the mutant cat that had jumped to the other side. Is this damn mutant cat specifically targeting the face? At this time, Li Shixia and 6 survivors carefully surrounded the mutant cat. Bang! Gunshots rang out, but the flying dust told Chun-Li that the shot had missed again. The mutant cat in front of him was too fast and jumped away the moment it heard the gunshot. Unless you use 6,000 Gatling bullets to directly cover it, it will be difficult to hit the mutant cat in front of you with a pistol. Narrow the encirclement so that this damn kitten can't jump around. Chun-Li gave the order in a deep voice. After looking at each other, they gritted their teeth and approached the mutant cat on the field. A shrill scream suddenly sounded. The mutant cat suddenly raised its head and let out a shrill scream. Its arched back suddenly stretched out, and with explosive force, it pushed its entire body to the weakest point in the encirclement, preparing to break out. A more shrill female howl of pain suddenly came. The mutant cat rushed towards the girl of the young couple, and its furry claws left bloody marks on the girl's face. Then the mutant cat stood up and jumped to the open space. In the air, it couldn't help but put its furry paw to its mouth and licked the paw covered with minced meat and blood with its barbed tongue. Smelling the aroma of the food, the mutant cat excitedly looked back in the air at the food behind it, ready to pounce again. But the next second, a bullet gradually enlarged in the mutant cat's pupil. Chun-Li took advantage of the moment when the mutant cat rushed out of the encirclement and was blocked by the little girl's body and paused in the air. He seized the opportunity to shoot, and the mutant cat happened to turn its head, allowing the bullet to penetrate into its eye socket and into its head. The mutant cat, which was severely injured in the air, fell straight from the sky, rolled on the ground for several times, and then slowly stood up. From one tightly closed eye, dark red blood flowed down from the eye to the tip of the nose. The other eye was filled with hatred. Its fur was standing on end, and it stared at Chun-Li with its tail erect. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, looking at the mutant cat that was already seriously injured, he fired several shots in succession. Kill you while you are sick. The mutant cat, which was struggling to hold on, wailed after being blasted by several bullets, and then fell to the ground without a sound. Its strength lies in speed, not strength and defense. Congratulations to player Chun-Li for killing a LV2 mutant creature, points plus 10. Chun-Li ignored the system voice in his ear and squinted his eyes at the dropped object under the mutant cat. It seemed to be a mask-like equipment. Before he could even ask Urga to pick it up, the little boy standing between the young couple took a step and rushed to the side of the mutant cat's corpse. Pick up the fallen objects with one hand. Then he held her tightly in his arms and refused to let go. Chapter 33, Going to Rescue an Old Friend. Brotherly. The boy tried hard to control his shaking legs and said calmly, Brotherly, my girlfriend contributed a lot to killing this monster. Without her, this monster would not be able to stop. Of course, I don't want to monopolize this item. The boy looked down at the dropped item in his arms, hiding his inner desire deep in his eyes. I just need a few points to compensate for my girlfriend's injuries. I can't let her sacrifice in vain. Chun-Li stood there and looked at the little boy who was willing to sacrifice his life to get some benefits from the tiger, without saying a word. This boy is very similar to Chun-Li. When he was young, he always liked to reason and believe that cause and effect are inevitable connections. If I pay, I must get rewards. Ermao borrowed Donkey's knife, cut a piece of cloth from the lining, used it to cover the wound on his face, and looked silently at the arguing little boy in front of him. If he were to be honest, Ermao was already counting down the final days of this little boy's life, but on the other hand, Ermao admired the little boy's courage. Ermao himself should never have asked Chun-Li to compensate him for his injuries. That was definitely not a wise choice. But if the little boy in front of him can get compensation, he who has paid the same price can also get compensation. If the little boy in front of him angered Chun-Li because of this, then he would not suffer any loss since he had not made his position clear. You like to reason very much. Chun-Li looked at the little boy in front of him with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Changsheng, quickly return the thing in your arms to Brotherly. Are you crazy? If it weren't for Brotherly, we would still be hiding in the basement. The little girl standing next to Changsheng looked anxious at this time. She hurriedly pulled Changsheng's arm to try to change his mind. However, Changsheng looked firm and ignored his girlfriend's anxiety. The little girl had no choice but to turn around and look at Chun-Li again. She gritted her teeth, put down her hands that were covering her face, and her knees softened, and she knelt down towards Chun-Li. Brotherly, can you wait for a moment? He's a bit stubborn. Give me some time to persuade him. No need. Chun-Li walked in front of Changsheng with a cane. Seeing Chun-Li coming, Changsheng felt tremendous pressure, clenched his teeth, and slowly lowered his head. You feel like a man now, don't you? Chun-Li stretched out his cane, lifted Changsheng's head, and made him look into his eyes. You look just like me before. Don't be so scared. You may not believe it, but I am a really good person. I have even jumped into the water to save someone before. Chun-Li licked the corner of his mouth and laughed at himself. He didn't know why he was saying this. A real man should not let his woman kneel down for someone else because of him. Your name is Changsheng, right? What an unfortunate name. What's your girlfriend's name? Igari. What a difficult name. Help her up. Your request is reasonable. Give me the items, and I will compensate you. Really? Changsheng, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his head and looked at Chun-Li with surprise and excitement. Hui Gaili, who was kneeling beside him, couldn't help but look up at Chun-Li in surprise. At the signal from his girlfriend's eyes, Changsheng immediately knew what to do now, and then he respectfully handed the item he had been holding in his arms to Chun-Li with both hands. Chun-Li calmly took the item in his hand and checked its properties. Clown mask. Equipment level, 2-star equipment. Equipment attributes, agility +1, stamina +1. Equipment special skills, ability to independently select any song before Doomsday with surround sound effects. Equipment introduction, a half-face mask made of weird oil painting. The equipment special skill is actually MP3. That guy is getting better and better at playing. Looking at the equipment special effects of the mask in front of him, Chun-Li couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and secretly glanced at the spear in Ermao's hand. It turns out that glowing is not the most useless equipment skill. For a moment, Chun-Li even wanted to throw the mask back to the little boy. However, the next moment he still put the mask on his face. After all, it added attributes. Each injured person will be compensated with 2 points, and each uninjured person will be compensated with 1 point. 2 people were injured, 8 people were involved, and after a total of 12 points were compensated, the matter was concluded. Killing a mutant cat earns 10 points, which is equivalent to exchanging 2 points for a 2-star equipment, which is still a very cost-effective thing. What's more, if you want a dog to be obedient, you still have to feed it some bones. He ignored the complicated expressions in the eyes of everyone present. Well, next, we should go find old friends to play games. Next second. Regional loudspeaker. Survivors of the University of Science and Technology, please try your best to reveal your location. We are here to rescue you. Regional loudspeaker. Survivors of the University of Science and Technology, please try your best to reveal your location. We are here to rescue you. Regional loudspeaker. Survivors of the University of Science and Technology, please try your best to reveal your location. We are here to rescue you. After Chun-Li finished speaking on the regional loudspeaker, he smacked his lips, propped up his chin with one hand, and muttered, "I always feel like I didn't say this well." The regional loudspeakers sounded at the same time in this area. Li Shixia also heard the system's sound coming from her ears. She opened her cracked lips and couldn't help but ask, "Brotherly, are you really here to rescue an old friend?" Of course. Chun-Li looked at Li Shixia in surprise, not understanding why she asked this question. In college, only my old friends talk to me. Everyone else ignores me. Of course I have to find them first. Looking at the man in front of me, he was dressed in a suit, leaning on a cane, wearing a gentleman's hat, with a strange oil-painted mask on the upper half of his face, and the wound on the lower half of his face that was scratched by a mutant cat was now dripping with blood. Suddenly, I felt that the person in front of me was not particularly evil. He just had a tragic experience. But at least he still knew to rescue his friend, which showed that he had a kind heart. Unconsciously, Li Shixia's opinion of Chun-Li gradually changed. At this time, in a one-story house that was not small in size, but only next to the school gate, people stretched out their arms and waved clothes at the same time in several windows. The large house in front of you is the school's restaurant. I don't know if the survivor hiding in here is my old friend. Seeing that no other school buildings were sending signals, Chun-Li raised his cane and pointed it in the air towards the cafeteria. We really found a good place. Not many people go to restaurants when the apocalypse breaks out. There is plenty of food, and it's not filled with zombies like other school buildings. Tisk. Chun-Li shook his head and said slowly, "My old friend is really smart." Chapter 34. Let's play an interesting game. Let's go. I hope my old friend is here. Don't make too much noise. I don't want to be chased by a group of zombies on campus. When Chun-Li and others entered the school, they avoided the large group of zombies and killed the scattered zombies that were approaching. Finally arrived at the cafeteria entrance. Before Chun-Li and others could knock on the door, the cafeteria door was opened from the inside. Coming towards us was a group of students with tattered clothes, but still rosy faces. At this time, the leader was holding the hand of the man in front of him, who was wearing a suit but a mask, and was obviously the leader, and he spoke, while shaking it excitedly. "Finally, I've got you here. I knew the country would not give up on us, the pillars of society. Come on, come in." After Chun-Li and the others entered the cafeteria, the leading student looked outside and quickly closed the door before asking eagerly, "I heard someone say that a shelter has been built. What's the situation now? Has the world really become a game?" "My good friend, you haven't killed any zombies yet. I fought hard to kill a few of them, but it only enabled the data conversion of their bodies and increased some points, and there was no other effect. By the way, where are Lu Shui and Lu Shui?" The leading student looked at Chun-Li in surprise, not knowing why the masked man in front of him knew his classmate's name, and didn't think much about it. Lu Shui took Lu Shui and a group of classmates to the shelter in the central hospital. Hearing this, Chun-Li smacked his lips slightly in dissatisfaction, then looked at the 9 people in front of him with satisfaction and nodded with a smile. Then, Chun-Li turned around and looked at Ergu and others behind him, put his arm around the boy's shoulder, and spoke excitedly. "Come, let me introduce you. This guy is Lu Mao. Lu Shui has 2 best brothers, and he is one of them. Oh, yes, he is one of the 3 people who beat me in the bathroom before the end of the world." As soon as Chun-Li said this, the faces of the people present changed. "You are? Chun-Li? Damn it. I thought you belonged to the country. Why are you, a loser, wearing a mask and pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me?" Lu Mao took the lead in pushing away Chun-Li's hand that was around his shoulder, and then kicked Chun-Li in anger. Bang! There was the sound of flesh hitting a hard object. Chun-Li grasped the base of the cane, swung it up, and hit Lu Mao's leg that had crossed the line. At present, Chun-Li's physical fitness is far superior to that of Lu Mao, who has not yet strengthened his physical fitness. Son of a bitch. Lu Mao, who was knocked to the ground, was cursing and trying to get up with the help of the people behind him. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire rang in Lu Mao's ears. After taking a look at the cracked tiles around him, Lu Mao tactfully shut his mouth. Seeing this scene, Li Shixia opened her mouth slightly and didn't know what to say. Didn't they agree to rescue an old friend? Ergu and his companions looked at each other, saw the familiar scene before them, and consciously raised their spears and swords. He took a step forward and aimed at the students in front of him. Chun-Li, who was not interrupted by Lu Mao, continued to introduce the two boys excitedly to everyone present. Did you see the two boys supporting Lu Mao? The one wearing a plaid shirt and glasses is Yang Feng, and the one in sportswear and a crew cut is Zhang Dongjian. TSK Tisk. Chun-Li, who was facing Go Gu and the others, stretched out his cane and pointed at the two boys and said with emotion, "The group of people who beat me up at the school gate last month, count his kicks as hard as anyone else." Then he pointed at the two girls holding hands tightly behind Lu Mao who were not sure what was going on. The girl with the earrings is Dong Kain, and the one in the short skirt is He Yuqing. He shook his head and said with emotion, "These two little girls are very eloquent. I remember that you two are Lu Shue's best friends. Can you tell me what happened to Lu Shue? If I remember correctly, the gossip in the class was spread by you two. Chun-Li, what do you want to do? What are you doing now? Are you lawless?" A dull voice came. Glancing at the source of the voice, Chun-Li continued to introduce without saying anything. The one who spoke is Lu Yangfang. He was the one who took the lead in playing the football game during the last PE class. The one next to him is his girlfriend, but I don't know her name. It's a good game. By the way, do you know what the football game is? It's about taking off a person's clothes, wrapping them into a ball, and kicking it around. At this time, the person whose clothes were taken off will chase the ball like a goalkeeper. Chun-Li, who was already feeling a bit bored and couldn't help wanting to start the game right away, looked at the two boys standing next to Lu Yangfang. Yes, the one with a complicated expression on his face is called Wang Li, my deskmate. The other boy is from the class next to mine, and he always laughs at me when we meet. Okay, that's enough of the character introductions. We can finally start the game. Chun-Li let out a long sigh, glanced at everyone, and said loudly, "Thank you all for your care for me all the time, and thank you all for always inviting me to play games. Today, I also want to play a game with you all." Looking at the 9 people in front of me, some are former classmates, and some are strangers. He said loudly, "The name of this game is very simple. It's called Werewolf." Ding ding ding. Chun-Li grabbed Li Shixia from behind and asked her to face the 9 people in front of him and introduced her. "In order to ensure the fairness of the game, I have found a judge for you. This judge is a fair police officer. You can rest assured. Chun-Li, what do you want to do? If you think we have bullied you before, we can apologize for you." Ever since Wang Li recognized that the man in front of him was Chun-Li, his expression has always been complicated. Wang Li never expected that the cowardly Chun-Li would appear here, holding a strangely shaped gun in his hand, and his temperament would change drastically, and he continued, "The end of the world has come. We are all human beings. We should help each other instead of fighting each other over personal grudges before the end of the world like we are doing now." Chun-Li, who was in an excited state, heard the voice in his ear, with clear bloodshot in his eyes, and grinned. He looked at Wang Li in surprise. "What are you talking about, my good deskmate? I'm just playing a little game with you. It's just like. Chun-Li licked the corner of his mouth and showed a cruel smile. "It's just like the little game you always played with me before." "Chun-Li, that's enough." A clear and angry curse was heard. Dong Kain frowned as he looked at the neurotic Chun-Li in front of him. "You used to be such a refined person. Why did you become like this now? If Lu Shue knew that you have become like this now, she'll be extremely disappointed in you." Chapter 35. Human nature is actually very simple. "You look like a villain right now." Dong Kain said the last sentence angrily. Chun-Li shook his hair, dipped a little of the clotted blood on his face with his fingers, and put it into his mouth. He smacked his lips, licked the corner of his mouth, and glanced at the people in front of him. "Elegant, an interesting description. Do you know how heroes are made?" Chun-Li suddenly lifted Li Shixia's chin, but looked at Dong Kain and spoke. "Hero, have a bad life and a little love." Feeling the resistance from Li Shixia, Chun-Li turned around and put his face close to Li Shixia's before speaking. "Then do you know how the devil is created? Give him a bad enough life, give him a tiny glimmer of hope, and then take that hope away." Chun-Li suddenly let go of Li Shixia, rushed to Dong Kain at ghostly speed, grabbed her neck with his right hand, and lifted her up in the air. "Then can you tell me where my hope has gone? Where has my beloved Lu Shue gone? How come Lu Shue, who always told me to stop frowning and smile more, suddenly disappeared?" After knocking Dong Kain, who was struggling in the air, to the open space next to him, Chun-Li turned around and jumped onto the dining table next to him. "Let's not talk about these boring things. Now let's start the game. I hope you can listen carefully to my rules of the game. This werewolf game has 9 players." Chun-Li pointed at the 9 people one by one and murmured, 1.2.3. The next second, Chun-Li suddenly jumped off the table, picked up the stool next to him, and smashed it at Lu Mao, who was being supported at the moment. He rushed over, grabbed his collar, and roared loudly with a crazy look on his face. Damn it! Damn it! Why isn't Lu Shui here? Why isn't that bitch here? Before Lu Mao could even open his mouth to speak, Chun-Li grabbed his hair and threw him against the table next to him. Lu Mao, who had always had a resentful look in his eyes, finally showed fear and screamed loudly. They went to the shelter. I told you so. Chun-Li patted the suit he was wearing and raised his hands high. Sorry, I got a little excited. Let's continue with the announcement of the rules of the game. 9 of you will participate in the game. 3 of you will be civilians, 3 of you will be werewolves, and the other 3 of you will be clergymen, namely a witch, a hunter, and a prophet. The rules of the game are very simple. The clergy and civilians are on one team. If all the werewolves on the field are voted out, the good guys will win and survive. The werewolves can kill one person every night. If all the civilians or clergy on the field are killed, the werewolves will win and survive. Civilians cannot use skills and can vote during the day. Werewolves can choose to kill someone at night. Prophet can choose to verify someone's identity at night. Witch can choose to use antidote to save someone at night, or use poison to kill someone. Hunter can choose to shoot and take someone away before dying. Chun-Li stood at the table, glanced at the 9 people in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. So now, I, the righteous police officer, will be your judge and will preside over the game for you. By the way, you have to play the game seriously. If you are eliminated from the game, I will kill that person. Only the winner can survive. The 9 people's faces turned pale when they heard this. Of course, they had all played werewolf before, but no one wanted to play this kind of werewolf where you would die if you were eliminated. Chun-Li, you can't. Bang! Gunshots rang out. From now on, no one is allowed to speak anything that is not related to the game. Otherwise, they will be eliminated early. Chun-Li looked at the 9 people in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, now we will start the identity competition. Werewolf, civilian, and priest. Each identity is 3 points. Does anyone want to step forward and buy a roll? Lu Mao, who was curled up on the ground, struggled to get up from the ground. With hatred hidden in the corners of his eyes, he said hoarsely, I want to buy an identity. Very good, where are the others? Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction and looked at the other 8 people. However, apart from Lu Mao, no one had ever killed 3 zombies. At this time, they were all looking at Lu Mao, guessing in their hearts what kind of identity this man wanted to buy. Seeing this, Chun-Li brought Lu Mao to Dan and said, Tell me, what identity do you want to buy? Lu Mao first looked back at the classmates behind him, then leaned over to Chun-Li's ear and spoke softly. Tisk, interesting choice. After hearing the answer, Chun-Li accepted Lu Mao's points, and then said to Donkey Egg, Use your knife to carve his identity on the palm of his hand, then tie his palms together, and don't let him have the chance to show his palms to others. Yes. Wait, Chun-Li, just give me an ID card. There's no need to do this. Before he could finish his words, the wailing sounds caused by pain resounded throughout the restaurant. Okay, go back and find a table to sit down. Lu Mao struggled to get up from the ground, his palms tied up, and he staggered towards the nearest dining table, sat on a stool, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. The remaining 8 of you come over here to claim your identities. Chun-Li looked at the 8 people in the distance and said, Warm reminder, your escape speed will never be faster than my bullets. The 8 people who were ready to make a move stopped immediately after hearing this, looked at each other, and walked towards Chun-Li with gritted teeth. Yang Feng, who had just supported Lu Mao, quietly lowered his head and asked as he passed by Lu Mao, Brother Mao, what identity did you steal? Lu Mao opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Feng in front of him. He pulled the corner of his mouth that was throbbing with pain, but said calmly, Civilians. Hearing this, Yang Feng laughed. Haha, civilians are good. But I was cursing in my heart. I believed your bullshit, spending points to rob civilians of cards that would only lead to death, and you treated me like a 3-year-old child. Little did he know that Lu Mao was also cursing in his heart, saying, Only an idiot would tell you what identity I stole. Who knows if you will be in the same camp with me later. As 8 painful howls were heard, the identities of the 9 people participating in the werewolf game had all been arranged. Chun-Li admired it perfectly. The 9 people who were sitting around a table with their hands clasped together nodded with satisfaction. Brotherly. Ergo beside Chun-Li hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why don't they resist or run away, but just let us slaughter them? Chun-Li didn't even turn his head. Because I don't mean to kill them all. Ergo glanced at Chun-Li, who was holding the Desert Eagle and was ready to make a move, with a puzzled look on his face. You know why 3 soldiers massacred 1,000 civilians in the past? It wasn't because the resistance was weak. So what's the reason? It's actually very simple. First of all, no one wants to be the first to stand out. The second point is that not everyone is destined to be killed. Waiting for the end won't necessarily lead to death, but the first bird to stick its head out will definitely die. Chun-Li patted Urga's shoulder, pointed his cane at the 9 people sitting around the table, and sneered. Just like now, when I divide them into 2 camps, some will die and some will not die. When the outcome is not certain death, these people will not resist, even if the hope of survival is small. But before things are finalized, everyone feels that they have a small chance of surviving to the end. When the game starts, all they think about is how to survive, not how to resist or escape. That's human nature. Chapter 36. I am a prophet. Yang Feng is a werewolf. Now then, Chun-Li sprinted to a dining table opposite the 9 people, looked around radiantly, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to Li Shixia, who now had a complicated expression. Judge Li Shixia, you can announce the start of the game. When you say, "It's dark, please close your eyes," everyone will close their eyes. When you say, "Werewolf, please open your eyes," only werewolves can open their eyes. When you say, "Prophet, please open your eyes," only the prophet can open his eyes. When you say, "Witch, please open your eyes," only witch can open her eyes. When you say, "Please open your eyes at dawn," all players can open their eyes. And the players who are in the last position to die will speak in order. After the well-dressed Chun-Li finished explaining the duties of a judge, he looked at Li Shixia with a twitch of his lips and a bit of dissatisfaction. How can a judge be so untidy? I need to change you into clean clothes next time. Then you can announce the start of the game now. Everyone, cover your eyes tightly with your tied hands. If I find anyone peeking, I will declare them out early. Li Shixia, with a haggard face and complicated eyes, glanced at the 9 people gathered together with blood dripping from their palms, and couldn't help but speak. Brotherly, you are taking human life lightly. They are just children. Chun-Li blocked Li Shixia's mouth with his cane. Sho. With a radiant face and a kind smile, he glanced at everyone present and spoke. You know what? I'm really happy right now. Very happy. The campus used to be my nightmare. Every morning on my way to school, I would start to panic as I got closer to school. Now, the scene that has played out in my mind thousands of times is finally coming true. So I hope you won't spoil my fun. This is not a wise choice. Now I declare the game officially open. The judge speaks. The scene became silent for a moment, but the judge did not speak. At this time, Li Shixia clenched her teeth, lowered her head slightly, did not look at Chun-Li's eyes, and said nothing. Speak, speak. Chun-Li, furious, lashed at Li Shixia, who was standing nearby, with his cane. I said the judge should start talking. Bang! Gunshots rang out suddenly. Chun-Li, who had lost his patience, raised his cane and drove towards Changsheng in the audience. The bullet splashed a cloud of dust under Changsheng's feet. Changsheng, who had never expected Chun-Li to suddenly shoot at him, looked at his girlfriend with blank eyes. The judge is speaking. If you don't speak within 3 seconds, the survivors you want to protect will die. It's dark, please close your eyes. Li Shixia clenched her fists and closed her eyes, letting the tears flow down her face. She gritted her teeth and announced the start of the game word by word. At this moment, the 9 people participating in the game had expressions in their eyes that would frighten ordinary people, but the strange thing was, it contains not only hatred towards Chun-Li, but also cruelty towards the people around him. Werewolf, please open your eyes. The 3 players around the table slowly removed their hands that were covering their eyes. Oh, this is interesting. Chun-Li was standing on the dining table at this time. He took back his cane and put it back in his hand, watching the scene in front of him quietly and with a smile on his face. As elegant and high-spirited as the nobles in the audience of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The 3 werewolf players who opened their eyes were Yang Feng, who asked about Lu Mao's identity, Dong Kaiyin, who liked to gossip, and Lu Yangfang's girlfriend. The 3 people confirmed each other's identities, exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then pointed their fingers at a player. Werewolf, please close your eyes. Please open your eyes, prophet. Who are you going to check tonight? Li Shixia, who looked as dead as death, was pushing the game forward like a robot, as if she had lost her mind. Hearing the judge's order, Lu Mao moved his hand away and opened his eyes. Looking at Lu Mao in front of him with madness in his eyes, Chun-Li couldn't help but grinning with an ambiguous smile and said secretly, everyone knows that you stole the identity. How can you make others believe that you are a prophet and not a werewolf? Lu Mao, with madness in his eyes, ignored Chun-Li, who was standing on the table, and pointed his finger at Yang Feng, who asked him about his identity before the game started. The result of your inspection tonight is dash. Li Shixia gestured with her thumb downward according to the rules explained before the game started, using silent body language to tell the other party that the inspection result was werewolf. Lu Mao fiercely glared at Yang Feng, who was covering his eyes with his hands and had an expressionless face, and cursed inwardly. I knew it. Then he covered his eyes again at the judge's order. Which, please open your eyes. The player who died tonight is dash. Do you want to use the antidote? Wang Li opened his eyes upon hearing the judge's order, and knew from the direction of the judge's finger that the target of death tonight was the boy from the next class, who was also his friend. When he heard about the death target, Wang Li, with complicated eyes, first glanced at Chun Li, who was on a high place, hesitated for a long time, and finally looked at his friends around him reluctantly, still shaking his head firmly. Are you going to use poison tonight? After Wang Li shook his head again. Please open your eyes at dawn. The player killed by the werewolf last night was. Li Shixia pointed at the boy sitting next to Wang Li. When the little boy, who usually made fun of Chun Li when he met him, heard that he was the target to be killed last night, his eyes were instantly filled with fear, and he didn't have time to take the next step. Bang! A dull gunshot was heard here. The boy fell to the ground instantly, with a bloody hole as thick as 2 fingers appearing between his eyebrows, his eyes full of unwillingness. Li Shixia almost collapsed when she saw Chun Li shoot and eliminate the player. She collapsed to the ground and leaned weakly on the stool, muttering to herself. Devil, devil, you are just a devil in human skin. It's not that Li Shixia had never seen a corpse before, but she just couldn't accept that a living person suddenly died under her orders that seemed to be just for fun. This feeling made her feel as if her hands were stained with that person's blood and that she had killed him with her own hands. However, when Li Shixia saw the look in Chun Li's eyes, she forced herself to stand up and glanced at the people in the audience behind her. When she turned around, her eyes were full of despair, and she continued to speak to advance the game process. The next player, Lu Mao, please speak, and then you can speak in order. Lu Mao, who had been waiting for a long time, didn't care at all that his friend, who he was with yesterday, died today. Now he just wanted to survive. Lu Mao, with red eyes, pointed his finger with a crazy look at Yang Feng, who was sitting second from his right, and spoke in an extremely sharp voice. Yang Feng is a werewolf. Yang Feng is a werewolf. I am a prophet. I used 3 points to buy the prophet identity. Before the game started, Yang Feng came to ask me what my identity was. I knew he had bad intentions, so I checked him out. He turned out to be a werewolf. Wang Li, your friend was killed by him. The werewolf will definitely stab me tonight. Where is the witch? Who is the witch? Chapter 37. These 2 women really deserve to die? The werewolf will definitely choose to kill me tonight, and the witch must save me tonight. We cast out a werewolf today, and we cast out another werewolf tomorrow, and the witch will poison another werewolf. He Yuqin, who was sitting on the right side of Lu Mao, was about to say something when she was interrupted by Chun Li. When one player speaks, other players are prohibited from speaking, otherwise they will be eliminated early. Lu Mao swallowed and glanced at He Yuqin. Then he retracted his gaze and continued speaking with gritted teeth. Listen to me. As long as you listen to me, only 3 werewolves will die on the field, and none of us good guys will die. If you don't want to die, then vote for Yang Feng with me today. I'm done. Seeing that it was his turn to speak, Zhang Donggun opened his mouth unconsciously, and then said, I am a civilian. Since Yang Feng is a werewolf, I will vote for him. I have finished speaking. Yang Feng, who had been holding back for a long time, saw that it was his turn to speak. He stared at Yang Feng aggressively and pointed out his linguistic loopholes sharply. I'm a civilian, not a werewolf. He's not a prophet, he must be a werewolf, and he's wrongly accusing me. Think about it carefully. He is the only one who bought an identity. Would he buy a prophet? You all know that the first person a werewolf kills is the prophet. With Lu Mao's personality, would he buy an identity that means he will die? He will definitely buy a card that won't be killed by werewolves. What kind of card won't be killed by werewolves? It can only be a werewolf card. The most important thing is, use your brains. If Lu Mao is really a true prophet, would he say he is a prophet on the first day? You know, a witch can only choose to use 1 bottle of medicine at night. She can't use poison on the night, she uses the antidote. Even if she saves him on the 2nd night, he will still be killed by the werewolf on the 3rd night. After hearing what Yang Feng said, Lu Mao, who was full of energy just now, suddenly became as panic-stricken as a wilted persimmon. Yang Feng's eyes were filled with bloodshot. He slammed his bound hands heavily on the table. He couldn't help but wail in pain. Then he roared to the whole audience. Do you think Lu Mao would put himself in a desperate situation right from the start? How could anyone be so impatient to seek death? He must be a werewolf. Only werewolves are not afraid of being killed at night. Good people, please vote for Lu Mao with me. I have finished my speech. Lu Yangfeng, who had been listening to several people's speeches, saw that it was his turn to speak. He lowered his head and thought for a while before he slowly spoke with a little hesitation. I do not quite believe that Lu Mao is a prophet. After all, he is the only one who tried to seize the identity. There is no need to seize a card like the prophet that will lead to his certain death. No one wants to die. The most important thing is that after Yang Feng pointed out the loopholes in Lu Mao's words, Lu Mao became obviously panicked, as if he had been exposed. I am a civilian, and I have finished speaking. Ma Yinxue, it's your turn to speak. Don't be afraid. I am here. I don't know anything. I'm just a commoner. I'll vote for whoever you tell me to vote for. I've finished my speech. When it was the turn of Lu Yangfeng's girlfriend Ma Yinxue to speak, Ma Yinxue said just one sentence and ended her speech. Then, with a look of fear and tears on her face, she buried her head in her boyfriend's arms and cried softly. I don't know either. I think only Lu Mao said he was a prophet. Why not vote for Yang Feng this time? Lu Mao said he was a wolf anyway. Dong Kaiyin lowered her head and entangled her hair with her hands, speaking in a low voice with lifeless eyes. Hearing this, Yang Feng suddenly raised his head and stared at Dong Kaiyin with a pair of eyes. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he cursed in his heart. What the hell does this stinky bitch want to do? Aren't you my wolf teammate? Fuck. Yu Qin was stunned for a long time before she realized that it was her turn to speak. She said, I think Yang Feng and Zhang Dongjian are both werewolves. Last time, I heard Yang Feng tell Zhang Dongjian that he was unhappy with the boy in the next class, and he would beat him up if he had the chance. Then he pointed his finger at the corpse lying on the ground. When he saw the angry looks from Yang Feng and Zhang Dongjian, he didn't dare to look at them. He lowered his head and took a while before speaking. I think they are murderous and both are werewolves. What's more, the prophet also said that Yang Feng is a werewolf. Today I will vote for Yang Feng. I am a civilian. I have finished my speech. Seeing that the situation was gradually becoming unfavorable to him, Yang Feng, who was about to speak, felt Chun Li's gaze and said nothing, clenching his teeth. He stared at Wang Li, hoping that the last person to speak would give the vote to Lu Mao too. At this time, Wang Li was staring at the body of his friend from the next class at his feet in a daze. His eyes were wide open and staring at Wang Li as if asking, why didn't you save me? Am I not your friend? I'm sorry, but I have no choice. If I save you, and the next werewolf chooses to kill me, I will die, and there is only one bottle of antidote. Wang Li raised his head and saw that everyone was looking at him. He adjusted his sitting position, trying not to let the corpse appear in his sight, and then he spoke. Only Lu Mao said he was a prophet, so Yang Feng should be the werewolf. I vote for Yang Feng. I have finished my speech. The players have finished speaking. Please choose to vote. Li Shixia continued to play the role of a judge with lifeless eyes, advancing the game process. Seeing that the game was hopeless, Yang Feng, with a crazy look on his face, signaled Dong Kaiyin and Ma Yinxue to join him in surrendering to Lu Mao, in order to buy himself a chance of survival. However, what Yang Feng waited for was two people pointing their fingers at him and lowering their heads at the same time, not daring to look at him. As of the voting results, Lu Mao received 2 votes, Yang Feng received 3 votes, and the rest of the players chose to abstain from voting. The players who chose to vote Lu Mao out are Yang Feng and Lu Yangfeng. The players who chose to vote Yang Feng out are Dong Kaiyin, Wang Li, and Ma Yinxue. In the end, Yang Feng was eliminated. Seeing this result, Yang Feng, who knew that his death was inevitable, suddenly felt funny. Wang Li was the only good guy who voted him out, and the other 2 votes came from his own wolf teammates. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that good people will find out that you are wolves, so you would rather let me die? At this moment, Yang Feng's resentment towards these 2 people was much higher than Chun Li's. You really deserve to die. Yang Feng let out a resentful roar in the last moments of his life. He hated Chun Li, but he hated the 2 women in front of him even more. They could have joined him in voting Lu Mao out, but they were afraid of exposing their identities and voted themselves out. Bang! The next second, as the gunshot rang out, Yang Feng fell to the ground before he could even take another look at the world. A blood hole suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. His eyes gradually became blurred, and Yang Feng felt like he was gradually floating up. There is only one last thought before dying. These 2 women. These 2 women deserve to be fucked. Chapter 38. Why did you kill my boyfriend? Close your eyes if it's dark, and open your eyes if you're a werewolf. At this time, Li Shixia had perfectly adapted to the role of judge and spoke expressionlessly. Chun Li nodded with satisfaction. He was right about the person. Li Shixia was perfect for the role of judge. Ma Yinxue and Dong Kaiyin opened their eyes at the same time and discussed who they were going to kill tonight. Dong Kaiyin was originally pointing at Lu Mao, but when she saw the person Ma Yinxue was pointing at, her pupils shrank. The person this woman was pointing at was Lu Yongfang. This woman actually wanted to kill her boyfriend at night. Dong Kaiyin curled her lips when she received the unquestionable look in Ma Yinshue's eyes, and then pointed her hand at Lu Yongfang. Anyway, he is not my boyfriend. Is this woman crazy? Werewolf, please close your eyes. Prophet, please open your eyes. Who was the player you were checking out tonight? Lu Mao, who had luckily survived, was now at a loss. After listening to Yongfeng's speech, he realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. Even if 3 werewolves are found, whether the good guys or the werewolves win, his prophet card will die. Lu Mao laughed miserably and pointed at Ma Yinxue, who was sitting diagonally opposite him. The werewolf would definitely kill him tonight. Even if the witch saved him, he would still be killed by the werewolf the next night. No werewolf would like to see a prophet alive on the field. There was no way out. Lu Mao suddenly regretted trying to seize the identity of the prophet. He should have tried to seize the identity of the witch instead. The identity of the player you are checking tonight is... Li Shixiao pointed her thumbs down and used body language to tell Lu Mao that Ma Yinshue's identity was a wolf. However, Lu Mao was so disheartened at this time that he didn't care about the test results at all. As a person who was already doomed to die, he naturally wouldn't care about the life and death of others. Prophet, please close your eyes. Witch, please open your eyes. The player who died tonight is... Li Shixiao pointed her finger at Lu Yongfang. Will the witch use the antidote tonight? Wang Li shook his head. He would only use this bottle of medicine to save himself and no one else. He didn't want to die. Will the witch be using poison tonight? Wang Li shook his head again. It's dawn. All players please open your eyes. The player who died last night was Lu Yongfang. Lu Yongfang was a hunter. You can choose to shoot and take one person away before you die. When he heard that the player who was killed last night was himself, Lu Yongfang smiled miserably, stood up, and gave Ma Yinxue a deep kiss on the head. Then, the tied hands were aimed at Chun Li, and a bang came from his mouth. Bang! When the gunshot was heard, Lu Yongfang, who was still posing, fell backwards and hit the tiles heavily. Chun Li used the Desert Eagle as a walking stick again, resting it on the ground, grinning with excitement as he stared at everyone present, and said, Hunter, give up shooting. The next person to speak will speak next. The next person to the deceased Lu Yongfang was Ma Yinxue. Ma Yinxue was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and roared in a heart-wrenching voice, Lu Mao, He Yuqin, why did you two kill my boyfriend last night? Did my boyfriend provoke you? Who is the witch? Who is the witch? Why doesn't the witch save my boyfriend? What? After saying that, Ma Yinxue laid on Lu Yongfang's body and burst into tears. After a while, she wiped away her tears and calmed down again. He spoke with a hoarse voice, gasping for breath and crying. I am the prophet. I didn't dare to speak on the first night because I was afraid the werewolf would kill me. The person I checked on the first night was my boyfriend. He's a good guy. And the person I checked on the second night was He Yuqin. She's a werewolf. When Lu Mao said he was a prophet on the first day, I knew he was a wolf. Yongfeng must be a good man who was wronged by him. The reason why I voted for Yongfeng was because I was afraid that Lu Mao would notice me, guess that I was a prophet, and come to kill me at night. But I didn't expect that my boyfriend was killed by you. At this point, Ma Yinxue couldn't help but burst into tears again. After a while, Ma Yinxue stood there in a daze as if he had a nervous breakdown, muttering to himself. Lu Mao, He Yuqin, why did you two kill my boyfriend? Why don't you kill me tonight too? If Lu Yongfang dies, I don't want to live anymore. Why did you choose to kill him? We agreed to meet our parents and get engaged after we graduated from college. We agreed that after we start working, I would take care of his salary and we would live a comfortable life together. We agreed to rent a house, get a dog and a cat. Even if the apocalypse comes, we still agreed to live together and get married after the apocalypse is over. But you killed him and extinguished my hope. You may as well kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Please continue to speak. Next it was Dong Kaiyin's turn to speak. Dong Kaiyin, who was just about to speak, couldn't help trembling all over. She was frightened by Ma Yinxue. A woman who could act like she had true love for 10 lifetimes after killing her boyfriend with her own hands was too cruel. She was scared. Unable to help but take a peek at Ma Yinxue, who was sitting on the ground, as if having a mental breakdown, Dong Kaiyin calmed down, sorted out his logic, and spoke slowly. I believe Ma Yinxue is a true prophet. After all, Lu Yongfang is her boyfriend. If she were a werewolf, she would never choose to kill Lu Yongfang at night given their relationship. Since Lu Yongfang died at night, it can only mean that Ma Yinxue is the real prophet. Based on logical deduction, Lu Mao and He Yuqin are two werewolves. I suggest that we kill one today and poison the other to death at night. Yang Feng was wrongly accused. Lu Yangfang and Wang Li's friend were killed by werewolves at night. Ma Yinxue is a prophet, so the only people without identities present are Wang Li and Zhang Dongjian. One of you is a werewolf, and the other is a witch. Who is the witch? I'll tell you later. I'm done speaking. He Yuqin saw that it was finally her turn to speak. She had just suspected that Yang Feng and Zhang Donggun were both werewolves, but now she started cursing. Ma Yinxue, you are so cruel. You even killed your boyfriend just to survive. You are worse than a beast. Your boyfriend's feelings for you are envied by all the girls in the school, but you actually killed him with your own hands and pretended to be sad. You have such a vicious heart. However, Ma Yinxue, who was kneeling on the ground at this time, stared at Lu Yangfang's body as if she had lost her parents, and ignored He Yuqin's words. He looked as if he was desperate and didn't want to live anymore, and wanted to go down to accompany Lu Yangfang. Seeing Ma Yinxue's reaction, He Yuqin suddenly panicked and looked at the few survivors in panic. You have to believe me. I am really a good person. Ma Yinxue said I was a werewolf. He wronged me. This woman killed her boyfriend just to make you believe she is a prophet. You can't believe her. Seeing that no one dared to look her in the eye, everyone lowered their heads and didn't look at her. He Yuqin finally fell to the ground in despair, tears running down her face, and a miserable smile appeared on her lips. You can tell me. How can I prove that I'm a good person? Chapter 39. How can a smile erase all grudges? He Yuqin looked at the scene in front of her, feeling the sadness and anger in her heart, and looked at Chun-Li, who was standing on the table with a cane and watching all this with a smile in his eyes. After looking at everyone present with disheartened and resentful eyes, he closed his eyes and looked up for a long time without saying a word. It was Wang Li's turn to speak. Wang Li pursed his lips and thought for a while before looking up. I'm a witch. I'm a little confused about the situation. I think it's more likely that Ma Yinxue is a prophet. Her words are completely logical. But I also hope to hear the results of Lu Mao's test. I would rather vote for He Yuqin. Lu Mao, who had been unable to contain himself almost since Ma Yinxue started speaking, finally saw that it was his turn to speak. His eyes were fixed on Wang Li and He Yuqin. I believe in you too, and I hope you too also believe that I am a real prophet. Lu Mao, who was almost in despair, saw that he was not the one who died that night, and hope burst out again. He thought that if he voted out another werewolf today, the witch would save him at night and vote out another werewolf the next day. There is a chance that I can survive. The death situation has been broken. Lu Mao, who had a look of despair just now held his head high, his eyes sparkling, and spoke in a loud voice. Yang Feng was the wolf I found on the first night, and Ma Yinxue was the wolf I found on the second night. He Yuqin and Wang Li are on the good side, so the last werewolf should be between you, Zhang Dongjian and Dong Kain. Which, save me tonight. I will check between the two of them. One is a good man, and the other must be a werewolf. Seeing Lu Mao suddenly become confident and talk to the whole audience, Chun-Li suddenly felt like something was missing. Next second, the theme song of Detective Conan's Kagoro solving cases sounded above the 9 people. Chun-Li used his mask equipment stunts to add some atmosphere to the game. When he heard the BGM, Lu Mao looked puzzled at first, and then he spoke with more confidence as if he was possessed by a god. So today we will vote for Ma Yinxue unanimously, and then the witch will save me at night, and I will check Zhang Dongjian at night. I have finished my speech. Zhang Dongjian took over the right to speak, glanced at Lu Yangfang's body opposite him, then glanced at Yang Feng's body beside him, and couldn't help showing fear on his face. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly spoke. I still believe that Ma Yinxue is a prophet. Ma Yinxue has a good relationship with her boyfriend, and she is a very good girl from what I have seen. I don't believe she would kill her boyfriend to prove her identity as a prophet. What's more, Zhang Donggun's mind quickly flashed through what had happened in the past. Lu Mao is not a good person. I don't believe him. I choose to vote for He Yuqin. The players have finished speaking, and voting begins now. At this time, Li Shixia was already in a stage of self-abandonment, and her only obsession was to protect the survivors behind her. According to the voting results, Ma Yinxue received 2 votes, and He Yuqin received 4 votes. The players who chose to vote for Ma Yinxue to be eliminated are He Yuqin and Lu Mao. The players who chose to vote He Yuqin out are Dong Kain, Wang Li, Ma Yinxue, and Zhang Dongjian. The final result was that He Yuqin was eliminated. When He Yuqin saw the results, there was no sadness on her face. She stood up and looked around at everyone. Then an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. At this moment, He Yuqin suddenly felt that she understood Chun-Li's previous situation. When Chun-Li was ostracized by everyone, he must have been in the same situation as she is now. No matter what I say, Even if I swear, no one is willing to believe me. Just like a beggar abandoned on the roadside, even stray dogs are unwilling to get too close to him. It is like a drowning person trying to grab a life-saving straw, but finds that people on the shore are staring at him, mocking him, and some are even throwing stones at him. Since you good people are unwilling to believe me, then go to hell with me. It will be very interesting to appreciate the regretful expressions on your faces. He Yuqin stood up with a faint smile, then suddenly knelt down facing Chun-Li. Sorry. Chun-Li, who was about to shoot with an unhappy look on his face, thought the other party was begging for mercy, but when he heard He Yuqin's, "I'm sorry," he suddenly stopped where he was, his hands shaking slightly. What did you say? I said I'm sorry. The rules of the game cannot be changed. You have to admit your defeat if you lose. Chun-Li frowned as he looked at the girl kneeling on the ground in front of him. No, I just realized your previous situation before I died, and I felt. He Yuqin looked up at Chun-Li and then lowered her head again. I felt that I had done something too much before, and I feel a little regretful. Regret it. I regret it. Bang. A dull gunshot was heard. He Yuqin, who was kneeling on the ground, fell to the ground with a bang, her eyes closed, but there was a slightly weird smile on the corner of her mouth. Chun-Li did not immediately announce that the game would continue. Instead, he turned to look at Li Shixia, whose eyes were full of dead silence, and spoke with a childlike happy smile, but loneliness in his eyes. You know, this is the first time in so many years that someone has admitted their mistakes and apologized to me. But, Chun-Li suddenly looked at the people around the table and roared, my first half of life has been completely ruined by you. Why do you pretend that you have done something wrong and you can just admit it and forget the grudges with a smile? You guys all deserve to die. After a pause, Chun-Li controlled his emotions before speaking. The game continues. Close your eyes if it's dark, and open your eyes if you're a werewolf. Ma Yinxue and Dong Kaiyin looked at each other. Having reached this point, they had basically won. The two pointed at the last civilian on the field, Zhang Donggan. In the massacre scene, if all the civilians are killed, the werewolf wins. No matter if the witch saves them or not, both of them can kill Zhang Donggan the next night if the witch has no medicine. Werewolf, please close your eyes. Prophet, please open your eyes. The target you are going to check tonight is. His identity is. Witch, please open your eyes. The player who was killed tonight is. Li Shixia pointed her finger at the last civilian on the field, Zhang Donggan. Will the witch use the antidote tonight? When Wang Li saw that the player killed at night was still not himself, he was a little hesitant. To save or not to save? He believed that Ma Yinxue was a prophet, so in his opinion. His friend died as a civilian, Liu Yangfeng died as a hunter, Yang Feng died as a civilian, and He Yuqin died as a werewolf. Then this Zhang Donggun should be the last civilian and must be rescued. Otherwise, all the civilians would die, the good guys would fail, and he, as a member of the good camp, would be buried with them. Use the antidote. Wang Li used this bottle of antidote on Zhang Donggun. It's dawn. All players please open your eyes. Last night was Christmas Eve. Chapter 40. I like you, come to hell with me. Dong Kaiyin will start the speech, and the next speakers will speak in order. When Dong Kaiyin heard that Zhang Donggun did not die on Christmas Eve, she knew that the witch had used medicine last night. Victory is just around the corner. They just need to kill Zhang Donggun the next night, and then the werewolves will win. What's more, her wolf teammate Ma Yinxue was the last to speak, and it was easy for her to lead the trend. Dong Kaiyin lowered her head and laughed secretly, and couldn't help but glance at Ma Yinxue again. It turns out that in this world, only a ruthless person can survive. Who would dare to believe that Ma Yinxue really killed her boyfriend who had been with her for almost 5 years with her own hands, just for the identity of a prophet? I have to learn more from her in the future. What I need to do most now is to keep a low profile as much as possible so that I won't be targeted this time. Dong Kaiyin, who had never raised her head, said in a very small voice, what happened? Did the witch rescue people? The other two werewolves should be Lu Mao and Zhang Dongjian. I vote for Lu Mao. I have finished my speech. Wang Li took over the conversation and stared gloomily at Dong Kaiyin, who lowered her head before speaking. I saved Zhang Dongjian who was killed last night. So if I'm not mistaken, Dong Kaiyin, you should be a werewolf. You and Lu Mao should be the last two wolves on the field. Wang Li suddenly remembered something, and his face suddenly turned pale. Because he suddenly realized that there was only one civilian, Zhang Donggan, on the field. No matter which werewolf was thrown out today, the werewolves could easily kill that civilian at night and win easily. Damn it. He should have gone to save his friend on the first day. That way, there would have been one more civilian on the scene and he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. There's no point regretting this now. After realizing this problem, Wang Li's face turned dark and he said nothing. The only situation in which the good guys can win now is that the werewolf does not kill Jang Donggun tonight. But damn, werewolves wouldn't be that stupid. Seeing that the situation was gradually developing towards the worst, he had no way to solve the problem and could only wait for death. Chun-Li stood on the table, rubbing it with his cane, his eyes distracted, and no one knew what he was thinking about. It was Lu Mao's turn to speak. But Lu Mao's expression at this moment was exactly the same as Wang Li's. His eyes were filled with deathly aura, and his face was dark blue. When Ma Yinxue was not voted out yesterday, Lu Mao already knew that the good camp had lost, and they would die. At this moment, Lu Mao suddenly laughed miserably and glanced at everyone present. I think I have a pretty good reputation among everyone, so I stole a profit, hoping that I can use my prestige to make the good guys believe me and win. I didn't expect that your impression of me was that I was not a good person, which made me a prophet that no one believed in. Lu Mao suddenly turned his gaze to Zhang Dongjian beside him and spoke through gritted teeth. Especially you, Zhang Donggan. It's okay for others not to believe in me, but you can't not believe in me. Zhang Dongjian, remember this. When you first transferred into our class and Lu Shuai bullied you, I was the one who rescued you. From then on, I have always protected you. Anyone can say that I am not a good person, but you, Zhang Donggan, are not good enough. Lu Mao suddenly looked up at Chun-Li, who was sitting at the table. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He looked at Wang Li and Zhang Dongjian and spoke to them. We good guys are already doomed to lose. All three of us will die. At this time, Zhang Donggun also sorted out his logic and looked at Wang Li. There was death in their eyes. But we still have one last choice. We have 3 votes today, and the werewolves only have 2 votes. We can decide who will die by voting. Lu Mao looked at Zhang Donggun with a bitter smile. Although we cannot decide our own lives, at least we can now decide the life of one of the 2 people opposite us. The choice is up to you. You decide who to vote for, and Wang Li and I will follow you in voting for that person. I have finished my speech. Zhang Donggun raised his tied hands and placed them in front of his eyes, then looked at the zombies wandering outside the restaurant window and Chun-Li standing on the table. After a pause, he spoke with a miserable smile. Brother Mao, how come this world has suddenly changed? It has become a little strange to me. The world has suddenly become dangerous, with zombies, demons, and perverts everywhere. Even a docile girl like Ma Yinxue could kill her boyfriend with her own hands just to survive. Brother Mao, do you think she was really crying or just pretending to cry? Dong Kain, I have actually liked you for a long time. I didn't dare to confess before the end of the world, and I didn't have time to confess after the end of the world. Actually, I don't hate Chun-Li. After all, Chun-Li used to give me cigarettes to smoke. They were either Black Lanzhao or Furong Wang, which were both good cigarettes. Zhang Donggun paused for a long time with his head down. When he was close to death, all kinds of past scenes flashed through his mind. It's just that I often hang around you, and I hear you often say that Chun-Li is not a good person and that he is too arrogant. In order to gain your favor, I often bully Chun-Li in front of you. I hope to gain your favor, but it seems that you have never looked at me straight in the eye. Seriously, I really like you so much that I'm willing to die for you. Looking at Ma Yinxue, whose face turned completely pale in an instant, and Dong Kain, whose face showed sadness, but whose eyes could not hide her ecstasy, Zhang Donggun continued. This world has really become too dangerous. You will definitely suffer if you live in it. Why don't you come with me? I will continue to protect you from below. Brother Mao and Brother Wang Li, please join me in surrendering to Dong Kain. Let me do something for her one last time and send her off. I have finished my speech. It was Ma Yinxue's turn to speak. At this time, Ma Yinxue was lying limply on the table, with a look of ecstasy on his face. After learning that Zhang Donggun liked Dong Kain, Ma Yinxue thought she was doomed, but she never expected this to happen. This person actually decided to take Dong Kain with him because the world was too dangerous and not suitable for Dong Kain to survive. What a bullshit logic. Dong Kain deserves to be in trouble for having such a suitor. Ma Yinxue tilted his head to look at Lu Yongfang, who was lying beside him, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. There was nothing she could do. Lu Mao had already found out one of her wolf teammates on the first night. If Lu Mao could not be killed on the second night and was allowed to continue being held for inspection, her living space would be greatly squeezed. She couldn't afford to gamble whether the witch would save the prophet at night. But what she could bet on was that the witch would never save a card that was not a prophet at night. Chapter 41. Don't pretend to be a saint after you become one. So, Lu Yongfang was killed by her own hands at night. Ma Yinxue also took the opportunity to jump out of the prophet, and at this point, he finally survived. It's all worth it. Ma Yinxue exhaustedly ignored Dong Kain, who looked desperate beside him. He waved his hand and said casually, I am a good person, and I have finished speaking. Players have finished speaking. Voting begins now. As of the voting result, Ma Yinxue received 1 vote, and Dong Kaiying received 4 votes. The player who chose to vote Ma Yinxue out is Dong Kaiying. The players who chose to vote Dong Kaiying out are Ma Yinxue, Wang Li, Lu Mao, and Zhang Dongjian. The final result was that Dong Kaiying was eliminated. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Dong Kaiying, who had not yet had the time to utter her last words, stared at Zhang Dongjian as he slowly fell backwards and hit the ground heavily. Players, please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. The target that the werewolf is going to kill tonight is... The good guys lose, the werewolves win. The civilian players are Wang Li and his friend, Zhang Dongjian, and He Yuqin. The players with werewolf identities are Dong Kaiying, Ma Yinxue, and Yang Feng. The player with the prophet identity is Lu Mao. The player with the witch identity is Wang Li. The player with the hunter identity is Lu Yangfeng. Players eliminated: Lu Mao, Zhang Dongjian, Wang Li. Surviving player: Ma Yinxue. Li Shixia, who was standing next to the table, said this expressionlessly, ending the game. She then stood there motionless, not knowing what she was thinking. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, and Wang Li, Lu Mao, and Zhang Dongjian all had blood holes 2 fingers thick between their eyebrows, and their bodies fell backwards. For the safety of the survivors behind her, Li Shixia, who had been holding back her emotions, saw the 3 people in front of her fall down again. Finally, he couldn't hold back his emotions and broke down, yelling at Chun-Li. What on earth did you want to do? You said you wanted to play a little game with them, but what happened? What happened? 9 people participate in the game, and only 1 survives. Is this the game you play? A game where you barely survive a life or death struggle. What on earth do you want to do, you devil? Even if they bullied you before, isn't it enough now? Ignoring Li Shixia's crying and accusations, Chun-Li stared thoughtfully at Ma Yinxue, who was holding Lu Yangfeng's body and crying bitterly. He waved to Ergu and Luden, then looked at Li Shixia, who was crying beside him, and spoke. First of all, I must correct your mistaken words. It's not a 1-shot death, but an 8-shot death. Secondly, and most importantly, you've seen it. I didn't kill anyone. They were the ones who decided who to kill. I was just a tool. There is no good or evil tool. If you want to blame someone, you might as well blame the person who survived. She is the one who used the tool to kill people. Brotherly, you called us. Seeing Chun-Li waving his hand, Ergu and the other man didn't hesitate and trotted to Chun-Li. Chun-Li didn't say anything, but jumped off the table and walked towards Ma Yinxue. Ergu and Luden looked at each other, and they probably knew what was going to happen. This woman had violated a taboo in front of Chun-Li. Your name is Ma Yinxue, right? Yeah. At this moment, Ma Yinxue's tearful face looked so pitiful that one wanted to stuff an egg into her mouth. She responded in a hoarse voice with the pain of losing a loved one. Do you love your boyfriend very much? Very much. Then why did you choose to kill him? I can't help it. Why can't you do it? I'm a werewolf, he's a good guy, we're opposites. And then, you wanted to live, so you killed him. No, not at all. Ma Yinxue suddenly raised his head and roared in a low voice with red eyes. I have to kill him, because I know that no matter who I am, he will desperately protect me. Isn't this good? He is your 4th wolf teammate on the field. The condition for the good guys to win is that all the werewolves present must be eliminated. He is reluctant to vote for me. In the end, he will definitely sacrifice himself to let me survive. So you took this step forward? Chun-Li looked at the tearful girl in front of him with great interest. Yes, this choice is too cruel for him. I don't want him to face this choice. I would rather hide it from him. Ma Yinxue suddenly laughed miserably and looked at everyone. Then I will be the villain you call me, and let him go with peace of mind. Chun-Li reached out and pinched Ma Yinxue's chin, then spoke with a smile. So what you want to tell me is that the reason you chose to kill your boyfriend and betray him is because you didn't want your boyfriend to make this choice, and you want to bear the consequences and pain for him, right? Ma Yinxue closed her eyes tightly, tears falling down, letting Chun-Li pinch her chin, and said hoarsely, yes. Chun-Li stood up and patted Ergu and Luden on the shoulders. That's a good girl. Although this girl just killed her boyfriend of 5 years, she is a good girl. She would rather carry the burden herself than give her boyfriend a peaceful life in hell. She is admirable. Looking down at Ma Yinxue, Chun-Li paused for a moment before speaking. But haven't you ever thought that if you reveal your identity as a 3-headed werewolf, your boyfriend can survive? Ma Yinxue looked up at Chun-Li in confusion. Didn't my boyfriend bully you? Why do you look so sad that he died? Of course I have thought about this, but even if my boyfriend survives, he will live in guilt and regret for the rest of his life. I don't want to see him like this. Ma Yinxue lowered her head and stroked Lu Yangfang's eyes, which were still open after death. I would rather bear the consequences and the guilt and regret alone than let him bear it. Well said. You have worked hard indeed. Your boyfriend can live peacefully in hell forever, but you will have to carry the consequences and guilt with you in the future. Ma Yinxue shook her head with tears in her eyes and said nothing. After a moment, she said, "Can you help me untie the rope on my hand?" Donkey Dan put down the knife on his shoulder and cut the rope that bound Ma Yinxue's hands. "Thank you." Ma Yinxue rubbed his hands and thanked softly. "Do you miss your boyfriend?" "Think. I'm a good person, do you believe it?" Ma Yinxue looked up at the pretty face and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She pursed her lips and said, "I believe you are a good person." "Well said." Chun-Li shouted loudly. "You are a weak woman. Your beloved is no longer by your side, and you still have to bear the consequences and guilt and move forward in this damn world. This world is not gentle to you at all, but I am always gentle to women. So I allow you to go down and live a peaceful life in hell with your boyfriend." Ma Yinxue was completely confused. He looked up at the young man in front of him who was wearing a suit and a gentleman's hat and didn't know what to say. Chun-Li took the knife from Luden's hand and threw it in front of Ma Yinxue. His eyes were filled with flames of hatred and anger, and he spoke softly. "Remember this in your next life, and be a bitch. Just don't put up a memorial archway." Chapter 42. She is not decent. You help her be decent. Chun-Li stood up and patted the non-existent dust on his hands. He looked at the zombies outside the restaurant and said, "Do it yourself. I'll give you some respect. Ergu, tell me why I am always so soft-hearted." Chun-Li patted Ergu's shoulder. Ergu scratched his bald head. The corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously, and he said naively, "Maybe it's because Brother Li is too kind-hearted. Maybe. I can't help but feel soft-hearted when I see sincere and beautiful feelings. Love is so powerful that it can make a barren land sprout green branches out of thin air." Ergu smiled but said nothing. Before he was 20 years old, he was devoted to his career and had no interest in love. Then at the age of 20, he went to jail for being too successful in his career. When he came out, he was already a 35-year-old virgin. How could he know what this weird thing called love is? No, from a certain perspective, maybe he is not a virgin. But Chun-Li looked down at Lu Yangfang's already cold body on the ground. If one day this love is gone, the green branches in the wasteland will instantly be annihilated and turned into a raging fire, leaving no grass behind. From despair to hope, then to shattered hope, then to full of hope until finally shattered hope. At this moment Ma Yinxue stood there like a mute, not saying a word. A long time. Ma Yinxue, staring at the weapon on the ground in front of him, raised his head, his face expressionless, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Brother Li, why? According to the rules of the game, I am the last survivor. I cannot die." Chun-Li looked at Ma Yinxue in front of him and became distracted. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ergu, I'll go to the door to check. If she is not decent, you help her be decent." Chun-Li was thinking about something, and he walked to the door of the restaurant with 3 staggering steps, looking at the sun that was already hanging low in the sky. The sky was in full view, the unconscious roars of zombies could be heard from time to time, and zombies were wandering by from time to time. He waved his hand and asked Changsheng to come over. Chun-Li leaned on his cane with one hand and pointed to the door with the other, muttering to himself, "Changsheng, what kind of world do you think this is now?" Changsheng's voice came from behind. "This is a world where most people have turned into zombies, and the whole world is playing a so-called doomsday game." Hearing the answer, Chun-Li lowered his head and chuckled. "You are a high school student after all, and you are doing reading comprehension here." Chun-Li raised his head and looked into the distance. "That shelter is the Central Hospital. Do you know what a Central Hospital is? Is it a men's hospital?" Changsheng hesitated for a while before speaking after hearing the question. "It's the only mental hospital in this city." Chun-Li answered softly with no expression on his face. "All the mentally ill people in this city are in that hospital. This is the end of the world. This is my world. I want to find my little princess." Chun-Li remained motionless and looked into the distance. "But I'm worried that I don't have enough strength. What should I do if I can't pick up my little princess at the shelter?" Chun-Li never looked back, never glanced at Changsheng from beginning to end, and kept looking into the distance. Kill zombies, earn points, and exchange them for power at the supply point. "Do you love your girlfriend?" Chun-Li suddenly changed the subject and said something very strange. The voice behind him paused for a moment, not sure why he suddenly asked this question, but he still answered firmly. "I love you very much." "How much?" "She means the world to me. If one of you has to leave this world, what will you choose?" "I'm leaving." "So you're willing to die for her, right?" "I do." How to prove it? Changsheng, whose conversation rhythm was controlled by Chun Li's rapid speaking speed, was suddenly speechless. Everyone says that they love their girlfriend very much, but how to prove it? Liuzi may not be able to prove this problem. After all, love cannot be hidden in the heart. I need a large group of zombies to gather in front of the restaurant. What does Brotherly need me to do? I need you to help me lead all the zombies to the restaurant entrance. I will lend you my mask. It is a 2-star equipment. Its special skill is that it can produce music within a certain range, which is enough to attract a large number of zombies. Brotherly, Changsheng stammered and was about to say something when he was interrupted. If you don't go, I'll kill your girlfriend. Brotherly, you. At this time, a shrill scream came from behind Chun Li and Changsheng, followed by a wailing sound that gradually became weaker. Neither of them turned back to see what was happening at the source of the sound. When the wailing gradually faded to zero, Chun Li spoke softly. I'm quite optimistic about you. I hope you can show your ability. Otherwise, you two will be a burden to me. After all, your savior is not very useful to me now. Changsheng stared at Chun Li's back with a changing expression. He paused for a long time without saying a word. He didn't need to look back to know that the scream behind him came from maliciously, and it was obvious that he was being beaten. The strange thing is that Chun Li was surprisingly patient this time and did not rush him. A long time. Okay, I'll get ready. Your little princess will be proud of you. Chun Li turned around and looked directly into Changsheng's eyes. Then I'll lend you this mask temporarily. You need to attract as many zombies as possible, but you need to control the number. If there are too many of them, I will close the door and you will die. If there are too few of them, you will need to run many times. You have to control the situation yourself, but remember one thing. You have to run faster than the zombies. Changsheng looked depressed and said, Brotherly, why did you choose me? Because there is a desire for power and anticipation for the end of the world in your eyes. Brotherly, don't fool me. Because your weak spot is the easiest to grasp. Changsheng, who was going to say goodbye to his girlfriend, cast a resentful look at Chun Li before leaving. Chun Li continued to stay where he was and look into the distance, and suddenly he smiled unconsciously. Ergu, come here. Chun Li waved his hand behind him. Brotherly, you say? Ergu and others who came over stood beside Chun Li and spoke. As soon as Chun Li turned around, he saw that Donkey Egg's face was covered with blood, and his face suddenly turned black. What did I just tell you? Let's look at her decently. Then what? If she is not decent, we will help her be decent. Chun Li's face turned dark blue. He pointed helplessly at Ma Yinxue, who was beheaded not far away, and looked at several people. And this is the decency of you helping her. Donkey lowered his head a little ashamed. Brotherly, this is not my fault. It was mainly because I bought a skill book when I changed my job to swordsman at the supply point. This was the first time I used it, and I couldn't control myself. Chapter 43, Stud Leverage, Get Rich. Chun Li said helplessly as he looked at the tattooed man in front of him who was lowering his head with a look of shame on his face. First time using this skill? Well, I never had the chance to use it, but I just couldn't resist the itch. Why didn't you use it when you were fighting the mutant cat? Missing. So you were able to hit it just now? Well, after all, she is much slower than the mutant cat. After you changed your job to swordsman, why don't you buy a sword instead of skills? Well, the skill shop is the first place I go after changing jobs. Then I saw a skill I liked and bought it, thinking how much a broken sword could be worth. Continue. Then I found out I couldn't afford a knife, so I came out. Chun Li held his forehead and let out a long sigh. What is the skill effect? You can use the knife as a medium to swing forward a blade of light about 1 meter wide, which is pretty cool. Are there any restrictions? Well, I feel like I can still do 5 more strikes, and then I'll need to rest. What about you, Ergo? You came out of the supply point the fastest, and you didn't buy any equipment, but you also bought some skills. Chun Li looked at Ergu. A fierce battle is about to begin, and he must be clear about his own combat effectiveness. Ergu touched the back of his head and hesitated for a while before hesitating. I won the lottery. Hearing this, Chun Li was full of questions. There's a lottery at the supply point? How come I didn't know that? Inside the sundry shop. What prompted you to check the sundry shop first? Chun Li looked at the group of unreliable people in front of him with a frown on his face. When we were young, there were no convenience stores. There were only peddlers. There were all kinds of sundries on the carrying poles, and we loved looking for treasures in them. So my first reaction when I see a junk shop is to look for treasures in it. Found it? No, but I found something called Pandora's Heart. You can draw a prize for 20 points. It's said to be. What's the title? It is said that you can use 1,000 times leverage to get rich in an instant. How many did you buy? I can only afford one. What did you draw? A token. Chun-Li stared at the token with a bad look on his face and opened his mouth slightly. Isn't this another regional loudspeaker? No. Seeing the equipment information shared by Ergu, Chun-Li's brows lit up with joy. This is a good thing. Leverage order. Equipment level, 2-star equipment. Equipment attributes, none. We'll get double points for killing mutants, which last for 2 hours. Equipment limit, 1/1. Equipment introduction. As long as you have enough capital, I can lift up the whole earth for you. The shortest way to get rich is to use leverage. Go for it, young man. It's just what I need later. Why didn't you take it out when you killed the zombies at the supply point? Chun-Li asked casually while playing with the token in his hand. At that time, I didn't have the chance to kill zombies, so I couldn't get double points. You're so real. Looking over there, Hui Gaili was hugging Changsheng and crying, and I couldn't tell what she was saying. She had almost said goodbye. Chun-Li jumped onto the table, clapped his hands, and said, "Come here." When Ergu and others, as well as the middle-aged couple, 2 old people, the young couple, and Li Shixia all came over. Chun-Li glanced at the people gathered around the table waiting for him to speak, and felt secretly satisfied. Although these survivors have very low combat power and are basically useless, they still have their own team. Before the end of the world, what Chun-Li envied most was those who were beaten up by a group of people, thinking that the more people there are, the better. Regardless of the angry or sad expressions on the faces of the people below, Chun-Li sorted out his thoughts and slowly said, "We are going to the shelter this afternoon." Hearing this, the survivors below couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. They had been waiting for so long, just for these words. But before we go to the shelter, we need to clear out the zombies in this school. Now let me tell you about the battle plan. Eternal life. Chun-Li shouted loudly. Here. Changsheng pulled out his arm that was tightly held by Hui Gaili, wiped away the tears from the corners of Hui Gaili's eyes, leaned over and whispered something in her ear, then walked to the side of Chun-Li's desk and responded loudly. Changsheng will be responsible for leading the zombies out of the restaurant and to the door, and we will be responsible for killing them at the door using the terrain. Ergu and I will be killing the zombies at the door. Are you guys going to join the combat team or the logistics team? Chun-Li looked at the survivors. I want to go to the door and kill the zombies. Hui Gaili hesitated for a while, wiped away her tears, and raised her hand firmly. Very good. You go find a weapon yourself in the restaurant later. Where are the others? The middle-aged couple stared at the ground without saying a word. The 2 old men were looking at each other as if there were flowers in each other's eyes. Li Shixia had been a little abnormal since the game ended. She had been standing there in a daze without saying a word. Okay, I'll assign the work to you guys. Chun-Li pointed to the people who were currently parading in the sky. Let Li Shixia lead the team, take down all the dining tables, block all the windows, and then throw all the remaining tables outside the restaurant. Little brother, we are both half buried in the ground, not as good as you young people. We really don't have the strength to do such hard work as dismantling the dining table. The old man with silver hair and a big mole on the tip of his nose said tremblingly. Yeah, we really don't have the energy to do this kind of hard work. The wrinkled old woman, who was holding her lower back and groaning from time to time, echoed this while coughing. The middle-aged woman stretched out her hand and twisted her husband's waist hard. The middle-aged man secretly cried out in pain, but could only helplessly remain silent. Of course he knew what his wife meant, but after all, they were in their early 40s and at the prime of their lives. It was too far-fetched for them to agree with them. He wanted to use himself to test the bottom line of the man standing at the table. That's right. Chun-Li stared at the 2 old men in front of him and said softly, Ergu, go to the restaurant and find 2 shovels for frying big pots for these 2 old men, and take them with you to kill the zombie mutants. Ouch, little brother, you can't do that. The old man immediately became anxious when he heard this. I'm an old man in my 70s, and you asked me to kill zombies. Are you sure you don't want me to feed the zombies? We don't have many years left to live. If we walk a few more steps, our bodies will almost fall apart. How can we have the energy to kill zombies? Why don't we cheer you on from the back? We wish you all a successful start. Chapter 44. If this trip never comes back. Hearing the old man's words, Chun-Li was so angry that he almost laughed. So, you 2 uncles and aunts, you don't want to do logistics and dismantle tables, and you don't want to go out and kill zombies. So what do you want to do? The old man with a mole on the tip of his nose and the old woman with wrinkles on her face looked at each other secretly, and then the old woman took over the conversation and spoke. Young man, you know our physical condition. We just want to spend the rest of our days in peace in the shelter. This world is still for you young people to rule. Chun-Li raised his hand, looked at the quartz watch on his wrist, and felt a little funny. People of the older generation seemed to like to say this, as if you, the older generation, once controlled the world. Your physical fitness has been doubled after the job change, so there's no need to act pitiful. Now you have two choices. 1. Go and dismantle the tables. 2. Go and kill zombies. Hearing Chun-Li's merciless words, the two men turned their eyes to Li Shixia, who had been standing there in a daze, hoping that this girl could say a few words for them. However, at this moment, Li Shixia seemed to be immersed in her own world, with an expressionless face and no response at all to the two people whose eyes were full of expectation. Li Shixia suddenly came to her senses and did not say a word. She walked to a dining table according to the assigned task, picked it up, and walked towards the window. The whole process is like that of a robot. It has no thoughts of its own and only knows how to execute orders. Chun-Li jumped off the table in a flash, and without paying any attention to the others, he walked to the door of the restaurant, staring at the glass door and the white clouds in the sky in a daze. Ergu and the others were not surprised. Chun-Li always liked to stare at the sky in a daze. At this moment, they were sitting quietly to rest and maintain their strength for the next battle. Uncle and Aunt, I suggest you go and dismantle the table. Our physical fitness has been strengthened, so it's not tiring to move a dining table. After seeing Chun-Li leave, Huigaili carefully approached the two old men and whispered, Don't talk back to him. Brotherly doesn't have a very good patience. Hey, little girl, thank you for the reminder. We know that too. But asking two of us in our 70s and 80s to do physical work is unacceptable. Don't you think it's okay, old woman? The old man touched the big mole on the tip of his nose and slapped the old woman on the butt. You shameless bastard, you touched my butt again. The old woman first pointed at the grinning old man in front of her and cursed, then turned to look at Huigaili. Little girl, why did you choose to kill zombies? Those monsters are neither human nor ghost. They are not afraid of pain and they run fast. What are you thinking? Go ask that boy if it's too late to regret it now. The old woman looked at the little girl in front of her with a look of heartache. If her granddaughter was still alive, she would probably be about this size. Auntie, Huigaili hesitated for a moment before speaking. My boyfriend was arranged by Chun-Li to go outside to lure out the zombies. I'm worried that they won't save him. I can at least take care of him at the door. You guys go and dismantle the table quickly, or else Brotherly will get angry and it will be difficult to deal with. The two old men looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Let's go to work. Alas, what a sin this is. How can a young man be so cruel? How's it going, Changshan? Are you nervous? Chun-Li looked at the little boy beside him whose hands were sweating and rubbing against his trouser legs, and spoke. Yes, a little bit. Changshan thought about it and told the truth. You have to believe in yourself. It's just a run with a group of people. I was often chased and beaten by a group of people before, and every time I just ran away. I wasn't nervous at all. Hearing Chun-Li suddenly say something inexplicable, Changshan lowered his head in thought for a while, then raised his head with a firm look and replied, I understand. Brotherly, you want to tell me that as long as I don't get nervous, I can get rid of the zombies chasing me? No, I didn't run away every time. I was caught and beaten to the ground. What Li Go wants to say is, I'm saying that if you don't run fast enough, you'll be caught up and then devoured by a group of zombies. Chun-Li continued to stare at Bai Yun in a daze, then reached out and patted Changsheng's shoulder to encourage him. Changsheng, whose hands were sweating just now, had already started to tremble when he heard this. He said in a trembling voice, Brotherly, don't scare me. Do you know why I like to look up at the white clouds in a daze? I don't know. Changsheng responded as he turned his head to look in the direction of his girlfriend. He didn't know how to get along with this brother whose brain circuits seemed to be abnormal. Every time I look up at the white clouds in the sky, I always feel very sad. I always feel that I shouldn't be the only one standing here looking up. I always feel that there should be someone beside me. Hearing this, Changsheng, who was completely confused, stared at Chun-Li in a daze, completely unable to decipher the meaning of the words. Our teacher never talked about this. Brotherly. Ergu interrupted Chun-Li's thoughts. Everything is ready. They have already taken down all the dining tables to block the window. The remaining tables are gathered in the middle. Well, let's start. Chun-Li retracted his gaze and turned to look at everyone. Ergo, take Donkey Egg and Air Mao with you to clean up these scattered zombies in front of the restaurant entrance. Yes. Igari. I'm here. Huigaili heard Chun-Li calling him and trotted to Chun-Li, lowered his head, and secretly glanced at Changshan. Take the few people behind you and move all the tables to the restaurant entrance, leaving a passage on both sides of the entrance. The width should be enough to accommodate 4 people. Stack the tables firmly. Is that clear? Yes. After saying that, Huigaili couldn't help but step forward and give Changshan a hug. Then he separated from the survivors and carried the table to the safe area cleared by Ergu and others, preparing to build a passage that could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Brotherly, Everything is ready. We can start. Ergu and others stood beside Chun-Li, looking at the passage in front of them, which was about 10 meters long and wide enough to accommodate 4 people at the same time. When the zombies arrive, you 3 will attack from the front, and I'll provide fire support from the back. The remaining survivors should try to pull the bodies of the zombies that died at the door back to the restaurant. I don't want to see the passage filled with corpses in a short time. All dropped items must be turned in and distributed uniformly. Those who hide items will be killed. Those who are lazy will be killed. Those who disobey orders will be killed. Do you understand? After saying, Chun-Li took off the mask on his face and handed it to Changsheng. Go ahead, this time. Let's make a scene and turn the world upside down. If this trip never returns. Changsheng looked at Chun-Li with a sad face. Chun-Li glanced at Donkey Egg, who was adjusting his breath and preparing to enter combat status. If you never come back. I remember Donkey Egg seemed to want to find a woman with a big ass. Chapter 45. Immortality with 4 limbs lying on the ground. Changsheng looked at Chun-Li with a dark face, then walked to Hui Gaili and put her fallen hair back over her ears. He gritted his teeth and said nothing, grabbed the mask, put it on his face, turned around, and ran down the passage. The Wuming Mountains are connected to other mountains, and the moonlight shines on the river. The clear drum beats and rhythmic singing sounded at the end of the exit passage. I like this song. Chun-Li raised the desert eagle that he had been using as a walking stick, grinning with satisfaction. You 3, take your weapons and go forward. I glanced at Hui Gaili, who was holding the shovel used to fry the big pot of rice in the cafeteria. You also go to the front and stand next to the donkey's eggs. There were some scattered roars of zombies coming from the surroundings, but they might have been led away by Changsheng. Now the surroundings were completely silent. Chun-Li smacked his lips and glanced at the survivors behind him. Remember, the corpses of the zombies lying at the door should be pulled back to the restaurant as much as possible. The middle-aged couple looked at each other, suppressed their dissatisfaction in their hearts, and answered yes. The old man with a mole on the tip of his nose and the old woman with wrinkles on her face looked at each other and did not raise any objection. The only reason they protested just now was that the other party at least knew to respect the elderly and love the young, but the results showed that the 4 words, respect the elderly and love the young, were not in this young man's dictionary at all. Naturally, they would not make any noise or cause trouble at this time. They did not want to die so soon, especially after their physical fitness was strengthened. They felt that they could live a few more years. Very good. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. Along with the sound of music, it gradually became clearer in everyone's ears, accompanied by the gradually rising roar of zombies. Seeing this, everyone knew that Changsheng had returned, but hearing his shrill cries, they estimated that the situation was not very good. Hui Gaili, who was standing right in front, couldn't help but tighten the shovel in his hand, intending to run in and out of the passage to meet Changsheng outside. Seeing this, Donkey Egg beside him stopped it and prevented it from running into the passage. He remembered that Li Gu had promised that if Changsheng died, the woman would belong to him. Although her buttocks were a little small, she was clean and much better than the woman he had killed. But his face was serious and he spoke solemnly. If you don't want to die, don't move. Brotherly doesn't like people who don't obey, without exception. As the sound gets closer. At the end of the passage, a man was lying on all 4s with a mask on his face. He looked weird and ferocious as he ran towards the restaurant. Following behind him was a group of zombies, whose bodies were staggering, but their speed was not slow at all. It's Changsheng. Wait, why is he running on all 4s like a dog? Ergu, who had just started speaking, suddenly became a little confused. As he spoke, Changsheng had already rushed in front of them at a speed far beyond that of humans. Before the others could make way for Changsheng, Changsheng exerted force with his legs and instantly floated into the air, flying over the heads of Chun-Li and the others. With a graceful arc, Changsheng fell heavily on the tile floor of the restaurant, leaving several cracks. He lay on the ground in a big shape, gasping for breath. There was no time to understand what happened to Changsheng. Ergu and others stared with wide eyes at the zombies rushing towards them from the end of the passage. Their cheeks puffed up, and they took a deep breath. Standing in horse stance, ready to welcome these emotionally unstable guests. Ergu, use your points token. Chun-Li held the gun in his right hand, raised his left arm, and placed the gun on his left arm to make a fighting posture. Yes. The huge group of zombies filled the passage, and the passage built with dining tables creaked under the crazy crowding of zombies, looking like it would collapse at any time. Roar. The zombie was less than 5 meters away from the group, and the extreme bad breath caused by its roar almost caused Hui Gaili to suffocate on the spot. Bang! A dull gunshot was heard, and Chun-Li fired first, hitting a zombie right in the forehead, blowing him in the head. Player Chun-Li killed a LV1 mutant. It was detected that the player was in the magnetic field of the points order. Points +2. The zombie that fell down instantly tripped up many zombies that were following behind. But it did not stop the zombies from pouring in like a tide. More zombies stepped on the fallen zombies and rushed towards the people in front. Bang, bang, bang. Chun-Li used the Desert Eagle to accurately nod among the zombies in an orderly manner. Closer, closer, closer. Mao gritted his teeth, pulled the spear in his hands back, and prepared to thrust out violently to give the ugly zombie in front of him a headshot. However, the next second, before Mao's spear could be thrust out, a silver-white light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and it grew from small to large. Fly towards the group of zombies in the passage. The group of zombies that rushed in front of them paused for a moment, and the next second, the heads of several zombies in front of them fell to the ground, leaving a gap. Mao looked at Luden with blank eyes. Luden used this skill to cut Ma Yinxue in half. But the visual impact at that time was not as great as it is now. Donkey Egg swung a blade and looked at Mao triumphantly. Without saying a word, he suddenly swung the blade towards the head of the zombie that rushed towards him again. The next second, the head exploded and black sticky substance flew everywhere. Now is the double points time, so killing one more zombie is a profit. Thinking of this, Donkey Egg wielded the knife in his hand with great vigor. Mao reacted without further delay and thrust out with his spear, piercing the head of the zombie in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The Desert Eagle in Chun-Li's hand was firing bullets crazily, but his brows were furrowed. Something was wrong. Why are all the zombies in the passage LV1 zombies, without even a LV2 zombie? This doesn't make sense. At this moment, Ergu was madly stabbing and retracting the spear in his hand, staring fiercely at the zombies that kept pouring in front of him. However, his heart was bleeding for the use of the points order. He had to kill enough zombies to make back his investment. The middle-aged couple and others were standing behind Ergu and others. When they saw a zombie being killed, they squeezed out from the gap between Ergu and others and dragged the corpse lying in the passage into the passage. Everything seems to be in good order, like a mechanical product, and every part has its own function. Fuck. At this time, a clear and angry curse sounded. Hui Guile swung the shovel in his hand and smashed it hard on the zombie's head. However, the zombie shook his dazed head and continued to pounce on Hui Guile. Seeing the crisis, Hui Guile gritted his teeth. He turned the shovel in his hand and used the side of the shovel to hit the head of the zombie rushing towards him. A shovel cut off half of the head of the zombie in front of him. Chapter 46. I'm afraid Chun-Li will tell stories. As Hui Guile found a way to kill the zombies, the weakest link was stabilized. The 5 men minced all the zombies that dared to rush over like a meat grinder, and the survivors behind them dragged all the fallen bodies in front of them back to the cafeteria like engineers. The passage was filled with black, sticky stuff, but there were no zombie corpses. Only the corpse of the zombie killed by Chun-Li not far away could not be carried back because the distance was too far. This went on in an orderly manner for more than an hour, and the number of zombies pouring out from the end of the passage gradually decreased. After the high-intensity battle, Ergu and others were breathing heavily and feeling a little tired. At this time, Donkey Egg could no longer launch his sword attack. He could only raise the heavy sword in his hand and mechanically smash it at the zombies rushing towards him. Finally, no more zombies came to the end of the passage. Accompanied by an unwilling roar, the last zombie was shot in the head by Chun-Li. After seeing that all the zombies were killed, everyone except Chun-Li, regardless of whether the ground was clean or not, lay down on the spot to catch their breath and rest. Chun-Li frowned and looked towards the end of the passage, but there was not a single level 2 zombie. You know, when I met Brother Go on the first day of the apocalypse, Brother Go said that they had fought for their lives with a level 2 monster. It is already the 3rd day of the apocalypse. It is impossible that there is not a single level 2 zombie, especially in a densely populated place like a campus. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Chun-Li has no desire to investigate what happened here. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Call up the personal panel. Remaining points are 761. Chun-Li looked into the distance and murmured, enough to buy a lot of interesting gadgets. Next, I have to go pick up my little princess. Brotherly, drink some water. Chongqing had a sneer on his face like a lackey and handed the bowl full of water and the mask to Chun-Li. Chongsheng, who had been resting in the rear, went to the cafeteria to fill a bowl with water and some dry food after recovering his strength, and then brought it out to share with everyone. Chun-Li took the water, smelled it, drank it in one gulp, glanced at Chongsheng, put the mask back on his face, and didn't say a word. Rest for a while, prepare to set off, and reached the shelter before sunset, ignoring the excitement and anticipation on the faces of everyone present. Chun-Li leaned on the Desert Eagle again and stood next to a pile of zombie corpses, looking up at the white clouds in a daze. He raised his right hand, looked through his fingers at the white clouds floating in the sky, and murmured, "If I find you, what do you think I should do with you?" After a long time, "Brotherly, we are ready. Here are the dropped items." Ergu interrupted Chun-Li, who was in a daze. Chun-Li looked at everyone present who stood up and gathered together waiting for his instructions. The restaurant, which was not very large, was now filled with zombie corpses placed randomly everywhere. The passage outside the cafeteria's main entrance was filled with zombies with bullet wounds in the forehead, body parts, and black sticky substances. From a distance, it looked like there were a few more bodies on the asphalt road. He looked at the dagger in Ergu's hand and was stunned for a moment. It turns out that LV1 zombies do drop items, but the probability of dropping is very small. Chun-Li took the seemingly small dagger from Ergu's hand and checked its equipment attributes. Dagger. Equipment level, 1-star equipment. Equipment attributes, agility +1. Equipment introduction. It's just an ordinary dagger. What are you expecting? What a piece of rubbish. Chun-Li casually put the dagger into his waist, not paying too much attention to it, and then looked at Chongqing with a smile. "I told you before, the power of love is great, right? Well done. Ergu, each of you will give him 10 points. Then he looked at the black sticky substance in the passage with disdain and said, "Tear down the dining table that is blocking the window, break the window, and go out through the window." Ergu and others looked at each other, and they didn't know the meaning of Chun-Li's order, but they knew one thing. Brotherly doesn't like people who don't listen. Chun-Li returned to the supply point with the same group of people as before, and they had agreed to rescue their old friend. But for some unknown reason, none of the 9 old friends were alive. Chun-Li looked down at the clock and said, "Go in. Hurry up." After saying that, he was the first to enter the supply point. Without any hesitation, Chun-Li walked to the equipment store first, clicked on the gunner's exclusive equipment, and bought a Gatling battery pack. It's unclear what the situation is like in that shelter, but having a battery pack in hand can greatly increase your sense of security. Chun-Li looked at his remaining 261 points and bought 2 explosive grenades for 100 points. Then he walked out of the supply point. At this moment, Chun-Li had no intention of going to the grocery store to find out, or checking the leaderboards to see if there was anything new unlocked. Chun-Li couldn't help but cover his chest and felt chest tightness. An indescribable feeling like panic and helplessness surged into his heart, just like a death row prisoner an hour before being executed. After a while, the others came out one after another. He was just about to show off the donkey eggs he had harvested, but when he saw Chun-Li's gloomy face, he knew what to do and kept silent. He and Erga looked at each other, not knowing who had provoked Chun-Li. After everyone came out, Chun-Li took the lead and walked along the street towards the only mental hospital in the city, which was the shelter mentioned in the radio loudspeaker. All the way in silence. Chun-Li walked in front with his head down. Ergu and others consciously killed the zombies wandering around to prevent them from disturbing Chun-Li in the front. Da-da-da. The only sound on the entire road was the sound of Chun-Li's cane hitting the ground. The sound stopped suddenly. Seeing Chun-Li in front suddenly stop, the people behind him also stopped. Looking up, they saw a 6-story building with a central hospital sign not far away. Seeing that they had arrived at this familiar hospital, Chun-Li, who had been gloomy all the time, suddenly grinned and turned to look at Ergu behind him. Ergu felt a little uneasy when he saw Chun-Li's smile. Every time Chun-Li showed this kind of smile, nothing good would happen. "I'm not afraid of ghosts looking up, I'm only afraid of Chun-Li grinning. Did I tell you about my father? He is in this hospital." When Erga heard Chun-Li start telling a story, he wanted to cover his ears at this moment, based on his experience of getting along with Chun-Li in the past few days. As soon as Chun-Li started telling the story, what happened afterwards had basically nothing to do with truth, goodness, and beauty. "My father is incompetent and can't make money. My mother is a very strong person and basically scolds my father every day at home." Chun-Li raised his head and glanced at the central hospital not far away, and spoke calmly with no expression on his face. "The insults were so harsh that I always admired my father for being able to endure for so long." Chapter 47. Why don't you smile? One day, I think I was in my 2nd or 3rd year of high school. I can't remember. When I was about to go to sleep at night, there was still a noisy noise outside the door. But suddenly, the sound outside the door stopped, as if a candle was extinguished by someone. Chun-Li gestured in the air with the cane in his right hand. When I went out to check, I found that my father had hacked to death the woman who had been insulting her with a bone-chopping knife. Chun-Li lifted Ergo's head up and stared into his eyes, just like chopping pork ribs, quick and easy. Then my father stood beside my mother's body, holding a bloody knife, and stared at me in silence. After that, my father was diagnosed with mental disorder and was admitted to this hospital. Chun-Li suddenly became a little excited and spoke. You know, I came to the hospital to visit him twice, and I could clearly feel that he was much happier than before. Chun-Li suddenly raised his cane and pointed it at the hospital not far away. My beloved father and my dear little princess are both in that hospital now. After saying that, Chun-Li suddenly put down his cane and looked at Donkey Egg. Is your ex-wife important to you? Donkey Egg, who didn't know why Chun-Li suddenly asked this question, frowned slightly, lowered his head to think about it, and then answered firmly. It's important. What kept me going in prison was the thought that my wife was waiting for me outside. Then why did you kill her? A trace of pain flashed in Donkey's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, Because she betrayed me. She betrayed me. Chun-Li murmured and didn't say anything else. Pause for a while. He smoothed out his slightly wrinkled suit with his hands, rubbed the soles of his shoes on the ground a few times, and straightened the gentleman's hat on his head. Then he said, Let's go and pick up my little princess. Then he walked towards the central hospital. After a while, everyone saw the main entrance of the hospital. It was a glass door, but the area behind the door was blocked by messy debris. There is a small door on the side as an entrance and exit. At this time, there are 4 people holding weapons at the door, and their eyes are constantly scanning the surroundings. From time to time, survivors came in and out of the small door. Seeing that he had finally arrived at his destination, Chun-Li walked straight to the door without much hesitation. Stop! When Chun-Li was about to step into the hospital gate, a shout came to his ears. Are you the new survivor? You! Bang! A dull gunshot was heard, and the guard, who had not yet finished speaking, suddenly had a bloody hole on his forehead and fell backwards with lifeless eyes. The gunshots scared the remaining guards, and they raised their weapons with serious expressions of fear and pointed them at Chun-Li, and ordered the survivors passing by to go find the dean quickly. They stared at the cane in Chun-Li's hand. They had just seen with their own eyes that this cane killed one of their brothers. This cane looks like a pistol, but it turns out to be a pistol. As long as the young man in front of them showed any sign of raising his cane again, they would turn around and run. They did not think that their foreheads were harder than that of the man just now. The gunshots also scared the people behind Chun-Li. Aren't we here to seek refuge? Why are we being attacked so directly? Ergu and the others looked at each other and pointed their weapons at the remaining guards in front of them. They were tied to Chun-Li. After firing the shot, Chun-Li put his cane back on the ground and kept silent. This is the fastest way to meet the boss of this shelter, and he doesn't want to waste so much time on this matter. The 2 sides confronted each other for a while, and then a loud noise was heard. After the 3 guards, a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head and a protruding belly walked towards the door, surrounded by a group of people. What's going on? What happened? The voice arrives before the person arrives. Hearing the steady voice coming from behind, the 3 guards showed relieved expressions on their faces. One of the guards briefly recounted what had just happened. These people just arrived. Xiao Wang saw the new faces and was about to go up to check them out. But he was shot in the head before he could finish his words. These people have guns, the kind they can use. After listening to the report, the middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the man in a suit with a gentleman's hat in front of him, leaning on a strange cane, and a mask in strange oil painting colors covering the upper half of his face. The fresh, round drops of blood on his face proved that this man was the murderer of his guard. However, the young man neither ran away nor continued to attack, but just stood there as if waiting. He was waiting for something. The middle-aged man waved his hand and had the body dragged away before speaking calmly. You should have changed your job to become a gunsmith, right? You killed my guards for no reason. You need to give me an explanation. Seeing the real owner coming, Chun-Li opened his eyes and grinned with a strange smile, but no sound came out. Why are you so serious? I'm just here to pick up my little princess. Are you Chun-Li? A young man next to the middle-aged man observed for a long time before speaking hesitantly. Hearing the question, Chun-Li looked in the direction of the voice. He recognized the young man as Lu Shuai, the Lu Shuai in the bathroom before the end of the world. Chun-Li suddenly laughed excitedly. He saw the woman next to Lu Shuai, and that woman was the little princess Lu Shuai he had been looking for. Chun-Li laughed louder and louder, and the echo of Chun-Li's laughter echoed everywhere in the entire hospital hall. My little princess, do you know how long I have been looking for you? At this moment, Chun-Li's eyes were filled with Lu Shuai and he could no longer think of anyone else. He walked through the door and towards the hall. The guard was about to step forward to stop them, but when he saw the middle-aged man wave his hand, he let him pass. Ergu and others followed Chun-Li into the lobby of the hospital. As soon as Chun-Li stepped into the hall, a piano piece of music sounded in front of Chun-Li. Chun-Li danced in strange steps, holding the cane in his right hand and waving it in the air to the rhythm, gradually approaching Lu Shui. Chun-Li stopped only when he was less than 1 meter away from the woman in front of him and stared at her. She had red lips, white teeth, and naturally curly black hair, and at this moment her eyes contained a hint of fear and confusion. Looking at the woman in front of him, Chun-Li felt his body trembling from the inside out, and he controlled himself for a long time before he finally couldn't help laughing. His laughter was obviously crying, like a ghost. I really couldn't help laughing. Look how happy I was. Tears came out of my eyes. Afterwards, Chun-Li threw the cane to Ergu, who was following behind him, pulled Lu Shui into his arms, and took out the dagger from his arms, inserted into Lu Shui's mouth. The moves were smooth and flowing, and before anyone could react, Lu Shui had already been pulled into Chun-Li's arms. Looking at the woman in front of him with eyes full of fear, Chun-Li stuck out his tongue and licked the woman's forehead lightly, then stared into Lu Shui's eyes. Why don't you smile? Are you unhappy? Lu Shui, who felt the coldness of the dagger on her tongue, was unable to speak at all. She looked at the dean and others beside her with fear in her eyes, asking for help. Chun-Li, who received no response, gently pulled the dagger along the corner of his mouth to the right. In order to avoid being cut, Lu Shui couldn't help but grin at an angle. Chun-Li licked the corner of his mouth, tilted his head, and whispered in Lu Shui's ear. Why don't you smile? Didn't you teach me to smile at all times? Chapter 48. Role Transformation of Mental Hospital. At this moment, a pistol was pressed against Chun-Li's forehead. The dean, who was wearing a white coat and had a slightly balding head, poked Chun-Li's forehead several times with his pistol. I forgot to tell you, my dear guest, that I also changed my job to a gunsmith. Wow. Chun-Li grinned and uttered some strange syllables, without even looking up at the dean. Look, someone is eager to rescue you. Ergu, who was holding Chun-Li's pistol behind him, narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the situation in front of him, and then turned the muzzle of the gun towards the dean. Chun-Li kept the dagger inserted into Lu Shui's mouth, raised his head, and looked at the man holding up his weapon next to the dean, and licked his lips. 1, 2, 3. There were 13 people who wanted to rescue you. Can you tell me how you did it? This is the ability I have always wanted to have. Chun-Li's other hand gently slid from Lu Shui's earlobe to her neck, then passed through her hair and held the back of her head. We are old friends after all. Why don't you even say hello when we meet? Are you afraid of me? Lu Shui's saliva flowed out from the corners of her mouth because her mouth was slightly open for a long time, which made her feel ashamed and angry, but also a little scared. You hello. Lu Shui tried her best to avoid her tongue touching the dagger when pronouncing the words, and spoke carefully from her Adam's apple. No, that's wrong. Chun-Li raised his left index finger and shook it in front of Lu Shui, then shook his head in dissatisfaction. This is not the right way to greet someone. You know, this is how people greeted each other during the Black Death. Chun-Li suddenly stopped talking, then a crazy smile broke out on his face, and he looked at Lu Shui, who was standing next to the dean. Hey, you're still alive too. This is the only way to show the horror of the disaster and the joy of seeing acquaintances. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. He grabbed the gun that the dean pointed at his head with one hand, stared at the dean, and said, I am a peacekeeper, and the dove of peace is my mascot. I don't want to cause disputes. I just want to catch up with my 2 old friends. If you don't disturb me, I am willing to live in harmony with you. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was wearing a white coat, had a slightly balding head, and a small belly, Chun-Li suddenly laughed. For example, the director of this hospital is not you. I remember that you were one of his attending patients. Maybe you have a stress disorder or a personality disorder. Who knows exactly? The last time I saw you was when I came to visit my dear father. Through the glass on the door, I saw you wearing a white striped patient gown, tied up in a cage, and wailing in pain under the high-pressure water gun. Chun-Li ignored the bald man in front of him, who seemed to be gradually frightened by the memories, and smacked his lips. It's true that it feels like a long time since we last met. Now you've changed into a white coat and become the dean. Let me guess, when the apocalypse came, most of the medical staff in this hospital ran away. Then you accidentally killed a zombie and found that you could get points, so you killed all the patients who were tied to the bondage beds and turned into zombies. There should be a supply point near the hospital. TSK, how cruel. How could you have the heart to kill an unarmed and tied-up zombie? The bald man, who was terrified by Chun-Li Go's memories, suddenly looked strange and retracted his gun and said, If there was not only one mental hospital in this city, I would suspect that you were one of those who escaped from some mental hospital. Please do as you please. The bald man waved his hand, and the people around him put away their weapons and moved aside, leaving the space for Chun-Li. At this time, there were only Lu Shuai, Lu Xue, and Chun-Li on the field. Brotherly, what did you mean by what you said just now? The middle-aged man behind Chun-Li glared at the woman who pinched his waist, hesitated for a while before stepping forward and asking awkwardly. Chun-Li pulled the dagger out of Lu Xue's mouth, circled around Lu Xue, looked her up and down, and responded nonchalantly. The meaning is simple. This kind of mental hospital will still maintain its duties as a mental hospital after the end of the world. It's just that the roles have changed. The former patients have become the attending doctors, and the survivors and remaining doctors who heard the news have become the new patients. The middle-aged woman at the side couldn't help but say, "We are not mentally ill, so we are not afraid of his examination." Chun-Li waved his hand and asked Lu Dan to pull Lu Shuai over. He stood beside Lu Xue and looked at the two people in front of him who were a perfect match. After looking at Lu Shuai, who was panic-stricken and frightened, and then at Lu Xue, who was frightened and aggrieved, Chun-Li suddenly grinned. His laughter grew louder as his mouth widened. Without even turning his head, he just stared at the two people in front of him and spoke. "Of course you are not sick, but who told you that mentally ill people are sick? Most mentally ill people are no different from normal people when their symptoms are not erupting. Where are the other classmates who left school with you and went to this hospital?" Chun-Li suddenly looked at Lu Shuai and gently stroked Lu Shuai's face with a dagger. With fear in his eyes and trembling legs, Lu Shuai forced himself not to look at the dagger that was only a few centimeters away from his eyes, and then he spoke calmly. "They died. On our way to the hospital, we encountered a zombie on a street whose speed and strength far exceeded those of its kind." Lu Shuai reacted and hesitated for a while before speaking again. "How do you know? Have you been to school?" Chun-Li shook his head slightly dissatisfied and grabbed Lu Xue and Lu Shuai's chins with both hands, squeezing so hard that his fingertips turned white. Admiring the ever-changing expressions on the two people's faces, Chun-Li couldn't help but feel a little amused. "Have you ever been to a mental hospital? Do you know how the attending doctors in mental hospitals treat patients? Sedatives? Surgical instruments? Psychological treatment? Craniotomy? No, none of those." Chun-Li loosened his hands, put the dagger back to his waist, took the cane from Ergu, raised his hands high, looked up, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of the fresh air in the hospital. The biggest scam in medicine is that medicine can treat mental illness, but mental illness is not a disease at all. The biggest factors that induce mental illness are psychological and social. To put it bluntly, if a person encounters an unacceptable stressful event, he or she will become mentally ill. He would be afraid of a memory, a photo, a person, or even a pink unicorn. When he encountered the recollection of the stressful event, he began to become crazy, lose his mind, have hallucinations, and strong violent tendencies, which is what people call a mental illness. Chapter 49. I want to be the only king in this world. But how can this be treated? Medicine can eliminate cancer cells in the patient's body, but it cannot eliminate the stress memory in the patient's bones. Chun-Li walked around the crowd with a cane and a strange clown-like pace. With his princess by his side, his enemy in front of him, and a group of people listening to his speech, he was enjoying the feeling of being the king immensely at this moment. But the patient's family has paid the money, and they can't afford to fail to provide good treatment, so they came up with a treatment method. Forcing a stress response can be simply understood as fighting poison with poison. The reason why mentally ill people lose control of their emotions is because a stressful memory is triggered. How can we ensure that he stays calm? Every time he loses control of his emotions, we use violent means to make him lose control of his emotions. Every time the first stress memory is triggered, the second stress memory left by the hospital is immediately triggered, so that the patient can stay rational under the double fear. Chun-Li smacked his lips and said with emotion, "I have to say that these attending doctors are all talented. They are really good at playing Russian nesting dolls. If you see people in a mental hospital trembling and curled up in a corner mumbling something incomprehensible, they are actually fighting against the double stress response in their minds. It's a very interesting solution. If you can't eliminate one stress response, create another one to counteract it. This is a favorite trick used by ancient emperors in power politics. Mao, who thought he had been through a lot, couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. Brotherly, the violent means you are talking about are. They were beaten with fists and kicks, deprived of food and water, had their toes washed out with a high-pressure water gun, were stripped naked and thrown into a water cage, had their brains stimulated with an electric shock device, etc. Chun-Li glanced at the deans and others who had retreated to the side. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, why are they still working as attending doctors here? Wouldn't it be better for them to escape from this hospital and become a normal person again? Hui Gaili, who had been listening for a long time, looked at the dean and others with an expression of reluctance and spoke. Tsk tisk. Chun-Li smacked his lips, walked back to Lu Shuai and the other man, stared at them and responded in a slightly weird voice. They will never be able to be normal people in their lives. No one can be calm and let go and be a normal person after going through all this. The reason why they stay here as attending doctors is because they want to give back to the world and give back what the world has given them. After being tortured for more than a decade, if one day a person is lucky enough to escape, the first thing he will do is definitely not to flee from this place, but to give back to the other party all that he has endured before. Even if this person never had any hatred during these 10 years, he would have it the moment he escaped. It's like you have a dog, you tie it up with a chain and torture it in different ways every day. Except for the initial resistance. When it finds that the resistance is ineffective, the dog will not resist you at all, but will just bow its head and whine for mercy. But if the chain breaks one day, the dog's suppressed emotions will burst out violently, and it will point its fangs at you without hesitation. The scary thing about the apocalypse is not that there are crazy zombies all over the world, but that with the arrival of the apocalypse, many of these chains have been broken, and many vicious dogs have been released. Chun-Li gently held the back of Lu Shue's head, held her in his arms, patted her back to comfort her fear, and whispered in her ear. And these vicious dogs that have been broken off their chains will unscrupulously give back to the world what they have endured. And this world is the world of people like us. I never knew the meaning of my existence before. Now I know. I want to be the only king in this world, the only dog that is not tied to a chain. So now, my lovely little princess, can you tell me why you betrayed me? I didn't. Lu Shui suppressed her fear and said, I never betrayed you. Chun-Li gently pushed Lu Shui away and held Lu Shui's shoulders with both hands. Look into my eyes. Then how did Lu Shui find me on our way home from school last time? I told him. Lu Shui didn't dare to look Chun-Li in the eye, lowered her head, and spoke hesitantly. This is betrayal. Chun-Li, listen to me. It's because. Hearing Chun-Li's conclusion, Lu Shui hurriedly looked up and opened her mouth quickly to explain. Shoo. Chun-Li used his index finger to block Lu Shui's mouth as she was about to give a long explanation. I don't need a reason. Reasons are the cheapest thing in the world. Every murderer will say that he has a reason for killing. However, the nature of this world is that the moment something is done, the reason loses its meaning. I just feel a little sad. Chun-Li gently stroked the cheek of the girl in front of him, as heartwarming as when they first met. You once rescued me from hell and kicked me back into hell. You were my god. But when I believed in you wholeheartedly, you turned into Satan and took away my only remaining hope. Ergu, have you committed any sins? Chun-Li asked abruptly without turning his head. Ergu, Luden, and others looked at each other in confusion. This time he really didn't know why the topic turned to himself again. My biggest sin is probably prescribing cephalexin to a drunk customer with a headache, which caused his death. Ergu thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to answer truthfully. What about you, Donkey Egg? Brotherly, you know that my greatest sin is probably killing my father and my wife. Mao, what about you? My biggest sin is probably that when I was collecting protection money, I smashed a lot of stalls that didn't cooperate, many of which were elderly people. Did you hear me? According to the secular concept, they are all unforgivable villains, but I can accept them. The only sin in my eyes is betrayal. Well, my dear little princess, what do you think I should do with you? Chun-Li slid his fingers across Lu Shui's lips. Lu Shui had been silent ever since she was interrupted by Chun-Li when she was about to explain. Now she smiled bitterly and looked Chun-Li in the eye for the first time. So, what do you want to do, kill me? No, I didn't mean to kill you. Chun-Li suddenly grabbed Lu Shui's neck with his hands and pulled her in front of him. He placed his lips on Lu Shui's lips, tasted them greedily, and then pressed his face close to Lu Shui. It's not as sweet as before, it's become fishy. I just want to hurt you hard. Just as you wounded me, with a fatal and elegant blow. Chapter 50. No one in this world is clean. After licking the blood from her lips, Lu Shui suddenly laughed. If you really think so, then I can still bear it. Chun-Li held Lu Shui's neck and did not let go. Instead, he held it even tighter. Hearing Lu Shui's laughter, Chun-Li also started laughing. Look at this smiling face on my face. Is it what you want? You always told me that no matter what happens, I should remember to face it with a smile. You told me to be less depressed and to be happier. So am I the way you like me now? Of course. Lu Shui, whose neck was pinched so hard that she could hardly breathe, said 2 words with a smile on her face. Hearing the answer, Chun-Li suddenly burst into a strange laugh and threw Lu Shui to the ground. He took out a dagger from his arms, took some strange dance steps, hummed some meaningless tune, turned around, and walked towards Lu Shui. Lu Shui, who had been watching from the side, looked at Chun-Li, who was obviously mentally unstable. His already trembling legs began to shake even faster. Am I walking like a madman? Chun-Li walked up to Lu Shui and gently drew a red line on Lu Shui's face with a dagger. He was so gentle that he looked like a sculptor immersed in art. Don't move. I'm worried that I won't be able to control myself and might scratch your eyes. Not crazy, Lu Shui said while trying to remain calm. Really? Can you tell me why you took my little princess away? Don't you know she is my only hope? Lu Shui was interrupted just as he was about to speak quickly to save his life. Should have stopped talking. I don't like to hear reasons. Lu Shui, who was speechless for a moment, was already cursing in his heart. Fuck, didn't you ask me why? Chun-Li, who had drawn 2 crosses on Lu Shui's face with a dagger, stopped what he was doing and waved his hand. Come here and take off his clothes from the upper body. Ergu and Luden looked at each other and saw the information in each other's eyes. It is estimated that Chun-Li will treat Lu Shui the same way he treated Li Bing. They have done this kind of thing last time, and they know it well. They both handed their weapons to Ermao, rolled up their sleeves, and stripped off Lu Shui's shirt. They forced Lu Shui to his knees on the ground, and each of them grabbed one of his arms, leaving him with no power to resist. A person who has not had time to change his job and relied entirely on luck to reach the shelter is like a grasshopper in autumn under the hands of Ergu and Luden. Lu Shui, kneeling on the ground with bare arms and a dead look on his face, spoke with a hint of hope and a hint of despair. Brotherly, I did bully you in the past. I accept all the beatings and scoldings. But can you please spare my life? My crime does not deserve death. Chun-Li looked at the man in front of him. His abdominal muscles were clearly defined, and his looks were innate. Overall, he was a handsome guy. I want to know if you like Lu Shui. Tell the truth. Chun-Li said irritably, grabbing his hair. He raised his head and glanced cautiously at Chun-Li in front of him, then looked at Lu Shui, who had fallen to the side. Lu Shui gritted his teeth and mustered up the courage to tell the truth. Yes, I fell in love with her the first time I saw her. I pursued her for a long time, but she refused. Later, she got together with you, so I used some unspeakable means to snatch her away from you. Lu Shui didn't speak again after he finished speaking. He was gambling. He was gambling that Chun-Li would think that Lu Shui was responsible and brave enough to take responsibility for his mistakes, and that he was a man, and thus let him go. All the online novels he had read before were written like this. As long as the protagonist admitted his mistake, a group of people would immediately look at him differently and praise him for his responsibility. In this predicament where he was powerless to resist, he could only take a gamble. Little princess, come here. After hearing the answer, Chun-Li picked up a dagger and drew a red heart on Lu Shui's heart, then asked Lu Shui to come over. When Lu Shui got up from the ground and tidied her appearance, she walked in front of Lu Shui. Looking at the miserable appearance of this once tall, handsome, and domineering man, her eyes couldn't help but become complicated. Give. Chun-Li handed the dagger to Lu Shui, then hugged Lu Shui from behind, one hand around her waist, and the other holding Lu Shui's hand holding the dagger. Come on, see that red heart? Aim for it. Insert the dagger into it. Remember to be slow and gentle. Seeing that things did not develop as he had imagined, Lu Shui could not help but began to resist violently. However, he was suppressed by Ergu and Luden's high-strength attributes. Lu Shui didn't have the strength to resist at all. Looking at the dagger in Lu Shui's hand, he couldn't help but beg for mercy loudly with despair. Brotherly, you can't kill me. If you keep me, I can do things for you. Don't you want to be the king of this world? I can be your lackey. Killing me will do you no good. My father is the commander of the Xian military region. He will definitely come to find me. I am the only son of the Lu family. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. If you spare my life, I will let my father give you whatever you want. However, Chun-Li was not moved at all and spoke gently in Lu Shui's ear. I believe you were originally a pure Eve, but were lured into the abyss by Lucifer. Plug in hard, just like he did to you. With complicated eyes, Lu Shui looked at the disheveled Lu Shui in front of her, and then felt Chun-Li hugging her from behind, and she unconsciously clenched the dagger in her hand. Lu Shui, calm down, stop. Don't forget who got your father out of jail. It was me, his fucking father, who helped you. Stab it. Chun-Li held Lu Shui's hand holding the dagger, and slowly guided Lu Shui to stab the dagger into Lu Shui's heart. Phew, like a balloon being popped. Under Chun-Li's guidance, Lu Shui thrust the dagger into Lu Shui's heart. Seeing a life about to slip away in her hands, Lu Shui couldn't help but show panic in her eyes. But the next second, That extremely gentle voice rang in her ears again. Harder, deeper. Feeling the coldness coming from his chest, Lu Shuai gritted his teeth and didn't scream out. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he had a miserable smile on his face. I accept the consequences of losing, and I hope you can survive my father's hands. Chun-Li. With sadness in his eyes, he looked at Lu Shuai, who stabbed his heart with a dagger. I didn't expect that I would die in your hands. When I was pursuing you, I said that I was willing to sacrifice my life for you. I didn't expect that my words would come true. Lu Shuai, who was speaking, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chun-Li guided Lu Shuai to insert the dagger a little deeper. Lu Shuai, with blood in his mouth, whispered arrogantly with a smile of victory. But Lu Shuai, do you really believe that Chun-Li will treat you the same as before? You are not clean anymore. Lu Shuai, who was still speaking, suddenly widened his eyes. Then his head fell weakly to the side with a weird smile. Chun-Li guided Lu Shuai to circle the dagger on Lu Shuai's heart, cutting off his last chance of survival. He then let go of Lu Shuai's hand, hugged Lu Shuai from behind, and murmured. Someone once said this. In this dirty world, no one is clean. Chapter 51. Don't say you're also a gunsmith. In this world, everyone is trying their best to survive. What do you call me, brother? At this time, the bald man who had been quietly watching the scene on the side saw that things were gradually coming to an end. He gestured left and right, and walked forward to talk with the crowd. Chun-Li didn't say anything and didn't look back. He still hugged Lu Shuai quietly from the back, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Lu Shuai was silent, but she forced herself to control her trembling body and hugged Chun-Li's hands from behind. He looked down at Lu Shuai, who died with his eyes open, with a complicated look in his eyes. Just call our boss brotherly. After waiting for a while and seeing that Chun-Li had no intention of speaking, Ergu took half a step forward and took over the bald man's words. Seeing that Chun-Li ignored him and just asked a younger brother beside him to take over the conversation, the bald man was a little dissatisfied, but he suppressed it for the sake of the overall situation and frowned slightly. Brotherly, He was interrupted just as he began to speak. Call me brotherly. Chun-Li, who still hadn't turned back, suddenly interrupted the bald man for no apparent reason. Brotherly, what do you mean? I am also the boss, and... The bald man suppressed his anger in his heart, hoping that the person in front of him would recognize the situation. You are not the only one who is the boss. If I call you brother, can I still hold my head up in front of these brothers under me? Call me brotherly. Chun-Li's hands gently slid across Lu Shuai's waist to her neck, as if he was gently caressing his own work of art, and he interrupted again to repeat what he had just said. The bald man lowered his head in silence for a while, then raised his head again and looked at Chun-Li's back. I am also a gunsmith. This time Chun-Li did not speak again. He just let go of Lu Shuai in his arms, turned around, and walked straight to the bald man. Looking at the silent bald man in front of me, there was no sign of mental problems at all, and everything seemed normal. Don't ever say you're also a gunsmith. Next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air in Chun-Li's hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the 5-star explosive Gatling gun. Putting the 10 gun barrels against the bald man's bald spot, Chun-Li's eyes flashed with madness. He licked his lips before speaking. You have to know that even among the same dogs there are differences. Some dogs bite, and some don't. Even among the same dogs that bite, there are some that bite fiercely and some that bite even more fiercely. I just mentioned that I want to be the only king in this world, but you didn't seem to hear me. The bald man could clearly feel the 10 gun barrels against his forehead, rotating at a slow speed, and the friction made his forehead a little painful. At the same time, he was somewhat thankful that he had no hair on his forehead. Otherwise, it would have been very painful if the hair had been stuck in the barrel. Perhaps the hair stuck in the barrel could have also blocked the opponent's outrageous Gatling gun. After waving his hand to stop his men from raising their weapons in a pretentious manner, the bald man looked at Chun-Li with an uncertain expression. It was absolutely outrageous. He had never seen this gun at the supply point, and he had killed many tied-up zombies before he had the confidence to change his job to a gunsmith. For most people, changing their job to a gunsmith would just be courting death. The points consumed by bullets like water were enough to make him despair. So the man in front of me probably has no bullets in his Gatling gun, but is just... The bald man with a crazy gambler's face was just about to resist when he heard Chun-Li's voice. So now, who do you think bites harder and more cruelly between us? He glanced at the 10 gun barrels rotating above his forehead, and then glanced at the half-smile on Chun-Li's face. The bald man suddenly thought of something. The survivor who had just arrived was called Chun-Li, and the name of the person who achieved the world's first kill at the supply point was Chun-Li. Damn it, the bald man suddenly felt fortunate that he did not act rashly. No one would believe that a man who could get the world's first kill could not afford bullets. Brotherly, you are the dog that bites people more fiercely. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the bald man hurriedly slapped himself in the face. It's just a slip of the tongue. Brotherly, you are the king of this world. The bald man looked at Chun-Li with a flattering face and slowly moved his forehead away from under the gun barrel. Just call me number one. Chun-Li smiled as he looked at the bald man in front of him who called himself number one and put the Gatling gun back into the space. Tell me what you know. Is there any shelter nearby? Hearing Chun-Li's question, the bald man tapped the back of his hand unconsciously. There is one person who sent someone here a few days ago, hoping to merge the shelters. He said that the end of the world is coming and humans need to unite and work together to survive this crisis. Rejected? Of course. The bald man held his hands and raised his head with a proud look, saying, "We are very likely the only mental hospital after the end of the world. How can we merge? Who will take care of the mentally ill patients if we leave?" Chun-Li glanced at the back of his hand that had been clenched by the bald man and was bloody, but didn't pay too much attention to it. Where is that shelter? It's at the end of this street. It was a prison before the end of the world, but now it's become a refuge. The bald man raised his hand and pointed to the end of the street. Do you know someone named Chen Fengshan? Chun-Li asked casually while looking around. Yes, he's dead. Dead. Chun-Li's face showed no expression. How did he die? When the virus broke out, maybe out of fear, he jumped from a building and died. Chun-Li looked up at the gradually darkening sky, squinted his eyes, and remained silent for a while. Take me to where you rest. We'll rest for the night and leave the next day. Aren't you staying? Seeing the puzzled expression on the bald man's face, Chun-Li suddenly laughed. Do you want me to be your attending physician or a mental patient? Become the dean. The bald man thought for a moment and gave an answer. I think you are very good at treating patients. Chun-Li shook his head without saying anything and waved his hand. Lead the way. By the way, these people are left to you. Chun-Li pointed at the middle-aged couple, the two old people, and Li Shixia. But they don't seem to be mentally ill. They just stay in the hospital and take up beds. The bald man was a little hesitant. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, a sharp and piercing voice rang out in the hall. Brotherly, you can't do this. You can't leave us here. We have also suffered and shed blood with you. The middle-aged woman said anxiously. That's right. We would rather starve to death outside than stay in this damn mental hospital. We are not mentally ill. The husband also hurriedly responded. Chapter 52, Schrodinger's Mental Hospital Gate. If it weren't for Chun-Li, they would never stay here for even one more minute. However, Chun-Li now wanted to throw them into this horrible place. Okay, now we can confirm that they are indeed mentally ill, and we can accept them. Hearing the voices of several people, the bald man who was hesitant just now suddenly became firm. You guys go and look after these patients and don't let them run around. I'll take the guests to a resting place. The bald man instructed the people behind him, then walked in front to lead the way. Oh, how did you judge? Chun-Li followed behind him, ignoring the pleas from the people behind him. He suddenly became curious about the thinking logic of these mentally ill people. It's very simple. Every mentally ill person will say that they are not mentally ill and they don't want to stay in a mental hospital. Look at their reactions. If not mental illness, then what are they? The bald man responded as a matter of course, and he had already begun to secretly calculate in his mind which area to place these people. Hearing the bald man's logic, Chun-Li was a little choked for a moment. He raised his head and glanced at the bald man whose face was full of confidence. It would be convenient for me to understand how you check whether the survivors who come here are mentally ill at the door. It's very simple. We will ask them directly, are you mentally ill? Then, those who answer no are definitely mentally ill, because mentally ill people will always say they are not mentally ill. If you are mentally ill, then you must accept our treatment. After being silent for a while, Chun-Li suddenly couldn't help but make a cross on his chest and wished good luck to the survivors who would come to seek refuge in the future. Chun-Li suddenly remembered a very popular question before the outbreak of the apocalypse. How to prove that you are a normal person if you accidentally enter a mental hospital. Now it seems that the answer is very clear. If you can't prove it, just wait to die. At this time, Ergu, who had been listening beside Chun-Li, couldn't help but admire the bald man's logic, which was simply impeccable. Hearing this, he also became a little curious. What if the answer is yes? The bald man turned around and looked at Ergu with a strange light in his eyes, as if wondering how someone could ask such a stupid question. A follower beside the bald man, who was originally the guard at the door, looked at Ergu with contempt and spoke. Since he is mentally ill, he is a patient. Of course we have to take him to the hospital for treatment. Hearing this, Ergu fell silent. He couldn't help but make the shape of a cross on his chest and prayed for the survivors for a second. Any survivor who seeks refuge in this hospital is a mental patient, no matter what they say. The door of this hospital is like Schrodinger's door. When a person steps into the hospital with his left foot and his right foot is still outside, this person is in two states. One layer is a normal person, and the other layer is a mental patient. As soon as they open their mouths to speak, the normal person's state collapses, leaving only the mental patient's state. Well, then wouldn't it be better if I didn't speak? Donkey Egg couldn't help but step forward to join in the fun. As long as I don't speak, how do you know if I'm mentally ill? The other guard didn't expect that the brains of these uninvited guests today didn't seem to be working well, and he glanced at Chun-Li and the others inexplicably. Would a normal person not speak? Anyone who doesn't speak must be mentally ill, right? What if he is mute and can't speak? Isn't a mute a mentally ill person? Hearing this, Donkey Egg also fell silent. He held the knife in his arms, clasped his hands together, and silently chanted Amit Ba, hoping that future survivors would like their attending physician. What if you can't beat him? Ermao couldn't help but stepped forward and spoke. The bald man paused and looked back at Ermao, then at Chun-Li behind him, with an admiring look on his face, and gave a thumbs up. That's a strong man. Tisk, isn't this just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Changsheng, who had been following Chun-Li silently, couldn't help but speak. Hui Gaili hurriedly grabbed Changsheng and asked him to talk less, although it was unclear why Chun-Li kept them with him and did not leave them in the mental hospital. But if I offend Chun-Li by saying the wrong thing, isn't that definitely not a clear choice? The bald man tapped the back of his hand unconsciously and looked back at Changsheng in confusion. It's true that you bully the weak and fear the strong, but bullying the weak and fearing the strong is a choice a normal person would make. If a person faces an invincible existence and still steps forward to provoke, it's like I was pointed at by 10 gun barrels just now. If I still continue to provoke, then I am either mentally ill or something like that. After saying that, the bald man stopped and walked into a ward on the 3rd floor. He pushed open the door and said, "Brotherly, we're here. You can rest here tonight." Yeah. Chun-Li took a look at the layout of the room. There were 8 beds evenly placed in the room. He nodded with satisfaction. "Do you want me to bring you some food?" "No, we'll bring our own." He didn't dare eat the food of these people. God knows what the hell they eat. "Brotherly, you guys take a rest first. I'll go and take care of the patients you brought here." Then, the bald man left the house and closed the door. With the sound of footsteps, the corridor became quiet again. "Brotherly, why is it so quiet? It seems like we are the only ones on this floor. Logically, there should be many survivors who heard the broadcast and came to take shelter." Chun-Li found a clean bed, lay down on it, put his hands behind his head, put his cane aside, and looked at Ergu, who asked the question. If you were a normal person but were taken to a mental hospital as a mental patient, what would you do? Erga hesitated for a while. "I will probably argue with reason, or I might resist." "That's right." Chun-Li looked at the sky outside the window where the stars were gradually appearing and murmured, "The upper floors are for people with mild illnesses. Those with serious illnesses stay downstairs. If they behave well, they will be rewarded by being tied up in a wheelchair and pushed up to see the sun and breathe fresh air. If you don't behave well, you will stay there for the rest of your life." Do you think that in the eyes of the attending doctors, a person who argues and resists fiercely will have a mild or serious condition? Ergu was silent for a while, then found a bed and lay down without saying a word. In fact, he really wanted to ask Chun-Li why he knew so much about this mental hospital. Most people don't know everything about a mental hospital, but he didn't dare to ask. Because compared to the group of attending doctors downstairs, he was actually more afraid of Chun-Li. Sometimes he would wonder whether he had made a wrong decision to follow Chun-Li and let Chun-Li protect him. He didn't dare to think about it, didn't dare to discuss it with Donkey Egg, and didn't dare to escape secretly. Based on his interactions with Chun-Li over the past few days, he basically knew that there were only 2 words in this young man's criminal law dictionary: betrayal. In Chun-Li's view, the above behaviors are basically tantamount to betrayal. Betraying Chun-Li basically meant that he was dissatisfied with the ox-head and horse-face slow pace. So he carried a train to the underworld at night and knocked on the window of the King of Hell. Chapter 53. You are the starting point of the Mobius Strip. Brotherly, eat some dry food and drink some water. Ermao opened his backpack, took out the food he brought from the cafeteria, and handed it to Brotherly. Ermao's position in this small group is actually very awkward, because when Gauj's life and death were uncertain, Ergu and Luden both chose to follow Chun-Li even if Gauj was alive. Only Ermao has been looking for Go-Go and has been urging Chun-Li to save Go-Go. When it was confirmed that Go-Go was dead, it was too late for Ermao to change his mind. Usually, Ergu and Luden would be given priority in everything Chun-Li gave orders for. The distribution of dropped items also gives priority to Ergu and Luden. Basically, only the worst ones will be given to Ermao. Ergu and Luden are now using 2-star equipment, and he is the only one who is still using the 1-star equipment, the glowing spear left by Brother Go. Originally, he thought of following Chun-Li first and then finding a good place to go in the future. However, after seeing Chun-Li's attitude towards the betrayer, Ermao gave up the idea of leaving and seeking death. After handing the food to Li Gu, Ermao threw the backpack to others and glanced at the newcomers Chongxing and Huigali. Chongxing must have been chosen by Brother Li because of his ability to run as fast as a wolf dog while lying on all fours. Huigali should be included in it. As for Lu Shui, Ermao didn't dare to look at her. He was not sure about Li Ji's attitude towards Lu Shui. He would make a choice after the situation became clear. He didn't want to be like the eunuch in ancient times who licked the imperial concubine. After licking her for a long time, the imperial concubine was given poisoned wine, and the concubine didn't forget to give him, the eunuch, a glass as well. That would be too unfair. After all, I was one of the first people to follow Brother Li, and I can't let a little brat like Chongxing stand over me in the future. Just like he was waiting to find Go Ji's body, he was still waiting to see Chun-Li's attitude towards Lu Shui. Although the benefits of taking sides after the ending was clear would be small, nothing would go wrong. Being cautious has always been his life motto. When he collected protection fees in the past, he only collected protection fees from the elderly. He never went to the stalls of middle-aged people and let others go there on their own. After Chun-Li finished his dry food, he put his hands behind his head, half leaned against the wall, looked at Lu Shui who was sitting on the bed diagonally opposite, and couldn't help grinning. "Look up and look at me." Lu Shui, who was sitting quietly on the bed with her head down, couldn't help but tremble when she heard the voice. But she still lifted her hair and looked at Chun-Li. "Your eyes show fear of the present and confusion about the future, but why is there no regret for the past?" Chun-Li felt his tongue itchy and the corner of his mouth twitched. He scratched his messy hair with both hands. He hadn't taken a shower for a long time. There should be a place to take a shower in the hospital. I'll go take a shower tomorrow morning. I hope there is enough water. Why should I regret it? Lu Shui looked at Chun-Li with indescribable emotions in her eyes. The person you chose was stabbed to death by you and may have been thrown into the stomach of a zombie. The person you betrayed is enjoying a dinner in this world and is even preparing to take a shower after getting up tomorrow morning. Chun-Li smacked his lips. It's a world of difference, isn't it? Why don't you regret it? Regret is an emotion that, once a choice is made, only exists to serve as a fig leaf for the weak. Lu Shui lowered her head again. Was our previous relationship real? Hearing this, Lu Shui raised her head again and looked at Chun-Li with sadness in her eyes. There is no need to ask this. I have never changed my love for you. It was the same before, and it is still the same now. My father was imprisoned for murder. Lu Shui found me and said he could get my father out, but he needed me to follow him. What do you think I can do? Tears rolled down Lu Shui's eyes, and she spoke hoarsely. Is it necessary to humiliate me like this? No matter what my father did, he worked hard to raise me. If I just sit back and do nothing, am I still a human being? Is my choice wrong? I am not wrong. It is this world that is wrong. If it weren't for this damn game, I should be able to reunite with my father now and proudly tell him that it was your daughter who found someone to rescue you. I would hug him tightly in his proud eyes. So you chose family over love, and I became the one who was abandoned again. Chun-Li lowered his head and murmured. Before I became your girlfriend, I was always his daughter. Is there anything wrong with me choosing my father? Chongsheng, who was standing beside him, nudged Huigali with his elbow and whispered in her ear, if it were you, what would you choose? Huigali looked at Chongsheng with complicated eyes, kissed him lightly on the lips, and did not speak. Well, Lu Shui, your father was imprisoned for accidentally stabbing someone to death because he was collecting protection money. Ermao, who had been fidgeting since Lu Shui started talking, hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Oh. After hearing what Ermao said, Lu Shui was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at Ermao with a hint of excitement. Do you know my father? Where is he now? After Ermao confirmed his inner thoughts, he thought for a while and then walked to Chun-Li, leaned over and prepared to whisper in Chun-Li's ear. Don't waste time, just stand there and talk. Chun-Li glanced at Ermao who was about to approach with some impatience. Ermao glanced at Lu Shui hesitantly, then stopped where he was and started speaking. Before the apocalypse, I was hanging out with his father. When we were collecting protection money, we accidentally stabbed someone to death, and then we were locked up. His father is the principal offender, and I am an accomplice. I was clearly just standing aside and shouted a few words like boss is awesome, but how did I become an accomplice? I still don't understand why. Ermao suddenly complained. Get to the point. Ermao swallowed his saliva and said, before the apocalypse came, someone fished us out. The apocalypse broke out right after we came out, so if nothing goes wrong, his father should be Brother Go. As soon as the words fell, the room fell into a strange silence. Chun-Li suddenly grinned, and his laughter gradually filled the entire room, with the echoes reverberating in the house and being piercing. But no one dared to cover their ears. After a moment, he quieted down and murmured, "It's really interesting. Your father is dead. He was betrayed by Xiao Li and died at the hands of zombies." Lu Shui, who had gone from excited to grief-stricken, stared at Chun-Li and gritted her teeth and said, "Where is this Xiao Li now?" No, don't look at me like that. Just listen to me." Chun-Li stretched out his hand from under his head again, shaking his index finger, and looked at Lu Shui with a teasing look. Hui Kylie on the side understood this look. This look contained expectation, just like the look a director gives the audience, expecting to see the expression on the audience's face when they encounter a bloody plot twist. Xiao Li is also dead. He was betrayed by Zhang Tiantian and died in my hands. And I was betrayed by you before the end of the world, and that heart of mine died. Chun-Li suddenly clapped his hands and shook his head, making a clicking sound. Life is nothing more than a Mobius strip. The starting point of this strip is you, a filial daughter, and your father is just an anchor point on this strip. From the perspective of causality, you killed your beloved father who raised you for decades with your own hands. Chapter 54. Take her to see my father. Did I kill my father? After receiving the news of her father's death, the murderer turned around and found himself on her head. The distraught Lu Shui stood there in a daze, letting her hair fall freely to cover her face, looking a little embarrassed. Chun-Li felt that he was in a relatively good mood at the moment. It was like seeing that his ex was not living a better life than himself. He felt that he should hold a glass of red wine in his hand to suit the occasion. He smacked his lips and looked at Ergu with a bit of dissatisfaction. Remember to keep an eye out for some red wine next time you collect supplies. After Ergu nodded, he looked at Lu Shui and whispered, "You killed your father with your own hands. If you hadn't rescued your father from prison, your father would not have died. You see, the prison at the end of the street has become a shelter. Your father could have safely spent the early days of the apocalypse there." Lu Shui didn't shed a single tear, just had deathly eyes, a stiff face, and sat there with her head lowered. The reason why she could resolutely betray Chun-Li and choose Lu Shui between Chun-Li and Lu Shui, and has never regretted it to this day. Because she kept telling herself, "I am here to save my father. I am worth it." However, this result till now makes her feel that she has done something wrong. She has destroyed her own love with her own hands and indirectly ruined her family affection. With deathly silence in her eyes, Lu Shui raised her head and glanced blankly at everyone in the room. Then her body suddenly lost strength and fell to the floor. Hui Gaili, who was standing nearby, quickly grabbed the exhausted Lu Shui in midair and helped her sit down on the bed again. Lu Shui lowered her head for a while before looking up at Chun-Li. "Did I do anything wrong in getting my father out of prison? You still haven't repented after all. Your mistake was not in rescuing your father from prison. Your mistake was in betraying me." Chun-Li murmured in a depressed mood. "The two of us, plus our dad, would have made a great family. Before I found you, I had been thinking about how to deal with you. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. I still don't have an answer. I used to think that the meaning of my existence was to be your knight, but I just met a knight who was killed by his own princess not long ago. Before he died, the knight didn't even dare to look back at the princess, for fear that the pure princess would become corrupted in his eyes." Chun-Li got off the bed, wrapped himself in the quilt, walked to the window, and stared blankly at the sky outside, which had already darkened. The night wind in October still made Chun-Li feel a little chilly. He couldn't help but tighten the quilt around him and whispered, "There are things in this world that are more important than life, and that is faith. If a person's faith is destroyed, then even if that person is still alive, it is no different from death. I met a woman who wanted to be a savior, but now she doesn't even mention saving people because she found that she couldn't even save herself, let alone save the world. Once upon a time, you were also my belief. Even just now, I was still struggling with how to deal with you. But why do you regret rescuing your father from prison instead of betraying me?" Chun-Li's voice was very low, but what everyone heard from Chun-Li's soft voice was not tenderness or pity, but more like the whisper of the devil. Chun-Li turned around and walked to Lu Shui, threw the quilt wrapped around his body onto the bed, and grabbed Lu Shui's hair to make her lift her head. He bent his fingers slightly and rubbed them gently on Lu Shui's face, looking at the familiar face in front of him with tender eyes. "You know, until now, I still love you very much. I have to love you, and I can't help loving you. You are the first ray of light in my long darkness. Chun-Li suddenly looked at the people around him and asked in a hurried and strange tone, "Do you know what the first ray of light in the long darkness means? That dawn will make people feel unreal and illusory, and will make people feel longing and fearful at the same time, longing for the darkness to end and the day to come, and fearing that this day is just a flash in the pan or a mirage." Looking at the confused looks in everyone's eyes, Chun-Li suddenly lost interest and didn't want to talk anymore. What a bunch of uneducated bumpkins. He stared at Lu Shui earnestly for a while, as if he wanted to engrave Lu Shui in his mind. Then he leaned over and put his lips on Lu Shui's lips, sucking hard. Chun-Li's eyes were not closed. Lu Shui didn't close her eyes either. The two people just stared at each other with their eyes open, with different expressions in their eyes. A long time. When everyone began to yawn, Chun-Li finally let go of Lu Shui and spat on the ground. No matter how delicious the sweet fruit is, it seems to become tasteless after being chewed by someone. At this time, Lu Shui, whose eyes had been dead silent, suddenly spoke up. "Why didn't you save my father at that time?" Chun-Li did not respond, but hugged Lu Shui tightly in his arms with such force that everyone almost thought Lu Shui would be squeezed to death. After a moment, Chun-Li pushed Lu Xuesong aside to Hui Gaili and said, "Take her to the 5th floor. My cowardly father left from there. Send her to see my father. An ugly daughter-in-law will eventually meet her father-in-law." Hui Gaili glanced at the look Ergu gave him and hesitantly said, "Your father is Chen Fengsheng." Chun-Li was in a low mood at the moment and didn't want to say too much. "Lu Dan, give your knife to Hui Gaili. Be quick, don't let her go to see my father covered in blood." After taking the knife handed to him by Luden, Hui Gaili wanted to ask something, but when he saw the look in Ergu's eyes, he thought about it and decided not to ask. "He's much stronger than you. I gave him all 3 holes. How do you feel?" Lu Shui, who had been disheveled and dead eyes, suddenly went a little crazy after hearing her own ending. She looked at Chun-Li with a sneer on her face and said sarcastically, "I'll wait for you downstairs. When you come down, don't forget to ask Lu Shui how I'm doing. Lu Shui at least got my father out of prison. What about you? You didn't do anything, but you're here telling me about the Mobius strip like a cult leader. This attitude is really disgusting. Chun-Li, if you really have the guts, just kill me yourself." Seeing Chun-Li's unusually calm expression, Ergu almost jumped up anxiously, and the look he gave Hui Gaili seemed to be flirting. He didn't want to see Chun-Li go crazy before going to bed at night, otherwise tonight would definitely be a nightmare. Chun-Li glanced at Lu Shui and suddenly felt that all he had said was a waste of words. Lu Shui only had her father in her eyes. He waved his hand a little tiredly and spoke. "Don't go to the 5th floor, take her to the 4th floor." Chapter 55. Try to survive. You did nothing wrong. Hui Gaili took Lu Shui to a room on the 4th floor and looked at Lu Shui with complicated eyes. No matter how weak Hui Gaili was, she had been transferred before. The unarmed Lu Shui had no room to resist in her hands. Lu Shui, with disheveled hair, looked at the look in Hui Gaili's eyes and sneered. "Are you feeling sorry for me?" With a complicated look in his eyes, Hui Gaili put away the knife, leaned out of the door, and quickly glanced at the corridor before closing the door and patting Lu Shui on the back. "We'll be leaving tomorrow morning. You'll hide here tonight, and after we're gone, you'll find another way out." Hearing this, Lu Shui was a little stunned. "What do you mean, you won't kill me?" Hui Gaili took out the food and water hidden in his trouser pocket and handed them to Lu Shui, saying softly, "I think you did nothing wrong. If it were me, I would make the same choice. Before becoming someone's girlfriend, we are first children." Seeing the light gradually brightening in Lu Shui's eyes, Hui Gaili continued, "Otherwise, wouldn't it be unfilial? Filial piety comes first among all virtues. It's not this world that's at fault. After we leave, be careful. There's a supply point across the street from the supermarket near your school. You can change jobs there. There will be fewer zombies on the street during the day. Try to go there and change jobs." After saying this, Hui Gaili didn't delay any further and prepared to push the door open and go back to report, etc. Now it was Lu Shui who looked at Hui Gaili with complicated eyes. "You can't go back like this. What's wrong?" Hui Gaili was a little anxious. She couldn't delay too long. It wouldn't take that long to kill a person who had no power to resist. If it took too long, Chun-Li would get suspicious. "There is no blood on the wound." Lu Shui pointed at the knife in Hui Gaili's hand. Hui Gaili took a look at the knife in his hand, which was as white as light and had no trace of blood, and felt a little scared. Fortunately, Lu Shui was observant. Otherwise, if she had carried this clean and bloodless knife back, she would probably have to go to the 4th floor with her boyfriend to accompany Lu Shui to rest in peace. "What should I do? I can't just cut you in the stomach and bleed you. If you go on your own, you'll basically be like a human self-service blood bag walking among vampires, a self-service food delivery service. Then put it on you. Lu Shui asked hesitantly. Are you crazy? Brotherly asked me to come out and kill someone, so I cut myself. How can I report back? Will I say that I was in the mood to kill and couldn't help but stab myself? Hui Gaili was speechless at Lu Shui's idea. What about zombie blood? Lu Shui suddenly thought of something and spoke hesitantly. Hui Gaili saw Lu Shui's hesitant expression and suddenly understood. That's fine, but the problem is that human blood is deep red, while zombie blood is dark red with a hint of black. It's easy to see through, right? This is too stupid. There's nothing we can do. This is the only way. When you go back and someone sees blood on the tip of your knife, just try to wipe it off as quickly as possible. Okay, this is the only way. Hui Gaili shook his head in dissatisfaction. What a rubbish plot. He walked to a zombie corpse in the room with resentment in his heart. He slashed the zombie's body with the knife several times, muttering as he did so. What a piece of rubbish. It's really disgusting. Oh. Lu Shui asked in confusion. What are you mumbling about? Nothing. Just cut it like this, so the blood will be evenly spread on the blade, and it will be much more realistic. Hui Gaili looked back at the disheveled woman beside him and almost couldn't help but chop her with a knife. If it weren't for you, would I be locked up in a small dark room for 2 days? Hurry up, you've been delayed for too long. Knowing that she had a chance to avoid death, Lu Shui rekindled her desire for life. If you delay too long, Chun-Li will get suspicious. I know. Just stay quiet and don't talk. I'm very upset now. Hui Gaili irritably scratched the zombie's body with the knife in his hand. You have a grudge against me? No. Then who are you angry with? I don't dare. Then bear with it. Otherwise. Finally, Lu Shui and Hui Gaili looked at the weapon in Hui Gaili's hand with joy. The weapon reflected silver light in the moonlight and had a long red streak on the tip of the blade. They nodded to each other with satisfaction, and the task was completed perfectly. Go back and report quickly. Once the blood solidifies, the smell will be released. Let them wipe it off immediately after seeing it. Don't let them smell the blood. Lu Shui paced back and forth in the room, giving instructions to Hui Gaili anxiously. Well, I'm leaving first. You be careful and remember never to appear in front of Chun-Li in the future. Never let Chun-Li know that you are still alive, otherwise I will be dead. Hui Gaili warned with a serious expression. Don't worry. I will remember your kindness and will find a chance to repay you. Lu Shui's eyes were filled with gratitude. Okay, I'll be leaving then. After Hui Gaili took Lu Shui to the 4th floor with a knife, Chun-Li half leaned on the bed with his eyes closed, hitting the bedboard with his knuckles regularly. No one dared to speak or sleep, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became weird. Everyone stared at each other, not daring to speak or sleep, just sitting there. Brotherly hasn't even gone to sleep yet, and you just lie down on the bed, close your eyes, and start to sleep. Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? When Donkey couldn't stand the weird atmosphere anymore and kept pushing Ergu finally spoke up and broke the silent and weird atmosphere. Brotherly, are we going to the prison at the end of the street tomorrow? Yeah. Chun-Li didn't even raise his eyelids. What are we going to do there? We should prepare in advance. Ergu frantically signaled others with his eyes to stand up and agree. He didn't want to bear the pressure from Chun-Li alone. However, when everyone saw the look Ergu was giving them, they all lowered their heads and pretended to be dumb. Damn, I got screwed by these guys. If I had known this, I wouldn't have stood up. We should endure this together. I'm not the only one who has to endure this. Ergu was cursing in his heart when he heard Chun-Li's voice in his ears. Looking for something. What are you looking for? Ergu answered subconsciously. Looking for a home. Ergu's eyes were completely confused. He had heard of looking for family members, but what the hell was looking for home? Was your home in prison? What on earth is your home used for? That is both a mental hospital and a prison. Chun-Li raised his eyelids and glanced at Ergu. This is what I have been doing all my life. Looking for a home where I can feel safe. Let's go and see if that place is suitable as a home tomorrow. If it's appropriate, grab it. Chapter 56. Waiting for Dawn, opening the prologue of the script. Hearing this, Ergu and Livdan and the others looked at each other and understood each other's eyes. Ergu couldn't help but get excited. Brotherly, are we going to build a shelter? Chun-Li raised his eyelids and glanced at Ergu without saying a word. At this time, a creaking sound was heard. Hui Gaili pushed the door open and came in with a knife in his hand. He spoke cautiously. Brotherly, I'm back. Then he looked at Luden. The blood on the tip of the knife looked strange and tempting under the reflection of the moonlight coming in from the window. Brother Donkey. No, Brother Egg. Oh no, Hui Gaili suddenly didn't know how to call Donkey Egg, and his speech began to stutter, his face flushed with embarrassment. Donkey Egg looked at the blushing little girl with a smile and said generously, just call me Brother Donkey Egg. Okay, Brother Luden, I'll return the knife to you. Hui Gai Li, with an embarrassed look on his face, lowered his head and handed over the handle. Donkey Egg sighed. This little girl is really thin-skinned, a bit like his own sister. He was ready to take the knife and comfort the girl. After all, it was his first time killing someone, and he couldn't let the trauma remain in his mind. However, just as Donkey Egg was about to take the knife, Hui Gai Li suddenly stopped and put the knife back. What are you doing? Hui Gai Li didn't reply immediately. He hurried to his bedside and wiped off all the blood stains on the tip of the knife with the bedsheet before handing it back to Luden. I was ignorant and handed it to Brother Donkey Egg without wiping off the blood. Please forgive me, Brother Donkey Egg. Haha, it's okay. You little girl really cares about the rules. Brother Donkey Egg took the knife and held it in his arms and nodded with satisfaction. When he turned around and went back, he glanced at Chongqing next to him and saw him staring at him. After a little thought, I figured out the cause and effect and couldn't help shaking my head and smiling bitterly. I felt good when I provoked this kid last time, but I don't think this kid sees me as a love rival. After returning the sword, Hui Gai Li stood beside Chongqing, holding Chongqing's arm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Go to sleep. Seeing that everything was done, Chunli closed his eyes again. Urgus squinted his eyes and didn't say anything. He was looking forward to the prison trip the next day. After all, he had been there for 15 years, and he still needed to meet some interesting people. If a dog doesn't rely on human power, can it still be called a dog? Urgu closed his eyes a little excitedly, turned over, and prepared to warm up in his dream first. Mao, who was lying on the bed and secretly glancing at everyone in the room, closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep easily. He was a little confused now. He was just thinking about whether to lick Lu Shui, but who knew that Lu Shui was ordered to be executed by Brother Li in the next second. This shouldn't happen logically. Urgu was a little confused. He could feel that Qinli loved Lu Shui deeply, so why did he kill her? Mao took a quick glance at the bed where Hui Gai Li was, but one thing was certain. He had to stay away from this little girl in the future. No man can tolerate the person who killed his beloved woman to live in this world, even if it was the man himself who gave the order. Haven't you seen that in ancient times, when the emperor gave poisoned wine to the imperial concubine, he would ask the eunuch to give it to the imperial concubine? After the imperial concubine drank the wine, the eunuch who gave the imperial concubine the wine would go to the eunuch chief to get the poisoned wine. Mao slowly fell asleep with unspeakable thoughts in his mind, and secretly gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. He really thought that I had watched 300 costume dramas in vain. I understand the intrigues in the harem best. The night was pitch black, and the moonlight shining through the window seemed weak and vulnerable in the darkness. Donkey Dan held the knife tightly in his arms and did not fall asleep immediately. His thoughts drifted to tomorrow's trip to prison. That was truly a nightmare memory, and thinking about it, Donkey Egg couldn't help but shed tears. Donkey Egg tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes and cursed in his heart. I must find the guy who let me pull his trouser pocket tomorrow. I will stab this knife into him completely. And I want to smash 20 sewing machines. No, I want to keep all of them and follow the example of the director of the mental hospital downstairs, who also becomes a prison warden in the apocalypse. I wanted them to pull my trouser pockets while pedaling the sewing machine, and I wanted Donkey Egg to fall asleep while fantasizing in my heart. On the other side, Hui Gai Li closed his eyes and took long breaths to control his heart and lung frequency, trying not to let his overly nervous heartbeat sound too harsh in this silent space. She regretted it now. The first time she saw Chunli, she regretted the decision she had just made. When she was alone with Lu Shui on the 4th floor, she did not feel too much pressure from Chunli. Her heart softened, and she felt that Lu Shui's crime did not deserve the death penalty, so she released him. However, when he opened the door and saw Chun-Li's calm face and the gentleman's hat and cane placed beside the pillow, Hui Gai Li almost confessed and asked for leniency. Why did I suddenly become soft-hearted? I waited until they fell asleep. Then I sneaked out to the 4th floor and killed Lu Shui. I wonder if it would be too late. Hui Gai Li also closed his eyes with some complicated emotions. Chongsheng, who was sleeping in the bed next to Hui Gai Li, was having trouble falling asleep even though he was lying on his side. Why was Luden suddenly so enthusiastic about Hui Gai Li? Was he really trying to steal my girlfriend? This was Hui Gai Li's first time killing someone. I don't know if she was scared. Why didn't she tell me about it? Does she not love me anymore? So much time has passed. Why has no one asked me about my skill of running on all fours? I have already thought about how to answer. Why has no one asked me? Isn't it because they value this skill that they keep me by their side? Chongqing listened to the light snoring sounds coming from his ears and couldn't help feeling sleepy. With 100,000 questions in his mind, he gradually fell asleep. Chun-Li closed his eyes slightly, but did not fall asleep. He just closed his eyes to rest. Although the effect was slightly worse than sleeping, it was the only choice under such circumstances. Chun-Li, who has seen the evil of human nature, will never fall asleep in this state. If you can find a suitable place to settle down, you must first find a closed house, go to the supply point to buy a few hundred mines, then buy a few automatic defense turrets, and place them all at the door, and then sleep until you wake up naturally. I don't know if there are any supply points that sell this kind of stuff. Next time I go to a supply point, I should search the sundry shop carefully. Maybe Ergu is right, and I can really pick up some good stuff in the sundry merchant's hands. The bald man downstairs tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He wondered if he should go with Chun-Li. He always felt that following Chun-Li would be more promising. The size of the mental hospital could definitely double. By then, I can save more patients. I don't know whether Chun-Li will want me. On the third night of the apocalypse, everyone was writing their own scripts with their own ulterior motives. Wait quietly for dawn and start the script. Chapter 57. I am a sad squirrel. When the first ray of dawn shone into the dark room, the flow of time seemed to be sped up, and soon the room became bright. Chun-Li opened his eyes, smoothed the wrinkles on his suit with his hands, put on a gentleman's hat, and took the cane in his hand. He smelled the scent coming from his body and frowned. He tapped his cane on the ground a few times, and the other people in the room gradually opened their eyes. Chun-Li didn't say a word. He stood up, opened the door, and walked down the stairs. Everyone looked at each other, hurriedly straightened their clothes, picked up the things they were carrying, and followed closely behind him. Before they reached the first floor, a burst of neat and firm slogans reached everyone's ears. What are we going to do? Become bigger and stronger. What are we going to do? Become bigger and stronger. As soon as Chun-Li walked to the first floor, the first thing he saw was the bald man waving his hands rhythmically and shouting slogans passionately with his men. I need a place to wash up. Chun-Li, who had no patience to wait for the morning meeting in the mental hospital to end, interrupted. Brotherly, the washing area is on the first floor. I'll take you there. The bald man who had just been shouting slogans with passion and determination heard Chun-Li's voice. Immediately, the expression on his face turned into one of attentiveness. He trotted to Chun-Li's side, smiled awkwardly, and then ran to the front to lead the way. Brotherly is here, just ahead. There is plenty of water in the water reservoir in the hospital before the apocalypse, but there is no hot water. Without looking back, Chun-Li walked into the small room that contained the bathtub, filled the bathtub with water, and then lay down in it. After taking a shower and walking out of the door refreshed, Chun-Li saw the bald man still standing at the door of the house, tapping the back of his hand from time to time, his eyes always looking towards the door of the room. His brows slightly frowned. Do you think of yourself as a butler? Hee. The bald man first patted the back of his hand, then smiled awkwardly, and then said seriously, Brotherly, I want to go with you. Oh, you don't want to be the dean anymore. Chun-Li slammed his cane on the door, urging the rest of the people inside to speed up. Let's not do it for now. I think following you will help the hospital develop faster. We are already short of doctors now. If more patients are hospitalized, we may not be able to take them in. The bald man forced himself to control the desire to scratch the back of his hand and looked at Chun-Li with a serious face. Okay, take your things and get ready to go. Chun-Li looked at his image in the mirror with satisfaction. Oh, well, okay. The bald man was a little confused at first. Is it that simple? He thought Chun-Li would say something like, you need to complete a task before you can join us. But then he showed an ecstatic look. No matter what, the result was good. The bald man, who had been nodding in agreement, greeted Chun-Li without much delay. He rushed to the second floor to pack up his things, grabbed a doctor on the way, and casually made the doctor the dean. Then he left in a leisurely manner amid the others' ecstasy. Chun-Li walked into the hall and looked at the attending doctors who were shouting slogans with all their might. The emotions on their faces were different, and the scene could even be described as funny. After the bald man left, the next person in line took over and led everyone to continue shouting slogans. One of them stood out the most, with tears on his face that seemed to be flowing like rootless water. The grief-stricken expression on his face would even make people think that this person was the protagonist of Les Miserables. However, even though his face was filled with sadness, it did not stop him from shouting slogans in an enthusiastic voice. Chun-Li walked up to the young man with some interest and poked him in the body with his cane, causing him to stop shouting the strange slogan. Why are you shouting this slogan? The dean requested it. Why are you crying? Because I'm a sad squirrel, and I'm supposed to cry. So do you want to eat some pine cones? I think. Chun-Li took out the explosive grenade in his hand from the space, put it in his hand, and shook it in front of the squirrel. Follow me. When we get there, I'll give you this pine cone to eat. Okay, no problem. The squirrel who had been crying decided to follow Chun-Li without much hesitation. He was a squirrel, and he needed to eat pine cones. At this time, the others also finished washing up and walked out of the house. As the sound of tung 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 was heard, the bald man also trotted down from downstairs. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chun-Li turned and walked towards the hospital entrance. The bald man looked at the squirrel and the team in confusion. "Why are you here too? Did Brotherly let you in?" The crying squirrel pointed to the figure in front of him and said, "He asked me to follow him. He said there are pine cones to eat." The bald man unconsciously clicked the back of his hand and said nothing more. "Whoever knows the way, lead the way." Chun-Li stood at the door, looking at the dilemma on both sides of the street. At this time, Ermao stood up, raised his hand, and said awkwardly, "Boss, I know him, I know him." Looking at Ermao, who had an embarrassed and unnatural expression in front of him, Chun-Li thought about it for a while and roughly figured out the cause and effect. Ermao, who was walking in front of the team, held up his glowing spear in his hand and groped forward cautiously. Sure enough, just like last time, the sounds of zombies biting and roaring could be heard from the stores on both sides of the street from time to time, and there were only a few lost zombies scattered on the street. As long as there are no loud noises or blood that can stimulate the zombies that are leisurely devouring and evolving in the house, there will basically be no problem if you are careful when walking through the streets during the day. After everyone killed a few scattered zombies, a wall appeared in front of everyone. It was a stone brick wall about 6 or 7 meters high, with a half-meter high barbed wire on top of it. I didn't know if it was the electric fence seen in movies and TV shows. Ermao looked at the stone wall in front of him with complicated eyes. He used to see it every day, but it was the first time he saw it from this perspective. Ermao changed direction and walked along the stone wall towards the main entrance. "This pine cone is for you." Chun-Li waved his hand to signal the crying squirrel to come over and handed the explosive grenade to the squirrel in front of everyone. There is a button on the pine cone. When you press it, it will flash green for 5 seconds, and you can eat the pine cone after 5 seconds. Okay, thank you, brother." After the squirrel took the pine cone, his face was full of disbelief at first, and then an intense joy burst out on his face. This was the first time in such a long time that someone gave the squirrel a pine cone to eat, which made him feel extremely satisfied. Chapter 58. Let's invite this girl to eat a pine cone. When I say who to treat to pine cones, you press the button and run to the person I point to, Chun-Li said, leaning on his cane and looking at the person in front of him who had been crying. "Okay, no problem." The squirrel agreed without thinking, then carefully put the grenade into the inner pocket of his shirt and patted it with satisfaction. "Now I feel complete. The rabbit in the yard has been laughing at me for not having pine cones. I must show off when I get back." Everyone turned around and saw a simple registration office at the prison gate in front of them. 2 big men in prison guard uniforms holding knives were sitting at the gate and yawning. From time to time, survivors, either alone or in groups, would come and go from the door. But judging by the reactions of the 2 people at the registration desk at the door, there were probably no newcomers. They were all old residents of the shelter. When Chun-Li walked to the front and was less than 2 meters away from the registration office, everyone could clearly see the 2 prison guards who were yawning and looking listless. When he saw the newcomer coming, his eyes lit up immediately. He stood up, raised his weapon, and said loudly, "Listen carefully. I will only say this once. We need to conduct a routine inspection of the newcomers entering the shelter." When Ergo heard the words routine inspection, his face instantly turned as black as charcoal. "I don't know why, but I have a shadow on the word inspection now." Donkey Egg beside him nodded in agreement. "I doubt that their inspection is just one sentence, whether you have committed a crime or not." Chun-Li stopped and ignored the questions of the 2 people in front of him. He glanced at the 6 or 7 meter long stone brick walls surrounding the prison and the large iron gate at the main entrance. He nodded with satisfaction. This place is pretty good as a place to live. But this big iron door is not good. It needs to be replaced with a solid one. Chun-Li, who wanted to observe the internal facilities of the prison, took a step forward and walked into the prison. Seeing Chun-Li and the others standing up and walking over, a big man raised his homemade loudspeaker and said, "Listen carefully, newcomers in front. You need to register your occupation, attributes, equipment, and skills, if you have them. Sign a points-sharing system with the shelter based on your abilities." The big man, who hadn't finished speaking yet, found that the people in front of him didn't listen to him at all, and the young man in front of him was even about to pass between the 2 of them. The big man threw the megaphone away angrily, took out the whistle from his waist, and blew it hard. He looked at his colleague and raised his knife to chop at the young man in front of him. However, before the 2 men could chop down with their knives, the big man's head flew into the air. The last seen in the air was that the colleague's head was pierced by a spear. Donkey Egg and Ergo behind Chun-Li secretly exchanged glances with each other. We have such a good understanding that we can already understand what brotherly means. There were 4 survivors near the door who were about to go out when they saw this scene. They immediately stopped and slowly retreated, trying to stay away from this place of trouble as much as possible. Boss, this is not good. After this happened, we may not be able to go out today. A young man holding a stick complained. It's another drama of a local tyrant and a local tyrant. You guys can fight if you want. Can't you let me go out and then fight? But the local tyrant this time seems to be quite fierce. He started killing without saying a word. But when the warden comes, I guess these people will be hung on that wall. A girl dressed like a young girl with a bow slung across her body pointed at the wall full of corpses. This should be beyond doubt. After all, the warden's profession is a fucking sword immortal. Do you know what a sword immortal is? He can actually fly. I have never seen this profession in a supply point. The bald man waved his gloved hands and complained loudly with saliva in his mouth. Okay, boss, stop complaining. We'll go out and open the treasure chest later. Maybe we can get something better. A young man dressed in casual clothes, but holding a feather fan, fanned the air a few times before he began to speak. I hope this group of people can be dealt with quickly. If someone gets to my treasure chest first, I will dig out their bodies and make them into dumpling fillings. The young man holding the stick pounded the stick on the ground in annoyance, turning his head from time to time to look deep into the prison, expecting the warden to show up soon. Brother, why does that young man feel like he is on an inspection? The girl observed carefully for a while and felt that something was not right. The bald man frowned and said nothing. Chun-Li and others entered the prison as if they were in an empty house. After dealing with 2 ignorant guard dogs, they began to scan the internal structure of the prison. It's not bad, with a separate room. It's safer with a wall outside, but it needs some renovation. If he chose to settle down here, he didn't want his door to be easily breached. At this time, there was a loud noise. A young and beautiful woman, dressed in ancient costume, with a flying sword under her feet, floated in the air and slowly flew towards Chun-Li and his group. At first glance, it really looks like an immortal, but why is it suspended less than 10 centimeters from the ground? Surrounded by guards and watched by survivors, the fairy slowly flew to a place less than 10 meters away from Chun-Li. Then, in an instant, the flying sword under the fairy's feet flashed, and the next second, the residual image in the air disappeared. The fairy appeared at the door and took a quick look at the body of the lost guard. Then, with her eyebrows furrowed, she flew to where she was standing at a speed that ordinary people could hardly catch, and said angrily, "Why did you kill my people for no reason?" Chun-Li was speechless after hearing what the woman in front of him, who was standing on a flying sword, said. "Girl, are you acting in a drama? I guess I understand why the guards at the gate are so weak. I guess this woman is now enjoying the feeling of showing off her strength and making a glorious appearance in front of everyone." Chun-Li smacked his lips and sighed inwardly. This was a woman who was spoiled before the apocalypse and became arrogant after gaining power. The speed is indeed very fast, but unfortunately the character is a fatal flaw. So where did the warden go before the end of the world? We are from the shelter next door. We agreed to your last proposal to merge the shelters. This is our director. Chun-Li pushed the bald man standing behind him to the front. When the fairy saw the bald man, she cast an inquiring look to her subordinates beside her and received a positive answer. She no longer had any doubts. She did send someone to the shelter to request a merger last time, but was rejected. She didn't expect that they would come to the shelter today on their own initiative. Chun-Li patted the crying squirrel beside him and pointed at the woman in front of him. To make amends, squirrel, go and treat this girl to a pine cone. Chapter 59. What is real art? Hearing this, the crying squirrel, with his head down, was reluctantly covering the pine cone in his chest-lining pocket. However, when he saw Chun-Li's encouraging eyes, he reached into his pocket and pressed the button firmly. Then I walked step by step towards the place that was floating less than 10 centimeters above the ground, wondering as I walked whether this person would like my pine cones. I just didn't like the stinky rabbit's carrots. 3, 2, 1. The people behind Chun-Li were counting down in their hearts. They certainly knew what this damn pine cone was. When Brotherly handed the pine cone to the squirrel, he did not avoid them. The sword immortal warden, who couldn't suppress the excitement on her face, tried her best to be serious. She was certainly not expecting pine cones, as she was not a squirrel. She was just excited by the scene. The feeling of the princes paying tribute made her satisfy her desire to be an empress, even though she only paid tribute with a pine cone. Then when I saw the weirdo in front of me, with a reluctant expression on his face but crying eyes, taking out a pine cone from his arms, the fairy was stunned for a moment. This damn pine cone looks a bit like a grenade in the supply point. The fairy's face suddenly changed, and she tried to control the flying sword under her feet to get away from the damn pine cone. But the next second, the pine cones, which had been flashing green, suddenly turned red. Then, a dull explosion sounded, and countless grenade fragments exploded between the two men, rotating and densely penetrating into their bodies. Is this what pine cones taste like? This mentally ill patient, who had tears on his face and thought he was a squirrel, recalled the taste of pine cones in the last moments of his consciousness. I can't help but feel proud of myself. Pine cones taste better than carrots. I would say that pine cones are definitely the most delicious thing in the world. That brother was such a nice guy. He was the first person to give me a pine cone. It is you who makes me complete. The fairy warden, who was dressed in ancient costume and had a beautiful face, was stunned when she saw the grenade, which made her lose her last chance to escape. She didn't even have time to activate her flying sword before countless grenade fragments pierced her body. Explosions were heard and smoke dissipated. After a while, the smoke dissipated. A small pit appeared on the ground, and the body parts of the two people were scattered everywhere under the shock wave. There was a brief silence in the field, with only Chun-Li's slightly arrogant and excited laughter echoing in the square. The leader of the four survivors nearby was a bald middle-aged man. He silently hid his gloved hands behind his back and said in a daze, "I know what the occupation of the young man who just spoke is." "Boss, how did you know that? What's his profession?" The young man who was fanning himself casually stopped and waited for further instructions. He has always regarded himself as the strategist of this team and called himself Little Zhuge. He never expected that the stubborn boss could see what he could not see. The bald middle-aged man, who was somewhat shocked by the scene just now, looked at the people around him and lowered his voice. This young man should be a hidden profession, and his profession is obviously a red alert commander. Look at the man who rushed up. Doesn't he look like a primary version of a suicide truck? The young man held his forehead with his fan and said nothing more. Ever since the grenade exploded, Chun-Li couldn't control his excited smile. Is riding a flying sword an art? Explosions are the real art, especially when a beautiful woman is blown into filthy pieces. Chun-Li held the cane in his hand and raised his hands high with an intoxicated look. This is real art. It's a very satisfying feeling to destroy a beautiful and delicate work of art with your own hands. Well now, I plan to become the new master of this prison. Chun-Li put down his hands, leaned his cane on the ground again, and his face regained that elegant and calm expression as he looked at everyone on the field. This group of people includes survivors, prisoners, prison guards, etc., and the personnel is complex. With a kind smile on his face, he spoke in a not very loud voice. What are you going to do? In fact, you can choose to avenge your lovely beautiful warden. However, the scene was silent, without even the sound of whispering. Everyone looked at the corpse on the ground with complicated eyes. The warden often liked to stand on the flying sword and inspect the prison at a very slow speed, but why couldn't he fly today? Chun-Li curled his lips in boredom, took out a dagger from his waist, held the cane in his left hand, and held the dagger in his right hand. He first walked to the pit left by the explosion and picked up the flying sword. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was intact. How could products produced by the system be damaged? After checking the attributes of the equipment, I found that it was exclusive to the sword immortal profession. People of other professions could only use this weapon as an ordinary sword, but at least it was sharp enough. He casually put it into the space, and then walked slowly towards the group of men who surrounded the warden. About 20 people looked at the young man in front of them with complicated eyes and silence. You won't resist? I just killed your warden with my own hands. Chun-Li stabbed the scar on the face of the person closest to him with the dagger, with a smile on his face as if he was expecting something to happen. However, neither the person in front of him nor the others reacted. Chun-Li looked at everyone and said impatiently, "Who is the one who can speak? Come out." The middle-aged man in prisoner's clothes who was hit on the face by Chun-Li's dagger raised his hand with embarrassment. Why are you still wearing this prisoner's outfit in the apocalypse? Chun-Li looked surprised. This will have a greater deterrent effect on the survivors. The middle-aged man with the scar on his face said embarrassedly, "Why don't you resist? Big brother, why should we resist?" Scarface first raised his head and looked at Chun-Li with a hint of fear and disdain in his eyes. The warden you killed is already our second warden. No matter who is the warden, it will not affect us. And we also need a strong person to protect us. The fact that you were able to kill the previous warden shows that you are even stronger. If the atmosphere wasn't inappropriate, we should actually hold an inauguration ceremony for you. Seeing the spineless, scarred man in front of him, Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. A slave of 3 surnames. Go and gather everyone here. Gather them in the square for a meeting. Chun-Li then walked to the center of the square, looked around but couldn't find a chair, so he waved in the direction of Scar and the others. A young man trotted over to Chun-Li with excitement in his eyes, thinking to himself that he had never expected that this pearl of his would be discovered by the new warden after brushing off the dust. Chun-Li pointed at a certain place on the ground with his cane. Lie down. I want to sit for a while. Pull your ribs back so that you don't irritate me. Chapter 60, 10 Family Rules. Oh. The young man looked back with bitter eyes at his companions who pretended not to see him, and finally understood why they had all turned aside just now. Under Chun-Li's gaze, the young man gritted his teeth and lay obediently on the ground, burying his face between his hands like an ostrich. If everyone saw him turning into a chair during the meeting, he would not be able to stay in this shelter. Warden, except for the survivors still outside, everyone else is here. After Scarface gathered everyone in the middle of the square, he trotted to Chun-Li, leaned over, and whispered, "Yeah." Chun-Li waved his hand and signaled Ergu to pick up the loudspeaker that fell at the door. Then, holding the cane in one hand and the loudspeaker in the other, he stood up and stood on the back of the young man below him, looking at everyone present. There were more than 50 people standing in the middle of the square, wearing different clothes. The look in everyone's eyes is different, but there is one thing that everyone has in common, and that is confusion about the future. This is the third warden in such a short period of time. Who knows if this warden will also eat pine cones or something tomorrow? From now on, this prison belongs to me. After saying this, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction, waiting for the troublemaker to jump out and object. However, dozens of seconds passed, and the scene was still silent, let alone the troublemaker. Looking carefully, everyone held their breath when they heard Chun-Li's words. Chun-Li looked at the scarred man beside him with dissatisfaction. Why didn't any troublemakers stand up to object? Scarface said with a bitter and embarrassed look on his face. Those who dared to speak out against it have already been dealt with by the previous warden. Then how can I make an example of someone else? Hearing Chun-Li's increasingly dissatisfied tone, Scarface hurriedly replied cautiously. There is no need to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. The previous warden even killed those born in the year of the rooster. And what? And these people have completely learned their lesson. When they heard what you said, warden, they knew you were going to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Didn't you see that they didn't even breathe? Chun-Li was in a bad mood when he saw that the script he wrote was wasted, and spoke impatiently. I heard your guard at the door talking about the point-sharing system. The warden is like this. The previous warden set up a system that everyone has to hand in 1/3 of the zombie points they kill every day before entering the shelter. You have no way of knowing how many zombies the survivors killed. If the survivors say they didn't kill any, you won't charge them? A mutual reporting system, where those who report concealing the truth will be rewarded with 100 points. What if it's a team of acquaintances? They'll hide things from each other. Chun-Li glanced at the small team of 4 standing in the crowd, clearly separated from the rest. They don't dare to gamble. Scarface said embarrassedly. What if I don't go out and hunt zombies? Then you don't have to pay, of course. But you still have to eat, and you'll go out eventually. This is not good. What is the difference between this practice and capitalists who exploit labor? Chun-Li put the loudspeaker back to his mouth and spoke loudly. I just heard that your last warden adopted a point-sharing system to exploit you. Ask yourself, are you really willing to accept this system? It's an old-fashioned trick. It's nothing more than a new official handing out some benefits to win people's hearts. The young man who was shaking the fan in his hand shook his head and said disdainfully, from this moment on, the rules have been rewritten, and this system has been abolished. All the points you earn from hunting zombies will belong to you, and I will not take a single cent of your share. Chun-Li continued loudly. Only Ergu and others behind him heard these words with expressionless faces and no reaction. Instead of expecting Chun-Li to wave the banner of liberation to save all living beings, it is better to expect the Buddha to descend from the sky to save the world. The people who had been looking blankly in the eyes and thinking that the meeting was just a formality couldn't help but sparkle with a glimmer of hope when they heard that Chun-Li was actually serious about it. Maybe this young man was really sent by God to save them. The new warden really doesn't want a share of the points? He won't go back on his word, will he? The young man with the stick on his shoulder was a little incredulous. He probably won't regret it. After all, he said it in front of so many people. For the sake of people's hearts, the new warden is really willing to give up. The young man in sportswear, waving a fan, shook his head and sighed. You have to sacrifice before you can gain. Gathering people's hearts can accomplish great things. The new warden is making plans for the future. Chun-Li continued to speak passionately and encouragingly. And from this moment on, this place is no longer called a prison, nor is it called a refuge. It has a new name, called home. Each of us has lost our original home in the apocalypse, so why not build a new home in the apocalypse? Urgu and others behind him gradually became confused. Could it be that Brotherly really turned over a new leaf? The word home stimulated everyone's eyes to be filled with hope, and everyone listened attentively to the next words of the new warden. The word home sounds so warm. Well, since this is my home, I have set up a few house rules. For the sake of your short lives, please listen carefully. Wait, everyone felt that something was wrong. Shouldn't we say that this is our home, and we should work together to build it? The first house rule: all tenants need to pay 3 points per day to stay in my house. If you don't have enough points, you will be killed. Second house rule: tenants are only allowed to go out alone to hunt zombies. Teams are not allowed. If you need to form a team, you must pay a team formation fee of 10 points. In the future, you must pay 2 points every day. If you don't have enough points, the team will be automatically disbanded. The third house rule: items can only be traded in the market I set up. Sellers and buyers must each pay a 10 handling fee. Anyone caught trading privately will be put to death. Fourth house rule: no one may leave my house. Any attempt to escape, quit, or defect will be considered suicide. Prepare to be hunted down. The fifth house rule: I will set up a bounty list to publish point-based tasks. If someone else needs to publish a point-based task, the publisher must pay a 10 handling fee. The sixth house rule: no tenant may disclose any information about the house to outsiders. Violators will also be hunted down. The seventh house rule: no tenant may engage in unfriendly behavior such as fighting, murder, etc. at home. Anyone who violates this rule will be put to death if he or she takes the initiative to do so. Eighth house rule: anyone who comes near the house where I live without permission will be put to death. House rule number 9. If you find someone violating the house rules, the reporter will receive a 100-point reward. You don't need to worry about retaliation. To make it easier for everyone to remember, the only criminal law in my family rules is the death penalty. And there is no suspended death penalty. If you are found guilty, you will be executed. The 10th house rule. Chapter 61. Solving the problem is actually very simple. Chun-Li grinned with satisfaction. Finally, he had a home of his own. Who says that home is only when you are with your family? Wherever you are, that is home. The 10th house rule. This is also the most important one. Anyone who opposes me will be put to death. Seeing everyone's faces change from hope to confusion and finally to dead despair, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction and jumped off the back of the young man under him. Now, welcome everyone to my home. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun-Li. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. A man in his early 40s in the crowd hesitated for a while, then raised his hand and said, "I." Bang! The man fell to the ground. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction. Finally, a chicken jumped out and used the desert eagle as a walking stick again. This person's problem has been solved. Please invite the next person with a problem. Looking at the man lying on the ground, everyone knew how Chun-Li would solve the problem. The quickest way to solve a problem is, of course, to solve the person who raised the problem. Naturally, there were no more problems for the people on the field. So now, as the master of this house, I will issue the first bounty points mission. The first bounty point task: find a piece of wood and carve 10 house rules on it. The font should be dyed red with zombie blood so that it is eye-catching enough. Put it in the middle of the square so that every new tenant can see the house rules at the first time. Bounty points, 2 points. Second bounty point mission: go out and find a blackboard with chalk. Place it near the house rules board as a bounty notice board. Bounty points, 3 points. The third bounty point mission: find the nearest shelter nearby and get the relevant information. Bounty points, 5 points. The fourth bounty points mission: bring a survivor back home, and you will be rewarded with 2 points. Just bring him home, and the mission will be completed once you enter this door. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction and sighed at his own kindness. A good patriarch is one who rewards and punishes. So who wants to take on these tasks now? The 4-member team looked at each other, and the young man holding the feather fan nodded secretly, stepped out, and said, "Master, we want to take on the mission of finding the blackboard." "Yeah, of course, no problem. The team needs to pay the team establishment fee before going out." "Boss, how about we go out alone first, and then meet up outside?" The young boy who was walking around anxiously with a 1-meter-long steel rod on his shoulder suddenly had an idea. "That's not right. The new owner will probably keep an eye on us. Our small group is too conspicuous. Most importantly, it's not safe for one person to go out." A young man beside him objected, shaking his feather fan slightly. "Let's go and pay the team building fee. Doesn't this make us seem too cowardly? The team building fee requires 10 points, and we'll need points every day to maintain it. This is too unfair. The girl with the bow and arrow on her shoulder frowned slightly, looking dissatisfied. You have to. When a new system is first established, the first person to find fault will often be punished. This is called killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. But the first person to respond to the system will often receive a good reward. This is called buying a horse bone with a lot of gold. The young man waving a feather fan beside him cast his eyes at the bald middle-aged man in the team. In the end, the boss still has to make the choice. Why do I feel that this young man wants to squeeze us down to bones rather than horse bones? The bald man touched his smooth head and complained in a low voice. What did you say, boss? Nothing. Let's go pay the team building fee. And we have to hurry up. If someone gets to the treasure chest first, we will lose more than just these few points. During the time when the few people were discussing with each other, the task of establishing house rules was also taken over by a seemingly honest prisoner who claimed to be a carpenter. Several people have also accepted the mission to find other shelters. Anyway, there is no explanation as to what will happen if the mission fails, so just accept it first. If you happen to come across a new shelter when you go out and find out valuable information, wouldn't that be like picking up points for free? As for the points bounty mission of finding a new family, almost everyone accepted it. They are familiar with this task. To put it bluntly, it is the XX app before the outbreak of the apocalypse, which recruits new members and gets commissions. Anyway, no matter whether it is by coercion, or inducement, as long as the survivors enter this gate, the mission is completed. Everyone looked at each other and finally chose to accept this matter. No troublemaker jumped out to cause trouble. After all, the new head of the family might be beheaded by someone unknown tomorrow, so why bother to seek death at this time? The four-member survivor group discussed for a while, and finally the bald middle-aged man came forward to pay the team building fee and apply to go out. Chun-Li waved his hand in agreement, then put the loudspeaker to his mouth and shouted loudly. Now, everyone get moving. If you don't pay today's tenant points before dark, prepare to die. I really hope that someone will dare to escape, so that others can see what the consequences of running away are. After saying that, Chun-Li waved his hand to let Ergo come over, and said with a somewhat complacent expression, What do you think? Jesus has 10 great commandments, and I, Chun-Li, also have 10 great family rules. Ergo cupped his hands and leaned forward to flatter. Congratulations, brotherly. From today on, you have a place in the apocalypse. When did you learn to flatter the dean? You are not worthy of the title of a doctor. You should learn some professional skills quickly and don't fall behind too much. Yes. Chun-Li stood there in thought for a while, without saying anything. After a long while, he looked at Ergo and asked, Do you want to be a housekeeper? Brotherly, what do you mean? Ergo's eyes shrank instantly, and he cautiously tested Chun-Li's meaning. I need someone to help me collect the daily rental fees, handling fees, and points expenses such as bounty points missions. I want you to be that person. What do you think? Oh, this authority is too great. Ergo, who is usually smart, was a little hesitant at this moment and didn't know how to respond in a standard way. But I don't really want you to be the boss. I have a good impression of you. You are an interesting person. I don't want you to make an irrational and wrong decision one day and let me kill you with my own hands. Chun-Li, who didn't know what he remembered, lowered his head and murmured a little depressed. I have decided to let you be the butler. I hope you can live up to my trust. After all, you told the story about Sephiroxim and wine very well the other day. And I like telling stories as well as listening to stories. Chapter 62, Official Appointment. As soon as Chun-Li finished speaking, a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face, and this smile made Ergo a little dazed. He had seen strange smiles, crazy smiles, insane smiles, mad smiles, grief-stricken smiles, smiles that were neither smiles nor smiles on Chun-Li's face. But this was the first time I saw a happy smile on Chun-Li's face. Although it was only a ray and fleeting, it did exist. Thank you for your trust, brotherly. Just watch my performance. I know what to do. Ergo didn't think much about it, and didn't say anything like rejection this time. The reason why he told that story and frequently showed up in front of Chun-Li was nothing more than hoping to gain Chun-Li's trust and become part of the core circle around Chun-Li. In this way, both one's personal safety and the right to speak are no longer comparable to the past. What's more, we have just seized a base and everything is in a prosperous development stage. The merit of founding a country is much greater than the merit of protecting the emperor. Those in power are unkind. With Chun-Li's methods, Ergo believes that Chun-Li can do very well in the end times. This kind of person is born to be suitable for the end times. I will never use backdoors because of relationships or other factors, and I will never spend a penny for personal use. I will buy a points storage device later, and every night before dark, I will hand over all the points I have earned that day to Brotherly. Ergu counted on his fingers with a serious expression and set 3 rules for himself. Well, go get Donkey Egg. Seeing Ergu waving at him, Ludin touched the back of his head and trotted to Chun-Li without thinking much. The defense of the house is in your hands. Donkey Egg, who looked terrified, exchanged glances with Ergo first, and after confirming that it was not flattery, he calmed down and said in surprise, "Brotherly, you mean? You are responsible for selecting 15 people to join the garrison. Your responsibilities include guarding the door and supervising the house rules. Are you up to the task?" "Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Brotherly. If anyone dares to violate the house rules, I will tie him up myself without you having to do anything." Donkey Egg couldn't help but rub his face excitedly. He could already imagine how he would look like a hero. Call Ermao over. Seeing Donkey Egg waving at him excitedly and asking him to come over, Ermao couldn't help but think to himself, could there be some good news? Ermao, who was jogging all the way, ignored the excited Donkey Egg beside him. He stood up straight, looked directly at Li Ge and waited for instructions. "You are too cautious. You always like to find the best solution." Chun-Li leaned on his cane and looked up at the sky. I don't know what he is thinking. Ermao, who was standing upright, couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard this. But sometimes being cautious can be a good thing. I need intelligence. Chun-Li paused and pondered for a while before continuing. I need intelligence on zombies. I need intelligence on other shelters, and intelligence on this world game. I need all the intelligence. Your caution is a good ability in gathering intelligence. That little boy ran pretty fast. He must have some skills. You two will form the prototype of this intelligence organization, and you can select the subsequent personnel yourself. Do you have confidence? Ermao was excited at first, thinking that he was going to be given a promotion, and he had finally made it. Then he thought for a while before replying with finality. I have confidence that we will get back the information that Brotherly wants to know, no matter how hard we try. Well, you can form your own group after you go down. So far, what I want to know most is the news of the survivors. Working hard to gain points by yourself is not as fast as getting a group of people to work hard to gain points for you. Most of the people in the square have now dispersed, and almost everyone rushed out the door at the speed of bolt to search for lone zombies nearby. After all, not being able to pay the rent can result in death. Chun-Li waved his hand to let the bald man who had been pinching his hand from time to time come over. He glanced at the bloody hand and couldn't help but sigh. Can these hands really hold a gun? Your chance has come now. Do you want to open a mental hospital here? There should be a lot of patients here in a while. Let me think about it. The dean nodded wildly with excitement on his face. The reason why he followed Chun-Li was to make the mental hospital bigger and stronger and treat more patients. He didn't expect that he would be able to open a branch hospital at noon just after he followed him out in the morning. At this rate, within a month, I would be able to open branches in every corner of the world. Did you hear the 10 house rules just announced? Yeah. The bald dean nodded frantically. He didn't care about the 10 house rules at all. He just wanted to know where his mental hospital was. Your mental hospital is located in this square, with no windows or doors. All those who violate the house rules are your patients, and you need to treat them in public in the square. Donkey Egg is responsible for arresting those who violate the house rules, and will send them to you after they are arrested. No problem, Brotherly. Don't worry. I will do my best to cure every patient. None of the patients I have treated have complained. The bald dean first looked at Chun-Li with gratitude, and then looked at Donkey Egg with eyes like a wolf dog seeing meat, wishing that Donkey Egg would catch a few people who violated the house rules right away. If you don't have enough manpower, go back and bring a few doctors here tomorrow. At this time, a system sound came to everyone's ears. Regional loudspeaker. I am Lu Jun, the commander of the Xi'an military region. We have now established an official shelter at the Blue Sky Stadium in the suburbs. Survivors nearby should come as much as possible if they can. Remember to travel during the day. During the day, zombies are in the devouring evolution stage and will not actively attack humans if they are not disturbed. Don't give up. The continuation of human civilization requires you and me. Try to survive. A system sound rang 3 times in everyone's ears. After a brief silence, a smile appeared on Chun-Li's face. It's showing up, my beloved commander. This is Marshal Lu's father, a military commander. Are you afraid? Chun-Li waved his hands exaggeratedly, looking at everyone with excitement and a little madness on his face. What do you think? If I throw 100 pine cones into that gathering place, will it be as bright as fireworks? Ermao, go collect intelligence about this gathering place and high-level zombies. I need the primary professional badge to advance to the second-level professional and unlock the next-level store. Maybe more interesting things will be unlocked by then. Hearing Lu Jun's voice ringing in his ears, Chun-Li suddenly became a little excited, and thought of 100 ways to send this army commander to heaven. Yes, Ermao accepted the order gladly. This was the first mission. Whether he would be marginalized or enter the core layer depended on this mission. Next, we need to speed up our pace. I need enough points. Chun-Li licked the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly. Give me, the commander, a surprise. Chapter 63. I just want to help my master train the monkey. Chun-Li looked at the scarred man standing by his side and waved him over. Where does the former warden live? Finally, Scarface, who was calling him, said flatteringly, Master, the previous warden lived in his office. We live in the prison guard dormitory, and the survivors live in the cells. Master, are you going to the office now? Yeah. Chun-Li couldn't help but raised his arm and yawned. He had no idea how long he hadn't slept. He was so sleepy that he was not in the right state of mind. Then he looked at Ergu and Levdan and the others and said, I haven't had the chance to tell them that they can get points for serving at home every day, but they all ran out at once, leaving no one to watch over the door. Ergu, Levdan, Ermao, and Dean Changsheng Huigali, all of you stay here to watch over the door. When the survivors come back at night, anyone who wants one can go and pick one themselves. Chun-Li seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, it's best to be more discerning when choosing people. Whoever has problems with their people will be held responsible. I'm going to take a nap first. Keep the door safe. I don't want to see the defense of my house so weak that anyone can get in. Chun-Li crossed his hands behind his head, resting his head on his hands, and yawned. Go ahead and lead the way. When Chun-Li pushed open the door and entered the warden's office, he nodded with satisfaction. The space of about 30 square meters was considered quite spacious. A desk is facing the door. A large leather sofa big enough for one person to sleep on is placed on the right side of the desk, and there is a bookshelf on the left side. I picked up a book at random, and it turned out to be just an empty book cover. Pushing the door open, there are no windows on the walls on both sides, only a normal-sized window on the wall facing the door. Chun-Li walked to the window and looked down. The entire square appeared right in front of him. Ergu and others were standing or sitting guarding the entrance of the base. Boom, boom, boom. He stood up and tapped lightly on each wall of the room with his fingers. The dull sound told Chun-Li that these walls were solid walls. Nice room. Do you have enough points to pay today's rent? Chun-Li suddenly asked Scarface in confusion. After hearing this, Scarface was so confused that he couldn't be described as confused. Can't you see that it's so obvious that I want to surrender to you? Why are you still asking me for rent? Not enough. Why don't you go kill the zombies? You're very brave. Chun-Li patted Scarface's shoulder and pushed him out of the door without saying anything else. Then he closed the door behind him. The scarred man outside the door was depressed for a long time, and then he realized a cruel thing. If he didn't hurry up to kill zombies and earn points, he might really become that chicken. That's too unfair. I just want to be one of the better monkeys and help my master train monkeys. Chun-Li was the only one left in the room. He took off his gentleman's hat and clown mask and placed them on the table beside him, and took off his suit jacket and hung it on the back of the chair. Wearing only a shirt, he lay completely on the leather sofa, holding the Desert Eagle in his arms with the muzzle of the gun pointed at the door. Sleepiness immediately came over him, and Chun-Li slowly fell into a light sleep. Ergu, did you see anyone familiar among that group of people just now? Ergu and others who were standing at the door to guard the gate were leaning against the door, chatting idly. I saw a few of them. They all lowered their heads when they saw me, as if they were afraid that I would cause them trouble. Thinking of the scene just now, Ergu couldn't help but laugh. We'll get along slowly in the future. There's plenty of time. It's always inconvenient to be in front of Brotherly. I always have to pay back the anger I've received in the past. Do you think we can be considered returning home in glory? Ermao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but interrupt. In the past, when Ergu and Luden were chatting, Ermao would listen most of the time and rarely interrupt. After all, Ermao's position in this small group was rather awkward before, and few people looked up to him. But now it is different. After all, Ermao is an intelligence chief, and his status and position compared to the past can be said to be a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate. How can anyone regard this fucking prison as their hometown? Ergu was so angry that he laughed. However, he thought about it and said, actually, it's not wrong if you think about it. After all, we have been in this prison for half our lives. It's actually longer than the time we spent in our hometown. What about you, Donkey Egg? Have you found the person you were looking for? Ergu suddenly remembered something and looked at Donkey Egg with a playful look on his face. Get lost, don't bring this up. Donkey Egg cursed at first, then his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He was hiding in the crowd, but the smell of him has already penetrated into my bones, and I saw it at a glance. I have to find a reason to get him. After all, if I get him directly, the 10 house rules set by Brother Lee are not a joke. Only Brotherly can mess around with him. No one else can. Also, I would like to remind everyone present that some of you may be a little too proud. Brotherly's 10 house rules are not only for the survivors, but also for us. If anyone thinks that they have been with Brotherly for a long time and can ignore the house rules, I am curious about the outcome. Donkey Egg glanced at everyone present and warned them with his eyes. Sure, Donkey Egg, your brain is working so fast now, Ergo said in surprise. However, the smell on his body has already penetrated into his bones. Tut tut. Get lost. Donkey Egg's face was dark, and he resisted the urge to cut Ergo's mouth with his knife. Then he said with a sullen face, "One day, I will sink this knife in my hand directly into his little daisy. Handle. The tip of the knife. Brother Ermao, I just saw Brotherly pointing at me. Did he assign me any work?" Changsheng, who had been expectant, saw that no one took the initiative to speak, so he finally stepped forward and asked, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about you. You ran pretty fast, and you were assigned to work under me to form an intelligence organization, mainly responsible for external intelligence reconnaissance. What about me? What about me? Hui Gai Li on the side also spoke with anticipation, not knowing what official position he held. Ergu and the others looked at each other and thought carefully. It seemed that they had not arranged anything for Hui Gai Li just now, as if Chun Li didn't see this person in his eyes. It may also be because Hui Gai Li is useless in Chun Li's eyes. Becoming a useless person in Chun Li's eyes is definitely not good news. Maybe he forgot. Wait until Brotherly wakes up tonight, and then go ask him. Ermao said perfunctorily, then looked at Changxing curiously. Hey, by the way, your ability to lie on all fours and transform into a werewolf and run very fast, is it equipment or a skill? Chapter 64. A Sanctuary Like the Garden of Eden. Hearing Ermao's question, Changxing was already roaring wildly in his heart. He had waited for so long, and finally someone asked me this question. It's not easy. I spent so much time organizing my words to answer this question, but no one asked me. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Changxing couldn't help but straighten his body, took a deep breath, raised his head, closed his eyes, and prepared to start telling a thrilling story. However, the next second, a loud noise came from the front of the gate. Ergu and others immediately raised their weapons, stood up, and turned their eyes to the door to see what happened. Changsheng, whose heart was already filled with the story, had no choice but to swallow it back, staring at them with eyes full of resentment and grievance. There were about a dozen people walking towards this side not far away. Seeing that they were not far from the base, this group of people became less restrained and their voices and steps became louder. After all, the zombies near the base have basically been cleared out in the past few days. Even if there are any, there are only 2 or 3 cats and dogs. Seeing someone guarding the gate of the base, the leader of the dozen or so people trotted past the people around him and ran to Ergu and others. This leader was one of the survivors who went out to earn points at noon. Meet the brothers. My name is Su. The people behind are the survivors I brought back according to the family rules. Su? Su what? Ergu observed the group of people behind Su. There were mostly men, but there were also a few women who didn't look too bad. Why did these people look so excited? I'm not talented, so I'll just call you Su. Su cupped his hands and said helplessly. This sentence is probably the most common one he has said in his life. What a crappy name. Donkey Egg said casually. I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Su looked at the people in front of him with a dark face. He was completely unable to communicate normally. He had already started thinking about whether he would have a chance of survival if he escaped. After a moment, he controlled his tone and spoke. You guys may not remember much. You guys are new here. It's been less than 3 hours. Naturally, you haven't seen me before. Oh, they're not from the prison. They're survivors of the apocalypse. Why do they look unfamiliar? Ergu glanced at the group of people in front of him, all of whom were talking to each other with excitement on their faces, and asked with a puzzled look. Did you bring them back by yourself? Well, yes. Su had a harmless smile on his face like an innocent boy. How did they do that? Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, it doesn't look like they were forced. When I met this group of people on the road, I simply told them about some of the benefits of the base with a slightly embellished description, and they insisted on coming with me. Su acted as if the base's benefits were good, which was why the survivors were willing to come and did not dare to take credit for it. Are the benefits good? Ergu, Luden and others looked at each other and didn't say anything. Bring your people with you and register their names one by one. Register yourself as well, and then we will give you points. Ergu glanced at it and ignored it. After being with Brotherly for so long, I have become somewhat assimilated into his style of doing things. He only looks at the results, not the process. Well, okay. With a sunny smile on his face, Su calculated in his heart that there were 15 people in total, which meant 15 points, which was enough to pay for 5 days' rent. It was worth it this time. Name: Wang Degu. Next, name: King Puppy. After everyone registered their names, the door was opened and everyone was led into the base. As everyone just stepped into the door, Ergu took out a loudspeaker from behind him. Welcome everyone to the only home in this apocalypse. Everyone below began to whisper to each other. The young man really didn't lie to me. This place is not as cold-blooded and ruthless as other places. This is a home full of warmth. Once you enter this door, you can't retreat in this life. When you are alive, you are a Chunli man. When you die, you are a Chunli ghost. Now follow me to the square and learn the house rules. Ergu then turned around and asked Luden and others to continue guarding the door, while he took Su and the survivors to the square. After hearing these words, everyone felt that something was wrong, but they didn't think too much about it, and just regarded it as a slogan. But when everyone saw the explosion crater in the middle of the square that had not yet been cleaned up, and the broken bodies all over the ground, they couldn't help but look at Su, who had a sunny smile on his face. Is this the home like the Garden of Eden you mentioned, where there will never be any fighting? How do you explain these body parts? Now, we have 10 house rules. For the sake of your short lives, please listen carefully and memorize them. Ergu then led everyone to the wooden board of house rules that had been erected. A piece about 1 person tall, half a person wide, and as thick as 2 adult fists put together. On the brown wooden board, the family rules were engraved with blood. The blood, which had not yet dried, flowed down along the characters for a distance, making it look more like a terrifying tombstone. When Ergu finished reading out the 10 family rules, he found that everyone's faces had fallen into silence, and the scene was surprisingly quiet. The survivors and others were trying to tell themselves that what they saw were all hallucinations caused by excessive excitement. Aren't they family members? How did they become tenants, and tenants without human rights? It takes 3 points to stay in the base every day, which means killing 3 LV1 zombies. What's outrageous is that you have to stay in the base every day, and leaving the base is tantamount to suicide. You need to pay points to build a team, you need to take commissions for transactions, you need to take commissions for issuing tasks, and you can be executed at any time. The most important thing is that once you come in, you cannot leave, otherwise it is tantamount to suicide. Everyone finally understood what Ergu meant by the words, born as a Chunli person, dead as a Chunli ghost, that he had said when he first entered the door. Are the people in power in this base serious? In this kind of environment, if someone with ulterior motives incites them, civil unrest will result. A man stared at Su, who still had a bright smile on his face at this moment, with a gloomy face, and spoke in a low voice. Su, is this the sanctuary you mentioned where there is no conflict, no hunger, and everyone lives a fulfilling life every day, like the Garden of Eden? Yes, doesn't it clearly state in the house rules that you are not allowed to actively provoke disputes in the base, otherwise you will be executed? Believe me, every day here will definitely be fulfilling. Su responded with a serious face. The man's face became even darker. It was nonsense. If he didn't get 3 points every day, he would be executed. It would be strange if he didn't feel fulfilled. By the way, Su turned to look at Ergu with a kind smile on his face and 2 dimples dancing on his cheeks. The boy who just spoke is my college classmate. He is my best friend in college and very important to me. Chapter 65. Only children make choices. Ergu looked at Su with a dark face and said coldly, whether he is your friend or not, once you enter this door, there is no chance of leaving this base alive. No, brother, you misunderstood. What I wanted to ask is whether I can add money. After all, he is my friend. Su scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Su, you bastard, you're asking for more money again. Am I your moneymaker? The boy yelled. Last time you tricked me into joining a pyramid scheme, you also asked if I could pay more money. Damn, how did I know you? After reading all the family rules, the faces of the remaining survivors all turned gloomy. They turned their stiff heads towards Su and stared at him. At first glance, it looks a bit like the stone statues on Easter Island, also looking stiffly in one direction. It was agreed that once you enter the base, everyone will be given a wife. As a middle-aged man spoke with gritted teeth, the people's resentment seemed to be ignited, and they looked at Su with gritted teeth. We agreed to eat meat and drink wine every meal. It was agreed that this was a refuge that was officially built before the end of the world, similar to Noah's Ark, and was intended to preserve the human race. We agreed that after we enter the base will give us points to make us stronger and save the world. Is this what you said about the limited number of places here, and that they thought for a long time before deciding to give us these places? How do you explain the 1-point reward for each new member you bring in? Ignoring all these voices, Sue stared at Urgu without blinking. Urgu, who probably knew how Sue did it, couldn't help but sigh. How could anyone believe it when it was hyped up like Noah's Ark that preserved the human race? Before the apocalypse, this group of people were definitely the ones who traded 30,000 for 10.8 million. Ignoring Sue's begging eyes that were about to jump out of his eyes, Urgu said unhappily, "Don't even think about adding money. I've registered for you, and will settle the points for you tonight." He doesn't have many points now. He exchanged a lot of things last time, and doesn't have any extra points now. He will wait until he collects the rent in the evening. He even sold it to his own friend, sold it twice, and even charged more money. This is really a bastard. But his friend needs to be careful. It seems a bit unreal to be sold twice in a row. Could it be that Sue deliberately brought him in to cause trouble? He should report this to Brother Lee in the evening. Then Urgu looked at everyone and said, "You guys, the first day's rent is free. Go to the cells and see if there are any empty beds. Find a place for yourself and get familiar with the environment." "Brother, where's the girl's place?" Urgu, who was about to leave, stopped when he heard the question and looked at the woman who asked the question. She was about 25 years old, dressed in a professional suit, looking like a bank teller. At this moment, her eyes were full of disappointment and looked quite charming. That kind of disappointment is like when you are halfway through a passionate relationship and find out that the other party has surrendered. You feel very disappointed, but you have to accept this fact and get up to take a shower. It is the kind of disappointment that comes from being forced to accept reality. Anyone who is promised such a big pie and believes it, and then finds out that not only is there no pie, but there is a trap under the pie, will be disheartened. But he was able to accept reality quickly, worthy of being a bank teller. At this time, there were 3 women gathered around this woman, staring at Urgu, and it seemed that they were all very concerned about this issue. Urgu shrugged his shoulders and said, "There is no place specifically for girls to live, but if you are lucky enough to find an uninhabited cell, you can live together. Sue, you will be responsible for arranging them. If you have any questions, come to me." After saying this, he ignored the people behind him and prepared to get up and go to the door to tease Donkey Egg. This woman was quite pretty. Although she was not to his taste, she should be to Donkey Egg's liking. However, at this moment, a miserable cry for help suddenly came from the gate of the base. Urgu's face changed, and then he rushed to the gate. When they rushed to the door, they found that Donkey Egg and others were holding weapons and chatting, looking at the street in front of the gate. After realizing that the cry for help was not from Donkey and the others, Urgu felt relieved. He leaned on his spear and began to look at the long street in front of him with an amused attitude. At this time, on the long street in front, a middle-aged man with tattered clothes and blood all over his body was running in the front. The cry for help just now came from this middle-aged man. Maybe he saw there was a shelter here, so he decided to give it a try and shouted for help first. Behind him were 3 people dressed in black. Judging from their faces, they were all young men. Their clothes were not in good condition either. They were not torn, but they were pretty good. It was obvious that they were chasing the middle-aged man in front. The 4 of them showed a trend of 1 running away and 3 chasing each other. Although it was a chase, they didn't know how far they had run, and their physical strength was almost exhausted. At this time, their speed was roughly the same as the 100-meter speed of junior high school girls before the apocalypse. At a time when the apocalyptic game broke out and everyone's physical fitness doubled, watching these people was like watching a few ants chasing each other. It was anxious to watch. "People in the shelter ahead, help us stop this man. We will reward you handsomely." At this time, the 3 men in black who were running behind, seeing that if the middle-aged man entered the shelter, they would have no way of catching up with the middle-aged man with their current physical strength, made a helpless request to this unnamed shelter. "People in the shelter ahead, let me in and help me stop these people behind me. I will reward you handsomely." This is the middle-aged man running in front. Seeing that he could not enter the shelter, his current state was equivalent to being blocked in a dead end by several people behind him, so he made an even more helpless request to this nameless shelter. As the middle-aged man and 3 men in black approached the shelter gate at a pace that seemed like a crawl to Urgu and the others, a total of 8 pairs of eyes were staring at the gate and the group of gatekeepers, waiting for the result. When the middle-aged man and the 3 men in black were just a few steps away from the gate still did not move and showed no sign of opening. The middle-aged man had a look of despair on his face, ready to fight to the death, while the 3 men in black had happy faces, ready to capture the man and report back. However, at this moment, the gate of the base opened. The middle-aged man's face, which was full of despair, was instantly filled with ecstasy. After shouting that he would be handsomely rewarded, he rushed through the gate and entered the base. Seeing this, The three men in black stopped in front of the door and said angrily, "Are you planning to be hostile to our shelter, or is this person sent by your shelter?" Just when the three men in black were preparing to ask for an explanation and go back to report, a voice came from inside the door. "Come in, too." Several pairs of large hands stretched out from inside the door and dragged all of them inside, throwing them on the ground, and then the door was closed. The three men in black with angry faces and the middle-aged man with ecstasy face. Just as the expressions appeared on their faces, they saw each other again before they could react. He sat on the ground with his eyes wide open, his expression stiff and his eyes dull as he stared at the other person. Chapter 66. As long as Chongqing knows his limits, everything will be fine. "Well, which side are you guys on?" The middle-aged man sitting on the ground couldn't help but ask. He clearly saw that the three men in black who had been chasing him also had confusion in their eyes. However, before the three men in black could speak, they heard a quarrel coming from the people standing in front of them. "I was the first one to catch the skinny man in black." "Bullshit, you just touched the edge of his clothes with your hand, and I was the one who dragged him in." "I won't argue with you. Anyway, I was the only one who captured the middle-aged man, so I started it first." Donkey Egg, with a big knife on his shoulder, listened calmly to the quarrel in front of him. The middle-aged man was a little confused. "If I remember correctly, it is the end of the world now. Why do I feel like you guys are treating us like second-legged sheep when I hear you talking? It almost gives me the illusion that I have traveled back to the slave era. We are from the Xi'an Military District shelter. This man stole things from our shelter. We need to take him back and wait for the commander's order. I hope you will show mercy. We will reward you handsomely later." A tall and thin man in black who looked like the leader stood up and bowed, speaking in a half-threatening and half-tempting tone. Hearing this, Urgu and others who were arguing about the ownership of points suddenly became quiet, turned their heads to the men in black, and stared at them intently. "West Saddle Military District Shelter." "Exactly. The commander is Lu Jun?" "Not bad," the tall and thin leader said with his head held high and proud. Urgu and the others looked at each other for a few seconds and said in unison, "It seems that we can really add money this time. Chongsheng, go wake up Brotherly." Urga thought about it and decided that since it was a matter concerning the Xi'an military region, it would be better to ask Brotherly to make the decision. After all, if I remember correctly, Brotherly seemed to be planning to send 100 pine cones to the Xi'an military region. Why do I always feel that the three men in black in front of me look so much like squirrels? Urgu supported his chin with one hand and looked at the people in front of him with a scrutinizing look. The people in front of him were horrified. Why did it seem that the name of the Xi'an military region was useless? Do these country bumpkins know what an official shelter is? After Chongsheng left, Donkey Egg, carrying a big knife, stared fiercely at the men in black and the middle-aged man, and said casually, "Why don't you let me go? It will also allow me to show my face in front of Brotherly. If Brotherly's sleep is suddenly disturbed, that person will most likely be shot several times. Isn't it clearly stipulated in the family rules?" Urga looked outside the iron gate and replied absent-mindedly. Several black lines appeared above everyone's head. Hui Gaili raised her legs and was about to run to Chun-Li's house, but was pulled back by Urgu. "Look at you, little girl, I was just kidding. Chongqing will be fine as long as he knows his limits." Upon hearing this, Hui Gaili, who was originally just worried, became even more anxious and almost wanted to break away from Urgu. Next second, Chun-Li and Chongqing walked along the square and appeared in everyone's sight. Chun-Li, wearing a suit, a gentleman's hat, and holding a cane, walked slowly in front. Chongqing, who was following behind, looked at Urgu and others with fear and grievance, and from time to time he stroked the disappearing hair on his head. Looking closely, the missing hair on Chongqing's scalp had a trace of burnt marks around it. Clearly a bullet had flown past his scalp. "Tell me, what's the important matter?" Chun-Li said a little impatiently. The reason why he settled here and recruited survivors was to make his life easier and have someone help him earn points instead of having to deal with all the big and small matters himself. "I have to be the one to take care of everything, and I think you are just here to do the work." Urga glanced at the glaring bullet mark on Chongqing's scalp and organized his words. "Brotherly, these people fled to our shelter. The three men in black are from the Xi'an military region. They have been chasing the middle-aged man. It seems that he stole something." "People from Xi'an military region." Chun-Li smacked his lips and muttered. These words piqued his interest. "Does your commander know that his son is dead?" He was just about to use the strength of the Xi'an military region to intimidate the black-clad men in front of him who were obviously up to no good, when he suddenly heard this question. His head started buzzing. This guy's brain circuit must be made of a snail. "I don't know. We have been looking for." The man in black, with a buzzing head, spoke subconsciously. Your commander's son is Lu Shui, right? He was my class monitor in college. A woman named Lu Shui killed your commander's son with her own hands. I saw Lu Shui being ambushed to death, and in a fit of rage I risked my life to kill that woman. Chun-Li said with a sad face. What? The man in black's face changed when he heard the news. You know, General Lu is the commander's only bloodline. If I had failed in this mission, I might have been punished, but I wouldn't have died. However, if I had returned with 2 pieces of bad news, I would have been almost certain to die. For a moment, several people didn't even want to go back. My little, big brother, we will arrest this thief right away. After we return, we will personally report the matter you mentioned to the commander. The commander will send someone to investigate, and will also send a generous reward. The tall and thin man in black said gracefully with a bow. At least we have to bring back some good news. If we bring the thief back, the mission will be accomplished. I'm sorry, you can't go back. Chun-Li shook his head regretfully. What do you mean? The man in black and others frowned. Take these people to the square and let the new partners get familiar with the house rules. After saying that, Chun-Li turned and walked towards the square. Hearing this, Ergu and the others did not waste any time and immediately placed knives, guns and other weapons behind the man in black and the middle-aged man, forcing them to move forward. The man in black and the others looked at each other. They had not recovered their strength yet and did not have the strength to resist. When their strength recovered, they believed that this place would not be able to trap them. They would first see what this young man was up to. At least we should stabilize the situation and prevent it from developing in a too bad direction. After Ergu took out a loudspeaker from behind him and read the house rules aloud, he smacked his lips. This was the second time he had read the house rules today. Do I have to read the house rules every time a survivor comes? Damn it, I'm not a parrot. After the house rules were read, the faces of the men in black were covered with black lines, which blended perfectly with their black clothes, and there was no sense of incongruity. Brother, what do you mean by this family rule? The tall and thin man in black asked, suppressing his anger. Which one? No one is allowed to leave my home. Any attempt to escape, quit, or defect will be considered suicide. Is it hard to understand? Literally. Chapter 67. End of the world. What kind of bullshit rule is this? This is Chun-Li's family rule. Why should Chun-Li's family rules apply to us? We are not their family. Several people in black clothes laughed angrily. Chun-Li's family rules are divine rules. Everyone who enters the house must abide by them. Ergu said coldly. Anyone who is dissatisfied with Chun-Li's family rules is directly against him, Ergu. The reason is simple. He is a beneficiary of Chun-Li's family rules. At any time, those who maintain the rules are always the beneficiaries of the rules, without exception. I think you may not know us very well. Our commander is a second-level professional. The shelter for 10,000 people is not something we can provoke with your entire shelter with less than 10 people in total. The tall and thin man forced himself to calm down, glanced around, and threatened in a cold voice. If you make a wise choice now, we will still reward you handsomely. What did that middle-aged man steal from you? Chun-Li said a little impatiently. He didn't know why he always felt a little uneasy today. Hearing the question, several men in black snorted coldly and did not say anything. What they needed to do now was to delay time as much as possible. Of course, they didn't expect that the people in front of them would really let them go because they were afraid of their refuge. Everyone knows that everyone is an enemy within a short distance, let alone in a place like the end of the world. As long as we delay enough time and wait for them to recover their strength, we can at least escape. As for chasing them, haha, if you really have the guts, come and hunt us down in the military shelter. However, just when several people were making their plans, the middle-aged man who had been keeping his head down and not speaking since Chun-Li came finally spoke. Hey, young man, this is a primary professional badge, which is a necessary item for advancement to the second-level profession. The middle-aged man took out a prismatic badge from his arms and handed it to Chun-Li. When he had a rough idea of the situation on the field, the middle-aged man knew that he would definitely lose the badge. For unknown reasons, this young man intended to form an opposition with the military shelter. Although it was not known whether he could withstand it, at least the opposition was formed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Presenting the badge to this young man at this time would be a good move. At least it would be more respectable than being pinned to the ground, stripped naked, and searched out. Primary professional badge. Chun-Li took the item from the middle-aged man and couldn't help showing joy on his face. I thought I needed to kill a lot of level 2 zombies to get it, but I didn't expect it to grow legs and deliver itself to my door. Chun-Li played with this thing and opened the personal attribute panel. He saw a line of small words at the bottom. The conditions required to advance to the second-level professional were primary professional badge plus 500 points. 500 points. Chun-Li frowned slightly. This was a considerable sum of money, enough to buy a Gatling battery pack. But without much hesitation, Chun-Li decided that he must be promoted to a second-level professional as soon as possible. After being promoted to a second-level professional, you can unlock a lot of interesting things. Ergu, how many points do you have at home now? The biggest reason for taking in survivors in one's home is to let these survivors earn points for oneself like worker bees. Now the family's points are in debt of 11 points. Seeing Chun-Li's face suddenly turn gloomy, Ergu hurriedly spoke to make amends, fearing that a Gatling gun would suddenly appear in Chun-Li's hand and give him a bath in the next second. Brotherly, a survivor has captured 14 people and brought them to the base. According to the house rules, he should be rewarded with 14 points. After deducting his rent for today, he will be in debt of 11 points. The other survivors have not returned yet, so the rent for today has not been collected yet. When the survivors come back, how many points can we get today? Chun-Li asked in a deep voice with a gloomy face. Well, there are a total of 53 survivors outside. If everyone can get points, we can probably get 159 points today. Ergu glanced at Chun-Li's face and spoke carefully. Chun-Li suddenly strode to Ergu, grabbed his collar with both hands, and said angrily, I took in so many survivors to earn points for me. Understand? You are treating them like beggars with 100 points a day? Find a way for me. I need to squeeze more points from them, understand? Su had just arrived at the square with the survivors he had captured and was about to talk to Ergu about paying more when he saw this scene. After thinking about it carefully, I still felt that after all, they were my best friends in college, and it would be too hurtful to talk about raising the money. Then he led the others and stopped at the edge of the square. He stood there without moving forward or backward, looking down at his feet, as if he was wearing a pair of limited edition AJs. Sister, that person is so fierce. The bank teller, who was dressed in uniform, glanced at the girl who was holding his arm. She was a little shorter than him and had a bit of baby fat. He forced a smile but didn't say anything. Chun-Li had been looking forward to this second-level professional for too long, and he became even more anxious after hearing that Lu Jun was already a second-level professional. However, now the professional badge has grown legs and delivered itself to my door, but I am unable to advance due to insufficient points. Chun-Li was furious and forced himself to calm down. However, when he saw that there was a delicate girl among the group of survivors behind Su, the anger that he had just suppressed suddenly erupted. He grabbed Ergu's collar with one hand and pointed at the group of survivors behind Su with the other, and his saliva splashed on Ergu's face. I asked you to be my housekeeper so that you can earn points for me, not to do charity work. Taking in survivors is to make them earn points for me. Tell me, what's the point of bringing these women who can't even hold a kitchen knife into your home? Can they go out and kill zombies to earn points for me? Chun-Li stared at Ergu, hoping to get an explanation. After Chun-Li's angry roar stopped, the square became dead silent, with only the occasional sound of uncontrollable crying being heard. The girl who was holding the arm of the girl in uniform was obviously frightened by Chun-Li at this time. She covered her mouth and nose with both hands and tried her best to control her voice. Brotherly. Ergu lowered his head in silence for a while, wiped the saliva off his face, raised his head, and stared into Chun-Li's eyes with a serious face. You don't need women, but brothers do. Then he pointed at Donkey Egg, who was hiding with his hands tangled together, and said, You know, Donkey Egg has always wanted to find a woman with a big ass. Mao, for example, also told me that he wanted to find a woman. His brother died at the hands of Li Bing, and he didn't want his family line to be cut off in the apocalypse. Including myself, I also want women, and the reason for the desire is not without reason. But the biggest reason is that although none of us are good people, we are human beings first. We want to find a woman, give birth to a child, and continue human civilization. Then we can raise our middle finger and curse at the sky. Fuck the apocalypse. Chapter 68. You have the nerve to say you are a doctor? Hearing this, Chun-Li was stunned for a while and didn't say anything. He knew the difference between himself and Ergu and others. They called themselves bad guys because they did things that violated the law. Before the end of the world, he had never done a bad thing and even saved a little girl who fell into the river. He was a person abandoned by this world. This world didn't want him, so he had no idea of passing on his bloodline in this world. But Ergu and his friends are different. When the end of the world comes, no matter they are bad guys or good guys, everyone has a concept in mind. Human civilization must be passed on. We cannot allow human civilization to be interrupted by their generation. At least the two previous version updates, 1.0 and 2.0, were not interrupted, and this version 3.0 will be no exception. Seeing Chun-Li in a daze, Ergu was silent for a while and said softly, Besides, brotherly, You also need a woman to take care of you. Chun-Li came to his senses and didn't agree to this matter, but he never mentioned the matter of kicking these women out of the house again. Seeing that Chun-Li's mood had improved, Su stood in front of the group of survivors again and announced that these were his spoils of war. When Chun-Li pointed at the survivor in a rage, he had already quietly retreated into the crowd and hid behind the survivor, preventing himself from entering Chun-Li's sight. Psychological research shows that when people first meet a stranger in a furious state, they often give the other person a bad impression, even if the other person has done nothing. Su straightened his clothes and stood in front of the survivors with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant like a rooster. The reason why he became a regional manager in just half a month was because he majored in psychology in college. As for why the whole class was drinking fish soup to celebrate the new year in a closed room where their cell phones were confiscated, how would he know? What classmate Su did has nothing to do with him. I need some points. Chun-Li calmed down and thought for a while. Leave 2 people to guard the gate, and the others go to rest. When all the survivors of today come back, we will open the gate at night and go hunting together. Go hunting at night. Urgu and others exchanged information with their eyes touching in the air. You know, the zombies at night are not like the zombies during the day who hide in the house to devour and evolve. Going out at night in the apocalypse is definitely not a pleasant thing. But no one spoke up to refute. Urgu's argument just now had made several people sweat. Now he said, "Brotherly, I think you are wrong. There is no need to consider the inheritance of human civilization. Just go to the underworld and apply for civil service status." And the group of survivors. Chun-Li pointed at the survivors standing behind Su. Seeing Chun-Li's hand pointing at him again, Su did not retreat this time. He placed a blood-red broadsword on the ground, imitating Chun-Li, and held his head high, his body tense, his face full of seriousness and murderousness. She met Chun-Li's gaze and gave him a look that showed that he was willing to go through fire and water for the king and die on the battlefield. Find them some weapons and set off together tonight. Then he kept his eyes on the women for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Including those women, you need to go with us tonight. Chun-Li glanced at Ergo and the others before speaking in a deep voice. Listen carefully. No matter who you find as your woman, you should train your own woman. I don't need a woman who can only pass on civilization. I need a woman who can earn points for me. Urgu, Ludin, and the others looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They shouted in unison, "Don't worry, brotherly. We will train them day and night. Not only can I twist my butt very well at night, but I can also kill 2 zombies at the same time during the day." Donkey Egg showed a silly smile on his face and made a supplementary statement with a clenched fist. "Hey, aren't you a virgin? How do you know what it means to shake your butt?" Ermao joked from the side. "So, how do you plan to teach? By words and actions?" Ha ha. Urgu fired one last shot from the side. Seeing Donkey's angry and humiliated expression, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. But if they looked closely, they could see a hint of gloom and madness in everyone's eyes before they fought desperately. The zombies in the night of the apocalypse and the zombies in the daytime are 2 different creatures. The zombies in the daytime hide in the room and quietly eat and digest the food they got at night. If the noise outside is not too loud, no zombie is willing to give up his sunbath after meal. But when night falls, the whole city is swarming with zombies, searching for food in every corner of the city with bloodthirsty eyes. Just a little movement will make you feel what passion is. If you go out at night to kill zombies, you will get much more points than during the day. After all, there is a high chance of killing a zombie if you just throw a knife out. After all, the base is large. However, it is hard to say whether you will have the chance to spend it. Tie up these 3 men in black. Dean, take care of them. Take out all the points and equipment they have, as well as the information about the Xi'an military region. Okay, brotherly. The bald Dean gladly accepted the order and hesitated for a while before speaking. Brotherly, I want to issue a task. I need a few operating tables. Operating table? Well, it's just a few stone pillars placed in the middle of the square, with chains and clasps on them. We also need a wooden cross to be erected in the square. I'll go back to the headquarters hospital to get the rest of the surgical instruments another day. Chun-Li was silent for a while. Take a piece of chalk and go to the bounty board and write down your mission requirements and bounty points clearly. But this time I'm keeping these few people for their own good. I can just treat them well, but I can't kill them. Brotherly, don't worry. None of the patients I treated have ever said that they died from the treatment. Looking at the bald Dean in front of him who was swearing solemnly, Chun-Li fell silent again. Why do I feel like something is not right with the 2 doctors under me? The last time we killed the wave of zombies at school, we lost a lot of points. I didn't see Urga buying any equipment, so he should have bought some skills. He can't be opening Pandora's box again. Thinking of this, Chun-Li looked at Ergo with a strange look in his eyes, What did you buy with your points last time you went to the supply point? Well, brotherly, you know me. My philosophy of life is to firmly believe in leverage. All in leverage will eventually make you rich. Speak human language. I bought Pandora's box. I bought a few. 6. What's the opening? 5 empty boxes. 1 exclusive skill for a 2-star healer. Oh. Chun-Li looked at the proud look on Urga's face and was a little surprised. Is it true that all-in leverage will eventually make you rich? 2-star medical skills can only be purchased after being promoted to a 2-star professional. Having a chance to obtain them at level 1 can be a significant help. Especially when planning to go out hunting tonight. There will be a lot of casualties, so a strong medical skill will definitely be of great help. Why haven't I seen you use it before? There's really no chance. What are the skill attributes? Urga scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face and shared the attribute panel with Chun-Li a little embarrassedly. Chun-Li's eyes widened as he stared at the attribute panel of the 2-star healer's skill with a dull expression, and he couldn't help but roar. You have the nerve to say you're a healer? Chapter 69. Are obstetricians and gynecologists not doctors? The skill is indeed a genuine 2-star doctor's professional skill. It was this skill introduction that made Chun-Li completely lose hope in Urgu, his subordinate, who claimed that his dream was to save lives and heal the wounded and wanted to be a doctor since he was a child. Skill name, God's right hand. Skill level, 2-star skill, exclusive skill for the doctor profession. Skill effect, when activating the skill, the right hand will emit white light and reach into the patient's abdomen. The whole process is painless and leaves no trace. Skill requirements. Need to block the patient's 5 senses. Skill introduction. This skill allows you to take the baby out of a pregnant woman's belly without any damage, pain, or trace. Believe me, if you use this skill skillfully, you will become the best obstetrician and gynecologist in the world. Chun-Li, who was so angry that he could not stop, finally chose to vent his anger. He hit Urga's forehead again and again with his cane, and kept yelling in time with the drum beats. Fuck God's right hand. Fuck the obstetrician and gynecologist. What I need is for you to treat me if I'm injured, not to come and help me deliver the baby. So you just came to me with a righteous tone and told me to leave women behind to ensure the continuation of human civilization. In fact, you are worried that your skills will be useless. And Ermao wants to have a child to carry on his bloodline in the apocalypse. Are you sure you don't want to deliver Ermao's baby? A God's right hand penetrated into Ermao's woman's belly and took the child out easily, and everyone gave you flowers and applause. From now on, you should exchange your professional skills for me obediently. If you try to play with the Pandora's box again, and the next professional skill you draw is to treat hemorrhoids or something like that, you can die. Urgu gently rubbed the top of his head that was hurt by the cane and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Actually, it is also very useful for treating hemorrhoids. As far as I know, Donkey Dan has hemorrhoids because he stayed in prison for too long, and he has never been able to get effective treatment. The middle-aged man who was being chased, and I will stay here to guard the gate, and the others can go back to rest and recuperate. Chun-Li rubbed his temple and no longer cared about this issue. He needs to prepare for the zombie madness at night. Theoretically, if the noise is loud enough, all the zombies in the city may be led to the door of his base. Although Lu Jun does not know that he killed his son at the moment, Lu Jun will find out sooner or later. In his opinion, he has to wait until Lu Jun knows about this and then comes to him in a rage to seek revenge before he retaliates. This approach is really too stupid. Reality is not a turn-based game, nor is it peaking opera on stage where you punch and kick each other fiercely and the audience applauds in unison. The reality in the end times follows the law of the dark forest. Whoever speaks out first and exposes his or her coordinates will die. As Chun-Li finished his words, Urgu and the others looked at each other and walked arm in arm towards the depths of the base, looking for a place to rest. The sound of several people's conversation drifted over with the wind. Ermao put his arm around Urgu's shoulders, winked and grinned. Good fellow, you have finally fulfilled your dream of becoming a doctor. My woman's child will depend on you in the future. If it's a daughter, can you turn it into a son? Bah, this is God's right hand. It's not alchemy. I can still transform it for you. Donkey Egg, who was walking nearby, looked a little worried. You said that the full body treatment that comes with the job change at the supply point can't cure hemorrhoids. It's obviously bleeding too. Did it bleed when you changed jobs? No. That's right. If you treat the bleeding, that's a big joke. It will lead to a lot of problems. By the way, it would be great if you could draw a tooth filling skill next time. I lost a few teeth while in prison, and it would be great if I could fill them up. Hearing this, Urgu and Ermao looked at each other first, then turned their heads and looked at Ludin with a weird look. Thank you for your hard work over the years. What are you thinking about? I just knocked my head on the concrete floor and lost a few teeth. Donkey Egg said angrily. Ergu and Ermao nodded heavily several times in unison, patted Gooden's shoulders with grief and indignation, and encouraged Gooden in a manly way. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. The winner is the one who survives. Even Han Xian suffered the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch, let alone. As Ergu and others left, the voices gradually faded away. Chun-Li held his forehead with his hand and had a headache. It is said that to be a king, one must have capable assistants. But why do I feel that except for myself, none of my subordinates have a normal way of thinking? How did you steal it? Chun-Li looked at the middle-aged man beside him who had not spoken again after handing in his professional badge. Brotherly, I have a story that I wonder if you are interested in. The middle-aged man straightened his body and clasped his hands together before bowing. He then spoke politely, looking as gentle as a university scholar in the Republic of China. The first impression of this kind of person is how could he be a thief? He must have been wrongly accused for some hidden reason. Chun-Li glanced at this middle-aged man who looked a bit gentle and wondered why there were always people who liked to be smart these days. He raised his hand and patted him on the face a few times, then spoke with an unhappy expression. I'm not in the mood to chat with you. You can think of this as an interrogation. I ask questions and you answer them. Got it. Brotherly, you ask. The middle-aged man who felt the blow on his face took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions and answered when Chun-Li turned his gaze away. How did you steal it? There was a group of zombies roaming around the Xi'an military district shelter. In order to show the strength of the shelter, the commander personally led the recruited people to kill them. In order to deter the restless civilian forces in the shelter who were unwilling to be recruited, a group of civilian forces were brought along to watch the battle. After the commander killed a level 2 zombie, it dropped a token, and I rushed over to steal it. You dare to rush over when you see a token, and you are not afraid of stealing a regional loudspeaker and making a regional last words when you are chased to death? I have a skill that can see the attribute page of distant unowned equipment. What's your job? Knight. A thief. He is a knight who robs the rich and gives to the poor. Whose wealth are you robbing? Rob the commander's wealth. Whose poverty will be helped? Jilid's poverty. But Brother Lee is still very poor. Rob more rich people in the future to help Brother Lee's poor. Is this the price you pay for your life? Brother Lee, isn't this enough? The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Chun-Li with a serious expression, with a hint of nervousness hidden in the corners of his eyes. Of course he knew why Chun-Li wanted him to stay and guard the door together. Chapter 70. Is a gentleman on the beam not a gentleman? Turning in a 1-star professional badge can be considered meritorious, but it is definitely not valuable. When the middle-aged man saw that Chun-Li wanted to drive even the delicate beauties out of the base, he knew that he had to demonstrate his own worth. Otherwise, there is a high possibility that I won't survive this night. Chun-Li didn't say anything. The middle-aged man kept looking at Chun-Li, waiting for an answer, and moved towards the door imperceptibly. If Chun-Li refused, he would run directly from the door. No matter whether he could escape or not, at least he would not sit there and wait to die. Can you steal someone? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Just now, the young man's speech sounded a bit like a black slave owner. How come he has turned into a human trafficker now? He is a man of principles. Child trafficking is punishable by death. Besides, children are more scarce than women in the apocalypse. Besides, it's useless even if you kidnap one. Can we steal some of Lu Jun's men from Xi'an shelter? Brotherly, what do you mean? I want you to go to the Xi'an shelter, knock out Lu Jun's men, and bring them out. Chun-Li looked at the middle-aged man with dissatisfaction. It couldn't be that the people around him were all mentally unstable. You don't have to be like that, Brotherly. The people in the Xi'an shelter will split into small groups of 6 people every day and disperse around to hunt zombies. We just need to squat near the Xi'an shelter, and when we see someone coming, we can put a sack on their head and carry them home. So, I just need to take the people there myself. I know the routes that people in the West Saddle shelter take when they go out every day, the middle-aged man added hastily. May I have your name? Finally, after waiting for these words, the middle-aged man felt relieved that the heavy weight on his chest had finally fallen to the ground. Since he asked for his name, it at least proved that he was useful for the time being. Only the dead are unworthy of being asked their names. Brotherly, just call me Liang Jun. After confirming that he was temporarily safe, Liang Jun breathed a sigh of relief, and his face regained his gentlemanly demeanor. Chun-Li silently recited the name in his mind. Liang Jun, gentleman on the Liangshang. This name is really well chosen. Your parents are really good at judging people. What did you do before the end of the world? Thief. Chun-Li said nothing, leaning against the iron gate, folding his arms and looking outside the door. As the sun gradually lowered its altitude and the air cooled, the scattered survivors returned to their shelters. Chun-Li folded his arms and leaned against the iron gate. He did not speak. Liang Jun kindly said, "Go and have a rest. We have to go out to hunt zombies tonight." After saying this, he no longer cared about the fear and confusion on the survivor's face. He just gave a reminder out of kindness. After all, he was just like these people in that shelter before, a lone ranger. But that's all I have to say. It would be a waste of time to say more and provoke Chun-Li's disgust. However, no survivor dared to come up and ask Chun-Li. Letting his men die together with the former warden with grenades has left everyone with a feeling of ruthlessness. It doesn't seem strange that such people would go out late at night to hunt zombies. Basically, every survivor rushed to his or her own residence to rest after returning to the base. More physical strength means a higher survival rate. What's more, this may not be an opportunity. Going out alone to look for zombies during the day requires caution. Who knows how many zombies are hiding in the house you step into? If you follow Chun-Li now, maybe you can get some soup. It is dusk, and night will come in a moment. As the night deepens, the zombies will gradually become active. Everyone gathered at the iron gate, waiting for Chun-Li's orders. Donkey Egg and the others were no longer laughing at this time. They all waited for the night to fall with serious faces. Even the delicate women that Sue brought back were holding machetes that were used by pre-apocalyptic gangsters to fight, which they got from somewhere, and stood with the crowd. Ergu is counting the number of people with a roster in his hand. He collects the rent before the battle to prevent people from dying and not being able to collect the rent. After collecting the rent, he always asks a question. If you die in battle, we will find a suitable place to bury your body. It only costs 5 points. It will not be refunded if you die. This behavior is like making a fortune by selling coffins during the Black Death. However, due to the Chinese people's complex of returning to their roots, 7 or 8 people still chose this service. Looking at the points collected, Ergun nodded with satisfaction. He had no choice. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If he couldn't get any more points, he was worried that Chun-Li would eat him. Next second, at the end of the street outside the iron gate, several figures stumbled and ran towards the shelter in a daze. "Master, you have to do justice for us." When several people ran into the iron gate and saw Chun-Li leaning against the iron gate, the bald man who was in the lead began to cry, without any hesitation. The crying was so miserable that it was hard to imagine what these people had gone through. "Master, we were defrauded of nearly 10,000 points. You need to seek justice for us." That's right. That group of people is really too much. They deceived us because we are kind. The short-haired girl with a bow and arrow slung over her shoulder also responded with a look of grievance and anger on her face. No one expected this. It was said that the end of the world would bring opportunities everywhere. But the world is dangerous and people's hearts are no longer as they used to be. The little boy with a crew cut and holding a feather fan also looked up at the sky with an expression that showed he felt the world was unfair and he was ashamed of us. Luckily, we ran fast. Night was about to fall. If we had come back later, we would have been on the zombies buffet menu. The little boy who always liked to carry a stick on his shoulder and imitate Sun Wukong now stood the stick upright on the ground, panting while leaning on the stick, and spoke with a little fear. "Master, you have to help us." Seeing that Chun-Li did not respond, the bald man first took off his boxing gloves and threw them into the arms of the short-haired girl. Then she fell beside Chun-Li, knelt down and cried, wiping her tears and snot, which made those who saw her sad and those who heard her heartbroken. Chun-Li impatiently kicked the bald man in front of him to the ground and said, "I raise you so that you can earn points for me, but why do you only know how to cause trouble for me?" Long story short, we had an armored vehicle robbed. Seeing Chun-Li's unfriendly look, the bald man swallowed and quickly reorganized his words. "The armored vehicle that was robbed is drivable. It is a 3-star equipment." The words 3-star equipped armored vehicles aroused Chun-Li's interest. He had long been annoyed by the mode of transportation that required him to walk everywhere. "I didn't expect to meet him today, but I was robbed." Thinking of this, Chun-Li looked at the people kneeling on the ground with an even more unfriendly expression. "They couldn't even protect my armored vehicle. What use are you?" Chapter 71. Is Pandora's box no longer a treasure box? How did you get the armored vehicle? Tell me in detail. Chun-Li looked up at the sky. The sun had completely set, and bursts of wailing could be heard from the end of the street. The shadows of zombies could be vaguely seen at the end of the street. That's right. The bald man swallowed and complained wildly in his heart. If he was not interested, he would be brief, and if he was interested, he would speak in detail. This owner of the house is too realistic. I don't know if the method Xiao Zhuge mentioned is effective. This is what Xiao Zhuge told everyone on the way back. We must ask the head of the family for help. As the first person in the base to seek help from the head of the family, The head of the family will definitely help us solve the problem for the sake of public opinion and to demonstrate his own abilities. Although the bald man did not agree with this statement in his heart, he always felt that the head of the family looked at them as if he was looking at sugarcane. If water can be squeezed out, keep it. If not, throw it away. But at this point they can only try their best, and they have no better solution. That's right, sir. Yesterday, when we went out to hunt zombies, we searched for a relatively hidden house on the corner of the street. We found that there was not a single zombie in the house. The whole house was cleaned up. There were 4 kneeling mats in the middle of the small house, and in front of the kneeling mats were 3 candles as thick as fists and half a person's height. There is something like an altar in front of the candles, and a treasure chest is placed in the middle of the altar. There are 3 statues in front of the altar, which look very solemn. Chun-Li withdrew his gaze from the iron gate to the street, held the cane in his hand, leaned over, and put his face in front of the bald man's face, and then spoke softly and gently. I hope you can tell me what I want to hear before my patience runs out and I strangle you to death. Looking at Chun-Li's eyes filling his own, the bald man was silent for a while, and he was sure that Xiao Zhuge's plan had failed again. There was bloodlust, madness, and excitement in those eyes, but there was no such thing as the indignation that comes from having one's subordinates bullied. But having said this, I suddenly don't want to talk anymore. I wonder if Chun-Li can still maintain the elegance on his face at that time. The bald man, who didn't dare to provoke, organized his words. After we entered the house, we heard a surrounding sound, as if it was ringing directly on both sides of everyone's ears. A voice claiming to be the Labrador god said something like, "Congratulations to us for being the lucky ones chosen by the gods. The treasure chest contains what we want. We only need to kowtow 9 times on the kneeling mat and chant the name of the Labrador god each time we kowtow, and then we can open the treasure chest." And you did it. Ergu took over the conversation. When he heard that he could open a treasure chest, the gambler's spirit in Ergu's heart arose again, and he suddenly became very interested in this story. Yes, we kowtowed while calling out to Labrador god. After 9 kowtows, the voice that sounded in our ears spoke again. What are you talking about? Ergu had already curled up his legs and sat on the ground, staring at the bald man with sparkling eyes, and exclaimed that he just needed a bucket of popcorn in this situation. The voice said that it had just checked our bodies and found that our bodies had been digitized. They were not the bodies that mortals should have. Then it said that it had deduced the secrets of heaven and found that our world had ushered in the Earth Online 3.0 version update, and there were zombies everywhere. It asked us if this was true. Then we said yes, and the voice said that we didn't expect the 3.0 version update to come so soon, and said that since the 3.0 version update has arrived, faith alone can no longer open the treasure chest. You need to recharge 108 points into a point storage device before you can open the treasure chest. After hearing this, Ergu, who had roughly understood what was going on, widened his eyes and muttered, "That works too." Then Ergu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, as if he was thinking of something. The embarrassed bald man first glanced at Xiao Zhuge, then slowly said, "We didn't believe it at first. But the voice said that the passage of time inside the house is still, and the flow of time outside the house is normal. We have time to think slowly. Hey, is there really a Labrador god?" Ergu was a little confused. Can even time be controlled? We did a verification. We waited quietly in the house for an hour and found that the 3 candles in the house had been burning for such a long time. However, the height did not drop at all, and even the flames were still. We all agreed that time in the house was indeed still. Ergu looked at Chun-Li blankly and said, "I just like to draw treasure chests. Now making time stand still is beyond my knowledge." Alas, Chun-Li sighed. This idiot has been fooled. That candle is obviously an equipment prop. It is very likely that the equipment's special effect is only lighting. If time in the room stops, you guys will have no thinking consciousness. The bald man said embarrassedly. Then we confirmed that this Labrador god was real, but we didn't have enough points at the time, so we asked Labrador god if he could come tomorrow. After Labrador god agreed, we noted the location and went out to hunt zombies. Then the next day, I went to submit the points and found out the treasure chest was fake. I got cheated, right? Ergu looked at the bald man with contempt. No, this treasure chest is real. Oh, Ergu's face was full of frustration, sometimes real and sometimes fake. Are you guys performing a drama for me? When we collected enough points to open the treasure chest, a white light flashed and a car mold appeared in our hands. We checked the equipment attributes and found that it was a 3-star armored vehicle. Before we could take a closer look at the equipment attributes, the Labrador god seemed to be surprised for a moment, and then he said, "You are lucky to have drawn this item from my treasure house. Put the item on the altar. There are some restrictions on this equipment. I will help you to remove them." You go to the door and wait. Didn't you tell me to just wait in the room? The voice said that mortals cannot look directly at God. We thought it made sense, so we went outside and waited. We waited excitedly for about 3 hours. When night was about to fall, we finally couldn't help knocking on the door and calling Labrador God. Then when we opened the door, we found that the kneeling mat, candles, altar, statue, and the armored vehicle mold were all gone. We called for a long time before we realized that someone must have pretended to be the Labrador God and cheated us of our points. Several people lowered their heads with frustrated looks on their faces and stopped talking. There was nothing to say if they couldn't beat others. It was normal for the weak to admit defeat. But he was crushed by others' IQ, especially the little Zhuge Liang who thought he was very strategic. He was devastated by the blow. Wait. Ergu suddenly looked at the bald man with a strange look. Isn't the treasure chest you saw a silver-white wooden box with a chain wrapped around it? Hey, brother, why do you look so familiar? Could it be that you also? The bald man raised his head with an excited look on his face. Why are you so excited? Ergu first glanced at the bald man in confusion, then was silent for a while and spoke with a tone of speechlessness and disbelief. Yes, it's too familiar. Isn't that the lever you're talking about, Pandora's box? Ergu added the last sentence with a complicated look and smacked his lips. They're sold at the grocery store at the supply point, 20 points each. Chapter 72. Who among us is not crazy? I heard that these people spent 108 points to buy a Pandora's box that can be bought at a supply point for 20 points. What's even more outrageous is that they actually got something good, and then they were cheated. Ergu and the others looked at each other and looked at them sympathetically with a sense of superiority and intelligence. Donkey Egg walked up and patted the shoulder of the dejected young man holding a feather fan and sighed with a strange look in his eyes. I heard you call yourself Little Zhuge? Do you know how Zhuge died? Little Zhuge, who had always been ashamed and looked down at his feet, heard the sarcastic ridicule of Donkey Egg. He raised his head in anger and said, victory and defeat are common in the military. Besides, the time to enter the supply point is limited each time. Who would spend time in a grocery store? Ignoring the farce, Chun-Li stared at the sky which had completely darkened. The entire street looked quiet and mysterious under the moonlight. The danger of going out at night to kill zombies is not limited to the zombies' bloodthirstiness at night. The most fatal thing is that when relying solely on moonlight as a light source, the effective vision distance of humans is never too far. But the zombies' vision will not be affected. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. The enemy is numerous and we are few. This is definitely not an effective situation. The street in front of the base gate, which had been cleared during the day, was now filled with zombies from other places walking onto the street in scattered numbers. The howling of zombies could be heard in everyone's ears. Chun-Li glanced at the survivors behind him who were all nervous, holding weapons and waiting for orders, and straightened his gentleman's hat and whispered, Chongsheng. No way. Chongsheng suddenly thought of some not-so-good things in his heart and walked to Chun-Li with gritted teeth. The next second, Chun-Li's voice came. Go and lead the zombies outside to this street. Remember to run fast. I knew it. Chongsheng stared at Chun-Li with his face drooping, his eyes full of resentment, but he didn't say anything. Taking Huaigai's hand away from his own, Chongsheng stretched his body and pushed open the iron door. Although he had some complaints about his dangerous job, he was more aware that this was his value in Chun-Li's eyes. In Chun-Li's eyes, there are only two kinds of people, valuable people and dead people. Chongsheng pushed open the iron gate, made an athlete starting posture, looked back at Huaigaili for 3 seconds, opened his mouth slightly, but in the end said nothing. Then he fell to the ground with all fours and shot out like an arrow, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him in the dust, and rushed straight to the end of the street. A moment later, a roar came from the street. Ouch! Donkey Egg poked Ergo with a strange look on his face. Are you sure this isn't your brother Sango? Prepare for battle. Everyone take out your weapons. Whether you get rich or get buried on the spot depends on this wave. Ignoring Donkey Egg's joke, Ergu took out his spear and spoke with a serious expression. We must be crazy to take the initiative to attack in the dark and even seduce the zombies. Ermao picked up the spear left by Go-Go, and in the darkness, he seemed like a door god, muttering with madness in his eyes. Hey, everyone among us is crazy. Ergu licked the corner of his mouth, staring at the street with bloodthirsty eyes, ready to welcome the approaching horde of zombies. Who said it wasn't? Donkey Egg, who had been teased by everyone, now carried the big knife on his shoulder and stared at the street with crazy eyes. Didn't keep people waiting for too long. A wolf dog-like figure lying on all fours ran towards the crowd along the street at an extremely fast speed. Dense crowds of figures suddenly appeared at the end of the street, following Chongqing closely with roars. At this time, Chun-Li had already taken out the Gatling gun from the backpack space, holding 10 gun barrels in both hands and slowly turning them to preheat them. With a sudden leap, Chongqing jumped behind everyone and fell in front of Hui gaily, gasping for breath. Chun-Li, with a crazy look on his face, weighed the gat in his hand, and the 10 gun barrels began to spin rapidly, accompanied by dense and rapid gunshots, and tongues of fire spurted out. The zombie vanguard that was rushing over from behind had just time to reveal a ferocious face before its head was hit by a bullet and exploded like a watermelon, with black sticky substances flying everywhere in the air. Fuck, boss, are these people fucking crazy? Let's run. The young man with a crew cut and a steel rod on his shoulder had dilated pupils and looked at the endless stream of zombies at the end of the street with fear in his eyes. They finally arrived at the base before dark, and when they saw so many people gathered at the door, they didn't think much of it, thinking that they might be having another meeting. Where are you running to? Damn it. I thought the new warden might be as short-lived as the last one, but I didn't expect that he would not only seek death on his own, but he would also drag us down with him. At this moment, the bald man no longer had the humility he had when he was telling the story just now. He tightened the gloves on his hands with a crazy look on his face, and there was unconcealable fear in his eyes. Brother, I've said long ago that this person's mental state is obviously not normal. The short-haired girl had taken off the bow from her body, her face showing a trace of panic as she tried to remain calm. He pulled the bowstring and rubbed the arrow string lightly with his hands. An arrow-shaped energy body slowly appeared. As the hand holding the arrow string suddenly released, the arrow-shaped energy body exploded in the head of a zombie with a rotating force. The young man who called himself Little Zhuge recalled some bad memories when he saw the zombies swarming like ants in front of him. His eyes were filled with fear. He forced himself to remain calm and pointed his feather fan at Chun-Li, who was shooting with a Gatling gun. Maybe, it's really possible. The warden actually has a damn Gatling gun in his hand. Although I don't know how many stars it is, it must be of a high level. As the rapid sound of gunfire rang out, the zombies in front of Chun-Li were chopped off at the root like leeks. The other survivors were still feeling uneasy, but when they saw Chun-Li slaughtering people in front of them, they started to scream and howl, swinging their swords at the fish that had escaped Chun-Li's firepower net. Bullshit. Looking at Chun-Li, who seemed to be slaughtering people in front of him, the bald man's expression did not improve, but became even gloomier. Other people have not experienced the night of the end of the world. Have you not experienced it too? Looking at the people whose faces turned grim as their memories were brought back, the bald man looked at the zombies pouring in from the end of the street with an even uglier expression. The most terrifying thing about the zombie swarms at night in the apocalypse is not their bloodthirstiness, but their infinity. The infinite zombies are attracted by the sound, gunfire, and blood. The overwhelming force is simply impossible to resist, unless the Gatling gun in his hand has unlimited bullets. Chapter 73. Start earning points. At this time, Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the zombies pouring in from the end of the street, and gradually felt that things were beyond his control and expectation. The initial judgment was correct. In this narrow street, a Gatling gun could completely achieve a fire blockade. What was unexpected was that there were so many zombies at night. The streets were already littered with zombie corpses, but the number of zombies at the end of the street did not decrease at all, and was even gradually increasing. Damn it, this isn't good. Chun-Li's Gatling gun had been firing continuously for nearly 30 seconds. When the 1-minute limit was up, there was no Gatling gun's fire suppression. Their small shelter will definitely be devoured by the zombie horde before them without leaving anything behind. However, no one else knew about this except himself. Ergu and the others were excitedly killing the zombies that broke through the fire net. They had no idea that Chun-Li's Gatling gun had this limitation. They only knew that Chun-Li was almost invincible when he took out the Gatling gun, and they just had to compete to see who could kill more zombies that broke through the fire net. Those survivors who were originally in panic were now all filled with excitement. They usually didn't have such a good opportunity, with zombies coming to die one after another, not to mention that there were some level 2 zombies among them. Normally when they encounter a level 2 zombie, they can only think of running as fast as possible. However, there is no need for that today. After all, with so many people gathered together, they can easily kill a level 2 zombie by grinding it to death. Not to mention that there is still the warden's firepower support at worst. Now is a good opportunity to follow the big guy and drink soup. Damn, a LV2 zombie actually rewards 10 points. This is a lucky guy who was extremely lucky and got the last shot. I got it, haha, it's for the lucky ones. This was a middle-aged man who quickly took out the equipment from under the zombie's body. The voice sounded like that of Liang Jun. At this time, Liang Jun, apart from killing a few blind zombies, no longer took the initiative to kill zombies. He closely monitored the whole scene with his sharp eyes and saw where there were LV2 zombies dying. If he observed that a zombie dropped equipment, he would immediately pass through the group in a strange way and go straight to the corpse to touch it. The rapid and dense gunfire stopped abruptly. There was no expression on Chun-Li's face. He put the Gatling gun without batteries back into the space, picked up a few dropped items from the ground beside him, and then took out the Desert Eagle from the space. Aim at the group of zombies in front of you and shoot accurately. However, without the Gatling gun's fire coverage, the group of zombies that had been suppressed in the street began to break through the fire and rush towards the crowd. The survivors who had not suffered any casualties so far, after losing their fire coverage, more and more zombies rushed into the crowd of survivors. The occasional screams proved that the casualties were not small. Chun-Li didn't care about the lives of other survivors. A group of these survivors who paid the rent died, and the next group would be found soon. As long as Ergu and the others are not dead, it will be fine. He can use these people quite easily. Chun-Li glanced at the surrounding situation. The zombies at the end of the street were still pouring in, as if there was a zombie refresh point at the corner of the street. The roars of zombies and the screams of survivors were everywhere. The blood and grief of the survivors. The black sticky substance left by the corpses was scattered all over the vicinity of the base. Chun-Li couldn't retreat, nor did he plan to retreat. It was not the zombies that took the initiative to attack the base at night, but Chun-Li who took the initiative to provoke the zombies at night. He needed these points. Therefore, Chun-Li had no intention of retreating at all. Even if it meant sacrificing the lives of all the survivors here, it would be worth it. Ergu, transfer all the existing points in the base to me. Ergu, who was fighting hard and had black sticky stuff splattered all over his body, heard Chun-Li's voice and turned around without thinking much. After receiving the points from the base, Chun-Li calculated in his mind. Adding the remaining points from last time and the zombies he had just killed, he now had about 1,800 points. It is enough to buy 3 Gatling battery packs. And in such a narrow street with the entire street crowded with zombies, the profit can definitely be doubled or even several times returned. Ergu, give me all your points. Chun-Li shouted loudly, a little anxious. This geographical location at the gate cannot be lost. If the zombies rush into the base and scatter throughout the prison, then there will be no chance to gain points at the gate like this. Okay, no more words. Ergu and the others transferred all the points they had earned from killing zombies to Chun-Li. Although they didn't know what Chun-Li wanted the points for, they knew that if Chun-Li died, they would not be able to survive. Took over the points from Ergu and others, 2,004 points. That's enough. Chun-Li clenched his fist with a look of joy on his face. He found Scarface among the crowd of survivors, shot the zombie in front of him in the head, then grabbed his collar and shouted loudly. Where's the nearest supply point? It's in the deepest part of the prison, inside a cell. The door is sprayed with red paint. Scarface wiped the blood off his face and responded loudly. Ergu, lead the others to hold on. We cannot lose the gate position. We cannot let the zombies enter the base even a single step. Yes. Ergu agreed to this matter without much hesitation. What if he couldn't hold on? If he couldn't hold on, he would say what he couldn't hold on. Donkey Egg, you watch out for anyone who tries to escape and kill them on the spot. Anyone, do you understand? Chun-Li shouted. After saying that, without waiting for Donkey Egg's response, Chun-Li took out the last explosive grenade in the storage space, pressed the button, and threw it into the crowd not far away, earning Chun-Li 2 points. Then he put the Desert Eagle into the space, and without paying any attention to the people behind him, he rushed deep into the prison. He planned to use 500 points to advance to a 2-star professional, and the remaining 1,500 points to exchange for 3 Gatling battery packs. A full 3 minutes of shooting time was enough for Chun-Li to earn enough points. Then the goal of this time has been achieved. As long as you earn enough points and successfully advance to a 2-star professional, you can unlock more interesting products. Although there were some twists and turns, and the situation was not quite the same as expected, the result was good. The points were earned and only a few tenants died. That's it. As for if this base is breached, the worst that can happen is that we can just run away. A small shelter is easy to find, so we can just rob one when the time comes. Boss, what should we do? Let's run too. Even the warden has run away. There's no reason for us to stay here and be buried with this shelter. After the young man with a crew cut smashed the zombie's head in front of him with a stick, he turned his head with a ferocious expression and looked at the bald man next to him. The bald man threw a punch, and a wave of energy flowed through the glove into the zombie's head in front of him, causing it to explode. He glanced at Chun-Li's disappearing back, and at the donkey holding a big knife. There was a strange light in his eyes, and he hesitated for a moment without saying a word. Chapter 74. No one can get rich without unexpected fortune. We can't leave. The bald man hesitated for a while, observed the situation in front of him, and said through gritted teeth, "Even if we want to escape, we have to wait until the situation is completely over. Those people are the warden's confidants. If they are kept here now, there should be a chance of a turnaround. At least don't be the first to run." The young man holding the feather fan was hiding in the crowd to avoid the attacks of the zombies around him. His profession could basically be said to be non-aggressive, and he could not play any role at all in such a chaotic scene. "Brother Urgu, what's going on?" Chongqing gasped and avoided the attacks of the surrounding zombies and ran to Urgu. "Take good care of your woman. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Urgu's eyes were full of gambler's madness. He shot a zombie in front of him in the head without answering the question. Urgu was gambling that Chun-Li could find a way to save the situation before it collapsed. At that time, he, the person who adhered to Chun-Li's orders, would become Chun-Li's true confidant. "What should I do if I lose the bet? If I lose the bet, I will die. In the next world, I still believe that the leverage of the poker game will eventually make me rich." "Oh!" Urgu roared angrily and forcibly summoned the little remaining strength in his body. With the help of this strength, he used his spear to pierce the zombies approaching the gate of the base. Here, Chun-Li ran all the way to the depths of the prison cells in the base, quickly looking for a cell with a door sprayed with red paint. There was no one in the depths of the base at this time. Everyone was at the door. Even the dean and the three men in black were gone, and no one knew where they had gone. Chun-Li, looking anxious, ran wildly in the corridor of the prison cells, looking around anxiously, and finally saw a prison cell with a red-painted door deep in the corridor. Without thinking much, Chun-Li pushed the door open and went in. Strangely, when he pushed open the door of the cell, the familiar small dark room did not appear, but he went directly into the supply point, as if this cell was the supply point. Chun-Li didn't want to think about this anymore, and immediately rushed to the equipment store at the supply point. His original plan was to use 500 points to advance to a 2-star professional and 1,500 points to buy 3 Gatling battery packs. However, at this moment, Chun-Li was a little hesitant. It is still unknown what will happen after being promoted to a 2-star professional, but what is certain is that it will not greatly increase one's own abilities. The significance of a Gatling battery block in the current situation is that it can bring a large number of points. But the reason why he attracted the zombies at night was to advance to a 2-star professional. Chun-Li gritted his teeth and thought for a while, then cursed inwardly, "Damn, maybe I was infected by Urgu." Then, without much hesitation, he exchanged for 4 Gatling gun battery packs and put them all on the Gatling gun. Seeing that the weapon in his hand had a usable time of 4 minutes after its equipment status, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction, then ran back along the road with bloodthirsty eyes. Chun-Li ran to the square and heard the screams of survivors, the wailing of zombies, the sounds of weapons colliding, and some angry howls coming from the gate. Chun-Li suddenly became excited, enjoying the night breeze sliding along his body. While running, his body involuntarily jumped up and jumped in front of the door with his gentleman's hat in his hand. Then he spun in the air and landed gorgeously. When he turned around and landed on the ground, a Gatling gun with 10 barrels suddenly appeared in Chun-Li's hand and began to rotate slowly. Chun-Li was in high spirits and couldn't help but play one of the most popular electronic music songs in his previous life with a clown mask. Who is the king of electronic music? I am the king of electronic music. Under the strong drum beats, the silent Gatling gun began to spit out flames crazily again, and the heads of the zombies in front of it, which had been so arrogant just a short while ago, exploded one by one like balloons. At this moment, Chun-Li felt the brutality that had been suppressed in his bones for a long time. Before the apocalypse broke out, Chun-Li always kept a lot of scalpels in his backpack, but he never used them. Legal ethics were like 2 shackles that always bound Chun-Li. After the apocalypse, these 2 shackles also broke apart. To everyone, the doomsday world is like hell, but to Chun-Li, this doomsday world is like heaven. The air exudes the scent of freedom everywhere. "You know what? I fucking love this world." Chun-Li, eyes full of excitement, held the Gatling gun and shot at the group of zombies in front of him as if he was cutting wheat. "Brotherly, who the hell said it wasn't true?" Urgu's eyes were also full of excitement, and he used force to blow up the head of the escaped zombie in front of him. "I don't know if Brotherly saw how bravely I stood guarding the gate of the base without retreating a single step. After this battle, I should be Chun-Li's true confidant. The warden is awesome." The bald man cheered for Chun-Li with excitement in his eyes. It was certainly a blessing to not have to escape at night. What's more, most of the zombies fell down at Chun-Li's hands at this time, and the few zombies that occasionally rushed over seemed to be giving points and equipment to everyone. There was just a hint of fear in the corner of his eyes. Fortunately, he didn't run away, but it was not his fault. Except for experienced gamblers, how many people would gamble with their lives? For minutes later, Chun-Li's Gatling gun stalled again, but this time everyone's face was filled with excitement instead of panic. There were no more zombies coming around the corner at the end of the street. All the zombies on the street have fallen to the ground, and the black sticky substance in their broken heads is slowly flowing on the ground. All the zombies in this area have been eliminated here. Everyone was full of excitement. Apart from the considerable gains, almost all the survivors found a place to hide quietly at night, praying that the zombies could not find them. However, they took the initiative to attack the zombie group at night and killed them all. Although they did not contribute much, they at least witnessed a miracle. Everyone ignored the dirt around them and just sat on the ground, breathing heavily with excitement and counting their harvest. Liang Jun hid in a shadowy corner, carefully examining the dropped items he had picked up during the chaos, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. This shelter is still better. Unlike the Xian shelter, they sent people to hunt me for so long just because I picked up an ownerless item. Chun-Li put the Gatling gun back into the space, leaned against the iron gate, felt the emptiness brought by the extreme spirit, and squinted his eyes as he calculated the points he had gained. A full 6,000 points. It is true that one cannot get rich without unexpected fortune. I can buy a lot of little gadgets with this money. However, at this moment, a pair of delicate and alluring little hands reached out silently from the shadows to Chun-Li's neck. Chapter 75. Beauty is hard to resist, heroes. However, before this delicate and seductive little hand could touch Chun-Li, the neck of its owner was suddenly strangled by Chun-Li's right hand. Feeling the touch from his right hand, Chun-Li slowly turned his head to look to the side, with a playful smile on his face. The girl in front of him was about 1.6 meters tall and looked to be in her early 20s. She was pale and breathless, and she was trying hard with both hands to pry open Chun-Li's right hand that was pinching her neck. Chun-Li smacked his lips, his eyes flashing with cruelty as he looked at the girl in front of him, his voice barely audible. This is not a wise choice. Who sent you here? Lu Jun? Did he get the news so quickly? Seeing that something was not right, Ergu and the others stood up from the ground, picked up their weapons again, with cruel eyes flashing, and surrounded the girl who was about to suffocate. Chun-Li, who received no reply, grabbed the girl's neck and lifted her up in the air. You're really ruthless and refused to speak. You're really brave. The girl, whose throat was strangled and whose limbs were struggling frantically in the air, stretched out her clenched right hand in front of Chun-Li and slowly loosened her 5 fingers, preparing to release her palm. Chun-Li kept his eyes fixed on the girl, and his pupils suddenly dilated as he looked at the hand stretched out in front of him. Without having time to think, he used his right hand to throw the girl into the entrance of the base, while keeping his body against the wall. However, the expected explosion did not come, and he looked at the complicated looks in the eyes of Ergu and others beside him. Chun-Li stuck his head out and looked at the girl who was sitting on the ground in the base, staring blankly at the door. Lying inside the fully outstretched palm under the moonlight was a handkerchief. Chun-Li first glanced at the girl with confused and aggrieved eyes, then frowned as he looked at the handkerchief and shouted in a low voice. Changsheng, go and bring that thing over. Oh, okay. Although he didn't know Chun-Li's intention, Changsheng still answered. It was just to take a handkerchief. It couldn't be another mission to send himself to death. She is really pretty, much prettier than my girlfriend. Changsheng, who was bending down to take the handkerchief, couldn't help but take another look at the girl. When he turned around and saw his girlfriend's eyes, his expression immediately returned to seriousness, as if he was working for Brotherly. Is there an equipment attribute page? No. Chun-Li frowned and stared at Changsheng, who was holding the handkerchief, thinking to himself, if it wasn't equipment that was dropped, could it be that the handkerchief was stained with poison? Stand there and don't move. Ah. Changsheng, who was even more confused than that girl, stood in the base with a pink handkerchief in his hand, looking at Chun-Li and Hui Gaili with blank eyes. After a long time, when everyone present began to look confused, Chun-Li finally ordered Changsheng to hand over the handkerchief. He bent down and smelled it, which was colorless and odorless. He checked it carefully and found that there was no poison needle hidden in the handkerchief. Chun-Li, with a frown on his face, threw the handkerchief into the pile of zombie corpses on the street, then looked at the girl. Brotherly, her name is Xiaochan, and she came back with Brother Su. She just wanted to wipe the sweat off your face. She means no harm. At this time, a woman in professional attire squeezed out from the crowd of survivors, walked up to Chun-Li and spoke quickly and nervously. If you don't believe me, Brotherly, you can ask Su. He was the one who brought us all back. Seeing that the expression on Chun-Li's face had not relaxed, the woman in professional attire pointed to the survivor behind her. The survivors looked at the woman's finger and silently avoided the direction of the finger. A passage appeared in the crowd, like Moses pointing at the sea. A man squatting on the ground with his head covered appeared. In public view, Su stood up from the ground, cursing in his heart, smiling awkwardly. Ever since the girl was strangled by Chun-Li for some unknown reason and Ergu and his men surrounded the girl, Su felt that something was not good and dodged and hid deep in the crowd. It would have been better to execute the girl like this. No matter what her purpose was, the purpose would be gone once she died. Naturally, no one would care who brought the girl into the base, and he didn't need to worry about any responsibility. However, I didn't expect that there would be a stupid woman pleading for this girl. Go ahead and beg, but why do you have to drag me into this? Damn, if this girl is really an assassin or something, then my life has already begun to count down. Without delaying for too long, Su walked along the passage to Chun-Li and said awkwardly, "Brotherly, I met these people outside. They were about to go to the Xian shelter, but I intercepted them." Feeling that his answer could not completely clear himself, Su added, "I am not sure who they are. I suggest that they be executed directly." A young man in the crowd stared at Su's back in amazement. If the timing had not been inappropriate, he would have wanted to point at Su's nose and curse him. Seeing Su standing up to make things worse, the woman in business attire became even more anxious and said hastily, "Brotherly, she is really just a little girl. She has no other identity. We were together when the apocalypse broke out." Bullshit. Before Chun-Li could speak, Su turned around with an angry face and pointed at the woman's nose and asked loudly, "Then why did she sneak up on our good brotherly who had just fought for us and was exhausted and in need of rest?" The woman in professional attire was a little confused by Su's words. She knew that Xiaochan wanted to wipe Chun-Li's sweat, because Xiaochan asked her if it was okay, and she remembered that she clearly said no at that time. As for the reason, how would she know? God knows whether she wanted to feel what it felt like to touch a tiger's butt. The man in professional attire hurriedly turned around and looked at Xiaochan, who was sitting on the ground in the base. He turned his back to the others and winked at Xiaochan while asking softly, "Xiaochan, why do you want to sneak up on brotherly?" Xiaochan sat on the ground, staring blankly at the once clean pink handkerchief on the pile of zombie corpses, which was now stained with black sticky substances and became extremely dirty. She spoke in an inaudible voice with a depressed look in her eyes. I want to help brotherly wipe his sweat." Phew. Luckily she didn't say anything nonsense. The woman in professional attire breathed a sigh of relief and put her mind at ease. She continued to ask, "Why do you want to help brotherly wipe his sweat?" With a downcast look, Xiaochan withdrew her gaze from the pink handkerchief, glanced at Chun-Li, then quickly withdrew her gaze and lowered her head again, hesitating. I think I should do something. Brotherly protected us in the battle against zombies, even though I couldn't kill too many zombies. But I think I should always do something to thank brotherly. So I walked over and tried to wipe the sweat off brotherly's face. Chapter 76. Life is getting more and more promising. What the hell? The woman in professional attire opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it. Is this the old-fashioned plot of a hero saving a beauty and the beauty admiring him? And didn't you read the house rules set by this big brother? How do you know he is a hero? Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about the cliched plot of a hero saving a beauty, as long as it didn't involve him. After saying that, he walked into the crowd, found his best friend from college, ignored his angry eyes, and put his arm around his shoulders. "Come on, let's sleep in the same room tonight. We haven't seen each other for a long time since you went to another province last time. We must catch up tonight." The young man shook off the arm that was around his shoulders, recalled the past, looked at Su with a face full of grief and anger, and cursed inwardly. "Don't you have any idea how I went to other provinces?" After watching the farce in front of him, Chun-Li didn't say anything else, but stood up and walked towards the depths of the base. It was just past midnight, and he could enter the supply point again. That's right. Chun-Li suddenly stopped and said, "Liang Jun has picked up a lot of good stuff. Ergu, go collect them. By the way, you guys pick up all the equipment dropped outside. Count the remaining people and finish these aftermath tasks tonight. We'll have some fun tomorrow." Liang Jun, who was hiding in the corner with a look of smug delight on his face, immediately drooped his handsome face when he heard Chun-Li's words. He was stripped of his clothes by Ergu in front of him with a face full of grief and indignation. "I really have nothing left. You guys even took off my underwear. Where can I hide anything?" Liang Jun covered his lower body with his hands. He hid in the corner and looked at Ergu and others in front of him. His face was full of grief and anger, and he said in a sad voice, "I really have nothing left. I give it all to you. How big is your storage space?" Ergu looked up and down at the naked Liang Jun in front of him. Brother Ergu, are you kidding me? How can I afford that thing? Liang Jun said inwardly with a depressed look on his face. If he had known earlier, he should have killed more zombies. At least he could have gotten some points. Well, Donkey Egg, why don't you go forward and check it out? Ergu looked Liang Jun up and down, supporting his chin with one hand, thinking about where else he could hide things. That's too disgusting. If you want to go, you go. I won't go. Hearing Ergu's words, Donkey Egg immediately became anxious. With an angry face, Ermao went to the pile of zombies at the entrance of the base to look for dropped items. Tisk, isn't that zombie corpse covered in black goo dirty? After saying that, he threw the clothes to Liang Jun, who was full of shame and anger, and followed Donkey Egg to look for the dropped items. There are thousands of zombie corpses, and the entire street is blocked. This is no small project. I hope I have time to sleep tonight. As for asking other people to come and help search, even the dumbest person wouldn't make such a decision. However, Su, who was whispering with his best friend in the crowd, looked at Liang Jun's embarrassment and laughed secretly. Idiot, how can you take so much food? He touched the two dropped equipment in his pocket and felt more and more hopeful about his future life. I was so happy that I hugged my best friend beside me and recalled the good times when we spent time surfing the internet and skipping classes together in college. Chun-Li entered the supply point, took out the 1-star professional badge, and clicked to advance without much hesitation. The next second, 500 points were deducted, and a pain came from the body. A moment later, a cool breath came and relieved the pain. Chun-Li clenched his fists, feeling the power coming from his body, and opened his personal attribute panel. Physical attributes. Strength, 18 points. Agility, 18 points. Physical strength, 21 points. Intelligence, 36 points. Chun-Li frowned and thought as he looked at the attribute panel in front of him. His current physical attributes were 3 times his initial physical attributes. In other words, every time he advanced, his physical attributes would be based on the initial attributes. So if it is a boxer before the outbreak of the apocalypse, and his strength has reached 12 points before the outbreak of the apocalypse, then by the time he is promoted to a 2-star professional, his strength attribute points will be as high as 36 points. In his heart, Chun-Li silently compared his fist with 36 strength points and the Gatling bullet with a firing rate of 6,000 per minute. The bullet should be a little harder, so he put his mind at ease. After being promoted to a 2-star professional, a lot of good things should have been unlocked in the store. Chun-Li first went to the equipment store to check the unlocked professional equipment. Returning 200 points to Ergu and the others, there were still 5,800 points left, which is not a small number. After purchasing 2 Gatling battery packs, I started looking at other products. Micro submachine gun, S686. Suicide mine. There are 6 more gadgets, and I checked the properties of the mine equipment. Equipment name, suicide mine. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment effect, explodes without delay when sensing pressure of more than 30 kilograms. Number of times used, 1/1. Equipment introduction. Perhaps you should understand why this mine is called a suicide mine. Equipment price, 50 points. Without any hesitation, Chun-Li waved his hand and spent 500 points to buy 10 mines, which he would place at his doorstep later. This time he would feel a little safer when sleeping. Chun-Li continued to scroll through the equipment page, and his eye was attracted by the name of a piece of equipment. He took a closer look at the attribute description of the equipment. Equipment name, remote control bomb. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment effect, the control terminal sends a command, and the bomb will explode after receiving the signal. Number of times used, 1/1. Equipment introduction, press the small button in your hand, and the enemy's groan will be heard in the next second. It is an appetizer, and you will like it. Equipment price, 50 points. Chun-Li bought a remote-controlled bomb, and looking at the spherical object in his hand that was the size and shape of a baseball, he thought of something else. Chun-Li stopped shopping and prepared to go out to do an experiment. If the experiment was successful, he would probably have to use the remaining points to buy this remote-controlled bomb. Chun-Li was about to step out of the supply point, but when he saw the big words grocery store on the side wall, he couldn't help but stop and take a look. At least you shouldn't do something stupid like exchanging several times your points for a Pandora's box just because you have accurate information. With this mentality, Chun-Li opened the sundry shop in front of him. Goddess's stockings. Rat poison half eaten by rats. Muzzle flame color changer. Curse doll. Pandora's box. A badminton racket. Regional speaker. A cattail suit. Looking at the dazzling grocery store in front of him, Chun-Li's mouth twitched. This grocery store is like looking for gold in a pile of shit. Chapter 77. I just want to be a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. What is the rat poison that was half complained about by the mice want to say? It means that the mice died before they even finished eating the rat poison, which means that the medicine is effective. Where does the stuff in this grocery store come from? It can't be that this earthling also started this game on another planet, and then that player lost, and the world was destroyed, and then all the remaining things on that planet were thrown into the grocery store? Chun-Li silently complained about some of the strange things in the grocery store. The thing that changed the muzzle flash was already incomprehensible. What is the purpose of the goddess's stockings and cattail dress? Used as a rag. But I can wait until next time to see if there are any suits available for purchase. I also need a new suit. Although he was complaining in his heart, his pace did not slow down at all. Looking at the scattered survivors walking along the corridor into their respective cells to rest, Chun-Li began to look for the bald male dean. Chun-Li found the dean near the wall. Chun-Li, with a frown on his face, looked at the three men in black squatting on the ground in front of him, making a quacking sound in grievance, and with tears on his face, he jumped forward like a duck. Turn around and jump back. The dean pointed a small pistol at several people in his left hand and gave orders arrogantly with his right hand on his waist. What are you doing? Chun-Li looked at the people in front of him. The battle outside was so fierce just now. How could you guys still have the leisure to learn to jump like ducks here? Brotherly, the dean, who saw Chun-Li coming, immediately bowed and walked to Chun-Li, lowered his eyebrows and whispered, I am doing rehabilitation training for mental patients. Who taught you that? Our former dean. Chun-Li was silent for a while and didn't care about this matter anymore. Let a man in black follow me. When Chun-Li heard that he wanted a man in black to go with him, the tall and thin leader of the men in black jumped up from the ground without hesitation and hugged Chun-Li's thighs, crying and saying, Do you want to interrogate me about the information of the shelter in Xi'an military region? Take me with you. I know more than the two of them. It can be seen that the man in black would rather sell out the information about the Xi'an military district shelter than do any rehabilitation training for mental patients with the dean. Looking at the envious eyes of the other two men in black, God knows what the dean did to them. Chun-Li kicked away the man in black who was hugging his thigh and crying, and said coldly, Follow me closely. As a man in black with a look of luck and hopelessness as he had escaped death, Chun-Li crossed the square to the gate of the base and found Ergu and others who were searching for dropped items among the pile of zombie corpses. Brotherly, we'll be done soon. You can go and have a rest. I'll be watching over them. They won't dare to mess around. Seeing Chun-Li coming, Ergu, who thought that Chun-Li was here to supervise the scene, immediately spoke in the tone of a close confidant, and while speaking, he did not forget to glance at Donkey Dan and others around him. Ergu, come here. Chun-Li lowered his head and frowned as he looked at the zombie corpses and black sticky substances scattered all over the ground outside the base gate. Finally, he withdrew his foot in the air with a bit of disgust, stood inside the base gate, and said in a deep voice, Here I come. He wiped the black sticky substance on Donkey Egg's clothes twice, and ran towards Chun-Li in Donkey Egg's angry eyes. Brotherly, you say? Ergu stood in front of Chun-Li with a serious face. He couldn't help feeling complacent in his heart. It seemed that he was going to arrange some private task again. The status of a confidant was indeed different. It seemed that he could get the biggest share of the dropped items this time. Is there a limit to the number of times you can use your right hand of God? I don't know. There are no pregnant women in the base, and I haven't used it yet. Ergu looked at Chun-Li with a confused face. It didn't seem like he was arranging any private tasks. Try it on him. Chun-Li pushed the man in black, who looked uneasy and felt something was wrong in front of Ergu. This seems to be a man. He has a child already? The end of the world is really magical. Ergu looked at the man in black in front of him with amazement and couldn't help but sigh. Let's start. Chun-Li looked down at his watch and couldn't help feeling sleepy. He spoke impatiently. Brotherly, there are restrictions on its use. The 5 senses of the person being used must be sealed, which means that they cannot see, hear, or smell. Before Ergu could finish his words, he saw the man in black in front of him slowly falling down with his hands covering the back of his head and a dazed look in his eyes. Glancing at Chun-Li, who was holding the Desert Eagle and swinging the handle of the gun at the back of the black-clothed man's head, Ergu swallowed his saliva and swallowed the unfinished words and spoke with difficulty. It's okay, the conditions are met. Brotherly is as rude as ever in his work. Then, shall I start? Ergu slowly lowered his body, and with resentment in his eyes, he slowly stretched his right hand towards the belly of the man in black. He didn't expect that he, a dignified doctor who was known as the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, who could save the dying and heal the wounded, would have his first baby to be a man. Bad luck. Wait. Chun-Li frowned as he looked at Ergu's right hand that was about to touch the black-clothed man's stomach. He took out the remote-controlled bomb from the space and threw it in front of Ergu. Put this in his stomach. Oh. Ergu looked at the small thing in front of him that looked like a bomb with a confused look on his face, and looked up at Chun-Li helplessly. What? I can only take things out, but not put them in. Chun-Li looked at Ergu with dissatisfaction. If this guy could only be an obstetrician and gynecologist, he would definitely kick this so-called doctor away in the next second. I haven't tried it either, so I don't know if it works, but… Ergu looked at the little guy in his hand helplessly. Just what? Nothing. I'll try now. Seeing Chun-Li's expression gradually becoming unfriendly, Ergu decisively swallowed the second half of his sentence. But I clearly want to be a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded, and stuffing bombs into patients' stomachs seems a bit against medical ethics. Ergu held the bomb tightly in his right hand, and when the skill was activated, his hand emitted a white light, and his entire right hand melted into the black-clothed man's stomach like boiling water sprinkled on the snow. Looking at the unconscious man in black in front of him, Ergu fumbled in his stomach with his right hand for a while and muttered to himself. It is said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. A 7-story pagoda should be 7 lives. In other words, if I save 1 person and kill 7 people, my merits and demerits will offset each other. Then as long as he saves 1 more person after his merits and demerits offset each other, he will still be a good doctor like Hua Tuo, who saves lives and heals the wounded. Ergu nodded with satisfaction and began to look for a suitable place to place the gadget inside the sternum of the man in black in front of him. Hey, this thing should be a lung lobe. It feels pretty good to pinch. Hey, why does this person only have 1 kidney in his stomach? Chapter 78. It was agreed that 1 life would be worth 7 lives, so don't make the mistake. After groping for a while, Ergu, whose novelty had worn off, reluctantly pulled his hand out of the black-clothed man's body. Brotherly, it's done. It's in. Chun-Li looked down at the chest of the man in black. There were no scars or holes. It was as if the 4th dimension had thrown a small toy into the 3rd dimension, and the 3rd dimension could not see any trace at all. As expected of a skill named after God, Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction and said casually, "Where is it?" "It's placed below his heart." Ergu raised his head with a kind face like a doctor and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. If there is no choice, I hope he can die without pain. Chun-Li looked at Ergu speechlessly. Wake him up and test his body's reaction. After Ergu slapped him a few times, the man in black with a swollen face woke up from his coma with blank eyes. He stared blankly at the 2 huge heads within his sight. "Are you going to start the interrogation?" "Run 2 steps. Ergu's face was full of curiosity as he directed the man in black who had not yet realized the situation. The man in black ran a few steps on the spot, his face full of vicissitudes and his eyes full of stories, looking at Ergu with resentment. Is he going to squat down and jump like a duck in the next step? Why do you people in the shelter like this? Squat down and jump twice. I knew that the man in black, who was trapped under the enemy's roof and had no choice but to squat and jump with a look of vicissitudes in his eyes, was skilled. Hey, how come you dance so skillfully? Ergu looked curiously at the man in black in front of him, who seemed to have turned into a duck. Handstand. Front flip. Back flip. Jump. Do the splits. The man in black looked at Ergu, who was addicted to giving orders, with a face full of resentment. He stood there without moving his body and said, "I really can't do the splits." Ergu smacked his lips and sighed, saying that this was even more addictive than the DJI drones before the apocalypse. Dry heave. Looking at the man in black who had been vomiting for a long time, but didn't vomit anything, Ergu nodded with satisfaction. Brotherly, at first glance it seems there is no problem. The little thing seems to have merged into his body. Ergu turned around and reported to Chun-Li. The black-clothed man who had been bewildered all this time suddenly understood. So that's what it was. It should be poison or other means of controlling people to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates. It seems that the director of this shelter is impressed by my talents. Well, since I have no choice, I might as well remain single. The man in black then knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and stared at Chun-Li with a serious face. I am willing to go through fire and water for you in the future. You will enjoy the wealth and the suffering. If you want to know more about the Xian shelter, you can ask any questions. I will tell you everything I know. TSK, this little word is quite good. Ergu smacked his lips and looked at the man in black in front of him with strange eyes. But in his heart he couldn't help thinking, Brotherly would not put such a thing on us, right? Ergu shook his head frantically to dispel this idea. How could it be possible? Brotherly would never do this. He was Brotherly's most loyal confidant, no one else. However, I cannot guarantee the loyalty of Donkey Egg and the others, so I should add an extra layer of insurance. Ignoring Urgu's sudden ingratiating smile on his face, Chun-Li looked at the black-clad man in front of him who was clasping his fist in loyalty and nodded with satisfaction. There was a madness in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but grin from ear to ear, and as the corners of his mouth widened, his laughter became more and more wild. Chun-Li held his cane in his hands, embraced the sky with both hands, looked up at the moon, and his wild laughter floated in the square. "My lovely little squirrel, look what I found. I found a tribe of squirrels. Go." Chun-Li pointed his cane at the pile of zombies outside the base and ordered, "Run to the pile of zombies and jump up in the middle." "Oh, okay." The man in black then noticed the street outside the base gate that was littered with zombie corpses and black sticky stuff. He couldn't help but dilate his pupils and look serious. Just now, when he was learning to jump like a duck in the base, he actually experienced such a brutal battle at the door. Then there should be two meanings of this order given by the leader of the shelter. The first point is to let myself feel the cruel spirit of the people in this base who are determined to fight to the death when facing the zombies. The second point should be to test whether you can overcome difficulties without fear of dirt and resolutely execute orders. Seeing the man in black with a serious face preparing to carry out the mission, Urgu couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. "Please tell King Yin Luo that one life is worth 7 lives. Tell him not to make a mistake in the calculation." "What do you mean?" The man in black looked at Urgu blankly. "No big deal, just remember to jump higher when you jump later." "Okay." The man in black with a serious face looked back at Chun-Li with a look of suspicion, then took a deep breath and ran towards the pile of zombie corpses. Ignoring the dirt under his feet, the man in black, who was determined to show off himself in front of Chun-Li, rushed to the pile of zombie corpses like a gust of wind. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, jumped up into the air, and turned around in the air with forced force to look at Chun-Li, expecting to receive an admiring look. However, his expectant eyes were met with Chun-Li's eyes, which were full of madness and excitement with red eyeballs. "Wait, why is the person next to me who just gave me orders holding a bucket of popcorn in his arms? He looks so relishing, as if he is looking forward to something." Next second, there was a muffled sound coming from the body of the man in black leaping in the air, like a basketball being crushed by a car tire, and his body in the air instantly broke into pieces. Donkey Egg and others who were searching for dropped items in the pile of zombies looked at the sky full of broken meat, looked at each other, stopped what they were doing, turned around, and looked at Chun-Li blankly. "What a grand fireworks display, isn't it?" Chun-Li, eyes filled with excitement and cruelty, looked at the sky filled with minced meat not far away and murmured, if she saw this fireworks display, she would definitely like it very much. "It's quite beautiful, especially in the moonlight, which adds a layer of mystery." Urgu stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth, chewed it twice, and agreed. Seeing Chun-Li looking at the popcorn in his hand, Urgu scratched his head awkwardly and handed the popcorn to Chun-Li with a wry smile. "This is a little thing I bought at the grocery store last time. It's really satisfying." Ignoring the popcorn handed to him by Urgu, Chun-Li turned his gaze to the remaining body parts on the pile of zombie corpses. "Is there any wine in the grocery store?" It seems so. I think I saw it when I was flipping through it last time." "Next time you go, buy 2 bottles and take them with you." Chapter 79. With such a close relationship between us, how could I possibly lie to you? Chun-Li had already decided how to spend the remaining points. He would exchange them all for pine cones, and then go to the Xian refuge area to catch 100 squirrels. 100 squirrels, that would surely be a gorgeous fireworks display. "Urgu, after you have sorted out the dropped equipment, make a list for me." Chun-Li yawned and looked at Urgu with a half-smile. "Don't worry, brotherly. With me here, they definitely won't be able to do anything under my nose." Urgu immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you do something a little bit." After saying that, Chun-Li stretched and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. He had to have a good rest tonight so that he could have enough energy to catch squirrels tomorrow. "Urgu, what did brotherly want to talk to you about?" Ludin stuffed a piece of dropped equipment in the shape of a bead into the cloth bag and kicked the corpse under his feet away. "What? Of course I want to supervise you to prevent you from making unwise decisions." Urgu restored the popcorn to half a palm-sized model and put it back in his pocket, planning to eat it next time. He looked at the sea of zombie corpses in front of him and spat lightly. "Shit, I don't know if I can get a chance to sleep tonight." Ermao looked at the zombie corpses piled up on the street and the scattered meat not far away with lingering fear and swallowed his saliva. "Urgu, isn't this completely unnecessary? We all know what kind of character Li Go has. How dare you do something that is equivalent to betrayal?" Urgu glanced at Changsheng and Huigai, who were bending over to look for dropped equipment, and muttered to himself in a barely audible voice, It's hard to say. As long as the profit is big enough, there is no such thing as daring or not daring. It's just that a wise gambler must know what his chips are before going to the gambling table. By the way, what happened just now? Ermal poked Urgu's waist, pointed at the piece of meat not far away, and whispered, "It's obvious. It's a squirrel that ate pine cones." Urgu answered casually. Without looking back, he continued to search through the zombie corpses. If he didn't hurry up, he wouldn't have to sleep tonight. I remember that the man in black didn't come from a mental hospital. Donkey Egg hesitated for a while, but still couldn't help asking. Isn't it Brotherly who has the final say on whether you are a squirrel or not? If Brotherly says you are a squirrel, then you are still a squirrel even if you are a donkey. Ermal glanced at Donkey Egg. He deserved to be called Donkey Egg for asking such a stupid question. 1, 2, 3. Chun-Li walked to the door of his room and was carefully placing the 10 mines he had bought one by one at the door. Finally, after setting up all 10 mines, Chun-Li stood up at the door with satisfaction, clapped his hands, and thought to himself, I can finally feel a little safe when sleeping this time, after all, etc. The mines disappeared. Chun-Li rubbed his eyes vigorously with his hands and looked carefully, but there was no trace of landmines. Originally, there was a tile with a corner missing, so Chun-Li specially placed a mine to cover the missing corner. However, at this moment, the tile with a missing corner was exposed in front of Chun-Li, without any obstruction to his view. Chun-Li looked at the door in front of him with a strange expression and probably knew why this landmine was called a suicide mine. Could it be that this mine is invisible after it is placed, and the person who placed it forgets about its existence and can't see it either, so he steps on it and blew himself up? By the way, I just placed the mine somewhere. How could anyone remember this thing? I just placed them randomly. The suicide mine looks like the size of a mooncake, but is a little thinner than a mooncake. Forget it. Let's go to sleep first. As for how to get out, we'll think about it tomorrow. Chun-Li simply put the matter behind him, turned around and walked into the house, took off his gentleman's hat and suit jacket and placed them on the table. Holding the Desert Eagle in his arms, he pointed the muzzle of the gun vaguely at the door and gradually fell asleep. Is what you just said true? Oh, Xiaohei, others may deceive you. But how could I deceive you about our friendship? Su held Xiaohei's hands with a serious face and affectionate eyes and spoke sincerely. But, you lied to me twice. Xiaohei looked at Su, who was speaking sincerely, and after hesitating for a while, he still spoke hesitantly. Think about it carefully. I deceived you twice without telling you, but did I harm you? Su said earnestly with a slightly unhappy look on his face. Let's talk about the first time. You thought I tricked all my classmates into joining a pyramid scheme, but I just want to ask you if you were all admitted to graduate school after returning to school because of this incident. That's right. The school thinks that if this matter gets out, outsiders will think that there is something wrong with the school's education and that the students have been made into fools, which will affect the enrollment rate next year. So they use the guarantee of admission to graduate school to cover it up. Looking up and recalling the past, Xiaohei expressed his agreement. Su nodded in satisfaction. Let me ask you this time, do you think the end of the world is scary? This is not nonsense. These past few days, I dreamed every night about many people being torn apart by zombies in front of me. I finally got admitted to graduate school, but how come it's the end of the world now? Thinking of his experience after the apocalypse, Xiaohei's face was filled with fear. So now, you are in an environment without zombies around, with a powerful head of the family, and a bed that is uncomfortable but safe enough. Looking at Xiaohei, whose expression was gradually wavering, Su made his last move. Which do you think is better, the current environment or the previous one where you had to hide from zombies every day, didn't have enough food or sleep? Of course it's better now. Have I harmed you then? But you always say I'm your good brother and want extra money or something. Alas, Su sighed, poking Xiaohei's forehead with a look of disappointment. What do you think of my ability? There should be. After hesitating for a while, Xiaohei gave a firm answer. Being able to trick the entire class into joining a pyramid scheme organization, this kind of thing could not be done by someone without some ability. That's it. People like me who are capable will be respected no matter where we go, whether before or after the apocalypse. That's true. Xiaohei nodded vigorously. The reason why he liked to play with Su when he was in college was that he felt that Su seemed to know everything and always had a lot of ideas. Su clapped his hands vigorously and stared into Xiaohei's eyes with a tone that said, I'm doing this for your own good. So think about it. The real reason why I said that was not to get more money, but after the master of the family promoted me, he remembered what I said about you being my best brother. Will they also take good care of you? What is this called? This is called one person becoming an immortal, and the whole family will ascend to heaven. But I remember that if a person cannot become an immortal, The chicken will usually be slaughtered and eaten for meat. Chapter 80. Set off to catch squirrels in the West Saddle Shelter. So, I want you to cooperate with me. No matter what I ask you to do, don't think too much and just do it. I will definitely not harm you. When I become a favorite of the patriarch, just imagine your position then. Wouldn't it be below a few people and above 10,000 people? Okay, Sue, I'll trust you this last time. Completely moved, Xiaohei stared at Su Ke seriously. Good brother, even if the end of the world comes, we will go together. Su excitedly held Xiaohei's hands tightly. Go to bed first, and just follow my instructions tomorrow. Xiaochan, tell me what you were thinking today. Why did you want to provoke the head of the family? You almost died, did you know that? The woman in a professional suit couldn't help but speak as she looked at Xiaochan lying quietly on the bed beside her. Sister Hong, when I saw Brother Li, I don't know why I felt that he needed someone to take care of him, so I couldn't help but go up and help him wipe the sweat off his face. After being silent for a while, Xiaochan continued in a whisper in the dark. Are you crazy? Sister Hong couldn't help but curse angrily, then immediately covered her mouth and waited for a while. After finding that there was no movement outside, she lowered the volume and spoke hurriedly. You are a young girl in your 20s, how come your maternal instinct is stronger than mine? I admit that the best way for a woman to protect herself in the end times is to find a reliable man. But you could have found Brother Ergu, Brother Donkey, or anyone else. So why did you think of looking for the head of the family? You're wrong, Sister Hong. I really just wanted to help Brother Li wipe his sweat. I think he, Xiaochan, looking at the ceiling in the dark, remembered her pink handkerchief that was thrown into the pile of zombies. She paused for a moment before continuing. I feel a little sorry for him. I feel a little distressed. You actually feel sorry for him. Sister Hong, who was so angry at Xiaochan's words that she laughed, couldn't help but raise her voice a few decibels. Didn't you hear what the old people in the base said about how the old warden died? It was your master who ordered his men to carry a grenade and die together with the old warden. Do you think a man who doesn't care about the lives of his men needs your sympathy? After the battle, Brother Li was leaning against the iron gate alone. At that moment, I felt that he was out of tune with this world and exuded loneliness. I felt that he needed someone to understand him. Xiaochan murmured in a low voice, not knowing what she was thinking about. Damn, have you forgotten that you were almost strangled to death by your master of the family who exudes loneliness today? Sister Hong, who was already trembling all over with anger at Xiaochan, couldn't help but curse. I haven't forgotten. It's because I saw Brother Li's big reaction that I can't imagine what he went through in the past. That's why it's hard for him to accept other people's kindness. He thinks that everyone who approaches him has bad intentions. He must have lived a very tiring life in the past. Xiaochan curled up her body, wrapped the thin quilt a little tighter, and moved closer to the corner. No one in this world understands him, which is why he is unwilling to accept kindness from anyone. No, he doesn't believe that anyone approaching him has good intentions. Looking at Xiaochan's shadow on the bed opposite through the darkness, Sister Hong felt a little speechless. You must have read too many novels by Gui Jingming before the end of the world. Do whatever you want, but be careful and at least don't let me grab you by the neck again. You're lucky this time, but I won't be able to save you next time. Sister Hong said this and turned to sleep. She had to pay the rent tomorrow. Even though she took advantage of the chaos today and killed a few zombies, it would be enough to pay the rent tomorrow. However, if you don't worry about the future, you must worry about the present. If possible, try to prepare rental points for the day after tomorrow or even the day after tomorrow. If possible, get more points to improve your abilities. By the way, according to the base's system of recruiting people, the population of the entire base will definitely grow explosively. The house rules do not allow acts such as rape within the base, but people always have physiological needs, especially for men who fight every day. Maybe I can find a few girls, find a way to set up a store, and go back to my original business, which should allow me to earn a lot of points. I will sound out Sue tomorrow to see if this is possible. Perhaps I can also open a national chain of stores in various shelters. Chun-Li woke up from his sleep yawning, and when he looked down, he saw that it was already past noon the next day. He stretched his aching body, put on his hat and suit jacket again, then picked up his cane and walked to the door. Chun-Li was a little confused for a moment. He didn't know how to get out. I seem to remember that a suicide mine will explode only when it is subjected to 30 kilograms or 30 pounds of pressure, so it should be fine for me to use a walking stick to explore the way ahead. So Chun-Li, holding a cane, stepped forward step by step, tapping the cane lightly in front of him. When the cane touched an obvious foreign object, he changed direction and continued walking. In the next room on the other side, Ergu also yawned and pushed the door open. As soon as he walked out, he saw Li Gu, who was wearing a suit, a mask on his face, and a gentleman's hat on his head, walking forward little by little with the help of a cane, His mouth was so frightened that he couldn't close it for a long time. He stared at Chun-Li blankly. Brotherly, what are you doing? There are 10 mines buried at the door, but I forgot where they are. Chun-Li responded casually as he groped forward. Are you burying landmines right outside your house? Why didn't you tell us? What if we accidentally step on it? It seems that Changxing doesn't know about this yet. Let him knock on Li Ji's door next time. Wait. Urgus suddenly focused his eyes on something, hesitated for a while, and asked cautiously with a tone that he himself did not quite believe. Brotherly, did you plant 10 mines? Is the mine the size of a mooncake, slightly thinner than a mooncake, and all white? Chun-Li looked at Ergo with a bad look on his face, and raised the muzzle of the desert eagle in his hand slightly, and pointed it at Ergo. You were peeking at me yesterday. No, brotherly, you misunderstood. Can't you see it? The mine is clearly there. Chun-Li was silent for a while. He roughly understood the characteristics of this mine, and why it was called a suicide mine. The mine of emotion is invisible only from the perspective of the person who plants the mine, but it is visible in its entirety from the perspective of everyone else. This game seems to like to come up with some tricks to play with the player's equipment, as if seeing the player's incredible expression makes the game interesting. Ignoring Urga's question, Chun-Li calmly groped his way out of the minefield, straightened his suit, and said in a deep voice, Let everyone gather in the square. We are going to catch squirrels at the West Saddle Military Area Shelter today. Chapter 81. The Violent Person's Money-Making Hut. Noon, Prison, Square. Today is our. Chun-Li, who suddenly became interested, stood in the middle of the square, raised the megaphone, and spoke excitedly to everyone. Suddenly he paused and looked at Urgu beside him. Does our family still not have a formal name? Yeah, that's true. Brotherly, what do you think of the name Garden of Eden? It perfectly reflects the harmony of our family and our non-contention with the world. Urgu scratched his head and made a suggestion, muttering to himself that if I knew how to name myself, I would have changed my name long ago. No, the end of the world has come and the Garden of Eden doesn't seem to fit the mood. Brotherly, I think the palace of the evil king is great, and it completely suits your temperament, brotherly. Seeing Changxing suddenly switch to the naming session, he couldn't help but mention a name that he thought was perfect. From now on, brotherly, you will call yourself His Highness, and we are all your knights. Come on, I've never seen a knight who had a good ending. Donkey Egg pulled the middle school boy in front of Li Gu behind him, came close to him, and spoke seriously. Brotherly, the name must be consistent with the purpose of our organization. Brotherly, what is the main purpose of building such a base? Is it to save the world or to dominate the world? Chun-Li glanced at the donkey egg that leaned forward and said, The purpose is very simple. First, to make money. Second, there are enough helpers when you bully others. Chun-Li patted Donkey's shoulder and stared into his eyes, then asked with interest, So what name do you think fits this purpose? Brotherly, your purpose sounds like a villain. Is there any difference between the purpose of decency and this? Well, it seems that there is really no difference. How about calling it the violence perpetrator's money-making hut? Donkey Egg slapped his forehead and gave a name excitedly. Brotherly, you see, this is completely in line with our purpose, bullying others and making money. Adding a small house at the back represents that this is our home with feelings. And brotherly, you are the head of the family, and we are all your family. What a shitty name. Brotherly, I think it's better too. Ermao squeezed in from behind Luden, came in front of Chun-Li, and prepared to speak his mind. Not bad, a good name. The 3 words, perpetrator, are very much to my liking. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. Ermao looked at Chun-Li in confusion. Is this really a good name? From now on, when we go out, we should introduce ourselves. When others come up to us, we should proudly say that we are from the Xian Military Region Shelter. If anyone is coming forward, please introduce yourself. Then we all said in unison that we were the Violence's money-making shack. Brotherly, think twice. Urgu, who originally didn't care about the matter, couldn't help but stepped forward to persuade him when he heard Chun-Li was about to decide on this crappy name. Thinking about the scene when he would introduce himself in the future, Urgu wanted to bury his head in his trouser pockets. He really couldn't afford to lose face like this. Chun-Li ignored the noise around him and excitedly put the loudspeaker to his lips. From today on, our home has an official name, called the Abuser's Money-Making Hut. Mr. Su, why do I feel like we've really walked into a tiger's den this time? Don't you think this name sounds like a villain force in a novel? Xiaohei couldn't help but whisper in Su's ear. Su also felt a little scared at this time, mainly because the name did not sound as positive as the Xian Military District Shelter. Well, at least the villains usually live longer. Today is the first time that we, the Abuser's Money-Making Hut, will take collective action. Let's go out and catch squirrels. Chun-Li, who who was full of enthusiasm, stood in the middle of the square, dancing and gesticulating excitedly. No wonder fairy tales always say that after killing a dragon, a warrior will be tempted by the dragon's treasure and become a new generation of dragon. Who can withstand such temptation? Squirrel? It's the end of the world now. How can the master of the family still like it? Do you want to eat it or keep it as a pet? Xiaohei, with a puzzled look on his face, secretly poked Su's waist and asked in a low voice. It should be used to set off fireworks. Su, with a complicated expression, touched the little black head beside him. That was definitely a fireworks display you had never seen before. Are squirrels used to set off fireworks? Xiaohei's face was full of question marks. He looked around blankly. Is this the world I know? In order to make this operation more interesting, I decided to turn it into a game called Catch the Squirrel Game. Next, please listen carefully to the rules of the game. Looking at the confused expressions of the people below, Chenli couldn't help but excitedly turned around on the spot, holding up his cane and reading out the rules of the game with excitement in his eyes. Mission objective: capture hundreds of small squirrels that went out hunting in the Xi'an military district shelter. Be careful not to use civilian forces. In other words, only small squirrels dressed in black are needed. Mission reward: 3 points for catching a squirrel, no upper limit. If you don't catch any squirrels, then please pray that you have enough balance in your pocket to pay today's rent. Mission rules: no rules for capture. You can use any means as long as you can capture the cute little squirrel I want. If you don't complete the game seriously and try to kill lone zombies, I will hunt you down. Anyone who reveals the rules of the game to outsiders will be hunted down and killed. Take the opportunity to escape during the game and chase him to death. Deliberately make a noise to alarm the squirrel and chase it to death. Chun-Li looked at the reactions of the people present and nodded with satisfaction, pointing his cane at the gate of the base. Then let's go now and catch my cute little squirrel. Su, why does this sound like we're going to the Xi'an military district shelter to arrest people? Xiaohei, who was even more confused after hearing the rules of the game, poked Su's waist again. You heard it right. That's true, but isn't the noise of hundreds of fireworks a bit too loud? Su, holding his chin with one hand, was thinking about the goal of this game. As a newcomer, the best way to stand out in the base is to make achievements that no one can ignore, so that you can naturally squeeze into the upper echelons. This squirrel catching game is a great opportunity. Although his martial arts skills are not high, the rules of the game are said to be unregulated, so it is most efficient to kill people with your brain. Mr. Su, with our tiny arms and legs, are you sure you are going to catch squirrels? Are you not going to deliver dry food to the squirrels for the winter? By the way, Mr. Su, what profession did you change to? Xiaohei poked Su's waist again. Stop poking me, stop poking me. Angrily, Su slapped Xiaohei's hand away. Can you please stop poking me whenever you have a problem? It hurts, okay? After sorting out his thoughts, Su spoke in high spirits. I deserve to be rich this time. Our chance has come. Don't forget what we promised last night. Chapter 82. Abilities that an excellent strategist must possess. However, Su, who wanted to pat Xiaohei on the shoulder to explain his strategy, patted him several times, but missed. When he turned around, he saw that Xiaohei was no longer by his side. Upon closer inspection, I saw that Xiaohei was hiding in a corner, squatting on the ground and drawing circles. With a frown on his face, Su walked towards Xiaohei step by step. Only when he got close did he hear what Xiaohei was mumbling. Su has lied to me again. This is the third time he has lied to me. I will never trust him again. With a frown on his face, Su pulled up Xiaohei, who was squatting on the ground. Without saying a word, he grabbed Xiaohei's finger that was drawing circles and poked it into his waist a few times. Seeing Su's actions, Xiaohei, who was full of joy, took the initiative to poke him a few times. Seeing that Su did not resist, he said happily, "Tell me what your plan is. I will listen to you." After a long sigh, Su said in a deep voice, "What we need to do now is to borrow arrows from straw boats like Zhuge Liang did." What a great straw boat borrowing arrows. I can already smell a strong smell of conspiracy. Xiaohei stared at Su with expectation. How do we start the first step? Go borrow some clothes from Chun-Li. Borrow some clothes? Yes, I want to borrow the clothes of the 2 men in black I caught yesterday. Then what? Then put on your clothes and blend into the crowd of people in black, and then figure out a way. Is this what the story of borrowing arrows from a thatched boat means? Don't worry about that. The conspiracy can be terrible, but the code name must be high-end, so that you can appear to be unparalleled in strategy. Who told you that? When I was studying historical texts in college, Zhuge Liang himself said that one of the abilities an excellent strategist must possess is the ability to come up with high-end code names for operations. Then let Mr. Liang next to me explain to you the movements of the squirrel. Chun-Li bowed like a gentleman and gave way to Liang Jun, who was standing nearby. Liang Jun smiled awkwardly for a while and took a step forward. Damn it. There would be no trace of Squirrel's movements if the commander knew that his subordinate had been named Squirrel and was on the wanted list. I don't know whether the old guy, who has always been scheming, will get angry, or just pretend to pick up the teacup and exclaim, "It's interesting." Hello everyone. Next I will tell you about the movements of squirrels. Liang Jun couldn't help but stop talking halfway and stroked his forehead. He felt like he had become the host of the animal world. The little squirrels in the Xi'an military district shelter are all dressed in black. During the day, they form teams of 6 and disperse around the shelter to kill lone zombies and search for supplies. The strength of each squirrel team varies. Some teams followed the commander before the end of the world, and these teams are generally strong. Some teams were recruited by the commander after the end of the world, and these teams are generally weaker. If the number of people in a team is not 6, less or more, and they are not wearing black, they are most likely civilian forces going out for activities. The civilian forces in the Xi'an military district shelter are stronger than the official forces, so try not to provoke the civilian forces too much. After Liang Jun finished his last sentence, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a step back. He was really afraid that he would not be able to help, but jumped to the next sentence that spring is here and it is the mating season again. The civilian forces are actually stronger than the official forces? Chun-Li frowned and looked at Liang Jun. This was not within his plan. In a shelter, the civilian forces were actually stronger than the official forces and were not overthrown. Of course, the Xi'an military region is known as a shelter for tens of thousands of people. Even though that's an exaggeration, it accommodates at least several thousand people. Liang Jun met Chun-Li's eyes with a puzzled look. Lu Jun has only a few men under his command. Except for the old, weak, sick and disabled, everyone is a professional. Who knows who has strange skills or equipment? Lu Jun doesn't dare to offend civilian forces too much. In this case, why did those civilian forces obediently follow Lu Jun's orders and not overthrow him? Liang Jun probably understood what Chun-Li meant and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the thinking of people with no vision. Liang Jun swallowed and began to explain. First of all, the people under Lu Jun are not pushovers. Lu Jun got a skill book from somewhere. It's not a one-time skill book. It can be learned repeatedly. All of Lu Jun's men have learned this skill, and when they work together, the effect is greater than the sum of its parts. If we really fight, both sides will suffer losses. If a wave of zombies comes at night, everyone will die. The primary goal of the apocalypse is to stay alive. There is no need to do so just to be the nominal boss. Secondly, after all, the title of Lu Jun's army commander is somewhat righteous. Some people recognize this, and this is what the people want. You have caused public dissatisfaction. Before the apocalypse, you might have been reduced to being a troll on the internet. But after the apocalypse, when you are sleeping, you might suddenly find someone at your door holding a real troll pointing at you. So the current situation is that the civilian forces of any party are not as strong as the official forces of Lu Jun. But the civilian forces combined far exceed the official forces. After all, when most of them are one-star professionals, of course the side with more people is stronger. How many 2-star professionals are there in the Xi'an military district shelter now? Chun-Li rested his hands on his cane and rubbed it gently, not knowing what he was thinking. There's only Lu Jun. Last time, Lu Jun brought everyone to frantically hunt down LV2 zombies, just to let his confidants be promoted to 2-star professionals. You know the result. Liang Jun smiled awkwardly, feeling heartbroken. It was originally prepared for me. If I hadn't run into a dead end, I would have definitely left the people behind me behind if I had run for another 2 hours. Is that so? Then this Lu Jun doesn't sound like much of a threat. Chun-Li suddenly felt a little disappointed. It feels like a boxer who is full of anger and then goes into the ring to find out that his opponent is an old man and feels discouraged. Brother Eli, I have to say that Lu Jun's forces can probably defeat 10 shelters like yours, or even more. Liang Jun said speechlessly. Isn't this interesting? I'm getting a little excited. Chun-Li grinned and pointed his cane outside the base gate. Now, everyone, go out and act freely to catch that cute little squirrel. Urgu, you guys don't have to catch the little squirrel. Urgu and the others looked at each other and asked in confusion. Then what are we going to do, brotherly? Come with me to the West Saddle Shelter. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for just a few of us to fight back? Urgu was careful with his words. No, I'm going to visit someone. I want to see what kind of person is the father who taught his son to be a bad person. Chapter 83. Are you responsible for delaying the rescue of all mankind? Brotherly, I want to borrow something from you. Chun-Li looked at the man in front of him with a smirk on his face. He remembered this man. the only one who brought back a group of survivors to the base. I want to borrow 2 pieces of clothes from the man in black, Su scratched his head and said with a silly smile. Oh. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and smiled, with a playful gleam in his eyes. Not lending, just selling, 3 points for 1 piece of clothing. Without any hesitation, Su replied in a resounding voice. No problem, brotherly. Without any further ado, he transferred 6 points to Chun-Li. Come with me. After glancing at Su, Chun-Li turned and walked towards the wall. The moment he turned around, a playful smile appeared on Chun-Li's lips where Su and others could not see. Brotherly, is it because the boss is stubborn and refuses to tell us? Take me away, I will tell you everything I know. As soon as Chun-Li arrived at the wall, he saw 2 men in black standing upside down by the wall, doing push-ups with their elbows contracted and inched. When the 2 men in black saw Chun-Li coming, they didn't dare to rest. They kept doing handstand push-ups, looking at Chun-Li with anticipation in their eyes. Brotherly, who are you going to take away this time? Chun-Li glanced at the flattering dean and said, take off all their clothes. I want to use them. You too, take off your clothes quickly. The dean looked at the man in black and regained his arrogant attitude and gave the order. The 2 men in black looked at each other with sorrow in their eyes, took off their clothes, and prayed that their commander would come and rescue them soon. Go pick it up. After saying a few words to Su, Chun-Li turned around and left. Mr. Su, this suit fits me really well. It makes me feel more handsome when I wear it. Xiaohei nodded with satisfaction and looked at his outfit. Wow, it's actually a store equipment with equipment attributes. Su said in surprise when he put the clothes on and suddenly found that there were equipment attributes to check. Equipment name, Lu Jun customized clothing. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment special skills, none. Customization amount, for bulk customization of this piece of clothing, 3 points for each piece. Equipment introduction, the only function may be a shroud. Before death, the head is retracted into the clothes, and a simple grave is formed. This Xi'an military district shelter is indeed wealthy. A useless piece of clothing only costs 3 points, and they buy it right away. Su nodded with satisfaction. Since this piece of clothing was specially customized by Lu Jun at a grocery store, it would be more convenient to use. Then it's time to play the squirrel catching game. Su was excited and ready to make great achievements and realize his own great deeds in the end times. Su, do you feel anything strange? Xiaohei, who was dressed in black, poked Su's waist. What's strange about that? It feels like I'm in the Earth Online Apocalypse game, playing Chun-Li's squirrel catching game. Let's go. Chun-Li walked to the square, stood up first, and walked towards the door. Brother Eli, we can't all go out and leave no one at home. How about I take a few people with me to guard the house? Ermao hesitated for a while, but still couldn't help but speak. He really didn't want to run to the Xi'an military district shelter with just a few people like Chun-Li. In his opinion, it was like sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. This was not the way to send oneself to death. Brotherly, have you seen too many lone heroes? Your name is Chun-Li, not Zilong. What home are you guarding? We're just guarding the house. What if some villains come in and do evil while we're away? Ermao pretended to be calm when he heard that Chun-Li's tone was a little strange. Is there anything valuable at home? Well, I'm just worried that some scoundrels might come and occupy our home. That's even better. We have a few more tenants at home, and isn't the dean guarding the house? I'll go talk to the dean later and ask him to sit at the door. Let's go. Ergu patted Ermao's shoulder and asked him to follow. Of course he knew what Ermao was thinking. He was actually a little scared, but going against Li Ji's decision was definitely not a wise decision. You may die later, or you will definitely die now. Everyone knows how to choose. Brotherly, should we make a battle plan? Donkey Egg carried a big knife on his shoulder, with bloodthirsty eyes, looking like he was willing to charge forward for Brotherly. Ergu looked at Luden speechlessly. Haven't you always been a simple and honest person? Suddenly you become like this, and I feel like your character has collapsed. What kind of war? Chun-Li turned around and looked at the people behind him with a puzzled look on his face. Ergu and the others looked at each other and said, didn't Lu Jun's son die in our hands? Yes, but has Lu Jun learned the news now? Probably they don't know. The only ones who know about this are us and that group of mental patients. There shouldn't be any possibility of leakage. Yes, so there is no war on our trip, only peace. There was a dangerous light flashing in Chun-Li's eyes. The purpose of this trip is for the leader of one shelter to go to the leader of another shelter to exchange experiences. Chun-Li racked his brains to come up with a suitable metaphor. Just like. It's just like officials from all over the country going to each other's territories to learn from each other before the apocalypse. Ergus smacked his tongue and continued. This is fine if there is no conflict. Lu Jun and his men are officials, so they won't attack them for no reason. Even if they did take action, without knowing the hatred between the two sides, they would not be too harsh, leaving the others plenty of room to fight back. Hello, we are the leaders of the shelter next door. We are here to discuss some important matters concerning the future of mankind with the leader of your shelter. Chun-Li looked at the 6 men in black in front of him with a serious and sincere expression. After the 6 men in black looked at each other, one of them slowly stepped back and left the team, then ran away quickly. Judging from the situation, it seems that someone ran back to report the news. A square-faced man in black carried a hammer half his height on his shoulder and asked in a deep voice, "The shelter next door? Which shelter? The Xian Court shelter or the Xian Blood Gang shelter?" What a mess of names, the court and the Blood Gang, none of them. Hearing these 2 messy names, Chun-Li couldn't help but frown, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. "We are from the abuser's money-making hut. I am the leader of this hut, the owner of the house. You were so quick to lead the way, but you delayed saving all of humanity. Do you take responsibility for this?" Chapter 84. You are here to learn usury, and you get 9 out of 10? When several men in black heard Chun-Li call out his name, they immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at Chun-Li. The leader at the front smashed the hammer half a person's height on his shoulder to the ground and looked at Chun-Li and others with an unfriendly face. The name of the violence-mongering hut does not sound good. You might as well just call it the villain. Want to fight? Don't you think about whether you have such weak arms and legs that are worthy of being chopped off by me? Donkey Egg walked to the front with a big knife on his shoulder and spoke in a deep voice like a bell. Donkey Eggs, stand back. Chun-Li, who called back Donkey Egg, had an inexplicable look in his eyes. We came here in peace, to discuss matters concerning humanity with your leader. It would not be too late to discuss other matters after your little brother comes with a reply. Several men in black looked at each other, still remaining alert and not speaking. In the apocalypse, humans are not much gentler than zombies. Especially when everyone has gained extremely powerful strength, the dark side that was suppressed in the past suddenly erupts, and the things they do cannot be measured by ordinary people. They have seen too many things like this in the past 2 days. Rape, murder for treasure, and slaughter for points happen every day in every corner of the shelter. After a while, a man in black came running towards the crowd breathlessly from a distance. The young man with a young beard bent over and held his knees to catch his breath for a while before he spoke. "Brother, the commander asked you to take them to the office. The commander is already waiting for them there." The black-clad leader's mouth twitched. "You ran away a little too early. If the commander knew the name of this shelter, it's hard to say whether he would be willing to meet you." But at this moment, the man in black did not waste time to stir up trouble. He said with a gloomy face, "Please, I will take you to see the commander, but please remember not to listen, not to look, not to talk too much, and not to cause trouble along the way." Chun-Li nodded with a strange look in his eyes, and without saying anything, he followed the man in black to the Xian Military District shelter. "I'm finally going to meet you. I'm really curious about who is the father who raised such a beast like Lu Shuai. If a son is not well educated, it is the father's fault. If a son's debt is not paid by his father, what he owes me must be repaid. It is an unforgivable sin to bring my little princess so close to the dye vat and make her so dirty, for she was originally very clean." Not long after walking, they arrived in front of a stadium. The stadium at this time was no longer the place for entertainment and recreation before the end of the world. It had become a refuge after the end of the world. The area around the stadium was covered with patches of black, sticky stuff, but most of it had dried up, so it looked like it wasn't from recently. At this time, a team of about dozens of people was slowly moving forward at the door. "Come on, line up. Those who cut in line will have to pay double the price." A middle-aged man in a black uniform said lazily at this time, and glanced at the people in front of him impatiently. "Hey, isn't this from the Axe Gang? Didn't he go out this morning and say he was going to kill a level 2 zombie and explode his axe of creation? It's only been past noon now. Why is he running back in disgrace?" The middle-aged man in black uniform stroked his mustache a few times, sat sideways on a chair, stared at the back of the team with his eyes as big as sesame seeds, and muttered, "1, 2, 3. Good fellow, it's only been this morning and 6 of them are dead. 17 went out and 11 came back. I say, little wildcat, are you here to learn usury? 9 go out and 11 come back. Old Yowzy, stop talking nonsense. You have 11 points in total. Hurry up and let me pass." The leader with tattered clothes standing at the front of the team, with a brutal scarred face, stared at the man in black with a gloomy face and spoke in a bad tone. "TSK Tisk." The middle-aged man in black checked the arrival information in the points storage device in his hand, opened the gate, and looked at the back of the team and said loudly, "Hey, what future do you have following the little wildcats? The mortality rate is almost higher than pi. Why don't you give up the dark and join the commander's official team?" Ignoring the gloomy face of the leader in front of the team, the man in black clicked his tongue and continued, "At least, if nothing else, the benefits are better than those of you civilian forces. As long as you join, you will get a set of custom-made uniforms from the store. Hey, as long as you are in this area, this uniform is a face. When everyone sees us wearing black uniforms, they have to be polite to us. What's more, you get paid every week, and you can enter and exit the gate for free. If you join us, you can also learn a skill for free. You guys go through life and death every day. Do you all have a skill now? Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. Don't you really want to think about it? There is really no future for you to follow the wildcat. I really can't bear to see you guys jumping into the fire pit." Seeing the figures walking away, the man in black sat down again, picked up the teacup beside him, took a few sips of tea, and sighed. "It's getting harder and harder to fool people lately. If I keep going like this, I won't get any commission, and the 9 women I have at home will have to starve." The fact that he could get tea after the end of the world shows that the man in black is more than just a door opener. In other words, the door opener of the Xi'an Military District Shelter is more than just a door opener. The 10 young men who were at the door just now followed Scarface, holding 2 axes in their hands, towards the gathering place where they were. A young man walked quickly beside Scarface with an angry look on his face and said in an unhappy tone, "Brother Bao, that old man's words were too irritating. I just wanted to chop him with an axe." Seeing someone start, the young people behind him all shouted together, "Yeah, Brother Bao, this old kidney does this every day when he goes in and out. Anyway, we don't know when he will die in the mouth of a zombie like Ah Bing, so we might as well chop off the old kidney's tongue and eat it with wine before he dies." Silence. Brother Leopard glared at the people behind him with a serious face. "We are in the shelter. There are many people and eyes. Be careful of what you say." After saying this, Brother Leopard first glanced around carefully, then pointed at the noses of several people and spoke angrily. "Also, listen up, you little brats. If I hear anyone say he won't live long again, don't blame me for spanking him. Other brothers sacrificed their lives so that we could live, so we must live. If we die, it would be disloyal and unrighteous, and we would be ashamed to face our brothers. We lost several brothers this time. I will take care of their families. No one can leak any information about the thing that fell this time. Whether we can rise up and slap old Yaozi in the face depends on this. Do you understand?" Chapter 85. I really want to slap you in the face and ask you what you were looking at. Brother Bao, look at what you were saying. Your brother's family is also our family. Let's follow the old rules and share the child support equally among us. Brother Bao, don't worry. We will definitely not leak a single bit of it. Yeah. Brother Leopard looked around again with a serious face before whispering, "Go home first, and come to my shed to chat in detail in the evening. Try not to be discovered. Old Shun, your life is becoming more and more leisurely." The black-clad leader who led Chun Li and others to the door couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Old Shin sitting in a rocking chair, holding a cup of tea and basking in the sun. It's really true that people have the same fate but different destiny. We fight hard outside but end up with only a few points and can't even learn a skill. Some people, on the other hand, can earn more points in a day by sitting in a rocking chair and drinking tea without having to fight zombies. Hey, Captain Ma, why are you back at this time? The people behind you look a bit unfamiliar. Are they new survivors found outside? Seeing Captain Ma coming back, Lao Shin put the teacup in his hand aside and spoke slowly. These people are the leaders of the shelter next door. They came to discuss something with the commander. The commander is waiting for them in the conference room now. Oh, the shelter next door? Are you from the Xi'an Court Shelter or the Xi'an Blood Gang Shelter? Upon hearing that the people in front of him were the leaders of the shelter next door, Lao Shin immediately jumped down from the rocking chair and greeted them with a smile on his face. The reason why he could stay in this lucrative position without any trouble was not only because the army commander was his brother-in-law, but also because he knew how to judge the situation. Who can be offended and who cannot be offended? To use an old Beijing saying, it's all very clear. Neither. We are a shelter for the perpetrators to make money. Ergu answered casually while picking his nose unconsciously. Why do these people mention the shelter next door as either the Xi'an Court Shelter or the Xi'an Blood Gang Shelter? Is the reputation of their money-making hut and shelter for the perpetrators so low? It seems like something needs to be done to improve its reputation. The usually smooth-talking Old Shun was stunned for a moment when he heard the name and didn't know how to respond. He looked at Captain Ma helplessly. However, Captain Ma shrugged his shoulders to indicate that the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. After laughing twice to avoid making the atmosphere awkward, old Shun said generously, "What a good name. What a good name. It perfectly reflects the spirit of us humans to unite and fight against zombies together. But I am a little ignorant sitting here every day and don't know the situation nearby." After saying this, Lao Shin glared at Captain Ma, secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead, and then leaned over to greet him. "I have duties to attend to, so I can't see you off. Captain Ma, please take them on the rest of the way. No matter which shelter the leader is, there are not 1,000 people who dare to call themselves the leader of the shelter. His status is at the same level as that of his uncle. If I bring up the rudeness of the guard at the shelter entrance during the conversation later, that would be like ruining my stable job." Thinking of this, Lao Shin glared at Captain Ma again and said, "If I lose my iron rice bowl because of this, you just wait and see." Captain Ma looked at the expression on Lao Shin's face speechlessly. "Why are you glaring at me? Why are you glaring at me? If the commander wasn't your brother-in-law, I really want to slap you in the face and ask you what you are looking at. Let's go, everyone." Captain Ma, who was disappointed, said nothing more and walked silently in front to lead the way. Chun Li and his companions walked into the gate and observed this place, which was a stadium before the outbreak of the apocalypse and has now become a shelter. As soon as you step into the shelter, there is a corridor of about 10 meters. At the end of the corridor is a square. In the middle of the square are sheds that are so densely packed that there is no place to stand. Looking closely, it is clear that these sheds are made of wooden sticks driven into the soil, with oilcloth and discarded clothes covering the sticks to create a shelter. Chun-Li even saw a man building a shed with newspapers. The square was open to the sky and had no roof. If it rained or snowed, would these sheds really be able to provide windbreaks? The seats in the spectator stands surrounding the square are also separated by sheds. Compared with the sheds in the square, the only advantage of the spectator stands is that there is a roof above the heads of the spectator stands, which can at least shelter from the rain. Captain Ma walked out of the passage, turned right, and walked a few steps, and another passage appeared in front of him. He stepped into it. This passage was not like the previous one with bare sides. There were doors on both sides, and there should be rooms behind each one. Chun-Li roughly counted and found that there were more than dozens of rooms. Lu Jun and his trusted subordinates should live here. "Please come in. The commander is waiting for you in the conference room." Captain Ma stopped at the door of a room with a conference room sign hanging on it at the end of the corridor, then turned around and left. Chun-Li stood at the door and did not go in immediately. Instead, he held his forehead and thought for a while before pushing the door open and stepping in. A house that was so clean that it was totally inconsistent with the apocalyptic atmosphere appeared before everyone. There was a long table in the middle, with 7 chairs in each row. At this time, a middle-aged man with a dignified face and slightly old appearance, wearing a Zhongshan suit, was sitting in the middle chair on the left, holding a teacup in his hand and reading a newspaper. "Your Excellency is truly leisurely and carefree." Chun-Li looked at the newspaper in the middle-aged man's hand with a half-smile. "The apocalypse has broken out. Are there still newspaper companies publishing newspapers, such as the Zombie Daily?" Haha. The army commander stood up and laughed heartily when he saw Chun-Li and his companions coming. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. I don't have much entertainment. I just like reading newspapers. Although the newspapers nowadays are all old ones, I still like to read them from time to time." "Oh, then do you see what it means?" Chun-Li walked to the middle chair in the row on the right, without any hesitation, and sat down. Ergu, Ermao, and Luden sat down beside Chun-Li respectively, staring at Lu Jun with serious expressions without saying anything more. Although they didn't know what kind of medicine was in Chun-Li's pot, they knew that the hatred between Chun-Li and Lu Jun was the hatred of having his wife taken away and his son killed. It's better to stay calm and don't do anything weird. It's difficult to escape from this base with so many people. Ermao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Running into the enemy camp alone and putting life and death behind my mind is probably the bravest thing I have ever done in my life. I must make my son write this part of my history in the family history. The commander suddenly raised his head and spread the newspaper across the table. He squinted his eyes and looked at Chun-Li and said in a deep voice, "Of course I see. This newspaper is full of words between the gaps between the words." Chapter 86. Lu Shui is still alive, so some people will die. Eat people who eats people. Chun-Li stared at Lu Jun with his eyes like hooks and asked in a deep voice, "Zombies eat people, and people eat people." Lu Jun slammed his knuckles on the table and said in a deep and decisive voice, "Brother, you are also the leader of a shelter. I believe you have the same troubles. Internally, everyone is a professional, and it is impossible to restrain them from breaking the law with force. Externally, the zombies are constantly evolving and often attack the shelter in groups at night. not to mention the mutant beasts with strange whereabouts. Those who encounter them can only pray that they can run faster than their companions. I believe you are here this time to seek solutions to the internal and external troubles in the base. Urgu and the others looked at each other with strange eyes and couldn't help but smile in amusement. The internal troubles you mentioned are the survivors who are already all over the city catching squirrels, and the external troubles you mentioned are the zombie corpses in the passage at the base gate. I'm sorry to say that I don't know how to address you, little brother. Lu Jun asked with an apologetic look on his face. Chun-Li. Lu Jun, who had been calm all along, couldn't help but lower his head. When he lowered his head, a trace of imperceptible gloom flashed in his eyes. When he raised his head, his face had returned to normal. Is it Chun-Li from the University of Science and Technology? Oh, a barely perceptible madness flashed across Chun-Li's face. General, have you heard of me? Lu Jun smiled inexplicably and clapped his hands. Xiaoxue, serve tea to the guests. A neatly dressed and pretty woman pushed the door open from the inner door of the room, holding a tray with 4 teacups on it. However, after this pretty woman walked in, the atmosphere on the field instantly became stiff. This woman turned out to be Lu Shui, who had already died. When Urga saw that Lu Shui was still alive and had come to Lu Jun's side, he immediately knew that something was wrong. This woman should have died long ago, but now she is alive. If she lives, then someone will die. When Donkey Egg and the others saw Lu Shui, they didn't have time to think about why this woman was still alive. They instantly jumped up from their chairs, raised their weapons in their hands, and got into combat posture, waiting for Brother Li's order. Urga's thoughts were spinning rapidly at this time. What were the chances of 3 first-level professionals plus 1 second-level professional successfully taking Lu Jun hostage and rushing out of the shelter? Mao, with a crazy look on his face and ready to fight to the death, had already cursed in his heart. Huigaili, you stinky bitch, if I am lucky enough to survive this time, I will rape you and then kill you. Lu Shui is still alive. There is no doubt that she was let go by that bitch Huigaili. Then Lu Jun must have known by now that Chun-Li is the enemy who killed his son. However, without knowing it, they broke into Lu Jun's lair alone. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Shui, who was originally preparing to come in to pour tea with a quiet face, was as if she had seen a ghost when she saw the people in front of her. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and she let out a shrill scream. The tea tray that he had been holding steadily was also knocked to the ground. He could not help but lean over to Lu Jun's back, his voice trembling slightly. Commander, it's him. He is Chun-Li. He was the one who killed your son with his own hands. Lu Jun frowned and looked at the tea spilled on the ground with a slightly distressed look, then flipped a page of the newspaper carelessly. Oh, is this person the murderer of my son? It was him, definitely him. I saw with my own eyes that he stabbed the dagger into your son's heart. Lu Shui, whose face was filled with fear as she recalled some unpleasant memories, could not help but point at Chun-Li with a trembling voice. Chun-Li, my assistant said that you killed my son. Is that true? Lu Jun, who had put the newspaper on the table, stood up and stared at Chun-Li with his eyes full of majesty and questioning, intending to put pressure on him. Chun-Li ignored the subordinates behind him who were about to explode with emotion, nor did he pay attention to Lu Jun who was questioning him in front of him. He just crossed his hands on the table and supported his chin. He looked at Lu Shui with fascination and murmured in a fascinated manner, "My little princess, why did you run here? Huigaili really didn't want to kill you. It's too dangerous here. Come home with me, and I'll take you to set off fireworks. I'm asking you a question." Seeing Chun-Li ignoring him, Lu Jun suppressed his anger and banged his knuckles on the table. Chun-Li came back to his senses, with an interesting madness flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but grin. With a playful smile, he stood up, leaned forward, and looked down at Lu Jun. What if I say yes? Then I will avenge my son's death. Even if it means depleting the shelter's strength, I will capture you guys to avenge my son. What if I say no? Then it is this woman who is confusing right and wrong and talking nonsense. For the future of all mankind, we need to integrate our forces. I hope you can move all the people in the shelter to the west in Military District Shelter. Is that so? Chun-Li turned his head and stared at Lu Shui, who was standing behind Lu Jun, suppressing her fear. He couldn't help but put a cruel smile on his face. What if I just leave? Then it's an impolite guest. When guests come, we have wine. When impolite guests come, we have guns. Lu Jun clapped his hands in a deep voice. As the applause ended, there was a commotion in the corridor outside the door. Then the door of the room was pushed open, and about 6 or 7 men in black uniforms rushed in with guns in their hands, pointing their guns at the ceiling with serious expressions. 6 gunsmiths. Chun-Li looked at the guns in the hands of these people and couldn't help but sighed. It must cost a lot of points to support these gunsmiths. That's true. Thinking of the points flowing like water, Lu Jun couldn't help but twitching his lips. Other professions can just buy a weapon and start fighting, but the gunsmith profession has to buy bullets after buying weapons, and the most important thing is that the bullets are ridiculously expensive. But you also know what I did before the apocalypse. I felt uneasy without some gun-wielding people. Chun-Li's eyes flickered with bloodthirsty light as he looked at the men in black, holding guns in front of him. He wondered if the bullets of a one-star gunner could penetrate the body of a two-star professional like me. He really wanted to try it. So, what answer do you want to get by asking this question? Chun-Li picked up the cane that was leaning on the chair beside him, put it on the table, pointed the gun at Lu Jun, and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a playful look on his face. He looked old, but still dignified. Lu Jun looked at the young man in front of him who had killed his son. There was no trace of reverence for life on his handsome face. If you don't respect your own life, you will also not respect the lives of others. It's like an audience member seeing an interesting plot and waiting for the sequel, with amusement all over his face. Lu Jun was silent for a while, a little unsure about the gains and losses this time. He put his thoughts behind him and stared into Chun-Li's eyes with a firm tone. Humanity is in danger now and could be wiped out at any time. We need to integrate the resources available to humanity. Available resources are more important than unavailable resources. Before I became a father, I was human. Humanity cannot and must not fail to overcome this crisis. Since ancient times, humans have never lost. This time is not an option. I, Lu Jun, will not allow it. Chapter 87. You are really a person with a big picture. Is Lu Shui your wandering, illegitimate son? Chun-Li's eyes flashed with unknown anger. He lowered his head, stroked his hair, and said in a flat voice. Lu Jun lowered his head and was silent for a while, hiding the sadness that was about to overflow from his eyes and his heart. When he raised his head, his eyes were full of determination. No, he is my biological son, my only son. As a father, Chun-Li's eyes were unfocused and his thoughts were drifting away. He thought of his own father. The father who suffered domestic violence for decades finally broke down and swung an axe at the person next to him. The father who jumped from the 5th floor of the mental hospital when the apocalypse broke out and couldn't bear the fear in his heart. As a father, Chun-Li lowered his head and put his hands into his hair, scratching at random. After your only blood son was killed, why do you still have the leisure to think about how humans can survive in the end times? Lu Jun waved his hand and asked his gunner team to retreat. He patted Lu Shui's back gently to calm her down, raised his head, and took a deep breath to relieve the heaviness in his chest. If Chun-Li was just an individual, or even the leader of a civilian force, he could certainly cut him into pieces right now to avenge his son. But Chun-Li is not an isolated person. He is the leader of a shelter, so he cannot even think of seeking revenge. It is true that his son died at the hands of Chun-Li, but if he insisted on seeking revenge on Chun-Li, it would inevitably cause a conflict between the two shelters, and the death toll could be in the thousands. When the apocalypse broke out, 70 of the human race had no room for resistance. The virus in their bodies exploded instantly, and they turned into zombies. As for the remaining 30, no one knows how many are left now. There are not many humans left, and we cannot lose more humans in vain because of one person who has already died. Even if the person who died was his son, his death was in vain. If my son were still alive, I believe that if he knew that he could save thousands of lives, he would definitely make the same choice as me. Lu Jun's cloudy eyes were deep. He supported his chin with both hands and looked at Chun-Li without saying a word. He also thought about killing Chun-Li on the spot, but most of his men went out to hunt zombies and look for survivors during the day. The 6-man gunner team just now was the largest force he could mobilize in the shelter. But even so, Chun-Li did not show the slightest panic. When the power in his hands could not threaten Chun-Li, Lu Jun was no longer willing to gamble. If Chun-Li escaped, a war would break out between the two shelters. At that time, who knows how many people would die in this war caused by selfish desires. Not worth. Lu Jun placed the hand that was supporting his chin on the table and sighed softly. As he exhaled, the wrinkles at the corners of Lu Jun's eyes seemed to deepen, and he looked instantly older. We can't bring peace to the world forever, but we should at least leave a spark for future generations. Humanity can't afford unnecessary losses. Brother Chun-Li, since this woman has confused right and wrong and lied to you, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. Lu Jun, who had a holy look on his face, pulled himself together again and pushed Lu Shui, who had a frightened face, aside. He looked up and motioned Ergu and the others to hold her back. Ergu and the others looked at Chun-Li and saw that he didn't react, so they walked to Lu Jun, lifted Lu Shui up and returned to Chun-Li. Lu Shui, who was held in the arms of Urgu and others, struggled frantically, her face crazy and her voice shrill as she stared at Lu Jun. Commander, Commander, everything I said is true. Didn't you always tell me that you would kill Chun-Li to avenge your son? He is right in front of you now. What I said is true. You have to believe me. I'll teach you to be good. Urgu covered Lu Shue's mouth impatiently, and the bewitching voice sounded in Lu Shue's ears. The definition of the boundary between truth and falsehood never depends on the truth or falsity of facts. What the listener thinks is true, and what the listener thinks is false. Only a child would say what I say is the truth. It's so childish. Urgu did not hold back at all, and this woman almost killed them. Fortunately, Lu Jun was a man who was always thinking about the overall interests of humanity. If Lu Jun had the same personality as Chun-Li, it is estimated that none of them would have been able to walk out of this room alive today. The commander really is a man with a big picture. Chun-Li supported his chin with one hand and tilted his head to look at Lu Shue, who had stopped struggling and whose eyes were full of resentment and fear. Chun-Li fiddled with Lu Shue's chin with his fingers, still looking at Lu Shue, and said in a nonchalant voice, "But my Lord Commander, have you forgotten that I haven't answered your question yet?" "Which question?" Lu Jun narrowed his cloudy eyes slightly, his muscles twitched, and he responded in a deep voice with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. He had underestimated this young man. He thought he had let go of the grudge for killing his son. Not to mention that the two of them could drink and chat happily, but at least they could preserve the human race's vitality and unite to fight against the outside world and clean up the zombies on the earth. But at the moment, the young man doesn't seem to intend to choose this path. As Chun-Li finished speaking, the atmosphere on the field, which had originally been relaxed as Lu Jun pushed Lu Shue over and retreated, suddenly became more tense than before. Urgu and the others who had just relaxed behind him raised their weapons again. They couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed inside. "Brotherly, even if we have to fall out, can we do it outside? Didn't you just ask if I killed your son? Is that you?" Lu Jun's clothes became wrinkled as his muscles bulged under his skin. His hands hidden under the table couldn't help but clench tighter, staring at Chun-Li with fierceness in his eyes. Although he is willing to ignore personal hatred for the sake of the greater good, if someone thinks he is easy to bully, then he will let him know that his position as the leader of the shelter is not earned by the title of commander. "Of course not me." Chun-Li laughed suddenly, his laughter echoing in the room. He turned around and looked at Lu Jun with his 8 big teeth showing. "Lu Shue is my best friend in college. How could I kill him?" "That's good. It's a blessing for General Lu to have a friend like you." Lu Jun's muscles relaxed, and the hand bones hidden under the table also slightly loosened their grip on the axe handle. The old man who buried hatred deep in his heart stood up with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand to Chun-Li, and made a handshake gesture. "The day after tomorrow, the leaders of several shelters near us will be here to discuss how to deal with the end of the world, and the provincial shelter will also send people over at that time. The provincial shelter is not like us. We find a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack and use it as a shelter. The provincial shelter was built before the outbreak of the apocalypse to deal with emergencies. It was activated immediately after the outbreak of the apocalypse. All the facilities are well preserved. Our shelter can't compare to theirs. Brother Chun-Li, you must come over then." Chapter 88. How to share 2 loaves of bread among 3 poor people. "We'll meet the day after tomorrow to discuss important matters," Chun-Li murmured. Then he stood up and couldn't help but grin a slightly weird smile. He reached out and shook the right hand that Lu Jun handed over a few times. "I will definitely be there the day after tomorrow." "Okay, I haven't asked you what the name of the shelter you're in charge of is and where it's located. I'll also exchange information with several other shelters." The abuser's money-making hut. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Lu Jun's face for a moment, but then he quickly recovered his composure, shook their clenched hands again, and patted Chun-Li's wrist lightly with his left hand. "What a nice name, what a nice name. This young man obviously has bad intentions and doesn't seem like a good person. We have to find an opportunity to place people in the shelter under his jurisdiction. Look for an opportunity to sideline him. When he can no longer control his subordinates, only Chun-Li will be sacrificed for revenge, and no innocent people will be buried with him." There was hidden hatred in the depths of Lu Jun's eyes, and he patted Chun-Li's wrist with a look of admiration for his young and promising future. "How can I not avenge the murder of my son? But I can't do that now. I can't let others sacrifice for no reason because of my personal grudge. Then I'll leave first." Chun-Li withdrew his hand and held the cane on the table again. With a forced smile, he said goodbye to the sanctimonious old man in front of him and walked towards the door. "By the way, there is a question that I think you might be able to give me an answer to." Chun-Li stopped at the door and turned to look at Lu Jun, who had returned to his seat. If you have 2 loaves of bread, how would you share them among 3 poor people? Chun-Li looked at Lu Jun expectantly, as if he had really been confused by this question for a long time. Lu Jun frowned, not knowing the deeper meaning of Chun-Li's question. It seemed that he wanted to test his management ability. I have managed more people than you have ever eaten meals. Do you think it's your turn to test me, little brat? Haha, I've answered this question for Mr. Lu. The answer is very simple. A friendly laugh came from the corridor, and a hearty voice interrupted. A young man dressed in ancient style with a beauty mole on his forehead walked in with 28 steps, pushed the door open from the corridor, first bowed and clasped his fists to old Lu, then looked at Chun-Li and cleared his throat. Cut each loaf of bread twice, divide it into 6 equal parts, and give 2 parts to each poor person, so that each poor person gets 2/3 of a loaf of bread. Then he stood up and saluted Chun-Li with his fists clasped, then shook his head and said confidently, I wonder if my answer is correct, little brother. Then he pretended to be dissatisfied and said, I say, little brother, who is Mr. Lu? Before the end of the world, he trained all his soldiers to be troublesome. It's too low level for you to test Mr. Lu with this kind of question. At least you should change it to a more difficult one. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Haha. Great. Xiao Wang, you're really brave to make fun of me now. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Jun's eyes lit up and he stood up to greet him with a radiant look. Is your father, Mr. Wang, in good health now? Mr. Lu, how can I respond to what you said? Didn't you just talk to my father yesterday? The young man with a beauty mole between his eyebrows spread his hands and said helplessly, Ha ha ha, come on, let me introduce you to them. This is the leader of the shelter next door, Chun-Li. Lu Jun pointed his palm towards Chun-Li and introduced him. After hearing Elder Lu's introduction, the young man who had always been smiling and laughing suddenly became serious. He saluted Chun-Li with a fist and said, I was rude just now. Please forgive me. Those who are willing to take responsibility in the end times and build shelters to protect survivors are worthy of admiration. It is because of the existence of great men like you that our human civilization can survive to this day. Brother Chun-Li is a very magnanimous person. Why would he care about your rudeness just now? Lu Jun waved his hand and continued to introduce the young man. This is Wang Xin. His father is the sovereign of the current Xi'an provincial refuge. Before the end of the world, he was an out-and-out playboy. Even I had to clean up his mess several times. Mr. Lu, could you please not mention my father every time you introduce me? And please don't mention the past. Please give me some face. Wang Xin said with dissatisfaction and pretended anger. The young master of the provincial shelter. Chun-Li sighed as he looked at the young man in front of him who had a beauty mole between his eyebrows, a handsome face, a tall stature, and well-spoken manner. Then without saying a word he turned, opened the door, and stepped into the corridor. Ergu and others carried Lu Shui and followed closely behind. The ups and downs of today's trip made their heartbeats a little abnormal. Ergu covered Lu Shui's mouth with one hand and put the other hand on his belly, hesitating whether to reach in and feel the heart to see if it was still in the atrium and hadn't jumped to other places. The corridor was deserted, with only the sounds of footsteps, the tapping of hands on the ground, and the faint breathing of a few people. Chun-Li walked to the end of the corridor, looked back, and suddenly couldn't help grinning. Then his laughter became louder and louder, and finally he even stopped and covered his stomach and laughed out loud, hitting Ergu up and down. After a long while, he caught his breath, bent over, and said with an unconcealed smile, Ergu, do you think Lu Jun feels that he is particularly great now? Wow, for the safety of all mankind, for the lives of thousands of innocent people, I gave up the hatred of killing my son. Although I don't say it clearly, all mankind should remember my sacrifice and give me a plaque. Chun-Li pinched his throat and imitated Lu Jun's sharp voice. You know, before the apocalypse, there was a type of boy who knew his girlfriend was having an affair with another boy, but he neither exposed her nor left her, pretending that nothing had happened. That boy's psychological journey is exactly the same as Lu Jun's. Wow, I clearly knew that my girlfriend cheated on me, but I still didn't leave her because I loved her. I was willing to tolerate her cheating, and I was willing to make sacrifices. Look, everyone, how loyal and devoted I am. Chun-Li finally stopped smiling, looked at the tents scattered all over the square, straightened up, and spoke with murderous intent in his voice. These people like to sacrifice some of their own interests so that they can stand on the moral high ground and enjoy the attention of the public. Are they really protecting human beings? Do they really love their girlfriends? No, most of them just enjoy standing on the moral high ground and enjoying the attention of others. In fact, it is very simple to distinguish them. All you have to do is see if they will tell others about it. If this gets out, this memorial archway will no longer stand. Chun-Li stroked Ergu's head, his voice as soft as a fly. Since he likes playing this kind of game, let's have some fun with him the day after tomorrow. Chapter 89. Little Princess, I've prepared a fireworks display for you. Brotherly, Lu Jun can still chat and laugh with us despite the hatred of his son's murder. His scheming is so deep that we have to be on guard against him. Ergu, whose head was being stroked by Chun-Li, was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he glanced at the other two people with pride. See, this is the position of a confidant. Things like scheming and conspiracy are only lethal when constrained by laws and morals. Chun-Li pushed Ergu's head away and walked towards another corridor leading out of the shelter. It's nothing more than some cliched means of sowing discord, inciting trouble, creating conflicts, etc. Maybe it's just been a short time since the end of the world came. So many people still don't know what the real end of the world is. What is the real end of the world? Tides of zombies? Strange mutant beasts? Unsafe days and nights? Unstable food and lodging? No, neither. The greatest impact of the end of the world is actually the breaking of the two chains that human civilization is most proud of. One chain is law, and the other is morality. Chun-Li smacked his lips and licked the corner of his mouth. Do these people really know what will be released when these two chains are broken? The so-called scheming in this environment of the end of the world is not as powerful as a small pine cone. Hello, leader. Take care. Please come and inspect us when you are free. Seeing several people walking out of the corridor, Lao Shen at the door immediately jumped down from the rocking chair, bowed and nodded, opened the gate, and watched them go away. Chun-Li and others left the shelter and walked back. Ergu hesitated for a while before speaking. Brotherly, the question you asked just now, that young man actually answered it wrong, right? Which question? Chun-Li kicked a stone at his feet and said casually. It's the question of how to share 2 loaves of bread among 3 poor people. Oh, what's your answer? Kill 1 poor person, and there will be only 2 poor people left. In this way, the 2 poor people can each get 1 piece of bread. Ergu's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he made a beheading gesture in the air with his left hand. No. Is that poor man your father? No. Is it your son? No. Then why should I share it with them? Of course I will kill all 3 poor people. I will hold a loaf of bread in my left hand and a loaf of bread in my right hand, and take a bite here and a bite there. Chun-Li couldn't help but quicken his pace as he looked at the sun gradually setting over the mountain. After hearing the standard answer, Ergu knocked on the head of Ermao, who was watching him make fun of himself. I couldn't help but sigh that I was indeed too soft-hearted. There was nothing I could do about it. Every doctor has a kind heart. Don't blame me for being soft-hearted. It's an occupational disease. But I always feel that this group of people have some problems with their understanding of the shelter. Chun-Li walked in front and quickened his pace, glancing around. What do you say, brotherly? After answering the call, Ergu couldn't help but glance at the other 2 people complacently again. This is the position of a confidant. He can answer the call anytime and anywhere. Donkey Egg couldn't help but glance at Ergu in annoyance, cursing in his heart. He's just an obstetrician and gynecologist. Why is he showing off? Ever since the last night battle with the zombie horde, Ergu's status has risen visibly. But then again, Ergu stood firmly at the door without retreating a single step, but he did a good job too. No one dared to retreat under his intimidation. Is it because I didn't kill anyone, so it seems like I didn't do anything? It seems that I have to kill a few more people next time. No matter if anyone retreats or not, I will kill them first, Donkey Egg thought with a depressed look on his face. This group of people seemed to regard the shelter as a kind of pressure and sheltering survivors as a responsibility. But if they regard it as a responsibility, why does the atmosphere of the entire shelter seem to be more profitable than me? I finally understand what being upright means. Chun-Li suddenly slapped his forehead and said with sudden enlightenment. The one who bleeds from the tip of his knife after killing someone is called a villain, and the one who wipes the blood off the knife with a cloth after killing someone is called a decent person. Remember, when you mention our shelter in the future, you must use the following words as modifiers: harmony, peace, non-contention, no disputes, no class, no fraud, no evil, no oppression. Do you understand? Ergu and the others looked at each other, and although they didn't understand, they still nodded to indicate that they understood. From now on, we should report our name like this. We are the money-making hut of the violent people who uphold fairness and advocate peace. Chun-Li smacked his lips and muttered to himself, then nodded with satisfaction. Ermao swallowed his saliva and swallowed back the words he wanted to say. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. As soon as Chun-Li and his companions arrived at the gate of the base, they heard the sound of training coming from the door. Two naked men with fist-sized dark circles under their eyes were lying on the ground, humping forward like caterpillars, exuding visible fatigue. The dean, who was wearing a doctor's coat, was sitting on the ground, scratching the back of his right hand with a small pistol in his hand, shaking his head and shouting slogans energetically. "Don't you need to rest?" Chun-Li looked at the dean speechlessly. "Brotherly, you're back." Upon hearing Brother Li's voice, the dean immediately stood up, bowed, and trotted to Chun-Li. Hearing Chun-Li's question, his expression became serious and his face straightened. "Brotherly, as a doctor, you can't rest until the patient recovers." Hearing this, Urga gave him an approving look. This is the professional quality a doctor should have, and this is morality. Seeing Urga's approving look, the dean was greatly encouraged. He clenched his right fist and bumped it with Urga. The two excitedly said in unison, "Doctors should be kind and use their medical skills to save lives and heal the wounded. They should take the safety of patients as their responsibility and the recovery of patients as their goal. You must keep the above in mind and recite it every day." Looking at the two people whose eyes were filled with excitement as if they had found a close friend, Chun-Li speechlessly stepped out of the gate and walked into the base. A doctor who paid his way into a country clinic and gave cephalexin to a drunken patient. A doctor who killed his own attending physician and put on a doctor's white coat. It's strange that these two people can sympathize with each other. Has no one accepted the mission you posted to find an operating table? These guys are crawling on the ground in different ways. It's annoying to watch them. Donkey Egg looked at the two men who were learning to do caterpillars underground with a displeased look on his face, and added, "Especially the ones without clothes." The few of them didn't stay at the door for too long. The others hadn't come back yet, and were probably still outside working hard to catch squirrels. They went to observe Lu Jun's official team today, and found that their general strength is not low. Their physical fitness was not bad before the end of the world. After doubling the strength, their physical fitness is much higher than that of ordinary people after strengthening. This task is not easy to complete. Before he thought about it for a while, Urgu put this problem behind him. "I am your confidant, and I don't have to catch squirrels. Why should I think about this? Brotherly, how should she deal with it?" Urgu let Lu Shui go, said nothing more, and waited quietly by the side awaiting orders. Chun-Li squatted down, stroked the chin of Lu Shui who was kneeling on the ground, tucked her scattered hair behind her ears, and spoke in a gentle voice. "Lu Shui stole my girlfriend. This is revenge for stealing my wife. Lu Jun is Lu Shui's father. The son's debt must be paid by the father. And you are my lovely little princess, so you will be the one to help me fire the first shot of revenge. You will be the first firework to explode." Chun-Li looked excited and couldn't help laughing, while his other hand made an explosion gesture in the air. As beautiful and short-lived as fireworks, knowing it will be fatal, one still cannot help but stop and linger. "My little princess, I have prepared a fireworks party for you in Xi'an City. And you are the first firework to bloom. Go and announce to the entire West Saddle City that you are absolutely beautiful and alluring. And the only one." Chapter 90. From now on, I, Chun-Li, will be invincible in the world. I almost forgot. You may not understand what I'm talking about. Chun-Li straightened up and rubbed the heels of his leather shoes on the ground a few times. "But it doesn't matter anymore. The reason I asked Hui Kylie to kill you is because I really couldn't bear to kill you. Although I really don't want to admit it, I still love you very much. You have always been my weak spot. During this period of time, I have been experiencing this kind of heart-wrenching torture, which is difficult for ordinary people to empathize with." Chun-Li looked like he was enjoying himself, his hands clenched and raised high, his head held high and immersed in it. "It's the feeling of killing the person you love most. As long as I kill you this time, from now on, I, Chun-Li, will be invincible in the world." With an intoxicated look on his face, Chun-Li suddenly thrust out his right hand and grabbed the throat of Lu Shui, who was kneeling on the ground without saying a word and full of resentment. "Do you know what kind of people in this world are invincible? Is he a swordsman who can defeat 1,000 cavalrymen alone? Is he a general who can massacre an entire city with a single order? Is it the powerful official who holds the key to the fate of the country? Or is he the head of a wealthy family that has been passed down for thousands of years? No, neither. A swordsman cannot defeat 10,000 men. It is difficult for a general to resist a powerful enemy. Powerful officials cannot resist the rules. It's hard for the head of the family to resist the secular world. The most powerful person in the world is a man with no weaknesses, no fatal flaws, no worries, and no regard for his own life. Unbeatable, unstoppable, unstoppable." Chun-Li paused for a moment and let go of his hand. His eyes were unfocused, and he stood there a little helplessly. "Ergo, have I ever told you the story of my father?" "I told you a little bit. Ergo lowered his head and responded submissively. He didn't dare to make any big movements. Having been with Chun-Li for so long, he knew very well when he should behave like a good boy and when he could jump around a little. The word story has deeply penetrated Ergo's highest red alert line. If these two words come out of Chun-Li's mouth, then the ending of the story will definitely be death. If you are not calm now, you may be the dead one at the end of this story. My father is a traditional man who is not very tall. He is very popular with people outside. Basically, everyone who comes into contact with him likes him very much. But when he returned home, he was greeted with insults, complaints, and even abuse day after day for decades. Yes, abuse. I always use words very precisely. Once my father tried to do business for the first time. He bought a batch of watermelons and set up a street stall. However, he didn't sell any after a day. In the end, when he closed the stall, he gave all the watermelons to a friend who passed by. So he received praise from his friends and more than 100 needle holes on his back from his wife. I was lying in the crack of the door watching, and I didn't dare to go out to stop them or persuade them, because the needle holes on my back were still hurting and hadn't healed yet, and I didn't want to have any more needle holes. You know, if a man has no money, no matter how many good qualities he has, he will be devalued and only fit to sleep next to the belly of an old sow in a pigsty. Do you know the feeling of being pricked by a needle? Chun-Li patted Ergu, who was standing next to him with his eyes closed and his face expressionless and his body stiff. Without waiting for his answer, he continued speaking with a distracted look in his eyes. It's a very strange feeling, really very strange. The pain is far less intense than being hit by a stick, but the fear is far beyond what a stick can bring. My hair stood on end, and I could clearly feel the needle tip slowly approaching my body. The air around my body seemed to be pierced by the needle tip. Pierced the skin and flesh, slowly inserted into the body, and all the nerves in the brain are concentrated in that area. Only a very small amount of blood will seep out of the needle hole, which will not affect the normal life of the next day. Only when I touch the wound occasionally will I be forced to recall what happened last night. Why do you look so sad? Chun-Li pinched Erga's mouth with both hands and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. How do you usually vent your emotions? Ergu wore a smile that was uglier than crying, fear hidden deep in his eyes, and forced himself to be calm. I usually take the initiative to pick a fight with my cellmates. No matter if I win or lose, after a fight, I have almost vented my emotions. Yeah, fighting is the easiest way to vent your emotions. Chun-Li rubbed Ergu's hair with his hands, muttering as he lost himself in memories. My father thought so too. So when I saw my father being stabbed with hundreds of needles on his back by his wife, my lovely father walked to my room and pushed the door open. Before I could react, a pair of rough hands grabbed my ankles and lifted me up. Then I was thrown toward the ceiling and fell onto the bed due to gravity. At that moment, I even had the illusion that I was flying. Chun-Li waved his hands and jumped on the spot like a funny duck. However, no one on the field dared to laugh out loud. How old was I at that time? Was I 9 or 8? It's been so long that I can't remember clearly. Chun-Li hit his head in annoyance. But I remember it was my birthday. After school that day, I didn't linger on the road for a moment. I just picked up my school bag and ran home. I didn't watch my classmates play marbles, nor did I watch people playing sandbags in the square. I was rushing home full of anticipation to get my birthday cake. Chun-Li suddenly fell silent, his eyes revealing an undisguised dejection. The square suddenly fell silent. Ergu and the others naturally knew what Chun-Li meant by his unspoken words. This is my father, a man who dared to chop his wife with an axe, but was afraid to divorce her because of worldly concerns. A man who dares to jump off a building, but doesn't have the courage to face the end of the world. After being silent for a while, Chun-Li made a strange sound, and suddenly his mouth cracked into a smile. Ding ding ding. The story is turning around. Did you think I didn't receive a gift on my birthday? You guessed wrong. I received a piece of chocolate. It wasn't the low-quality chocolate. It was the high-end Dove chocolate that they dared to sell for more than 10 yuan for just a small piece. My lovely father threw me toward the ceiling and let me fall freely under the force of gravity. My father sat on the ground with his head in his hands in silence for a while, then turned and walked out of the house. When he came back into the house, he took out a piece of chocolate from his backpack and handed it to me. A middle-aged man with naked upper body and blood on his back was holding a piece of chocolate in his hand and handing it to a boy who was only wearing shorts, covered in blood and with fear in his eyes. Said something. Happy birthday, Ali. Chapter 91. The day after tomorrow, I, Chun-Li, will become the world's first god. Chun-Li, with eyes full of intoxication, had a strange smile on his face and raised his hands high, as if he was lost in memories, and remained silent for a long time. That chocolate is so sweet. Although I didn't get my birthday cake, I got a piece of high-end chocolate. That piece of high-end chocolate that I can only sneak a peek at when I buy a bag of spicy strips at the store. I couldn't bear to eat the chocolate right then and there, so I took it to school the next day to share it with my friends and show it off. Having said this, Chun-Li suddenly paused for a moment and did not continue. Although my father seemed to have done a lot of bad things, he gave me a piece of chocolate and said happy birthday on my birthday. I forgave him, but my father killed himself before I could rescue him. What a wimp. The most manly moment in my father's life was probably when he raised the axe. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Chun-Li suddenly stopped smiling, covered his mouth with his hands, and moved closer to Ergu's head with a voice as soft as a fly. I kept that axe at home. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person have an axe at home? Just keep giving them psychological hints, and then when they are about to have a breakdown, place an object around them that can quickly solve the problem at hand. Then the ending will go on like a script that you wrote yourself. That godlike feeling is really intoxicating. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and enjoyed embracing this world. Do you know what I mean by this story? Ergu, whose legs couldn't help but tremble, forced himself to control his teeth and said in a stuttering voice, "Brotherly, when is your birthday? I'll prepare a birthday present for you." Chun-Li frowned and stretched out his hand to pinch Ergu's face. If you don't listen to the story seriously next time, you don't have to listen anymore. Hearing this, Ergu's legs trembled even more violently, and he forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He would never be so foolish as to think that Chun-Li's words, "I don't need to listen to it anymore," meant that he wouldn't have to listen to it anymore. I want to say that I love my father. My father is one of my weaknesses. If my father asks me to do something, or someone persuades my father to do something, I may not like it, but I will still do it. After all, my father is my family. When the word family was mentioned, Chun-Li fell into a brief silence. And you? Chun-Li lowered his head and looked at Lu Shui, who had been kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair. And you are my other weak spot. If Lu Jun held you hostage today and forced me to do something I didn't want to do, I would most likely agree, because in my heart, you are also my family. Oh, you really have deep feelings for me. Should I say thank you? It's just a pity that Lu Jun made the wrong choice. Lu Shui, with resentment in her eyes and knowing that she was going to die this time, mocked without any scruples. Yes, when I saw you in Lu Jun's hands, I knew my weakness had been pinched. Unfortunately, Lu Jun didn't seem to make good use of it. You know what? Chun-Li licked his dry lips and looked up at the sky. I don't want to do anything I don't want to do. I don't want anyone to take advantage of my weakness. The solution is actually very simple. I destroyed all my weaknesses myself, so that no one else can exploit them. Just like when God created man, he first created Adam, and then took a rib from Adam's body to create Eve. More than once, God used Eve's life to threaten Adam to do something he didn't want to do. Adam only needed to kill Eve himself, and then he wouldn't be vulnerable to anyone. But he didn't do that. Chun-Li's expression suddenly became crazy. He suddenly thrust out his right hand, grabbed Lu Shui's hair, and slammed her to the ground violently. Because of damn love. For the so-called bullshit love, Adam was held in God's hands for his entire life. But Eve not only did not feel that she was wrong, but instead smugly told the world about the greatness of love. Adam is a stupid man, but I, Chun-Li, am not. Chun-Li, with a crazy look on his face, stepped hard on Lu Shui's head. I am not Chun-Li. I, Chun-Li, will not let anyone take advantage of my weakness. Instead of having my ribs held in someone else's hands, I'd rather break them myself and hear the crisp sound to liven things up. Chun-Li stopped, panting, straightened his clothes, picked up the gentleman's hat that had fallen to the ground, put it on his head, and looked at Ergu. Take her away, buy her the most beautiful princess dress, and select a few female survivors to dress her up in the evening so that she can always look her most dazzling. I want the whole world to know that even in the end times, my little princess is still the most dazzling one. You guys all go to the supply point tomorrow and buy yourself some clean and nice clothes. Chun-Li held his cane in his hand, without even glancing at Lu Shui at his feet. He returned to his usual gentle demeanor and excitedly raised his hands to embrace the sky. The day after tomorrow, I will personally destroy my only weakness and present a grand fireworks display to Xian City. The day after tomorrow, I, Chun-Li, will become a god, the first god in the world to break free of his chains and have no weaknesses. Then the whole world will tremble under my feet. I will let the whole world know what the true end of the world is. I will return everything I experienced in the first half of my life to this world, so that this world will know what the end of the world really looks like. Let the world know that the end of the world has already broken out in places that those who enjoy the peaceful days cannot see. It's just that people in the world don't want to see, don't want to hear, believe, and don't want to care. Then I, Chun-Li, will write about this apocalypse that has already broken out and present it to everyone in the world. It's something to look forward to. Chun-Li was looking forward to the arrival of the day after tomorrow with an intoxicated look on his face. He glanced at the people around him casually and said, "I'm going to rest first. Send someone to call me when the little squirrel is caught." "Brother Ergu, I'm back. Is my girlfriend back? Where's Brother Li?" Changsheng, with an excited look on his face, pulled a rope with 6 unconscious men in black tied to it and stepped into the gate of the base with difficulty. He looked at Ergu squatting at the door and couldn't help but said hurriedly with joy in his heart. This time he accomplished a great feat, catching 6 little squirrels by himself. Although I almost died there, the result was worth it. This time I should be able to show off in front of Chun-Li, and maybe I can become his confidant like Ergu. Chapter 92. Your girlfriend has prepared a big surprise for you. Ergu was not infected by Changsheng's joy as Changsheng had imagined. At this moment, Ergu looked at Changsheng with eyes full of pity and regret. Looking at the long line of little squirrels behind Changsheng, Ergu didn't say anything for a while. The 6 men in black had made great contributions. With Changsheng's strength, he must have tried his best to squeeze into the core layer. But now after this incident, it's hard to say. I guess Changsheng is still kept in the dark and has no idea what his girlfriend has done. Hui Gaili is definitely going to die. Chun-Li has zero tolerance for anyone who dares to betray him, and Changsheng will most likely be implicated as well. If he were to despair and go find Chun-Li to fight him to the death, then the two of them could really go to hell together. Ergo sighed secretly, put on a joking smile and walked towards Changsheng, touched his head, and said in exaggerated surprise, "Wow, our Sango actually caught 6 little squirrels by himself. When did he become so strong? If he doesn't make a sound, he will make a big splash." Hee. Changsheng couldn't help but smile complacently. There are only 6 little squirrels. If it weren't for the fact that it was getting dark, we should be able to catch 6 more. Good fellow, can you bring back 6 more? 1 small squirrel is 3 points, 6 will be 18 points, and 2 more points can buy a Pandora's box. Ergus smacked his lips and sighed. He followed Brother Li to the Xian military district shelter today and didn't catch any squirrels, so he didn't get any points. However, the gains from this trip were far more important than the points. At least Brother Li told him another story. Every time Brother Li tells me a story, if I am not dead at the end of the story, it means that Brother Li's trust in me has increased to a higher level, which is more important than dozens of points. Brother Ergu, don't try to fool me. I won't touch that thing. Changsheng turned aside with a vigilant look on his face. I took a look at that thing last time. Wow, there's a 70 chance of bad luck. That long string of bad luck makes me nervous. The most important thing is that it can also produce death fog, which means you will die. Although the chance of dying from opening a box is not high, it would be too unfair if you die from opening a treasure box. The most outrageous thing is that the box was empty. It was fucking luck. Well, you can't say it's empty. Ergu, who has opened Pandora's box many times, spoke very experiencedly. What is that? When you draw the empty box, there are words on the bottom of the treasure box. Congratulations, you won the box. I almost died, but I was lucky enough to survive. Ergu lowered his head and spoke in a voice that was a little weak. Changsheng glared at Ergu unhappily, and without saying anything else, he raised his foot, grabbed the rope and walked towards the square, ready to wait for Li Ge. Then how do you plan to spend these points? Ergu stared at Changsheng's back for a while, then came back to his senses and asked casually. I plan to go to the grocery store to buy some nice clothes for my girlfriend. Changsheng, who suddenly became shy, turned and looked at Ergu, his dark cheeks slightly flushed, and he scratched his hair and stammered. Ergu's face froze, but he reacted the next second, quickly regaining his original expression and jokingly saying to Changsheng, "Hey, what kind of clothes are you talking about? It's a bit not worth spending points for less than a slap of fabric and a few seconds of pleasure. Go away, what are you thinking about? What the hell is in your head all day? I'm talking about normal clothes." Changsheng waved his hands a few times, looking dissatisfied. Then he raised his head, his eyes filled with longing and yearning. Today, when I went to catch squirrels, I hid my body and scouted the place. I saw a woman in the shelter. She was wearing such clean and beautiful clothes, which were better than the clothes she wore before the end of the world. Later I found out that they bought it at the grocery store at the supply point. I planned to buy new clothes for Gai Gai as well. The apocalypse broke out suddenly, and she must have been very depressed for a girl to endure it. Giving her a surprise could make her happy. After hearing Changsheng's words, Ergus suddenly felt a little choked up inside and involuntarily reached out to cover his chest. I don't know if the surprise you gave your girlfriend will surprise her, but your girlfriend definitely gave you a surprise that will surprise you. Ergu rubbed his chest in silence for a few seconds, his face gloomy. He clenched his right fist and rubbed and poked his temple hard a few times. Sanguzi, the apocalypse has already happened. Have you ever considered getting a better-looking girlfriend? There will be more and more women in our shelter in the future. With your status and position, you can easily choose one. Brother Ergu, what are you talking about? The difference between humans and animals is that animals only have sexual desire, while humans have love. Chongqing looked at Ergu with dissatisfaction and confusion. Was there something wrong? Why did he suddenly say such strange things? Ergu looked at Chongqing in silence. His good brother had just said that he could become a god if he cut off his love. Now Chongqing said that people without love would be nothing but animals. So is it becoming a god or a beast? The pronunciations of these two words are quite similar. Forget it, it's okay, do whatever you want. Ergu waved his hand to drive Chongqing away, looking like he had lost all hope in life. What you said is all right and reasonable. By the way, Brother Ergu, you are older and more experienced. Do you know what kind of preparations are needed to propose to a girl? Chongqing, who had already left, suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. At this time, Ergu was filled with mixed feelings. He couldn't help but sighed and said that fate was really unpredictable. This guy was constantly setting flags for himself. Remember in the American TV series Before the End of the World, it was said that no American soldier who planned to get married would survive. My Sango, you are not planning to propose in the end of the world, are you? Yes. Chongqing kicked the back of the head of a man in black who showed signs of waking up and counted his fingers with excitement. Today is our 3rd anniversary. I plan to go to the grocery store to buy a wedding dress, a suit for myself, and a rose diamond ring. I guess she has forgotten that today is our anniversary. Brother Ergu, do you think she will be so touched that she will agree to me right away? It's the end of the world now. Has the Civil Affairs Bureau issued you a red book? You don't understand. This is called a sense of ceremony. Girls all care about this. If I wasn't worried that Brotherly would be unhappy, I would have planned to have the entire wedding at the base. Since this is the end of the world, we should keep everything simple, but wedding dresses and roses are a must. Ergu looked at Chongqing speechlessly. According to what Li Gu said, it is estimated that you can also cut off love and become a god on the spot. Then you have to hurry up, otherwise it won't be easy to find an old hen in the apocalypse. I plan to prepare now and propose to her as soon as she comes back. But what the hell is this old hen you're talking about? It's okay, go ahead. Ergu's face was stiff, and he didn't want to talk. He turned around and looked outside the door. He knows a lot about the sense of ritual. I guess I'll be lucky enough to be the master of ceremonies. Chapter 93. Is this the little squirrel you caught? After Chongqing left, Ergu leaned against the iron gate, imitating Li Ji's usual movements, and looked up at the sunset with a distracted look. Why does Brotherly often look up at the sky? What is there in the sky? Apart from the white clouds and the sun, there seems to be nothing else worth seeing. In fact, Sanguzi likes this kid very much. But I don't know what will happen this time. Sanguzi must really like Huigaili. Otherwise he wouldn't be threatened by Li Gu with Huigaili's life and do something like attracting zombies. But this time, it will take Sanguzi a long time to recover. Brotherly is so cruel to those who betray others in front of him, and the fate of those who betray him may be even worse. Or maybe I could just let myself be the evil one. At least, I could let Huigaili go in peace. In this way, Sanguzi would not be able to resent Brotherly, and at most would resent himself. At least he would not lose his life for contradicting Brotherly. Oh, what a thing. Women are easily soft-hearted. Not only do they hurt themselves, but they also hurt their boyfriends. Brother Ergu, open the door. A voice that clearly contained suppressed joy interrupted Ergu's thoughts. Oh my God, Ergu, who was looking towards the source of the sound, was frightened by the scene in front of him. He quickly took the spear beside him, pointed the tip of the gun at the door, and slowly backed away. Su, you are such a brave boy. You brought people here after betraying me. Do you really think Brotherly is a vegetarian? In front of the gate of the base, Su and Shaoli stood at the front. Behind them were about 70 men in black holding various types of weapons, chattering loudly and glancing inside the base from time to time during their conversation. Ergu looked at the loud noise coming from the door in front of him, hoping that others would hear it and come to support him. Brother Ergu, what are you talking about? These are all little squirrels. Su quickly put his index finger to his mouth and made a concealed gesture of silence, lowering his voice. Can these people be eaten? Ergu's mouth twitched a few times, and he stood the spear in his hand upright on the ground, not knowing how to start his speech for a moment. Damn it. I told you to catch squirrels, not to find wolves. Looking at this sea of fully armed men in black, would you call this a cute little squirrel? Xiaosu, what's going on in there? What do you mean by the little squirrel? A man dressed in black with pockmarks on his face behind Su spoke in a deep voice with a hint of dissatisfaction. Brother Matsi, don't be anxious. I think my brother just woke up and is still a little confused. Su turned around hurriedly, nodded and bowed with a wry smile on his face. Mazi pushed Su aside impatiently, walked to the iron gate, and knocked heavily on the iron gate railings with his fingers. Little brother, I heard from Xiao Su that there are many survivors gathered here, so the country sent us to rescue you. Open the door, pack up your things and follow me. Ergu, with eyes full of doubt and confusion, raised his head and stared at Su blankly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Is this the little squirrel you caught? Why do these people look like they are here to catch squirrels? Su, who was pushed aside, grinned and rubbed his shoulders. Seeing Ergu's eyes, he hurriedly made faces in response to the hint, and covered his mouth with his right fist and coughed a few times. Oh, Ergu stuttered a little, but couldn't help cursing in his heart. Su, have you watched too many TV dramas? What the hell message are you trying to convey with those squinting and dry coughing? Ah, that's right. We do have quite a few survivors gathered here. Although he didn't know what the situation was, Ergu still chose to continue with the words of the ugly man with pockmarks on his face in front of him. That's great. I'm from the Xian Military District Shelter. I believe you have also heard of us through the regional loudspeaker. Hurry up and pack your bags and follow me back to the shelter before dark. You no longer have to be afraid of the attacks of zombies at night. After the second confirmation, Mazi couldn't help but speak excitedly. Ergu silently looked at the pockmarked man in front of him. If the corpses at the door had not been dragged away by zombies at some point, you would probably be scared to death. He didn't know whether to open the door. He didn't know if he could handle more than 70 fully armed men in black. Can't you learn from Sanguzi and just knock the guy out and bring him back? It would be much easier. Hey, Mazi, from the sound of your voice, are you planning to swallow up all the survivors here at once? Do you really treat us as air? Did we come all the way here just to be your audience? While Ergu was still hesitating, a man in black with a pirate eye patch on his right eye next to Matsi, holding a strange weapon in his hand, took a step forward with an angry look on his face and stood shoulder to shoulder with Matsi. I say, blind man, when can you change your impetuous character? Even if the pockmarked man has 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to keep it all for himself. Do you really think less of me? The god of wealth, a man in black with a big belly and a double chin, with an extremely hypocritical smile on his face, was playing with a few copper coins in his hand and took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the pockmarked man and the blind man. Mazi glanced at the two people who seemed to be in alliance, snorted coldly, but did not say anything else. He was not afraid of either of these two men. After all, the people under his command were all soldiers before the apocalypse, but after changing their jobs at the apocalypse, each of them was capable of fighting two men. But to be honest, Mazi was still a little scared when the two of them joined forces. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. Ergu, who was at a loss, looked helplessly at the people in front of him. Well, these were still 3 old men. I just ignored it and opened the door. These people outside will get anxious soon. It is not realistic to stop this group of people with just an iron railing gate. Besides, we still have Brotherly to support them. The country has finally sent people to rescue us. During this period of time, we have been looking forward to the country's rescue day and night. Do you know how we have been through this period of time? Ergu, with tears in his eyes, opened the door, walked excitedly in front of the 3 people, and pretended to kneel down to express his gratitude the next second. Hey, little brother, there is no need to be like this. By the way, how many survivors have gathered here? Mazi, with a serious face, hurriedly stepped forward to support Ergu, his mouth twitching a few times, and he asked with an unnatural expression. Before his hand touched the person in front of him, the person stood up by himself, but in the eyes of others, it looked like he stood up by himself. Probably more than 100. I haven't counted, so I can't remember clearly. Ergu sniffed with tears of excitement in his eyes. More than 100. The blind man and the god of wealth behind Ma-Zi couldn't help but look at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. The shelter will reward you with 5 points for bringing back a survivor. There are more than 100 survivors, which means more than 500 points. Chapter 94. You said that all the survivors in the base have left? Even though the 3 of them divided the points equally and gave some to their subordinates, each person only got a little over 50 points. But more than 50 points is not a small number. With more than 50 points, you can buy a weapon in the supply store, learn a skill, or buy 2 Pandora's boxes to try your luck. Today's trip was worth it. Normally, the number of points I would get from hunting zombies in a day is far less than this. Su watched Ergu's performance and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up secretly. He understood what I meant so quickly. He is worthy of being Li Ji's confidant. Then you should quickly gather all the survivors. Otherwise you won't be able to leave when it gets dark. Mazi lowered his head and counted on his fingers for a long time. After figuring out the number of points he had earned on this trip, he forced himself to suppress the ecstasy on his face and said in a serious voice. Ergu secretly rolled his eyes at Su and wiped away the tears that were about to dry up in his eyes. This big brother is really unfortunate. At this time, all the survivors are outside. Hearing this, Ma Zi was obviously stunned. Are all the survivors outside? Are all of you a bunch of stubborn people? Even in their Xian military region, only the combatants will go out. Most people still stay in the shelters. After all, there are zombies hiding everywhere outside, and you may lose your life at any time. Outside, where have you been? The blind man with a pirate eye patch on his face was a little confused at this time. Why did the survivors run out instead of staying inside the base? Oh, everyone went to catch squirrels. Ergu said casually, scratching his hair. With confused eyes, Mazi looked back at the two people beside him and saw that they also had confused eyes. He was sure that he had not heard wrong. This was the second time he heard the word squirrel. In the end times, the survivors go out to catch squirrels? Mazi, who found it hard to accept this fact, confirmed it again word by word. Yes, we believe that in the end times, humans at the top of the food chain have a hard time surviving, not to mention those cute little animals, which must be even harder to survive. So we unanimously decided to go out and catch squirrels. Even if the end times come, we must protect these cute little animals. You guys really are a group of kind-hearted survivors. Can they come back? Should we go look for them? After confirming this ridiculous fact, Mazi looked outside the base gate with a worried look on his face. You must be careful, you must not die outside. 1 death means 5 points lost. Brothers, take your people and follow me to the square to rest for a while. When it gets dark, all the survivors will be back. Oh, okay. Matzi and the others looked at each other and saw the fucked up look in each other's eyes. After reaching a consensus, they did not refuse and followed Ergu to the square. Ergu, you are such a brave boy. You brought people here after betraying me. Do you really think Brother Li is a vegetarian? Donkey Egg, who was waving a big knife and practicing swordsmanship in the square, saw Ergu and a group of black-clothed men walking towards the square aggressively. He immediately gripped the knife handle with both hands, slowly backed away, and said in a deep voice. Looking at Donkey Egg, who was slowly retreating, Ergo touched his nose and said helplessly. This sentence seemed a little familiar. Then he put his index finger to his mouth and made a concealed gesture of silence and lowered his voice. These are the little squirrels brought back by Su. Donkey Egg looked at the crowd of fully armed little squirrels in disbelief and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Are you fucking kidding me? Looking at the look of disbelief on Donkey's face in front of him, Ergu couldn't help but sigh secretly. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Then he imitated Su's behavior, winked at Ludin, and covered his mouth with his right fist and coughed a few times. Anyway, this is how Su conveyed information to me. Whether you can understand it depends on your awareness. Next second, Ergu saw confusion and a hint of anger in Donkey's eyes. He probably knew what Donkey was thinking. He coughed a few times and his voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Donkey, these big brothers are from the country. They brought people to save us survivors who are struggling to survive in the end times. They're going to take us all to the Xian military region shelter on the regional loudspeaker. Are you happy? Donkey Egg looked at the group of people in front of him with a forced smile, stomped his foot on the ground, put down the big knife in his hand, slowly stepped back, and stood a little distance away from the crowd without saying a word. Are you dissatisfied with us, little brother? No, he's very happy. Then why is he stamping his feet? If you feel happy, just stamp your feet. Doesn't Big Brother know that? Matzi couldn't help but look at Ergu, as if he was looking at a fool. Why do I feel like none of you guys are normal in the brain? Only Xiao Su is normal. By the way, when did Xiao Su disappear? After taking a quick look around and not finding Xiao Su's pockmarks, he shook his head and gave up. Little brother, what are the family rules of your Chun-Li? The blind man who had been squatting in front of a wooden tablet in the middle of the square and observing for a while asked with a gloomy expression. Oh, hearing the blind man's voice, Ma Zi and the god of wealth walked over at the same time. After reading the contents of the wooden tablet, they looked up at Ergu with grim expressions. The house rules of your shelter make it seem like you are not good people. Ergu and Ludin looked at each other secretly, ready to rush upstairs to find Li Gu as soon as a conflict broke out, and they actually forgot about the wooden tablet of family rules in the square. After Ergu and Ludin used their eyes to tell each other that if there was a conflict, you would cover them, and I would go find Brother Li. Urgu pretended to be calm and said with a hateful expression, "Those are the house rules set by our former leader of this shelter. I believe you can see from these house rules how cruel and inhumane our former leader was. It's really inhumane. It's like exploiting the survivors. Even the Blood Gang shelter composed of a group of gangsters doesn't have such excessive regulations." Ma Zi sighed as he scratched the itchy part of his face. "Then where is he now? In the base?" asked the god of wealth with a serious face. The fact that he could set such house rules and no one resisted undoubtedly meant that he had violently suppressed the survivors of the entire base. Anyone who can violently suppress more than 100 survivors is most likely a 2-star professional, or at least a 1-star professional with powerful equipment or powerful skills. In short, it's a tough nut to crack. If this person is inside the base now, it may not be so easy to take these survivors away today, and there is a high possibility that people will die. No, he's dead. 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 Chapter 95. Brother Li is dead, killed by Jianxi. How did he die? Ma Zi accidentally picked off a pockmark and gasped in pain. He was already ready to fight, but suddenly found out that the other party was already dead. That day, at noon, there was a sound of a sword coming, and a flash of golden light was seen. The immortal's sword from the sky suddenly pierced into the chest of the evil man. Urgu looked up at the sky and recalled with an intoxicated expression, "Speak human language." The blind man said with dissatisfaction, "You put the script here in front of me." Urgu smiled awkwardly, then hesitantly said, "Our boss was giving a speech in the square that day, and a man with a magic sword under his feet flew down from the sky, shouting, 'Here comes the sword.' Then our boss was pierced by the sword that fell from the sky, and his body was shattered into pieces." Sword coming. Ma Zi and the others looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. "Is it a man in white?" It seems so." "Is he flying in the air with his feet on a sword?" Probably." "Did you shout swords when you killed your leader?" That's it." "The sword that stabbed your boss was surrounded by golden light." Urgu's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the people in front of him who were becoming more and more excited. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. "It's fucking outrageous. Is this even possible?" Then he clenched his fists together and said firmly, "That's right. Do you know this person too?" "That's right. It's him, a 2-star professional from the provincial shelter." Ma Zi and the others looked at each other, confirmed the information, and said in unison, "Jian 11. The god of wealth played with the copper coins in his hand and said with a smile, "We have never seen Jianxi, but from our military commander, we know that there is a 2-star professional Jianxi in the provincial shelter who hates evil and hates evil. Whenever he kills someone, he always likes to shout, 'Here comes the sword,' hence the name. After hearing it today, I realized that the reputation of 2-star professionals is indeed well-deserved." The blind man said with longing in his eyes, "To advance to a 2-star professional, one needs 500 points and a 1-star professional badge. Not to mention how impressive the explosion rate of professional badges is. These 500 points alone are enough for them to accumulate for a long time. However, I got more than 50 points today, which brings me one step closer to becoming a 2-star professional." Thinking of this, the blind man could no longer care to continue his yearning and urged, "Why haven't you come back yet? Nothing happened, did it? Brothers, come and have some coke." A loud voice sounded from the edge of the square. I saw Su and Xiao Li, each holding 2 large boxes of coke in their hands, walking towards the crowd with flattering looks on their faces. "Is there such a thing in the base?" Urgu looked at the coke in Su's hand in confusion. The Coca-Cola trademark looked so dazzling. "Hey, you have this thing here?" Ma Zi showed joy on his face and couldn't help but walked forward, took out a bottle of Coke from the box, and looked at it in his hand. They had been busy all day and couldn't help but want to drink it all in one gulp. "Hey, Motzi, I grabbed these from the supermarket when the apocalypse broke out, but I never had the heart to drink them." Su approached Motzi and the others with a joking look on his face. "We're going to the Xian military district shelter soon anyway, so I'll give these to you guys. You guys have worked hard all day." Then Su leaned close to Ma Zi's ear and lowered his voice. "I just don't know if Ma Zi can see that I have made a great contribution this time and give me a small captain position or something. You want to be a team leader?" Ma Zi smiled for a moment, then shouted angrily, "Xiao Su, do you think I'm a fool?" Brother, did I do something wrong?" Su begged for mercy in panic, but he was thinking in his heart, what was the problem with him? Ma Zi snorted coldly without saying anything. He raised the Coke in his hand and looked carefully. The sealing ring on the bottle was still there, indicating that it had never been opened. Then he shook it vigorously a few times, and the bottle expanded due to the filling of carbon dioxide. There was no leakage, which meant there was no pinhole. This shouldn't be the case, Ma Zi muttered to himself for a few times, then turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Xiao Lu, bring the silver needle over here. You should always carry silver needles with you when you go out." The blind man interrupted the pockmarked man unhappily. "Come on, don't take the scheming you learned from watching Princess Pearl as your intelligence. I feel ashamed to be your colleague. Come on, Xiao Su, try it first and set an example." The blind man took out a new bottle of Coke from the box and handed it to Su, staring straight at Su's expression. "I understand what you guys mean. I was too rude." Su unscrewed the cap of the bottle in his hand as if he had suddenly realized something, tilted his head back, and drank the whole bottle of Coke in one breath. After a burp, Su turned the bottle upside down to indicate that not a drop was left. The god of wealth observed for a while, and then smiled and asked his men to come forward and take a bottle of Coke each. They held the bottles in their hands without unscrewing the bottles. After about 20 minutes, Su was so bored that he squatted on the ground and counted ants. Ma Zi came over with a generous look on his face and patted Su on the shoulder. "Brother, it's not that I don't trust you, but after all, we still have to be cautious in the end times." "It's okay, Brother Motzi, I understand. It's just about that team leader." Su immediately stood up with a flattering smile on his face. "Hey, let's discuss this later. Brothers, let's drink it." Ma Zi unscrewed the bottle cap, raised the Coke above his head, and shouted to the men in black on the field. "Done, done. Damn it, I don't know how long it's been since I last had a Coke. It would be even better if it was beer. It's fucking awesome." Accompanied by noise and the sound of throats moving, bottles of Coke were all drunk by the men in black on the field, and the bottles were thrown on the ground at random. After drinking the Coke, Ma Zi sat comfortably on the ground, thinking to himself that he might as well take all the remaining Coke in the box back for his wife to drink, so that she could see what her man is capable of. "Brother Ergu, we are back from catching the squirrel." About 20 minutes later, a voice was heard from the far side of the square. Motzi and others jumped up from the ground excitedly. They finally caught the squirrel and came back. The flowers they had been waiting for were almost cold. However, when the owner of the voice walked to the edge of the square, Ma Zi and others felt something was wrong. Looking closely, none of the survivors had a squirrel in their hands. Some had empty hands, but more people were holding a rope, and tied to the rope was a person who had fainted. Ma Zi and the others' eyes began to flash dangerous light. They raised their weapons and looked fiercely at the others present. Because the person holding the rope was dressed in black, and he was their colleague. "Xiao Su, you better explain it to me clearly." Ma Zi raised the axe in his hand and took a fighting stance, glaring at Su with fierce eyes. But the next second, Su's body stiffened and he fell straight backwards. A cloud of dust was raised. Chapter 96. In this world, there is a kind of people who die the most miserable death. Damn it. Ma Zi and the others looked at each other and realized that they had been tricked. They were just about to raise their weapons and charge to kill everyone around them before the drug took effect. However, the next second, the men in black in the middle of the square stopped moving collectively. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and they fell straight backwards. The rumbling sounds of flesh hitting the ground came one after another. Ma Zi's last thought before he lost consciousness was, "Damn it, this base was talking about catching squirrels, and it turned out to be catching them. When I wake up, I won't find myself in a pot with onions, ginger, and garlic floating around me." Ergu waved his hand to disperse the dust around him, covered his mouth and nose and coughed a few times, then looked at Su, who was sleeping soundly on the ground with unstoppable admiration in his eyes. "This kid is such a talent. There were nearly 70 fully armed men in black, and you took them all down by yourself? How did this guy do it?" "Those people tested the Coke from beginning to end and didn't find any problems." Ergu sighed and shook his head. "Are the ways young people nowadays play so wild?" Xiao Li, who had been acting as Su's follower, saw the plan being carried out smoothly, and his eyes were full of admiration and pride for his brother Su. "Big brother really didn't lie to me this time. There is indeed a future in following Big brother Su." Xiao Li took out a bottle of Sprite from his pocket, ran to Su, sat down on the ground, picked up Su and put him in his arms, then put the bottle of Sprite into Su's mouth and poured the liquid into his mouth. "What are you doing?" Ergu looked puzzled. "Brother Ergu, this is the antidote. If you drink it, Brother Su will wake up." Ergu's mouth twitched, and he said nothing more. Coke is a drug, and Sprite is the antidote. You guys really know how to play. So what is Fanta and Mirinda 7-Up? However, when a person is in a coma, they cannot swallow on their own, and some skills are needed to help the unconscious person drink liquids. For example, the rescuer uses his mouth to contain the liquid and, under the pressure created in the oral cavity, sends the liquid into the patient's throat. Watching the Sprite flowing out from the corners of Su's mouth, Xiao Li was a little dazed and didn't know what to do. Brother Su only told him that if he passed out after drinking Coke, he should feed him Sprite. But what should he do now since he can't feed it to him? Don't think about it. Just put it into your brother Su through his mouth, just like artificial respiration. Ergu joked with a blink of his eyes. Shaoli shook his head frantically. I am a serious straight man. How could I do such a thing? He glanced at the survivors who had just returned to the base and saw about 4 or 5 women walking towards this side. He immediately had an idea. Hey, it's you. Stop looking. Come here and help my big brother cross the water. Shaoli focused his attention on a girl who didn't look very tall, but was gentle and shy. This girl looked like the kind of person who should be easy to bully, or at least she wouldn't dare to resist. And this girl was Xiaochan, who wiped Chun Li's sweat. You're looking for death. How dare you touch this woman? Mao, who had arrived at the square at some point, slapped Shaoli on the forehead with a crisp sound. Brother, I didn't know she was your woman. I'll change her. Shaoli rubbed his forehead and said aggrievedly. He remembered that this girl had just arrived at the base with him, so how come she was noticed so quickly? Bullshit, this is not my woman, but you can't move, understand? Mao looked deeply at the girl in front of him who had a shy face, but an unusually determined look. He remembered this girl, the girl who wiped Li Ji's sweat. Although Li Ge grabbed him by the neck and threw him aside, he never asked about it again. But Mao still didn't intend to let other men touch Xiaochan. To be precise, he was afraid of any woman who had dealt with Li Ge. A woman who has dealt with Brother Li is like Pandora's box. She may be strangled to death by Brother Li on the spot, or she may be upgraded to a mistress in the next second. Mao's thoughts drifted to Lu Shui, who was imprisoned in the cell at this time. He could see that Li Ge loved this woman, but this did not affect Li Ji's decision to stuff the bomb into this woman's body. Fortunately, he did not try to curry favor with Lu Shui at that time, otherwise he might be the second firework now. As for the woman in front of him, Mao's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. At least they could establish a good relationship with her now. If she upgraded to a mistress in the future, she would not forget him. Mao has already planned his own path to promotion. From the beginning, when he followed Li Ge, he hesitated for a while, and just this short moment made Li Ji's trust in him greatly reduced. As long as women have contact with Brother Li, they will continue to make good friends with him, so that no matter who is promoted to the mistress in the future, she will not be treated unfairly. Mao, who was fantasizing about a bright future and gradually showing a smile, suddenly froze for a moment. Wait, Brother Li wouldn't not look for a woman, right? No, I can't. Damn, the old woman next to Xiaochan should hurry over and cross the river. If she delays things, she can just go and be a squirrel. Mao was annoyed and temporarily put aside his inner plans. He looked at the old woman next to Xiaochan and said impatiently, Wake up Su quickly. He will be needed to report to Brother Li later. Hongyang, how are you old? That man really has no taste and doesn't know how to appreciate. A young girl next to Hongyang lowered her voice to speak up for him. Hongyang, if you don't want to. Do you want me to plead for you? Xiaochan hesitated for a while before speaking. She didn't really have much confidence, but from what the man said just now, it seemed that he was giving her face. Hongyang first gave Mao a cold look. She wondered if this unromantic man understood women. How could she, a woman in her early 30s with big breasts, a nice butt, and a charming figure, become an old woman in Mao's mouth? Then she gently tapped Xiaochan's forehead. You don't think you are so proud. Brother Mao doesn't want you to get involved because he is unsure of Brother Li's attitude towards you. As long as you stay in the base and occasionally do some ambiguous things with Brother Li, of course you have to control the scale so as not to be strangled to death by Brother Li. Then as long as Brother Li doesn't make a clear statement, others will not provoke you. The matchmaker imparted her experience earnestly, and the little girl really liked it. Hearing this, Xiaochan raised her head with a firm and serious look in her eyes and said, Hongyang, I told you last night that I didn't approach Brother Li for profit. Then he slowly lowered his head and said in a voice as soft as a fly, I just feel that I understand his loneliness, and I feel sorry for him. I feel that he needs me. You are still young. Hongyang raised her head and said with a dazed look in her eyes, as if she was recalling the past. You have to know that there is a kind of people in this world who die the most miserable death. This kind of person thinks he is the savior who saves others. No one needs anyone, and no one can save anyone. It's all fate. Chapter 97. The first step for Hongyang to open a brothel, finding investors. And you don't need to worry about me. Not only am I willing to go, but I also think this is still a chance. Shaking her head to put the memories behind her, the excited matchmaker looked happy. You know, Su has made a great contribution this time. He will probably be able to squeeze into the core circle around Brother Li soon. If I hook up with Su now, maybe I can open a brothel in the base in the future to shelter those poor women who are starving in the end times. Wow, Hong Yang, why didn't I think of this? Why don't you let me go? We won't trouble you with this matter, Sister Hong. The eyes of several young and beautiful women around Hong Yang lit up, and they chattered together. Go away, you little girls. Do you still want to climb over my head? Hong Yang said in pretended anger. We also want to be called Nyang. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Several young women surrounded Hong Yang, pulling her arms and acting coquettishly. Hong Yang, what are you planning to do with this brothel? Xiaochan asked after hesitating for a while. Of course it's what you think. Are we going to let customers use the points they earned with their lives to watch us play the piano and sing? Hong Yang looked at Xiaochan with a little surprise. But, how can this be considered shelter? Wouldn't this harm those women? Xiaochan looked up at Hong Yang with a blushing face, her eyes full of puzzlement and confusion. I can help these women find jobs to earn points in a safe base so they don't have to go out and fight zombies. How can you say that I'm harming them? The matchmaker looked a little puzzled. But, Xiaochan gritted her teeth and said shyly, but don't they have to receive several men every day in the base? Yes. The matchmaker was even more confused. Isn't it obvious? The more men you receive, the more points you earn. Wouldn't that mean all these women would lose their chastity? Xiaochan couldn't accept this. Hearing this, Hong Yang and the young women nearby stopped laughing and joking and remained silent for a while. After a while, Hong Yang forced a smile again and said, Xiaochan and I met just after the apocalypse broke out. Before the apocalypse, I was running a club, and they all got their licenses in my club. I'm going to say something you may not like to hear. You've seen what's going on around you. In this situation, a woman's chastity is useless. You need to understand that the concept of gender equality only exists in peacetime. Once a global disaster occurs, women often need to rely on men to survive. But maybe there will be some very powerful women who will rise up in the end times and become a strong man or even the leader of a shelter like Brotherly. Xiaochan pouted and retorted unwillingly. She is only in her early 20s and has accepted the concept of gender equality for the first half of her life. She really cannot accept the fact that a woman has to compromise and sell herself to a brothel in order to survive. Yes, there will definitely be such a woman. She will let the world know what it means that women are as good as men. I firmly believe in this. Hong Yang held Xiaochan's shoulders with a firm expression and said decisively. But, Hong Yang sighed unconsciously. But such women are only a minority after all. Women's physical fitness is originally slightly lower than that of men. After their basic physical fitness is doubled, it is even lower than that of men. Not every woman has the courage and ability to go out and hunt zombies. If you don't have enough points, you won't be able to go to the supply point to redeem abilities. Not to mention that if your points are not enough to cover your daily rent, you may even be killed. Do you think that if I provide them with a job that allows them to earn points steadily within the base, isn't that protecting them? You know, the most important thing in the end times is to stay alive. If there is such a thing as chastity, it might be sold for a good price. Xiaochan lowered her head and said nothing, but did not refute either. Although she felt that what the matchmaker said seemed to make sense, she still felt that it would be too tragic if women had to sell their bodies to survive. Hurry up, old woman, you fucking slug it. If you keep wasting time, there's no need to come. Get ready to be a little squirrel. Mao, who was thinking about his promotion plan not far away with his head down, came to his senses and found that the old woman hadn't come yet. He couldn't help but roared in anger. I'm coming, brother Mao. Hong Yang walked towards Su with small steps with an apologetic smile, leaving behind the last words. At least, we won't be mistaken for little squirrels. Even if we can't have a new life in our stomachs, we can't have that damn pine cone either. Su had just woken up from a coma. Before he could recover, he felt his lips being wrapped by a pair of wet lips. He could clearly feel a sweet tongue rubbing between his teeth and his mouth. I struggled to open my eyes slowly, and a charming face came into view, with straight eyebrows, a high nose, and a thin face. Next second, the two of them stared at each other, seeing the meaning in each other's eyes, but there was no embarrassment in either of them. Su closed his eyes again as fast as he could, and couldn't help but sigh that this woman was so sexy and perfectly met his aesthetic requirements. Why didn't he realize that this woman was so intellectual yesterday? Of course, he recognized this woman as one of the survivors he brought back yesterday. For men, the aesthetic standards of appearance are completely different before and after physical intimacy. Just like most men think that a certain female celebrity is quite pretty, but she is far inferior to their girlfriends. When Hong Yang saw Su slowly waking up and then quickly closing his eyes again to pretend to be unconscious, she couldn't help but snicker with amusement. Then Hong Yang's tender tongue became restless, swirling in Su's mouth at an uneven speed, and occasionally brushing over Su's tongue and pecking it lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water. Then, Hong Yang's lips slowly moved downwards, kissing along the bearded chin to the Adam's apple. Her red lips slightly opened, and her tender tongue kept licking and sucking on Sue's Adam's apple. No, Auntie, why did you go lick my brother Sue's Adam's apple when I asked you to cross the water? Xiaoli frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. How could this woman be so unreliable? Hong Yang looked up and gave Xiaoli a cold look, cursing in her heart. You are the old woman. Your whole family is old women. Just wait for me to make things difficult for you in the future. Then she suppressed her anger and said in a delicate voice, Your brother Sue has passed out and can't swallow. It's stuck in his throat. I have to help massage his throat so that he can swallow it into his stomach. Oh, Xiaoli nodded as if he understood, but after a while he frowned again. Are you massaging his stomach now? No. Auntie, why are you taking off my brother's pants? Chapter 98. When in doubt, open a grocery store. Ouch, I'm awake. Sue howled exaggeratedly, then put his arm around Hong Yang's head as it was about to fall. Although he was looking forward to it, he still had to save face since he was in the square with so many people watching him. Then, he naturally stood up with the help of the matchmaker and rolled his eyes at Xiaoli beside him, saying that the guy had no tact and deserved to be single for 4 years in college. Sue, feeling refreshed, stood up and looked around. Seeing the mischievous looks from Ergu and the others, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Ergu and the others were all old hands, so they naturally did not believe Hong Yang's claim of deceiving children. At this moment, they all had mischievous eyes and amusement expressions as they stared at Sue. Cough. Sue pretended to be calm and coughed dryly. Then he hugged Hong Yang, who was supporting him, in his arms, raised his head, and said proudly, From now on, Hong Yang is my woman. Hong Yang nestled in Sue's arms with a shy look on her face, and knocked on Sue's chest with her fist. Hateful. How shameless. This old woman looks like she could almost be my mother. Ermao couldn't help but shiver as he stood aside, muttering to himself. Xiaoli stood there in a daze, looking at the two people hugging each other, a little confused about the situation. The old woman just fed Brother Sue a few sips of Sprite. Why did they get together right after Brother Sue woke up? And why did Brother Sue glare at him when he woke up? You can report the specific process to Brotherly later. I just want to know how you managed to put drugs in those cokes. Ergu brought the subject back to the main topic with a curious look on his face. He had thought of many possibilities just now, but he didn't know how to put the drugs in without destroying the bottles. His divine right hand can penetrate into people's stomachs in a way similar to traveling through space, but he has done experiments and found that it is only limited to penetrating people's stomachs and cannot penetrate other things. Could it be that this Sue has a divine left hand whose skill is to be able to penetrate plastic in this way? This skill is too useless. His divine right hand can at least put pine cones into the little squirrel's body, but what is the use of this divine left hand? Well, it seems to be of some use. You can put drugs into the little squirrel's body. Could it be possible that the two of them could form a team in the future called the God's Hands, with one putting bombs in people's stomachs and the other stuffing drugs into their stomachs? Thinking of this, Ergu couldn't help but look forward to it and urged, Tell me how you did it quickly. Of course I bought it at the supply point. Sue looked at Ergu with a puzzled look on his face. Don't you know whether there is this thing in the base? Nonsense, of course I know you bought the coke at the supply point. I mean, how did you put the drugs into the bottle without destroying it? Did you use any skills or something? Ergu's eyes were full of stars, waiting for the expected answer. I bought it at the grocery store in the supply point. Oh, there's a product in the grocery store called Coke with drugs in it. It costs 3 points each. Just buy it. What about your Sprite? There is a related product called Sprite containing the antidote, which costs 3 points each. Ergu was stunned for a moment. So after all the fuss you made, you just bought it directly from the grocery store? By the way, is this still available in grocery stores? So you just... Yeah, so I brought 4 boxes of Coke from the grocery store. Do you have so many points? Ergu, who had recovered from his shock, suddenly thought of a problem. There were 4 boxes of Coke with 100 bottles here, which would require 300 points. This was not a small amount. Definitely not. Sue answered as a matter of course. Ergu, so I went to take out a loan. Sue knocked his head and said a little distressedly, The supply point has this function? Ergu looked confused. Didn't we enter the same supply point? Or do you have another system that you carry with you? Yes, I borrowed 350 points, and then after deducting the handling fee, 310 points were credited to my account, and I need to pay back 400 points. Sue's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but take a breath. Obviously, this interest rate seemed a bit outrageous to him. Good boy, this is even more cruel than returning 9 out of 11. Ergu's mouth twitched. Can this point be reimbursed? Haha. Ergu sneered. Why don't you go ask Brother Lee? Su felt like his heart was bleeding. He had suffered a huge loss this time. There were 70 people in total, and the reward points were only 210 points. He had lost a total of 190 points. However, this time, as long as I can use this achievement to enter the core circle around Brother Lee, it will be worth it. Wait, by the way, who will own the points and equipment from these little squirrels? Su rolled his eyes a few times and made up his mind to ask Brother Lee indirectly when he met him later. Brother Ergu, I'm back. Hui Gaili walked over and looked around before asking, where's Changsheng? Hasn't he come back yet? Aren't you together? No. Changsheng asked me to follow the main force, saying that he would act alone this time, and that he wanted to make a great contribution to show off in front of Brother Lee. After a moment of silence, Ergu struggled for a long time and looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. Do you remember the first time we met? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Of course I remember. Hui Kaili couldn't help but smile as she recalled the past. We were hiding in the basement that day, and then you came in, each of you looking ferocious. Ergu couldn't help but laugh. You felt we weren't good people at first sight? Nonsense. Do you look like good people when you look like that? You even forced us to follow you. Hui Gali glanced at Ergu coquettishly. Ergu was silent for a while. Then do you regret it? Of course I don't regret it. Hui Kaili's mood suddenly became depressed. If I hadn't met you, Changsheng and I might have died in that basement now. It's good that you don't regret it. Ergu's voice gradually became lower in decibel. Why are you suddenly asking this? Hui Gaili looked at Ergo in confusion. Nothing. Ergu shook his head, hiding his emotions, and raised a slightly far-fetched smile. Brotherly, I asked you to come back and find him in his office. Brotherly is not asleep, right? He won't be shot in the forehead like Changsheng. Hui Gaili said with lingering fear. No, Brotherly is writing something inside. He's not asleep. Run over quickly. Brotherly has been waiting for you for a long time. Then I'll go. Hui Gaili thought about it and decided to go over and take a look. It would not be good news to make Brotherly wait too long. Well, go ahead, and remember to run fast. Ergu looked at Hui Gaili's receding figure and couldn't help but sigh secretly, hoping that Sanguzi could get through this difficult time. Being killed by a landmine is better than being tortured to death by Li Gu. For Sanguzi's sake, I'll give you a ride. Chapter 99. Translator, what is a surprise? Ergu turned around and looked at Su and Hong Yang, who were hugging each other and whispering private words in each other's ears, and sighed secretly. I don't know whether the existence of emotions in the apocalypse has any positive meaning. Except for Brotherly, he has never seen anyone who can completely eliminate emotions. Unless you have a past like Li Gu, and then kill your most beloved woman with your own hands. Ergu shook his head secretly, but how many people could do that? To be honest, at least he himself couldn't. However, it seems that Li Ji's family has a tradition of killing their own women with their own hands. Now I can only hope that Hui Gai Li really listened to what I said, ran faster, and didn't notice the silver-white mooncake-shaped mines under his feet. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse. Brother Ergu. Changsheng, wearing a white suit with a red rose in his shirt pocket, ran over to the edge of the square, panting. He was holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hand. Changsheng ran to the center of the square in one go, first bent over and supported his knees to catch his breath for a while, then straightened up, with an unconcealable smile of joy hanging on the corner of his mouth. Brother Ergu, have you come back? Changsheng, who didn't get a reply, turned around slowly on the spot, then smiled and said, How about it? This outfit is not bad, right? Ergu forced a smile and said, Not bad. Are you planning to propose to me soon? This is really a plan to hold funerals and happy events together. Of course. Didn't we say today is the 3rd anniversary? This is called a surprise. You don't understand. Changsheng patted his suit sleeves and glanced at his outfit with satisfaction. Has Gai not come back yet? Brother Changsheng, your outfit is amazing. You are the most dazzling one in the entire base. This outfit must have cost you a lot of points. When Su saw Changsheng coming, he immediately came up to him and started talking to him flatteringly. Changsheng is obviously in a very good mood now. If he approaches and tries to build a closer relationship with the other party at this time, the other party will often leave a very good impression on him. Do you really think that my psychology exam is just a joke? It's okay, not much. Changsheng waved his hand and looked nonchalant, but the grin on the corner of his mouth revealed his mood at the moment. Isn't Gai with you? Hasn't she come back yet? She's back. Su first glanced at the outfit with envy, then replied casually. After my sister-in-law came back, she went to the office building. She must have gone to see Brotherly. Is that so? Changsheng smacked his lips. Then I'll wait here for a while. I just happen to have something to talk to Brotherly about later. Then she suddenly knelt on one knee facing Sue, took out a small box from her arms with a solemn expression, handed the box and flowers to Sue, and said with a firm and serious look in her eyes, Guy, today is our 3rd anniversary. Even if the end of the world comes, we can still grow old together and have many children. Will you marry me? I do. Sue covered his mouth with his hands, pretending to be touched, screamed with joy, and prepared to take the bouquet of flowers with both hands. Go. Changsheng pushed away Sue's outstretched hand, stood up again, held the flowers in his arms again and stroked them a few times, and said with a look of disgust, I changed this for you. How can I give it to you if you dirty it? Sue smiled awkwardly, withdrew his hand that was frozen in the air, and cursed in his heart. Fuck you. I'm just cooperating with you in the rehearsal. By the way, if Brotherly comes later, would he be unhappy to see me propose to him? Changsheng frowned, and thought as he suddenly thought of this. Ergu twitched the corner of his mouth, but didn't say anything. You wouldn't want to see Li Gu and Hui Gaili appear in front of you together. Your surprise is shit. Your girlfriend helped you translate what surprise means and also prepared a surprise gift for you on your 3rd anniversary. Several people on the field were thinking about something. Next second, boom. A loud bang was heard from the office building, and eye-catching silver-white flames rushed out from the shattered windows on the 5th floor. Shit, isn't that the house where Brotherly lives? Should we go take a look? Sue said anxiously. He had finally managed to squeeze into the core layer, and Brotherly couldn't be dead, otherwise all his work would be in vain. Nonsense. Donkey Egg, who had no idea what was happening in the office building, rushed towards the building with an anxious look on his face. This group of people came together because of Brotherly. If something happened to Brotherly, they would have to disband instantly. In addition to the reason that no one is willing to submit to anyone else, the bigger reason is that, except for Brotherly, none of them has such powerful ability to do evil in the end times. Since you don't have the ability to do evil, you can only find a refuge and be a good citizen. Changsheng also followed Luden in a hurry with an anxious look on his face and ran towards the office building. Guy was also on that floor now, so nothing would happen to him. Chun Li, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed and taking a nap, was suddenly awakened by the hurried footsteps outside the door. He subconsciously jumped up and aimed his gun at the door. But the next second, an explosion sounded outside the door. Under the impact of the explosion, the door panel flew over Chun Li's head and hit the window. The room and the corridor were littered with body parts, and it was impossible to tell whose bodies they were. Brotherly, are you okay? Donkey Egg, who came hurriedly, glanced at the shattered tile floor and body parts outside the door caused by the aftermath of the explosion, and anxiously went into the house to look for Brotherly. Ergu looked at the scene in front of him, silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Li, Brotherly, Changsheng, who had rushed over right behind him, looked at the scene in front of him, his body a little unsteady, his eyes full of fear, and his voice trembling a little as he asked, Whose body is this? Chun Li stood there silently with his cane, scanning the people in front of him with a dangerous light in his eyes. He didn't know whose body it was, but he knew that this matter was a bit strange and someone might be plotting against him. There is a clue, right? Why don't we go and take a look? Sue heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Brotherly was fine, and pointed to a place in the corridor and said casually, As long as Brotherly is fine, it doesn't matter who dies. It has nothing to do with me. If they're all dead, maybe I can be promoted directly to the top confidant. Changsheng threw the flowers in his hand onto the ground, staggered, and crawled towards the head that was blown off, using his hands and feet, with a hope in his eyes. Changsheng held the head in his arms, took a look, then rubbed his eyes hard, and looked again. Changsheng opened his red eyes wide. His lips were bitten and bleeding. His face was ferocious and his eyes were sad. He gently stroked the face of the head in front of him. He finally accepted the fact that this was his girlfriend, Hui Kaili's head. Chapter 100, A Wild Dog Without a Spine. Changsheng's facial organs were twisted together, snot and tears flowed freely on his face, covering Hui Kaili's eyes that had not yet closed, and he used his hands to gently comb the hair of the head. Then he held the head tightly in his arms, knelt on the ground, and leaned forward, looking like a wild dog without a spine. Obviously suppressed crying sounds came from Changsheng's clenched teeth, and as time slowly passed, the crying sounds became louder and louder. Everyone on the field looked at the scene in front of them in silence. From Changsheng's reaction, they naturally knew who the dead person was. Why? A voice that concealed calmness but was filled with grief came from under Changsheng. Changsheng kept kneeling on the ground and repeated in a weak voice, Brotherly, why? Brotherly, why is this? Changsheng suddenly raised his head, his face full of snot and tears, blood on the corners of his mouth, and he looked at Chun-Li with red eyes, gritting his teeth, and said, "Brotherly, can you tell me why this happened, why Gai Gai died?" At this time, Chun-Li was also a little confused. Hui Gai actually died at his door. Why would she come to find him? "Brotherly, please tell me quickly why my girlfriend died." Chang Sheng raised his head and said hoarsely with his throat torn, staring at Chun-Li with tears of blood in the corners of his eyes. "He stepped on a landmine at the door and died." Chun-Li answered in a low voice, looking at the man kneeling on the ground in front of him with inexplicable emotions. "He died from stepping on a landmine. That's really funny." Changxing suddenly laughed miserably. He adjusted his body and leaned against the wall. He held Gai Gai's head tightly in his arms and glanced at the people in front of him. "Brotherly, do you still remember the first time we had a formal conversation?" Changxing lowered his head and said in an unusually calm and hoarse voice. "It was in the school cafeteria. You asked me to go out and attract the zombies to the cafeteria, but I really didn't want to go, brotherly." A person who has just been transferred to a professional class, with no equipment, no points, and only a slight improvement in physical fitness, is trying to complete the task of attracting a large group of zombies. This task can be said to be a suicide mission. "Do you remember what you told me at that time?" Changsheng was silent for a while, stroked Hui Gai's dry lips, licked them with his tongue, and moistened her lips. "You said my little princess would be proud of me. I asked you why you chose me, and you said it was because my weakness was the most obvious and the easiest to exploit. I have to say that Brotherly is very good at judging people. Gai Gai is indeed my biggest weakness. When I came back later, I ran back on all fours. My speed was much faster than before. Brotherly, you have never asked about this matter." Changsheng smiled bitterly, tears of blood flowing down his eyes. "I know that, Brotherly, you don't care about these. You only care about whether the zombies are successfully attracted. You don't care about the process, let alone how I did it. But I have to tell you now. None of you asked me, but Gai Gai asked me many times in private. I never told her because I was afraid she would worry. If I don't tell her, Gai Gai won't be able to hear it in the future." Changxing put one hand into Huigali's hair and unconsciously combed her hair. "When I first entered the passage, the zombies rushed towards me with their fangs and claws bared. I was scared to death at that moment. I even wanted to run back to the cafeteria." Changxing glanced at Ergu and the others with red eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched in pain, and then he said, "I was scared. I was really scared at that time. I am different from you. You all went through a lot before the end of the world. You all saw blood on your hands, but I didn't." Changxing lowered his head and looked at his blood-stained hands. "Before the apocalypse, I was just a high school student. In the intense study atmosphere, I ate lunch with Gai Gai in the cafeteria at noon, and at night, I avoided the dean and secretly walked hand in hand with Gai Gai in the playground. Why wouldn't I be scared? When I saw countless zombies roaring and running towards me, of course I was scared. I even wanted to turn around and run back to the cafeteria along the corridor. But I don't dare. Because when I turned around, I saw Ermao pointing his gun at Gai Gai's back, staring at me expressionlessly. Changxing looked at Ermao, who was silent, and sneered. From then on, I had no choice. Of course I know why Gai Gai joined the fighting team and fought at the gate. She was afraid that you wouldn't let me pass in order to prevent the defense from collapsing. When I attracted the zombies, no one gave way to me, so she joined the combat team. Even though she knew her power wouldn't change anything even if you did this, she still did it." Changxing took out the bouquet of roses from his suit pocket and put them in Hui Kaili's hair. She has always been this kind of girl. She knows that some things may not have any results, but she still does them. "I just rushed out of the passage, and before I had time to identify the direction, a zombie rushed forward and dug a wound on my back. It really hurts." Changxing lowered his head again and recalled. "But fortunately, I used the thrust to briefly break out of the encirclement. When I just broke out of the encirclement, I found that all the zombies around me had been gathered by me. I just needed to run back to the passage to complete the mission. But I can't go back. There were so many zombies blocking my way behind me that I had no way of rushing through them and getting back to the passage. I can only lead the zombies in circles until the road at the entrance is clear, and then I can go back. But I ran as fast as I could, just about matching the zombies' speed. My speed will decrease with my physical strength, terrain, and even breathing frequency, but zombies won't. Just like that, I got several more wounds on my back. The pain was unbearable at first, but by the end, I even felt my back was numb and I couldn't feel any pain. I know my body has reached its limit, but I can't die, and I don't dare to die. I can't imagine how Gai Gai will survive in the apocalypse if I die. So I just ran, and ran as fast as I could. My legs couldn't run any longer, so I used my hands and feet to run together. I unconsciously led the zombies around the school for many circles. When I regained consciousness, I suddenly found myself running on the ground like a dog using my hands and feet, and at a much faster speed. I took a look at my personal attribute panel and found that I had activated my innate skill. A terrible skill name. So I led the zombies around, returned to the passage, and jumped over you and landed perfectly. And just like that, I survived. Chapter 101. Even if she is wrong, I must stand behind her. Changsheng lowered his head and stared at the half-remaining ear on Huigai's right side in silence for a while. No one cares how I can run as fast as a dog. No one cared if I was injured. That night, Gai lay on my back, touching the scars and crying with her hands over her mouth and nose. She didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of waking you up. I just patted her shoulder and used body language to reassure her that everything was fine. By the way, do you remember where you spent that night? In a bed in a mental hospital. Actually, I'm quite happy. At least because of my ability. You took us with you when you left the mental hospital. We weren't left there like that middle-aged couple. It gave me a sense of pride that I could protect my girlfriend because of my ability. Ermao couldn't help but speak up and said sternly, "That's enough. Your girlfriend deserves to die." He had been waiting for Brotherly to interrupt, but for some reason Brotherly just stood there leaning on his cane, watching everything on the field, and did not interrupt. Shoo. Changsheng put his index finger to his lips, with a strange smile on his face. "Speak softly, don't wake up Gai who is sleeping." "Yes, of course I know. Lu Shui is not dead, right?" "My woman, how could I not know?" Changsheng lowered his head and wrapped up the broken ear on the right side of Huigali that was about to fall off with his hands. His voice was barely audible. Gai is a person who doesn't even dare to kill fish. How could he come back from killing someone for the first time with no expression on his face, as if nothing had happened? When Gai came back to the ward and took the first look at me, I knew that she had let Lu Shui go. Changsheng raised his head with an inexplicable emotion in his eyes and glanced at Ermao. That night, when I saw Huigali tossing and turning in bed and unable to sleep, I knew she regretted it. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices, Ermao said in a deep voice with a gloomy face. He had no good feelings towards Huigali at all now. After all, if Lu Jun had not had a brain cramp today, he might have been the one turned into pieces. "Yes, of course I know." Changsheng stood up with the help of the wall, took off his suit, wrapped up Huigai's head, and carried it on his back. "But you acted too quickly. Why should I go and hunt down a whole team of black-clad men by myself? My skill only allows me to run faster. Hunting down a whole team of fully armed black-clad men is still a very tiring task." Changsheng leaned against the wall and took a few deep breaths, wiping the blood and tears off his face. His facial features twisted together, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I was planning to confess to Brotherly later, using this achievement to offset Gai's fault. But why don't you give me this chance?" "Ah, why?" Changsheng raised his head, staring at them with eyes full of blood and tears and full of resentment, and shouted miserably, "Why?" Chun-Li listened to everything Changsheng said with an inexplicable look in his eyes. "Do you love your girlfriend?" Changsheng lowered his head and chuckled. After a moment, he raised his head with a sad smile on his face. "Brotherly, you asked this question during our first conversation. I love you. I love you very much. Then I can't let you go." Chun-Li immediately raised the Desert Eagle in his hand, pointed the gun at Changsheng, and tapped the trigger lightly with his finger. "Wait a moment." Changsheng raised his hand and covered the muzzle of the gun with his hands. He said with a sad look in his eyes, "I want to know if Gai had not been killed by the landmine. Then my contribution this time could have saved her life." "Cannot." "Oh, I see." Changsheng was stunned for a moment, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. "Will the outcome be worse than it is now?" "Meeting. I understand." Changsheng looked at the gravel on the ground with a dazed look, tightened the pocket of his suit on his back, looked at Ergu, and forced a smile on his face. "Thank you, Brother Ergu. It should be you who asked Gai to go find Brotherly. I can now understand your abnormal behavior today. If the ending is already determined, perhaps leaving without pain like this can make him feel better. Even if you all think Gai did something wrong, I don't think she did anything wrong." Changsheng lowered his head with a dazed look in his eyes and murmured, "If even I think she is wrong, then there will be no one standing behind her, and she will definitely feel lonely." After saying that, Changsheng took out a scroll from his pocket and hid it behind his back, staring at Chun-Li with resentment. "I will keep watching you like a wild dog, so that you can also feel the pain of losing a loved one." Chun-Li took out a Gatling gun from his backpack, and the 10 barrels slowly turned and pointed at Changsheng. "You won't have this chance." But the next second, before Chun-Li could pull the trigger, a flash of white light appeared where Changsheng was. After the white light faded away, Changsheng had disappeared without a trace. A teleportation scroll, or something like that. Su smacked his lips and exclaimed, gently poking Urgu's shoulder. By the way, is there such a thing in the supply point? Why haven't I seen it before? Urgu gave Su a blank look without saying anything. I have never seen coke filled with drugs in a supply point. What's the atmosphere like now? You still have the mind to care about these things. Chun-Li looked at the empty corner, put the Gatling gun back into the space, waited for a while, and said softly, Urgu, explain. Brotherly. Urgu bit his lip and paused for a long time. I just couldn't bear to see Hui Guile die so miserably. He did nothing wrong. It was Hui Guile who was wrong. Chun-Li paused for a moment, then walked slowly towards Urgu. He suddenly thrust out his right hand and grabbed Urgu's throat, then leaned over and whispered in his ear. I don't like people making choices for me. This is the last time. Ergo, who was sweating all over, didn't dare to look up and look directly into Chun-Li's eyes. He suppressed his trembling voice and said, Brotherly, there won't be a next time. Chun-Li released the hand that was pinching Urgu's throat. His thoughts drifted to what Changsheng had just said, and he couldn't help but grin in a strange and excited way. The reason why he didn't interrupt Changsheng's speech was, of course, because he felt that the scene at that time was somewhat familiar and very similar to his past self. Of course, he could have killed Changsheng before he crushed the scroll, but he didn't, because he couldn't bear to leave. At a certain moment, Chun-Li saw his own shadow in Changsheng. This is one of my own kind. Chun-Li walked back to the office, raised his hands, and looked up at the sky through the cracked glass frame. He was trembling with excitement, and the corners of his mouth were grinning more and more exaggeratedly. I'm really looking forward to the day when we meet again. I wonder what you'll be like then. Will you threaten me with the people around me? Or will they set a trap for me? How can one defeat a god who has no weaknesses? It's really interesting and exciting. Chapter 102. More than 100 squirrels. This will be a fireworks display worth looking forward to. Chun-Li stood in front of the window with his eyes slightly narrowed, gazing at the gradually setting sunset in the distance. His Adam's apple rolled, and he suddenly grinned and murmured, This damn world is so fucking fascinating. Feeling the night wind blowing in through the cracks, Chun-Li couldn't help but open his arms with an intoxicated look on his face. I like the breeze, I love it. Being wrapped in the breeze gives me a strong sense of security. It feels like being wrapped in my mother's amniotic fluid, warm and safe. Chun-Li paused for a moment and twitched his lips. What a bad metaphor. It would be even better if you could bring me some good news, such as how many squirrels you caught. Seeing that the matter was finally brought up, Su couldn't hide his excitement on his face and secretly poked Urgu a few times. He was a newcomer who had just arrived. Regardless of whether he had made any contribution or not, it was always an overstepping of the boundaries for Li Gu to speak rashly. But if it came from Urgu's mouth, it would be completely different. He only needed to accept the reward with a humble face. Urgu looked down at the pair of white hands poking his waist and sighed secretly in his heart without anyone noticing. Of course he knew what Su meant, but he didn't think highly of Su, as he was too utilitarian. It's true that he is very capable, but he is a bit unscrupulous, like an ungrateful person. If he were the boss, he would definitely not use Su, because in his opinion a person's character is more important than ability. But Brotherly is the boss, and he knows that Su's rise is unstoppable. Because Brotherly doesn't care about the character of his subordinates at all, he only cares about the results and doesn't care about the process at all. Often, ungrateful people can survive long enough in the apocalypse. If you want to be an ungrateful person, you must have a strong ability to judge the situation and never make irrational decisions. The most important thing is that as long as you have money in your pocket, you can always trust the ungrateful person. Feeling the force coming from his waist again and Li Ji's increasingly impatient look, he decided to do him a favor. After all, Su has already stepped half a foot into the core circle. Urgu cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. Brotherly, we have captured more than 100 squirrels in total. More than 70 of them were captured by Su and Xiao He, and the remaining 30 or so were captured by other survivors. He did not mention the fact that Changsheng caught 6 little squirrels by himself. Under the current circumstances, he naturally would not bring up something that was irrelevant. Oh, Chun-Li turned around with a weird expression and grinned. More than 100 little squirrels. Ha 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 ha. We can play a very interesting game this time. After that, he went straight out the door and headed downstairs, leaving a message. Find someone to fix this door before you go to bed. Su stared blankly at Chun-Li's receding back, his eyes a little dazed. Urgu couldn't help but chuckle, patted Su's shoulder, and joked with the tone of an experienced person. What are you expecting? You are not expecting Brotherly to come over and pat your shoulder and say to you in a gentle and kind voice, well done. Looking at Su's expression, Donkey Egg and others couldn't help but burst into laughter. As everyone knows, Brother Li's voice becomes gentle only when he is killing someone. Let's go. Ermao walked up with a smile on his face and put his arm around Su's shoulders. Don't think too much. You have done a great job this time. I guess you will have many opportunities to show your abilities in the future. This is a young man who has just joined the core layer. We cannot miss the opportunity to win him over. But Brother Li hasn't said anything yet. Su looked at the people in front of him who suddenly became enthusiastic about him, a little confused. Aren't you worried that Brother Li doesn't value this contribution and his expression is wasted in vain? Ergu and the others looked at each other and laughed out loud again. They are still young. Brother Li stood in the middle of the square, looking at the bodies of more than 100 unconscious black people placed in the center. His thoughts drifted away, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. He lowered his head and laughed excitedly. With so many squirrels, the fireworks the day after tomorrow will definitely be spectacular. Su beside him couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He doubted whether Brother Li had listened to his passionate description of the process of catching the little squirrel. The number of times to enter the supply point today has been used up, and Chun-Li must now wait until tomorrow to enter the supply point to purchase remote-controlled bombs. More than 100 small pine cones cost a lot of points, but as the saying goes, if we don't have guns or cannons, the enemy will build them for us. Go and get the dean. Chun Lixiang waved his hand. It would be most appropriate to let the dean do this kind of thing. Ergu nodded and turned to look for the dean. After a while, Ergu came over with the dean. The dean was holding 2 ropes, and at the end of the ropes were 2 men in black who were wrapped in a piece of rag, with dull eyes and saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths. They were lying on the ground and walking like dogs. 2 men in black who were crawling on the ground with dazed eyes were pulled to the center of the square, and men in black all over the square suddenly appeared in their eyes. The West Saddle Shelter actually sent people to rescue us, and sent so many of them. The 2's eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy at knowing that they were about to be rescued. However, the next second, they found that the situation seemed a little wrong. Why were his colleagues lying on the ground? Brother Li, you came to me. The dean grabbed the rope in his hand, scratched the back of his hand unconsciously, walked up to Ergu with a flattering smile on his face, lowered his head, and spoke. Looking at the bald, middle-aged man in front of him, Chun-Li suddenly grinned with an ambiguous smile and stroked the only hair on his head. Before tomorrow afternoon, I want all the points and equipment of these people in the yard. The dean looked very happy and bent his body even deeper. Brother Li, if I am alone, I may not have enough time. You mean you can't do it? Chun-Li retracted his hand expressionlessly and wiped it on the dean's clothes a few times. It can be done, Brother Li, but I need more doctors. The dean said hastily, his charming smile instantly disappearing and replaced by a look of panic. As long as you bring all the doctors from the original mental hospital here, I promise that you can get what Brother Li wants before tomorrow afternoon. Chun-Li glanced at Su and Hong Yang who were hugging each other and said casually, Donkey Egg, take some people and bring the dean back to the mental hospital and bring back the other doctors before dark. Yes. Donkey Egg nodded and went to the square to select people from the survivors waiting. Brother Ergu, does our base still have this business? Su poked Ergu's waist secretly and asked in confusion, It's the end of the world and the mental hospital can still operate normally. Ergu twitched the corner of his mouth and looked down at the white hand that was poking his waist without saying a word. If you want to talk, just talk. Can you please not poke me every time? Chapter 103. I have never heard of such a statement in my entire life. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. After arranging all matters, he yawned and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. Everything went according to plan. Then he walked towards the office building with his cane. Ergu looked at Chun-Li's receding back and gave a bitter smile. He also prepared to go back to his room to rest early. As for Luden, if he really didn't come back before dark, he could only build a tombstone for him. After all, I still have to feed pine cones into the stomachs of 100 squirrels tomorrow. If I don't get enough rest and energy, I won't be able to survive tomorrow. Ergu walked towards the office building, snapping his fingers and muttering. Saving 1 life is worth killing 7. Tomorrow I will have to kill more than 100 people, and in return I will have to save more than 20 lives to offset it. This is not an easy task. It seems that we have to consider opening a small clinic inside the base. Otherwise, where can we save so many people? Early the next morning, Chun-Li woke up slowly under the warm sunshine. Without the protection of glass, the sunlight shining on my face was particularly dazzling. Chun-Li stretched, stood up, raised the cane on the table in his hand, and prepared to run to the supply point with uncontrollable anticipation on his face. Last night, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep well when he thought about filling 100 squirrels with pine cones today. Chun-Li, who was in high spirits, played classical music with a clown mask on. He held the middle of his cane, immersed himself in the music, and walked downstairs in small dance steps, preparing to cross the square and head to the supply point. However, as soon as he reached the square, Chun-Li's good mood was broken by a shrill scream. "Brotherly, you have to do justice for me." A ragged woman was covering her chest with rags to prevent her private parts from being exposed. She was kneeling beside a wooden tablet engraved with the family rules and screaming miserably. Urgu and others who had woken up and were standing nearby hurriedly rushed forward to cover the woman's mouth. "Well," Chun-Li sighed unhappily, raised his little finger to pick his ear, glanced at the woman in front of him whose mouth was covered and could only stammer, looked at Ergo impatiently, and said, "Tell me, what's wrong?" Chun-Li didn't want to stay here for too long. He just wanted to go to the supply point to prepare the pine cones. Ergo glanced at Ermao, who was pretending to be dumb, and paused for a moment to organize his thoughts. "Brotherly, this is what happened. When we woke up in the morning and came to the square, we saw this woman kneeling in the square. Do you want to start from the time when Pangu created the world?" Chun-Li said coldly with an expressionless face. Erga's face stiffened for a moment, and then he said simply and clearly, "This woman said he was raped by a man. Deal with it according to the house rules." Chun-Li replied casually, then raised his leg and prepared to walk towards the supply point. The problem is, Ergu remembered the crying he heard this morning and couldn't help smacking his tongue, saying speechlessly, "This woman doesn't allow me to kill that man." "Why?" Su, who had just gotten up and rushed to the square, heard this and looked at the woman kneeling on the ground with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that love came from being raped? Then why are you running here, crying in the square so early in the morning? It's really bad luck to hear someone crying so early in the morning. Ergu continued expressionlessly. Because this woman wanted the man to pay for her mental damages. If she kills the man, no one will compensate her. She asked the base to help her get the money back. Su couldn't help but open his mouth, staring at the woman who had been struggling under Ermao's hands, and couldn't help but sigh. What a talent. This is considered fishing and selling one's body. Then why haven't you finished it for so long? Su suddenly became interested and moved forward while hugging Hongyang beside him. The man said that he was obsessed with sex and was willing to pay 50 points of mental damages, but in 24 installments. Ergu pointed speechlessly at a middle-aged man who was kneeling beside him and dressed like a worker with a look of panic on his face. Su looked at the man speechlessly and finally understood why Ergu had not solved this problem. What a mess. Two weirdos, put together. So brotherly. Tell me how we should deal with this matter. Ergu looked at Chun-Li helplessly, hoping that Chun-Li would make a decision. It was really bad luck to encounter such a thing just after waking up in the morning. Chun-Li glanced at the woman who had her mouth covered by donkey egg and was trying to speak. She stopped walking and had no expression on her face. Why is this woman crying here so early in the morning? Raped. Isn't this in the family rules? How to deal with it? Execution. Are you trying to test my patience by taking so long? Chun-Li looked at Ergu with dissatisfaction. But that woman said. Ergu hesitated for a while and still stammered. Whose house rule is this? Brotherly, your house rules. Why would my family rules be changed because of someone else? Chun-Li stared at Ergu with a dangerous look in his eyes and said coldly. Or do you want to use this to test something? I dare not. Ergu quickly lowered his head to avoid sight, with uncontrollable panic on his face, and waved behind him. Two men then stepped forward, covered the frightened middle-aged man's mouth, and dragged him away. Ergu turned around and couldn't help but glare at the middle-aged man who was dragged away on the ground with disgust. If his position as a confidant was shaken because of you this time, he would definitely dig you out of the ground and use you to make dumplings. By the way, if something like this happens again, the woman will be executed as well. There will be one more rule in the family rules. If rape happens again, both the man and the woman will be executed together. Chun-Li said something and stood up and walked towards the supply point. Seeing the middle-aged man being executed, the ragged woman, who learned that she could not get compensation for mental damage, knelt on the ground with disappointment on her face and did not even struggle to speak. So all her tears in the morning were in vain. However, the next second she heard the next words from Chun-Li's mouth. Her pupils could not help but dilate, and she used both hands to forcefully pry open Donkey Egg's hand that was covering her mouth. Ergu waved his hand with a gloomy expression, then walked up to the two men again, covered the woman's mouth, and dragged her away. Su couldn't help but stare at Chun-Li's back with his mouth wide open. His brain suddenly short-circuited. In a rape case, both the man and the woman were executed together. He had never heard of such a statement in his whole life. Everyone stared quietly at Chun-Li's receding back. Brother Ergu, Do you know what brotherly's rule means? I don't quite understand it. Ergu blocked Su's hand, which was about to poke his waist with his palm. After this house rule was promulgated, from now on, there will be no more rapes in the base. Chapter 104. The strong woman in the brothel in the end times is about to rise. Oh. Su's eyes were full of doubt. He bypassed Ergu's hand and poked Ergu's waist from another direction. What do you mean by that? Ergu looked down at the hand that was poking his waist from the other side and couldn't help but sigh. Poke, poke, poke your sister. Are you really not afraid that one day you will fall into a coma and I will take the kidney out of your stomach? Ergu, you have a good brain. Tell me about it. Ermao was also a little confused, holding his chin. Although he believed that he had watched more than 300 ancient dramas and was familiar with the intrigues in the harem, when it came to other aspects, it was not his forte. Ergu slapped away the hand that was poking his waist, waved his hand to disperse the crowd who were watching the fun, and then spoke slowly. If a rape occurs in the future, both the man and the woman will be executed together. This sounds very inhumane and even tramples on human nature, right? Seeing everyone nodding in agreement, Ergu sighed inwardly. You guys really dare to nod. I forgot who made this rule. I have to go to the supply point later to see if there are any cameras, if I can record this scene and show it to Brotherly. Then his position as the most trusted confidant is definitely secure. After all, the others are dead. But after this rule is implemented, there will be no more rape on the base. Why would a man risk his life to do this? 2 reasons. First, I was horny and couldn't control my lower body. I was thinking, even if my head falls off, I'll still have a good time. Second, women's strength is lower than men's, and their resistance is not strong enough to threaten me. So what does this regulation mean? Su sat cross-legged on the ground, his head resting on Hong Yang's thighs with a look of question marks in his eyes. It's an obvious conclusion. Ergu glanced at Su with disdain, feeling a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Why didn't that woman resist when she was raped? There was a reason she couldn't resist, but the bigger reason was that in the apocalypse, rape didn't kill people. In order to avoid having her body destroyed, that woman might have promised not to report you after the incident. I will follow your words from now on. Then I knelt down here and cried early the next morning, and there is a great possibility that I will receive a large amount of compensation for mental damages. What happens when this regulation is announced? Men no longer dare to violate women just because they are horny, because they know that the woman will fight them to the death. And the woman will not give in at the time with the intention of reporting the crime later. She will definitely fight to the death, because if she fights now, she may still survive, but if she is discovered and raped, she will definitely die. When men don't dare to fight, and women have to fight, rape will naturally not happen. Su was stunned and felt a crack in his worldview. Is this okay? If a woman is raped without resistance, then both parties will conceal the incident. After all, she knows that if she reports it, she will be executed. Yes, that's right. Ergu nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder with a teachable look. But if that's the case, rape cases will still happen. No, there is none. I just didn't report it. Is rape considered rape if it's not discovered? Su looked at Ergu in bewilderment. As expected of a man who had spent decades in prison, his ideological awareness was far beyond that of his fellow fans. The law is like a net, and there is no loophole. What's the next sentence? Ergu looked at Su with an expression of anticipation for an answer. Observe the law and be a good citizen? Su bit his fingernail and thought for a while, then gave an answer hesitantly. Is there a second half to the saying, the law is long and there is no loophole? Why hasn't he heard of it? Wrong answer. Ergu excitedly slapped Su on the shoulder. The second half of the sentence is, jump out of the French Open and become a crazy criminal. The corner of Su's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. No wonder the base was set up in a prison. It was perfect for you. This place was meant to be your home. But isn't this a bit unfair to those women? Xiaoli, who was with Su, raised his hand cautiously and interjected. What do you want to say? I just feel that this is not quite fair. Xiaoli hid his body behind Su to avoid Ergu's gaze. Fair? Did you see what was written on it? Ergu looked at Xiaoli, whose head was sticking out, in surprise. He pointed to the wooden tablet standing on the ground next to him and said word by word, Chun Li's family rules. You actually mentioned fairness in the family rules. Otherwise, why don't you change Chun Li's name to yours? So you mean? Su frowned and said in a deep voice. The fundamental reason why Brotherly added this rule is because he doesn't want to be bothered by this kind of thing again. Hey, you're right. You're new here, and you don't know Brotherly's character very well. Learn slowly. Ergu patted Su's shoulder like an older brother. Su turned his head to look at the hand on his shoulder, speechless. In just a few minutes, Ergu had patted his shoulder many times. As a psychology major, he naturally knew what this action meant. It's just that, even though I understand, you do this too often. After listening to the speeches, the matchmaker could not suppress her joy. She leaned quietly beside Sue and began to plan her own brothel chain. Li Gu obviously has zero tolerance for rape, but people always have emotions and desires, and physiological needs must always be met. But we can't let them fall in love. In a place like the apocalypse, the next meal might be packed up and sent to the stomachs of zombies before the previous meal is digested. Only a fool would talk about love in such an environment. This is when the role of the brothel comes into play. Even if you are in a relationship, the ragged women around you who go out every day to hunt zombies are definitely not as dazzling as the women in the brothel she runs who are dressed beautifully and sexy and stay in the base every day. The matchmaker couldn't help but start counting on her fingers to make a marketing plan. First, we need to let Sue find out what Li Gu has to say. Secondly, she let Sue be her investor. After all, she was Sue's man. However, she felt that with Sue's vision, he would definitely not give up the dividends in front of him. Then, take in some women, wash them up, go to the supply point to buy some sexy and attractive clothes, and it would be best if you could buy some small toys. Finally, let the girls entertain a few men for free to make a name for themselves. However, in other shelters that don't care about these things, brothels may not be very useful. So it seems that in the next period of time, we will have to whisper in Sue's ear frequently and let Sue persuade Brother Lee to grab more territory and more people. The matchmaker's eyes were excited. She clenched her fists excitedly and gave herself a big encouragement. A strong woman in the brothel of the last days was about to rise. Wherever Li Ji's territory is, Hongyang's brothel follows closely. What are you mumbling about here? Sue looked at the matchmaker beside him with curiosity, who was sometimes snapping her fingers, sometimes clenching her fists to cheer, and sometimes mumbling with her head down. Chapter 105. There are only two kinds of people in this world. One is a normal person. Chun-Li frowned as he looked at the grocery store, calculating the remaining points in his mind. Last time, I had 4,250 points left over that I didn't use. Adding the rent for the past few days, I now only have a total of 4,400 points. A remote-controlled bomb costs 50 points, and there are 108 squirrels outside, which means that 5,400 points are needed to buy 108 bombs. But now there is a shortfall of 1,000 points, which is only enough to buy 88 bombs. It seems that I can only buy 88 bombs first. After the points are squeezed out of the squirrels in the afternoon, I will come in again after midnight. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction after throwing 88 bombs into the storage space. He immersed his mind in the storage space and looked at the large pile of dropped equipment inside. 2 of the Gatling battery blocks that were exchanged last time were placed in the most conspicuous place. The other miscellaneous dropped equipment were basically collected by Ergu and others and given to Chun-Li when they slaughtered the zombies at the gate of the base last time. There aren't many dropped items that can directly improve your strength, but there are many little gadgets that are still very useful. For example, a lot of regional loudspeakers were lost, and there was even a provincial loudspeaker among them. I really don't know what the meaning of this thing is in the end times. There are quite a few scattered 1-star equipments, which will all be dropped off in the base one day so that the tenants can redeem them with points. Chun-Li looked at the equipment attributes of the sunglasses in front of him and couldn't help but fall into silence. Equipment name, pitch black sunglasses. Equipment level, 1-star equipment. Equipment restrictions, all professions. Equipment special skill, wearing these glasses will turn you into a completely blind person, with darkness falling in front of your eyes. Equipment introduction, every profession has its top talents. Even if we have to be beggars, we must be more competitive than our peers. Who wouldn't sympathize with a blind man struggling to survive in the end times? Chun-Li threw the equipment into the corner of the space without any emotion and checked those special equipments which were obviously not weapons one by one. Pick one up and check it out. Lolita's wig. Throw it into the corner. Then pick up the next one. Red flag recorder. Throw it into the corner. Chun-Li picked up the next dropped item, glanced at it, and was about to throw it away in the corner as usual, but paused. Because the name of this dropped equipment is actually called Time and Space Shuttle. Chun-Li's eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions. He held the item tightly with trembling hands and did not dare to check its specific properties at the first time. Time and space machine. Chun-Li's mind was in a mess and his thinking was confused. The brain power bonus brought by the 36 points of intelligence seemed to be completely cleared at this moment, and he couldn't think normally at all. This equipment can allow him to go back to the past, back to before the end of the world. Chun-Li stood there in a daze, his thoughts drifting away. If I could use this equipment to go back in time. Chun-Li thought of everything that happened before the end of the world. If I could go back and change the past. Maybe I can become a person who is popular among my classmates, loved by my family, and accepted by the world. The reminder that the stay time at the supply point was insufficient sounded in his ears, interrupting Chun-Li's thoughts. Chun-Li's eyes regained clarity, with an inexplicable firmness hidden deep in his eyes. He carefully checked the equipment attributes of the dropped item in his hand. Equipment name, time and space shuttle. Equipment restrictions, all professions. Equipment level, 2-star equipment. Equipment special effects. Randomly select a moment in the wearer's history from the wearer's history stream and take a photo of it and print it out. Only once a day. Equipment introduction. A gadget that can make you recall the past, but due to the randomness of the snapshot, some very strange things often appear. Chun-Li was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile and threw the equipment into the corner of the storage space. That's right, time and space have always been a forbidden area for human scientific research. Even with a game like this, there should be no way to touch it. But if I could really go back to the past. The reminder that the stay time at the supply point was insufficient sounded in Chun-Li's ears again, interrupting his thoughts. Chun-Li, who had no points left, had no intention of going to other stores to continue checking. He turned around and prepared to exit the storage space and leave the supply point. Just before he was about to exit the storage space, Chun-Li's consciousness suddenly caught sight of a dropped item of strange shape. After subconsciously glancing at the equipment attributes of the dropped item, Chun-Li's lips curled up into a meaningful smile, and a hint of amusement quickly flashed in the depths of his eyes. If this item is used in the right place, it will definitely bring some interesting and exciting scenes. Chun-Li had 88 pine cones in his storage space. Feeling the excitement coming from his mind, he strode towards the square with his cane. Chun-Li, who was walking towards the square with a cane, frowned when he saw Ergo and the others chatting in a circle. "Where is Donkey Egg?" Ergo stepped forward in a hurry and said, "Luden was a little late when he came back from picking up the doctor last night. He had some minor problems on the way and is now recuperating in his room." "Someone died," Chun-Li said with an unhappy look on his face. If one more doctor died, his progress would slow down a bit, which was naturally not good news for him. The doctors didn't die, but several patients did. "Did you bring the patient here as well?" "Well, the doctors said that it would be hard for the patients to survive after they left, so they brought the patients up with them." Ergo spread his hands and said speechlessly, "This might be a common problem among doctors, always putting the safety of the patient first. Save me, save me. I'm not mentally ill. I'm not mentally ill." At this time, a patient wearing the blue and white uniform of a mental hospital ran towards the crowd while yelling. Behind him, a doctor wearing a white coat and doctor's uniform was approaching the patient slowly with a homemade mace in his hand. Seeing these people in front of him in the square, the patient felt so excited that tears were about to fall. Finally I met a normal person. Finally I can be rescued soon." He only met 2 kinds of people in the mental hospital. One type is those perverts in white coats. The other type is the poor people like him who have their freedom restricted and are forcibly diagnosed as mentally ill. Thinking of this, the patient in a blue and white coat couldn't help crying out loud. He just heard from the regional loudspeaker that this shelter took in survivors, so he went there. After going through great pains and escaping danger all the way to finally reach the shelter, I was asked a question. "Are you mentally ill?" He remembered that he said no at that time. Then, he realized what the true end of the world was like. Chapter 106. I will deliver my achievements to the King of Hell. But now it's okay. When I was brought from that shelter to this shelter, I thought this shelter was a larger mental hospital full of perverts. Who would have thought that this shelter was actually a normal shelter? Look at these people. They are all normal people, not the kind of perverts who look at him as if he were a psychopath. He has been feeling a little mentally unstable these days. If he hadn't seen a few normal people without white coats communicating in the middle of the square, he would never have dared to run away during the exercise period. Otherwise, being caught would definitely not be a good thing. Hearing the sound of the wind caused by being chased from behind, the patient unconsciously recalled the past few days. His eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't help but run a little faster. With a sudden pounce, he threw himself beside Ergu, knelt on the ground, hugged Ergu's thighs, and cried and snot as he cried out in grief. "Brother, save me. You have to save me. I'm really not mentally ill. That pervert behind me insisted that I was mentally ill. Big brother, you must save me. You don't know how that pervert treated us these past few days." The patient hugged Ergu's thigh tightly and cried, "Brother, you must believe me. You guys are the only normal people I have seen in the past few days." Sue walked up to the patient, poked him in the face with his finger out of curiosity. "Is this a mental illness? He looks no different from a normal person." Ergu's mouth twitched a few times as he looked at the man who was hugging his thigh and crying. He forcefully pulled his legs out of the man's arms without saying a word. Of course he knew that this person was not mentally ill, but his impact on the base was not as great as those mentally ill people. In this situation at the end of the world, of course, whoever plays a smaller role is a psychopath. At least this can be considered as a gift from heaven that requires one to work hard. Maybe it can be considered a good thing. Brother Urgu, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of the patient. Please punish me. The doctor in a white coat came running over, stood at attention with his feet together, and said in a serious voice. Ermao waved his hand and asked him to leave. The patient, with a thin mace on his neck, followed the doctor closely with a desperate look on his face. If he walked too slowly, the nails on the mace would cause bleeding on his neck. Please believe me, I'm not a psychopath. The patient's eyes were blank and filled with despair as he murmured in a low voice. He had no idea how many times he had said this in the past few days, but no one believed him. This made him wonder if he might really be a mental patient. The patient glanced at the mace at his neck with a look of fear, his teeth trembling, his lips tightly closed, and he said nothing. But he knew that this mace was never used to hit people. Sometimes he actually wished that this damn mace was used to hit people. He is indeed a mental patient. It must be very difficult for a mental patient to survive in such an environment as the end of the world. The base is actually willing to take in mental patients and provide them with doctors. This kindness has moved all people in the world. Su sighed as he looked at the patient who kept saying that he was not a mental patient. Urgu's eyes twitched. Newcomers are always so cute, but he couldn't say anything to refute. After all, Brotherly was still standing next to him. But Urgu was still a little curious. Su, how did you know he was mentally ill? Urgu kept looking at the patient. Could it be that there was something obviously abnormal about this person that would make people think he was mentally ill? Why didn't he see it? It's very simple. Every mentally ill person says that he is not a mentally ill person. Su said casually. Urgu was stunned for a moment. His mouth twitched, his teeth clenched, and he stopped talking. What a talented person he is. He has learned psychology to the point of being a dog. Wait. Chun-Li suddenly spoke up to stop the doctor. Brotherly, please give me instructions. The thin doctor stopped, stood at attention again, and said in a deep voice with an expressionless face. This was not the first time he had seen Brotherly. He had seen Brotherly last time when he was in the mental hospital. Then the dean ran away with Brotherly early the next morning, and finally took them back yesterday. However, the dean took most of the doctors to provide psychological counseling to those men in black today, resulting in only a few people looking after the patients, which gave this patient the opportunity to escape. How's the progress with the dean? The dean and his team worked all night yesterday and have already finished more than 30 of them. The rest can be finished before 6 p.m. today. Then let's go over there now and make these 30-odd squirrels whole again. Squirrels without pine cones will always be soulless. Chun-Li showed an impatient look on his face and stood up and followed the doctor to find the dean. Urgu looked at Chun-Li's back, shook his head with a wry smile, and took a step forward to catch up. Brother Urgu, where are you going? Brotherly didn't ask you to follow him. Su asked hurriedly. He couldn't figure out Brother Li's thoughts for the time being. For example, at this moment he was not sure whether he should follow him. I'm going to report my performance to the King of Hell. Urgu glanced at Su unhappily. I have to report to you wherever I go. You're really bringing up things that are irrelevant. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. How many people would have to be saved to offset this amount of killing? It seemed that the clinic plan had to be advanced. Send performance to the King of Hell. Su was stunned for a moment and didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Then should we go? Why are you guys here? Urgu stroked his beard and hesitated for a while. You guys come over too? Maybe it can be of some use. Brother Su. Xiaohei hid behind Su and poked Su's waist weakly. Su slapped away Xiaohei's hand that was poking his waist, grabbed his hair, and said in despair, just talk if you want to. Can you please stop poking me? Urgu looked at the situation in front of him, his eyes twitching. Damn it. He finally knew where Su got this habit from. But do you really have the nerve to criticize others? Don't you know that others will be annoyed if you keep poking them like this? Su grabbed Xiaohei's ears, his expression serious, without any of his usual playful smiles, and said in a deep voice, from now on, just talk, and don't poke me anymore. Do you understand? I understand. Xiaohei lowered his head and hid behind Su, grabbing the corner of Su's clothes with his hands insecurely, and said in a low voice, then should I go with you? Su held his forehead and sighed to the sky. The serious look he had just had disappeared. He said helplessly, of course I will go. Of course I have to go to such an occasion where high-level people gather together. It's also great to be familiar with the faces of the gangsters. Chapter 107. You are providing funds for the King of Hell to expand hell. Hong Yang kindly touched Xiaohei, who was half a head shorter than Su, and looked up at Su, her eyes full of maternal radiance. Brother Su, I think this child is very cute. Su, speechless, knocked Hong Yang on the head to stop her action. Xiao Hei is his college classmate, 1 year older than him. I'm really afraid that you will say, why don't we adopt him as our godson? Xiao Hei is his best friend in college. Brotherly. Upon hearing his doctor say Brotherly was coming, the dean immediately ran out of a room with dark circles under his eyes. We have squeezed out more than 30 of them. I will make sure to finish the rest before this afternoon. I will give the points to Brotherly now. You keep it first, and give it to me after you're done squeezing it. Chun-Li absent-mindedly responded. Where is the person who squeezed it dry? It's too noisy here, so we might as well knock them out and pile them up here. The dean pushed open a windowless room next door and saw a group of men in black lying on top of each other like a human pyramid. The function of this room before the outbreak of the apocalypse was to serve as a cooling-off room, used to calm down prisoners who were not calm in prison. The space is not big, and because of that, these men in black can only stack up on top of each other like arhats. Su's eyes widened involuntarily, his mouth opened unconsciously, and his index finger was slightly raised in the air, looking a little dazed. As soon as this windowless room was opened, a strong smell of blood hit me in the face. The floor was covered with blood, accompanied by screams and curses coming from the next door room. It looks a bit like a slaughterhouse. Chun-Li frowned, looked at the blood clots on the floor with dissatisfaction, and said word by word, what I need is a complete squirrel. Brotherly, don't worry. The dean hurriedly urged his men to clean up the coagulated blood in the room. They are all superficial injuries. When they wake up, they will be alive and well, and there will be no problem. Hearing this, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his right hand, 88 remote-controlled bombs in the storage space appeared out of thin air on the ground. Su's eyes showed an expression of, as expected, I knew that pine cone was this little thing. Give them pine cones. Chun-Li grinned cruelly with excitement. Ergu, with a serious face, pulled a man in black out of the house. He first made the sign of a cross with his hands on his chest and silently chanted, Amit Ba, may the infinite heavenly venerable forgive my sins. Then he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were shining brightly. When a doctor is performing an operation, he will always concentrate his whole body and mind and not be affected by the outside world. This is a doctor's natural responsibility. Afterwards, Ergu picked up a remote-controlled bomb from the ground, activated his god's right-hand skill, and white light burst out from his right hand. The hand holding the bomb melted into the stomach of the unconscious man in black in a flash of white light, and when it was pulled out, the bomb in the hand had disappeared. Needless to say, the bomb naturally went into the black man's stomach. Su stood aside, his mouth opening and closing unconsciously, although he roughly guessed that they were going to plant a bomb on the man in black. But his original guess was that it might be tied to the man in black, or it might be more cruel and be sewn directly on the man in black. But he didn't expect this method of putting it directly into the stomach. This is too efficient. No wonder Brother Ergu just said he was going to deliver performance to the King of Hell. You've put bombs in the stomachs of more than 100 people, and when they exploded they killed a lot of people. This is more than just sending performance to the God of Hell. You are directly providing funds to the King of Hell to expand the 19th level of Hell. I seriously suspect that the King of Hell is giving you a kickback. I'm going to report to the Buddha that the King of Hell and the human world are colluding to increase sales. Su couldn't help but complain silently in his heart for a while. Now one thing can be confirmed. The force he joined is a real villain force. However, the villain forces also have their advantages. That is, the boss can be easily killed by the good guys, and then you will be the boss. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction as he looked at Ergu, who was extremely serious after entering the working state. There is one thing he likes about Ergu. That is, he knows the current situation and knows when to do what and when not to do what. After a while, Ergu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The work of dozens of people in the room had been completed, and they were preparing to get up and take a break. The door next to it opened. Several patients wearing blue and white uniforms of a mental hospital were dragging 6 unconscious men in black. Bloodstains left 6 blood-red trails on the ground as the men in black were dragged. They were about to be thrown into the small room. Aya. The dean waved his hand hastily to stop the patients from doing what they were doing. No need to throw them into that room. Drag them to Brother Ergu. Ergu's legs were not yet straightened when he saw 6 new squirrels falling from the sky. The corners of his mouth twitched. He rubbed his waist and chest, made the shape of a cross, and continued to squat down and start working. Brother, isn't this a patient? Why is he? Su, who had come close to the dean at some point, looked like a curious baby. Since the patient is also working, Shouldn't he actively cooperate with the treatment? The dean glanced at Su. He had never seen this person before, but since he came here with Brotherly, he must be a new member. He responded with a nonchalant expression. These few people are actively cooperating patients who admit that they are mentally ill, so they can participate in the work. Do I have to admit that I'm mentally ill if I want to work? Su asked in confusion. What kind of weird threshold is this? Of course, if someone can admit that he is mentally ill, it means that he has improved under treatment and is qualified to work. Can you safely hand over your job to a mentally ill patient? The dean looked at Su with a puzzled look on his face. What about those who don't admit that they are mentally ill? The next second, Su felt that he had asked a nonsense question. Because of the familiar shrill scream that suddenly came from another room, he suddenly knew the answer to this question. Nonsense. The dean touched his ears, took out a piece of earwax and flicked it on the ground. Of course, continue the treatment. The corner of Su's eye twitched suddenly, and as he imagined the scene of treatment, he slowly moved away from the dean. He returned to Hong Yang, who was still well-behaved and cute. The others were too dangerous, and he was afraid. Chun-Li looked at the increasing number of squirrels in front of him, raised his head and looked in the direction of Xian's shelter, his thoughts drifting away. Tomorrow. I will come to you tomorrow with 108 squirrels. I really want to know about people like you who claim to be the most kind and virtuous, who forget their personal grudges and care about the world. Do you really care about the world? Chapter 108. Only with great strength can one survive the night and see the rising sun. Brotherly. The total points are 1,480, and some dropped items are all here. The dean stood beside Brotherly with dark circles under his eyes, half-bowed, with a flattering face, and spoke in a slightly weak voice. It is true that his physical fitness has been improved, but he still can't stand not sleeping for a day and a night. Chun-Li stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance at the sunset that was gradually being swallowed up by the darkness. It's getting dark soon. Then he patted the dean on the back with his right hand, making him straighten his back, and then traded 180 points to the dean. These 180 points and these equipment are all left to you. Use them to improve your strength, and also improve the strength of the doctors under you. Only if you are strong can you survive the night and see the first rays of the sun. The tired dean was greatly encouraged upon hearing this. He straightened his back, patted his chest, and burst into tears. Brotherly, don't worry. The dean was naturally excited. This was the first time that Brotherly had made a promise to him in person. Although it seemed that he did not promise anything substantial, this was enough. Of course, he knew why Brotherly was willing to take them in. Brotherly needs a group of dogs, a group of sufficiently perverted dogs, a group of dogs that can use the bloodiest means to intimidate the inside of the base. This is also the reason why he left flesh wounds on the men in black today, even though he had already squeezed them, and why he had to treat patients in the next room this afternoon. Because he needs Li Gu and others to see it. Chun-Li nodded, patted the dean's shoulder, and left for the supply point under the dean's gaze. Just after midnight, Chun-Li stepped into the supply point on time. Without much hesitation, Chun-Li opened the equipment store and bought 20 pine cones for the remaining 20 squirrels, spending 1,000 points. Chun-Li looked at his remaining 295 points and did not use them to improve his strength. Instead, he walked to the wall of the grocery store and remained silent for a while. Then he opened the grocery store and searched carefully. Grocery stores are different from other stores in that they have a wide variety of categories: clothing, food, general merchandise, sundries, etc. In the clothing column, a white wedding dress suddenly caught Chun-Li's sight. Pure white silk, V-shaped chest design, fluffy skirt, and about 2-meter-long skirt that is held behind the back. Chun-Li looked at the 3D rendering of the wedding dress in front of him and was distracted unconsciously. This wedding dress is very beautiful. It is so beautiful that it perfectly meets Chun-Li's idea and matches the wedding dress that his little princess should wear. Chun-Li stretched out his hand to touch the wedding dress, but his hand passed through the 3D shadow. Like bubbles, they burst at the slightest touch. He had thought about getting married more than once. It can be said that the motivation that kept Chun-Li going before the apocalypse was to start a family. He wanted to escape from the home that made him feel terrified all the time. Fortunately, he met the little princess he wanted to marry, but unfortunately, the little princess chose another home. Chun-Li's eyes were blurred and his mind was wandering as he stared at the white wedding dress in front of him. The next second his eyes quickly became clear and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the corners of his mouth widened, his laughter also became louder, and Chun-Li's crazy laughter echoed throughout the supply point. Chun-Li held the cane with his arms outstretched and leaned back with an amplitude so exaggerated that others would worry that his spine would be broken if they saw it. He grinned wildly with tears streaming down his eyes unconsciously. Next second, Chun-Li straightened up and glanced at the sales points of the wedding dress. Price, 100 points. It's really not cheap, Chun-Li murmured in a low voice. It can be exchanged for 2 one-star weapons or learn 2 skills. But this is only worthy of my little princess. Chun-Li stuffed the wedding dress into the storage space, looked at the pure white tuxedo in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. A pure white tuxedo, the upper body of the suit is slightly longer than the hips, with a small opening at the hips, hanging behind the body like a swallow's tail. There is a miniature red rose in the pocket of the shirt as an embellishment. Chun-Li took a look at the tuxedo and saw that it was also priced at 100 points. He bought it without hesitation and put it into the storage space. The 2 pieces of clothing that Chun-Li chose are the most expensive clothes that a 2-star professional can unlock. They do not have any equipment special effects and do not have any attribute blessings. The only function is aesthetics. But Chun-Li didn't feel any pain at all. After all, tomorrow was his wedding, so of course he had to take it seriously. Chun-Li plans to hold a wedding for himself at the Xian shelter tomorrow. This matter is Chun-Li's only obsession before the outbreak of the apocalypse. After tomorrow, there will be nothing in the world that can hold Chun-Li back. Chun-Li continued to look through the sundry shop, preparing some gadgets for tomorrow's wedding. Handheld Salute 10 PCS. 10-meter red carpet 1 piece. Peace doves 50 pieces. Holding roses 1 bunch. The most expensive item here is the dove of peace, because Chun-Li found this thing in the food category. Looking at the few points left and the time left at the supply point was about to end, Chun-Li did not stay at the supply point for too long. Pushing open the door of the supply point located in the cell, he walked in the dark towards the room where the dean was located next to the wall. The dean, Ergu, and the 20 remaining squirrels were still waiting for him there. Stop looking and go to bed quickly. Something big will happen tomorrow. Su patted Xiaohei's head in the dark. Under the moonlight shining in through the window, Xiaohei watched Chun-Li's receding figure. When Chun-Li's figure disappeared from his sight, he buried his head in the quilt and said in an inaudible voice, "Brother Su, I miss home." Su's hand in the air paused for a moment, and then an emotionless voice came. "Think about it. Go to sleep quickly." Then he buried his body in the quilt, leaving only his head outside the quilt, staring blankly at the moon outside the window. He was born into a rural family that was so poor that they could only barely make ends meet by relying on the state's minimum living allowance. It was in this environment that, after he finished his 9 years of compulsory education and returned home with a university admission letter, his parents decided without hesitation to sell all they had to support him through university. However, the national student aid that should have belonged to him was taken away by another classmate who used an Apple phone. He was sitting at the podium, covering the patches on his pants with his hands, listening to the student with an iPhone standing on the podium, who was giving a speech about what he would do if he got the grant. "I will treat the whole class to hot pot." So, amid thunderous applause from the whole class, that student won the votes of almost everyone in the class except himself and successfully obtained the financial aid. Chapter 109. Don't look at the cause, only look at the result. Just like that, before he had the chance to say a word on stage, the voting results were already out. He went to a counselor. Su felt as if the corners of his eyes were a little wet and couldn't help burying his head in the quilt. He remembered what the counselor said. "Don't worry, it will be your turn next semester." However, until he was about to graduate, he had not received the student subsidy provided by the state to poor households on the minimum living security allowance. When he was preparing for an internship in his senior year, he found out that he only had 2 employment options for his psychology major: stay in school as a teacher's assistant or work as an intern in a hospital. But no matter which option he chose, the meager salary was not even enough to repay the interest on the high-interest loans his family had borrowed over the years. So he chose to go to the overpass to have his fortune told. With his excellent makeup skills and professional rhetoric, he gradually gained fame and had a considerable fixed income. Su poked his head out from under the quilt and sat on the bed, taking out the lighter and lichuan that he had bought from the store that were hidden under the bed. The scarlet cigarette but lit up in the darkness, and wisps of smoke floated into the air and flew towards the moon outside the window. Faintly, he seemed to see his mother waving goodbye to him on the moon through the wisp of smoke. Before he had the chance to remit the first installment of income to his family and tell them that their son had finally made it, someone from his hometown village brought news that his parents had both fainted in the farmland due to excessive fatigue. When they were sent to the hospital, the doctor detected that their cerebral blood vessels had ruptured. The surgery fee needs to be paid as soon as possible, and family members need to sign in preparation for the craniotomy. The surgery cost 800,000 yuan. Su still remembers that he received the call when the winter vacation was about to start. He had no other way to raise 800,000 yuan in a short period of time. So he sent all his classmates to a pyramid scheme and frantically recruited people to join. His madness was so intense that even his superiors at the time were a little panicked and advised him to take it easy. Finally, on the night of New Year's Eve, he collected the money and deposited it into the hospital account. He breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to rush back to sign. The hospital called, advised him to mourn and prepare for his funeral. Next second, countless fireworks rose up in the sky, exploded, and then disappeared. The sound of Happy New Year can be heard from every household. Su looked at the smoke floating in the window and lingering, and his eyes became a little moist. That night, Su was in a daze all night, listening to the noises of play coming from every household downstairs and seeing the figures of children playing inside the houses through the window. He called the police early the next morning and turned himself in, and his classmates were rescued that day. "Brother Su, why aren't you asleep yet? What are you thinking about?" Xiaohei turned over and coughed a few times due to being choked by the smoke. "Nothing." Su laughed, put out the cigarette, and lay back on the bed. The room fell silent again. The dark room next to the wall. Everyone else in the base had gone to rest, and only the dean and Ergu were left here. Chun-Li waved his hand, and 20 remote-controlled bombs appeared on the field. No one spoke. Ergu wiped his face, picked up the bomb from the ground, and started working. The eyelids of a man in black on the ground began to twitch slightly, but the next second the dean picked up a brick from the ground and smashed it on the forehead of the man in black, who was about to wake up with all his strength. Ergu stopped the work in his hands, raised his head, and looked at the dean in silence. Anyone who has watched a few movies knows that you have to hit someone on the back of the head to make them faint. However, as the brick fell, the man in black's eyelids twitched slowly, and he fell into silence again and fainted. Ergu's mouth twitched, and he lowered his head to continue working. Okay, great effort can indeed work miracles. After a long time, Ergu rubbed his lower back and struggled to stand up from the ground. The long squatting position made his calf muscles feel sore and cramped. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Chun-Li and said in a tired voice, "Brotherly, everything is done." "Yeah." Chun-Li looked at the black-clothed men piled up in front of him, nodded in a barely audible voice, and then threw all the less-than-one-star equipment in the storage space to Ergu. These things can be placed in the base and exchanged based on points or contribution to the base. Anyway, you should draw up a charter. There's no rush. We can talk about it when we get back tomorrow. You've worked hard today. Pick 3 of these and keep them for yourself. Ergu looked at Su with a terrified look on his face and hurriedly said, "It's not hard. It's not hard." Brotherly actually told him that he had worked hard. This was not a good sign. Chun-Li responded casually without wasting too much time on the matter. After a moment of silence, he threw down a word and turned to walk towards the office. "I'm getting married tomorrow, so let's go to the supply point and dress up." Ergu and the dean both opened their mouths unconsciously and stared at Chun-Li's receding back, unable to come back to their senses. After a moment, the two looked at each other and saw from each other's eyes that they had not heard wrong. The dean couldn't help but pinch the back of his hand. The pain from the back of his hand made the dean gasp. "Brotherly said he wants to get married?" Ergu glanced at the dean's hand, which was bruised again before it could scab over. He did not ask about it. He looked in the direction where Chun-Li disappeared with a puzzled voice. "Who are you going to marry? Aren't you always by Brotherly's side? Don't you know which woman is by Brotherly's side?" "I haven't seen Brotherly get close to any woman. Maybe he sneaked into Brotherly's room at night." The dean lowered his head and kicked the man in black who was lying on the ground like a dead pig. "No way. I live in the room opposite Brotherly. How can I not hear any movement? Could it be Lu Shui?" The dean was silent for a while and thought of a possibility. He clearly remembered that the reason why Brotherly came to his original shelter was because Lu Shui came to him for refuge. Lu Shui had just arrived, and before he had time to examine this woman, Brotherly arrived right after. Hearing this, Ergu also fell silent. After a moment, he spoke in a firm voice. "Absolutely not." Then Ergu glanced around furtively and mysteriously covered his mouth and leaned close to the dean's mouth and said in a low voice, "The last time Brotherly talked to me, he said that he would kill Lu Shui and become a god tomorrow." "Become a god?" "Yes, become a god." "What's the meaning?" "Brotherly seems to mean that he wants to kill the woman he loves with his own hands, so as to break free from some psychological shackles." "Brotherly actually likes Lu Shui." The dean looked at Ergu in surprise, puzzled. "Yeah." Ergu nodded. "Based on my observation, Brotherly should like Lu Shui very much. Even now he still does." "Then why did Brotherly want to kill her?" "Because Brotherly does not tolerate betrayal. no matter what the reason. Don't look at the cause, look at the result. If you betray me, you will die. Chapter 101. Go wake up all the little squirrels. Chun-Li lay on the sofa, squinting his eyes and looking at the rising sun through the broken window. Chun-Li has had trouble falling asleep since waking up in the middle of the night last night. I kept looking out the window until the sky gradually turned from pitch dark to light, and the chaotic thoughts in my mind formed a series of pictures that flashed quickly in my mind. The sun has not yet risen completely, and a ray of light is gradually appearing on the horizon. Chun-Li stood up and sat on the sofa in a daze for a while. Then he walked to the bathtub prepared by Ergu in the room and jumped in. Chun-Li changed into a white tuxedo, put on his newly bought white gentleman's hat, and walked downstairs holding a cane in his hand. Chun-Li pushed open a cell door, and Lu Shui, who was sleeping on a straw mat, was suddenly awakened. I thought you would bring in a bowl of last meal. Lu Shui, who was awakened, adjusted her position and sat on the straw mat with her back against the wall. She looked at Chun-Li with sleepy eyes and a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Chun-Li stood there in silence for a while, walked into the house, turned around and closed the door, then sat cross-legged on the straw mat. Supporting his knee with one hand, Chun-Li looked at the changing expressions on Lu Shui's face for a while, then suddenly laughed. Even in the end times, you are still so beautiful. So, you want to have sex before you send me away? Lu Shui pulled her collar down a little with a provocative look. Chun-Li stretched out his cane, lifted up Lu Shui's collar, and shook his head. Why are you pretending? Wasn't this the reason you were with me in the first place? Lu Shui glanced at Chun-Li with disdain. Let's chat for a while, Chun-Li said after a moment of silence. You won't kill me after this chat. I still will, but I will marry you first. Lu Shui noticed Chun-Li's obviously new white tuxedo and smiled in amusement. Are you talking about getting married? Don't you want to? Lu Shui couldn't help but hold her stomach and leaned against the wall and laughed. Are you crazy? You are going to kill me, and you still want me to marry you? Don't you want to? After the male and female mantises mate, the female mantis will devour the male. What are you doing? You want to marry me and then kill me? You might as well change your name to Chun Mantis. Don't you want to? Chun-Li's eyes were full of inexplicable emotions. He looked at the wall behind Lu Shui and spoke softly with a gentle voice. Lu Shui lowered her head and remained silent for a while, then raised her head and opened her red lips slightly. Why? We agreed. Lu Shui opened her mouth unconsciously as she looked at the man in front of her who was thinner than before and had a look of melancholy between his brows. We agreed that we would get married and stay together forever. Chun-Li suddenly laughed, not knowing what he was thinking about. Ergu, Luden, and Ermao are all your father's former subordinates. After your father died at the hands of the zombies, they followed me. It just so happens that Ergu will be the wedding host, and Luden and Ermao will be the best men. Then find 2 women to be your bridesmaids, and hold a lively wedding. Are you serious? The mocking look on Lu Shui's face disappeared, and her tone was filled with inexplicable emotions. Of course, I've already bought you a wedding dress. Chun-Li stood up and took the wedding dress out of the space and held it in his hand, his eyes full of pride as he said, How is it? Does it look good? I have good taste, right? It looks good. Lu Shui looked at the pure white Western-style wedding dress with sparkling eyes. She had long been disgusted with the tattered clothes on her body. So you still want to hold the wedding? Of course, I have planned everything. I also bought a lot of things, such as salutes, red carpets, etc. Chun-Li took things out of the storage space one by one and placed them in front of Lu Shui like a child showing off his good things. Lu Shui also cooperated by covering her mouth and letting out a surprised cry. Ding ding ding. Chun-Li danced in a strange way on the spot, and a dove of peace appeared out of thin air in his hand. As soon as the dove came out, it flapped its wings and flew around the house for a few times before flying out through the window. How about this? I bought 50 of these little gadgets. When the wedding is held, I will release them all at once. Chun-Li waved his hands exaggeratedly. That must be beautiful, Lu Shui said with an intoxicated look on her face. There is no girl who doesn't look forward to a wedding. It must be beautiful. My little princess must be the most beautiful even in the end times. Where is the wedding venue? West Saddle Military District Shelter. How many people will come? There should be quite a few. There is a meeting of surrounding shelters in the West Saddle Shelter today. I will send out a regional loudspeaker later, and more people should come. That scene must have been beautiful. That's for sure. Chun-Li showed a proud look in the corner of his eyes. And I have prepared 108 fireworks for you, enough to shock the people of Xi'an. Are you talking about stuffing bombs into the stomachs of those men in black? You look a bit like a terrorist. Lu Shui couldn't help but joked. Actually, I hate you. I hate you to the core. Lu Shui was silent for a while. You had a chance to save my father, but you didn't. I hate you too. You didn't choose me and abandon me. Chun-Li stared into Lu Xue's eyes, his eyes full of complicated emotions. The two were silent for a while, then suddenly looked at each other and laughed, and didn't say anything else. Do you have a bomb ready for me? Of course I'm ready. Chun-Li clapped his hands, and two female survivors who were waiting outside the door pushed the door open, carrying a bucket of water. Give her a wash and change her clothes. How about it? Does it look good? Lu Xue held up the hem of her skirt and turned around in front of Chun-Li, her eyes full of love for the dress. It looks good. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. Ergu, come in. Chun-Li took out a remote-controlled bomb from the space and threw it to Ergo, then stepped forward and knocked Lu Xue unconscious. Put the pine cone on, my little princess. Lu Xue appeared in the square with a smile on her face and her arm around Chun-Li. Chun-Li was wearing a pure white tuxedo, a white gentleman's hat, and holding a cane in his hand, looking like a serious gentleman. Lu Xue, wearing a pure white wedding dress, was smiling as she held Chun-Li's arm and looked at everyone. Ergu and his companions, all dressed in black suits and with serious expressions, had been waiting in the square. Chun-Li was surprised to find that even Su, the dean, and even Xiao He had changed into pure black suits and were waiting in the square, obviously ready to follow. Su looked relieved. Fortunately, he got up early and saw that Ergu and others were wearing black suits. He immediately went to the supply point and bought one for himself and Xiao He. No matter what happens today, it is always right to keep up with the unified pace of the core layer. Well, let's go and wake up all our little squirrels. It's their turn to appear on stage today. Chun-Li had an excited look on his face, with a crazy grin on his face, and pointed his cane at the unconscious men in black gathered in the square. Chapter 111. If you are not blind, why are you wearing an eye patch? Ergu and others who were gathered in the square were now surrounding Chun-Li. Upon hearing the order, they all walked towards the men in black gathered in the square and kicked them hard in the face. The tenants in the base have gone out early in the morning to hunt zombies. After all, zombies will only hide in the house to devour and evolve during the day, so they can find lone zombies. But there are only a few lone zombies, so naturally whoever gets there first will kill more. So the tenants went out together early in the morning to hunt zombies. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Where am I? Mazi woke up slowly and looked around with a dazed look. Suddenly, he remembered something and struggled to get up from the ground. Fortunately, there were no pots around, and there were no onions, ginger, and garlic floating around me as I had imagined. He raised his hand, enduring the numbness and tingling, and stamped his feet slightly. Fortunately, the body is still round and has no missing limbs. Mazi staggered and forced himself to stand up straight, his eyes scanning the people in front of him who were staring at him. When he saw the dean who was waking up his colleague, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. The memory this person left him was not a very good one, but it seems to be trustworthy. They really only took their points and dropped items, and didn't do anything to them when they were knocked unconscious. I just don't know what we're going to do now that we wake them all up. My strength hasn't recovered yet, and my weapon is not at hand. Even if my colleagues wake up, I don't know if it will be possible to break out. Chun-Li, leaning on his cane, looked with satisfaction at the black-clad men in the square who were slowly being awakened. He tapped the ground lightly with his cane, making a bang. Suddenly the scene became quiet. Everyone waited quietly for the next move of the young man in power. It's nice to meet you all. Everyone is welcome to attend my wedding. Mazi's pupils shrank slightly. He had never seen this young man before he fell into a coma. Now it seems that this young man should be the leader of this base. But what the hell is a wedding? Why go to so much trouble to set them up? Could it be that they are just asking them to pay their share of the money? I'm Chun-Li, and I'm about to meet the beautiful little princess Lu Xue beside me. Chun-Li leaned slightly to make way for Lu Xue, who was standing beside him with her arm around his. The wedding was held in the West Saddle Military District shelter. This wedding is likely to be the first wedding after the apocalypse. You have the opportunity to be a part of this milestone wedding that will be remembered in history. Ergu folded his hands in front of him with a serious look on his face, but the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. If Wei Kylie hadn't died, perhaps Wei Kylie would have been the one being proposed to. The men in black sitting in the square looked up at the young man who was speaking without saying a word, frantically recovering their strength, waiting for Chun-Li's next words. After all, it couldn't be as simple as just asking them to come to this damn wedding. But this young man couldn't be a rich kid from a provincial shelter. How could a normal person be in the mood to hold a damn wedding in an environment full of zombies? No matter what happens, if they lose their weapons, restoring their physical strength to the maximum will allow them to have more energy to deal with the next situation. Mazi, the god of wealth, and the blind man looked at each other imperceptibly and decided unanimously to wait and see and recover their strength first. After not eating or drinking for 2 days and 2 nights, and undergoing mental and physical treatment by the dean, if their physical fitness had not been strengthened, they would have collapsed by now. At this juncture, the 3 people who had always been at odds with each other put aside their past grudges and decided to work together to overcome the difficulties. But Chun-Li slammed his cane heavily on the ground and said in a deep voice. Ma Zi's pupils constricted, his muscles tensed. He was ready to jump up from the ground and fight desperately at any time. He knew the critical point had come. I don't have a dowry, Chun-Li said helplessly. The blind man who was about to jump up was stunned for a moment, looked at the pockmarked man next to him, relaxed his body slightly, and his eyes were full of doubts. God damn the bride price. There are empty houses everywhere in the city now. If you have the ability, this city will be your private property. So, I need to ask Lu Jun for some points, and in exchange I get you little squirrels. Chun-Li's eyes were filled with strange emotions, and his cane pointed at the man in black in the square in front of him. After hearing this, Ma Zi gradually put his mind at ease. It turned out to be kidnapping and extortion. As expected of someone whose base is located in a prison, he is still firmly committed to his old profession even in the end times. His professional ethics is enough to make many people who slack off at work feel ashamed. They are all rare and capable assistants under Lu Jun. If Lu Jun did not ask for too much, Ma Zi still has confidence that Lu Jun would choose to redeem them. After all, they believe that Lu Jun could definitely tell the difference between the fish and the fishing rod. After redeeming them, they can bring more points to Lu Jun. So, you need to come with me to the West Saddle Military District shelter. Chun-Li couldn't help but turn around on the spot, admiring his pure white tuxedo. He took out the miniature red rose from his shirt pocket, put it to his nose, and lowered his head to sniff it. It smells really good. Now let's go. After saying that, Chun-Li took the lead and walked in front, while Lu Xue held his arm, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation and indescribable emotions. Ergu and others were dressed in black suits and followed Li Gu with serious expressions. Motzi and others stood up from the ground and looked at each other. It seemed that no one was supervising them. Aren't they afraid that they might run away? Never mind, let's just catch up first. We'll think of a solution when we're almost to Xian base. I don't want to stay here for a moment. The blind man rubbed his right eye, feeling a little uncomfortable. His right eye has never seen sunlight for years, and the eye patch covering his right eye has been confiscated, leaving his right eye exposed. I feel extremely sore under the sunlight at this moment. Oh my god. The pockmarked man couldn't help but look at the blind man's right eye in shock. Aren't you fucking blind? The blind man glanced at the pockmarked man and snorted coldly without saying anything. Why are you wearing a blind patch if you're not blind? The god of wealth also got up from the ground, rubbed his belly, and looked at the blind man as if he was a mental patient. The blind man glared at the two of them unhappily and said in a bad tone, "Hurry up and catch up. Who knows if they will get angry and come back to kill us all later." The blind man rubbed his eyes that had not seen the sunlight for a long time, endured the pain, and thought about the end of the world with emotion. He was a gangster before the apocalypse. The requirements for being in the underworld are getting higher and higher now. In the past, all you needed to have a full back of tattoos was to go out and scare a bunch of people. Chapter 112. This time, it's finally my turn to make a contribution, but it has been getting worse in recent years. Not only a resume, but also achievements are needed. Your resume shows whether you have been to jail, and your achievements show whether you have any impressive scars. So he forged his prison record and wore a blindfold, and relying on his philosophy of being tough in words but determined not to use force, he successfully became the leader of a small gang before the outbreak of the apocalypse. The blind man looked at the young man walking in front and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In fact, he was still quite lucky. One of his brothers cut his own face in order to gain credit for himself and called himself Scarface. The blind man's thoughts were slightly distracted. He remembered that Scarface came to this prison to brush up his resume before the apocalypse broke out, and he didn't know how he was doing now. But the next second, a dull explosion sounded in everyone's ears, and blood and flesh flew in the air like cherry blossoms in the wind. Mozzie stared blankly at the corner of the street behind him, and he saw a thigh that was blown off and hit a tree branch. The young man was still leaning on his cane, walking in front with a woman in a pure white wedding dress, without stopping or even turning his head. However, a middle-aged man next to the young man stopped and turned back to look at them. Ergu pulled out a large megaphone from his arms. "Run away, die." The words are brief and powerful. Xian Military Region Shelter, Conference Room. Damn it. Lu Jun pushed all the tea sets on the table to the ground and grabbed the collar of a young man in front of him with an angry look. 2 whole days. 2 whole days. My 100 relatives are missing, dead, and have no trace. Why did I raise you? Oh. Lu Jun yelled loudly while getting close to the young man's face. He could not enjoy his meals or sleep these days. The disappearance of a whole 100 fully armed guards was absolutely terrible news. Although most of the 100 people were holding homemade equipment, the captain, team leaders, and a group of backbone members were holding dropped equipment or equipment purchased from stores. And everyone has learned an amplification skill from him. Such a force disappeared without even sending out any message or making any noise. Yes, it disappeared. So far, Lu Jun has sent out many people to check the situation, but could not find any trace of these 100 guards. Report to the commander. I will go out to search personally this time, and I will not return to the camp until I find any trace. The square-faced, angular young man in front of him wiped the saliva from his face and said with a firm expression, "Go down." Lu Jun waved his hand and slumped down in the chair with a tired look on his face, rubbing his temples and thinking about the problem. 2 days had passed, and he had to think about his next step. The impact of 100 fully armed guards on him was far more than just the loss of 100 available manpower. How do people disappear? Were they ambushed? Was it done by civilian forces or other refugees? Why did they do this? Did they want to start a war and annex their refuge? Encountered zombies? How strong must the zombies be to kill 100 fully armed soldiers without even a trace of a fight? LV3? LV4? If zombies of this level appear near his shelter, then he should consider relocating the shelter. Lu Jun leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed, rubbing his temples with his hands in annoyance. He was not afraid that all these 100 guards would die. He was only afraid that he didn't know how these 100 guards died. Who is plotting against me behind my back? Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Lu Jun rubbed his face. His expression returned to its usual calmness. He sat up straight and said in a deep voice, "Captain, the leader of the Blood Gang shelter next door has arrived." A hearty laugh came from the corridor, and a sturdy man with a bare chest, a guangdong tattoo all over his back and his hands wrapped in cloth walked in with 2 men behind him. The sturdy man didn't hesitate to sit on the chair opposite Lu Jun, leaning his body on the table and glancing at the broken pieces of tea set on the ground. "Mr. Lu, these things are not cheap. You smashed them without hesitation. You must be very rich." Lu Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the shirtless man in front of him. Could it be that this man did it? This man has always had a bad impression of their official forces. Lu Jun clapped his hands, and 2 girls came in, cleaned up the broken pieces of tea set on the ground, and brought in a plate of grapes. The body of gang leader Zhang Shui is really enviable. He can go shirtless in this kind of weather in October. It's good to be young. I'm talking to you, Mr. Lu. Zhang Shui took a grape from the plate and threw it into his mouth. He chewed it twice and spat the skin on the ground. "You're only 50 years old, only 10 years older than me." This sentence really sounds harsh to a young man. But Mr. Lu really has a good life. We don't dare to easily exchange points for things like grapes. We can't even afford to eat. Lu Jun stared at Zhang Shui with a fake smile without saying a word. He couldn't even open the pot, so he could only fool a fool with these words. Didn't they say that the provincial shelter would send people here this time? Why haven't they arrived yet? Seeing that Lu Jun didn't answer, Zhang Shui, who felt bored, picked up a grape and threw it to the men beside him and said casually, "The provincial shelter is far from here, so it will arrive later." However, a young man came to the provincial shelter early the day before yesterday. Which young master? Wang Xin. I haven't heard of it. His father is a person of real power in the provincial shelter. Oh, Zhang Shui stood up and looked at Lu Jun and complained. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Where is Master Wang? I'll go find Master Wang and talk to him first." Chun Li was holding Lu Shui's arm, and the 2 of them were walking in the front wearing pure white wedding dresses and tuxedos. Ergu and others were dressed in black suits and followed behind with serious expressions. At the back were a group of men in black with torn clothes and blood scabs on their exposed skin. "We're finally here." Chun Li raised his head and looked at the stadium not far away that was used as a shelter. "Let's go in." Ergu and the others looked at each other and clenched their weapons tightly. Everyone knew that this trip would not be easy. After all, even a fool would know that it was not as simple as just coming here to get married. This operation was basically like running into a tiger's den, stuffing a bomb into the tiger's cub's stomach, and then detonating it. There is no need to consider whether the tiger will go crazy. What needs to be considered is how to rush out of the tiger's den after the tiger goes crazy, or even kill the tiger. Donkey Egg tightened the weapon in his hand, his eyes filled with bloodthirstiness. This time, it should be my turn to make a contribution. Chapter 113. Why do you, the one who opens the door, have 9 wives? How is it? Are you scared? Su pulled Xiaohei beside him and said in a low voice, "Is this the big event you mentioned yesterday, Brother Su?" Xiaohei looked back at the man in black that he and Su had captured. "I don't quite understand. Didn't you see Brother Ergu stuffing a bomb into the stomach of every black-clad man behind him yesterday?" Su glanced at the black-clad men behind him and curled his lips. "They won't all explode, will they?" Xiaohei suddenly thought of a possibility, his eyes a little confused. He originally thought that this method was used to control these men in black, but now he felt that the probability of Brotherly doing so was low. But didn't Brotherly say that he would use these people to extort points from Lu Jun? Yeah, that's right. Then it shouldn't explode. Do these two things conflict? Oh, just extort points first, and then detonate it after the extortion. Oh. Xiaohei hesitated for a while and looked at Chun Li's back in front of him and lowered his voice to the extreme. Doing this is a bit dishonest, isn't it? Yes. Su tugged at the corner of Xiaohei's clothes, but didn't dwell on it too much. He lowered his voice and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Remember, it will be very chaotic. Chaos means a lot of uncertainty, which means our chance to make a contribution has come again. Will there be any danger? Nonsense. Wait a minute. Look at my eyes, and then you take out that piece of equipment. Do you understand?" Xiaohei's eyes were full of panic. He hesitated for a while and lowered his voice and said, "Wouldn't that expose us? Those people are all at home in the base now. What are you afraid of? Brother Su is no longer a nobody. Look at the people who can participate in this operation. They are all core members. Those who didn't come are nothing." Su comforted Xiaohei and said solemnly, "You must pay attention to my expressions and commands later. If I tell you to use it, you must use it immediately. Do you understand?" Xiaohei nodded with a complicated expression. Su breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohei was good in every way except that he was a little too timid. He didn't know why a man could be so timid. Then he looked excitedly towards the approaching stadium in front of him. The opportunity to do meritorious service had come again. If he had the chance, he would capture more women and bring them back. Last night, Hongyang talked to him about the brothel chain plan, and the two hit it off immediately. Su was already prepared to find out what Li Gu was thinking of tonight, and he had even thought of a reason. The reason for opening a brothel in one's own base is to improve public morale, increase the base's combat effectiveness, and reduce crime rates. The reason for opening a brothel in other bases is even more reasonable. In name, it is a brothel, but in reality it is an intelligence agency to gather intelligence from various forces. Last night, Su and Hongyang discussed this matter and both agreed that it was feasible. But if one wants to open a brothel safely in other bases, a necessary condition is that the money-making huts of the perpetrators in their base have sufficient deterrent effect. So where does the deterrent power come from? Of course, from strength and blood. Su licked his lips, staring at the stadium in front of him with a dangerous light in his eyes, recalling the ripples of last night in his mind. So, the first step must be taken from this Xi'an military district shelter. Ma Zi, Xia Zi and others looked at each other and quietly retreated to the middle of the team. "We're almost there. Do you have any ideas?" The blind man rubbed his right eye and looked at Chun Li, who was walking in front of him with an inexplicable expression. "What a bullshit idea." The pockmarked man with the pockmarked face spat on the spot. "Didn't you see that the little brother who was trying to sneak away just now exploded all over? Did you see someone from the group of people in front turn around and attack?" The god of wealth narrowed his eyes and rubbed his stomach, which had not seen meat for 2 days. "No," Ma Zi said firmly with a depressed look on his face. "I guess they planted bombs on each of us. No wonder they were not on guard against us and didn't worry about us escaping or resisting. So now we can only wait?" The blind man said unhappily. "What if that person asks for too much and the commander is unwilling to pay the points? Then won't we just have to wait to die? Pa, what bad luck. The feeling of having your life controlled by someone else is like being a fly in a spider web, struggling in vain by flapping your wings before death comes. Brother, you are finally here again. Since I last saw your face, I have been unable to sleep at night and have been unable to sleep. Now that I finally see you again, I feel like the air is filled with the calls of magpies." Seeing the leader of the group of people coming to the door, the middle-aged man lying in the rocking chair at the door of the Xi'an military region shelter flipped over and jumped up from the rocking chair, opened his sesame-sized eyes as wide as possible, and ran towards Chun Li with a happy face. "The last time I learned that the young man in front of me was actually the leader of a shelter, I have been a little frightened. Your name is Lao Shen, right?" Chun Li narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the middle-aged man with sesame-sized eyes in front of him. He remembered this man. He had witnessed a farce when he came here last time. "Brother, just call me Old Kidney, hee." Old Kidney's face was full of honor and joy. He couldn't help but pull the little mustache on his chin. He was honored to be remembered by the leader of a shelter. "This is a great honor. When I get home from get off work, I must show off to the 9 old women at home. Don't think that you men are just door openers. This is a lucrative job given by the commander-in-chief. You don't have to go out and fight zombies, and you can also make some money. If the army commander wasn't his brother-in-law, this position wouldn't have been his. Old Shun, with a smug look on his face, suddenly noticed the hand behind Chun-Li. He was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously pulled it hard on his mustache. The old kidney cried out in pain, without taking care of the beard that he usually treasured. He raised his trembling finger and pointed behind Chun-Li, looking at Chun-Li and stuttering. This, isn't this the 100 guards that disappeared the day before yesterday? He naturally knew that Lu Jun had been furious these past 2 days because more than 100 people had disappeared without a trace in the base. He had even secretly complained to his wife at the time, thinking that maybe it was that blind man who led the way directly into the mutant beast's mouth. However, now, the group of disappeared men in black reappeared in front of the West Saddle Shelter. However, the black uniform that originally represented orthodoxy was now tattered, and the exposed skin was covered with bloodstains and blood scabs that had just formed. Lao Shun's eyes were filled with fear, his calves went limp, and he sat on the ground. That group of people were actually captured by the leader of this shelter. Then I must not have come here with good intentions, etc. Lao Shun looked at the group of men in black behind Chun-Li and suddenly noticed something. A look of hope rekindled on his face. Chapter 114. After today, the entire Xi'an city will remember this name. Although the clothes of these men in black were torn and their bodies were covered in blood, none of them was controlled. Hundreds of men in black followed Chun-Li quietly and silently. No one spoke, and they did not look like they were being coerced. More like rescued. Thinking of this, hope rekindled in Lao Shun's eyes. As long as the invaders didn't come knocking on his door, it would be fine. Otherwise, as a gatekeeper, his lucrative job would turn into the first victim when the war broke out. Lao Shun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stood up again, the panic on his face no longer existing. Come to think of it, we are now in the end times, and zombies and mutant beasts are wreaking havoc all over the world. At this time, anyone with a sense of the overall situation will not take the initiative to provoke a war with humans. Brother, please come in quickly. When the commander learns that you have helped him rescue hundreds of guards, he will definitely entertain you with the highest etiquette. Lao Shun's face was filled with a festive smile, but he changed his mind and did not dare to step forward to shake hands. He just stepped aside and opened the gate. Chun-Li squinted his eyes at the old man with sesame-sized eyes and smiled. Oh, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the other side of the door. A man dressed in ancient style, holding a feather fan and wearing a white robe, walked slowly towards the crowd at the door. I wonder who the commander will entertain with the highest etiquette when we come. The man in white was followed by 2 women in red, who walked slowly towards the crowd with elegant, yet masculine steps. However, the next second, the man in white's footsteps stiffened slightly in the air. He saw the leading young man not far away, wearing a pure white tuxedo, with a beautiful woman in a pure white wedding dress beside him. The corner of the white-clothed man's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought that it was already a luxury enough for him to spend a lot of points in the apocalypse to buy a set of clothes that had no actual attribute bonus, and to buy a set of clothes for each of the 2 women behind him. However, I didn't expect that the young man not far away was more extravagant. The reason was simple. He had seen those 2 sets of clothes before, and they were priced at 100 points. He couldn't bear to buy it. The man in white quickly recovered from his lost composure, stepped steadily onto the ground, and couldn't help but quicken his pace as he walked in front of Chun-Li. He clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and smiled kindly. Where is this brother from? Purchasing top-quality clothes was a luxury that even a 2-star professional like him couldn't afford, let alone those country folk in other shelters who had no resources. The man in white narrowed his eyes slightly. He had definitely never seen this person in the Xi'an provincial shelter. Could he be from the neighboring province? People from the neighboring province are so bored that they cross the province to come here. Aren't they afraid of being eaten by mutant beasts on the way? Even though Jian 11 flew around all day on a flying sword, he didn't dare to fly out of the province. Chun-Li lifted Ergo's arm and checked the time. He looked at the man in white in front of him and smiled with interest. The house is from the abuser's money-making hut. After he changed into new clothes today, he found that the watch didn't match the clothes very well, so he put the watch on Ergo's arm. Of course we will receive both of you at the same time with the highest standards. Lao Shun, who was standing aside, looked at them quietly for a while, and suddenly remembered what the commander said this morning that someone would come to the provincial shelter today. Now it seems that it should be the young man in white in front of him. He immediately gave a solution with a fear-filled voice and a slight stutter, as he could not afford to offend either of these two people. He knew that this group of powerful people would often fight over some unfounded face, and he would suffer the consequences if that happened. The man in white slapped Lao Shen's face with his fan with a look of dissatisfaction, stopping him from saying anything else. What a tactless guy. He brings up things that are not relevant to the topic. He didn't see anyone just now and thought it was the leader of a wild shelter who came to discuss matters, so he spoke casually to suppress these country people and show his power. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was obviously a two-star professional, and he had never heard of his origins, so he had no idea of the remaining strength he had after the apocalypse. It is certainly not a good idea to offend others because of the unnecessary face of the highest etiquette. Not to mention, it was just the highest etiquette reception from the leader of a wilderness shelter, to be honest. He really despises it. After blocking the mouth of the ant next to him who was not fit to speak, the man in white put away his fan, with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh, the abuser's money-making hut. I seem to have heard of this. I remember it was a family that was very powerful before the outbreak of the apocalypse. I think it was from the province of Hubei. Of course, he had never heard of such a strange name. Which normal family would name their family like this? But he couldn't just say, "That's it. I've never heard of it," which family is from some remote place. For people from the family, saying they have never heard of it is like a slap in the face. It's going to cause grudges. He only needs to give the other party a little probing, and he will be told everything about his family. Chun-Li looked at the man in white in front of him with amusement, and an inexplicable smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. After today, the entire Xi'an province will remember this name forever. The man in white frowned slightly, not quite understanding what this meant, but he still smiled politely and said, "It is my honor to witness a family officially ascend to glory. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Er, from the Li family. I am also the second son of the leader of the current Xi'an provincial shelter." Li Er raised his head slightly and introduced his home politely with a look of pride. Before the apocalypse, his family was definitely at the bottom of the social ladder. He usually doesn't announce his ID number when he goes out, because even if he does, the other party won't know which Li family he is from. But after the apocalypse, things are completely different. Before the apocalypse broke out, his father failed to take sides in the officialdom and was demoted to be an administrator in the shelter. This position can be said to have no benefits or power at all. After all, if there is no apocalyptic crisis, this shelter will never be activated. Although I am an administrator, who can I manage? However, unfortunately, the end of the world happened. His family controlled this refuge which had abundant food and was absolutely safe underground, and they became one of the top forces after the outbreak of the apocalypse. So at this moment, although Li Er didn't want to go out and provoke powerful enemies for his family for no reason, he would not be afraid of the other party. The Li family. The grin on Chun-Li's face widened even more. It's the end of the world, and you're still playing family games. Then he didn't look at Li Er directly, raised his cane, pushed away Lao Shun at the door, and walked straight along the passage to the square. I captured these people behind you. Go inform your commander and use the points to redeem them. I'll wait for him in the square. Chapter 115. You treat everyone in the world as fools. Li Er and Lao Shun looked at the long line of men in black who were walking into the passage. Their mouths slowly and unconsciously opened wide, with a look of shock on their faces. Hey, can't you run? Li Er couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he randomly grabbed a man in black who was following the team towards the passage, and couldn't help but speak in confusion. He really couldn't figure it out. The group of people in front of me were not handcuffed, not locked up, and not pointed at with weapons. These more than 100 people did not resist at all, and just walked quietly behind just a few people, as obedient as good kids. What about the bloodiness of men? Are the people in this wilderness shelter so cowardly? However, the man in black who was grabbed couldn't help but show fear on his face, and he hurriedly tried to pull his hand out of Li Er's hand. However, the next second, a dull explosion sounded from inside the man in black. The person in front of him, who was just fine, exploded in front of Li Er without even having time to say a word. Li Er couldn't help being stunned for a moment when looking at the abrupt scene in front of him. Looking at the severed hand still in his hand, he took out a towel from his arms and wiped off the blood that splashed on his face. He looked at the two beautiful women he brought with him, his eyes fixed, and he muttered, "Are people so barbaric nowadays?" When the other men in black saw what happened to their colleagues, they gritted their teeth and followed the team forward in silence. Everyone who passed by Li Er would make a small circle and stay as far away from Li Er as possible. If he caught you, you would die? This is too unfair. As long as the commander spends points to redeem them, they can live. A bomb is placed inside the body, so there is no need to do anything unnecessary and lose your life. Chun-Li frowned as he looked at the small shacks built with cloth, rubble, and other items in the middle of the square. He kicked down a shack in front of him in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Urgu hurriedly took out his loudspeaker and turned to look at the man in black in the passage behind him. Go tear down all these shanties and create a vacant lot. Ma Zi and the others looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they rolled up their sleeves and went forward to dismantle the shanties. They, the personal guards of Lu Jun, did not live in the square at all, but in the stands. Those living in the square are some civilian forces and some survivors. At this moment, I feel no psychological burden when I dismantle it. What's more, their lives are still in Chun-Li's hands at this time, so they naturally would not disobey orders because of such a trivial matter. Soon, 1/3 of the shanties in the square were violently demolished and thrown aside. Seeing that it was almost time, Urgu ordered everyone to stop. During this period, we did encounter shanty towns with people living in them. However, at this point in time, most of the men had gone out to fight the zombies, and those left in the base were basically the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, with only a few men. No one stepped forward to argue. They all quickly stood up and fled to the side, watching the people before them violently demolish their shack. Anyway, there was nothing valuable in their house except their bedding. In the end times, the most important thing is to survive. People who have survived to this day basically will not do things that are futile and threatening. Chun-Li stood in the middle of the square with a cane in both hands. Urgu and others stood beside him, and the men in black surrounded Chun-Li silently. From time to time, people in black looked up at the stands with complicated expressions. Their families were there. When their family members who stayed at the base heard the noise, they left their shacks and looked at the square with worried expressions, not knowing what was going on. Upon hearing the news brought by Lao Shan, Lu Jun, with a gloomy face, smashed the plate of grapes he had just brought to the ground. Then he wiped his face fiercely, left Wang Xian and Zhang Shui behind, stood up and walked towards the square along the passage. Chun-Li and others waited in the square for long with their eyes closed. From another passage came Mr. Lu's hearty laughter. The elderly Lu Jun had a smile on his face. He opened his arms and walked out of the square from the passage. He stood not far in front of Chun-Li and said, "Long time no see, little brother." Chun-Li stood there leaning on his cane, looking up at Lu Jun with his eyes open, whispering in a frenzy, "Why do you dare to laugh before me?" Lu Jun frowned. His crow's feet gathered together, and he made a secret gesture behind him. Chun-Li held up his cane and opened his arms, looking at Lu Jun with a crazy expression and repeated what he had just said. "Why do you dare to laugh before me?" Just as he finished speaking, a man in black behind Chun-Li heard a muffled sound from inside his body. Without even a scream, he was blown into pieces from the inside out by the shock wave coming from his body. Blood and body parts flew wantonly in the air and fell to the ground. There was an uncontrollable scream and commotion from the stands. The man in black behind Urgu didn't have time to make a commotion before he fell silent again with despair in his eyes after being glanced at by Urgu. "You saw it. Because you laughed before me, this one died. This man died because of you." Chun-Li listened to the noise behind him with satisfaction. He wiped a drop of blood that splashed on his face with his finger, put it in his mouth to taste it, then frowned and spat on the ground. Lu Jun looked at Chun-Li expressionlessly. The sudden death of his own guard in front of him did not cause him to show much emotion. He spoke in a deep voice. "It's useless. It's just low-level moral kidnapping. Everyone knows that it was you who killed my personal guard just now. You can't make me feel guilty, and you can't make anyone else blame me for it. You treat everyone in the world as fools." Chun-Li smacked his lips, glanced at the open space in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement, and answered casually, "Yeah. The main reason I came here is to play a little game with you." Chun-Li pouted and pointed at the man in black behind him. "It's obvious that you are not qualified to refuse. The first minigame requires you to be a wedding witness." Chun-Li excitedly took out the red carpet from the storage space and threw it on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he hurriedly asked Urgu and others to quickly roll out the red carpet. Chun-Li's cheeks were flushed with excitement. He couldn't help but turn around a few times and took out the handheld firecrackers he bought last night and threw them to Urgu and others. Then he took out a bunch of red roses, pinched Lu Shui's fair neck with both hands, put his face close to her ear, and took a deep breath. "The second thing, of course, is to come to our wedding." Chun-Li held a rose in his left hand, his face twisted with excitement. He loosened his grip on Lu Shui's neck, waved his hand, and asked the two women who were accompanying him to come forward and lift the long tail of Lu Shui's wedding dress. In the left hand he holds a rose, in the right he holds a cane. Chun-Li had an excited look on his face and a grin on his face. He turned around in the middle of the square, glancing at Lu Jun and the others, as well as the people in the stands who were watching below. The singing voice coming from the clown mask rang out in the square. Chapter 116. My little princess Chun-Li is the most beautiful even in the end times. Girl, why are you standing on tiptoe? Do you want to see the clown's smiling face? A brisk and slightly weird song came from the clown mask on Chun-Li's face. Chun-Li turned around on one leg and threw the roses in his hand into Lu Xue's arms. Then he put his left arm around Lu Xue's waist, held the cane in his right hand, and walked onto the red carpet laid by Ergu with an excited look on his face. Li Er, who had just come out of the passage, stared at the strange scene in front of him with his eyes wide open unconsciously. Weird singing. Chun-Li, holding a cane and wearing a pure white tuxedo, and Lu Xue, holding a rose and wearing a pure white wedding dress. Red carpet. Lu Jun with a gloomy face. The people around the stands had complicated expressions. Is this a wedding? Li Er couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and murmured in a low voice. Girl, why are you standing on tiptoe? Why don't you run away from the clown's smiling face? Lu Xue held the rose in her hand and let Chun-Li hold her in his arms as they walked on the red carpet. She looked at Chun-Li with a painful expression and tears streaming down her face. This boy was not like this before. When he was with her, Chun-Li was still a sunny boy. At least, that's how it seemed to her. Lu Xue closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she forced a stiff smile on her face. She doesn't think she did anything wrong, and if she were given another chance to choose, she would still do the same. But now this ending is not a bad one for me. At least it's poignant enough. Praying before the knife-throwing show, the audience's expressions were very subtle. Chun-Li hugged Lu Xue beside him, looking at the end of the red carpet not far away, and couldn't help but let his thoughts drift away. Ollie, do you think we will be together in the future? I will, I swear. Then will you marry me? Of course I will. You are the only woman I love in this life, no other. Why do you always say I love you? Because you are the only woman in the world who loves me. You are wrong. Your mother is also a woman. Doesn't your mother love you? I love you. What if my father doesn't agree with us being together? Then I will kill your father. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to pay attention to you. Chun-Li came back to his senses and glanced around. The corners of his mouth widened more and more, and his crazy laughter echoed throughout the square. The next second, Chun-Li swung his right hand violently. The 49 peace doves in the storage space flew out one after another, flapping their wings, and circled around the two of them for a few times before scattering away with their wings spread. At the same time, the handheld salutes in the hands of Ergu and others also rang out. A sky full of petals exploded above Chun-Li and floated on the red carpet. It's noisy but warm here, better than the cold world. Li Er rubbed his eyes, looked at the peace dove in front of him and the salute floral patterns on the red carpet, and finally understood one thing. That rude young man, who appeared from an unknown family, actually got married in this shelter. But if he heard correctly just now, this young man kidnapped more than 100 people from this base and got married openly in someone else's shelter. Isn't this equivalent to shitting on someone's head? Li Er unconsciously looked at Lu Jun, who was standing there with a gloomy face but no movement, and murmured in a low voice with an inexplicable look in his eyes. How can this person be so patient? Could he be a coward? A dream that you can't wake up from, no matter how warm it is, can't be trusted. Let it sleep in memory. Ergu and others looked at Brother Li, who was about to reach the end of the red carpet, with serious expressions. They threw the used fireworks aside and held their weapons tightly in their hands. After the wedding, a big battle is inevitable, so we must not take it lightly. Su squatted beside Xiao He and bent down to tie his shoelaces. When no one on the field could see his mouth shape, he lowered his voice and spoke. When the battle starts later, you follow me. I have protection skills. Don't run around and don't bother others. See the passage we just came from? Follow me and occupy that exit. This is the only way to leave this shelter. If we occupy this passage, we will achieve great success. Remember, listen to my command and take out your thing. After saying this, he stood up without waiting for Xiao He to reply, stood beside the red carpet again, raised his weapon, and looked at Lu Jun and others with a serious expression. The time before the show starts ticking, and the fireworks answer that the circus is about to begin. Lu Jun looked at the farce in front of him with a gloomy face and ignored the ridicule from the leader of the Zhang Shui gang beside him. No way, Mr. Lu, you can tolerate this? If it were me, I would pick up a knife and chop you right now. Zhang Shui threw the grapes in his hand into his mouth and watched the wedding with interest. Young people nowadays are really romantic. Even in the end of the world, they still want to be in love and even get married. Zhang Shui spat the grape skin in his mouth on the ground. Those who still focus on love affairs in the end times are destined not to live long, and will be dragged to death sooner or later. Lao Shen lowered his head and quickly ran to Lu Jun's ear and whispered something. Lu Jun's eyes lit up, and the anger on his face, which was watching the situation on the field, quickly faded away, and a hint of cruelty could not help but emerge. In order to protect the world and his reputation, he even gave up the hatred for his own son. But Chun-Li actually thought he was easy to bully and treated him as a clay Buddha. Even if he is a bodhisattva, he will start killing today. The atmosphere reached a climax, and the clown laughed shrilly. Chun-Li walked to the end of the red carpet. Crazy laughter slowly sounded in the middle of the square, and then it grew louder and louder. Chun-Li's laughter sounded extremely harsh amidst the song played by the clown mask. Chun-Li raised his cane high in his left hand, grinning exaggeratedly, and grabbed Lu Shui's neck with his right hand, then threw her into the sky. Let the whole world see that my little princess Chun-Li is the most beautiful even in the end times. Then Lu Shui's body rose into the air, and when she reached the top, her body suddenly exploded. The body parts and blood fell from the sky like a waterfall, hitting Chun-Li on the ground. Chun-Li held his head high, opened his arms, and had an intoxicated expression on his face as he enjoyed the baptism of this bloody rain. The pure white tuxedo on his body turned bright red after being washed by the blood rain. Feeling the sorrow and relief deep in my heart, the two complex emotions kept colliding in my heart. Chun-Li showed a strange smile on his face. He took out the blood-stained rose from his chest pocket and put it to the tip of his nose. Take a deep sniff. His face was unnaturally calm, and he murmured in a low voice. From this moment on, I, Chun-Li, will become a god. Then he slowly threw the rose in his hand to the ground. The blood-stained rose slowly fell in an arc in the air onto the blood-stained red carpet. My little princess. The world will always remember this moment, and will always remember you. Everyone will know about our grand wedding. Next second, the more than 100 men in black behind Chun-Li exploded without any warning. The body parts that were blown into the air brought a bloody baptism to everyone in the square. It was as if the heaven and earth were saddened by Lu Shui's death and sent down blood rain to see her off. It's like fireworks blooming all over the sky. This moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and focused their eyes on the center of the square. The young man with his head held high, arms open, and a look of enjoyment on his face. Chapter 117. Killing his wife right after getting married? Xiaohei looked at the blood rain in the sky with fear in his eyes, picked up a piece of rag from the ground, and draped it over his head. Didn't he say that he was going to extort points from Lu Jun first? Why did it explode without any sign? Chun-Li stood in the blood rain with his head held high, glancing at everyone present with enjoyment on his face, then calmly put his cane back into the storage space, then took out the Gatling gun and held it in his hand. Your son has been waiting for you in hell for a long time. You should go find him too. Next second, the 10 barrels of the Gatling gun in Chun-Li's hand began to rotate slowly. Lier looked at the blood rain and broken corpses all over the ground in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently, with a hint of fear hidden deep in his eyes. This young man. Total disrespect for life. Cold-blooded and ruthless. The end of the world has arrived and zombies are wreaking havoc across the globe. Shouldn't everyone be happily killing zombies, getting their equipment, and competing with each other? Why is this person willing to spend a large amount of points just to set off bloody fireworks? Although he didn't know the value of the bombs in the bodies of those men in black, he knew that they would definitely not be too cheap. Otherwise, those guys in the base who had been transferred to gunsmiths would not have gasped in pain after firing a shot. If you really want to kill these people, just kill them directly. Why use such a cost-prohibitive method? He originally thought that Chun-Li was planning to use this group of people to threaten Lu Jun to do something or to extort some points from him. However, Chun-Li simply brought the person in front of Lu Jun and then detonated him under Lu Jun's nose. It's like a demonstration. Lier narrowed his eyes and looked at the guy who took out a Gatling gun out of thin air not far away, and his eyes twitched. What is that thing the young man is holding in his hand? It looks a bit like Gatling. The guy in the base was so anxious to fire single shots with his submachine gun that he would never fire continuously under any circumstances. What's more, things like Gatling are definitely a big consumer of points. Lier, what should we do now? The woman in red with big breasts and a nice, but who followed Lier said softly at this time. Run away. Lier responded casually in annoyance, and slowly retreated along the passage. No. The woman in red with big breasts and a nice but pulled off the veil covering her face, raised her eyebrows, and stretched out her arm with a serious expression to block Lier's retreat. We can't leave. Mr. Lee has made it clear that we must get that thing, no matter what the cost. Li Er stopped walking, rubbed his temple, and said helplessly, "Well, go get it. The thing is in Lu Jun's hand. Go and ask him for it now." This woman was from his father's family. The reason why he came here this time, and this woman followed him here. This is because they learned that Lu Jun had a dropped item that allowed any profession to learn a passive amplification skill without spending points. Everyone inside the base was jealous of this dropped item. The fact that any profession can learn a skill through dropped items is already very attractive, not to mention that it is a passive skill. It is generally recognized in the end times that the value of passive skills is far greater than that of active skills. So his father sent him to find a way to get this dropped item, which could greatly enhance the internal strength of the base, and seriously instructed him to do it at any cost. Damn it. Li Er couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's about giving anything at any cost, but giving nothing to yourself. If you let yourself go to exchange, at least you should get an item of equal value. If you want to rob it yourself, at least send some people to help you, or give you some powerful dropped equipment. However, there was nothing, and they said that every person in the base was valuable, and they couldn't give you too many people. Losing one would be a loss. Isn't it a loss for you if I am killed? Li Er cursed inwardly in frustration, frowning as he looked at the woman beside him who had taken off her veil. Sister Min, can you please put on your veil? Your buck teeth really ruin my mood. Sister Min showed anger on her face, put on her veil again, and said firmly, "No matter what, we must get the item that Lu Jun dropped. Your head is not yours." Li Er took a few steps back to the back of the passage again and pointed to the square. Anyone with eyes can see that the fight is about to start, okay? At this time, if you go to Lu Jun and tell him that we like your item, you're crazy. At least wait until the fight is over before going over there. Li Er clicked his tongue and looked at the young man standing in the middle of the square, muttering in a low voice. I don't want to offend this lunatic when he is obviously not calm. There are still differences between two-star professionals. Li Er compared the Gatling gun in Chun Li's hand with the small flame in his palm. He was silent for a while, clenched his fist silently to extinguish the flame, and retreated a few steps deeper into the passage. Retreat to a corner where you can just see what's happening on the field. Gang leader Zhang Shui stopped chewing grapes and looked blankly at the blood rain in the sky. Just now he was lamenting that young people today do not forget their love even in the end times, and the next second the woman exploded into pieces in the air. Killing his wife to prove his faith, this man must be a madman. He killed his wife right after the wedding. Are you a praying mantis? However, before he could come to his senses, the sudden explosion of hundreds of men in black completely shocked this old hand who had been in the underground of Xi'an for decades before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Spend points to buy a bomb and stuff it into the man in black's stomach and then detonate it. This is a behavior that is of no benefit and may even harm one's own interests. Only one kind of person would do such a thing. That's a madman. Only a madman doesn't care about his own interests, but only cares about whether he really wants to do it. Li Er stared at the slowly rotating barrel of the Gatling gun in the young man's hand and retreated very slowly to the back of the passage. He has been in the underground world of Xi'an for decades and is only afraid of one type of person. Just a madman. If the young man had not been staring at this place, he would have wanted to slip to the square and run to another passage to escape from the Xi'an military district shelter. But there is no way. At this time, we can only retreat to the depths of this passage and watch the fire from the other side of the river for the time being. After all, he and Lu Jun don't have much friendship, and being regarded as an accomplice would be more trouble than gain. This time when they came to the Xi'an military district shelter, they never expected to encounter such a situation. After all, the Xi'an military district shelter is the strongest among their several shelters. So I didn't bring too many people, just two little brothers to keep things going. After it's over, he will come out from the depths of the tunnel. Chen Shui made up his mind silently. Then it depends on how strong Mr. Lu is. Can you deal with the young man opposite? Chapter 118. Even if there is no one there, a huge army can be created out of thin air. Lu Jun looked at Chun Li holding the Gatling gun with an uncertain expression. He originally thought that Chun Li was planning to use the guards behind him to force him to do something, or was planning to extort points. So he had arranged for Lao Shun to take out the dropped equipment early on. Lu Jun frowned and glanced down at the dropped equipment in his hand. Equipment name, blocker. Equipment level, 2-star equipment. Equipment effect, can block all signal transmissions within a radius of 100 meters. Equipment restriction, can only block signal sources of 2 stars or below for 1 minute. Equipment times, 1/1. Equipment introduction. Can you imagine the expression on a guy's face when he presses so many buttons in his hand that they are almost broken, but the bomb still doesn't explode? Lu Jun threw the dropped item into the storage space with an angry look. His original plan was to find the right time to use the blocker to cut off the signal on the field. Liberate the life thread of the guards behind Chun-Li. Then they surrounded Chun-Li from the front and back. As a result, Chun-Li detonated the bombs in the bodies of those guards without even waiting for a good opportunity. With a gloomy expression, Lu Jun took out an exaggeratedly large axe from the storage space and cursed inwardly. You said you would use hostages to extort points. What a traitor. Chun-Li held the Gatling gun in his hand, pointing the muzzle at the opposite side, and the tin gun barrels slowly turned. His eyes looked at Lu Jun, who was standing at the entrance of the passage with inexplicable emotions. Next second, bullets like a torrent of steel rushed towards Lu Jun along the rapidly rotating barrel. However, the expected sound of the bullet piercing the flesh did not come. Instead, there were clanging sounds, like bullets hitting steel plates. Is that so? Chun-Li murmured in a low voice, looking at Lu Jun, who was hiding himself behind a giant axe not far away. This axe is really ridiculously large, and all the equipment produced by the supply points are indestructible, which has caused Lu Jun's hands to become numb. Besides, it doesn't have much effect. Feeling the sound of wind breaking through the air, Chun-Li tilted his head and dodged an arrow that was shot at his head. Chun-Li looked towards the stand where the arrow came from. It was you, the devil, who killed my husband. A woman holding a baby in her arms on the square stands was pulling the bow with tears and anger on her face, ready to shoot the second arrow. Did I kill your husband? I'm so sorry. Chun-Li muttered something in a low voice, and the Gatling gun that was shooting at Lu Jun's axe turned slightly and pointed at the woman. When the woman's face quickly turned from grief and anger to fear, and she was about to flee in panic, Chun-Li's hand moved. The trigger is pulled. The steel bullets rushed towards the woman and her surroundings like a long dragon. The woman didn't even have time to scream before she was shot into pieces by the long stream of bullets. The surrounding shanties and the crowd who were watching the show also suffered. When Chun-Li moved the gun away, Lu Jun looked ferocious and rubbed his numb hands. Under the impact of a large number of bullets, he, who was originally at the entrance of the passage, was forced to slide back 1 meter. Lu Jun stood up, leaned the giant axe on the ground, and stared at Chun-Li, who was holding the Gatling gun and looking at the stands, with his eyes slightly narrowed. At this time, the stands were basically filled with the families of his personal guards. The families of those civilian forces were now all hiding in the shanties that had not been destroyed in the square. None of them looked outside, each of them trying to protect themselves. They are all a bunch of parasites. They usually enjoy the protection of the shelter, but they don't obey orders and even dare to compete with me. However, when the base was in trouble, they could only hide in the corner and tremble. Lu Jun couldn't help but tremble and cursed inwardly. The impact just now made his whole body feel weak and trembling. Although he is also a 2-star professional, he is a close combat. What's the point if you can't rush over at this time? It's not like he hasn't seen gunsmiths before, so he has a small team of gunsmiths under his command. But even if the gunsmiths aimed their small pistols at his stomach and shot him, the bullets would be caught by his abdominal muscles and then forcibly squeezed out of his body. But the thing in Chun-Li's hand was not a small pistol. Lu Jun glanced at the body of Lao Shin beside him without having time to show too much emotion. He only had time to protect himself just now and really couldn't take care of too many people. What's more, his huge axe was enough to protect one person, and there was no room for others. Most of the guards went out hunting early this morning, and only a few stayed in the base. Unfortunately, under the Gatling gun fired just now, those few guards, including the gunnery team that was highly expected, were all killed on the spot. Lu Jun glanced around with his cloudy old eyes and suddenly found that he had no one to use. No, there is more. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Jun's eyes. He looked at Chun-Li, who was shooting at the stands with a Gatling gun, and strode out of the passage. He flipped his right hand and took out 3 regional speakers out of thin air. Regional loudspeaker. I am Lu Jun. All soldiers in the Xi'an military region shelter, please return home immediately. Your home has been invaded by traitors, causing countless casualties. The traitors are slaughtering your family members right now. I will hold on until the last moment and shed my last drop of blood just to protect our family members. Your home is in danger. Return home immediately. Regional loudspeaker. I am Lu Jun. The Blood Gang shelter is sending people to support the Xi'an military district shelter. Your gang leader is being hunted down by villains in the Xi'an military district shelter. His life or death is in danger. Please send support as soon as possible. Regional loudspeaker. I am Lu Jun, my dear friends in the stands. This traitor has brutally killed hundreds of our soldiers and is still slaughtering you crazily. We can't just sit there and wait. Go back to the shanty town Pick up your weapons and rush down to kill them. There are only a few of them. As long as we work together, the final victory will belong to us." After hearing 3 consecutive regional loudspeaker notifications, Lu Jun couldn't help showing a hint of excitement in his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He only needed to wait for a while, and the situation would be reversed. What is a general? A general is someone who can conjure up thousands of troops out of thin air, even if there is no one around him. You really talk a lot. Chun-Li frowned and looked at Lu Jun, who walked out of the passage again. He turned the Gatling gun in his hand and pointed it at Lu Jun again. The storm of bullets instantly enveloped Lu Jun. Lu Jun turned around and hid behind the axe again. Anyway, unless the system equipment was destroyed, no matter how powerful your weapon was, you could not defeat me. If it ferments a little longer, he will have a huge army. Then the situation will undergo a dramatic reversal. All he needs to do now is to buy time and wait patiently. Chapter 119. You are not fighting alone. However, just as Lu Jun was thinking about it, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by him from the corner of his eye. At this time, who was there? Lu Jun suddenly felt something was wrong. Donkey Egg grinned and laughed at Lu Jun, who was hiding behind the axe. During the time when Lu Jun was hiding behind the giant axe, he swaggered to within 3 meters of Lu Jun. After all, if you want to hide your body completely behind the giant axe, you naturally won't be able to see the scene in front of you. Have you forgotten that you are not fighting alone? Donkey Egg raised the broadsword high above his head, activated his skill, and suddenly chopped it towards Lu Jun through the air with great force. A crescent-shaped blade light suddenly burst out from the end of the broadsword and flew towards Lu Jun, who was hiding behind the giant axe. Sorry for the mistake. Did you forget that you are not fighting against one person? It's really annoying to feel ignored. While shouting, Donkey Egg swung out 4 more sword lights. Veins bulged around Lu Jun's old eyes, and he clenched his teeth tightly. After withstanding 4 blasts of sword light, he was still knocked out of the axe by the 5th blast of sword light. It's over. Lu Jun, who was knocked out of the axe by the knife light, had a desperate thought flashing in his eyes. If Chun-Li wasn't there, with his strength as a 2-star professional, he could only beat 3 Donkey Eggs. In fact, the 5 sword lights did not cause much substantial damage to him. With his body strengthened twice, he was able to withstand the 5 sword lights. But he couldn't withstand the impact of these 5 sword lights. It's really like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog. The last thought flashed through Lu Jun's mind. Chun-Li should have strangled him to death when he first came to the base. We shouldn't let Chun-Li go just for some unwarranted reputation. This is a madman. He lost because he looked at Chun-Li with a normal person's mindset. He actually has a good calculation. Chun-Li killed his son, but he let Chun-Li go. As long as this matter spreads, he will gain countless reputations and will become the popular figure among the remaining humans in the last days. By then, he won't need to do it himself. His admirers will spontaneously and proactively get rid of Chun-Li, and he will have a large number of followers and become king in the end times. Lu Jun looked at the metal storm in front of him that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. He couldn't help but feel unwilling in his heart. He raised his head and stretched his neck to let out an angry roar. Then it was shattered into pieces under the metal storm of bullets. At this point, he was reduced to ashes. Chun-Li looked at Lu Jun, who was turned into pieces not far away, and curled his lips. He might as well rush over with the giant axe and rely on Lu Jun's strength as a 2-star equipped user. If he uses all the tools on him and doesn't fear his life, he may be able to kill several people on his side. There is even a chance that he can be killed. However, he was too focused on scheming and didn't dare to risk his life, which resulted in this outcome. All his accumulation became a wedding dress for him. Yes, wedding dress. Because Chun-Li saw that after Lu Jun was smashed into pieces by the Gatling gun, all the equipment originally in the storage space was now scattered around the body. It looks as funny as killing monsters and getting equipment. Chun-Li licked the corner of his mouth and said casually, "Ergo will take the things back, and the rest of you will go to search the house deep in the passage." I looked down at the usage time of my battery. 10 seconds left. It's a waste if not used. I simply picked up the Gatling gun and continued shooting at the stands. Who told you that one of you dared to shoot me with a bow and arrow just now? What disappointed Lu Jun was. The family members of the guards in the stands did not rush down fearlessly with weapons in hand, as he had imagined. Although these family members of the royal guards had all been transferred to 1-star equipment professionals, and some of them still held weapons left by their men, no one dared to come down. One reason is that most of the family members who remain at the base are elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. The bigger reason is that Lu Jun is dead. Lu Jun is dead, so if they rush down, wouldn't they be courting death? So most people frantically dodged where Chun-Li's gun was pointing and no one dared to rush down to fight with Chun-Li. Finally, the gunfire died down. Chun-Li walked leisurely in the middle of the square, looking at the messy stands and the bloody square. He couldn't help but curl his lips. It's so chaotic, it can't be compared with the peaceful, harmonious, and quiet money-making HUD of the violence. It's a pity that those who are left are family members and have no points. Those who have points have gone out hunting. I hope Donkey Egg and the others can find something valuable in the house. Now that we are here, we can't go back empty-handed. Chun-Li suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but smile. He remembered that there seemed to be 2 young masters from the provincial shelter. With such a big name, he should be able to extort a lot of points. I heard from the regional loudspeaker just now that the leader of the Blood Gang shelter is also here. It would be unreasonable for him to not have some money on him. Brotherly, all the things Lu Jun dropped are here. Ergu handed over a piece of cloth, which contained the items dropped by Lu Jun after his death. It took him a lot of effort to wipe these blood-stained items clean. As he was wiping, he couldn't help but take a look at the equipment attributes. After the first glance, he immediately recited the Tao Te Ching 3 times in his mind to calm down, and continued to wipe the blood stains on the dropped items without distraction. Lu Jun is indeed the leader of a shelter. The dropped equipment on his body is tempting enough. He is a little afraid that he will not be able to control himself if he continues to look at it. Just a little stupid. Ergu felt that Lu Jun's death was a bit unfair, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why don't you use so many items, but just hide your head behind the giant axe and act like a turtle? It's really speechless. Chun-Li took the equipment and threw it into the storage space, then glanced at Donkey Egg and others who were walking out of the passage. Brotherly, these are the only things we found. Yeah. Chun-Li responded casually and threw the equipment into the storage space. He planned to check these things after returning home. He looked at the people who were escorted by Donkey Egg beside him with interest. Wang Xian, who had a beauty mole between his eyebrows, bowed his hands helplessly and said, "We meet again. The provincial shelter has no intention of intervening in the fight between the 2 of you, and does not want to be implicated. How about letting me go now?" "What? Your full name is Provincial Shelter?" Sue at the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You come here and use your power to bully others? You can't afford to play, so you call the parents?" Chun-Li also looked Wang Xian up and down with a smile on his face. He considered for a while and said playfully, "How many points do you think your father is willing to spend for you?" "Okay." Wang Xian spread his hands helplessly. "It's another cliched plot of kidnapping and extortion. It's okay. I'm familiar with this. My father is also familiar with it. But I still suggest that you go and tie up the man standing in the passage. His name is Lier. His father is much more powerful than my father, and he has more resources and points." Wang Xian pouted and pointed at Lier, who was standing in the corridor, just finished watching the show, and was hesitating whether to come up and ask for the items dropped by Lu Jun. Chapter 120. Wang Xian and his father are both weird. Lier scratched his hair anxiously and paced around in circles. The ending is clear and neat. Lu Jun is dead, completely dead. The thing undoubtedly fell into the hands of the young man. The question is simple. How to get this thing from that young man? Lier, what are you waiting for? Go ahead. The veiled woman next to Lier was urging him with a dissatisfied look on her face. Go away, go to hell. Lier punched the corridor wall in frustration, gasped in pain, rubbed his fist, and growled angrily. Didn't you see how Lu Jun died? Lu Jun is also a serious 2-star professional. His basic physical materials are tripled. As a leader, he has a lot of dropped items. Before the end of the world, he would have been a little Superman. But what is the result? Under the Gatling gun sweep, it turned into a pool of minced meat. Lier looked impatient and pulled the other woman in red behind him, his mistress, over to hug her in his arms, and looked at Sister Min and shouted, "So you think my little flame is stronger than that giant axe?" Mr. Li said that we must get that equipment at any cost. Sister Min wiped the saliva that sprayed on her forehead expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lier raised his finger in anger and was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and he even started to stutter when speaking. "Yes, that's right. The old man said he would pay any price. But what price did my cheap old man give me? You didn't give me anything. What price do you want me to pay?" "Life." Sister Min's eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions as she slowly uttered the 2 words. Well said. Lier, who was so angry that he laughed, couldn't help but applaud and pointed at Chun-Li, who was standing at the edge of the square. "Go. Take the things back and pay the price with your life. When I get that thing back to the base, I will take credit for you and pass the credit on to your brother." The next second, Lier was suddenly stunned, because he saw one of Chun-Li's men walking towards him. Whether to run or not, Lier's thoughts turned quickly, but But after not much thought, Li Er made a firm choice. Because he saw the Gatling gun in Chun Li's hand appear out of thin air again, and the muzzle of the gun was vaguely aimed at his direction. Damn it. Just like bandits. Let's go. Ergu looked at the one man and two women in front of him and said with a half-smile, Brother Li invites you. It's definitely my honor. After Li Er bowed and clasped his hands together to perform the formalities, he looked extremely honored and showed a look of joy. After Ergu brought the person in front of Brother Li, he quickly stood behind Chun Li. Chun Li put the Gatling gun back into the storage space and leaned his cane on the ground with both hands again. A white tuxedo stained with blood, a miniature rose in the chest pocket stained with blood, and a gentleman's hat with bloodstains on it. Chun Li looked at the man in front of him, who was also dressed in ancient style. He licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously, glanced at him a few times, and then smiled. The clothes are ugly. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face stiffened unconsciously. Ignoring the stiff smile on the face of the man in front of him, Chun Li smacked his lips, raised his cane, pointed it at Wang Xian in the air, and looked at Li Er. He said you were valuable. Oh. Li Er looked confused and glanced back and forth between Chun Li and Wang Xian. What does it mean to say he is valuable? Could it be that Wang Xian has already told Chun Li about this matter, and Chun Li is now planning to look at the quotes from both parties, and the highest bidder will win? It seems that Chun Li does not intend to keep this thing for himself. After all, this thing is a hot potato. It's easy to arouse envy, so it's better to exchange it for more practical resources. In this case, it looks like this trip will cost a lot of money. Li Er calmed down and took a deep breath, putting all these distracting thoughts behind him. He clasped his hands together, looked at Chun Li, and said in a deep voice, To be honest, brother, we are here only to ask for one thing. Li Er glanced at Wang Xian inadvertently. And this item is in Lu Jun's hands. I believe Wang Xian has also asked you about this matter just now. But no matter what price Wang Xian offers you, I can offer you a higher price than him. My father has more power and resources than his father did. In other words, I can offer a higher price than him. Li Er spoke every word with full confidence and decisiveness. Wang Xian stared at Li Er as if he were a fool, then looked at Chun Li, spread his hands, tilted his head, and said helplessly, Look, he himself said that he is more valuable. How about he stay and I go back to inform his father? Chun Li looked at Li Er, whose face was full of, My father is very rich, and nodded with satisfaction. If I don't make some money, how can I buy pine cones, raise squirrels, and set off fireworks in the future? Tie them all up. Chun Li looked at the two men and waved his hand. This. Li Er looked at Wang Xian in confusion and panic. Brother Xian, what's going on? It's obvious. Wang Xian placed his hands in a familiar and comfortable position, and after being tied up, he looked at Li Er with pity. Kidnapping? You don't even know this. How can someone with this IQ survive in the apocalypse? Li Er looked at Chun Li with a dark face. He did not resist, and allowed himself to be tied up by Ergu and others. He never expected that he would be kidnapped one day. He is not a fool like Wang Xian, who was kidnapped dozens of times before the apocalypse. And Wang Xian's father never called the police every time. He would quietly pay the ransom and take his son away. In the kidnapping industry, this family is extremely well known. Brotherly, we just want to get the item in Lu Jun's hand through a transaction. Li Er's hands were tied behind his back, and he looked at Chun Li seriously. We will buy that item at a price that is attractive enough. The most important thing, Li Er said loudly with a look of grief and indignation. My father may not even pay a dime to redeem me. Look at any young man who only brings 2 women with him when he goes out in the last days, without any subordinates. What's more, one of these 2 women was sent by my father to monitor me. Brotherly, we don't interfere with each other. Just name a price for that item. I can guarantee that my father will definitely satisfy you on this matter. Su curled his lips and glanced at Wang Xian. Wang Xian is also a young man, and he goes out alone, doesn't he? You know shit, Li Er said with a look of grief and anger. Wang Xian is a weirdo, and his father is even more of a weirdo. Since birth, he has been kidnapped nearly 10 times more times than Li Kaxing's son. Yet he still went out alone, and his father still didn't send anyone to protect him. Chapter 121. There is something rather vulgar. Your son has been kidnapped by me. You know what the kidnappers call their family. Li Er raised his head and looked at Wang Xian with resentment, who was holding his head high with a proud look on his face. He was speechless. What kind of mentality did you have to have such a proud expression on your face? It's called the novice trial point. All new kidnappers will learn a series of steps, including scouting the area, keeping watch, leaving numbers, reporting numbers, collecting money, laundering money, and releasing people, under the guidance of their master. Su patted Wang Xian's shoulder excitedly and said, "Wow, you have quite a resume. I kind of like you." "Not bad." Wang Xian held his head high, unable to hide the proud expression in his eyes. "Brothers, it's all because of the rules and giving me face. Just arrest Li Er. I will go back and tell his father to prepare the ransom and bring it over. I will also personally bring a thank you payment." "That won't do." Chunli shook his head and pointed at the two women behind Li Er. "You can't leave. Just let those two women go back and inform them." "That may not work." Wang Xian shook his head like a rattle. "Those two women are one-star professionals, and they can't return to the shelter alive alone. In order to receive the information, a two-star professional must go there. So, I am the best candidate." "No." Chunli shook his head in dissatisfaction. It was unreasonable to spit out the meat in his mouth. "Where is your shelter located?" Wang Xian glanced at Li Er and hesitated for a while. "At the foot of Qinling Mountains." Hearing this, Chunli frowned and hesitated for a while. That was still some distance away, and the range of the regional loudspeaker was not enough. It seemed that he could only use the provincial loudspeaker. Next second, provincial loudspeaker. "Hello everyone in the provincial shelter. I am Chunli. There is something I need to tell Li Er's father and Wang Xian's father. Your sons Li Er and Wang Xian are now in my hands, which is commonly known as kidnapping. Please bring enough points and dropped items to the abuser's money-making hut in Xi'an City to redeem the person. If the person is not seen within 3 days, he will be killed." Chunli nodded with satisfaction as he listened to the provincial loudspeaker that sounded 3 times beside his ears. He grinned and looked at Wang Xian. "How is it? Isn't this much faster than sending someone to deliver the message?" After appreciating the wonderful expressions on their faces for a while, Chunli waved his hand and said, "Go and get 2 people to keep an eye on these people. They are cash cows. Then it's our blood gang leader's turn next." Zhang Shui, the leader of the blood gang who was being held hostage, said helplessly with a wry smile, "Kidnapping me is useless. If the people in the base knew that I was kidnapped, they would want me to be killed so that they can take over the position of the boss. Pay your own ransom." Chunli pulled Urga's arm, checked the time, and said casually, 300 points. "Not enough." Chunli smelled the blood in the air and suddenly had a bad feeling. 500 points. Zhang Shui gritted his teeth and said word by word, "These are all my points. I'm saving them for buying equipment." "What kind of equipment costs 500? Chunli glanced at Zhang Shui curiously, but did not ask too much. There are adventures happening every moment in this world. If you pay attention to every adventure, you don't need to do anything else in the day. Just follow the adventures every day. Chunli looked at the information about the points arriving, curled his lips, and waved his right hand. "Let's go." Zhang Shui didn't say anything harsh. He walked towards the corridor with his 2 men with a gloomy face. "Let's go. It's time to go back to the base and divide the loot." Chunli took a moment to look at the large number of dropped items in the storage space and laughed. No matter what the dropped item Li Er mentioned is, since it is in his pocket, it belongs to him. But the next second, "Help, help." A shrill cry for help came from deep in the corridor. Zhang Shui's body was covered in wounds, with blood running down his trouser legs and leaving puddles on his back. With unconcealable fear on his face, he ran towards Chun-Li and the others using all 4 limbs. Chun-Li looked at Zhang Shui, who was fleeing back in a panic with a gloomy face, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. "Where are the 2 people following you?" "Dead." "How did he die?" Long story short, Zhang Shui stopped, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. However, his eyes, when he looked back at the corridor from time to time, still contained an undisguised fear. "Zombies. There are a lot of zombies outside the door, and there are many mutant beasts among them. They surrounded the gate of the base. My 2 men died as soon as they showed their heads. I managed to escape by relying on the physical fitness added by a 2-star professional." After saying that, Zhang Shui looked back at the corridor again and couldn't help but said hastily, "They will come in soon. That gate can't stop them at all, not to mention." Zhang Shui suddenly began to hesitate. "What's the big deal?" Su said excitedly. "Something finally happened. Seeing Brotherly defeat Lu Jun with ease, I thought there would be no crisis this time. But now it seems that there is a crisis to come. Dead Rising. What a huge crisis it would be if I were the one who saved Brotherly. That is the merit of supporting a collapsing building and protecting the dragon. Besides, I opened the gate just now." Next second, a foul smell suddenly came from the corridor towards the square, followed by a series of wailing sounds coming from deep in the corridor. One after another, zombies came out from the depths of the passage with their fangs and claws bared, and were about to rush out of the passage towards the crowd. "Well done." Su slapped Zhang Shui's shoulder excitedly, then winked at Xiao He frantically. Then he knelt on one knee beside Chun Li with a solemn look on his face. Brotherly. I, Su, am willing to be the vanguard and carve out a bloody path for Brotherly. Zhang Shui looked at Su blankly and asked, Why the hell are you so excited? Aren't you Chun Li's subordinate? We are about to face a crisis in which everyone may die. Why are you so excited? Do you have a grudge against Chun Li? Are you so excited that you can't control yourself as you are about to die together and take revenge? Zhang Shui turned his head and looked at Chun Li with a confused look. Why did this guy look so excited? Chun Li kicked Lu to the side with an excited look on his face. Suddenly, a Gatling gun with 10 slowly rotating barrels appeared in his hand, and he laughed wildly with his mouth corners grinning. Walk. Go away. Get out of the way. The next second, 10 gun barrels began to spin rapidly. The rapid sound of tapping suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The zombies who had just rushed out of the exit of the passage were met with a baptism of bullet storm before they had time to identify the direction. One after another, the zombies bravely rushed out of the entrance through the passage. Then they fell down neatly at the entrance of the passage. Chapter 122. If you are not stingy, why do you come to buy it? Urgu poked Gooden's waist in astonishment. Does this picture look familiar to you? Although they had seen Brotherly use the Gatling gun several times, none of them had been as shocking as the one they saw before them. Zombies rushed out of the passage one after another, and then fell neatly under Li Ji's gun. This scene looked a bit weird in this apocalyptic environment. Gooden slapped Urgu's hand away from his waist with dissatisfaction and said hesitantly, Are you talking about the ruins of Giant City? What a mess. Xiao He looked at Su, who was sitting on the ground in silence. What should I do now? Give me another look. Su sat on the ground, avoiding Xiao He's gaze with a helpless expression on his face, stood up, picked up a piece of rag, and wiped the blood off his body. He hadn't expected such a scene. Let's wait for a while. We can't just keep killing here. We have to break out. Chun Li picked up the Gatling gun in his hand and looked around excitedly for a minute. Then the gunshots suddenly stopped, the barrel slowly stopped, and he put the Gatling gun back into the storage space with a reluctant look. The 1-minute shooting just now really made Chun Li feel much better. Chun Li looked at the zombies that were pouring out again with their fangs and claws bared and curled his lips with satisfaction. Prepare to break out. Zhang Shui looked at Chun Li blankly. Breakthrough? Now you're thinking about breaking out. From the look of your expression just now, I thought you were going to stand alone against 10,000 enemies and kill all the zombies in the world. In fact, Chun Li also wanted to do this. After all, this was a good opportunity to earn points. Unfortunately, he only brought 2 Gatling gun batteries with him. One was used to kill Lu Jun, and the other was used just now. He had no more batteries on him. Next time I go out, I should buy a few more batteries to carry with me. Ermao looked at the head of a zombie in front of him and pierced it casually, then looked at the densely packed zombies in the corridor with a slightly panicked expression. Is it really possible for humans to break out of this corridor that is crowded with zombies? Can I just walk over and politely ask for permission? Brotherly, shall we break out from this corridor? Nonsense. Chun Li raised the Desert Eagle in his hand and aimed at the zombie that rushed in front of him and shot it in the head. He said casually, This is the only way. Can we fly out? It should be that the explosion and the smell of blood just now woke up all the zombies in this area and attracted them here. Everyone had already formed up, and Wang Xine, Li Er and others had also untied the ropes that were around their wrists. They are all 2-star professionals, and their physical fitness has been tripled, so they naturally cannot be tied up by ropes. The reason they did not resist is to tell Chun Li that we cannot beat you and are willing to obey. Don't rush to tear up the ticket. However, the situation was urgent at the moment, and he had to fight desperately, so he naturally would not let his hands be tied. Su looked at the zombies pouring out of the passage. The people were serious and ready to fight for their lives. He looked at Xiao He excitedly and shouted, Now! Xiao He crushed the cards in his hand. Next second, a heavy armored vehicle, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, made of steel alloy, suddenly appeared in the middle of the square. The tire bounced heavily on the ground twice before slowly returning to calm. Donkey Dan straightened his jaw, which had dropped in shock, and looked at Xiao He in shock. Why the hell do you have this thing? Although I don't know how many stars this equipment is, it is a car, and it is obviously an armored vehicle that can start. Taking it out at this time clearly shows that the car can be started and is not a dead object. Urgu touched his rolling Adam's apple, shot a fast-running zombie in the head as it rushed toward him, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Lu. Your sisters. Now I know who the person who was playing tricks outside the base was. It turned out to be you, you bastard. There was a group of 4 people among the first batch of survivors. The reason why Ergu remembered this group of four clearly was not because of any contributions they made. It's because they were deceived in the last days. There was a guy pretending to be God who sold them the Pandora's box, which originally cost 20 points, for 100 points. The most outrageous thing is that this Pandora's box really did produce some good stuff. A 3-star armored vehicle was driven out. However, before the foursome could be happy for long, the 3-star armored vehicle was again tricked away by the man who claimed to be God. Since then, the morale of this 4-member team plummeted as they lost 100 points, and they haven't made a sound since then. At that time, he was still wondering who this expert was who came up with this idea. In the apocalypse, he doesn't think about how to kill zombies, but only thinks about how to cheat and deceive people. What a genius he is. Ergu stared in amazement at Sue, who had a harmless expression on his face, and couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the master is right next to me. TSK tisk. Chun-Li looked at the huge steel monster in front of him, which was made entirely of alloy, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. This is a great thing. With it, you can go to many more places. Then he took the lead and walked into the huge armored vehicle. When he was at the door of the vehicle, he turned his head and looked at Sue and grinned. He is a talented person. I like him. Watching Chun-Li's entire figure disappear in the car, Sue couldn't help but jump up on the spot excitedly and waved his fist towards the sky. Then, like a brothel madam, she stood at the door with a smile on her face and greeted everyone. Come on, come in quickly and prepare to break out. This thing is a 3-star device. Even if those minions outside surround it for a whole day, they won't be able to break it at all. Ermao passed by Sue with a complicated expression. Are young people nowadays promoted so quickly? It's only been a few days since I arrived, but they're already almost ahead of me. He has been following Brotherly for so long and has always been in an awkward position. Apart from his qualifications, it seems that he has nothing worth mentioning. Donkey Egg excitedly grasped the handle of the machine gun inside the armored vehicle and looked at Xiao He with anticipation in his voice. Can this thing be used? He had long wanted to experience the feeling of Brotherly holding a machine gun and firing wildly, but unfortunately he was not a gunsmith and could not buy a gun. As for the Dean's little pistol, it's really a bit boring to play with. Real men who jerk off. If you want to play the big ones. Of course it can be used, regardless of occupation. Sue, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the car behind him and said casually, but there are no bullets now, so it can't be used for the time being. Xiao He sat in the main driver's seat with his hands on a spherical object. He concentrated and used his consciousness to control the car to turn the front and aim at that passage. Slowly accelerate and prepare to rush over. Then why don't you buy some bullets? Donkey Egg said with dissatisfaction. Is it necessary to be so stingy? Sue stared at Donkey Egg with a strange expression. I actually went to the store to find out about the bullets that match the machine gun in this armored vehicle. Put it this way. If you kill a level 2 zombie with every bullet you fire, you will lose 10 points for every shot you fire. Note, it's a loss. If you're not stingy, why do you come to buy it? Donkey Egg looked at the machine gun in front of him with a dark face, the muzzle of which was sticking out of the armored vehicle. He let go of his hand, turned his head away, and said nothing more. Chun-Li sat on the last row of seats in the carriage, placed his walking stick on the bottom of the car, and watched with excitement as the front of the car was about to enter the passage full of zombies. But the next second, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Ergu's face changed drastically, and he turned back to look at Chun-Li. Chapter 123. This may be the case of brothers fighting tigers together and fathers and sons fighting together in battle. Provincial loudspeaker. You are Chun-Li, right? I am Li Ji. He is the father of my good-for-nothing son Li Er. In the end times, instead of uniting to kill zombies, they kidnapped their own kind for petty profits. The crime is extremely serious and should be punished by death. The provincial shelter will never compromise with a villain like you. If you personally escort Li Er and Wang Xin to the provincial-level shelter intact within 3 days, you will be exempted from the death penalty. If you haven't seen anyone for 3 days, the provincial shelter will mobilize all its forces regardless of losses and head to Xi'an to capture the money-making hut of your so-called perpetrator. From top to bottom, everyone was slaughtered. As a warning to the world, this provincial loudspeaker rang 3 times in the ears of everyone in Xi'an province. Ergu glanced at Chun-Li's expression with an uncertain look. This is going to be trouble. He didn't expect Li Er's father to be so tough, but Li Er's father might not have thought that Chun-Li was even tougher. It seems that now the armored vehicles don't need to drive to the base. They can just turn around and go to the provincial shelter. Heh. Chun-Li let out an unknown sigh with an expressionless face. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed Li Er's head beside him, and slammed it into the carriage. There was a loud noise. Chun-Li took out another provincial speaker from the storage space. Provincial loudspeaker. I will chop Lier and Wang Xian into minced meat, wrap them into dumplings, and send them to the foot of Qinling Mountain. Before coming to Xi'an City to slaughter us, at least have a full meal first. Lier's face changed drastically. He struggled to get up from the ground and didn't care about Sister Min and his lover beside him. His body turned into a ball of fire and crashed straight into the interior of the car. This is his exclusive skill. The body can be transformed into an elemental body for a short period of time, during which time it can pass through any object. This is also the reason why he is so fearless. Lier's entire body transformed into a body of fire element, his eyes blazing with flames, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly in anger. Damn, I suffered a big loss this time. Lu Jun not only failed to get the item, but also lost his mistress. It can be said that he lost both the wife and the army. This time when I returned to the base, I was inevitably humiliated by those guys. The item anyway. What he didn't expect was that his father was so decisive and sold it to him. Damn it. Lier made up his mind that he must find out whether he was Li Ji's biological son when he returned to the base. However, the next second, a crisp collision sound echoed throughout the carriage. Chun-Li glanced at him. Then his whole body turned into flames and crashed into the carriage. Lier, who was stunned by the collision, couldn't help but grin. Just make some dumplings and save them for Chinese New Year. At the foot of Qinling Mountain, a provincial-level refuge, two gray-bearded old men were sitting at a table and drinking from their glasses. I say, Old Li, is Lier really your biological son? A worried old man, his hand holding the cup, paused at his mouth, his thoughts obviously a little confused. Nonsense. Li Ji, with a full beard and red cheeks, grabbed a handful of peanuts from the table and threw them into his mouth. He spoke unclearly. Wang Ren, are you old and confused? If he is not my son, then he must be the son of an old sissy like you. It's hard to say. Wang Ren absent-mindedly took a sip of the wine in the glass in his hand, staring at Li Ji with dim eyes without saying a word, his thoughts drifting away. Old Wang, what do you mean? Li Ji was stunned for a moment, and the drunkenness slightly dissipated. It's meaningless. Wang Ren skipped over this matter and was silent for a moment. Are you sure you won't be killed like this? Although Lier is not your only son, he is your son after all. You can't think that if one of your two sons dies, there is still one. What do you know? The carefree Mr. Li drank the wine in the glass in one breath, wiped his mouth proudly, with a hint of shrewdness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Do you really think that I, Li, am a brainless bore? First of all, the force that kidnapped Lier is the abuser's torture hut. What does it mean to be able to give your own faction such a name? This means that not only is there no shelter prepared before the outbreak of the apocalypse, there is not even a formal base with personnel. It is just a small base consisting of 2 or 3 minions. And what was Lier's mission this time? He was to obtain the equipment in Lu Jun's hands at all costs. Why did it fall into the hands of this small base? You have to know that Lier is not like Wang Xian. Wang Xian being kidnapped is normal, but Lier is a 2-star professional with a hidden profession. I was jealous of some of the equipment my son had, but he refused to give it to me even after I asked for it several times. There is only one reason why he was caught. My son concealed his strength and was deliberately kidnapped by the people from that small base in order to gain something. After saying that, Li Ji couldn't help but pick up the wine jar and fill his glass with wine. He leisurely picked up a peanut and slowly brought it to his mouth. Alas, the children have finally grown up and have their own ideas. But old Wang, you really have to worry about the safety of your Wang Xian. At this moment, Li Ji's inner satisfaction almost overflowed from his face and poured into the wine glass. He felt the tacit understanding between him and his son that even though they were 100 miles apart, he still understood what the other was thinking. This may be the case of brothers fighting together to kill tigers, and fathers and sons fighting together in battle. Wang Ren couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He rubbed a provincial loudspeaker with his palm, feeling hesitant. Even if he believed that the old sow could climb a tree, he didn't believe that Li Ji would become smart. He vaguely remembered that Li Ji was demoted to this shelter as a government official before the outbreak of the apocalypse because he chose the wrong side. As for the reason for standing on the wrong side, it was so absurd that it could be recorded in history books. Thinking of this, Wang Ren stopped what he was doing, stared at Li Ji with a gloomy expression, and spoke. Even so, why did you send such a strong message to the province? Aren't you worried that the people in the shelter would kill you on the spot? Hey, this is called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Li Ji, with red cheeks, raised his wine glass and laughed, shaking his head proudly. The first bird to be hit is called the bird that sticks out. This shelter was the first to kidnap in the apocalypse, and the first to use the province's loudspeakers to notify the families of the ransom. This behavior is extremely bad, and we must use extremely tough means to intimidate the other party and shock them so that they dare not act rashly. The second bird we shot is called the follower bird. If we compromise this time, we can imagine that our children, and even the children of other people in the base, will be like hotcakes when they go out in the future and may be kidnapped at any time. So we must use strong measures to tell those wind-following birds that we will never compromise or take a step back on this matter, even if it means our sons will all die. Chapter 124. Do you like dried dumplings or soup dumplings? What about the third one? Wang Ren looked down at the wine glass in his hand with an uncertain expression. According to his experience, if a person becomes complacent, the outcome is often not good. The third bird shot here is Li Er. Li Er. Wang Ren looked a little confused. That's right. Li Ji proudly finished the wine in the glass in his hand and smacked his lips to taste it. This third bird is the stone-throwing bird. It's to tell Li Er that no matter what plan you have, you should implement it quickly. Your father will never compromise. Wang Ren's mouth twitched. Aren't you worried that your son will die? Dead? Li Ji couldn't help but grin. My son has a skill that allows him to transform his body into elements. He can pass through any object. There is no place in the world that can trap him. Can your son run? I can run. What about my son? Wang Ren stared at Li Ji with anger in his eyes. After listening for a while, he finally understood what was going on. Old Li talked for a long time and finally summed it up in one sentence. His son could run away. Your son. Li Ji pouted and glanced at Wang Ren. You must find a way to worry about your son yourself. It's none of my business. Hearing this, Wang Ren angrily slammed the wine glass on the table, then picked up the provincial loudspeaker and prepared to input the recording. He finally decided to solve the problem using his own old method. Damn it. He came over to find Lao Li to discuss how to solve this matter, and heard Lao Li talking for a while. The result is that his son is excellent and he can run away, but you have to figure out a way for your son yourself. Damn it. The more Wang Ren thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but want to draw his weapon and chop at the smug guy. I don't know if it's too late after wasting all this time. Wang Xian must have told about the Wang family's reputation in the kidnapping world. It should be fine now, but it may not be the case if it's too late. At this moment, a voice sounded in their ears. Provincial loudspeaker, I will chop Li Er and Wang Xian into minced meat, wrap them into dumplings, and send them to the foot of Qinling Mountain. Before you come to Xi'an City to slaughter us, let you have a full meal first. Chun-Li looked at Li Er, who was sitting in the car with a big bump on his head and his eyes blank, with a half smile. Hit. Keep hitting. Maybe you will be knocked out in the next second. Li Er raised his head with lifeless eyes and looked at everyone present. They all had mocking smiles on their faces, watching his performance as if they were a clown, etc. Why is Wang Xian looking at him with such mockery in his eyes? Aren't we supposed to be on the same side? Aren't you worried about being killed? Li Er slowly turned his head and looked at the armor inner plate that had been hit by him several times, but not a single piece of paint had fallen off until the elemental body time ended. Finally confirmed a fact. The elemental body allows him to pass through everything, but not through game equipment. Li Er was absorbed in looking at the elemental body skills. The words describing the skills felt a bit dazzling. You can travel through all things, and you can go anywhere in the world. Isn't this a scam? Does this game have customer service that allows me to report exaggerated or false skill descriptions? The main reason was that he had never seen such a large gaming device before, nor had he ever tried this. Li Er raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the armored vehicle. His eyes slowly closed, and 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Dad, you are such a fucking ripoff. I probably can't go back to the base now, but no, I will still go back. It was just chopped into meat filling, wrapped in dumplings, and sent back. There is no need to go back and confirm. He has already made it clear that he is not his biological child. You should at least send the provincial horn later, until I get off this broken car. That way at least I could still escape. Do you feel that every extra breath of air your son breathes is a waste to the world? Li Er raised his head, took a deep breath, wiped away the tears in his eyes, and looked at Chun-Li in a low voice. Brotherly, I just realized that I might not be my father's biological child. Su looked at Li Er with a strange expression. Was this guy planning to sell out his father for fame? Are people nowadays so cruel? Oh, go on. While enjoying Wang Xian's shoulder hammering, Chun-Li took out another provincial loudspeaker. Provincial speaker, by the way, Mr. Li, your son just turned into a ball of fire and bumped around for a long time. His head was covered with blood. TSK, that's so pitiful. The meat was hit hard. I don't know if you like soup dumplings or dry dumplings. There's no time to waste. We must quickly show our willingness to pay the ransom. Wang Ren, With an anxious look on his face, tremblingly held the provincial token in his hand and decided to express his attitude quickly. Hey, don't worry. Li Ji held Wang Ren's hand with a confident look on his face, stopping him from moving. Don't panic. Everything is under control. Don't panic you. Wang Ren stood up, pointed at Li Ji's nose and cursed. Old Li, I know you look down on my son, but I'm going to make it clear today that my son will not lose a single hair because of your decision. I'll chop you into meat and make dumplings, and we'll eat them together. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Li, the people at the base are ready. They are waiting for your order at the gate of the base. They are ready to charge towards Xi'an at any time. We will sacrifice the lives of everyone in that shelter to the spirits of Li Er and Wang Xin. Roll. Wang Ren slammed the wine glass in his hand against the door. His son was not dead yet. Fuck your soul in heaven. Just as Li Ji was about to ask Wang Ren to calm down, a voice sounded in their ears again. Provincial speaker, by the way, Mr. Li, your son just turned into a ball of fire and bumped around for a long time. His head was covered with blood. TSK, that's so pitiful. The meat was hit hard. I don't know if you like soup dumplings or dry dumplings. Hear this provincial loudspeaker. Wang Ren was so angry that he laughed and sat down on the stool. Well, it seems your son failed to escape and got into trouble. Are you ready to eat dumplings with me? Do you like dry dumplings or soup dumplings? However, Li Ji raised his finger and shook it with a smug look on his face, with a shrewd look in the depths of his eyes. You were fooled by that boy. Li Ji took a sip of the wine in the glass calmly, smacked his lips to savor it, and then spoke slowly and leisurely. I have read the skill description of my son. It clearly states, you can travel through all things and go anywhere in the world. Since my good-for-nothing son has used this skill, it means he has successfully escaped. But the thief was unwilling to accept that the hostage he had worked so hard to catch escaped so easily, so he sent out a provincial loudspeaker to scare us. It seems that he is extremely arrogant, but in fact he is like a clown in a circus. His clumsy circus is full of loopholes, but he is unaware of it. After saying that, Li Ji pursed his lips, feeling pleased inwardly. He is worthy of being my son. Even though we are hundreds of miles apart, we can still communicate with each other and have a tacit understanding. Then he flipped his hand and took out another provincial speaker. Chapter 125. Make some dumplings and send them to Qin Lingshan's shelter. Provincial loudspeaker. Chun Li, right? I am Li Ji, the father of Li Er. There has never been a case in my Li family where anyone succumbed to the enemy's threats. I, Li Ji, never compromise with the enemy. My son, Li Er, and never compromise with the enemy. It didn't happen before, it doesn't happen now, and it won't happen today. If you expect me to compromise with you out of consideration for my son's life, you are wrong. You can kill me or widow me as you like. I will lead all the combat personnel of the provincial shelter to Xi'an City in 3 days and destroy your crappy money-making hut. I will not leave any chickens or dogs alive as a sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. Also, I like to eat dry dumplings. When Li Ji heard the loudspeaker of his own province ringing beside him, he nodded with satisfaction and took a sip of wine. This was a chance for him to make a name for himself. No scoundrel will do similar things again in the future, and it can be regarded as solving a hidden danger. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This is a wise man. He can rule the world without leaving his home. Wang Ren's hand holding the provincial loudspeaker was frozen in the air, staring at Li Ji in amazement, as if he were a fool. Is the competition for the position of heir to the Li family so fierce? Wang Ren muttered in a daze. Do you have to sound so strong? If Li Er really doesn't escape, he will be dead. You don't understand. Li Ji shook his head mysteriously. Li Er has already escaped. Only you, me, and Chun-Li know about this. But other people in the province can also hear the loudspeaker. They don't know that Li Er has escaped. So at this time, I just have to show that I don't care about my son's life at all. Can you think about it? Will there be any villains who dare to touch our family members in the shelter in the future? When we move into Xi'an City in the future, will anyone dare to disobey us? Wang Ren looked at Li Ji, who looked confident of victory, and shook his head and muttered, You're crazy. Go play by yourself. I won't play with you anymore. I have to express my opinion quickly, otherwise if you harm my son, I will chop you into dumplings and eat you. Provincial loudspeaker. I will chop Li Er and Wang Xin into minced meat, wrap them into dumplings, and send them to the foot of Qinling Mountain. Before you come to Xi'an City to slaughter us, let you have a full meal first. After sending out this provincial horn, Chun-Li enjoyed the massage from Wang Xin beside him and couldn't help but sigh. It is said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so at least his father still has feelings for him. This Li Er's father, wow. Chun-Li couldn't help but look at Li Er with a trace of heartache. The poor child. Lier, who was originally planning to beg for mercy, couldn't help but stop talking when he heard the provincial loudspeaker from Chun-Li and waited for his father's response. The loudspeaker clearly stated that he tried to escape, but failed and was caught. Now, if his father doesn't compromise immediately, he should at least speak softer. If he had a choice, he would still prefer his father to redeem him back to the provincial refuge and continue to be his son. However, at this moment, a provincial loudspeaker sounded mercilessly in everyone's ears. I, Li Ji, will never compromise. My son is even more like this. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. I will attack Xi'an City to offer sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. As Lier listened to the sonorous and rhythmic music from the provincial loudspeaker, his eyes were filled with more and more despair. As the last sentence fell from the loudspeaker, "Besides, I like to eat dry dumplings." Lier's body went completely limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a deathly pale face. It turns out that he is not really my biological father. It turns out that he really wanted me to die. No wonder they sent me out on a mission without giving me any dropped items or any subordinates. Su walked forward with emotion, squatted down, and patted the shoulder of Lier, who was lying limp on the ground. Your father is a ruthless man. Especially the last sentence, your father likes to eat dry dumplings. It's really the finishing touch. I almost thought your father's surname was Lu and his given name was Yang. Lier raised his head, his eyes filled with despair, and looked at Su with a dead look on his face. As a two-star professional, even if he could not escape, with his strength, he could still cause considerable damage to Chun-Li if he fought to the death in this small space. Moreover, in this kind of place, Chun-Li's strength cannot be fully utilized. However, at this moment, he had no such thoughts at all, and only felt that he had been deceived in the first half of his life. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Lier murmured in a dead silence. Last name is Lu and first name is Yang. Liang? Who is that? Su was silent for a while and patted Lier on the shoulder again. He's as ruthless as your father. The difference is that he likes to eat soup. Lier didn't understand what Su meant, so he didn't bother thinking about it. He looked at Wang Xian, who was massaging Chun-Li's shoulders attentively, and smiled bitterly. I say, Brother Xian, aren't you afraid at all? Wang Xian turned his head and glared at Lier, then spoke gently into Chun-Li's ear. Why should I worry? My father will definitely pay the ransom for me. I am his biological son. Brotherly, don't worry. My father will definitely agree to let you redeem me. I've been kidnapped more than a dozen times, and my father never failed to redeem me. Next second, a provincial loudspeaker sounded again in everyone's ears. Provincial loudspeaker, hello Chun-Li, I am Wang Rand, and my son is Wang Xian. I just heard that my son had some misunderstandings with you while he was a guest at your place. There is no misunderstanding in this world that cannot be resolved. 3 days later, I will come to your house in person with sincerity to have a drink and chat with Brotherly. During these 3 days, I hope Brotherly can take good care of my son. Thank you. Wang Xian immediately straightened his chest, but his hands that were massaging Chun-Li's shoulders did not stop, and he said with pride, Look, Brotherly, I told you my father would definitely come and redeem me. Don't worry if you kidnap me. I will definitely get the ransom safely and without any loss. My father's reputation among kidnappers is well known. Lier knelt on the ground, looking at Wang Xian, who was proudly preaching there with a deathly pale face, and couldn't help but laugh miserably at himself. It's a pity that he used to look down on Wang Xian. I always feel that Wang Xian is not smart. He is complacent and proud of himself even after being kidnapped dozens of times. He even looked down on Wang Rand. His own son has been kidnapped dozens of times, but he still hasn't learned his lesson and has no precautions at all, just paying the ransom obediently every time. Now it seems that Wang Rand, whom he despised, is willing to spend points to lose face and surrender in front of all the survivors in the province. And his father directly told him to die, and even said that he liked to eat dry food. Chun-Li looked through the front window at the soon-to-arrive money-making hut of the abuser, smacked his lips, and looked at Lier with an expression of pity. What a poor child. Ergu, tie him up. Chop it into minced meat after getting off the bus, make some dumplings, and send them to Qin Lingshan's shelter. Remember, do it. We still satisfy the tastes of our customers. Chapter 126. Brotherly is such a good person. Okay. Ergu and the others looked at each other with a sneer, then stood up and slowly approached Lier, rubbing their hands. Etc. Lier, who was kneeling on the ground with a dejected mind, forced himself to cheer up, drove away the negative emotions in his mind, and slowly stood up. He laughed miserably and ignored Ergu and others who were slowly approaching him, staring straight at Chun-Li. Don't forget, I'm an out-and-out 2-star professional. Don't treat me like a wimp like Wang Xin. Hearing this, Su's pupils instantly dilated, and he pulled Xiao He and the others behind him. He has a protective drop item. It seems that Li Er is determined to fight to the death. As Li Gu is also a 2-star professional, he is naturally fearless. But they were only 1-star professionals, and they could not ignore the desperate situation of a 2-star professional. I understand. Chun Li grinned with anticipation, turned his hands over, and a Gatling gun suddenly appeared. Licking the corner of his mouth, he pointed the gun at Li Er's body and gestured up and down. Begin your performance. Forehead. Looking at the 10 slowly rotating gun barrels in front of him, Li Er's mouth twitched, and he silently compared his own small fireball with the storm of bullets measured in thousands in his heart. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand silently. Misunderstood, brotherly. Li Er forced a kind smile. I mean, I'm a 2-star professional after all. It would be such a shame to chop it up like this and make dumpling stuffing. The value of a 2-star professional is at least higher than dumpling fillings. Oh, Chun Li took back the Gatling gun, took out his cane again, placed his hands on the ground, tilted his head, and looked at Li Er with interest. So? Li Er gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his voice was full of determination. So, I want to shine under Brother Li and use my abilities to earn points to redeem myself. Isn't this just recognizing a thief as your father? Chun Li smacked his lips and tilted his head to look outside the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle had stopped at the door. A large group of people had gathered at the door of the base at some point, holding weapons and staring at the uninvited guest with serious eyes. I hope Brother Li will take me in. Li Er knelt on one knee with a determined look, clasped his hands together, and looked serious. Time is running out, and the armored vehicle has stopped. Now he has only 3 options. 1. A trapped beast fights desperately and dies gloriously. 2. The fish is killed on the spot and made into dumpling filling. 3. Acknowledge the thief as your father, endure it temporarily, and he will make a comeback one day. Without any hesitation, Li Er made up his mind to take the 3rd path. Because he got off the armored vehicle, he could use the elemental body again. At that time, there was no armored vehicle trapping him, and he could go anywhere in the world. He knows that. Chun Li also knew this. So there was no way he could get off the armored vehicle alive. But he wants to live. So he could only give in and join Chun Li. One day, he would return to the base alive and question his father face to face. Am I your biological son? No wonder his brother's name is Li Deshun, but he is called Li Er, a name that seems to be chosen at random. It turns out that he is not his biological child, and he is not even willing to give him a name. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but feel sad and angry. He looked up at Chun Li and raised his voice by 1 decibel. I hope Brother Li will take me in. Chun Li stood up from his seat, straightened up, held his cane, straightened his clothes, and said casually, Give me a reason. I am a 2-star professional with a hidden profession. Tisk. My staying alive can serve your greater good. Not enough. Li Er was silent for a while, looking at Chun Li's back, with flames surging in the palms of his hands behind his back, ready to explode at any time. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, I just want to live. Hearing this, Chun Li stopped preparing to get off the car, turned around, and looked at Li Er, walked up to him and patted his shoulder, grinning. I like this reason, get off the car. Then he walked towards the car door. Looking at the survivors of the base who were holding weapons and surrounding the front of the car with nervous expressions, Chun Li smacked his lips and took out a provincial loudspeaker. Provincial loudspeaker. Wang Ren, right? Your son is my guest, so don't worry too much. The money-making hut of us perpetrators is famous for its harmony and justice. 3 days later, Mr. Wang is welcome to come and drink and eat meat. Chun Li walked towards the group of survivors, held the cane in his hand, and smiled. You're back so early? Is the rent ready for today? The group of survivors looked at each other, put away their weapons, and took a step back. One person who did not have time to retreat stepped forward and spoke. We just went out today. I don't know why the zombies that usually stay in their rooms and devour the evolved zombies started to riot. Everyone rushed to the street and merged into a zombie group. The man recalled with fear on his face, and after a while, he said in a trembling voice, there was even a zombie as tall as a 2nd floor, walking in the middle of the zombie group like a crane standing out among chickens. We suspect it might be a level 3 zombie. Due to the zombie riot, we can only flee back to the base today. Chun Li curled his lips and said, the rent will be postponed today, and Yun will make up for it tomorrow. He probably knew why the zombies were rioting. With over 100 explosions ringing out in unison and the smell of blood lingering in the air, it was hard for the zombies not to riot. However, a LV3 zombie has appeared. It needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. It is hard to sleep well with such a strong enemy around the base. Chun-Li glanced at Ergu and others who got off the car. The strength of these people needs to be strengthened as soon as possible. There is not even a 2-star professional. What's the use of you? Real. Thank you, Brotherly. Thank you, Brotherly. Brotherly is such a good person. Upon hearing that the rent could be deferred today, many of the survivors, who had originally had frightened expressions on their faces, immediately changed their expressions to ones of excitement, as if they had survived a disaster, and all expressed their gratitude loudly. It seems that Brotherly is not so unkind. At least he will show leniency because he is unable to defeat the opponent. It should also be because Brotherly is in a good mood now. After all, they have been listening to the provincial loudspeaker coming from their ears. I probably know that Brotherly has made a big fortune. Ergu, go take Li Air to learn the family rules. Chun-Li said this and prepared to get up and walk towards the office. Teaching new members the house rules is an old tradition in the abuser's money-making hut. Thinking of the little thing he had put into Li Air's body while patting his shoulder, Chun-Li couldn't help but grinning. Really looking forward to it. If Li Air planned to get out of the car and run away. This time, I can really eat dumplings. However, at this moment a voice sounded at an inopportune time. Chapter 127. The fake Labrador god is most likely Sue. Brother Xian? An excited voice rang out from among the survivors. Chun-Li turned his head to look at Wang Xian, who had just got off the car behind him, and then looked at the man with the scar on his face among the crowd of survivors. He had some impression of this person. When he first came to the base, he asked this person a few questions. Chun-Li stopped and asked with interest, "Do you know each other?" "Brother Scar." Wang Xian looked towards the man with the scar on his face, following the voice. He couldn't help but quicken his pace with excitement, walked forward, and tightly held Scar's hand. "It's really Scar, brother." Chun-Li looked at the two people in puzzlement, a little confused for a moment. What was going on? "Brother Scar, why are you here?" Wang Xian patted Scar's back with excitement and joy on his face, and asked puzzledly. "It's hard to explain." Scar sighed. "Not long after we were captured, the apocalypse broke out. Several people came here to build a shelter. It wasn't until Brotherly came that we were able to settle down." "What did you do after you kidnapped me?" Wang Xian asked curiously. "No, the only thing I did was kidnap you." Scar was silent for a while, and then spoke slowly. "Then how did you get caught?" Wang Xian asked puzzledly. "After you were released, did you call the police?" "No." "Why didn't you call the police?" Scar looked at Wang Xian with resentment. "Why should we call the police?" Wang Xian replied puzzledly at first. Then he raised his head and said proudly, "Our Wang family is well known in the kidnapping world, and we never call the police." "I only found out about this later." Scar's face stiffened for a moment. "When I went to turn myself in, the police officer heard that I had kidnapped Wang Xian and asked me in surprise why I was so desperate to turn myself in." "You went to turn yourself in?" Wang Xian looked at Scar with a puzzled look on his face. Was there some unknown reason? Was he tortured by guilt? Could it be that Scar brother is tortured by his conscience day and night and decides to go to prison to apologize for his sins? Wang Xian stroked his chin and thought. Scar's mouth twitched. "No, I was planning to go to prison to brush up my resume, and then find a street vendor to be a big shot. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't see you call the police. My younger brother couldn't wait any longer, so he urged me to turn myself in quickly. Then I turned myself in." Wang Xian stared at Scar in amazement and surprise, unable to speak for a long time. Chun-Li looked at the two people in front of him expressionlessly, then raised his feet speechlessly and prepared to leave. Xiao He, who was holding the armored vehicle in his hands after transforming it into a model, hesitated for a while before hesitating. "Brotherly, it seems like there are fewer people." Chun-Li frowned and turned to look at the people behind him, scanning everyone's face. After a moment, he hesitated and said, "Who is missing?" Xiao He turned his head slightly to look at Su beside him and whispered, "The leader of the Blood Gang doesn't seem to be here." "Huh?" Ermao asked in confusion. "Didn't the Blood Gang leader get on the bus?" "He did get on it, but I kicked him down." Donkey Egg scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Ergu speechlessly made the sign of a cross on his chest. They were surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, driven mad by the smell of blood, in a square with no way out. "God bless. Hope you're safe." Su kicked Xiao He, who was still standing there in a daze, snatched the armored vehicle that had transformed into a palm-sized model from his hand, and glared at Xiao He fiercely. This guy is so tactless that he doesn't know how to express his opinion quickly at this time, but is concerned about the life and death of an outsider. Su gave Xiao He a look of disappointment, then turned around with a fawning smile on his face, trotted over to Chun-Li, and handed the model to him with both hands. "Here, Brotherly." Chun-Li took the model, played with it for a while, and looked at Sue with a half-smile. This thing is good. Where did you get it? Sue stood up straight, his face solemn, and raised his index finger to point to the sky. God gave it to me. From God. Yes, a God came to me yesterday and told me that Brother Lee is the chosen one who will save the world, and asked me to hand him over to you. Oh, what's that God's name? Labrador God. Chun-Li smiled for a while with an inexplicable emotion on his face, then threw the model into Sue's arms. Let your little brother take it. He will be the driver from now on. Okay. Sue put the model away with both hands excitedly, and said excitedly, I will definitely teach him well. I'm going to rest for a while. We'll gather at the square for a meeting at 4 p.m. After saying this, Chun-Li turned around and walked towards the office with his cane. Then, a beautiful young woman in the crowd, holding a bow and arrow across her body, started to speak when someone next to her covered her mouth tightly. Don't talk. A young man with a crew cut and holding a feather fan beside her tightly covered the woman's mouth, lowered his head to hide his sight, and said in a low voice, Unless you want to kill us. A bald middle-aged man wearing boxing gloves bumped his fists together unhappily. Little Zhuge, are we just going to accept this? That armored vehicle model is clearly the one that was cheated out of us. Yeah, the young man who was carrying a stick on his shoulders said irritably. Don't even mention Xiao Wu and Big Brother. Even I can't swallow this. Have you forgotten how serious the damage was when we were cheated out of 100 points? Those were the points that all of us had gathered together at the time. We didn't want to spend them on equipment or points, so they were just taken away by someone with just a mouth. I told Brotherly about this matter at the time, but he didn't think of pursuing the matter further. It turns out that Brotherly did it himself. Don't jump to conclusions, old Sunday. Little Zhuge loosened his grip on Xiao Wu's mouth, shook his feather fan and thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, This should not have been done by Brotherly. At least Brotherly didn't know about it at first. Does this voice sound familiar to you? What do you mean? The bald middle-aged man with boxing gloves on both hands thought for a while and looked hesitantly at Sue who was chatting with Xiao He there. That's him. Don't keep staring at him. He'll be detected easily. Little Zhuge shook his head and said, Brother Wang Hong is right. The person who pretended to be the Labrador God and deceived us is most likely Sue. But Xiao Wu twisted her body restlessly, adjusted the bowstring on her chest, and stuck it in the groove. Then she spoke hesitantly. I remember Sue came back before us that day, and he brought back a large group of survivors. Could he have done it? Chapter 128. You are all my family members. The corner of Little Zhuge's mouth twitched. It's true that Sue came back before us, but we also waited outside that door for quite a while. Old Sun took off the stick from his shoulder, stood on the ground, and stared at Little Zhuge in amazement. So you're saying that after Sue tricked us, he left us at the door of that house, and then he went back to the base alone. On the way, he even tricked a group of survivors into going back to the base with him. Little Zhuge nodded stiffly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be like this. Fuck. Wang Peng slammed his fists together angrily. Let's go back to the house and sleep. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the cell. Sleep? Xiao Wu, who looked angry, froze for a moment, turned her head and looked at the boss's back in confusion. Aren't we going to take revenge? Wang Peng stopped walking, looked up and stole a glance at Sue who was not far away, and said in a deep voice, Gather your strength, sneak into Sue's cell in the dark at night, put a sack on him and beat him. Xiao Zhuge and the others looked at each other, and followed Wang Peng towards the cell, ready to go to sleep. Ergu, are you sure this family rule is serious? Lier couldn't help but twitch his face as he looked at the 10 family rules engraved on the wooden tablet in front of him. This thing looks a bit like the indenture from the slave era. It's the 21st century now. How can this thing still appear in the world? Of course, every house rule has been strictly enforced so far. Ergu nodded impatiently. Are the house rules clear? Since you have decided to join the abuser's money-making hut, you must remember the house rules carefully. Every time a new person comes, he is asked to introduce the family rules. Damn it, he is not a parrot. Lier looked at the 10 indentures in front of him with a face full of sorrow for a long time without saying a word. He began to consider the probability of successfully escaping from here by transforming into an elemental body. However, after hesitating for a while, he still didn't dare to run away. The reason is very simple. He dared not. Chun-Li knew that he had this ability, but he didn't send anyone to guard him. It can only be said that Chun-Li was confident that he could catch him even if he ran away. At least wait until my father comes. Didn't his father say that in 3 days he would lead a large army to destroy the perpetrator's money-making hut to offer sacrifice to his spirit in heaven? Deep down, Lier still didn't want to believe that his father wanted him dead. With this thought in mind, Lier felt more confident and decided to wait patiently for 3 days. He said casually, "Isn't this a dictatorship, just like Qin Shi Huang? I remember that after Qin Shi Huang passed away, the Qin state did not end well." "Yeah, that's right." Ergu nodded in agreement. "Can you all see this?" Lier looked at Ergu in surprise. He originally thought that this group of people could not see this, but it turned out that this group of people could see this. But why did they still go down the road of death? "Hey." Ergu glanced at Lier with disdain. "Don't look so surprised, okay? Of course we know. Then why don't you try to persuade Brotherly? What if Brotherly leaves?" Lier considered his words carefully, glanced around, and said cautiously, "How normal." Ergu tapped the blood that had already coagulated on his body and said, "People like Li Gu don't care about the flood after their death. In this environment of the end times, it is not easy to survive this life, let alone think about the afterlife. This is why I look down on aristocratic families. Mission accomplished, I'm leaving now." After saying that, Ergu then walked towards the office building, muttering as he walked, "I need to take a shower and change clothes. This look doesn't fit the image of a doctor. The violence perpetrator's money-making hut." 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chun-Li was wearing a pure white tuxedo, leaning on a cane in both hands, and wearing a gentleman's hat, standing in the middle of the square looking at everyone with satisfaction. The only special effect of this piece of clothing worth 100 points is that it can be cleaned with one click. There is a wooden tablet with family rules next to it. On the left and right sides of the family rules, 2 crosses as tall as a person were erected at some point. Chun-Li frowned as he looked at the 2 crosses beside him, and the 2 men whose hands and feet were fixed on the crosses with nails, with only a piece of rag covering their lower bodies. It can be barely recognized that these 2 men are the 3 men in black who first came to the shelter. One of them was used as a squirrel as a test subject, and the remaining 2 men in black should have come here. Chun-Li looked expressionlessly at the dean who was standing below, eagerly waiting for Brotherly to speak, hoping that he would give an explanation. The dean saw Brotherly glance at the 2 crosses beside him and then look at himself. He immediately understood what he meant and took a step forward and spoke quickly with a flattering look on his face. "Brotherly, the bounty mission for making an operating table that I issued last time has been completed, so I put the 2 patients I received last time on it. Go and see if they are still alive." Chun-Li looked at the 2 people in front of him who had no reaction and whose bodies were slightly blue, and waved at Ergu. "Dead." Ergu stretched out his fingers and paused at the noses and mouths of the 2 men, then looked at the dean with a strange expression. In his memory, these 2 men in black have been in the hands of the dean. He was not allowed to sleep, eat, or drink, and every day the 2 men in black were forced to do some strange movements under the guise of rehabilitation training. He was surprised that he died only now. Then Brotherly, "Shall I drag the body down?" Ergu looked at Brotherly with a questioning expression. Chun-Li looked at the 2 crosses in front of him and pondered for a while, then thought of something. "No need, just put it here." "Dead." The dean looked shocked. "Before I crucified them, they were still alive." Ergu silently made the sign of a cross on his chest and stepped back into the crowd. "It is your misfortune to meet such a doctor." Chun-Li cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "There are 3 main things today. First, set up an equipment depot. Second, establish a unique library. Third, reward according to merit." Chun-Li glanced at the messy 1-star equipment accumulated in his backpack over the past few days, as well as the messy 1-star equipment he threw to Ergu last time, and said in a deep voice, "The base will set up a weapons depot and put a large number of 1-star weapons in it for everyone to exchange. 1-star weapons are uniformly sold for 50 points. Most of the equipment was dropped by zombies, not the standard equipment in the base. Family members can also place weapons they don't need in the armory for consignment. For every weapon successfully sold, a 10 handling fee must be paid to the base." Chun-Li looked at Ergu and said in a deep voice, "This is mainly your responsibility. Go to the supply point and buy a virtual screen, then embed it in the wooden tablet and put it next to the family rules so that family members can choose." Chapter 129. As a qualified family head, there must be rewards after punishment. The second thing. Chun-Li cleared his throat, took the water handed to him by Ergu and drank it all, then wiped his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Establish a library of strange things." The so-called strange library is the random items that drop when you kill zombies. For example, a camera that can capture photos from the long river of history. These things are useless to you. Hand them in the strange library. I'll give you points based on value. He had this idea ever since he found a camera among the dropped items last time that could capture the user's passing scene. There are spears that glow, strange cameras, and clown masks that can only be used to play music. These things obviously cannot enhance one's own strength, and are completely unable to increase the player's chances of surviving in the apocalypse. So what is the purpose of these dropped items? He didn't believe that it was just some unknown existence that caused these dramatic drops of items, hiding in the dark and laughing at the stiff expressions on their faces. These strange dropped items must have their special meaning. It's just that he didn't understand it now, but that didn't stop him from using some points to collect these things and slowly look for clues. The third thing. Chun-Li looked at Ergu and others standing in front of everyone and laughed. That is, reward according to merit. I gained a lot from visiting the Xian shelter this time. As a qualified family head, I must reward after punishment. Looking at the people in front of him, Chun-Li's expression became serious and he said in a deep voice, Dean. Here. The dean resisted the urge to scratch the back of his hand, took a step forward, and stood up straight with an expectant look on his face. You have squeezed more than 100 squirrels perfectly within the specified time. You have done a great job. Reward. 6 one-star pistols, with 50-round magazines, a total of more than 300 rounds of ammunition. Find 6 people who have switched to firearms and form a small team of firearms masters. But you have confidence. Yes, yes, yes. The dean nodded excitedly, holding the 6 small pistols and the bullets on the ground in his arms, and began to think about which doctors under his command had changed their jobs to gunsmiths like himself. Chun-Li looked deeply at the bald dean with an excited face. These 6 one-star pistols and bullets were naturally left behind by the small team of gunsmiths beside Lu Jun. When a person dies, these belongings naturally belong to the living. I hope that this team of gunners can bring me some unexpected surprises at some point in time. Mao. Here. Mao took a step forward lacking confidence, bending his spine slightly and looking down at the ground, because he really couldn't think of any merit he had accomplished. It's really hard to feel confident about receiving salary without any merit, so it's hard not to feel anxious. Chun-Li looked at Mao in silence for a while, his face a little stiff. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to strengthen the strength of the people who followed him at the beginning, so as to cope with the arrival of Li Er's father in 3 days. But he really couldn't think of any outstanding achievements of this Mao. It seemed that his only achievement was that he had never made any mistakes and always kept to himself. There was silence for a moment. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Chun-Li looked at Mao silently. Mao lowered his head and stared at the ground without saying a word. Everyone's eyes were wandering and they didn't focus on the two of them. You have made great contributions in plundering the refuge in Xian, and you shall be rewarded. Finally, Chun-Li broke the awkward situation and said indifferently, as a reward, you can choose any 2-star equipment in the equipment library. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. First, improve the strength of the elderly who have been with you for a long time. Second, let other people in the base know that I will not only punish, but also reward those who have made contributions. After Mao bowed and thanked brotherly, he lowered his head and returned to the crowd, staring at the ground in silence. Merit for looting the West Saddle Sanctuary. Mao smiled bitterly in his heart. What kind of achievement was this? Anyone could complete this task perfectly, and maybe even better than him. Looking at the smug dean standing aside, Mao's thoughts drifted away. Maybe he needs to change his mindset as soon as possible. The chances of currying favor with the future mistress, and thus rising to the top in one step, seem not to be very high. It seems that one still needs to make real achievements. Donkey eggs. Brotherly. Donkey Egg smiled innocently, scratched the back of his head, and looked at Chun-Li expectantly. You have made great contributions in killing Lu Jun, and you should be rewarded. A 1-star professional badge and a 2-star weapon of your choice. Thank you, brotherly. Donkey Egg excitedly put the big knife on his shoulder, knelt on one knee, and thanked excitedly. A 1st-level professional badge. Donkey Egg couldn't help pinching his arm. After confirming that he was not dreaming, he almost jumped up from the ground with excitement. This is the item that can help him advance to a 2-star professional. Lu Jun is a 2-star professional, Li Er is a 2-star professional, and even that good-for-nothing Wang Xin who has been kidnapped dozens of times is a 2-star professional. However, he has always been a 1-star professional. No one knew the resentment in his heart. But he had no choice. At this stage, the rarity of a 1-star professional badge could even be said to be higher than that of a 2-star weapon. There is a chance of drops only by killing zombies and mutants, but the drop rate can only be described as very touching. But, Chun-Li paused for a moment with a serious look in his eyes. Donkey Egg picked up the 1-star professional badge from the ground with a nervous look on his face and held it tightly in his arms, not knowing what brotherly would say next. But you must change your job to a 2-star professional within 3 days. I don't care where you plan to get the 500 points needed for the job change, whether you steal or rob, but if you can't successfully change to a 2-star professional after 3 days, then I will take back this professional badge, and your chance to choose a 2-star weapon will also be scrapped. Do you understand? I understand. Donkey Egg held the professional badge in his arms with a happy look on his face. As long as they didn't want to take the professional badge back, it would be fine. He glanced at his points balance, but didn't know where to get the remaining points. Anyway, Ermau doesn't have a professional badge and doesn't need to change his job, so why not ask him to borrow some first? Donkey Egg glanced at Ermau, who looked depressed, stroked the stubble on his chin, and slowly made up his mind. Ergu. Here. Ergu looked serious. He took a step forward and looked at Chunli seriously. Count all the merits together, and you shall be rewarded. You will be rewarded with 300 points, a 1-star professional badge, and any 2-star professional equipment. You can go to the Strange Curry and pick out a gadget you like. Chunli looked at Ergu in front of him with satisfaction. He planned to throw all the strange dropped equipment on him into the strange library for collection. Ergu is his most satisfying subordinate. He is obedient when ordered around, and most importantly, he has good abilities. Chapter 130. Are you really more relaxed than before the apocalypse? Su. After waving his hand to let Ergu leave, Chunli glanced at Su, who had been rubbing his hands beside him in anticipation, and said in a low voice. It has to be said that this newcomer brought him a lot of surprises. He was the first to complete the task of recruiting new members, captured nearly 100 men in black with a strategy, and used an armored vehicle to take them away from the zombie group. Courageous, resourceful, shrewd, and calculating. There was a hint of satisfaction hidden deep in Chun-Li's eyes as he looked at the young man in front of him. The most important thing was not to be greedy. Brotherly he. Su pulled Xiao He and walked to Brother Li with a flattering smile on his face. Looking at Su pulling Xiao He over, Chun-Li secretly gave Su a point in his heart, not taking all the credit. Chun-Li glanced at Su, with no expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, the merit of attracting new members, the merit of catching squirrels, the merit of escaping from trouble, etc. will be rewarded together. You will be rewarded with 500 points, a 1-star professional badge, and any 2-star equipment in your arsenal. You can also make a request. Chun-Li calmly looked at the expressions of everyone present and brought up the last point. That is, you can make a request. This was a completely spur-of-the-moment idea on his part. He had never thought of including this in the reward before. But as the reward process progressed, he saw the expectation in the eyes of everyone present, and he knew that he should set the reward ceiling a little higher. It's very simple, just like drawing a pie in the sky. In this way, those who have not made any contributions yet will work harder to make contributions, because the rewards are enough to impress them. Is it really okay to request anything? Su, holding the 1-star badge in his arms, asked nervously with an excited voice. Either is fine. Chun-Li glanced at Su with dissatisfaction in his eyes. He thought he was a tactful person, but he didn't expect him to ask such a question. Of course, he couldn't agree to every request. But he couldn't say that. If Su can strike the right balance and make requests within the range of what he can accept, then naturally everything will be a happy ending. But if Su is tactless and makes some demands that he is simply unable to fulfill, he will be embarrassed. So the person who just contributed the most will become the dean's patient in the next second. Su did not notice the danger flashing in Chun-Li's eyes. He looked somewhere in the crowd with excitement, tapping his left wrist rhythmically with his right middle finger, organizing his words deep in his heart. He hadn't originally planned to mention that matter to Brother Li in the next 2 days, because anyone with a discerning eye can see that his achievements in these times are not small. In total, more than 70 out of the 108 squirrels were caught by him. This is an achievement that cannot be covered up. If I mention that matter to Brother Li at this time, it would seem like I am asking for a reward for my achievements. Whether in the eyes of others or in the eyes of Brother Li, this is an act of seeking death. So originally Su just wanted to use his merit to improve his impression points in front of Brother Li, then take the reward obediently, and then mention the matter to Brother Li after a few days. But since Brother Li said I could make a small request, it was impossible to make excessive demands. Not only would Brother Li definitely not agree to them, he might even nail them to the cross next to him. It is better to. Su excitedly clenched his right hand into a fist and hit his left palm hard. He looked at somewhere in the crowd and smiled, then turned to face Chun-Li. Brother Li, I want to open a worry-solving house in the base. The worry-relieving house. Chun-Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Su had been thinking for quite a while, he thought that he was thinking about what request he could make in order to quickly take control of this base. Now it seems that he is quite tactful and has some sense of propriety. He wanted to set up an industry and earn more points. Naturally, he agreed to this idea. If his subordinates became stronger, It would mean that he would also become stronger. But what the hell is this worry-relieving house? There is already a psychiatrist and a country doctor in the base, and now we need another fortune teller? Brotherly, it means literally, a room that can solve your worries and depression. Su stood up straight and counted his fingers, looking at Chun-Li with stars in his eyes. Brotherly, think about it. What is the biggest impact after the outbreak of the apocalypse? It's the change in environment. Without giving Chun-Li time to answer, Su spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. The city that was once bustling with neon lights was paralyzed overnight. 70% of the world's human population had no chance to resist and turned into unconscious monsters. Su opened his arms, turned around, and looked at the crowd with an excited look on his face, and spoke hurriedly in an almost roaring tone. You may have been a student before the apocalypse, immersed in a sea of questions every day, complaining about the heavy homework and the difficulty of studying, the teachers criticizing you, and the parents controlling you. So now, you have no homework, no study, and no teacher. Are you happier than before the apocalypse? Among the crowd gathered in the middle of the square, several young men dressed in hoodies looked at each other and recalled their lives before the apocalypse. One of the young men couldn't help but let his eyes slide down. You. Su turned around and pointed at a man who looked to be about 30 years old and was wearing a white shirt, staring at the man with the corner of his eyes. I had a job of my own before the apocalypse. A $9.96 job with a monthly salary of barely over 10,000 yuan, coffee in the morning to keep you going, and Red Bull at night to save your life. Your family is proud of you. Your wife is proud of you. Your son is proud of you. But you feel like all of this is weighing on you like a mountain, making it hard for you to breathe. You might come home from overtime work in the early morning, light a cigarette quietly in the parking lot, and stare out the window in a daze. You might also lie to your wife and say you're in a meeting, but secretly drink in a small bar downstairs. You may also be in the middle of the night when you revised your plan for the 8th time and it was still rejected. You can't help but take out a can of Red Bull from the refrigerator with red eyes. You feel tired. You feel like life, work, and family are like 3 huge mountains, pressing you down so hard that you can't breathe. Then let me ask you a question now. Su walked up to the man in the shirt, grabbed his collar with both hands, and roared loudly with a ferocious look on his face. The end of the world has come, and your parents, your family, and your job are all gone. The mountains that have been weighing on you have finally disappeared. Tell me loudly, do you feel relieved? Do you really feel more relaxed than before the apocalypse? No. The middle-aged man in the shirt had red eyes at this time, and tears could not be held back and flowed out from the corners of his eyes. He roared excitedly, using a louder voice than Su's. Chapter 131. This is called language art. How can it be called a scam? Su loosened the collar of the man in front of him and pushed him aside. And you? Su pointed at the women in the crowd one by one with an excited expression. You all had your own jobs before the end of the world. Some of you worked as bank tellers, some worked in sales, and some worked in operations. You are all glamorous and beautiful, and there are countless men around you who are eager to kneel at your feet. But Su picked out a girl from the crowd who looked pale and thin and looked like she hadn't eaten for several days. But now, you may not even have enough food. Tell me how many days you haven't eaten. Su pinched the girl's chin and said in a seductive voice. 2 days. The skinny girl, enduring the pain in her jaw, looked at Su with fear on her face and said in a pitying voice. Why don't you go buy food from the supply point? All the points were used to pay the rent. Su released the hand that was pinching the girl's chin, walked back to the center of the square, raised his arms, and spoke loudly. Did you hear that? You might even starve to death here because you don't have enough points to buy food. Starve to death in this apocalypse. Why don't you have enough points? Because you have used all your points to pay the rent. Why are the points gone after I pay the rent? Because you are women, your physical fitness is naturally a little worse than that of men. You must be more courageous and fight harder to snatch a piece of meat from a man's mouth. Ergu, who was standing in the front of the crowd and listening with great interest, couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was really worried about Su just now. Su was facing the crowd and could not see, but he could clearly see the Desert Eagle in Li Ji's hand, which had been stationary on the ground. The muzzle had been slightly raised and was vaguely pointing at Su. What do you mean the reason you can't have food to eat is because all your points were used to pay rent? This means that if you don't pay rent, you can afford to eat. Ergu almost thought that in the next second Su would raise his arms and shout, the blue heaven is dead, and the yellow heaven should be established. Let us overthrow Chun-Li's dictatorship. But Su, who had no idea that he had just walked a circle on the line of death, continued his enthusiastic speech. A small number of women, who don't have the ability or courage to fight zombies, Gather a few sisters to kill lone zombies every day. The points they earn in a day are barely enough to pay the rent. Should this group of people just starve to death in the base? I shouldn't. The pale and thin woman squatted on the ground and cried softly, squeezing out two trembling sounds from her throat. Seeing that Sue had stirred up the atmosphere on the field, he glanced at everyone with satisfaction, then turned to look at Chun-Li. Brotherly, this is why I wanted to open the Worry Relief House. It gives men a place to resolve their worries and release their stress. It gives women a place to eat without having to go out and kill zombies. So, Chun-Li frowned and rubbed his chin, staring at Sue, who was slightly panting in front of him. Your Worry Relieving House is a psychological counseling center? He talked on and on for a long time, stirring up the emotions of everyone on the field, but then he stopped abruptly. At a certain moment just now, he almost thought that Sue was inciting the group of people in front of him, and that they would be ready to raise their arms and shout to overthrow him as the dictator the next second. After talking for a long time, I still couldn't make it clear what I was doing. No, brotherly, Sue said with a serious face, his voice full of seriousness. It's a brothel. Chun-Li's expression froze instantly, and he slowly turned his head to stare at Sue. Urgu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Looking at Sue's back, he couldn't help but sigh. What a talented person. I just listened to your powerful and positive speech and thought it was either a charity or a welfare foundation, but it turned out to be a brothel. Or you, Sue, really know how to have fun. Your speech at a brothel almost made me think that you were establishing your mind for the world and your destiny for life. The middle-aged man, who had just pulled his tie off his shirt and threw it on the ground with an excited face, froze instantly when he heard Sue's words. What Sue said just now completely woke him up. He was just about to stop sinking into the sorrow of his family's departure from today on. The determination to start over just surged up. I threw my tie on the ground to cut off the past with a firm determination to change from now on, not to sink into the past, but to look to the future. I was planning to go to Sue's psychological counseling room after the meeting to chat for a while. Now when I hear Sue say that it is not a psychological counseling room, but a brothel, it is a little hard to accept for a while. But it has been a long time since my wife left. The middle-aged man slowly squatted down, picked up the tie, and put it around his neck, his eyes flashing with a strange light. By the way, the brothel seems to be a good idea. It should be able to relieve your worries. So, Chun-Li was silent for a while, his eyes flashing with danger. You just talked so much, but you actually want to open a brothel. Sue lowered his head and remained silent for a while. After a moment, he looked up at Hong Yang, who was covering her mouth and laughing in the crowd. He couldn't help but smiled and said softly, "This is a matchmaker's dream. And the matchmaker is my wife, and her dream is my dream. I hope Brotherly will help me. It's up to you. Just find an empty house and do it yourself." Chun-Li waved his hand and said casually. He still had to prepare some small gifts for Li Er's father's arrival in 3 days, so he stood up and walked towards the office building. He also had to go to the office to check the things in the storage space. Most of the things were with him, and only a small part was distributed according to merit. But remember 3 points. Chun-Li suddenly stopped and turned back and said seriously. First, you cannot force a woman to work in your house of comfort. Second, no honey traps. Third, you must not trick students into becoming your customers. After saying that, Chun-Li turned around and walked straight towards the office building without waiting for Sue's response. No problem, no problem. Thank you, Brotherly. Thank you, Brotherly. Sue bowed to Chun-Li with excitement on his face. Then he looked at Hong Yang in the crowd and raised his eyebrows with complacency. Oh, Urgu, let's add one more rule to the house rules. Anyone found in the base using any pretext to deceive base tenants and engage in pyramid scheme-like behavior will be executed on the spot. Not far away, Chun-Li's voice drifted towards everyone along with the sound of the wind. The eyebrows that Sue had just raised froze on his face instantly. Please be a human being. Urgu, who passed by Sue, couldn't help but stop and patted Sue on the shoulder and said with emotion, "The student you just pointed out looks like he is only 18 or 20 years old. Don't try to trick people into visiting your house of worries. Try to accumulate some merit for your ancestors." Sue looked at the backs of the people gradually going away, slowly came back to his senses, pouted his lips in dissatisfaction, and muttered softly, "What do you know? This is called language art. How can it be called deception? Do you understand or not?" Chapter 130. Brotherly, I want to open a clinic. Chun-Li sat on the sofa in the office, playing with the equipment in his hand with a dazed look. This was the first time he saw 2-star equipment belonging to the gunner profession. It was found among Lu Jun's dropped items. Probably, he didn't have time to reward his own gunner team because they died at Chun-Li's hands. Equipment name, Dragon Slaying Hand Cannon. Equipment level, 2-star equipment. Equipment attributes: strength +2, agility +1. Equipment occupation: gunsmith. Equipment special effect: there is a certain chance of double casting, firing 2 hand cannons at the same time. Magazine capacity: fixed to 7 rounds and cannot be changed. Shells must be purchased separately at supply points. Equipment introduction: there are only 2 results when being hit by this thing, either being unharmed or being torn into pieces. After looking at the hand cannon in his hand, which looked like a pistol but had an incredibly thick muzzle, for a while, he threw it into the storage space. He intended to throw this equipment to the dean. Otherwise, it would be hard to convince others that a dean is still holding the standard pistol from the supply point. Chun-Li flipped his hand and took out a bronze book from the space. It was a skill book, and the skills were exactly what Chun-Li needed. Skill name: Eagle Eye. Skill level: 2-star skill. Skill restriction: all professions. Skill type: active skill. Skill effect: when the skill effect is activated, mental power will flow into the eye sockets, allowing the player to capture the traces of fast-moving objects. Skill introduction: when activating the skill, Kato-ing is just a little kid digging loach holes in your eyes. Without any hesitation, Chun-Li clapped his hands to smash the skill book and learn the skill. For him, this skill has a higher priority than even his Gatling battery. It's okay for people like Lu Jun who prefer defense. Bullets can just rain down on them. No matter how strong the defense is, there will be a moment when it relaxes. But Chun-Li does have a bit of a temper with someone like Lier who has weird skills and extremely fast speed. After all, if Lier's body turned into elements and started running, he wouldn't be able to hit him even if he shot him. But now that he has the Eagle Eye technique, things are different. When he can see the trajectory of an object clearly, he can even turn the muzzle of the gun in advance to predict the trajectory of the object. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction and looked at the next piece of equipment. The key point is this piece of equipment. Chun-Li immersed his mind into the hexagonal badge in the space. This is a 2-star professional badge, which is a must-have for advancement to a 3-star professional. He glanced at the promotion conditions in the lower right corner of the personal attribute panel. He already had a 2-star professional badge and the 2,000 points required for promotion. A lot of points were looted from the Xian shelter, and together with the points obtained from the leader of the Blood Gang, a portion of the points were used as rewards for Ergu and others. There are 4,350 points remaining. It can be said that the points required for advancement are sufficient. However, he has not yet been promoted to a 3-star professional, because promotion to a 3-star professional is different from that to a 2-star professional in that there is one more required condition. The condition is to kill a level 3 zombie with your own hands. Chun-Li frowned as he looked at the promotion conditions. This was a bit unreasonable. The promotion condition for a 2-star professional requires killing a LV3 zombie by hand, but it is easy to imagine that a 2-star professional has almost no chance of beating a LV3 zombie. If this 2-star professional is weak, it will be a problem whether he can even escape from the level 3 zombie, let alone kill it. A leader of a shelter like him, or a captain with his own team, can complete this promotion task, first siege, and then leave the final blow to the captain. This task can be accomplished quite easily, and it can be accomplished by relying on piles of human lives. But for those Lone Rangers, it is basically impossible to complete this task if they rely solely on their own abilities. So what is the significance of this promotion condition? Chun-Li touched his chin and frowned, thinking, could it be that this game encourages humans to cooperate and rely on the power of the team to complete the task? So far, I have only heard about the news about LV3 zombies from the survivors in the base. Among the zombies that were attracted to the Xian military district shelter by the smell of blood, survivors in the base said there was a level 3 zombie. As for whether there are any LV3 zombies in other places, he could only think of 3 places. One is the street where Gatling was first used. At that time, about hundreds of zombies were killed and their bodies were placed on the streets. When I woke up the next day, all the zombie corpses on the street had disappeared completely. When I left, I vaguely saw a huge zombie devouring zombie corpses in the glass of a store on one side of the street. The other place is the school cafeteria, which is the death corridor. At that time, they killed nearly 1,000 zombies. Before leaving, they sealed all the zombie bodies in the school cafeteria, locked the cafeteria door, and blocked the cafeteria entrance with tables and chairs. The last time was at the gate of the base. The last time they went out in the dark to lure the zombie group, the area in front of the base gate was filled with zombie corpses. But after waking up on the 3rd morning, all the zombie corpses in front of the base gate had disappeared without a trace, and the streets became clean. These 3 places were where he knew there were enough zombie corpses. If one zombie devoured all the corpses in any of these 3 places, The nutrients absorbed are enough to cultivate a level 3 zombie. Then the probability of level 3 zombies appearing around these 3 places will not be too low, so you can send Donkey Egg out to search for traces. As for other places, I am not too sure. However, the level 3 zombie mentioned by the survivors in the base, which is as tall as a 2-story building, is very likely still in the West Saddle Shelter. We can send someone to check it out tomorrow. The most important thing right now is to improve one's own strength. Otherwise, even if one finds the trace of the LV3 zombie, it will be embarrassing if one cannot defeat it. At least wait until Urgu and others can be promoted to 2-star professionals as soon as possible. The traces of LV3 zombies have already appeared, and the role that 1-star professionals can play is getting less and less. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Chun-Li said in a dissatisfied voice. "Hey, brotherly." Urgu, who had just passed by Sue and walked straight towards the office building, suddenly appeared here. Chun-Li raised his head and glanced at Ergo, who was grinning. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Brotherly, I also want to open a small store in the base." Urgu raised his head and glanced at Chun-Li, then adjusted his words and spoke carefully. "Why? Do you want to open a house of worries too?" Chun-Li took the cane in his arms, looked at Urgu with unfriendly eyes. What did these people think of his sanctuary? Do you think of it as Wanda Plaza? Every merchant has to report to it before moving in. You might as well open a Haidaleo restaurant. Chapter 133. You can just provide a one-stop service. No. Urgu waved his hands quickly and denied it. "I just want to open a small clinic." Urgu added hastily, getting straight to the point before Li Ji's patience disappeared and he kicked him out of the room. "You?" Chun-Li looked at Ergo suspiciously, then said expressionlessly, "You discussed this with Sue, right? Sue opened a brothel, and you opened a maternity hospital. It's a good idea to provide one-stop service. Is Donkey Egg going to come to me later and say that he wants to open a primary school?" "No, brotherly, you misunderstood." Urga couldn't help but smile bitterly. He obviously just wants to be a doctor who saves lives, but because of his divine right-hand skill, people often think he works in obstetrics and gynecology. Donkey Egg didn't know how many times he had teased him about this matter. "It's a proper clinic. If you get injured while fighting, you can come here for treatment." Urgu weakly emphasized that he was running a proper clinic. "A proper clinic." Chun-Li looked up and glanced at Ergo, saying with disdain, "From what I know, you don't seem to have any proper medical skills. I think it would be more suitable for you to open a gambling house. You can open a store and bet against the tenants for Pandora's box." "Hey, this one seems not bad." Urgu held his chin and thought for a moment, then suddenly shook his head and looked at Chun-Li with a wry smile. "Brotherly, you almost fooled me. It is my dream to open a clinic and be a doctor. I have already exchanged my points for the healing skills of a doctor, which is enough to support me to open a proper clinic. Go." Chun-Li waved his hand impatiently. He could probably understand these people's thoughts. After they had initially stabilized within the base and had enough potential, they all wanted to do something they had always wanted to do. And you can also receive a stable amount of points. He did not stop this matter. After all, he wanted these people to help him do things, so he couldn't let the horse run without giving it grass to eat. Anyway, opening a brothel clinic is not a big deal, and it can also make the base look more prosperous and lively, so why not do it? But Chun-Li glanced at the girl holding a basin standing next to Ergo and asked, "Bring her in." The girl holding the basin was Xiao-Chan, who wiped Chun-Li's sweat some time ago. "Thank you, brotherly." After hearing that Chun-Li allowed him to open a clinic inside the base, Urga couldn't help but jump up excitedly. "Ancestors, your descendants have finally fulfilled your expectations." Not only did he become a doctor, he also became a doctor with his own clinic, perfectly fulfilling your expectations. You can rest in peace in your 9 springs. The only dream of his family for generations was to produce a doctor who could save lives and bring honor to the family, but it was not known whether it was due to family tradition or for some other reason. Many of his ancestors were butchers, but there was never a single doctor. He still remembers that his father held his hand tightly before he died and spoke to him with his last breath. "I must become a doctor in the future to bring honor to my family." So Urgu worked hard to become a doctor, and finally, after the end of the world, Urgu perfectly fulfilled his dream. Urgu, whose heart was filled with excitement, heard Chun-Li's question, glanced casually at Xiao-Chan beside him, licked the corner of his mouth, and looked at Chun-Li. "I don't know about her. She was waiting at the door when I arrived, and then she came in with me." "Okay, you go down first." Chun-Li waved casually at Urgu. After Urgu closed the door and walked out of the room, Chun-Li looked silently at Xiao-Chan, who was standing there with a basin in her hand, not saying a word and a stubborn look on her face. The hot air generated by the hot water is floating slowly above the basin. "What are you doing here?" "I want to wash your feet." Xiao Chan raised her head and looked at Chun-Li stubbornly, then put the basin on the ground, took a silver needle from her hair knot, and inserted it into the basin. It's not poisonous. Chun-Li stared at the woman in front of him who was testing for drugs. He didn't say anything for a moment, and no one knew what she was thinking. He remembered this girl who had wiped his sweat last time, but he threw her to the ground. Until now, he couldn't figure out what this girl's purpose was. Washing feet, right? Then let's get started. Nightfall, prison cell. Brother Su, have we really made it big this time? Xiao Hei hugged the pillow and sat on the bed, unable to help but said happily, I will directly reward you with a 1-star professional badge and 500 points. You should know that Brother Li is the only 2-star professional in the base right now. Brother Su, will you be second to none in the future? Xiao Hei couldn't help but get excited and started to daydream, putting the corner of the pillow in his mouth and chewing it unconsciously. There are more than 10,000 people, but now the base doesn't even have 1,000 people. There was no overly proud expression on Su's face. Instead, there was a hint of confusion in the depths of his eyes. But you are right. At least our contribution this time is indeed huge, so huge that no one can ignore our contribution. Then, Brother Su, when will we send someone to look for my family? Xiao Hei looked at Su expectantly. I can't go for now. Su was silent for a while. Your family is in another province. The current strength of the base or my strength is not enough to support you to go to another province. Yeah. Xiao Hei lowered his head a little depressed. He had been following behind Su and doing things for him. One of the main reasons was that he was looking forward to Su climbing to a high enough position. Or, when Su has enough strength, he can take him back to his hometown to find his family. However, it seems that it may not be so useful now. The joy just now suddenly disappeared in an instant. Xiao Hei covered his face with the pillow and crawled into the quilt. Xiao Hei. Su's voice came from the silent darkness. You have made a great contribution this time. When you wake up tomorrow, you will get your share. Don't worry. Xiao Hei made a random sound from under the pillow in response. At night, in a prison cell. Brother Wang, is this okay for us? Isn't it a bit too open? If we are discovered, I remember that the house rules specify that anyone who fights inside the base will be executed. Xiao Wu put the bow she had been carrying on her back in the cell, and looked at Wang Pang with dissatisfaction while wearing a linen hood. At least buy a mask or something at the supply point. Isn't it too hasty to just find a sack and poke 3 holes in it to use as a headgear? What if we are discovered? Can't you two just switch outfits? Chapter 134. Revenge when revenge is needed, and injustice when injustice is needed. Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Zhuge holding a feather fan and Lao Sun carrying a stick in silence. Are you too afraid that your feather fans and sticks are not distinctive enough? Little Zhuge smiled awkwardly, put the feather fan on his waist, and covered it with his coat. Say, sorry, I didn't react. It's nothing, Old Sun said nonchalantly. It's so dark now anyway. No one can recognize who it is without carefully identifying it under the moonlight. You? Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, but couldn't say anything for a while. But, Little Zhuge frowned and said, Brother Li rewarded Su with 500 points and a primary professional badge today. You mean? Old Sun looked as if he had suddenly realized something. What if Su has now been transferred to a 2-star professional, and his physical fitness has been tripled? Then we would just be sent to the hospital for food if we go in. No. Wang Pang shook his head with a smug look on his face. I have been watching the supply point in the cell this afternoon. Su did not come to the supply point to advance this afternoon. He must have used up his chance to enter the supply point today. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. After all, Wang Pang's cell was just opposite the supply point. Since Wang Pang said so, there would naturally be no mistakes. So tonight is our last chance. When Su becomes a 2-star professional tomorrow, our road to revenge will probably be a long way off. Xiao Wu clenched her fist and waved it vigorously in the air. I must teach Su a profound lesson this time, and let him know that being a Labrador god is not so easy. Old Sun put the stick aside, cracked his knuckles, and said with a grim smile on his face. It's a must. Wang Pang also put on his boxing gloves, bumped his hands together, and grinned. Etc. Little Zhuge pulled everyone aside with a serious expression and said, There is something I need to let everyone know in advance. Our main purpose of coming here this time is to vent our anger, not to kill anyone. Everyone, please stop using weapons and skills. This way, even if the truth is revealed, we can still say that it was just a small conflict because we couldn't hold back our anger. Besides, we are in the right. At least our crime is not punishable by death. But if weapons are used and blood is seen, then the consequences will be difficult to deal with. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Pang and the others looked at each other, patted Xiao Zhuge on the shoulder, and said in unison, Don't worry, We understand what you mean. Wang Peng grinned and grabbed the bed sheet from his bed, holding it in his hand. Let's go now. Lao Sun and the others looked at each other, laughed, left their weapons in the cell, and followed Wang Peng out the door with their fists clenched. Several people walked along the corner of the wall, under the dim moonlight, towards Su's cell. Shoo! Wang Peng stopped at the door of a cell, turned around and looked at the people behind him, put his index finger on his lips, and made a gesture to keep quiet. Arrive? Little Zhuge asked with his eyes. Wang Peng nodded. In order to teach Su a lesson tonight, he came here specifically yesterday. 3, 2, 1. Wang Peng silently raised 3 fingers. After the last finger fell, Wang Peng and others rushed into the cell, without any hesitation. Wang Peng rushed into the cell with a bed sheet in his hand and a grim smile on his face. Under the moonlight, he quickly took a look at the interior of the cell. There were 2 beds, and Su was sleeping soundly against the wall. He is indeed the fastest rising newcomer in the base. He is sleeping in a room by himself so quickly. Wang Peng rushed forward with a grim smile and covered Su's head tightly with the bed sheet. He looked at Lao Sun and others with a ferocious face and growled, "Revenge if there is revenge, and injustice if there is injustice." Xiao Wu was the first to rush over with her fist clenched, punching Su on the butt. "I will." Feeling Su's struggle, Xiao Wu felt extremely relieved and comfortable. She pinched her throat and changed her tone to say in a low voice, "So that you know, I am Wang Laohu. Who allowed you to do such an irreconcilable grudge as killing my son? Today I will seek revenge on you." After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked Su in the waist. Wang Peng also covered Su's head tightly with the bed sheet with one hand, and with his face flushed with excitement, he raised his other hand and punched Su in the face continuously. "Dog Su, your grandfather is Lu Defa. Last time you stole tomatoes from my house and ran away. Let me catch you today." Su, who was pinned under Wang Peng's body, resisted even more fiercely. However, he had no strength to fight back under the beating of 4 people, and he couldn't even pull off the bedsheet covering his head. Old Sun rushed over with a grim smile on his face, kicked Su in the stomach, and then turned into Bruce Lee, jumped onto the bed and punched and kicked Su. While beating him, he shouted angrily, "I am Li Quid, your grandfather. Last time you killed the second uncle of my great-aunt's family. I didn't expect that I would catch you here today. Prepare to die, Su." Little Zhuge pinched his hand joints until they cracked, his eyes flashed dangerously, and he walked towards Su with a cruel smile. "Last time, Su pretended to be Labrador God and cheated me out of 100 points and a Samsung armored vehicle. It's okay that they were cheated of some points. It won't make them unable to recover from it. The most important thing was that the 4 of them became the laughingstock in the base, and everyone knew that they had been deceived. He considers himself the modern-day Zhuge Liang, and what he is most proud of is his IQ. However, people suspected that he was not smart enough, and even Brother Wang and the others began to distrust him. This incident made Xiao Zhuge hold a grudge against him. Now the chance for revenge has finally come. He walked straight to Su's head, punched him hard on the head, and then took a deep breath. Fists rained down on Su's head. While beating him, he cursed, "I told you not to help the old lady cross the road, and I told you not to snatch the red scarf from the primary school students." This is what they agreed on. I came here to vent and let off some steam. But just hitting someone without cursing is not a perfect way to vent your anger, but they can't say that they were deceived by you, because that would expose their identities. So each of them beat and scolded at the same time. But the reasons for scolding are all made up. Anyway, as long as the atmosphere is right, it doesn't matter what you scold. Just when the men were sweating profusely and having a great time fighting, Su's voice suddenly rang out from the door of the cell. "What are you guys doing?" There was silence in the air for 2 seconds. Next second, there was a roar of grief and anger from Su. "You are bullying my best brother." Chapter 135. What are we afraid of when we wear hoods? "You, what are you doing?" Su was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He pointed his finger at the 4 people riding on Xiao He and was speechless for a moment. He just went to the toilet and saw this scene when he came back. There are still such lawless criminals in the base now. Have the 2 dead bodies on the crosses placed next to Li Ji's family rules been forgotten so quickly? And doesn't he know that Xiao He is his? Publicly beating Xiao He is a provocation to him. Wang Peng stared in amazement at Su, who appeared at the door. The strong man couldn't help but tremble and stutter. "You, why are you there?" Xiao Wu stopped swinging her fists with a pale face and murmured, "Who is the person on the bed?" "No way." Little Zhuge couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He stopped his fists that were raining down like rain and looked blankly at the person lying on the bed. "Another car accident?" "Boss, what should we do?" Old Sun looked at Wang Peng with a look of panic. They are well aware of the rules of the base. Fighting is a capital crime. The original plan was to cover them with a bedsheet and a hood, without leaving any name or surname, so who knew it was them who did it? But now he was blocked at the door and was caught on the spot. Several people stopped beating the man on the bed. The man covered by the sheet raised his arms with difficulty to tear off the sheet, looking at the people present with lifeless eyes. This person was Xiaohei. Looking at Xiaohei, whose eyes were dull and his head was covered with lumps, and whose skin looked more and more bruised under the moonlight, Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth violently. This was really a bit too miserable. Brother Su, they are here to see you. Xiaohei, with a dazed look in his eyes, forced himself to stand up and sat against the wall. The pain all over his body made him take a deep breath, and he looked at Su with grief and anger. They hit the wrong guy. They said you killed his son, stole tomatoes from their yard, and didn't help an old lady cross the street. These people are here for you. We can't let them go. Send them all to the dean. Ever since he followed Su to see the dean's treatment methods for patients last time, in his world, the most torturous method should be to send the patient to the dean. Rest assured. Su grinned and squeezed his knuckles, making crisp sounds. He stood at the door without moving forward. They are openly defying Li Ji's family rules. Even the gods can't protect them. What should we do, boss? Xiao Wu slowly hid behind Wang Peng, tightened her hood, and said in panic, "Why don't we run away?" Wang Peng's eyes flickered, and a fierce look burst out from his eyes. He whispered, "Anyway, we are wearing hoods, so he doesn't know who we are. Let's rush out of this cell together." After hearing this, Lao Sun and the others looked at each other, put the hoods on their faces a little tighter, bent their bodies, and prepared to rush out of the cell. It seems that the decision to wear a hood when going out was indeed the right one. Su is also a one-star professional. No matter how strong he is, he can't stop the four of them. You have to know that the four of them are not soft persimmons that can be bullied by anyone. Oh right. Wang Peng suddenly remembered something and asked everyone in confusion, "Does anyone know what Su's occupation is?" Little Zhuge shook his head blankly. "I don't know." He considered himself the strategic figure of this small team, and was also responsible for collecting some necessary intelligence, but he really didn't know Su's occupation. To a certain extent, he suspected that Chun-Li might not even know what Su's occupation was. "Are you planning to run?" Su smiled as he looked at the four people who were talking to each other. He stood aside and made way for the door. "Run, I won't hold you back." The four people who had just jumped up stopped instantly. "There is a trick." Little Zhuge stopped with a gloomy look on his face and whispered in a low voice. Wang Peng was silent for a while, staring at Su, who was standing sideways in front of him with his eyes slightly narrowed, and touched his bald head. The rough texture reminded him of the hood he was wearing now. "That's a bullshit." Wang Peng spat on the ground, grabbed his bedsheet, and shouted, "Even if there is a fraud, we have to run first. No one is allowed to be left behind." Their small team of four is not very famous within the base, but many people know them. If we catch any one of them at random, there is no need to torture them to extract a confession, and the remaining suspects will naturally be pinned on the remaining people. Wang Peng took the lead and rushed through the cell door and ran towards the corridor. When passing by Su, he was always on guard against Su's attack. However, to his surprise, Su actually stood quietly at the door and watched him go. Yes, if the news that his younger brother was beaten under the eyes of someone at the base were to get out, Su would be completely disgraced. It seems that Su does not want to make a big deal out of this matter. Wang Peng, who felt that he had thought of the key point, could not help but show joy on his face. He slowed down his pace, looked back at his three teammates who were still in the cell, waved his hand to indicate that there was no problem and they should run faster. When Xiao Wu also ran over behind Wang Peng, Xiaohei finally couldn't sit still anymore. He stared at Su in amazement, with an unbelievable look on his face. "Brother Su, you really let them go." He thought that Brother Su wanted to tease these people, giving them hope and then despair. Now it seems that Brother Su really wants to defeat them. Of course. Su folded his arms and leaned against the wall, waving his hand to urge Xiao Zhuge and others who were still in the cell to run faster. Then he said as a matter of course, "Everyone has to do their job. Although I am now a newly promoted corps member, I have not been told what my specific position is or what I am responsible for. As for me, I will put myself in the position of a counselor for the time being. If there are any changes in the future, I will wait and see what Brotherly will arrange. These people in front of me have obviously triggered the house rules. I remember that the dean is the one who handles those who violate the house rules. I acted rashly, which is obviously overstepping the line. So I can't interfere in this matter. I have to let the dean take action." Xiao Hazewell leaned on the bed, gently rubbing the bulge on his head, looking blankly at Lao Sun, who had just run away. 3 people have already run away, and only little Zhuge is left at the end, and it seems that he will run away soon. But how are you going to find these people tomorrow? They are all wearing hoods. Upon hearing this, little Zhuge hurriedly pushed old Sun's butt and ran out of the cell door closely after him. What if Su realizes that they are wearing hoods? When he goes to see the dean the next day, he finds that he cannot find the four of them. It would not be a good idea to forcibly detain them and ask them to take off their hoods. Chapter 136. How could you be so excessive? Hurry up, Wang Pang shouted in a low voice and pulled old Sun out, leaving enough space for little Zhuge to run out. Can't find it. Su pinched his nose and flicked aside casually. Tomorrow you can go directly to Brother Li with your injuries and tell him that the four Xiao Zhuges beat you up. Just as he finished speaking, a moment passed. Four people appeared at the door. Their hoods had been taken off at some point. They went into Su's cell and knelt on one knee with sincere looks on their faces. Brother Su, you will be our real brother from now on. Su looked at the people on the ground with a playful smile. What are you doing? Didn't you all run away just now? Why are you here to claim brotherhood now? We were ignorant just now. After thinking it over, we still think it would be better to follow Brother Su. Wang Pang said stubbornly. There's nothing I can do. I don't know where little Zhuge made a mistake, but was pointed out by Su. It's not that they haven't thought about escaping from the shelter overnight, but where can they escape to? If the shelter is too far away, it will be surrounded and devoured by zombies along the way. Among the nearby shelters, the strongest one, the Xian Military District shelter, was destroyed. Which other shelter would have the courage or strength to accept them? It would be better to beg for mercy from Su now, because if it weren't for Li Ji's family rules, it would at most be considered bullying. He didn't steal money or kill people, so it can't be said to be a big deal. Old Sun secretly looked up and glanced at the playful smile on Su's face. He gritted his teeth and rushed over, hugged Su's thighs and started crying loudly. Brother Su, you are my dear brother. Although I am guilty, my crime does not deserve death. Please show some mercy and let us go. Besides, we have our reasons. Before Old Sun could finish his words, little Zhuge rushed up from behind and covered his mouth tightly. No reason. Little Zhuge laughed awkwardly. Brother Su, everything can be discussed. We accept it. We just hope we don't tell Brother Li about it. Oh. Su scratched his ear, tilted his head and looked at the people kneeling on the ground, pretending to be dissatisfied, and said, It seems that you are acting for justice. Tell me what your reasons are. I, Su, will never wrongly accuse a good person, but I will never let a bad person go either. Brother Su, I roughly know why these people are here. Xiaohei murmured as he stared blankly at the people who took off their hoods. He recognized them as soon as they took off their hoods and entered the room. On the night when he was tricked by Su into entering the shelter, he saw these four people running back to the base with miserable looks on their faces, crying to Brother Li that they had been cheated. It seems that these people now know that the person who sided with them was Su. The 3-star armored vehicle that had deceived them was now sewn into his clothes. Think of this. Xiaohei touched the big bump on his head and felt that it didn't hurt so much anymore. After all, although I was not aware of this matter and did not participate in it at the time, this piece of equipment eventually fell into my hands. This is a 3-star equipment. It's worth getting beaten up. You have to know that if you let others know that you can get a 3-star equipment by getting beaten, and it's a vehicle. I guess many people would fight to the point of bleeding just to get this opportunity. Maybe Brother Li would be willing to do so, Xiaohei thought to himself and laughed foolishly. Now he didn't feel any guilt about using it. After all, this is what I earned through my legitimate labor. Xiaohei, don't say anything. After Su stopped Xiaohei, he looked at Lao Sun with a smile on his face. Tell me, what is the reason? Nothing. Old Sun waved his hand awkwardly, trying to brush off the remark. His biggest shortcoming was that he said whatever he thought, and he was not sure about what he said. Xiao Wu pouted and looked at everyone with dissatisfaction. Although the situation was not favorable now, she still couldn't bear to see the men who usually took care of her like her brothers, being so humble in front of this villain. What's more, they are obviously in the right. Even if they report it to Brother Li, they are still the ones who are in the right. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but stand up straight, clenched her little pink fists, and looked straight at Su. You pretended to be the Labrador god and tricked us into spending 100 points to buy a Pandora's box. And after you actually opened the 3-star equipment, you cheated us out of the 3-star equipment. As she spoke, Xiao Wu's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She shook off Wang Pang, who was holding her arm, and said, Don't hold me. I want to make it clear today. After you lied to us, we planned to beat you up before you were promoted to a 2nd-level professional. Isn't that unreasonable? Xiao Wu's voice sounded aggrieved, and the decibel level gradually increased. We have no intention of stealing money or killing you. We just want to beat you up to vent our anger. Is that too much? Now we failed and you caught us red-handed. Okay, we accept it too. But do you have to humiliate us now? How could you be so excessive? Xiao Wu finally couldn't hold back her inner grievances anymore, and tears flowed wildly from the corners of her eyes. She stared at Su with red eyes and sniffled, and her shoulders heaved as she cried. After listening carefully to all of Xiao Wu's complaints, Su nodded as if nothing had happened. It's reasonable, not excessive. But Su stretched out his tone, and when he saw everyone looking at him and expecting what would happen next, he smacked his lips. It's not that I lied to you. Xiao Wu was a little stunned for a moment, hesitating. But we saw with our own eyes that after you returned to the base today, the armored vehicle turned into an armored vehicle model, and this model is exactly the same as the one we got from the treasure chest. I shouldn't be wrong about this. Little Zhuge murmured with a puzzled expression. He had made a series of mistakes recently, which had caused him to lose confidence in himself. Now that he knew that he had even chosen the wrong enemy, he doubted himself even more. Maybe he has been in bad luck recently and should go and ask for some talismans. I ask you, Su said in a serious tone, who deceived you? Xiao Zhuge and the others looked at each other in confusion. Just now they could have unanimously affirmed that it was Su who had deceived them. However, Su himself now denies that he was not the one who cheated. Then who could it be? And how did this Samsung-equipped armored vehicle appear in Su's hands? Looking at the four people who were confused and unresponsive, Su patiently pointed his fingers in the air and reminded them. What does that person call himself? Labrador God. Wang Peng replied with a confused look. Chapter 137. I, Su, am not interested in points. Bingo. Su snapped his fingers happily. So, every wrong has its perpetrator, and you can just go find that Labrador God. Why are you looking for me? But that Labrador God was impersonated by someone. Xiao Wu was a little slow to react, and she was sorting out her thoughts with blank eyes. How can it be a fake? Su shook his head unhappily. You really have met a god without knowing it. I can testify that there really is a Labrador God. Because I've seen him. Su said word by word with a serious and decisive expression. Have you seen it? Little Zhuge's forehead was full of question marks, and for the first time he began to doubt his IQ. Could it be that the Labrador God is actually real? It's just that we left too early. They left before Labrador God could unlock the restrictions of the equipment? Of course. Su held his head high. That 3-star armored vehicle was given to me by Labrador God himself. Little Zhuge couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He finally understood what Su meant. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to put the matter behind him. You guys have fought, and you've vented your anger. It would be pointless to say that it was me who cheated you out of your armored vehicles. That damn Labrador God was actually an imposter by Su. He is just trying to build a facade for himself. Because he suddenly realized that the treasure chest they opened was indeed Pandora's box. Which god would give them a Pandora's box that they could buy with 20 supply points to tease them? Pulling the angry people beside him, Xiao Zhuge lowered his head helplessly with a twitching mouth. Name a price, Brother Su. What do you mean by that? Su looked at Xiao Zhuge in surprise. Everyone knows it well. There's no one else here, so there's no need to say too much. Little Zhuge glanced at Xiao He unwillingly. At least he had beaten up the people around Su, and he felt a little relieved. Brother Su, just give us a straightforward price. If it's enough, we'll give it to you now. If it's not, we'll go back and make up the difference. What's the price that will allow us to put this matter behind us? Let's put this matter behind us. Su was surprised, his whole body shaking with anger. He pointed at Xiao He, who was curled up on the bed, and said, You beat my brother like this, and you think that giving me some points will let this matter go? That's my best brother. Su said, gritting his teeth. Brother Su. Xiao He, who was standing aside, was almost moved to tears. It turned out that Brother Su really regarded him as his best brother. It turned out that he had always misunderstood Brother Su. 200 points. Little Zhuge frowned and offered a trial price. When Xiao Zhuge heard Su say that Xiao He was his best brother, he knew that today's matter could be resolved. First of all, if it weren't for Brotherly's family rules, today's incident would really not be a big deal. The most important thing is that if Su handed them over to Brotherly, he would not get any benefit. As for whether Su was the kind of person who was willing to sacrifice his own interests, they knew what kind of person Su was when they first met him, who called himself the Labrador God. But it will probably cost a lot of money, and I won't be able to get out safely without paying some money. It's just that those consecutive best ones made Xiao Zhuge a little unsure about how big Su's appetite was. Who do you think I, Su, am? When Su heard Xiao He's offer of 200 points, he was so angry that he slapped his thigh. 300 points. Xiao Zhuge continued to raise the price with an expressionless face. It was obvious that Su in front of him was waiting for him to raise the price. Dealing with such people is annoying. You can't tear down their integrity, but you have to give them a price that meets their expectations. Among them, he is the only one who can have a conversation with such people. Is this the kind of person I am in your eyes? Su slapped himself on the waist angrily. 500 points. Little Zhuge gritted his teeth and gave the final price. This was the maximum points he could decide. Their team had indeed saved up a lot of points recently, but they had not used them to buy equipment or learn skills, nor had they been willing to spend them in the sundry shop. They have been working hard to save points, waiting for the day when they kill zombies outside and get a first-level professional badge, so that they can have a 2-star professional in their team. Having a 2-star professional can make them qualified and capable of going to places with more zombies when they go out hunting, and they can also try to enter houses that they usually dare not enter. This way you can get more points and more equipment, which you can feed back to the other 3 people. And after everyone becomes a 2-star professional, the whole team will gather strength to help one person become a 3-star professional and continue to give back to everyone. This will form a virtuous circle, which is far more promising than 4 people staying as 1-star professionals, each secretly accumulating strength and waiting to become a 2-star professional. What do you think of my brother, Su? Su, who was so angry that he laughed, slapped himself hard on the chest. Looking at Su's slap on his chest, Xiao Zhuge knew that Su's psychological price had not been reached yet, and there was still some distance to go. Little Zhuge was silent for a while, then raised his head and looked at Wang Peng. After all, Wang Peng is the boss of the team. Although he knows how many points are left, he has no say on the score above that, and he cannot convince others. In the end, the decision still has to be made by Wang Peng himself, whether to pay a higher price to buy peace of mind, or to fight to the death. Brother Su, how about that? Xiao He sat contentedly on the bed and watched Xiao Zhuge raising the price again and again under the intimidation of Su. But Brother Su was not shaken at all, and he was very touched by the kindness. Xiao He felt comfortable seeing Xiao Zhuge retreating again and again. Didn't he enjoy beating me just now? Why is he giving in now? Brother Su, that's it. 500 points is enough to make amends. Brotherly only gave you 500 points this time, which is not a small amount. Xiao He smiled and imagined. These 500 points can also buy me a lot of things. It's worth the beating. Not only did I get a 3-star item in return, but I also received 500 points. It would be nice if this could happen every day. Little Zhuge looked back at Little He with a strange expression. Could it be that this guy's brain was damaged by him just now? Even if Su agreed to 500 points, you don't think that these 500 points will go into your pocket, do you? Brother Su, Brother Su. Wang Peng was silent for a while, then said in a deep voice, we admit defeat this time. We have a total of 673 points, which we are saving for the promotion to a 2-star professional. We only want 30 points. Leave us 2 days' rent. The remaining 643 points will be yours. Leave a way to live, brother. Su smiled, but this time he did not raise his hand to pat himself. Don't want. I'm not interested in points. I want you guys. Chapter 138. You are so worldly wise. The next day, Chun-Li stretched and stood up from the sofa, rubbing his shoulders, and couldn't help complaining inwardly. Although this sofa is made of real leather and is quite comfortable to sleep on, it is still not as comfortable as a bed to sleep on every day. Why not consider going to a supply point to buy a big bed? I looked up at the sun that was already half hanging in the sky and rubbed my sleepy eyes. In the square, Ergu and others were yawning and surrounding Jague, looking listless and dispirited. Hey, Ergu, why hasn't Brotherly gotten up yet? He would have come to the square at this time in the past. Ermao yawned and leaned against the cross, poking the corpse nailed to the cross with his hands. You ask me, who should I ask? Ergu said casually, then slapped Ermao's hand away and said unhappily, I'm not saying anything, but can you stop poking there? Can you show some respect to the dead? Just forget it. Ermao rolled his eyes disdainfully. The hundreds of people you killed in the Xian military district shelter, the zombie swarm that was attracted, and the families of the civilian forces, and the families of the men in black who are still in the shelter, are obviously not going to survive. You have caused thousands of deaths directly and indirectly, and you are pretending to respect the dead. Hey, let me tell you. Ermao jokingly put his arm around Ergu and said, Are you afraid that some wronged ghost will come to take your life when you sleep? Unfortunately, I'm an atheist. Ergu glanced at him with disdain. Is that so? Ermao stroked his chin and thought. Then let's talk about something practical. Are you afraid that you will be chopped to pieces by the furious black-clad men hiding at the entrance of the base as soon as you leave the base? Thinking of this possibility, Ergu couldn't help but look a little unhappy, because he just realized which people were left in the shelter after a large group of zombies entered the Xian military district shelter. They are all family members of some civilian forces and families of the men in black. As for where did those civilian forces and the men in black go? Of course they went hunting outside the base. When they returned home, they found that all the old and young in their family were dead. It would be strange if they were not furious. But the next second, Urga's face suddenly calmed down. Don't be afraid. Brotherly is here. Are you sure that with so many people coming to you, Brotherly will fight against everyone for you? Ermao joked. No. Urga glanced at Ermao, who was gloating over the misfortune. I mean, they will put the blame on Brotherly. Ermao stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing how to start. Does this sentence count as using Brotherly as a shield? I guess not. Can he report it? Brother Urgu. A steady voice came from not far away. What style are you wearing? Donkey Egg looked at Sue and others who were approaching with a confused look on his face. Behind Sue was a team of 4 people, who walked towards the group slowly, steadily, and firmly. Brother Urgu. Sue stood up and clasped his hands to Urgu, saying with a serious face, I heard yesterday afternoon that you opened a small clinic in the base, and I came here today to patronize your business. Put it down and let Brother Urgu take a look. Sue waved his hand, and the 4-man team behind him slowly put Xiaohei, who was on their shoulders, on the ground. This. Urgu pointed his finger at Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground with dazed eyes, bruised all over, and with a swollen head like a pig, with a shocked look on his face. He looked at Sue in disbelief and said, Isn't this gift a bit too heavy? Is Sue's brain screwed up? Is his brain circuit made of duck intestines? Although the base is now basically stable, people have begun to pay attention to human relationships and reciprocity. This is also the foundation of human beings. No one can say what is wrong with it, but yours is too outrageous. He opened a clinic, and you beat up your little brother and sent him here. If he opened a funeral home, would you be covered in white cloth now? Did this little brother dig up your ancestral grave or steal from your family in his previous life? Is it necessary for him to treat him like this? Not heavy, not heavy. Sue shook his head like a rattle and leaned to one side to make a gesture of invitation. I'd like to trouble Brother Urgu to take care of my brother. Okay. Urgu looked at Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, with pity, and said, Then come with me. Donkey Egg was also shaking his head with smacking his lips, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a world this is. But he didn't say anything to stand up for Xiaohei. After all, it was not worth offending Sue for Xiaohei. After all, Sue is the most energetic newcomer in the base, and he already has a ticket to become a 2-star professional, unlike him who still has to collect points. Besides, Xiaohei himself didn't say a word, so what could he say? If he wanted to speak out, the victim had to speak first. Ermao looked at Sue with admiration, thinking that he was a man who could accomplish great things. After washing his face, Chun-Li sat on the sofa. He suddenly felt that the window seemed to be in good condition after being blown up by a landmine last time. It looked a bit like a floor-to-ceiling window. After taking a big gulp of water, he shook his head and energetically took out a square object that looked like an oil painting from the storage space. Equipment name, just a puzzle. Equipment level, 3 stars. Equipment attributes, none. Completion progress, 70. Equipment special effect. The wise person who completes the puzzle will get a special treasure. Equipment introduction. If you really have the patience to spend on this puzzle, it wouldn't hurt to give you something to pass the time. After playing with the puzzle for a few times with great interest, he began to put it together. He found this thing from Lu Jun's belongings. There were quite a few things among the items dropped by Lu Jun. I was a bit sleepy yesterday, so I didn't work on this. I decided to study it after I wake up the next day. I don't know how long it took Lu Jun to get 70, but the remaining 30 should be enough in at least one day. Chun-Li has already decided to spend the whole day on this. The biggest reason that made him make this decision was actually the row of special treasures on the equipment special effects, which made him excited. A special treasure means it is definitely not the standard stuff you get in stores. It is very likely to be at the level of a hidden store. You should know that every piece of equipment in the hidden store can reverse the situation of the battle. His 5-star equipment Gatling was obtained from the hidden store. If he had enough points, he would have planned to buy a few more pieces of equipment from the hidden store. You should know that he still has the qualification to purchase any equipment in the hidden store at 0.1 off twice. And there were indeed many things in it that made him jealous. Up to now, he only owns 1 3-star equipment, which is the 3-star Desert Eagle that he has always used as a walking stick. Another 3-star special treasure that I have seen is the 3-star equipment armored vehicle. In a Samsung puzzle, the one that comes out must be a Samsung. Chapter 139, what do you know? The combination of Chinese and Western cultures is the strongest. A room on the 1st floor of an office building. Oh my god, Urgu, you are so professional. Ermao looked at the clinic in front of him with shock. There was an operating table, an electrocardiograph, a shadowless lamp, and piles of blindingly bright surgical instruments next to them. Ergu's expression suddenly became solemn when he stepped into the clinic. He put on a white coat, took out a pair of disposable gloves from the disinfection cabinet, put on a medical mask, and snorted disdainfully. "What is your dog clinic?" Sue looked at the words, "dog clinic," written in chalk on the door, and felt a little uncomfortable. Which clinic would be called this? "My last name is Go." Ergu looked up in a daze at the words, "Go Family Clinic," written on the plaque on the door. His family's dream for generations is that one of their descendants can become a doctor. Now, not only has he become a doctor, but he has also opened a dog clinic named after his family's name. This can no longer be considered as bringing honor to the family. If the ancestor in the netherworld knew of this news, he would probably be so excited that he would snatch the book of life and death from the king of hell, add a few zeros after his already used-up lifespan, and then rush to his clinic to work as a doctor. You have to know that with the failure of each generation, the expectations become higher when it comes to Ergu's generation. When I was young, my great-grandfather, grandfather, and father kept repeating in my ears that among all professions, medicine is the highest and all other professions are inferior. Ergu, you must become a doctor when you grow up. When I was older, my great-grandfather passed away. My grandfather and father kept talking about him in my ears all day long. When I grew up a little, my grandfather passed away, and my father kept nagging me in my ears all day long. He still remembers when his father was bedridden due to a long illness. In order to make his father's death more secure, he forged a medical license and worked as a doctor in a small clinic in their village. When his father found out that his son had finally become a doctor, he was so excited that he drank 3 bowls of porridge that day. The next day, he went to the fields and boasted to everyone in the village that his son had become a doctor and that it was his son who cured his illness. As it turned out, his father's excitement didn't last long. He was taken away by the police station, and before the court verdict came out, his family received a death notice from the court. This incident was like a needle piercing his heart. He had sworn that he would become a doctor in this life. After he got to the underworld, he told his father that he did not lie to him. The reason why the drunk patient died was because he was allergic to cephalosporin. It was a medical accident, which is normal. Then why are you called Ergu? Ludin asked in shock. There is actually a surname called Go? The most outrageous thing is that he and Ergu have been in prison for such a long time, but he didn't even know that Ergu's real surname was Go. The second oldest in the family. Ergu said impatiently, looking at Sue and waving his hands twice, and shouted, "What are you doing standing there? Can you hurry up? I won't be responsible if the patient dies later." Oh, here it comes." Sue on the side was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly directed the 4-man team behind him to lift Xiao He onto the operating table, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "What the hell? What do you mean you are not responsible if the patient dies later? Xiao He was just beaten up. Even if you don't treat him, he will be healed on his own in a few days. How could he die?" During the operation, family members, please leave. Ergu looked at the few people who were still in the clinic with dissatisfaction. How come these people didn't know any of the hospital rules? Amateurs are amateurs. What the hell? Sue pointed at Xiao He, who was lying on the bed with confused eyes, and couldn't help but say, "Xiao He just has bruises all over his body and a few bumps on his head. Why does he need surgery? What do you know?" Ergu frowned and looked at Sue. In traditional Chinese medicine, blood stasis is also known as the king of hell's death order. It means that if the blood stasis is not properly treated, it will cause serious harm, which is equivalent to being ordered to die by the king of hell. Ergu, you are studying Chinese medicine. Donkey Egg's eyes began to be a little confused and pointed around, but all the guys in your clinic are Western medicine doctors. There is not a single Chinese medicine. What do you know? Ergu glanced at him disdainfully. The combination of Chinese and Western is the strongest. Brother Sue, let's forget it. Xiao He looked at the shiny scalpel in Ergu's hand. His eyes felt a little painful from being stabbed. He said in a panic, "I feel like I'm actually healed now." He was just beaten up, and applying some safflower oil and plaster would be enough. So why did Brother Ergu even take out a scalpel? Sue's mouth twitched, and he was a little nervous. Brother Ergu, how about? However, before he could finish his words, Ergu interrupted him. Patient, it is your duty to cooperate with the treatment. There is no reason in the world for a patient not to cooperate with the treatment. You guys, please wait at the door. Sue and others who were locked outside the door looked at each other blankly. Why did this sentence sound like it made sense? Hey, look. Ermao, who was locked outside the door, suddenly discovered that in addition to the plaque of Go's clinic on the door, there was also a pair of couplets on the left and right sides. Left league, miraculous doctor. Right couplet, saving the dying and healing the wounded. He seems very confident. Sue stroked his chin and nodded, his heart gradually becoming firmer. No matter what, Brother Ergu is the only doctor in the base, and he is highly regarded by Brother Lee. so he should be quite capable. The corner of Ermao's mouth twitched, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The fact that Ergu was valued by Brother Li had nothing to do with saving people, quite the opposite. Brother Ergu, please be gentle. Xiaohei looked at the shiny scalpel in Ergu's hand with a trace of fear in his eyes. I don't have any serious health problems. It's up to the doctor to decide whether it's serious or not. Ergu said dissatisfiedly. Close your eyes. I need to give you anesthesia first. Okay, Brother Ergu. After hearing this, Xiaohei finally felt a little relieved. At least the pain would not come after the anesthesia wore off. By the way, why did you still follow Su after he treated you like this? Ergu couldn't help but ask before the anesthesia was administered. This was the thing he didn't understand the most. What? Xiaohei, who had closed his eyes waiting for anesthesia, opened his eyes with a confused look on his face. That's how you are now. Su gestured at Xiaohei with his hands with an expression of pity. In order to show his support for him, Su beat his men like this and sent them here. This is simply too outrageous. Oh, this one. Xiaohei showed a look of understanding. Brother Ergu, you misunderstood. Brother Su is very good to me. Su looked speechlessly at Xiaohei, whose head was covered with pimples. This unlucky guy was really fooled. If I remember correctly, Su seemed to be studying psychology. If I ever have the chance to find a wife and have a child in the future, I must tell my child not to hang out with people who study psychology. Okay, close your eyes and get ready for the anesthesia. Oh, okay. Xiaohei closed his eyes obediently and told himself in his mind. Just take a nap and everything will be fine when you wake up. Chapter 140. Who uses that thing now? Times have changed. Next second, Xiaohei felt like he was hit on the forehead by a heavy object. He didn't even have time to scream. He just felt a black screen in front of his eyes and passed out. Call. Ergu threw the brick in his hand aside, took off his mask, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there were no witnesses and he could do whatever he wanted. The electrocardiographs and defibrillators displayed here are all models purchased wholesale for a few dozen points from supply points. They are things that can only be looked at, but not used. Who uses that thing nowadays? Times have changed. The reason why I bought these things back. The first is that this makes it more like a clinic, and my dream can be realized more perfectly. Secondly, it makes you look more professional. After all, which one looks more professional? A hand emitting white light and touching a person's body, or a bunch of obviously sophisticated medical equipment placed together? There is no doubt that sophisticated medical equipment looks more professional and high-end. Looking at Xiaohei on the operating table, then looking down at the white coat he was wearing, Ergu nodded with satisfaction, and his inner sense of pride instantly exploded. After admiring the patient lying on the bed with satisfaction for a while, Ergu threw the scalpel aside. He took off all of Xiaohei's clothes, looked at the bruises all over his body, and couldn't help but frown. The same goes for Su. Even if he really wanted to do this, it would be enough to just show his appreciation. Why did he do it so cruelly? Alas, it's a pity for this little guy. He has met the wrong person. Ergu sighed as his left hand, emitting white light, slowly passed over Xiaohei's body. This is the medical skill he just exchanged at the supply point. The effect is very simple and can heal bruises and swellings on the body. The points that Brother Li gave him were not enough for him to be promoted to a 2-star professional, so he simply did not upgrade. Instead, he bought some models and learned some serious medical skills. Let's open this clinic first. And this is also for the sake of the base. Li Er's father is coming tomorrow, and there will definitely be disputes then. Where there are disputes, there will be casualties, and when there are injuries, then naturally his small clinic will be needed to shine. Looking at the bruises on Xiaohei's body and the bumps on his head, as the white light from his hands passed, the bruises on his body gradually disappeared, and the bumps on his head also gradually subsided. Ergu nodded with satisfaction. The effect is really good. Before the apocalypse, the doctors in the hospital who looked down on him with arrogance were probably not as good as his level. This is a real cure. After this incident, Ergu's reputation was completely established in the base, and he was no longer just the obstetrician and gynecologist with the right hand of God. Instead, he is an all-around doctor who possesses both God's right hand and God's left hand, and can cure any disease with just his touch. Ergu, who was immersed in fantasy, suddenly frowned, and his left hand passed over Xiaohei's calf again. What is going on? Ergu stared at the bruise on Xiaohei's leg with a puzzled look on his face. Why can't this bruise be removed by skills? Ergu, who didn't believe it, frowned and stretched out his left hand to pass over Xiaohei's calf again. However, it still didn't work. Could it be that the bruise was too severe for his 1-star skill to heal? That's not good. Ergu stared at the bruise on Xiaohei's right calf with a frown. He hadn't yet been promoted to a 2-star professional and did not have the authority to redeem a 2-star skill. It's obviously too late to exchange it now. Moreover, if people outside the doctor knew that he was cramming at the last minute, it would definitely affect his reputation as a doctor. There might even be a large number of people complaining behind his back that his medical skills were not good enough. But we can't let Xiaohe walk out of the clinic with a bruise like this, otherwise people will think that he can't even cure a small bruise. Now the reputation of the newly established clinic has been completely ruined. The old ancestor must be so angry that he would rush to the king of hell in the underworld, snatch the book of life and death, and mark his lifespan as 0. What should I do? After Ergu anxiously turned around in place, he suddenly made up his mind and remembered a truth that Li Guo had told him. Since you can't solve the problem, you must learn to solve the person who raised the problem. With a thought, he took out a big knife from the storage space. This storage space was the one that Brother Li gave him last time after he gave him all the equipment, and he also asked him to use the base points to buy it for himself. Ergu raised the big knife high and looked at the unconscious Xiaohe with a trace of pity on his face. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your good brother. It was he who beat you so badly that the bruises on your body were so severe that even he couldn't heal them. Ergu showed determination and reluctance on his face. He closed his eyes and chopped Xiaohe's knee joint with the big knife. Bang! There was a loud noise. Outside the door, Su, who had not slept well last night and was dozing off, was suddenly awakened by the loud noise. He said in confusion, "This sound seems to be coming from the clinic. Why is there such a loud noise during a medical consultation? Could it be that they are operating on me? That shouldn't happen." Donkey Egg shook his head. "I have known Ergu for many years, and he is usually quite stable. Besides, a scalpel doesn't make such a loud noise. This sounds more like a butcher chopping ribs." Donkey Egg yawned and said casually, "Maybe something fell to the ground." Ergu first knocked Xiaohe, who was awakened by the pain, unconscious again with a brick, and then quickly reached out and used his skills to stop the bleeding from the bowl-sized wound. He threw the calf with bruises on it aside. Looking at Xiaohe, who had only one leg left in front of him, Ergu couldn't help but frown. Would others spread the rumor that he had made a surgical mistake and accidentally broke the patient's leg? He had originally intended to say that he had hit the person too hard, causing blood stasis and muscle necrosis in his right calf, necessitating amputation. But now it seems that Xiaohe, who has only one leg, looks a bit out of place. And it doesn't make sense. Because if the person who attacked hit too hard, there would be no point in targeting only one leg. He would definitely hit both legs. Thinking of this, Ergu raised the sword above his head again and looked at Xiaohe with an expression of pity. "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your boss. He was too harsh. You have met the wrong person." Listen to the second loud noise. Su's eyes were blank. He pointed at the clinic and turned to look at Donkey Egg blankly. Did something fall to the ground? Well, this is normal. Donkey Egg scratched the back of his head and said, "As our ancestors said, if something happens once, it will happen again. This is the law of things that cannot be changed." Ermao suddenly thought of something and looked at Ludin with a twitch of his mouth. "Have you ever asked Ergu what his family does? Being a butcher and opening a meat shop, what's wrong with that?" Chapter 141. Miraculous Doctor Saves the Dying and the Wounded. "How about we go in and take a look?" Su couldn't suppress his anxiety on his face, and he always felt that something was not right. Donkey Egg hurriedly grabbed Su's hand as he was about to open the door. "No need. Just trust Ergu. If you continue to act recklessly, you will kill me." "That's right." Ermao also interjected. When Su's team of 4 looked at each other, they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. What if something really happened to Xiaohe? Who will take the blame? Ergu can't take the blame. It is even less likely that Su would take the blame. Then it will be the turn of these 4 people to take the blame. Ahem. Little Zhuge coughed twice while holding his feather fan. When he saw everyone looking at him, he slowly said, "I was lucky enough to witness the villain bullying Xiaohe. He was very gentle. Basically, he could get back to life by applying some safflower oil." Little Zhuge emphasized the word safflower oil heavily. He was really afraid that something might happen to Xiaohe. Xiaohe is a 1-star professional after all, and his physical fitness has been enhanced. They didn't use any weapons or skills, and they just beat him a few times with their fists. What could be wrong with that? He knocked Xiaohe, who was awakened by the pain, unconscious again, and then threw Xiaohe's left leg aside. Ergo folded his arms and looked at Xiaohe, who was lying on the bed with both legs amputated, and began to think deeply. Something feels wrong. There seems to be something wrong. It was clearly intended to treat bruises, but how come both of the patient's legs were gone? Isn't this a bit bad? Erga supported his chin with one arm and thought for a while. His eyes lit up, and he took out a pair of prosthetic legs from the storage space. Equipment name prosthesis. Equipment level, 1-star equipment. Equipment attributes, strength +1, Agility +1. Equipment effect, fast and brisk. When equipped with this prosthesis, you will never feel tired whether walking or running. Equipment introduction. To equip this device, you must cut off your own limbs first. Looking at the prosthesis in his hand, Ergu nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, he had looked at the properties of all the equipment in the storage space last time. Last time I felt that this equipment was a bit useless, but now I see that it is very suitable for the current situation. The old saying is right. A good horse needs a good horse trainer to identify it. After placing a pair of fake calves on Xiaohei's wound, Ergo was puzzled for a moment as to how he was going to sew them shut. However, the next second, before Ergu could think for a few more seconds, the pair of artificial calves merged into one with Xiaohei's wound. Yeah. Ergu's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaohei, whose entire body was intact, without any bruises or blood clots, and whose bumps on his forehead had all disappeared. He nodded with satisfaction. What do you call this? This is the pinnacle of medical skills. After putting the clothes on Xiaohei, he tapped Xiaohei's shoulders gently and kept calling. Wake up! Wake up! Oh. Xiaohei slowly woke up after feeling someone calling him and opened his blank eyes again. I'm not dead. What are you talking about? Ergu said a little dissatisfiedly. With me here, even if the king of hell wants you to die, he has to give me some face. But I felt like I was beaten, and someone slashed me with a knife. Xiaohei's eyes were blank. He remembered that someone seemed to be hitting him with a brick. Stop thinking about these nonsense. Ergu slapped Xiaohei on the forehead and said excitedly, Go and show your big brother. Your big brother has been waiting for you at the door. I can finally become famous in the base through this. From now on, should I call him Brother Ergu, the genius doctor, or Brother Ergu, who saves lives? I'm really conflicted. Ergu nodded with satisfaction. The most important thing was that he could collect the consultation fees. This operation had really exhausted him. He hadn't chopped bones for a long time, so his hands were a little rusty. Oh, okay. Hearing Ergu's words, Xiaohei jumped off the hospital bed excitedly and ran towards the door. Brother Su had actually been waiting for him at the door. This was such great care and concern. Looking at Xiaohei, who was running towards the door at great speed, Ergo nodded with satisfaction. Isn't it obvious that he can run faster with the change of legs? Crash. The clinic door was opened forcefully from the inside by Xiaohei. Brother Su, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Xiaohei couldn't help but look at Su, who was anxiously turning around with tears in his eyes. Seeing that Xiaohei finally came out, Su heaved a sigh of relief and hurried over to touch Xiaohei's body. How are you? Are you okay? It's okay, Brother Su. Xiaohei looked back at Ergo behind him and smiled. Brother Ergo's medical skills are really well-deserved. He also gave me anesthesia. I was fully healed after I woke up. It's true. Donkey Egg couldn't help but sigh at the side. They all saw what Xiaohei looked like before he was sent in. He was lying on a stretcher and needed 4 people to carry him. His body was covered with bruises, and his head was swollen like a pig's head. However, now there are no bruises on his body, and he can walk normally on his own. His head has returned to its original shape, and there is no swelling at all. Ergu, you're great. Ermao couldn't help but smack his lips and said, with this effect, the hospitals before the apocalypse were probably no better than this. Su looked grateful, clasped his hands, and looked at Ergu, who had his hands behind his back. I'm grateful for your kindness, Brother Ergu. How much is the consultation fee this time? Ergu put one hand behind his back, with a noble look on his face, and stretched out his hand and shook it with 5 fingers spread out. Seeing Ergu waving his hand, Su was even more moved and said in a low voice, I, Su, have never been a person who covets small gains. What's more, Xiaohei is my best brother. You cured him, so you are my benefactor. I must pay you for the consultation fee. Ergu looked at Su speechlessly, first rubbed 3 fingers together, then stretched out 5 fingers and shook them. I see. Su couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. He thought Ergu was being polite by waving his hand, but it turned out that he was making a quotation after all the fuss. With Ergu's identity, it is impossible for him to ask for 5 points, so the point is 50 points. The corner of Su's mouth couldn't help but twitch. 50 points were enough to buy a piece of equipment or learn a skill. He took a deep breath and told himself that it was all worth it. Ergu is the person that Li Gu trusts the most. You can offend other people, but you must not offend Ergu. Not only can he not be offended, but on the contrary, he has to please him. Otherwise, he would not have sent Xiaohei to Ergu Clinic. As for the bruises on Xiaohei's body, he just needs to go to the supply point and buy some safflower oil and lie down for 2 days, and it will be almost healed. Ha ha ha. Su laughed heartily. I, Su, am not a stingy person. Although Brother Ergu only charged 50 points for the consultation, the person that Brother Ergu saved is my best brother. When doubled, I'll pay 100 points for the consultation. Chapter 142. No bargaining, no credit. Sue looked at the shocked expressions of the people on the field and nodded with satisfaction. Although it is a bit painful to spend 100 points, it is worth it. On the one hand, it is to show goodwill to Ergu. On the one hand, it is a huge expense to buy horse bones. The four new brothers behind him saw that he was willing to pay twice the price just because they felt that Ergu had cured the people who followed them, and they would definitely be more loyal than before. After all, a boss who treats his subordinates well always makes people want to follow him. What are you talking about? Ergu glanced at Sue with dissatisfaction. Wasn't this guy very capable in the past? Why is he so stingy now? I said 500 points for the consultation fee. 100 points is so little. Who would open a clinic? I'm not doing charity. Sue's mouth was big enough to fit a duck egg. He looked at Ergu in shock, and his voice trembled as he asked, 55. 500 points? No bargaining, no credit. Ergu nodded and pointed to the two couplets posted on both sides of the door inside the house. Everyone entered the house and took a look at the couplets on both sides of the house. On the left side there is a sign saying, no bargaining, which corresponds exactly to the sign outside the house, saying, miraculous healer's hands. On the right side there is a sign saying, no credit, which corresponds exactly to the sign outside the house, saying, save the wounded and dying. Sue stood at the door and looked at the couplet outside the house that said, miracle doctor with amazing hands, then looked at the couplet inside the house that said, no credit, then looked up at the plaque on the door that said, dog family clinic, in a daze, and murmured in confusion, what a shady shop. What did you say? Ergu looked at Sue with anger on his face. He had worked hard for half a day to perform the operation, but in your mouth, it turned into a black shop. Which doctor can withstand such an insult? Ergu. Donkey Egg couldn't stand it anymore and said, Sue is one of us. Why don't you give him a discount? Yeah, these 500 points are not a small number. It only takes 500 points to advance to a 2-star professional. Ermao was also a little surprised. This Ergu deserves his surname Go. When he gets angry, he even betrays his own people. Ergu pointed at Sue with a smile and said, call me a swindler. I will explain the details to you today. When Xiaohei was brought here, I didn't know who was so cruel that he beat his legs so hard that they were bruised, swollen, and had necrosis in the muscles. He had to have his limb amputated. Then I replaced Xiaohei's limb with a dropped prosthesis. I'm just asking you, is it dark? That prosthetic limb is not an ordinary prosthetic limb. It is a 1-star equipment with equipment special effects. However, after Ergu finished speaking, everyone's mouths widened enough to fit a duck egg. What does this mean? Did he have his leg amputated? Sue poked the confused Xiaohei, a little confused about the situation. Lift up your pants, and let's see. Oh. Xiaohei, with confused eyes, lifted up his pants. Then everyone saw 2 pure green prosthetic limbs replacing the original limbs and appearing on Xiaohei's legs. Donkey Egg swallowed his saliva and cautiously asked, Xiaohei, do you feel your legs are still flexible now? It's pretty flexible. The confused Xiaohei jumped on the spot and said puzzledly, and it feels stronger than before. Nonsense. Ergu raised his head and said proudly, this is a 1-star equipment. It increases your attribute strength, and it also has an equipment special effect of being able to run as fast as the wind. How could you be so cruel? Sue turned his head with an angry face and looked at the 4-member team behind him. He originally thought that the injuries caused by the 4 people were just minor, but now it seems that the calves were beaten to the point of bruising and had to be amputated. How serious was this? The 4-member team looked at each other in confusion and said in unison, we didn't hit the legs, we mainly went for the head. You still don't admit it. Sue was so angry that he laughed. How did Xiaohei's leg become clogged with blood and necrosis, and was forced to be amputated? Brother Sue, we really don't know about this. Little Zhuge said helplessly. We mainly went for the head and stomach, and think about it. It doesn't make sense to cover your head with a bed sheet and then hit your feet. That. Xiaohei, who had been studying his new leg, suddenly thought of something and said hesitantly with a bit of disbelief, Brother Ergu, is the blood clot you mentioned in my right calf? Yeah, you know that too. Ergu nodded. It seems that you also know that your problem is quite serious. Yeah. Xiaohei was silent for a while, then said expressionlessly, the bruise on my calf you mentioned is my birthmark. I've had it since I came out of my mother's womb. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. Sue opened his mouth with his fingers stiff in the air, not knowing what to do for a moment. Donkey Egg lowered his head silently. Although he wanted to speak up for Ergu, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. They mistook the birthmark on the person's leg for a bruise or swelling and simply amputated the leg. This thing is really something. The field fell into a strange silence, and no one spoke for a while. But I don't have a birthmark on my other leg. Xiaohei lowered his head blankly and looked at his two green calves. Donkey covered his face and lowered his head, unable to bear to look. He probably could understand Ergu's thoughts. After sawing off one, I found it a little asymmetrical, so I just cut the other one as well. At this point, everyone finally knew what the two loud noises were. It turns out that Ergu is back to his old job, chopping bones. Ergu was silent for a while with his mouth twitching. He walked forward expressionlessly, shook Sue's hand, and shook it a few times. 100 points, right? Thanks for coming. After Sue transferred 100 points to Ergu with a confused look on his face, he stared blankly at Xiaohei's pair of green prosthetic limbs. Just because of a birthmark, both legs were chopped off. Sue's eyes suddenly turned fearful when he looked at Ergu. It turned out that he had been too comfortable recently and let down his guard. He almost forgot that there was no normal person around Li Go. The corner of Sue's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Ergu. My wife is also planning to open a worry-relieving house recently. Brother Ergu, please come and visit us when the time comes. Of course, of course. Ergu's mouth twitched. He glanced at Xiaohei's green prosthetic limbs without saying a word. I suffered a loss this time. The prosthesis was taken out from the strange library that Brother Li got for himself, and I had to put points into it. In the end, I only earned a few dozen points. The most important thing is that his reputation is completely ruined. He could even imagine what people would say about him, Ergu, in the future. Aren't you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to Brother Ergu's clinic? Are you talking about the Ergu brother who had his leg amputated because of his birthmark? Forget it. I just have a minor cold. It wouldn't be worth it if I had my head amputated. Chapter 143, Old-Fashioned Tricks. Chun-Li stared at the puzzle in front of him with fatigue and bloodshot eyes. The sky was gradually getting dark. The puzzle in my hand has reached 99 completion. He finally understood why this thing had been in Lu Jun's hands for so long, but was only 70 complete. It was because the puzzle was too time-consuming. It's really not difficult at all, but it's time-consuming. Looking at the moon that was gradually rising outside the window, Chun-Li pursed his dry lips and stared at the puzzle in his hand with anticipation. For the entire day, since I woke up in the morning, I didn't drink a drop of water or eat a grain of rice, and I devoted my whole heart and soul to this puzzle. If nothing good comes out of it, he will definitely throw this puzzle into the toilet. Bite. A crisp system prompt sounded in Chun-Li's ears. The puzzle has reached 100 completion. Whether to enable rewards. Nonsense. Chun-Li couldn't help but said angrily. Open it quickly. Instead of wasting a day just to unlock the reward. Are you really here to play a puzzle? Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a 4-star item ticket. Item name, admission ticket. Item level, 4 stars. Prop special effects. Can be used to participate in a war, and the winner will receive generous rewards. Item time. The next war will start in 7 days, and you can choose whether to participate in this war. Prop introduction. This time, I'm actually optimistic about you. This time, I'm actually optimistic about you. Chun-Li muttered this, his expression becoming slightly unfriendly. Why does this sentence sound like someone was talking to him? It also sounds like the person behind this game has placed a bet on him. This feeling is really unpleasant. Are you being used as a pawn? The main thing is that this time the prop introduction really sounds like it was spoken specifically for him. So this doomsday game that suddenly came to Earth actually has a mastermind behind it. Is this mastermind a human or an alien? And what is his purpose? It can't be that a higher-level civilization loaded a game on their planet and then sat in the audience, watching them fight for their lives on this planet. Then place your bets on who will be the last one alive. Or they are betting on who will be the last one alive after entering the battlefield with a ticket. Chun-Li grinned, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. No matter who treated him as a pawn, or who was behind it, they all underestimated him. Chun-Li. Tickets for the war in 7 days? I'll go in and take a look. Look at who is still playing this old-fashioned behind-the-scenes trick. Aren't they afraid of backlash? The next day, morning. Chun-Li stood in the middle of the square with a gloomy face. After a long while, Ergu and others arrived one after another. Seeing that Brother Li's face looked not right, they hurriedly packed up their clothes and stood where they were. Wait until everyone is present. Chun-Li glanced at everyone with a displeased look on his face and said in a deep voice, Don't you know what day it is today? You've woken up at this hour. I need a reason. Ergu and the others secretly groaned inwardly, mainly because they had come to the square early yesterday morning to wait, but Li Gun never showed up, and they thought that the usual morning meeting in the square had been cancelled. So I came a little late tonight, but what I didn't expect was that Brother Li arrived early today. Brother Li, I went to upgrade to a 2-star professional early this morning, so I'm a little late. Ergu raised the scalpel in his hand, which was about 30 centimeters long. This is the 2-star professional exclusive equipment I bought after I was promoted to a 2-star professional. Brother Li, I'm going to upgrade too. Donkey Egg's eyes flickered, and he carried the big knife on his back. I collected enough points last night, and I was excited all night. After waking up, I went straight to upgrade to a 2-star professional. Brotherly, I also went to advance early in the morning, Sue said with a serious expression. The corner of Ermao's mouth twitched, and he stammered, not knowing what to say. Damn, he played cards with Ergu and the other two for half the night last night. If it weren't for his generous and selfless sponsorship, how could Ergu and the other two have gathered enough points to advance to 2-star professionals? As a result, he is now left here. Chun-Li waved his hand and ignored the matter, saying in a deep voice, no one in the base is allowed to go out today. Today is the day when Li Er's father comes to collect the body, and today is the day when Wang Xian's father comes to redeem the body. Thinking of the little gadget he had placed on Li Er, Chun-Li couldn't help but grin and smile, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. Has Li Er been quiet these 2 days? It's pretty quiet. Ergun nodded. I stay in my cell every day and don't go anywhere. Chun-Li nodded. He didn't care whether Li Er made any small moves or not. What he cared about was how many people Li Er's father would bring with him. This time, everyone in the province knew that Li Er had been murdered. If Li Er's father did not bring enough people to destroy the money-making hut of his abuser, he would be embarrassed in front of everyone. He straightened his pure white tuxedo, adjusted his white gentleman's hat on his head, leaned his cane on the ground with both hands, and spoke in a deep voice. Another thing is that I will go to participate in a war in 7 days. The location, people, and time are all unknown. I don't know exactly how many people I can bring in, but since it's a war, the number of people will definitely not be small. In the next few days, each of you will find 10 people to train for me. I don't ask for combat effectiveness, but at least you have to be obedient. Do you understand? Ergu and others looked at each other, a little confused, and said, War? Sounds like you're going to a war somewhere far away. The corner of Ermao's mouth twitched. He felt something was not right. Chun-Li pursed his lips, ignored the expressions on the faces of the people below, and did not answer their questions. So today's meeting is mainly to gain points. If Li Er's father doesn't have many people with him, just swallow them up and squeeze them dry. If Li Er's father brings a lot of people, it depends on whether Li Er's father is willing to use the points to exchange for his son. At this time, a man ran over from a distance and leaned over to Ermao's ear, ready to whisper something. Ermao shouted angrily with a dissatisfied look on his face. Brotherly is here. If you have anything to say, speak up. At that time, Brotherly asked him to be in charge of intelligence, and Ermao did not ignore this matter, and he did train a few young men who were fast and smart. When the young man saw Ermao's eyes, he immediately knew that he had violated a taboo, and hurriedly ran to Li Ji's side and shouted, Brotherly, Brother Chongqing has been spotted outside the base. Chapter 144, Brotherly, I'm back. Chun-Li glanced at Ermao and said expressionlessly, Tell me everything you know. Of course he still remembers Chongqing. I thought he was still hiding somewhere to improve his strength, or hiding in the dark to find time to cause him some trouble. I had been planning to finish the things on hand recently, and then send someone out to look for Chongqing, but I didn't expect him to appear now. Could it be that he felt that he was ready and came to seek revenge on him? Thinking of this, Chun-Li couldn't help but reveal a smile of interest. Yes. The man who came to inform the news organized his words, bowed, and said in a deep voice, Chongqing is on the street adjacent to the long street opposite the base entrance. If I'm not mistaken in the direction, he should be walking towards the base entrance. Next to him is a man wearing ancient costume and carrying a long sword on his shoulder. He is slightly taller than Chongqing. Just 2 people? Chun-Li frowned. What made Chongqing think that he could take revenge on Chun-Li by finding just 1 person? Unless this man gave Chongqing great confidence. Yes, only 2 of them, but there may be others hiding in other streets that we have not seen. Okay, I understand. Chun-Li waved his hand to signal the man to go down, and was silent for a while. Come on, follow me out to take a look. By the way, send someone to bring Wang Xian and Li Er here as well. After saying this, Chun-Li walked towards the gate of the base. Today he wanted to see how confident this sword-wielding man was. He dared to come to him alone and thought he was a paper tiger. Chun-Li, who was standing at the gate of the base, looked through the door at the 2 people standing not far from the gate and observed them intently for a while. Chongqing and the sword-wielding man stood on the same side, looking more like friends than a master-servant relationship. Go home. Chun-Li suddenly laughed. Brotherly, I'm back. Chongqing's face showed no expression. He was silent for a while, then took off his clothes. Chun-Li frowned, suppressed his inner discomfort, and stared at Chongqing's exposed upper body. The skin is basically all rotten, the entire upper body looks bumpy, The flesh under the skin is exposed, and it looks like it has healed and scabbed. The look of it will definitely affect your appetite today. I'm suddenly a little glad that Guy died early. Chongqing threw his clothes aside and had no intention of putting them on. Otherwise, you would be sad to death seeing me like this. Maybe he'll think you've become disgusting and kick you away. Mao couldn't help but sneer. It was obvious that Chongqing did not come here with good intentions. I don't know why he didn't just let the person next to him take action, but instead talked about some irrelevant things here. But he was sure of one thing, that if they could influence the other party's mentality, then their chances of winning would be greatly improved. Maybe, but since the person is already dead, we should always think positively. Chongqing took out a dagger from his trouser pocket, gestured at his upper body, and cut the rotten flesh on his upper body. His expression was calm, and he whispered, "This is rotten flesh. It will affect the growth of new flesh. It must be cut off. It's a very painful process, but I have to do it this way, otherwise the rotten flesh will rot and affect the growth of new flesh. You know, this process is not very comfortable, but every time I think of Guy, who was alone in the cold hell seeking help and no one was there to save her, I feel that it is a blessing for me to be able to breathe air. Be decisive like a man." Chenli took out the Gatling gun from the storage space with no expression on his face, and the tin gun barrels began to rotate slowly. "If you want to do it, hurry up. What are you wasting time on? It's just the same old trick of revenge." Having learned from his last lesson, he went directly to the supply point this morning to exchange for 5 Gatling batteries, which were enough to allow him to fire at full power for 5 minutes. He wanted to see what confidence this man with a sword on his back had to come to him. Chongqing must have told this man all his information, but this man still came. Is it ignorance or fearlessness? Wait. Chongqing grabbed a piece of rotten flesh from his body and cut it off with an expressionless face, then threw it aside. "I want to walk for a while. Do you know where I was sent last time by the random teleportation talisman? The same method I used to disappear out of thin air in front of you. Makurai province." Chongqing was silent for a while, then grabbed another piece of rotten meat and cut it off. "It's next to Xi'an province. Fortunately, it's relatively close to Xi'an province, which gives me a chance to reappear in front of you. Unfortunately, the location I was teleported to in Muling province was not very good. I was teleported to a forest, next to a mutant beast. A level 2 tiger mutant as big as a house. You know, I'm just a 1-star professional. Even though my physical fitness has doubled, I have no power to resist a LV2 mutant beast, a tiger mutant beast at that." Chongqing couldn't help but reveal the fear in his eyes, as he didn't know what he was thinking about, and his voice became slightly lower. Before I could react, I was swallowed by the mutant beast in one gulp. I thought I was going to die. Chongqing suddenly laughed. However, when I swallowed it into my mouth, I found that this tiger had no teeth. This is a toothless tiger, but this does not mean that it has no lethality. Chongqing raised his palms, put them together and said, "Guess how it eats? It's like this. It squeezes me with the power of its upper and lower jaws. It really hurts. But no matter how bad I am still a 1-star professional, and my physical fitness has been strengthened 100 times. How could I be crushed to death like this?" Chunli suddenly became interested in Chongqing's story. "So you escaped like this, and met this powerful person next to you, and then came to seek revenge on me, right? It's a story of forbearance and revenge. It sounds good. Don't be too anxious." Chongqing shook his head slightly dissatisfied. "This guy next to you is my friend. He is here just to accompany me today. I promise he won't draw his sword against you. Just listen to me quietly." Chunli frowned. Since Chongqing didn't come here for revenge today, then what was the purpose of this trip? It couldn't be that he really came here to tell him a story. Chongqing fell into memory again. Then the tiger squeezed me madly with its upper and lower jaws for about 10 minutes. I was squeezed to the point of constantly spurting blood. But they can't crush me into pieces. After all, I'm a 1-star professional with strong strength. Chapter 145. Why should I have to endure all this? So, stimulated by the blood I kept spitting out, the tiger started to get irritated. Chongqing suddenly laughed. "You guys should understand that feeling. It's like you're old and toothless, and you eat a beef ball. The delicious soup keeps stimulating your taste buds, but you can't chew the beef ball. What would you do? You might choose to swallow it whole, or you might choose to spit it out." But the mutant beast was unwilling to throw away the delicious food that was already in its mouth. Chongqing stroked the rotten flesh on his upper body and fell into memory, so it used its tongue to push me into the esophagus and swallowed me alive. This is the first time I've seen a tiger's stomach. Chongqing couldn't help but murmur with fear in his eyes. "You really should go and experience it once. It's really an interesting experience. As warm as my mother's amniotic fluid. But along with the warmth comes suffocation, pain, stench, and suffocation." Chongqing suddenly raised a finger and said with interest, "Let me tell you a little-known fact. Although tigers breathe through their lungs, their stomachs also contain a small amount of oxygen. I curled up in the stomach of this mutant beast, and my whole body was shaken along with the movement of the mutant beast. The stomach is so small that I can curl up inside it, and my head can even touch my feet. I don't know how a tiger as big as a house can have such a small stomach. Chongqing was silent for a while. Then he raised the dagger again and cut the rotten flesh on his body, saying in a strange voice, "But the stomach acid of this mutant beast is really very effective. Maybe it's because I'm confident in my stomach acid capacity, so I dare to swallow food that I can't crush into pieces." But Chongqing's eyes suddenly looked a little strange, but Gai's head is still in my arms. When I felt the stinging pain in my body, I found that the skin and flesh on my upper body began to melt under the corrosion of stomach acid. The skin fell off bit by bit, and the stomach acid soaked my whole body. At the same time, the mutant's stomach began to move, and a foul smell filled my mouth and nose. This feeling made me want to commit suicide. Urga stared at Chongqing, whose upper body had completely rotted away, with pity. He glanced at Chun-Li's expression, hesitated for a while, and finally said, "Why didn't you go for treatment later?" "How to treat it?" Chongqing suddenly laughed. "I went to the supply point to check. There is only one way to recover from injuries at the supply point. When you are promoted to a 1-star professional, the first full-body baptism will recover all injuries for free, and even the blind can regain their sight. But I have already been promoted to a 1-star professional a long time ago. Tell me where I can go to recover from my injuries." Urga hesitated for a while, looked up at the sky, and said nonchalantly, "I remember that I seemed to be a doctor." He was actually a little panicked inside. Chongqing and Li Gu were obviously in a hostile state, and he spoke out at this time to say that he could heal Chongqing's injuries, which was undoubtedly aiding the enemy. But he couldn't help it. He doesn't know about other doctors, but when he sees patients, he will feel a desire to treat and help them from the bottom of his heart. No matter who the other party is, you don't even need to ask for any compensation. Chongqing chuckled and continued without picking up Urga's words. But before I had time to feel scared, I discovered something that frightened me even more. The hair on Gai's head, which I was holding in my arms, also began to fall out due to the corrosion of stomach acid. I held Gai's head in my arms and transported it to Muling Province, where it was swallowed by the mutant beast. Chongqing suddenly raised his head and stared at Chun-Li, who was looking at him with interest, and whispered with an inexplicable look in his eyes. In fact, after Gai died, I wanted to rush forward many times to avenge her even if I died. But I didn't. I ran away. Because I want to revive Gai. Chongqing stroked his stomach and said softly, "It sounds funny, doesn't it? But the world has become like this. Even things like random teleportation symbols that are completely inconsistent with the laws of the world have appeared. It wouldn't be surprising if I found a resurrection symbol one day. Then we can be resurrected and changed, and we can be together again. So Gai's head is my only medium and my only hope." Chongqing stroked his stomach and was silent for a while, then continued after a moment. "I panicked at that time. I didn't care that my body was corroded, and I tried desperately to hold Gai's head tighter to isolate it from the erosion of stomach acid. But I can't do it. Gai's head was corroded by stomach acid, and the hair began to fall off, and then the flesh on his face also kept falling off. I knew at that time that there was basically no hope of resurrecting Gai. Chongqing scratched the rotten flesh on his scalp, raised the knife, and cut it, making his scalp as smooth as before. Donkey Egg couldn't help but take a step back when looking at Chongqing's actions, feeling a little scared. If you ask who is the cruelest person among all the people he has ever met, Brotherly ranks first. However, now he feels that Chongqing should come before Li Gu. This man was shaving his own head with a dagger with an expressionless face. Chongqing's hair had long since fallen off due to corrosion from stomach acid, and his scalp was now full of pits and holes. Chongqing was using a dagger to shave the top of his head like shaving noodles, trying to make it smooth. Is this still a human being? As pieces of flesh fell to the ground one by one, blood flowed down Chongqing's head and all over his face. Chongqing continued to speak in a deep voice with no extra expression on his face. It was really hopeless at that time. God destroyed this tiny hope. Sometimes I wonder why I have to suffer all this. I hate it. I hate it. I really hate it. Because you are weak. Chun-Li suddenly laughed. Yes. Chongqing lowered his head and was silent for a while, then continued to decorate his head. I understood this truth at that time. If I was stronger, Gai would not have died, and I would not have ended up in the belly of a mutant beast. But the problems at hand still need to be solved. I can lose the hope of resurrecting Gai, but I cannot tolerate Gai's head being eaten by a beast. How am I going to face her after I go down there? How am I going to face her accusations? Then, Chongqing suddenly raised his head. His scalp had been shaved right up to his skull, making it obviously shorter. Blood flowed down his head, staining his entire face red. He looked at everyone present and smiled, showing his 8 teeth. I ate Gai's head. Chapter 146. Look, am I much cleaner now than before? Have you eaten? Chun-Li looked at the person in front of him with an inexplicable light in his eyes. This made him look at Changxing seriously for the first time. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, anyone who could do something to the extreme was worthy of his admiration. Changxing obviously lives for love and takes love to the extreme. He probably knew why Changxing came this time. You suddenly made me feel that you are no longer that cowardly little boy. Chun-Li clapped his hands and smiled. Really? Changxing grinned, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth into his mouth. It's really not easy to get your praise. That's a really vivid memory. I groped in the dark and stuffed all the flesh and blood into my mouth bit by bit, forcing myself to swallow it. Changxing pointed to his mouth and said, apparently, my mouth was also rotting, and my lips were also falling off due to the stomach acid, so it was really difficult for me to eat. Vomit. There was a sound of vomiting. Su collapsed weakly on the side, leaning against the wall and starting to vomit, his eyes blankly staring at Xiaohei, who looked confused beside him. He really couldn't help it. Even though it was the end of the world, he had seen the bloodiest scenes. The last time he followed Brother Li to Xi'an, he felt no waves in his heart. However, the immortal in front of him really made him feel a little nauseous, and he put his girlfriend's vomit. Thinking of this, Su leaned against the wall and vomited. He poked Xiaohei's waist in exhaustion and said, why don't you react at all? Xiaohei looked at Su blankly. What's your reaction? Su wiped his mouth speechlessly, held his stomach and stood behind Ergu. He didn't know since when. Xiaohei's eyes were filled with confusion. Sometimes he even wondered if Xiaohei was possessed by someone. But I managed to swallow it all bit by bit, but I couldn't swallow the bones. Changxing suddenly laughed. But fortunately, stomach acid can't corrode bones. In short, even though my only hope died in the stomach of a mutant beast, at least I didn't bring shame on her. At least I didn't let her corpse be insulted by a beast. However, just as I held the skull in my arms and prepared to quietly wait for death, the brother next to me killed the mutant tiger that was about to swallow me and rescued me. Actually, I really want to blame him. If he could have rescued me earlier, Gai's head would have been intact, and there would still be hope for resurrection. It's irrational to do this, but I'm not the unreasonable type. Next second, Changxing took out a crystal-clear skull without a single piece of flesh from his arms, with an intoxicated look on his face. He placed his lips on it for a while, then solemnly handed it to the man with a sword on his back beside him. I'll leave it to you. The man with the sword on his back stared at Changxing with deep eyes for a while. Then he carefully took the skull, took out a piece of clean cloth from his back to wrap it up, and stood aside without saying a word. You know, when a person loses his only hope, he becomes like a walking corpse. Changxing began to cut off the corroded flesh on his face with a dagger, but I have ignited another hope. I can go to see her downstairs. So before coming here, I worshipped all the gods. I only asked for one thing, that I can meet Gai down there. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the man standing beside him with a sword on his back, and said in a low voice, so the purpose of your coming here today is to seek death? This is easy to satisfy. This man could actually kill a level 2 mutant beast by himself. Mutated beasts are often much stronger than zombies of the same level. This alone was enough to make him wary of the man in front of him. Yes and no. Changxing began to trim the remaining rotten flesh on his body. Gai died in your hands after all. In your opinion, she didn't deserve to die, but maybe she didn't do it well. Although I am a reasonable person, it depends on who you are talking to. For me, change is the eternal truth. So naturally, I came to find you. If you can kill me, then I will go down to see Gai. If you can't kill me, then I will kill you to avenge myself, and then go to see Gai. Chun-Li suddenly laughed. So your death today is a fixed number, and whether I die or not is indeed a variable, right? That's true. Changxing admired his body and nodded with satisfaction. He opened his arms and said excitedly, how is it? Isn't it much cleaner than before? There is no more rotten flesh that has been corroded. If I keep doing this, Gai won't dislike me anymore. Ergu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It is indeed much neater than before. Look at the circle of minced meat on the ground. The whole person must be at least 10 pounds lighter than before. It would be a miracle if there was still rotten meat after the whole person was cut from head to toe. Huh. Ergu was playing with the scalpel in his hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like this is a very good treatment method, and it can cure the disease permanently and guarantee that it will not recur again. It looks great. Chun-Li grinned excitedly, and the 10 barrels of the Gatling gun in his hand began to rotate slowly. Let's go together. No. Changxing slowly bent down, got on all fours, held the dagger in his mouth, and smiled grimly. He just sent me here and collected my body. I promise he won't do anything. Are you ready? As soon as the voice fell, Changxing, lying on all fours, rushed to the side of the base's entrance at an indiscernible speed. He knew that although Chun-Li was very strong, most of his abilities came from firearms, and he did not have very strong abilities himself, so there was still a chance. The Gatling gun in Chun-Li's hand quickly spit out flames, and he laughed amid the gunfire and smoke. I caught you. He had just learned a 3-star skill the day before yesterday, and that skill was enough for him to capture Changxing's voice. However, the muzzle of the gun only stirred up a cloud of dust and did not hit Changxing. Chun-Li suddenly turned his head and looked towards the other side of the door. His eyes could catch Changxing's speed, but his hands could not keep up with his brain. By the time the gun moved over, Changxing had already escaped from that place. I'm coming in, brotherly. Changxing, who was on all fours with a look of excitement on his face, avoided Chun-Li's bullet strafing in a Z shape and ran towards Chun-Li. As he expected, as long as he ran fast enough, Brotherly would not be able to shoot him. It seemed that he could take Brother Li's head with him before going to see Gai Gai. The next second, everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and no one reacted. Changxing ran wildly and got into the blind spot of Chun-Li's vision. He suddenly jumped into the air, held the dagger in his mouth and his hand, aimed at Chun-Li's neck with a ferocious and excited face, and stabbed it. Chapter 147. Brotherly, you once said that you were clear about rewards and punishments. Just when Changxing's eyes were red, and he was about to stab the dagger into the back of Chun-Li's neck, there was a crisp sound of metal collision. Hello. Chun-Li used his wrist to swing the Gatling gun behind his neck. The dagger stabbed into the gap in the middle of the Gatling gun barrel, and a crisp metal collision sound was heard. You don't really think I'm the kind of mechanic who would surrender if someone gets close to him. Chun-Li, with his back to Changxing, suddenly laughed. Changxing's face changed drastically, and he pulled the dagger out from the gap of the gun barrel, preparing to move around and attack again from another angle. However, before Changxing could move around, Chun-Li moved first. Chun-Li quickly turned his body, raised the Gatling gun high above his head, and smashed it towards Changxing's head before he could take the next step. Bang! A dull thumping sound rang out in the middle of the square. Ergu, holding a scalpel in his hand, looked at Li Gu, who was standing there holding a Gatling gun, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was the first time he knew that a Gatling gun could be used in close combat. But being hit by such a big iron thing must be uncomfortable. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and casually held the Gatling gun with one hand, with the muzzle of the gun on the ground. He dragged the Gatling gun and slowly walked towards Changxing, who was smashed into the wall. On the basis of gunfighting skills and the weight of the Gatling gun itself, it has the 3 times physical fitness bonus of a 2-star professional, plus the power of the Gatling gun itself. The power of this blow is no less than being hit directly by a bullet. Ahem. Changxing, who was smashed against the wall, struggled to get up from the ground and leaned his back against the wall, coughing up some lung lumps and blood, and stared at Chun-Li, who was slowly walking towards him with a miserable smile. What a pity that I couldn't bring Brother Li to see Gai Gai. Chun-Li dragged Gatling with an expressionless face and walked slowly in front of Changxing. He looked at the bloody man in front of him and paused in silence for a while. Are there any last words? Yes, of course. Changxing struggled to pick up the lung mass that he coughed onto the ground, brushed off the dust on it, threw it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it hard. After a violent cough, Changxing covered his mouth for a while, then laughed. Brotherly, I don't think I have been rewarded for my last contribution. I remember that Brotherly said last time that rewards and punishments should be clearly distinguished. That's right. Chun-Li did not deny it. He stared at the man in front of him with complicated emotions. What reward do you want? The first one. Changxing twisted his body and leaned against the wall in a more comfortable position, rolling his throat. I hope I can leave an intact body for myself and be buried with Gai Gai. The second one. Seeing that Chun-Li did not shake his head in opposition, Changxing could not help but look at Ergu with a hint of desire in his eyes. Brother Ergu, you said you would host the wedding for me and Gai Gai. Do you know whether this is true now? After I die, I hope you can preside over a ghost marriage for me and Gai Gai. There was a barely perceptible sadness in Ergu's eyes. He slowly lowered his head to avoid Changxing's gaze. He couldn't agree, and didn't dare to agree. He had already crossed the line by saying that he could help Changxing with treatment. If he crossed the line again this time, Brotherly would have to suspect that there was some kind of collusion between him and Changxing. Changxing looked at Ergu's lowered head, was silent for a while, and straightened his back a little more. Both of them are fine. I agree on behalf of Ergu. Chun-Li, who was using the Gatling gun as a walking stick, turned his head to glance at Ergu, and after a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. It counts. Hearing this, Ergu suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Ji's back, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he met Changxing's expectant eyes and said, "This ghost marriage must be authentic." Okay, cough cough. Changxing coughed up a pool of blood excitedly. After a while, he looked a little depressed. It's a pity that she doesn't know I'm going to propose to her yet. It would be better if Gai could die a few seconds later. At least she would feel relieved knowing that I was going to propose to her. Changxing was silent for a while and suddenly laughed miserably. Forget it, this is fate. Just like when Gai was just seconds away from saving her father who committed suicide by jumping off a building. Not a minute too late, not a second too early. Whatever. Changxing clenched the dagger in his hand, struggled to get up from the ground, stood unsteadily, and looked at Chun-Li and laughed. This world is suitable for you perverts, not for me and Gai. Let's go to the next world to play. Changxing slowly narrowed his eyes, his face full of longing and anticipation. We continued to go to school together every day, eat together at noon, secretly hold hands, and walk in the playground after evening self-study, lie to our parents on weekends to go to a classmate's house, and then secretly get together in the park to catch fireflies together. Should I take you there or should you go by yourself? Chun-Li's eyes were a little complicated. Just go on your own. Changxing forced himself to mobilize his body's strength and slowly leaned against the wall. If you send me, it would be a bit mysterious to leave the whole body. Brother. Changxing leaned against the wall and coughed for a while, then looked up at the man standing at the gate of the base with a sword on his back, saying nothing. Just hand over Gai's skull to this brother later. Thank you so much for the journey. Although you saved my life and I should live on to repay you, I really can't stand it. Every time I think of Gai being alone down there, I can't help but want to go down and accompany her. If we meet again in the next world, Gai and I will treat you to a drink. The man with a sword on his back stood at the gate of the base, staring silently at Changxing, who was leaning against the wall and spitting blood madly. His face was covered by the hat, and no expression could be seen. The next moment, Changxing, covered in blood, used up all his strength to jump up from the wall he was leaning against. He stood straight, raised the dagger in his right hand above his head, glanced at everyone present, and smiled without saying a word. Then he stabbed the dagger towards his neck. The blood in the body seemed to have found an outlet and gushed out from the wound on his neck. Changxing's eyes gradually became blurred and his body lost strength and fell against the wall, slowly sliding to the ground. Chun-Li looked at Changxing, who had lost all signs of life, and was silent for a while. Ergu, help collect his body. Turn around and walk towards the gate of the base. Give me the head in your hand. Chun-Li looked through the door at the man who was wearing a sword on his shoulder, a bamboo hat on his head, and ancient clothes. Sword 11? Brother. Two exclamations came from behind Chun-Li, from the mouths of Wang Xian and Li Er, whom Ermao had just brought. Brother, why are you here? Li Er excitedly waved his hands wildly across the gate of the base to greet the man with a sword on his back. Just when Changxing's eyes were red, and he was about to stab the dagger into the back of Chun-Li's neck, there was a crisp sound of metal collision. Hello. Chun-Li used his wrist to swing the Gatling gun behind his neck. The dagger stabbed into the gap in the middle of the Gatling gun barrel, and a crisp metal collision sound was heard. You don't really think I'm the kind of mechanic who would surrender if someone gets close to him. Chun-Li, with his back to Changxing, suddenly laughed. Changxing's face changed drastically, and he pulled the dagger out from the gap of the gun barrel, preparing to move around and attack again from another angle. However, before Changxing could move around, Chun-Li moved first. Chun-Li quickly turned his body, raised the Gatling gun high above his head, and smashed it towards Changxing's head before he could take the next step. Bang! A dull thumping sound rang out in the middle of the square. Ergu, holding a scalpel in his hand, looked at Li Gu, who was standing there holding a Gatling gun, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was the first time he knew that a Gatling gun could be used in close combat. But being hit by such a big iron thing must be uncomfortable. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and casually held the Gatling gun with one hand, with the muzzle of the gun on the ground. He dragged the Gatling gun and slowly walked towards Changxing, who was smashed into the wall. On the basis of gunfighting skills and the weight of the Gatling gun itself, it has the 3 times physical fitness bonus of a 2-star professional, plus the power of the Gatling gun itself. The power of this blow is no less than being hit directly by a bullet. Ahem. Changxing, who was smashed against the wall, struggled to get up from the ground and leaned his back against the wall, coughing up some lung lumps and blood, and stared at Chun-Li, who was slowly walking towards him with a miserable smile. What a pity that I couldn't bring Brother Li to see Gai Gai. Chun-Li dragged Gatling with an expressionless face and walked slowly in front of Chongqing. He looked at the bloody man in front of him and paused in silence for a while. Are there any last words? Yes, of course. Chongqing struggled to pick up the lung mass that he coughed onto the ground, brushed off the dust on it, threw it into his mouth, chewed it casually, and swallowed it hard. After a violent cough, Chongqing covered his mouth for a while, then laughed. Brother Li, I don't think I have been rewarded for my last contribution. I remember that Brother Li said last time that rewards and punishments should be clearly distinguished. That's right. Chun-Li did not deny it. He stared at the man in front of him with complicated emotions. What reward do you want? The first one. Chongqing twisted his body and leaned against the wall in a more comfortable position, rolling his throat. I hope I can leave an intact body for myself and be buried with Gai Gai. The second one. Seeing that Chun-Li did not shake his head in opposition, Chongqing could not help but look at Ergu with a hint of desire in his eyes. Brother Ergu, you said you would host the wedding for me and Gai Gai. Do you know whether this is true now? After I die, I hope you can preside over a ghost marriage for me and Gai Gai. There was a barely perceptible sadness in Ergu's eyes. He slowly lowered his head to avoid Chongqing's gaze. He couldn't agree and didn't dare to agree. He had already crossed the line by saying that he could help Chongqing with treatment. If he crossed the line again this time, Brother Li would have to suspect that there was some kind of collusion between him and Chongqing. Chongqing looked at Ergu's lowered head, was silent for a while, and straightened his back a little more. Both of them are fine. I agree on behalf of Ergu. Chun-Li, who was using the Gatling gun as a walking stick, turned his head to glance at Ergu, and after a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. It counts. Hearing this, Ergu suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Ji's back, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he met Chongqing's expectant eyes and said, It must be authentic. Okay, cough, cough. Chongqing coughed up a pool of blood excitedly. After a while, he looked a little depressed. It's a pity that she doesn't know I'm going to propose to her yet. It would be better if Gai Gai could die a few seconds later. At least she would feel relieved knowing that I was going to propose to her. Chongqing was silent for a while and suddenly laughed miserably. Forget it, this is fate. Just like when Gai Gai was just seconds away from saving his father who committed suicide by jumping off a building. Not a minute too late, not a second too early. Whatever. Chongqing clenched the dagger in his hand, struggled to get up from the ground, stood unsteadily, and looked at Chun-Li and laughed. This world is suitable for you perverts, not for me and Gai Gai. Let's go to the next world to play. Chongqing slowly narrowed his eyes, his face full of longing and anticipation. We continued to go to school together every day, eat together at noon, secretly walk around the playground holding hands after evening self-study, lie to our parents on weekends to go to a classmate's house, and then secretly get together in the park to catch fireflies together. Should I take you there or should you go by yourself? Chun-Li's eyes were a little complicated. Just go on your own. Chongqing forced himself to mobilize his body's strength and slowly leaned against the wall. If you send me, it would be a bit mysterious to leave the whole body. Brother. Chongqing leaned against the wall and coughed for a while, then looked up at the man standing at the gate of the base with a sword on his back, saying nothing. Just hand over Gai Gai's head to this brother later. Thank you for the journey. Although you saved my life and I should live on to repay you, I really can't stand it. Every time I think of Gai Gai being alone down there, I can't help but want to go down and accompany him. If we meet again in the next world, Gai Gai and I will treat you to a drink. The man with a sword on his back stood at the gate of the base, staring silently at Chongqing who was leaning against the wall and spitting blood madly. His face was covered by the hat and no expression could be seen. The next moment, the tall body covered in blood, exhausted all his strength, suddenly jumped up from the wall, stood straight, raised the dagger in his right hand above his head, glanced at everyone present, and smiled without saying a word. Then he stabbed the dagger towards his neck. The blood in the body seemed to have found an outlet and gushed out from the wound on his neck. Chongqing's eyes gradually became blurred and his body lost strength and fell against the wall, slowly sliding to the ground. Chun-Li looked at Chongqing, who had lost all signs of life, and was silent for a while. Ergu, help collect his body. Turn around and walk towards the gate of the base. Give me the head in your hand. Chun-Li looked through the door at the man who was wearing a sword on his shoulder, a bamboo hat on his head, and ancient clothes. Sword 11? Brother. Two exclamations came from behind Chun-Li, from the mouths of Wang Xian and Li Er, whom Ermao had just brought. Brother, why are you here? Li Er excitedly waved his hands wildly across the gate of the base to greet the man with a sword on his back. Chapter 148. I want to help him calm down. Sword 11? Hearing this name, Ergu and others couldn't help but twitch their lips. This was not the first time they had heard this name. The last time I heard this name was when Su was trying to fool those men in black. He made up a name, and the men in black nodded seriously and said that there was indeed such a person. Today I finally met the real boss. Su poked Li Er's waist and asked curiously, "Is he your biological brother?" "Nonsense." Li Er rolled his eyes speechlessly. "You said your name is Li Er because you are the second child in the family. Then why is your brother called Jianxi? Could it be that he is the 11th? Su speculated, supporting his chin with one hand. "And why does your brother have the last name Jian? Wouldn't he have taken your mother's last name?" "Your mother's last name is Jian? Is your father a son-in-law?" Li Er slapped Su's hand away, glared at him, and said sternly, "Listen carefully. My brother's original name was Li Yi. After the apocalypse, he had a fortuitous encounter. Since then, no one could take on his 11 swords, so he changed his name to Sword 11. "What the hell?" Su stared at Li Er in surprise. "You just changed your name like that? Your father doesn't even beat him? If I were your father, I would beat that little bastard to death." "You know shit," Li Er said indignantly. "Hey." Ergu approached Wang Xian quietly and asked, "Do you know this person?" "Of course, it's Jianxi. He said some time ago that he was going out to look for Jian Xian. Who knew he would appear here today?" Wang Xian took the popcorn handed to him by Ergu, threw it into his mouth happily, and said casually, "Very strong." Ergu picked up a piece of popcorn and threw it in the air, and it fell accurately into his mouth. "Very strong." After thinking for a while, Wang Xian nodded and gave a serious answer. "How strong is he?" Ergu looked at the man with the sword outside the base with curiosity. Carrying a sword on his back, wearing ancient clothes, and going out to seek swordsmanship, this guy would not think of himself as the protagonist of the world of immortal cultivation, right? Wang Xian tilted his head and thought for a while, then slowly stuffed a piece of popcorn into his mouth and recalled for a while. After he was promoted to a 2-star professional, several 2-star masters in the shelter fought against him. No one can last more than 3 moves. Ergu looked at the thin man outside the door with disbelief. "No," Wang Xian shook his head and said with a hint of admiration, "No one survived the first move and was defeated by the sword." "One sword?" "Yes, it is said that there are 10 sword energies of this power, each one stronger than the last, so this person was renamed Sword 11. But let alone the 11th sword, no one has ever seen him use the second sword. Almost everyone was defeated by his sword energy." Ergu looked a little frightened. "What the hell? Is this guy cheating? He killed a 2-star professional with 1 sword. The apocalypse game had only been around for a short time, and he had just finally been promoted to a 2-star professional. He hadn't had the chance to show his strength yet, but this person outside the door could actually kill a 2-star professional with 1 sword? Fortunately, Changxing said before he died that this person would not attack and was just sending him here. Otherwise, I don't know if Brotherly could hold on. As for letting him go up there?" Ergu shook his head frantically and put the idea behind him. "He is just a healer. Fighting is not his strong point. No, you have to prepare in advance." Chun-Li held his outstretched hand in the air for a while, but the man in front of him didn't respond at all and looked a little dissatisfied. "Anything else?" The man with the sword on his back kept his head down, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a long silence, he took off the hat he had been wearing and put it on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Chun-Li inside the base gate, his eyes slightly unfocused, and spoke in a crisp voice. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jian 11. Nice to meet you. Is there anything else?" Chun-Li said with a somewhat impatient look. If he was not unsure of the strength of the man in front of him, he would have picked up the Gatling gun and fired at him. Anyone who could kill a level 2 mutant beast alone deserves his serious attention. "I was the one who brought Changxing here safely." Jianxi looked at the place where Changxing died with complicated eyes. The blood dyed the wall scarlet. "He talked to me a lot along the way, but what he talked about most was the good experiences he and Gai Gai had in the past." "Yeah." Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for what to come. Jianxi was silent for a while. "But I am not interested in this. I always think that love between men and women often hinders the steps of the strong and becomes a stumbling block for the strong." "That's true." Chun-Li nodded in agreement. This idea coincided with his own. He said this was a suicide pact and he wanted to die in the same place as Gai Gai to prevent him from going in the wrong direction when he went down to look for Gai Gai. Jianxi gently placed the package containing Gai Gai's skull on the ground beside him and said, "I said I can help him get revenge." He said there was no hatred. Gai Gai died because he did something he shouldn't have done. Brotherly is in that position, so he will naturally consider the overall situation. He said this was a family matter. There were a few people who treated him well in the past, especially a man named Ergo who often cheated him on the surface, but in fact he was secretly thinking about his future. Jianxi slowly took off the sword that he had been carrying on his back. I said I can help him kill the man called Li Go. He shook his head and said no. Brother Li was actually quite nice to him and didn't treat him badly. Jianxi's hands stiffened for a moment, and he slowly untied the rope wrapped around the sword. It's ridiculous, isn't it? He regarded his girlfriend as the only meaning of his life, but the moment he decided to end his life, he gave up all his grudges, put aside all his hatred, and went to hell alone to find his guy. The veins on Jianxi's right hand bulged as he slowly pointed the 7-foot sword in his hand at the ground. Although I promised him not to do anything, but I always felt that he had a sigh of relief when he died, and I wanted to relieve it for him. I also felt a little suffocated inside. So, Chun-Li picked up the Gatling gun again, took a step forward, and asked with a cruel smile in his eyes, "What happened recently? Why do people always treat him as a weakling? Has he been too kind to himself recently?" So, Jianxi looked down at the package beside him containing Gai's head, held the 7-foot-long sword in his hand, stood straight against the wind, raised his head, and stared at Chun-Li with his eyes flashing with brilliance. "I regret it. My name is Jianxi. I have 11 sword moves. Each one is stronger than the last. However, no one has ever let me use the second sword. Today I will only strike once." Chapter 149. Who in this world can catch my second sword? This sword relieves the resentment in Chang Shengping's heart. Jianxi then closed his eyes and began to adjust his aura to its peak, slowly raising his sword and pointing it at Chun-Li. "Catch it, live, I'm leaving. If you can't catch it, you'll die." Alas, Chun-Li sighed, with a trace of fatigue hidden deep in his eyes. Why did every little cat and dog come to his door to cause trouble for him these days? At this time, Brother Li, Ergu ran to Chun-Li and repeated, panting, everything Wang Xian had just said to him. Kill a 2-star professional with one sword. Chun-Li frowned, and his originally indifferent attitude became serious. Yes, these are Wang Xian's exact words, and they don't look fake. Ergu panted heavily, took out a bottle of Coke from behind him, and gulped it down as if no one was around. "What were you doing just now? You're so tired." Chun-Li raised the Gatling gun in his hand and aimed at Jian 11. The 10 gun barrels began to rotate slowly. Sword 11? 11 sword moves? What a coincidence. My name is Sword 6000, 6000 sword auras. Wang Xian just said that Jianxi's original name was Li Yi, and he was Li Er's biological brother. Ergo wiped his mouth and pointed to a place that Jianxi couldn't see without leaving a trace. "So I asked Donkey Egg and Air Mao to tie up Li Er. This way, Jianxi will be afraid to act rashly." Ergo made a cruel gesture in his throat with his eyes. After hearing this, Chun-Li patted Ergo's shoulder speechlessly and waved his hand to let him go down and take action based on the situation. "Got it." Jian 11, who had adjusted his momentum to its peak, suddenly opened his eyes and sword light burst out from his eyes. He exerted force with his feet and leaped into the air. After waving the Qingfeng's sword in the air in a sword move, his body remained in the air and he shouted loudly. "Okay, first sword, flying dragon in the sky." Then a sword light suddenly shot out from the Qingfeng's sword, cutting through the space and shooting straight towards Chun-Li's head at a speed comparable to the speed of sound. Chun-Li's pupils dilated instantly. He clenched his teeth with a ferocious expression, raised the Gatling gun in his hand quickly, and pulled the trigger frantically towards the sword light rushing towards him. He felt the danger contained in the sword light, but it was too late to dodge it. He could only hastily fire back, trying to use the impact of the bullet to slightly deflect the direction of the sword light. However, the opposite happened. The sword light did not deviate at all under the Gatling gun's sweep. Chun-Li clenched his teeth, veins popped out on his face, and roared, pulling the trigger with more force, as if this would make the Gatling gun fire faster. Hurry up, hurry up." Ergu anxiously urged Luden and others to carry the tied-up Li Er on their shoulders and run quickly towards the gate of the base. Ergu looked anxiously at Jianxi, who had already jumped into the air and was ready to take action, and urged him even more anxiously. Brother Li was still careless and didn't quite believe what Wang Xian said. But he believed it, and he felt that what Wang Xian said was right. Hurry up, hurry up. My brother is here, ha ha." Li Er, who was tied up and had a look of ecstasy on his face, couldn't help laughing. It's useless. No one in the world can make my brother use the second sword." Li Er squirmed his body and leaned his head further away, trying to see the figure of Jianxi. "Since my brother has already taken action, Chun-Li is basically doomed. You might as well let me go now, and I will say a few good words for you in front of my brother later." You have worked so hard to become two-star professionals, you probably don't want to die so easily. Lier laughed wildly. Although he was tied up and carried on his shoulders at this time, he was as arrogant as if he was sitting on the dragon throne. His brother said that he went out to hone his swordsmanship, although he didn't know why he appeared here. But now that his brother is here, no one in the world will be able to bully him anymore. It turned out that my original decision was right. As long as you endure to the end like I did while sleeping on firewood and tasting gall, the ending will always be good. Shut up. Donkey Egg, with a gloomy face, hit Lier on the mouth with his elbow. If Brotherly died, they would not have a good ending. Put down your weapons, your brother is in our hands. Ergu, with a crazy look on his face, dragged Lier to the gate of the base, put a scalpel across Lier's neck, and shouted hoarsely at Sword 11 in the sky. Stop it, or he'll die. But it was too late. The sword energy has been shot out. It's too late. Ha. Chun-Li must die. Lier, who was tied up and thrown on the ground, shouted excitedly at the top of his voice. He had never seen anyone who could take his brother's sword. During the fight in the shelter, even a casual sword strike from his brother made those so-called two-star professionals vomit blood and retreat backwards without the ability to fight back. Not even his father. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have allowed his brother to go out alone to hone his swordsmanship. Puff. The tiny sound of a balloon being punctured rang in everyone's ears like thunder. The roaring sound of the Gatling gun suddenly stopped. It's really strong. Chun-Li's eyes were dazed, and all the strength in his body disappeared in an instant. He looked up at Jian 11, who was turning in the air and slowly descending to the ground. He raised his hand and touched the bloody hole on his forehead. Then his vision went dark and his body fell backwards weakly. Brotherly. Ergu and the others roared in anger and fear. In their hearts, Brotherly has always been invincible, but today he was so easily killed by a sword from someone who appeared out of nowhere. Brotherly. Donkey Egg rushed to Brotherly with an anxious look on his face to check whether he was alive or dead. Jianxi slowly landed on the ground, took a breath, glanced at the bloody hole on the forehead of Chun-Li, who was lying on the ground, curled his lips in disapproval, and sighed lightly. Who in this world can catch my second sword? Then his eyes inadvertently glanced towards the entrance of the base. Oh, my brother is here with you. Let them go, and spare your life. Since Chun-Li has already taken my sword, I don't want to kill any more people today. You can all flee. Bullshit. Ergu placed the scalpel in his hand on Lier's neck, leaving a line of blood, and yelled in a shrill voice with a crazy look on his face. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll chop off Lier's head and kick it around like a ball. Then he looked anxiously and expectantly at Donkey Egg, who was going to check on Chun-Li's body, and asked anxiously, How is Brotherly? Is he still alive? There's no breath. Donkey Egg trembled and took back the finger that was on Li Ji's nose and mouth. Don't even think about it. No one can take my sword. Jianxi shrugged and said disdainfully, Let Lier go, and we'll leave right away. If you don't let him go, you will die with him. However, at this moment a voice suddenly came at an inopportune time. Want to leave? Chun-Li slowly got up from the ground and spoke in a hoarse voice without any emotion. Chapter 150. My sword 11 is invincible in the world. Chun-Li slowly helped Gatling to get up from the ground, pushed away Donkey Egg beside him, and stared at Jianxi not far away with cruel eyes. The blood hole on his forehead was healing at an extremely fast speed. The stinging pain caused by the sword energy piercing his head was still echoing in his skull. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. If it weren't for the cursed doll in his arms that helped him resist this fatal attack, his body might have been cold by now. If you leave now, won't people think I'm not welcoming enough? Chun-Li slowly raised the Gatling gun in his hand with a crazy look, his eyes filled with madness. This man was indeed very strong. He couldn't block that one sword, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to block the remaining 10 swords either. So he decided not to block it this time. Want me to die? Then let's die together. Not dead. Jianxi frowned slightly and looked at the rapidly healing blood hole on Chun-Li's head as he slowly stood up and said in surprise, You are the first person who can withstand my sword. You are quite capable. Brotherly. Donkey Egg, who was pushed aside, rolled over and got up from the ground. He looked at Chun-Li holding the Gatling gun with a look of surprise. You are not dead? Ergu rushed to Chun-Li with a scalpel in his hand, quickly took a look at Chun-Li's physical condition, and looked at Jianxi at the door with gloomy eyes. Brotherly, Lier is still under our control. Do you want to chop him up? Chop him up. Chun-Li slowly took off his white tuxedo and threw it on the ground, revealing the white shirt underneath. He said ruthlessly, Of course I will chop him up, but before that I will beat the man in front of me into minced meat. Well, Jianxi was silent for a while. Then he picked up the hat thrown on the ground and put it on his head, raising his eyebrows. I, Jianshi, keep my word. I have said before that if you can take my sword, then you can live, and I will turn around and leave. Since you have successfully blocked one of my swords without any harm, I will keep my promise and not use the remaining 10 swords. Let Li'er go, and I'll leave. I don't know why Li'er left the shelter and was tied up by Chun-Li. I will ask my father what happened when I return to the shelter. Jianshi was in Muling province during this period and did not hear the provincial loudspeaker in the past few days, so he did not know what had happened. We can't leave like this. Chun-Li gritted his teeth, veins bulged in his eyes, and slowly raised the Gatling gun and aimed at Jianshi's head. Don't be ungrateful. Jianshi put his left hand behind his back, frowned, and casually held the 7-foot green peak in his hand. My 11 swords is a 5-star skill, and each sword is more powerful than the last. If I attack you again, you will definitely die. No matter what means you used to block the first sword, I believe that the loss was not small for you. You can't block 10 more swords. I only struck out once with my sword. Since you took it, I will also help Changxing calm down his anger. For Changxing's sake, I only struck out with my sword once. If Changxing doesn't intend to take your life, then I won't strike out again. But don't seek your own death. Jian 11 shouted loudly. However, his left hand, which was behind his back, was trembling slightly in an invisible angle to everyone. Damn it. It seems like I failed to pretend this time. Originally, I just wanted to show off and feel the demeanor of the people in the martial arts world, let the world admire my strength, and help Changxing vent his anger. However, what he didn't expect was that Chun-Li actually took his sword and was unharmed. The situation is a bit bad. What's even worse is that Chun-Li seems to have some problems with his brain. Shouldn't most people be humble and submissive when encountering an invincible existence? Those with a bit of backbone will also say that young people should not be bullied. Poor people will be in the East for 30 years and in the West for 30 years. But this guy seemed to have lost his mind and looked ready to fight to the death. What was going on? Didn't he make it clear enough? His name is Jian 11. There are 11 sword moves in total, and each one is more powerful than the last. The first sword strike brought Chun-Li to the brink of death, and the following 10 sword moves can completely turn you into ashes. Couldn't Chun-Li think of this? Looking at the unmoved Chun-Li, Jianshi's expression turned ugly without anyone noticing. Brother. Li'er, who was tied up and thrown on the ground, shouted excitedly. Brother, don't give a shit about immortality. Chun-Li is obviously seeking his own death. Big brother, please don't be so pedantic. Chun-Li has tortured me a lot in the past 2 days. Big brother, you must avenge me. Use all your 11 sword moves to blast Chun-Li into pieces. Li'er stared at Jianshi's movements with excitement and anticipation. But he knew his brother's strength. His brother claimed that he had 11 sword styles. It was said that the 11th sword style could even reverse time and space. However, he had never seen anyone who could withstand his brother's first sword, let alone the 11th sword. He had never seen anyone force his brother to use the second sword. Chun-Li's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. He can even withstand his brother's first sword. But what's the use of this? There are still 10 swords to come. Today, we can always see the second sword of the big brother. Li'er looked Chun-Li up and down with smug and arrogant eyes, and estimated in his heart that he could probably force his brother to use the third sword. Brother, don't hesitate. Let's get started. Li'er crawled laboriously on the ground to the gate of the base, raised his head, and looked at Jianshi excitedly, and cheered loudly. The corners of Jianshi's mouth twitched violently a few times, but he maintained his posture unchanged, remaining silent and not saying a word. Go ahead and do it to your sister. If he really could take action, he would have swung a few swords at Chun-Li as soon as he got up. Why would he waste so much time talking? Others may not know, but he himself knows it very well. How could he have 11 swords? The profession he changed to only had one 2-star skill, which was the sword charging technique. The skill effect is very simple. If you don't draw your sword for a period of time, the power of the sword will be multiplied several times the next time you draw it, and it will be unstoppable at the same level. The longer the power is accumulated, the greater the power of the sword will be when it is drawn. The sword that he had just struck at Chun-Li was the result of a day of accumulation of energy. In other words, he no longer had the kind of power he had just now, and at most he was just a 2-star professional holding a sword. If he wanted to strike out with the same sword again, he would have to accumulate strength for another day. Ever since he had a chance encounter and switched to this hidden profession, he knew the drawbacks of his profession. So he changed his name to Jian 11. He claims to have 11 sword styles, each more powerful than the last, and let his reputation spread, so that those who have witnessed the power of his first sword will subconsciously associate the power of his remaining 10 swords. To do this, he deceived everyone, including his father and brother. But who could have thought? Today I met a man who is not afraid of death. I would rather risk my life to see his remaining 10 swords. What a fucked up situation. Chapter 151. Big Brother, benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, and trustworthiness can kill people. Chun-Li. Jianxi stood there looking at the 10 slowly turning gun barrels. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He gritted his teeth, forced himself to remain calm, and spoke loudly. Put the gun down. I, Jianxi, am trustworthy and have never broken my word in my life. Since I told you that you can survive if you take the sword, I will definitely not use the sword again. And I won't hide it from you. Jianxi was silent for a while, then shook his head with a wry smile. If you want to activate the remaining 10 swords, you will need to pay a considerable price. I think it's not worth it. How about we stop here? He had to do this to soften his attitude. If he continued to maintain his tough attitude, he was afraid that the Gatling gun in Chun-Li's hand would start firing in the next second, and he would not be able to withstand the dense storm of bullets. But if he was too soft and gave in immediately, anyone with a discerning eye would see that his remaining 10 swords were completely fictitious and a false reputation. So he could only say this, implicitly telling the other party that his remaining 10 swords would require a certain price, but he felt that the price was not worth it. He only needs to pay a certain price, while the other party needs to pay with his life. If Chun-Li was a smart person, he would know how to choose. To be the leader of a shelter, one should at least not be a fool. Brother. Lier, who was tied up and thrown on the ground, had a look of disbelief on his face. He struggled to move his body towards the entrance of the base and shouted at the top of his voice. We can't let Chun-Li go. Chun-Li kidnapped me and extorted points from my father. How much will it cost you to pay to be more than the ransom my father has to pay? Kill Chun-Li quickly. Your father will compensate you no matter what the cost. Brother, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and trustworthiness are killing people. Lier looked at Jianxi with a face full of grief and indignation. Before Chun-Li could open his mouth to speak, Jianxi shouted angrily. Shut up. How could the Li family raise a bastard like you who doesn't understand benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and faith? If a person doesn't keep his word while alive, what's the difference between him and an animal? Jianxi stared at Lier lying on the ground with a gloomy face and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Bastard. You beast. You are always causing trouble and can't do anything for you. At what cost? If you continue to make trouble, the price you pay won't be too high. It's just your life and mine. Jianxi forced himself to suppress his inner feelings, turned his head, and stared into Chun-Li's eyes, and said calmly, Let's stop here. I, Jin 11, cannot be the kind of person who goes back on his word. Since you said you won't use the sword again after the first strike, then don't use the sword again. Since Lier is your hostage, wait for your father to come and follow the procedures with him. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now. But then, Jianxi turned around without any hesitation and walked along the street in the direction he came from. He was so single that he didn't even care about Lier's life or death and just left first. The moment he turned around, Jianxi couldn't help but start to sweat as he felt several piercing gazes on his back. I couldn't help but pray in my heart, Don't call me, don't call me. Did I let you go? A cold voice came into Jianxi's ears along with the wind. Alas, Jianxi stopped in an instant, sighed, and threw the hat on his head to the ground. It seems that I can't leave today. He originally wanted to use the name of Jianxi to scare Chun-Li, but it didn't work. In the end, he even ignored Lier and planned to go alone. In the end, Chun-Li was still unwilling to let him go. He was a little confused. Did he and Chun-Li really have such a deep hatred that they had to fight to the death? He merely stabbed Chun-Li once and was unharmed. Was it necessary for him to be in this state? Jianxi slowly took off the sword on his back and held it in his hand. He slowly turned around and walked towards Chun-Li step by step. His aura continued to rise with every step. He couldn't run. There was a long street in front of him, and he couldn't run faster than a bullet. He also couldn't jump on the sword and fly into the air, as that would be no different from a sitting duck. His only chance is to face Chun-Li head-on. As long as he can get close to him, he still has hope. Although he did not have 11 swords, and the first sword was not a flying dragon in the sky, it was just a sword that had been accumulating power for a day. But after all, he is still a 2-star professional who is proficient in swordsmanship. If you really think that he can be slaughtered at will without the charged sword, you are totally wrong. When he was 7 steps away from the entrance of the base, Jianxi stopped, held the sword in his hand, stood straight, stared at Chun-Li's half-smile, and was silent for a while, then lowered his head and gently stroked the 7-foot green sword in his hand. You really want to fight me? Fight to the death. Chun-Li glanced at Ergu, who was holding a scalpel with a nervous look on his face, Donkey Dan, who was staring at Jian Shi with anger, and Ermao, who was pointing a spear at Lier. He slowly pointed the muzzle of the Gatling gun in his hand toward the ground, looked at Jian Shi, who was 7 steps away from the entrance of the base, with a half-smile, and asked, "Do you know why Chongqing doesn't want me to die? A dying person has a kind heart. Before he is born, he sees through the worldly affairs, and his heart is no longer filled with hatred." Jian Shi frowned and thought for a while, then gave an answer that he thought was correct. Although I don't know why Chun-Li asked this question at this time. No matter what the reason is, being able to delay it for a while is naturally the result he wants to see. The longer you delay, the greater the chance of a turnaround. Actually, it's not. Chun-Li suddenly felt happy and laughed. He glanced at the corner where Chongsheng went and shook his head with emotion. Chongsheng is a smart man. The reason he didn't want me to die wasn't because he had let go of his hatred. He was worried that if I went down there too, I would meet them and kill them again. If he didn't believe in the existence of hell, he wouldn't have wanted to die just to go to hell to find Huakeli. But since he couldn't find Huakeli in the world, he could only look for her in hell. Since he chose to believe in the existence of hell, he definitely didn't want me to die. Because he's afraid. Chun-Li suddenly raised his head, stared at Jian Shi, and grinned. Because he is afraid that if I go to hell, I will kill them both again. What do you mean? The momentum that Jian Shi had just raised suddenly dissipated a little with Chun-Li's inexplicable words. At this moment, he finally realized where he had done wrong. The person in front of me is not a normal person, but a mentally ill lunatic. He finally understood why there was lingering fear in Chongqing's eyes when he mentioned Chun-Li. I also understand why this person is willing to risk his life to see the 10 swords he has left. Chapter 152. Perhaps this is what a real man is. It's nothing. Chun-Li grinned, smacked his lips, tilted his head, and looked at Jian Shi curiously. By the way, have you ever eaten dumplings? I ate it before the apocalypse. Jian Shi was silent for a while, then spoke in a low voice with a gloomy expression. But there is a kind of dumplings with a filling that you have never eaten. Chun-Li shook his head and chuckled softly. Ergu. Brotherly, you go. Ergu slowly approached Chun-Li, staring vigilantly at Jian Shi, who was 7 steps away from the base, and responded in a deep voice. If I die, go chop Li Er into pieces. Chun-Li smacked his lips and paused for a moment. Oh, by the way, don't forget to chop Wang Xian into pieces as well. Brotherly, you won't die. Let's use Li Er's life to force Jian Shi to surrender. Ergu's eyes were slightly red and his voice was hoarse. Why do you look so sad? Chun-Li patted Ergu's shoulder in surprise. If I die, you will be the boss. Ergu looked at Chun-Li with a sad face and couldn't help but cry in his voice. Brotherly, eat as much as your bowl can hold. I, Ergu, don't have any other abilities, but I know myself well. If Brotherly wasn't gone, I definitely wouldn't be able to take on the role of the eldest brother. We have been able to survive for so long in the apocalypse and live a fulfilling life. We all know in our hearts that it is all because of Brother Li's support. If anyone else became the boss, we wouldn't be able to live so comfortably. Ergu secretly glared at Donkey Egg, who was looking at him in shock, adjusted his mood, and continued to speak in a crying voice. Brotherly, we can't live without you. Just now, Sword 11 said that he doesn't want to pay the price to send out the remaining 10 swords. Why don't we just put this matter behind us? But if Brotherly really wants to kill Jian Shi at all costs, you're subordinate. Ergu had a look of grief and anger on his face, clenched his teeth, suddenly knelt down on one knee and shouted in a deep and loud voice. I, Ergu, am willing to do my best to help Brotherly take the second blow. Donkey Egg, who had been stunned for a long time, looked at Ergu's expression of loyalty. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Now seeing Ergu so determined, he didn't have time to think. He immediately knelt on one knee facing Chun-Li, stuck the big knife into the ground, and said in a deep voice with a sad and angry face, I, Donkey Egg, am willing to do my best to help Brotherly take the third sword. Ermao, who was guarding Li Er, saw this, and with a look of despair, he thrust the spear in his hand into the ground next to Li Er's neck, knelt on one knee, and shouted in despair to Chun-Li. I am Ermao. My humble life was saved by Brotherly. I am willing to do my best to resist the fourth sword for Brotherly. Brotherly must kill that bastard and make dumplings for him. I only ask that Brotherly burn a paper wife for me at my grave. A firm and pleasant sound rang in everyone's ears. Xiaochan broke free from Hong Yang's hand and walked resolutely to Chun-Li from the crowd of survivors hiding in the dark, staring at Chun-Li's figure with her bright eyes. I, Xiaochan, am willing to do my best to help Brotherly take the fifth sword. Brotherly, no matter what you want to do, just do it boldly. Maybe others won't do it, but I will always stand behind you and support you. Xiaochan paused and continued in a low voice. There is no reason. Maybe it's just like what Hongyang said. I'm just crazy. Looking at Ergu and others who were kneeling on one knee, and Xiaochan who was walking forward beside him, Chunli had no expression on his face and remained silent. I, Su, am willing to do my best to help Brotherly take the sixth sword strike. Su put away his hidden weapon, walked from the shadows to Chun-Li's side, knelt on one knee and said solemnly, I, Xiaohei, am willing to do my best to help Brotherly take the seventh sword strike. Xiaohei walked from the shadows to Chun-Li with a confused look on his face, knelt on one knee and spoke. He didn't know what was going on. He was hiding in the shadows, watching what was happening in the square with great interest, and was waiting to see who would be the next to stand up and block the sword. He was pulled out by Su and was forced to fight with the sword together. But he didn't want to resist the sword. Even Brotherly couldn't withstand that sword. If he resisted it, he would die. I, the Dean, am willing to do my best to help Brotherly take the eighth sword. The Dean's face was angry and gloomy. He threw the small pistol on his waist to the ground, walked to Chun-Li, knelt on one knee and spoke loudly to Chun-Li. Also, this is my student. Originally, he was going to take over my position as Dean after I die one day. The Dean pushed a young man behind him forward. But since the base is now under such a strong enemy, there is no need for him as the successor to exist. It was Brotherly who sent people to rescue him from the mental hospital and bring him back to the base. It is reasonable for him to help you. Brotherly, resist this attack. I am the Dean's student, Amao. I am willing to do my best to help Brotherly take the ninth sword. Amao knelt on one knee with a solemn and cruel face, raised his head, and looked at Brotherly's face unscrupulously. Normally, they didn't dare to look Brotherly in the eye, but now they were about to die, and as the saying goes, a dying man became bolder. So they just looked at Li Ji's face carefully, wanting to take a closer look at what this man who saved them, settled them down, and gave them a place to resume their old business and open a hospital looked like. My maid, the matchmaker. Hongyang walked from the crowd to Chun-Li reluctantly, bowed slightly, and glanced sadly at Su who was kneeling on one knee beside her. Su smiled awkwardly and turned his head away, not daring to look Hongyang in the eye. I, Hongyang, am willing to do my best to resist this 10th and final sword strike for Brotherly. She didn't want to come up in the first place. Wouldn't it be good to be alive? Why did she have to come up to die? But seeing that Su stepped forward to resist the sword without even discussing it with her, as the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since she had already decided to follow Su, no matter what decision Su made, she would follow him. Whether it is right or wrong, she could only follow Su. When two people are together, the most important thing is not to make the right decision, but to make the same decision. The most important thing is that the matchmaker opened her red lips slightly and looked at the people kneeling on one knee on the field with emotion and couldn't help but sigh. A big part of the reason was that her emotions were infected, and she couldn't help but make such a decision. Feeling the cold and piercing atmosphere beside her, Hongyang couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in her heart. Perhaps this is what a man is. Maybe this is what a real man is. Fear not strong enemies, fear not death. Li Gu is a man, Ergu and the others are men, and Su is a real man. Perhaps being tricked by Su into coming to this shelter was not a bad choice. From a certain perspective, it might be my luck. Chapter 153. One makes dumplings, the other makes sashimi. He listened to the people around him kneeling on one knee in front of him one by one, saying in a deep voice that they were willing to take the sword for him. Chun-Li looked at everything in front of him in silence and did not say anything. He always felt that the meaning of the existence of power was to serve himself. He protected these people and made them stronger, and the price these people paid was to charge into battle for him. However, now looking at the faces in front of me, their eyes are filled with sadness and determination. He suddenly realized something. These are all people. A living person with life. However, at this moment, they all stepped forward and said that they were willing to take the sword for him. He himself couldn't withstand that sword, so when these people stood up, they basically knew that they would die after taking that sword. Yet they still stood up. The first one to stand up was Ergu. In his mind, Ergu has always been a capable but smooth-talking person. However, at the critical moment of life and death, Ergu chose to die. He was a little confused as to why Ergu made this choice. Just like he didn't understand why Ermao, who had always been afraid of death, would stand up at this time. He remembered that Ermao often said that he wanted to find a wife and have a child so that his bloodline would not be cut off in his hands. Chun-Li stared at Jian Shi in front of him and felt that the decision he made would affect more than just himself. Lier, who was tied to the ground, squirmed his body, trying to keep his neck as far away as possible from the gunman who was shooting at him and stabbing into the ground. I looked at the scene in front of me in disbelief, my eyes filled with impossibility. Are these people crazy? Do you understand the end of the world? It's the end of the world now. With God's blessing, they managed to survive the 70 mutation rate and also barely survived the global zombie attack when the apocalypse broke out. It can be said that everyone's life is extremely precious as we are still alive today. Yet these people are willing to give up their lives for others. He has been staying in the base for the past few days and has clearly felt the strong oppression in the base. But why are these people so loyal despite such strong oppression? Are you all crazy? Jianxi stood there in a daze, looking at the group of people kneeling on one knee and begging to resist the sword. For the first time, he felt a little powerless. This group of people, not to mention that he only has one charged sword move, he now feels that even if he really has 10 swords, he may not be able to kill Chun-Li. List. Jianxi had just opened his mouth to utter a word when he was interrupted by Chun-Li. Don't talk. Chun-Li's eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions. After glancing at the people who were kneeling on one knee, he walked up and kicked Ergu, who was kneeling on one knee, to the side, muttering in a low voice. When will it be my turn for someone else to take the sword for me, Chun-Li? Since I can live, I am not afraid of death. When will it be your turn to take the initiative and take my sword? Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slowly, staring at Jianxi, who was still 7 steps away from the entrance of the base, and shouted coldly, "Come on, let me see how strong your Jian air is." Chun-Li held the Gatling gun in his hand, aiming the barrel at Jianxi, his eyes filled with madness. "I want to see whether you have pierced me like a sieve. I'd rather I come into you and make dumplings for your father to eat." Wait. Jianxi quickly stepped back, trying to interrupt Chun-Li and change his choice. He originally planned to fight Chun-Li to the death. After all, even without the charged sword, he was still a strong 2-star professional. As 2-star professionals, no one is afraid of anyone else. Even though it was difficult for him to resist the dense waterfall of bullets, it did not mean that he had no chance. As long as he could rush in front of Chun-Li, he still had a chance of winning. However, Ergu and others' declaration of death to prove their determination completely shattered the momentum that he had finally gathered. He was scared. He no longer dared to be enemies with this group of people. He didn't even dare to draw his sword to resist. He just wanted to escape from here. However, it was this retreat that wiped out Jianxi's only chance of winning. However, Chun-Li was not interrupted by Jianxi's words. He looked crazy, grinned wildly, and roared, "Come on. My life is lying here for you to take. I give you this life. I don't want it anymore." Next second, dense and rapid gunfire suddenly rang out. Chun-Li held the Gatling gun in his hand with a crazy look on his face, and in the smoke, he aimed at Jianxi, who was retreating madly not far away, and fired at him. However, the expected 10 swords did not come. Jian 11, with a look of despair on his face, used the 7-foot-high green sword in his hand to deflect several bullets, and then was swallowed up by the dense rain of bullets. Not even a scream was uttered. After a moment, the gunfire suddenly stopped, and the smoke gradually dissipated. Chun-Li propped the Gatling gun on the ground, leaning on it while gasping for breath, looking at the 7-foot-long sword in a pile of minced meat in the middle of the street not far away, with his head raised and grinning wildly. Chun-Li's crazy laughter echoed throughout the square and lingered for a long time. He is not tired. The reason why he was panting was not because of how much physical energy he had consumed, but because of the after effects of being too excited. The excitement of spinning and jumping on the edge of death, the joy of fighting with the determination to die and surviving by chance. Of course, he could choose to reconcile with Jianxi. After all, he only damaged a cursed doll, and the person is still alive. There is no need to put your life on the table just because you are angry. But he would never allow this to happen, and would never allow anyone to leave here safely after attacking him. Damn it, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Rather than holding his breath, he would rather die. He had finally escaped from the life before the apocalypse, so how could he tolerate someone bullying him and then just saying sorry and leaving peacefully? Everyone looked at Chun-Li, who was holding a Gatling gun and laughing wildly in the smoke, and was stunned for a moment. Jian 11 actually died so easily. No sword was drawn. Dead, just like that. Lier, who was tied to the ground, looked at the body parts in the middle of the street with a little disbelief. After rubbing his eyes to make sure it was not an illusion, he said with a ferocious and resentful look, Waste, really waste. You died without even swinging your sword. You didn't even dare to swing your sword before you died. You're useless. You killed me." Chun-Li looked at the broken body of Jianxi in the middle of the street, and thought that Lier's father was still on the way. He touched the bloody hole on his forehead that had healed, and couldn't help laughing, and said softly, "That sword strike really hurt a bit. Ergu, go find a few people to go to the middle of the street and collect the body parts. Remember to collect every piece. Lier, don't rush to chop it up. It will be useful if you keep it. Hurry up. One makes dumplings, and the other makes sashimi. Give Lier's father a good treat." Chapter 154, Set out to rescue people. Brotherly. Brotherly. Ergo looked at the torn body of Jianxi lying in the middle of the street not far away and stuttered with excitement. So Jianxi died just like that? He was still waiting for Jianxi to come forward and fight desperately, but Jianxi died without even firing a single sword. This ups and downs made him a little uncomfortable. Could this be a trick? Tisk. Chun-Li shook his head and looked at the pile of minced meat in the middle of the street not far away and smacked his lips. It's already a pile of minced meat, but he's still not dead, unless he has a resurrection armor. The next moment, Chun-Li suddenly laughed, thinking of something. Even if Jianxi really possessed the resurrection armor again, he remembered that the resurrection armor would resurrect the person at the original location after 24 hours. Chop Jianxi into dumpling stuffing and let his father eat it. Even if he was resurrected, he would be resurrected in his father's belly, which can be considered as being reborn. Glancing at Ergo, who was standing there in a daze, Chun-Li smiled and waved his hand. Go ahead and buy some vegetables and meat from the supply store. We'll also eat dumplings today. Today I have managed to escape death. It is worth celebrating. Shall we eat too? Ergo couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He just felt that it was a bit against medical ethics to ask him to kill someone. But if he is asked to eat dumplings stuffed with Jianxi's filling, it would be better for him to kill people. We'll eat the ones with normal fillings and give the ones with Jianxi filling to his father. Chun-Li suddenly grinned when he thought of something, with a cruel light flashing in his eyes. I remember his father arrogantly said at the time that he liked to eat dry dumplings, so let's give him dry dumplings. Provincial shelters. In a room. Old Wang, can you please stop drinking? Aren't you worried about the safety of your son Wang Xin? Li Ji walked around the room with a frown on his face. When he saw Wang Ren sitting in a chair drinking tea calmly, he became very angry. He lifted the teacup in front of his seat and smashed it to the ground. Old Wang, I asked you to come here today to give me some advice, not to watch you drink tea here. Both of our sons were kidnapped. If anything happens to my son, your son will also be in trouble. Li Ji pointed his finger at Wang Ren's nose and roared. You are so grown up, yet you can't keep your cool at all. Wang Ren glanced at the broken pieces of the teacup on the ground, picked up the teacup in his hand and blew gently, and said lightly, Also, you shouldn't talk to me in this tone. I'm not your subordinate. Li Ji froze on the spot for a moment. After being stunned for a while, he smiled bitterly and sat back in his chair. He got himself another teacup and poured himself a cup of tea. I apologize to you. It was indeed my fault. But I believe you can understand me. Today is already the third day, and my son hasn't come back yet. Shouldn't I be anxious? You should. Wang Ren took a sip of his teacup, but you shouldn't be anxious with me. Li Ji couldn't help but stand up and said anxiously, Your son is also in Chun-Li's hands. Aren't you worried that Chun-Li will kill you? Didn't you say that your son has a skill that allows him to transform his body into elements, and wear anything? There is no place in the world that can trap him, right? But it's already the third day, and Lier hasn't come back yet. Something must have happened to him. Maybe he capsized in a ditch. Li Ji paced back and forth anxiously in the open space of the house again. Your son is also in Chun-Li's hands now. You must think of a solution quickly. Whatever I think, I have prepared the ransom, and I have already told Chun-Li about it. Wang Ren raised his arm calmly and looked at his watch. It's almost time. It's time to set off. Aren't you afraid that Chun-Li will break his promise and kill Wang Xin directly? Li Ji said in a deep voice with an angry face and a gloomy expression. Don't be afraid. Wang Ren suddenly laughed. Wang Xin is experienced. He knows how not to anger the kidnappers. You. Li Ji pointed his finger at Wang Ren's nose and was so angry that he was speechless. Wang Ren stood up and slapped away Li Ji's finger, saying with dissatisfaction, I told you not to point at me. I am not your subordinate. We are co-managers. Then he stood up and walked towards the door. Where are you going? Li Ji said angrily. Of course, we prepare the ransom to save people. I'm going too. Where are you going? Wang Ren stopped and turned to look at Li Ji in surprise. Go save people too. Li Ji said with gritted teeth. If my son loses even a hair, I will kill people. You have great momentum. Wang Ren said this in a flat tone, then turned and walked towards the door. Set off. Li Ji stood at the door of the provincial shelter base with a fierce and ferocious look and roared. I have to admit, I misunderstood this old man. He really cares about his son. At least he is his biological son. Wang Ren looked at the 5 2-star professionals and 15 1-star professionals following Li Ji not far away, shook his head and sighed. Mr. Wang. A young man beside Wang Ren hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to ask, are we not strong enough with just a few of us? 3 2-star professionals are enough. We are going to redeem people, not to kill people. Wang Ren glanced at the young man and said calmly, it will be good if we can be guaranteed to be safe on the round trip. It will be troublesome to bring too many people. It will affect the internal operation of the base, easily attract zombie attacks, and will also make Chun-Li hostile to us. Are we really going to just pay the ransom? Said the young man who had just spoken with an unwilling look on his face. What else? Wang Ren glanced at the young man and said casually, isn't this too easy for Chun-Li? The young man saw that Wang Ren's eyes were not right, and immediately added, what I mean is that if the opponent is not strong enough, can we not pay the ransom and just kill him directly? We only have 3 2-star professionals in total, plus an old man like me. There are only 4 2-star professionals. Do you think we can beat them? Wang Ren sorted out the things prepared in the storage space and waved his hand to signal him to follow Li Ji and others. Our strength alone may not be enough, but don't we still have Mr. Li? The young man raised his finger slightly and pointed at Li Ji and others not far ahead, blinking and signaling. Wang Ren suddenly laughed. You mean, the combined strength of our 2 families is enough to eliminate Chun-Li and rescue my son without paying a ransom? Seeing that Mr. Wang smiled, the young man thought that Mr. Wang approved of his suggestion and added with even greater enthusiasm. Or we can let Li Ji and his men take the lead. If they can successfully eliminate Chun-Li, we will naturally rescue Wang Xian. If not, it won't be too late for us to redeem it later. Chapter 155. This ransom is only for buying 3. Hee. Wang Ren smiled and shook his head, looking at the smart-aleck young man in front of him. Smart? How can it be considered clever? The young man said unconvincedly. We can redeem Wang Xian without taking any risks or paying any price. How can it be considered clever? And even if Li Ji fails, it won't be too late for us to pay the ransom for him. Some money can't be saved, it must be spent. Wang Ren looked at the mountain road in front of him, estimated the distance of the journey, and was bored along the way, so he decided to give some guidance to the young man. Xiaomo. Wang Ren was silent for a while, and then said, why do you think we have to pay this ransom? Of course it's to rescue Wang Xian. Xiaomo said without hesitation, complaining a little. If Wang Xian hadn't run around everywhere, he wouldn't have been caught. Naturally, he felt resentful in his heart, but the resentment was not towards Chun-Li or old Wang, but towards Wang Xian. The ransom that Mr. Wang took out was naturally some points and dropped items. If Wang Xian had not been kidnapped and needed a ransom, these points and dropped items will be applicable to him and other members of Wang Lao's faction, but now they will all be used to save Wang Xian. One gains while the other loses. The points and dropped items they could get naturally became less. The dropped equipment in the ransom, the Sol umbrella, was dropped when he killed a mutant beast, but now it has to be used to redeem Wang Xian. Wrong. Wang Ren shook his head, tugged at his white beard, and said proudly, this ransom is only for buying 3 things. 3. Xiaomo stared at Wang Ren in disbelief. He couldn't think of which 3 things to buy no matter how hard he tried. In his opinion, it would be better to bring more people and rush over to chop Chun-Li to death and flatten the hut where the perpetrator made his money. This way, not only does it not require spending points, but the person is also redeemed, so why prepare a large ransom like we do now? Yes, 3. Wang Ren couldn't help but say proudly after avoiding a piece of gravel under his feet. The first one is to buy life. The second reason is to gain fame. The third one is to buy affection. Life, name, love. Xiaomo felt for the first time that his mind was filled with confusion. After thinking for a while, he still asked in confusion, Mr. Wang, what does this mean? It was the first time he saw so many explanations for paying a ransom. This is worth my life. Wang Ren couldn't help but miss the tea in the house. It was a bit uncomfortable not drinking some tea while talking. Of course, what I'm buying is my son Wang Xian's life. That's the most superficial purpose of the ransom. The ransom is naturally for redeeming people, and redeeming people is naturally for buying lives. What about buying fame and buying affection? Xiaomo was still a little confused. He could understand buying life, but he really couldn't understand buying fame and love. This is buying favors. What we're buying are favors. Wang Ren jumped slightly and jumped over the branch that fell on the mountain road in front of him. His brows were slightly frowned, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. Every time he leaves the shelter, he always has to pass through this mountain road. Even with his old limbs, he has to walk on this broken road every time he goes out, which rarely makes him annoyed. But there is no way around it. This is also not before the apocalypse. You can't build a new road in front of your house, and no one can do that. Just think about it. Chun-Li kidnapped my son and asked me for a ransom. After I pay the ransom, will Chun-Li and I have any dealings with each other? That's true. Xiaomo supported his chin with one hand and thought for a while. But Chun-Li was kidnapped for ransom. I can't owe you a favor because of this. Of course not. Wang Ren shook his head and denied it. If you think that paying the ransom will make the kidnappers owe you a favor, then you are really thinking too much. But at least they have interacted with each other. Without fighting, there is no acquaintance. The two of them know each other. Chun-Li also knows that I am a person who abides by the rules and has sufficient financial resources. So tell me, if one day I'm fighting a life-and-death battle with someone and Chun-Li happens to pass by, who do you think he will help? Help you? Xiaomo frowned slightly and replied. He still felt that this statement was a bit far-fetched. Wang Ren smiled and continued. So if one day I fall into some kind of danger, and Chun-Li happens to pass by here, and I shout for help and promise to pay a large sum of money if he rescues me, do you think Chun-Li will save me? It should be possible. After all, you have made a deal with Chun-Li, and Chun-Li also knows that you are a trustworthy person. Xiaomo thought for a while and gave an answer, but still unwillingly said, but isn't this probability too small? First of all, the chance of you falling into the trap is very small. Secondly, Chun-Li happened to pass by when you fell into the trap, so the chance is even smaller. If it's just for this, isn't it a bit worth it? Wang Ren shook his head and smiled. The chance is very small. If it's just for this, it's naturally not worth it. You are still young and you don't understand. When you are really in danger one day, you will regret why you didn't leave yourself more chances. Although the odds are low, when added together they add up to a significant amount. At least you don't need to worry about meeting enemies in dangerous situations and being persecuted. Making fewer enemies and more friends is the way to longevity. After thinking for a while, he felt his mind was even more confused. He shook his head to get rid of all the messy thoughts in his mind and asked in confusion, Mr. Wang, what is this buying of fame? It can't be buying reputation, right? You're right. Wang Ren laughed cheerfully. It's really just a matter of buying reputation. Are you really buying fame? Xiaomo's mouth gradually opened wider unconsciously, staring at Mr. Wang in amazement. He felt that his three views were gradually collapsing. What kind of reputation was he buying? Was he buying the reputation of being stupid and rich? Do you know what the big data shows is the probability of kidnappers killing their victims before the apocalypse breaks out? I don't know. Xiaomo shook his head with confusion in his eyes. Is there really such big data statistics before the end of the world? Will this kind of data really be released to the public? And who will care about this kind of big data? As high as 70, Wang Ren shook his head with emotion. About 70 of the kidnappers chose to kill the hostages. When kidnappers kidnap someone and demand ransom from their family, they are very nervous. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are paranoid. Any noise would make the kidnappers think they were exposed, and thus they would kill the hostage. It's such a shame. Those children didn't need to die. Chapter 156. This is what we call a truly happy marriage. I had a son before. Mr. Wang was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke. Ah. Xiaomo was stunned. He was chosen by old Wang when the apocalypse broke out and followed behind old Wang. He really didn't know anything about old Wang's past. Dead. Old Wang's expression was calm, and there was no unnecessary expression on his face. He died in the hands of the kidnappers. He was killed. It was only because I hesitated for a while whether to report to the police first or pay the ransom first. I'm sorry, Xiaomo stammered. He really didn't know that he would bring up Mr. Wang's sad past. But I shouldn't. But shouldn't you hate the kidnappers even more from now on? Old Wang looked at Xiaomo's puzzled expression and suddenly laughed. Really? I used to be like that, but on the day my son turned 18, I bought a birthday cake and was waiting for him at home when I received a call from the kidnappers asking me to pay a ransom. All the hatred was thrown behind me in an instant. Without any hesitation, I immediately sent back the ransom, and my son was released that night. And no one reported the incident to the police afterwards. From then on, my decisive attitude became known among the kidnappers. My son was kidnapped dozens of times, but the kidnappers never killed him. This is the benefit of fame, and this time it's still buying fame. This. Little Amo stood there, not knowing what to say. He felt that his three views were beginning to collapse. There are only two ways to keep your son safe. The first one is to be so cruel that it scares everyone and makes everyone know that whoever dares to touch his son will die. The second way is to let everyone know that if they follow the rules, they don't need to kill the hostages, and they don't need to worry about the consequences. The ransom will definitely arrive. At this time, in Xi'an City, inside the violence offender's money-making hut, it was a harmonious scene. Everyone gathered in the square. Several tables were set up with several plates of dumplings on them. Chun-Li and the survivors were gathered around the table, picking up the dumplings in front of them with excitement and wolfing them down. You know, although there are vegetables and meat for sale at the supply points, the points required are not cheap at all. When everyone wants to improve their abilities and strive to survive in the apocalypse, few people are willing to spend points to satisfy their appetite. Chun-Li contentedly picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, looking at the event site not far away with interest. Ergu stood at the edge of the square and shouted the procedures at the top of his voice. Donkey Dan held Hui Guili's skull in his hand, and Ermao held the head cut off from Changsheng. Su, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips twice. You two just took out the head like this. Isn't it a bit creepy? Ermao looked at the blood-dripping head of Changsheng in his hand with disdain and said helplessly, "Do you think I want to? Didn't Ergu say it's more authentic this way? You guys be serious." Ergu repeated the previous steps with an unhappy look. Ermao Ludin looked at each other helplessly and bent down according to Ergu's instructions. Ergu nodded with satisfaction and took the two of them to continue the rest of the process. However, Donkey Egg and Ermao seemed not to have heard anything and just stood there without moving. Ergu was just about to get angry. Su interrupted Ergu helplessly and said speechlessly, "Do you know where their parents are? How can this ceremony be carried out if we don't even know where our parents are?" Forehead. Ergu, who was reminded, suddenly reacted and was a little speechless for a moment, as if to say, he doesn't even know where his parents are, so the ceremony cannot be completed. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Chun-Li, who was sitting nearby and putting dumplings into his mouth, couldn't help laughing as he watched the lagging ceremony in front of him. These guys make this stuff look pretty authentic, which is quite interesting. But the next second, Ergu and others turned around and looked at Chun-Li. Chun-Li picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, looking a little confused. "What are you looking at me doing? I'm not planning on letting him be a parent or something, am I? That one doesn't suit him. He only knows how to baptize. Under the gunfire of 6,000 Gatling bullets, all the sins in the world will be washed away." Hui Guili and Changsheng were originally saved by Brother Li. As the saying goes, if you save someone's life, you should be their second parent. How about we let Brother Li take the main seat? Ergu quickly thought of a solution and shouted loudly. Su couldn't help but twitch his lips. What a cliché. How come I haven't heard of this cliché before? But he still nodded in agreement. I think it's okay. It's perfect for Brother Li to sit in this seat. Ergu nodded with satisfaction, not daring to meet Li Ji's eyes, and quickly turned to look at Ludin and the other man. Damn it, it's so unlucky that I feel like I'm with a man. Donkey Egg couldn't help but spit. Who the hell are you talking about? Ermao held Changsheng's head in his hand unhappily and glared at Ludin. However, at this time, you all seem to be in such a good mood. Li Ji and others pushed open the gate of the base and saw Ergu and others lively in the square. They couldn't help but speak sarcastically with a gloomy face. Ergu glanced at the people who came, and he knew in his heart that these people should be the father of Li Er and Wang Xine. He did not say a word to them and continued with the ceremony. Donkey Egg and Ermao stopped bickering and successfully completed all the ceremonies under the leadership of Ergu. As for Li Ji and others who had just entered the base, no one came forward to greet them, and everyone ignored this group of people. Li Ji's face was gloomy, and he didn't have time to get angry. He was stunned when he looked at the scene in front of him. There were 2 wooden crosses in the center of the square. They were empty, but there were bloodstains on them, which clearly showed that they were execution tools. A group of people sat around a table in the middle of the square, eating dumplings with smiles on their faces. There was also a group of people holding strange activities in the square. They are buried together, and they are supposed to be married happily for 100 years. If they are not dug out, they will probably be married happily for 1,000 years. It is hard for them not to be married. Is this a fucking shelter? This is a fucking gathering place for mentally ill people. Chapter 157. His father is here. You won't let him go? Who is Chun-Li? I'm here. Looking at the strange scene in front of him, Li Ji dispelled his bad premonition and shouted angrily with a face full of anger. However, everyone in the square was eating dumplings or holding weddings, and no one looked up to pay any attention to Li Ji. It was as if Li Ji was just a piece of air. I'm Li Ji, Li Er's father. Li Ji suppressed his anger that was about to explode with a gloomy face and shouted at the top of his voice. Finally, Li Ji, right? Urga glanced at Li Ji, who was standing at the gate of the base and yelling, and waved his hand casually, signaling him to come over. Come over if you are here. Why are you yelling there? Do you expect me to carry you over in a sedan chair? Li Ji took a deep breath, unable to hold back the emotions that were about to explode, and followed Urgu's hand to the center of the square. A pair of eyes scanned the people present, and finally stopped in front of a table. At other tables, a group of people were sitting together eating dumplings, but at this table, there was only a young man who was stuffing dumplings into his mouth from time to time, without even raising his head. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was wearing a white tuxedo and a gentleman's hat, and looked quite elegant, he found it hard to believe that it was such a young man who kidnapped his son. In his mind, he thought that kidnappers should be big, strong men with beards. In his opinion, Donkey Egg's image is very suitable for being a kidnapper. Are you Chun-Li? Li Ji took a deep breath, released all the anger in his chest, calmed his face, and asked in a deep voice, etc. Li Ji suddenly noticed something that he had been ignoring. Dumpling. The group gathered in the square to eat dumplings. I thought these people wouldn't really chop his son into meat and make dumplings with it. What a bunch of beasts. Chun-Li. Li Ji, who had just forced himself to calm down, suddenly became furious. With a ferocious look on his face, he took out a hammer as tall as a person from the storage space and smashed it on the ground. The next second, he was about to rush towards Chun-Li. Don't panic, your son is not dead. Chun-Li seemed not to feel Li Ji's murderous intent. He picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. It's a great pleasure to have guests from afar, but why do you look like you want to fight or kill them? If this gets out, people will think that I, Chun-Li, don't know how to entertain guests and am not welcoming enough. Please sit down. Chun-Li pointed to the chair opposite and gestured slightly. Where's my son? Hearing that his son was not dead, Li Ji took another deep breath, put the hammer upright, and put it aside, sat down opposite Chun-Li with a gloomy face, and said in a deep voice, Where is my son? Your son is just a guest at my place. How can you treat it as kidnapping? Chun-Li shook his head in dissatisfaction, raised the Desert Eagle in his hand, and fired a shot into the air. Li Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the ridiculously long Desert Eagle in Chun-Li's hand, and he had a clue in his mind. Chun-Li is a gunsmith. Then the threat level will be greatly reduced. As we all know, gunsmith is an extremely tricky profession. A gunsmith at full firepower can be said to have the strongest burst of all professions. But the fatal flaw of the gunsmith is that the points required to purchase bullets are expensive. It can be said that with every bullet fired out of the gun, points disappear like flowing water. Even as the leader of a shelter, Chun-Li would never have too many points to buy bullets. As long as he could survive the outbreak, the gunner without bullets would be like fish at the mercy of others. Now, firing a shot into the air may have the greatest effect of deterrence. Li Ji couldn't help laughing. Chun-Li really thought he was one of those survivors who had never seen the world. He could be scared by a strange pistol. If this is the case, then his son obviously suffered a setback and lost the battle due to carelessness. This Chun-Li is nothing to worry about. However, he was too nervous because his son had not returned for 3 days, so he brought 4 two-star professionals and even made the trip himself. This gun is good. Li Ji couldn't help laughing. He felt in a very good mood and even wanted to try some dumplings. He hadn't eaten dumplings since the apocalypse, and suddenly he felt a little greedy. Is that so? Chun-Li glanced at Li Ji inexplicably, not knowing why Li Ji suddenly mentioned this. Then he shook his head and didn't care. As gunshots rang out in the middle of the square, Xiaohei drove an armored vehicle slowly into the center of the square and stopped in front of everyone. Inside the armored vehicle were Li and the dean with his doctor. Yes. Chun-Li picked up the chopsticks and casually pointed at Li, who he saw through the armored vehicle window. Your son is alive and well. Ha ha. Li Ji, who was in a good mood, saw his son's face pressed against the window, looking anxious and talking about something. He couldn't help but glared at Li. A small gunsmith can bring you into trouble. It's so embarrassing. However, this armored vehicle was a bit beyond his expectations, as he had never seen such a large vehicle. I didn't expect there would be something like this in this little shelter. Thinking of the rumors about him and his son in the shelter, he couldn't help but frown and feel angry. The son of a provincial-level shelter was kidnapped and had to be rescued by his father himself. If this matter were to get out, how would both father and son save their faces? It really doesn't make him worry at all. Can't you learn from your elder brother Jianxi, who travels the world with a 7-foot-long sword and no one in the world can stop him? It added a lot of radiance to his face. Seeing that his son was safe, Li Ji's face regained color. He was no longer anxious about his son's safety and said casually, Since I'm here, let Li go. Why? Chun-Li picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth with a confused look. His father is here, and you won't let him go? Li Ji's face suddenly turned gloomy. What you said? Chun-Li understood what he meant and shook his head and laughed. Even if his grandfather is here, we can't just let him go. You. Li Ji stood up from the stool in anger, slammed the table hard, pointed at Chun-Li's nose, and was about to scold him when he was interrupted. Chun-Li picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. He looked at the armored vehicle with narrowed eyes and said faintly, "If you point your finger at me again, your son's finger will be lost." Li Ji was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction of Chun-Li's gaze. Inside the armored vehicle, his son's head was pressed against the window by a man, and a dagger was placed on his son's fingers, ready to chop them off at any time. Looking at my son's terrified face, his eyes filled with undisguised fear and the mixture of snot and tears on the window. Chapter 158. How can a proper pork and green onion dumpling be considered sour? Li Ji couldn't help but sighed with a gloomy look on his face. After all, his son was a strong man who was ranked high in the provincial shelter. Even if you are in trouble, you should maintain the dignity of a strong person, and even if you die, you should die with dignity. He was so high-spirited before setting out. How come he has become like this now? The undisguised fear in his eyes and the mixture of tears and snot on his face made Lier look extremely embarrassed. All the people he brought with him saw this scene, and there might be more rumors spreading when they returned to the base. Waste. Li Ji couldn't help but curse angrily, staring at Chun-Li with a gloomy expression. What do you want? Draw a path for me. Don't worry, there's another guest coming. Chun-Li looked at the other group of people standing at the entrance of the base and laughed. If I don't say anything, they won't come over? It was Wang who was negligent, but without the owner's permission, Wang felt that it was impolite to rashly step into someone else's house. An old man with a white beard walked towards Chun-Li with a hearty smile, surrounded by several people. Then I, Wang, will be welcome to take a seat. Wang Ren bowed slightly with a smile on his face, then sat down next to Li Ji opposite Chun-Li. Looking at the two old men in front of him, Chun-Li suddenly shook his head and laughed. You two are both big figures in the provincial shelter. If it weren't for your two sons visiting me, I would never have the chance to meet you. No way. Brother Li was able to create a shelter in the apocalypse to protect a group of survivors. This is what it means to be young and capable. You are much better than my rebellious son, who only knows how to travel around. Wang Ren spoke with a smile. He was not good at other things, but if Chun-Li wanted to say such polite words, he could talk to Chun-Li for a whole day and night without repeating himself. This is what he relied on for a living before the apocalypse. How can he do this without mastering it well? But from the sound of the loudspeaker in the province, it seems that Chun-Li should be a ruthless kidnapper. Why is he speaking politely now? There is something wrong here. Chun-Li laughed a few times, but didn't continue talking. He looked at Ergo, who was standing beside him, and said, Go and bring some dumplings to the two adults. Guests come from far away, and it's not my style not to treat them well. Ergo smiled with a strange light in his eyes, then stepped back and brought up 2 plates of dumplings and placed them in front of Li Ji and Wang Ren. Please, I heard Mr. Li say on the provincial radio that you like to eat dried dumplings, so I made dried dumplings specially for you. I don't know if they suit your taste. Chun-Li stared at Li Ji with an expression full of inexplicable expectation. Chun-Li, what do you want? Li Ji suppressed all his emotions in his heart and said expressionlessly, I, Li Ji, have more than one son, and I don't lack such a son. At worst, I can give this son to you. I don't want him anymore. Just treat him as if he died in battle. I don't know if 5 2-star professionals plus 15 1-star professionals are enough to level this shitty money-making hut of yours. Li Ji threatened in a stern voice with no expression on his face. Chun-Li smiled and shook his head, then picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Put it in, of course. Don't be too anxious. Try a dumpling first to see how it tastes. These dumplings were made by Ergo himself. Before the apocalypse, Ergo's family had been butchers since their ancestors, so they are very good at chopping bones. The one that has minced meat is good, without any bones or residue. Come and try it. Then I won't be polite, Wang. Wang Ren smiled and picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of dumpling and put it into his mouth. After tasting it, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Okay. These dumplings are really delicious. They melt in your mouth and leave a lingering fragrance. Su, who was standing aside, couldn't help but cover his face with his hands and his mouth twitched. Wang Ren was the first person he had ever seen who could describe dumplings as melting in the mouth. If I had known earlier, I would have gone up with Xiao He and driven the armored vehicle. Of course, come on, Mr. Li, you should try it too. Chun-Li eagerly pushed a plate of dumplings in front of Li Ji, staring at him eagerly. We can talk about other things after dinner. Let's eat first. You don't want to see me lose my temper. Li Ji stared at the dumplings in front of him and swallowed unconsciously, saying in a deep voice with a gloomy face. The aroma of dumplings kept coming to his nose, and he was indeed a little hungry after running all the way. Li Ji waved his hand, and a serious-looking professional behind him took the dumplings to his nose and sniffed them. Then he brought the dumplings to Li Ji and whispered, "Mr. Li, there's nothing adulterated in it." "No way." Looking at the scene in front of him, Chun Li suddenly laughed. "Mr. Li, are you worried that I will poison you?" Chun Li would never do such a mean thing as poisoning. Su, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but look away. He was worried that if he continued looking, he would not be able to help but retort. He was just standing there and did nothing, but he was still blamed for no reason. What does it mean that those who poison others are villains? If he hadn't drugged the place, more than 70 little squirrels would have been knocked down. How could Chun Li bring more than 100 little squirrels to the Xian military district shelter to show off fireworks? He thinks food tastes delicious, but thinks washing dishes is dirty. What kind of person is this? Su was complaining madly in his heart. Of course, he only dared to say these words in his heart. He didn't want to say them out loud, and then be chopped into dumpling stuffing and made into dumplings on the table like Jianxi. Li Ji snorted coldly without saying anything. It went without saying that the fact that his son had capsized here must be due to some trick played by Chun Li. Have to be on guard. Ignoring Chun Li, Li Ji picked up a dumpling and put it to his mouth. After a pause, he said in a dissatisfied voice, "The meat is a little sour. Since you are going to entertain guests, go to the supply point to buy some good quality meat. Don't try to be a big shot and be stingy. It will only make you a laughing stock." "Is the meat sour?" Wang Ren, who was eating dumplings at the side, was stunned for a moment, and the chopsticks that were originally reaching for the dumplings also paused. "No way. He has already eaten several. How can authentic pork and green onion dumplings be sour?" Wang Ren hesitated for a while, then picked up another dumpling and put it into his mouth, tasting it carefully. "It's completely confirmed. Authentic pork, no sour taste at all." Then why did Li Ji say the meat was sour? Unless... The expression on Wang Ren's face gradually became strange. Unless the dumplings that Li Ji ate were not the same kind as he ate. Wang Ren suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He stopped picking up dumplings and stared at Chun Li with a serious expression. "Brother Li, where is my son now?" Chapter 159. Look at this. Does it look familiar? Only one kind of meat was sour. That's human flesh. Spoiled meat smells bad, not sour. Besides, the meat purchased from the supply point cannot be bad. Well, since Li Ji said that the meat in the dumplings he ate was sour, there is only one possibility. That is, Li Ji's dumplings were filled with human flesh. Think of this. Wang Ren couldn't help but show anxiety on his face. Li Ji's son is now alive and well in the armored vehicle. The person who was chopped into pieces and made into dumplings could not be Li Er. It was impossible for Chun Li to chop his own people into dumpling fillings for no reason. Then the only outsider left was his son Wang Xian. "Isn't your son there? Didn't you see him?" Chun Li pouted in a certain direction. Wang Ren followed Chun Li's gaze and saw his son with a red face, eating dumplings and playing finger-guessing games with a few people around the table. "Hello, brothers." 666. Wang Ren was stunned for a moment, and his face turned red. Although he knew that his son had the ability to build a good relationship with the kidnappers, he had never seen him playing fist-fighting with the kidnappers like he was doing now. Seeing that his son was still alive, he was still full of energy and was playing the fist game, not even paying attention to his biological father coming. Wang Ren's worry, which had just been in his heart, finally settled down. Who cares whose filling is in Li Ji's dumplings? As long as it's not his son's stuffing, he loves whoever he wants. Wang Ren smiled, picked up another dumpling, and put it into his mouth happily. He had to say that the dumpling tasted really good. It was better than any dumplings he had eaten before the apocalypse. "Name your price, Chun Li." Li Ji, with a gloomy face, ate a few dumplings to fill his stomach and then stopped eating. A remote area is a remote area, and I guess it's just about this level. However, it must be said that although the meat of these dumplings was sour, it did arouse the gluttony in his heart. After returning to the shelter, he would make some dumplings to eat. "What price are you offering?" Chun Li looked surprised. Seeing Chun Li pretending to be crazy and stupid, Li Ji felt very angry and gnashed his teeth and said, "What price will you give to release my son?" "Well, you mean the accommodation fee for your son here these days." Chun Li grinned and paused for a while. "How about this? You can give as much as Mr. Wang gives. If Mr. Wang only gives 100 points, then you can also give 100 points. How about that?" Chun Li smacked his lips. If Wang Ren really only offered 100 points, he would definitely chop Wang Xian into pieces and eat beef noodles for the next meal. Hearing this, Li Ji immediately turned his head to look at Wang Ren with a gloomy expression, but his small eyes kept blinking and making signals where Chun-Li couldn't see. How much do you want to pay? Ignoring Li Ji's look, Wang Ren couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that he would have to bleed heavily this time. Chun-Li has said such things. It would be difficult to avoid a conflict today without bleeding. It seems that the originally planned ransom will have to be increased by 30. Wang Ren was silent for a while. Then he raised his head and stared at Chun-Li and said in a deep voice, 3,000 points, 10 2-star dropped items. You're fucking crazy. Li Ji couldn't help but stand up and slam the table, pointing at Wang Ren's nose and roaring, 3,000 points, 10 2-star dropped items. Are you paying a ransom or marrying your son? Wang Ren glanced at Li Ji calmly and said calmly, what's the point of ransom? It's just a token of my appreciation for Brother Li's care for Wang Xian these past few days. I also want to make friends with Brother Li. Okay, that's great. Chun-Li clapped his hands and shouted excitedly. This number is much more than he expected. Although this many points is not a lot for him, it is not a small amount either. Especially the 10 2-star dropped items, which can greatly enhance the strength of the base. When will it be delivered? Now, of course. Wang Ren ignored Li Ji's eyes that wanted to swallow him up, transferred the points to Chun-Li, and with a wave of his hand, 10 2-star dropped items appeared on the ground. Chun-Li waved his hand, letting Air go take the dropped item, and then looked at Li Ji expectantly. What about you? You? Li Ji was so angry that he couldn't speak. If he didn't know the inside story, he would almost suspect that Wang Ren and Chun-Li had teamed up to set him up. Keep calm. When my son returns safely, I will take back all the points and dropped equipment that he gave me. He brought with him 5 2-star professionals and 15 1-star professionals. There would be no problem in crushing this money-making hut into pieces from top to bottom. When the time comes, Chun-Li will have to vomit it back no matter how he eats it. Now it's just turning around in Chun-Li's hand. Thinking of this, Li Ji suddenly laughed cruelly. He took out 10 2-star dropped items from the storage space and threw them on the ground, then transferred 3,000 points to Chun-Li. Can you let my son go now? Of course it's okay to release his son. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. 6,000 points were obtained just like that. Confucius was right indeed. Only those who kill people and set fires can get the golden belt. It would have been great if I had listened to Confucius earlier. What do you mean? Li Ji's face darkened again. Ever since he stepped into this crappy money-making hut, he felt that he had never suffered as much as he did today in his entire life. Of course it means literally. Chun-Li curled his lips and grinned. Your other son Jianxi is also in our hands. If you want to redeem both sons, you have to pay another sum of money. Li Ji was so angry that he laughed and said, You caught my son Jianxi? What a joke. My son has 11 sword techniques, each one stronger than the last. Since he rose to prominence, no one has ever taken one of his swords, and no one has ever forced him to use a second sword. You said you captured my son Jianxi? If you meet him and kneel a little later, you will be killed. What an arrogant kid who doesn't know his place and speaks nonsense. Wang Ren suddenly looked strange and felt something was not right. He remembered there was something familiar about the words. Last time, Li Ji said that his son Li Er had a skill that was to transform his body into elements. No one in the world could stop Li Er, and he could go anywhere in the world. I think that's what he said at that time, and now he has been arrested and locked up in that armored vehicle. I understand. Seeing is believing. Chun-Li stared at the plate of dumplings in front of Li Ji with cruelty in his eyes. He grinned, took out a 7-foot green sword from the storage space, and placed it on the table. Mr. Li, take a closer look at this sword. Look carefully. Does this sword look familiar? Chapter 160. Hey, why don't you run away? This sword. Li Ji's pupils suddenly dilated, 7 feet long, 8-cornered, and completely green. It was his son's sword. He would not mistake it. A 2-star sword. This sword was dropped when he personally led people to beat up a level 2 mutant beast. He now has a scar on his waist because of this. Li Ji did not speak. He became unusually calm. He took a deep breath and spoke softly with an expressionless face. I need to see Sword 11. After paying the ransom, you will be able to see the person. Chun-Li grinned and gave Ergu a look. The ransom must be collected, but the person must also be killed. Originally, he had no intention of killing Li Er. He just wanted to earn some points and then let him go. As a result, Jianxi came up and gave him a fatal blow with the sword. That sword really hurts. If a son is not well educated, it is the father's fault. If your son commits suicide, his father will die with him. So ever since Li Ji stepped into this shelter, Chun-Li had no intention of letting Li Ji go back alive. Hearing this, Li Ji did not pay the ransom immediately. He just took another deep breath, stared at Chun-Li with an expressionless face, and suddenly laughed. He underestimated the young man. This young man was more ruthless and stronger than he thought. He knew that it would be impossible for him to see Jianxi again. Jianxi was already dead, and the 7-foot-long sword was the only thing that Jianxi left in this world. The meat in the dumplings just now was sour. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the meat of his son Jianxi. Only human flesh is sour. But he didn't think about it that way just now. He just thought that Chun-Li deliberately used sour meat to disgust him and make him look bad. Now it seems that Chun-Li is obviously talking about what he promised on the provincial loudspeaker that day, and is trying to make him unstable and reveal his flaws. How cruel. Li Ji didn't say anything for a long time. He smiled bitterly, picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, put it into his mouth, closed his eyes and savored it for a while. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with ruthlessness. How to deal with a ruthless person? There is only one answer. That means being more ruthless than the other party. Li Ji looked at Li Er, who was locked in the armored vehicle, with a silent look. In fact, among his two sons, his favorite person is Li Er, and he also has the highest expectations for Li Er. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Ji. When he saw him pick up another dumpling, put it into his mouth and savor it carefully, the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. It seems that Mr. Li has figured out a lot of things. This Mr. Li was much more ruthless than he thought. It seems that the remaining ransom will not be collected. Next second, Li Ji threw the chopsticks at Chun-Li without any warning. Without saying a single harsh word, he picked up the sledgehammer on the ground and smashed it at Chun-Li with a ferocious look on his face. Following Li Ji's actions, the 5 2-star professionals and 15 1-star professionals who were with Li Ji also attacked indiscriminately towards the people around them with ferocious expressions. All the actions happened in a split second without any warning. The scene was in chaos for a while. Chun-Li retreated quickly, avoiding Li Ji's hammer attack, and laughed arrogantly. "How is it, Mr. Li? Is your son Jianxi's meat still strong?" It took Erga 2 hours to chop all the tendons and bones into small pieces. Commandant, Li Ji's face was full of fat, looking particularly ferocious. He raised the sledgehammer in his hand high, stepped on the table, and flew high towards Chun-Li. They are just 2 sons, he doesn't want them. If he can give birth to 2, he can also give birth to a 3rd and a 4th. No matter what happens today, I will kill Chun-Li. This is not good. Chun-Li's figure, grinning and laughing wildly, retreated rapidly again. A Gatling gun suddenly appeared in his hand, and the 10 gun barrels began to rotate rapidly. Without warning, a dense storm of bullets hit Li Ji like heavy rain, forcing Li Ji to use a sledgehammer to protect his body before being interrupted and falling from the air. Li Ji rolled over to avoid the waterfall of bullets, raised the sledgehammer to clear a path in front, and pounced on Su Li from the other side. At the provincial shelters, they have already tested and evaluated each profession. The profession of gunsmith is indeed very explosive. Except for a few hidden professions, no other profession can compare to the burst damage of the gunsmith. But the gunner's weakness is obvious to everyone at a glance. That is, bullets require points to purchase, and the number of points required to purchase bullets is jaw-dropping. As the leader of a shelter, after learning the points required for bullets for the gunsmith profession, he did not dare to let too many of his subordinates switch to gunsmith jobs. The reason is simple: I can't afford it. Therefore, gunsmiths are basically recognized as 3-second men, with only 3 seconds of explosive power. After the bullets are used up, you will become a mermaid, at the mercy of others. Li Ji raised the sledgehammer in front of him, and rushed towards the storm of bullets with a ferocious and painful look on his face. Although the sledgehammer blocked most of the bullets, there were still a few stray bullets that the sledgehammer could not protect against, and all of them shot into his body. It's almost there. Li Ji gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and continued to rush forward with his head down against the storm of bullets. Up to now, he could not remember how many bullets Chun-Li had fired. But one thing is certain: Chun-Li's bullets should be running out soon. There is no way the leader of a small shelter could have so many bullets. However, why hasn't he rushed to Chun-Li yet? Logically speaking, the distance should be enough. Li Ji hesitated for a while holding the sledgehammer, then looked up with a strange expression. However, the next second, he stood there in a daze. "Hey, why don't you run away?" At this time, Chun-Li was sitting with his legs astride Xiao Hei's shoulders, letting Xiao Hei carry him and run in front. He placed the Gatling gun on Xiao Hei's head, whistled, and shot at Li Ji behind him like whack-a-mole. It has to be said that in this way, the gunsmith's shortcomings have been solved. As long as you don't get close to me, you will never be able to hit me. Shameless. Looking at Chun-Li, who was being carried on Xiao Hei's shoulders, Li Ji angrily cursed. Shameless bastard. Hearing such harmless words, Chun-Li scratched his ears expressionlessly and curled his lips. Do you want to see how the people you brought are doing now? Hearing this, Li Ji subconsciously turned his head to look. He saw that the people he brought were being slaughtered by Chun-Li's men. To be more precise, they were being slaughtered by the fierce flames from the machine gun on the armored vehicle. The few two-star professionals were under siege by Ergu and others, and it was obvious that they could not hold out for long. Damn it! Li Ji's face was filled with anger. He regretted a little that he had come to find Chun-Li with only such a small number of people. He should have brought more people. No, we should have brought everyone here. Chapter 161. Thunder God's Wrath. God descends to earth. Both sons died. The people I brought with me are almost dead. There is even a possibility that I might die here. It seemed as if, in an instant, he fell from the clouds into the mortal world, with nothing left. Give me your life. Li Ji exerted force with his feet and jumped high into the air. He leaned back and raised the sledgehammer high behind his head. He roared with a ferocious look on his face, the wrath of Thunder God. The sky changed suddenly, and several dark clouds quickly gathered over the base. The sky darkened visibly in an instant. Several flashes of lightning flashed in the dark clouds. A shadow of a hammer several times larger than the one in Li Ji's hand appeared behind Li Ji's head. As Li Ji swung the hammer down, the shadow also smashed towards Chun-Li with unstoppable momentum. Chun-Li looked at the world-destroying scene in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, muttering, "You must be cheating." He looked at the Gatling gun in his hand again, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Why did he feel that his Gatling gun was not up to standard? As a two-star professional, when he was still shooting birds with a Gatling gun, how come Li Ji had already been possessed by the god of thunder and started to destroy the world? It seems that I need to add new guys to myself as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will meet perverts like this when I go out in the future. How can I have fun? As for what to do now, Chun-Li stared at the phantom of Thor's hammer with a twitching mouth. Without any hesitation, he slapped Xiao He on the forehead and shouted angrily, "Get into the armored vehicle quickly." Boom. The phantom of Thor's hammer, which was several times larger, slammed into the armored vehicle with unstoppable momentum. Under the huge impact, the armored vehicle was overturned on the spot. However, due to the indestructible nature of dropped items, although the armored vehicle was overturned by the shock wave, its surface was intact. After Li Ji's ultimate move, the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Everyone looked at Li Ji as if he were a monster. Is this really the power of a two-star professional? Donkey Egg looked at the big knife in his hand in confusion and couldn't help but doubt whether he was a fake two-star professional. Ahem. Chun-Li climbed out of the armored vehicle while coughing. He looked at Li Ji, who was standing there panting with his hands on his knees, and couldn't help but sighed. Your attack was really powerful. I guess there are very few people in this world who can withstand such a blow from you. Cough, cough. Li Ji coughed violently, and with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, he laughed miserably and said, "It's a pity that this attack has no effect." He is now at the stage of being at the end of his strength. Chun-Li's storm of bullets caused him considerable damage, but he used his muscles to tightly clamp the bullets shot into his body, preventing the wound from opening wider. And the Wrath of Thunder God was not something he could use at this stage. He has never used this skill since he got it, so he had to try his best to use it this time. It's a pity that it didn't have any effect at all. If he had known earlier, he would have attacked Ergu's group. At least he could have killed all of Chun-Li's confidants and cut off Chun-Li's arms. It wouldn't be like this now, with no effect at all. I just can't help feeling a little unwilling. Li Ji glanced at Wang Xin and his son who were hiding aside and watching the show, and couldn't help but laugh miserably. If he had agreed obediently when Chun-Li demanded the ransom on the provincial loudspeaker, would Li Er be drinking tea and bickering with him in the provincial shelter now? If I could bring more people with me when I left the shelter, then we wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. Who could have expected that such a small shelter would have so many two-star professionals? You know, there aren't many two-star professionals in their provincial shelter. This trip can be said to have brought out half of the two-star professionals they could use in the base. As for the remaining one-star professionals, they can't play a big role in this kind of combat power. Who said it has no effect at all? Chun-Li curled his lips and reached into the armored vehicle, pulled out a corpse with a dagger stuck in the neck, and threw it on the ground. When the armored vehicle rolled over, the dagger pierced your son's neck, and he died instantly. So your attack was still somewhat effective. At least it gave your son a quick death. Chun-Li clapped his hands, and the Gatling gun reappeared in his hand. The 10 barrels rotated rapidly and aimed at Li Ji with a grin. I have to say, you are really difficult to deal with. If you die, you should be able to drop a lot of equipment. Damn it. Li Ji's neck veins bulged as he roared towards the sky. He forced himself to hold up his body, raised the sledgehammer that had fallen to the ground, and prepared to charge at Chun-Li again. But the next second, the bullet storm consisting of nearly 1,000 bullets arrived as expected. Hush! Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction, turned the Gatling gun upside down on the ground, blew away the smoke around the barrel, and couldn't help but sighed. I have to say, this thing still works well. Brotherly. Ergo came running over, still frightened, and said, the Thunder God's wrath just now was really loud. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chun-Li shook his head, and suddenly remembered something. He tilted his head and patted Ergo on the shoulder, encouraging him kindly. Well done, Xiaohei is running much faster than before. Oh. Ergo looked at Brother Li and Xiaohei, who was still vomiting in the armored vehicle, in confusion. Of course, he had just seen Chun-Li sitting on Xiaohei's shoulders and placing the Gatling gun on Xiaohei's head, but he didn't quite understand why Chun-Li suddenly brought this up. But it needs some more improvement. The seat is a little uncomfortable. Also, there is no place to fix the Gatling gun on the head, which is a bit inconvenient. Chun-Li put the Gatling gun back into the space and said something casually, then walked towards Li Ji's body. As the leader of a provincial-level shelter, it was unacceptable that no good things would drop from his storage space. Improve? Conveniently. Ergo tried to figure out the meaning of these two words word by word, and looked at Xiaohei with a confused look on his face. If he remembered correctly, Xiaohei should be a person. Why does it sound like Brother Li is treating Xiaohei as a mount? What I said just now meant that I should improve Xiaohei so that he can sit more comfortably, and there should also be a place on the forehead for a gun. This seems a bit against human ethics, but since Brother Li has said so, should he do it? Chun-Li walked to the place where Li Ji died with excitement on his face. Although the storage space was shattered, everything in the space fell to the ground. It's a bit of a pity. Chun-Li shook his head and sighed. If Li Ji could notice it later, he would have gained another 3,000 points. If Li Ji did not save the points to the storage card, he would not be able to get the points stored in his personal page. Chapter 162. This makes it easy for people to say you are addicted to killing. Chun-Li didn't have time to check the dropped items. Wang Ren led Wang Xin to Chun-Li and first stared at Li Ji's body with complicated eyes. The person who had been arguing with him over tea this morning had now turned into a corpse, without even a complete body. He didn't participate in the battle just now. Brotherly, I will take my son with me and leave first. Wang Ren hesitated for a while, but still said in a deep voice. The provincial shelter was built before the outbreak of the apocalypse. There is only one in each province, and it can accommodate and gather a lot of people. What do you mean? Chun-Li stared at Wang Ren, who was hesitating, with a puzzled look on his face. It's very likely that the provincial shelter will take revenge on Brother Li. Wang Ren glanced at the corpses scattered all over the ground, his eyebrows twitching unconsciously, and he said in a deep voice, after all, this time the provincial shelter has completely fallen here with Brother Li. We have to get up from where we fell. It's unlikely that we won't get back our face from Brother Li. Oh, Chun-Li grinned and kicked Li Ji's head away. The leader of your shelter died in my hands, and you still come here for revenge. Li Ji was the person in charge of the provincial shelter before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he became the leader of the provincial shelter. However, Li Ji is not the most powerful person in the shelter, nor is he the one who actually holds power. Wang Ren glanced at the increasingly serious expression on Chun-Li's face and continued. You can understand that the provincial shelter was not seriously injured by this defeat, but just lost face. And the person who actually holds power will most likely not let you go, so Brother Li needs to be more careful. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the pile of minced meat on the ground with dissatisfaction, and said impatiently, Then who is the actual person in charge of you? After the younger one is beaten, the older one comes. After finally killing the old one, I found out that there was an even older one behind it. Damn it, she's playing nesting dolls with him here. The actual person in power is not fixed and changes frequently. In the end times, whoever is the strongest will naturally be the actual person in power. But there is always a nominal person in power, and Li Ji is that nominal person in power. After Li Ji dies, I will most likely become the new nominal person in power. What I can guarantee is that I will not let my people take action against Brother Li. However, if the person who actually holds power decides to take action against Brother Li, I will not be able to pass on the message for Brother Li. I hope Brother Li can understand this. Wang Ren stared at Chun-Li with a sincere and serious expression. He was worried that Chun-Li would force him to become an insider and pass on the message. If they do that, as soon as the slightest clue is discovered, they will definitely be torn to pieces by the people who actually hold power. So he had already made up his mind. If Chun-Li had any intention of letting him be an insider, he would immediately lead Wang Xian to join Shen Li on the spot. He would not even go back to the provincial shelter and would stay in the hut where he made money. Anyway, I don't want to be an insider. Being an insider is a dangerous job where you have to keep a knife on your neck and fight 1 against 100 enemies. You also have to worry about your teammates being bad teammates, as any small mistake could put the traitor in an irretrievable situation. Anyway, whoever wants to be an insider can do it, but he won't do it. Is that so? Shen Li's excitement was immediately dampened, and the little thoughts in his mind were instantly extinguished and disappeared without a trace. I understand. You can leave now. There was no intention to detain Wang Rend, nor was there any idea of making Wang Rend an accomplice. Shen Li frowned, supported his chin with one hand, and looked into the distance. Now there are 2 things at hand. One thing is that the war token is about to be activated, which is the token obtained from the puzzle. Although I don't know what kind of war it is, if it is a war, there will definitely be bloodshed. And the other thing is the retaliation of the provincial shelter in the near future. If they really decide to take revenge, not to mention the entire nest will be mobilized, but at least the number of people going to the money-collecting hut will definitely be more and stronger than this time. To solve both of these problems, you only need one thing: strength. As long as you are strong enough, all problems will be blown away by the wind like burnt paper. And what happens is that he has no shortage of points now. Looking at his nearly 10,000 points, Chun Li suddenly laughed. If he remembered correctly, he still had 2 unused purchase privileges at a 10 discount from the hidden store. And it seems that I can afford that piece of equipment now. Chun Li's eyes were suddenly attracted by a piece of glittering silver-white inner armor on the ground. He picked it up to check its equipment properties. Equipment name: silver-white inner armor. Professional restriction: gunsmith. Equipment level: 2-star equipment. Equipment attributes: strength +3, agility +3. Equipment special: reduces the damage to the body from attacks on the chest by 50. Equipment attributes: wearing this inner armor, you will surely win applause when performing the stone-breaking chest trick. Oh, Chun Li picked up the equipment with surprise and put it into the storage space. It was the gunner's defensive equipment. It was the first time he saw it. He had never seen the gunner's defensive equipment at the supply point. He originally thought that the gunner was a profession without defensive equipment. Now it seems that there is simply no gunner's defensive equipment in the supply point. However, there is still a chance that the gunner's defensive equipment will drop when killing mutant beasts or zombies. But the probability should be very small. Anyway, he didn't explode. Chun Li's mouth suddenly stiffened, because he suddenly realized something. It seemed that he had not killed zombies for equipment for a long time. It seemed that he had been killing people for equipment since he didn't know when. This is not good. People may say that I am addicted to bloodshed. Chun Li muttered as he picked up 3 1-star professional badges from the fallen items on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. This way, there will be 3 more 2-star professionals. There will be several major battles coming soon. If we don't make thorough preparations, it will be easy to capsize. The power of Thunder God's wrath today frightened him a little. If he hadn't hidden in the armored vehicle, he might be lying in a pool of blood now. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the people of the world. People like Jianxi Li Ji are definitely not a minority. If they let down their guard because of complacency, they will definitely die without knowing how. Chun Li became more determined to improve his strength immediately. Then he came to his senses and continued to search through the pile of dropped items on the ground. Brotherly, brotherly. An exclamation came from the gate of the base. A survivor was running towards him at this moment, shouting in fear. There's a level 3 zombie coming straight towards us, almost to the entrance of the base. Level 3 zombie. Chun Li's brows instantly twisted into a knot. Chapter 163. Level 3 zombie, that's it? Why did you come now, instead of earlier? Chun Li muttered in dissatisfaction. You really spoil my mood. But it's just in time. He wanted to advance to a 3-star professional, and one of the conditions he had to meet was to kill a level 3 zombie. Are you sure it's a level 3 zombie? Chun Li said in a deep voice. Brotherly, it's definitely a level 3 zombie. That zombie is almost as tall as a small second floor. A level 2 zombie can't be that big. Then let's go. Chun Li paused for a moment and thought. Su, are there any bullets left in the armored vehicle? Brotherly is gone. Su poked his head out of the armored vehicle, licked his lips, and said with dissatisfaction. All the bullets I just bought were given to the group of people brought by Li Ji. Is that so? Chun Li picked up the gentleman's hat from the ground, dusted it off, and walked towards the gate of the base. Su, you can just drive over there later, and everyone else follow me. The corners of Su's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. If he had known earlier, he would not have snatched it from Xiao He, and the armored vehicle would definitely not have been damaged. But I will definitely be knocked over, and will probably spin around in the carriage. I hope I don't get my head hurt. Don't worry, it's okay. Ergu saw through what Sue was thinking and stepped forward to comfort him. Don't forget that I'm a doctor. Go ahead. I'll give you free treatment when you're done. Sue quickly stretched his head back and sat in the driver's seat, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. He has decided to protect himself well and not let himself get hurt. He cannot afford Ergu's treatment. Suli focused his attention on the level 3 zombie that was walking steadily towards him at the entrance of the base. He was almost 2 stories tall, holding a telephone pole in his hand, with saliva sticky substance flowing out from the corners of his opening and closing mouth. The asphalt road vibrated as he moved toward the door. Perhaps the only drawback of this thing is that it is too large. You can hit it with your eyes closed. Go ahead, Sue. Chun-Li waved his hand casually. Next second, an armored vehicle rushed towards the level 3 zombies with a sense of superiority. Everyone stared at the armored vehicle that was gradually approaching the zombies with anticipation. It would be much easier to deal with them if they could knock the zombies down. However, the armored vehicle rushed towards the level 3 zombies with a sense of superiority, and with a dull thud, it stopped in front of the zombies without moving. Only the high-speed rotating wheels told everyone that standing still was not the intention of the armored vehicle. The zombie, who was hit by the armored vehicle and staggered, lifted the armored vehicle to an angle with anger on his face and fire in his eyes. Then he roared and threw it hard. The armored vehicle was completely overturned and rolled several times before rolling in front of Chun-Li. Sue was seen climbing out of the armored vehicle's cockpit with great effort, staggering and looking at everyone blankly with stars in his eyes. He looked as if he was drunk and his body was unstable. Okay, meat shield. Chun-Li reluctantly took out the Gatling gun from the storage space and prepared to start shooting. The armored vehicles still don't play any role. After all, they are just means of transportation. It is really unrealistic to expect them to have too much lethality. It is just a bit disappointing. Human shield? Who? Ergu and the others looked at each other blankly, wondering who the meat shield Li Gu was talking about. I'm a doctor. Ergu placed the scalpel in his hand on his chest with a serious and solemn expression, clearly showing his identity. I'm just a 1-star professional. Ermao proudly stuck the spear in his hand into the ground. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As long as I am a piece of crap, I don't have to take any responsibility. I'm a patient. Sue shook his head with a painful look on his face, swaying unsteadily on the spot, as if he was going to fall down in the next second. Then everyone turned their eyes to Donkey Egg, who was standing there in a daze. I won't be the meat shield. Donkey Egg pointed at himself in confusion. He was just a rough guy who knew how to wield a sword. Moreover, he remembered that his profession was clearly a swordsman, so how did he become a meat shield? Hurry up. Looking at the level 3 zombie that was getting closer and closer, Chun-Li shouted angrily with an expression of dissatisfaction. Okay, I'll change my job tomorrow. Donkey Egg muttered a few words in dissatisfaction, took a deep breath, and roared with all his strength, Thor's slash. Then he suddenly jumped up and rushed to the LV3 zombie with a knife. The knife was swung out before the person arrived. As Donkey Egg swung the knife, a crescent-sized blade light jumped out from the tip and slashed straight towards the face of the level 3 zombie. Looking at this familiar skill, Ergu was a little confused and poked Ermao's waist in confusion. Is the name of Donkey Egg's skill Thunder God Slash? It doesn't seem so, Ermao said uncertainly. At least judging from the power of his skill, it doesn't match the name. You can't think that if you give a skill a high-sounding name, it will be more powerful, Ergu said with a slightly hesitant look. Donkey Egg's Thunder God Slash is still effective. With a fierce sound, a large cut was made on the face of the LV3 zombie, from which a black sticky substance was dripping. The level 3 zombie, feeling the pain, roared, raised the electric pole in his hand high, and smashed it towards the donkey's eggs. Donkey Egg dodged the stick with a loud shout, then looked back at Li Ji's eyes, gritted his teeth, and once again raised his knife to chop at the LV3 zombie. Seeing that the pace of the LV3 zombie was delayed, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. The 10 barrels of the Gatling gun in his hand spun rapidly, and a terrifyingly dense storm of bullets slammed into the body of the LV3 zombie. As bullets were shot into the body of the LV3 zombie, its movements began to become stiff. However, the zombie, feeling the pain, became even more furious. He raised the telephone pole in his hand and kept smashing it at the donkey that was jumping in front of him and stabbing himself with the toothpick in his hand from time to time. The extremely angry level 3 zombie waved the electric pole in his hand, leaving deep holes on the street one after another. Plop! With a dull sound, the level 3 zombie fell to his knees while wailing, but he was still waving the telephone pole in his hand, trying to smash the little bug that was jumping around beside him to death. "Donkey, get out of here!" Chun-Li shouted with satisfaction as he looked at the level 3 zombie that had lost its ability to move. He had been aiming at the knee of this level 3 zombie, but because of its thick skin and flesh, he failed to blow up the leg of this level 3 zombie. But all the bullets were embedded in the zombie's knee. Its legs were filled with Chun-Li's Gatling bullets. It was a miracle that this zombie could still move. After all the actions of zombies are carried out by their legs. No matter how powerful they are, if their legs cannot walk, their strength cannot be exerted. Looking at this level 3 zombie, Chun-Li couldn't help but feel his thoughts boiling. Chapter 164. He finally upgraded his weapon. This level 3 zombie, which is a nightmare to all survivors, is no different from an experienced baby to him. Although it can exert enormous power, it cannot withstand the fact that Chun-Li is a gunner. As long as someone keeps harassing this level 3 zombie, this zombie will never be able to touch Chun-Li. Moreover, as its size increases, Chun-Li will not shoot off target even if he shoots with his eyes closed. Moreover, level 3 zombies seem to have lost one of the most prominent characteristics of zombies, which is their group nature. The fundamental reason why zombies are so terrifying is because they act in groups and are not afraid of life and death. Large numbers of zombies rushing towards you without caring about their lives would scare any normal person. However, this level 3 zombie did not have this characteristic. It just ran towards the money-making hut alone when it heard the sound. Even as his aura spread, the LV-1 and LV-2 zombies who had originally wanted to watch the excitement also moved aside and dared not to continue to follow. Chun-Li stared at the zombie who could only kneel on the ground and waved the electric pole in his hand with ruthless fury and grinned. This kind of live target is a bonus for gunsmiths. Next second, as Chun-Li pulled the trigger, the Gatling gun in his hand suddenly spit out flames again, and countless bullets rushed towards the head of the LV-3 zombie like a waterfall. The zombie roared in pain and dropped the electric pole in his hand, covering his head with both hands to prevent his fatal weakness from being exposed to the attack. However, as Chun-Li's tireless Gatling gun fired, the LV-3 zombie finally had its hands drooping limply in front of its chest. The head was exposed to Chun-Li's Gatling fire network, followed by a series of sounds like balloons being popped. The level 3 zombie gradually stopped making any sound and fell to the ground without any support. Ding! Kill a level 3 zombie. Reward points 100. As the system's sound rang in his mind, Chun-Li breathed a sigh of relief, put down the Gatling gun in his hand, leaned on the ground, and panted slightly. However, his expression soon changed and he carefully checked the system prompts in his mind. 100 points? Send away beggars? He immediately threw the thought he had just had out of his mind. The LV-3 zombies in front of him became point monsters for him to gain points? Whoever wants to brush can brush it. He won't brush it anymore. In order to kill this level 3 zombie, he used up 2 Gatling gun battery packs, which cost at least 1,000 points. Spend 1,000 points just to get 100 points? Whoever wants to do such stupid things in the future can do it, but he won't do it anyway. However, when he saw that one of the promotion tasks in the personal attribute panel in his mind had been completed, he finally felt a little better. Just think of this as completing the promotion mission. It's not a loss to complete a promotion task with 1,000 points. If you want to advance to a 3-star professional, you just need to complete 2 more tasks. One is a 2-star career token. One is 3,000 points. The task of 3,000 points is not difficult to complete, but the task of obtaining a 2-star career token is difficult to complete. There is absolutely no such thing for sale at the supply point. There is only one way to obtain it, which is to kill LV-3 zombies and LV-3 mutant beasts. As for how low the drop probability is, only God knows. Chun-Li even felt that the chance of this thing dropping when he killed a 3-star professional was higher than the chance of killing a level 3 zombie. But Chun-Li's eyes suddenly lit up. The level 3 zombie in front of him had just been killed by him. It might drop a 2-star professional token. Thinking of this, Chun-Li walked towards the corpse of the level 3 zombie lying on the ground with an excited look on his face. Skill name, Thunder God / Professional restriction, Swordsman. Skill level, 3-star skill. Skill stunt. In the name of Thor, spread the power of Thor. When using the skill, lightning will burst out all over the body, and the power of Thor will be concentrated on the tip of the knife to destroy all enemies. Skill restrictions. 1. For professionals below 3 stars, it can only be used once a day, and after each use, the user's strength will be drained to exhaustion, and he will no longer have the strength to fight. 2. For professionals with 3 stars or above, there will be no side effects after using it. Skill introduction. A very powerful skill, at least it has a great momentum and full special effects. Chun-Li stared at the skill book in front of him in silence. This is the only item dropped by this LV3 zombie, a skill book, and the name sounds surprisingly familiar. What's it called? Thunder God Slash. That's the name of the skill that Donkey Egg shouted as he charged towards the LV3 zombie while swinging a small crescent moon. That's fine. If your subordinates are strong, you will be strong. And Chun-Li was silent for a while as he recalled the battle with Jianxi. He then slowly walked towards Donkey Egg and threw the skill book into his arms. Pick up this skill and learn it. All the rewards for today are gone. This is the only one left. After saying that, Chun-Li ignored Donkey Egg's reaction and turned to walk towards the center of the square. He also planned to check Li Ji's dropped items. He hadn't finished reading just now when he was interrupted by this level 3 zombie. It's impossible that the leader of a provincial-level shelter only has this little stuff. At the very least, there should be a 3-star dropped item or something. This is... Donkey Egg, with confused eyes, took the skill book in his hand and started to check it. Although he knew that he had to fight against Jianxi and Li Ji today, and had just fought against a level 3 zombie, he had put in a lot of effort from beginning to end. It can be considered a considerable contribution, but I didn't expect the reward to be issued so quickly, and he only sent one to himself. Thunder God Slash. The next second, Donkey Egg roared at the top of his voice with excitement. He held the skill book in his hand tightly against his eyes, fearing that he had recognized the words incorrectly. He just rushed towards the level 3 zombie, and he was indeed shouting Thor's Slash. But he knew that this was not the real name of his skill. He just saw Li Ji's Wrath of Thunder and felt that it was powerful, loud, and the special effects looked gorgeous. On the one hand, he did it to give himself courage. After all, it is impossible to charge directly at a level 3 zombie without a bit of courage. On the other hand, he really envied that skill. Even though he didn't have it, couldn't he just talk about it and satisfy himself? So he rushed forward roaring and shouting the name of his own original skill. Unexpectedly, Brotherly rewarded him with a skill book, and the name of it was actually Thor's Slash. 3-star skill. Donkey Egg couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. For how long has he been using that little crescent moon skill? Today, finally, he has upgraded his old weapon to a more capable one. Finally, he no longer needs to use the skill that he has been using since he became a 1-star professional. 3-star skill. Is this true or false? Hearing Donkey Egg's loud shouting, Ergu and others nearby couldn't help but surrounded him with shocked faces. Chapter 165. Do you want to kidnap Wang Xian again? Fake, fake, fake. Donkey Egg smirked and smashed the skill book in his hand, then learned the skill directly. Don't give other people the chance to touch this skill book at all. What you can get is yours. Who knows if these brats will steal his skill book? If the skill book was stolen, he would not have the face to tell Brotherly that the skill book he gave me was stolen. Seeing Donkey Egg's arrogant look, Ermao couldn't help but sneer and said disdainfully, "It's just a 3-star skill. Look at how you're showing off. How much more powerful can it be than a 2-star skill?" Not much, not much. Donkey Egg's eyes were filled with an irrepressible smile. He waved his hand modestly and said no more. He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly towards the supply point, whistling. With the skill of Thunder God Slash, he, Donkey Egg, is now a master. A master should naturally have the style of a master. He decided to go to the supply point to buy some things that would match his status and some outfit that would match his skills. At least we can't embarrass the group of experts. Donkey Dan couldn't suppress the pride on his face. Every time he met someone on the road, he waved happily without any airs. No matter how strong your skills are, they can't be expressed with words. One day, a powerful enemy came to the base. Everyone was defeated, even Brotherly was knocked to the ground, and everyone was waiting for death with despair in their eyes. He's an ass. Wearing a cloak, falling from the sky, dark clouds gathered overhead. He leaped up with his sword raised high, lightning gathered on the tip of his sword, followed by his own angry roar of Thunder God Slash. Kill the enemy with one blow. Turn the tide when it is about to fall, and support the building when it is about to collapse. Become the savior of everyone. Everyone looked at him with admiration. By then, maybe even Sue's cheap mistress, Hong Nyang, would be completely fascinated by him and throw herself into his arms. Thinking of this, Donkey Egg felt like he was floating as he walked, with his head held high and an uncontrollable look of pride on his face. I am more eager to have a powerful enemy attack the base. Hey! Donkey Egg stopped a survivor passing by with a proud look on his face and said in a deep voice, "When you go out in the future, you should show off a little bit, okay?" The survivor who was stopped was completely bewildered. It was the first time he saw a high-ranking official of a force ordering his subordinates to show off when they went out. I've heard too much about low-key people, and I'm not used to the boastful ones. If he didn't know Brother Donkey Egg, he would have suspected that Donkey Egg was an undercover agent sent by the shelter next door. It means don't be afraid of trouble when you go out, understand? If you meet another survivor who makes you unhappy, beat him up. If you are questioned, tell him that you are from the money-collecting hut. If he is not satisfied, he can go back and find someone to come to the money-collecting hut for revenge. No matter who it is, I'll take it on for you, understand? After saying that, Donkey Egg ignored the survivor's confused reaction, nodded with satisfaction, and walked towards the supply point in 28 steps and whistled. Equipment name, two-handed hammer. Professional restriction, Hammer Master. Equipment level, 3-star equipment. Equipment attributes, strength +6, agility +5, stamina +5. Equipment special skills. 1. You can gather all your strength to deliver a fatal blow, unleashing double the power. 2. Skull crushing. As long as the enemy's head is hit, there is a certain chance of causing forced dizziness. Equipment introduction. I am looking forward to seeing this equipment fall into the hands of a little girl. The contrast will definitely make the audience extremely excited. Chun-Li, who turned Li Ji's dropped items upside down, finally confirmed something helplessly. The person in charge of this provincial shelter was indeed very poor. He was so poor that he only had one 3-star equipment on him, which was the sledgehammer he used. There are also occupation restrictions. Only hammer masters are available. He had never seen the option of hammer master among the transferable professions at the supply point, so it was conceivable that this was another hidden profession. The problem is that he doesn't know how to change his career. You should know that his current occupation is one of the 7 basic occupations in the supply point, gunsmith. Ergu, come here. Chun-Li waved at Ergu, who was passing by with an unhappy look on his face. Go check if there is anyone in the base who is a hammer master. He didn't hold out much hope that there was a hammer master in the base. After all, it is a hidden profession. If hidden professions can appear among the survivors in his base, then this hidden profession would be too worthless. But this is a Samsung device after all, and it is one of the stronger ones among Samsung equipment. I still feel a little unwilling to just throw it into the storage space and let it gather dust. Hammer Master? Ergu looked a little strange and raised his eyebrows. Xiaochan's profession is Hammer Master. Chun-Li was stunned for a moment. Xiaochan. Of course he remembered the girl. I washed his feet once, but there wasn't much communication between the two of us. I didn't expect that this girl was a Hammer Master. He remembered that Xiaochan's height just reached his shoulders, about 1.6 meters. Thinking of the skill introduction on the sledgehammer, Chun-Li couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He always felt as if everything was arranged. After a moment of silence, Chun-Li said in a deep voice, Go talk to Xiaochan and ask him to come to my room tonight. Okay, no problem. Ergu was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded in response with a serious face, as if he was not thinking about anything. Xiaochan is going to be promoted. Seeing Ergu's obvious misguided expression, Chun-Li waved his hand and was too lazy to explain. By the way, Brother Li, these are the equipment dropped by the group of people brought by Li Ji. They are all here. Seeing Brother Li preparing to leave, Ergu hurriedly stepped forward and added, Take it and divide it among yourselves. Chun-Li waved his hand impatiently. Even Li Ji doesn't have any good stuff, so this group of people have even less good stuff. Okay, Ergu murmured with blank eyes. Brother Li's ambitions are getting bigger and bigger now. He doesn't even care about the 3-star equipment and lets them divide it among themselves. Next second, Ergu suddenly grinned. Since Brother Li doesn't want that 3-star equipment, then he can give it to himself. After sending Ergu away, Chun-Li walked straight towards the supply point. Li Ji was a little disappointed with the items dropped, except for the 2-star equipment inner armor, which was somewhat useful to him. There was nothing better for him. But the only thing that didn't disappoint him was the nearly 10,000 points in his pocket. The war order in his hand was about to be activated, and Chun-Li became more and more eager to improve his strength. The necessary Gatling battery pack is a must-to-buy. The equipment in the hidden shop is also a must-buy. And you need to keep 3,000 points. If you get a 2-star professional token in the next 2 days, it would be a real loss because you don't have the points to advance to a 3-star professional. There are still 500 points left for Xiaochan to advance to a 2-star professional. Otherwise, a 1-star professional will not be able to unleash the power of 3-star equipment. As he thought about it, Chun-Li couldn't help but raise his fingers and rub his temples, feeling a little headache. When I think about it this way, I feel like the points are still not enough to spend. How about kidnapping Wang Xian again? Anyway, his father paid the ransom very readily and looked like he had no shortage of money. Chapter 166. Once again achieving the world's only achievement. Chun-Li was not delayed any further. He walked quickly to the supply point and opened the hidden store. His eyes quickly searched the hidden shop before his gaze settled on a piece of equipment, and he smiled. Equipment name: shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Restricted occupation: gunsmith. Equipment level: 5-star equipment. Equipment attributes: strength +10, stamina +8, agility +5. Equipment effect: full strength firing rate of 4 rounds per minute. Rockets must be purchased separately in the store. Each rocket is enough to kill a LV2 zombie instantly if it hits the head. Equipment special skill: the damage caused by hitting the enemy cannot be recovered. Equipment introduction: this thing is very powerful, but its drawbacks are also obvious. The points gained from killing 10 level 2 zombies are enough to buy a rocket. Equipment price: 400,000 points. This is a very powerful weapon, enough to kill even a LV2 zombie instantly, and it can also cause considerable damage to a LV3 zombie. But it is also an extremely useless weapon. First of all, the selling price is as high as 400,000 points. Chun-Li often doubts whether anyone can afford it even if the items in the hidden store appear in ordinary stores. A total of 400,000 points. Based on the calculation that 10 points can be obtained by killing a LV2 zombie, a total of 40,000 LV2 zombies need to be killed. There are probably only 40,000 level 2 zombies in the entire Xian city. The most important thing is who will buy this weapon if they have the ability to kill 40,000 level 2 zombies. But Chun-Li bought the weapon on the spot without any hesitation. He still had 2 purchase privileges at 0.1 off. He used one of them this time, and only needed 4,000 points to buy the shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Chun-Li looked at the rocket launcher with excitement, then walked straight towards the grocery store. For other people, this piece of equipment can be said to be so useless that it cannot be more useless. After all, the power of a rocket is only enough to kill a level 2 zombie. It takes 100 points to buy a rocket. Killing a LV2 zombie will only give you 10 points. No matter how you calculate it, this is a thing that loses money every time you fire it. It can only be used in dangerous situations or as a deterrent. But it is different in Chun-Li's hands. He can use it like a conventional weapon. It is a terrible thing for deterrence weapons to be used as conventional weapons. If the atomic bomb, which was originally used only as a deterrent, was suddenly used like a bullet one day, the scene can be imagined. Chun-Li opened the grocery store with excitement on his face, and his pupils constricted. He was also taking a gamble. He didn't know what the success rate was, but if he succeeded, then he wouldn't have to worry about the retaliation of the provincial shelter and that damn war token. Chun-Li quickly scrolled to a page, found an item, and checked the properties of the item with a little excitement. Equipment name: Fusion Order. Equipment level: 3-star professional equipment. Equipment attributes: none. Equipment effect: 1. 2 pieces of equipment of the same profession can be combined into one piece of equipment. The equipment level will be the lowest level of the 2 pieces of equipment, and the perfection degree is 90. 2. You can combine 2 pieces of equipment from different professions into one piece of equipment, with random equipment levels and perfection. Equipment introduction: someone once combined a sword and a knife into a sickle. Equipment price: 2,000 points. Chun-Li bought the fusion order without any hesitation. He saw this equipment when he opened the grocery store last time. This equipment may not be very cost-effective for others. No one would choose to bet 2,000 points on an unknown possibility. Even a veteran gambler like Ergu would not do this. But this piece of equipment suits him, Chun-Li, perfectly. Next second, Chun-Li directly took out the 5-star equipment Gatling gun from the storage space, placed it on the ground together with the shoulder-fired rocket launcher, and smashed the fusion order in his hand with a slap. There was a flash of white light. When Chun-Li slowly opened his eyes, the shoulder-fired rocket launcher in front of him had disappeared, leaving only the Gatling gun still in place. This Gatling gun is also very different from the original one. The biggest change is the 10 barrels. The gun barrel, which was originally as thick as a baby's arm, has now become as thick as an adult man's arm, or even thicker. Chun-Li picked up the Gatling gun again with excitement, and after looking at it for a few seconds with love, he checked its equipment properties. Equipment name: Gatling gun. Equipment restriction: Chun-Li only. Equipment level: 5-star equipment. Equipment attributes: strength +10, stamina +8, agility +7. Equipment effect: can fire 6,000 rockets per minute. Gatling battery packs must be purchased separately. Equipment special skills: 1. There is no recoil, the barrel does not heat up, and theoretically it can always remain in combat mode. 2. Enemies hit by Gatling guns will be irreparably injured. 3. Unlimited artillery. Equipment introduction: I'm tired of talking about this outrageous thing. Theoretically, as long as you have enough points, you can destroy the world right now. Ha 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 ha. 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 Chun-Li's extremely arrogant laughter was heard in the supply point. With this weapon, he now even hoped that the provincial shelter would send someone to retaliate against him immediately. He was already a little impatient for the 6,000-round fireworks display. However, just as Chun-Li was looking at the Gatling gun in his hand with excitement, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to player Chun-Li for becoming the first player in the world to have an exclusive weapon. He has unlocked the achievement, the first player in the world to obtain an exclusive weapon. He is awarded a wall model. The player is detected at a supply point, and the achievement has been automatically entered into the achievement rankings. Entering the ranking list will reward you with 3,000 points. This system voice suddenly rang in Chun-Li's ears 3 times, which made Chun-Li, who was in an excited state, stunned for a moment before he reacted. This is a new global achievement. The last global achievement he achieved was the world's first kill. I didn't expect that he would achieve another global achievement after such a long time. The 3,000 points as a reward are better than nothing. With these 3,000 points, he now has more than 6,000 points. I just spent a total of 6,000 points and was rewarded with 3,000 points, which is equivalent to getting half of the money back. Suddenly, he found that he seemed to have enough points. But what does this reward of a wall model mean? Chun-Li frowned slightly, took out a wall model from the storage space, and examined it carefully. Next second, I couldn't help but open my mouth subconsciously. This reward is outrageous. Chapter 167. Brotherly. Xiaochan is clean and has never been touched by anyone. Item name wall. Item level. Special equipment. Item special effect. After selecting the center point, a 10-meter high wall can be raised at the edge of a 5-kilometer radius. Item introduction. This is what it means to enclose land. As long as you enclose it, the land is yours. Chun-Li stared at the model in front of him with a confused look. 5 kilometers in radius? Raise a 10-meter wall? 1 kilometer is 1,000 meters, and 5 kilometers in radius is 25 square kilometers. Isn't this a bit big? It is equivalent to incorporating half of Xi'an City into its own territory. With just a few small fry under his command, it would be impossible for him to spread out across such a large territory. The corner of Chun-Li's mouth twitched unconsciously. It felt like he was being forced to collect people. However, it does require some population. The more people there are, the more daily rent he will have, so that he can have long-term points. If you don't have a stable source of income, you will fall apart sooner or later. He casually put the wall model into the storage space, bought 6 Gatling battery packs, walked out of the supply point, looked up at the ceiling in the cell, stretched, and couldn't help but sigh that what a nice day today was. Chun-Li walked to the center of the square with his hands behind his back and whistled. A survivor who saw it couldn't help but rub his eyes and look carefully again. Brotherly was actually whistling? Damn it, God appeared. It would be a relief for him to see Brotherly in a good mood one day in his lifetime. He always thought that whenever Brotherly didn't kill anyone, it meant he was in a good mood. You come here. Chun-Li glanced at the survivor standing there in a daze, waved his hand, and motioned him to come over casually. Be more arrogant when you go out next time. If you see someone you don't like, just beat him up. If you see a good treasure, just grab it. Don't be afraid of causing trouble. When things get unstable, have him come to the money-collecting hut to find me. No matter who it is, no matter what it is, I will take it for you. Understand? I understand, I understand. The survivor who was stopped by Chun-Li couldn't help but have his eyes reddened and nodded hurriedly with an excited expression. Just now, Brother Donkey Egg stopped him for no reason and told him to be more arrogant when he goes out next time. He thought that Brother Donkey had drunk fake wine. As a result, Brotherly also stopped him and asked him to be more arrogant. The 2 big bosses in the base have specifically called for his care. How long is he from being able to rise to prominence? It seems that I have to go back and ask my sister which big boss of the base he is hooked up with, so that Brotherly and Brother Luden can take care of him and be his backer. After Chun-Li waved his hand to send the survivor away, his expression calmed down. Seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to go back to the house to rest. The reason why I spoke that way to the survivor. The main reason is that he is really itching to do it. The thought of 6,000 artillery rounds of bombardment should have made him tremble with excitement. He was now expecting someone to jump out and provoke him. Then he showered the other side with 6,000 rockets. As he thought about it, Chun-Li couldn't help but yawn. Today I fought with Jianxi and Li Ji, and after that I chopped off a level 3 zombie. Even Chun-Li couldn't help feeling a little tired at this moment. He stretched himself and walked towards his room. What are you doing? Chun-Li stared at Xiaochan in his room with a serious expression and a stern voice. The muzzle of the desert eagle, which had been used as a walking stick, was now slightly raised and pointed at Xiaochan. At this time, Xiaochan was curled up on the sofa in a gauze dress. Her looming body looked particularly attractive under the moonlight. Brother Ergo. Xiaochan bit her lower lip and hesitated for a while before she said softly, "You asked me to accompany you tonight, so here I am." Chun-Li speechlessly took off his white tuxedo, threw it on the sofa, and said sternly, "Put it on. Ergo has been a little jumpy lately and needs to be cleaned up tomorrow. After not playing for a few days, I feel like I'm capable again." Xiaochan looked at the tuxedo thrown on the sofa, lowered her head, and tightly grasped the gauze that just passed her thighs with her small hands, and said in a low voice, "Brother Ergo didn't force me. I was willing. I told you to put it on." Chun-Li said sternly with an impatient look. Xiaochan bit her lower lip and mustered up the courage to look up at Chun-Li, but what she saw was not a look of impatience, but a face full of impatience. She was stunned for a moment, and for the first time she felt insecure about her physical attractiveness. "Brotherly, I am clean and have never been touched by anyone." Xiaochan thought for a while, and came up with a reason. She covered her head in her arms with a flushed face and whispered. Chun-Li walked straight to the sofa with a smile on his face, stopped in front of Xiaochan, raised the desert eagle, and pointed it at Xiaochan's forehead. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Feeling the touch of a hard object hitting my forehead." Xiaochan lowered her head and carefully felt the touch for a while, then wrapped herself in the white tuxedo and curled up on the sofa, not daring to raise her head. "Look up and look at me," Chun-Li said sternly with a dissatisfied look on his face. At this time, he was a little doubtful about his choice. If he gave the 3-star weapon to Xiaochan, could Xiaochan really make good use of this weapon and fight for him in the front? With Xiaochan's weak character, can she really fight zombies and humans? He stared at Xiaochan's red eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Are you a hammer master?" "Yes." Xiaochan raised her head slightly and glanced at Chun-Li, then quickly lowered her head again like a frightened rabbit. "Want to go fight zombies? Want to become strong?" Chun-Li racked his brains to come up with 2 dry mobilization words, and he felt extremely embarrassed. For the first time, I felt that this kind of mission should be assigned to Sue, not him, as he is more suitable for killing people. Xiaochan didn't answer, but still buried her head in her arms, curled up on the sofa, looking particularly weak in the moonlight. The scene became awkward for a moment. After being silent for a while, Chun-Li decided to finish what he wanted to say like a robot, and to hell with the mobilization speech. "If you don't agree, you will die. I have a 3-star hammer equipment, but it can only be used by hammer masters. If you want, I can give you this weapon, 500 points and a 1-star professional token, allowing you to upgrade to a 2-star professional. But in return, you need to fight for me. That means becoming my subordinate like Ergu and the others. Do you understand?" Chun-Li said all the words in one breath, and without thinking, he just kept staring at Xiaochan, waiting for her reply. It turns out that this kind of job is not suitable for him. Xiaochan curled up in the corner of the sofa with her head in her arms. She didn't speak at first, but just wrapped her tuxedo a little tighter. Winter is coming and the weather is gradually getting colder. After a while, then came Xiaochan's voice, which was soft but firm and even a little joyful. "If you are fighting for brotherly, Xiaochan is willing." Chapter 168. "You call this 3-star equipment?" Chun-Li stared at Xiaochan in silence. He felt that this was a bit strange. What does it mean that if he fights for brotherly, then he is willing to do so? Isn't it a blessing to have the opportunity to improve your strength in the end times? Why does Xiaochan sound reluctant? Chun-Li shook his head to clear the strange thoughts in his mind. No matter what, at least the result was what he expected. Otherwise, this 3-star weapon will just gather dust in the storage space. That would be such a waste. Here are 500 points, a professional badge, and this sledgehammer. Chun-Li frowned and stared at Xiaochan, who was wearing a white tuxedo wrapped in gauze, and said with dissatisfaction, "Take it and upgrade to a 2-star professional. Return the clothes to me tomorrow morning." "Good." Xiaochan held the professional badge and the sledgehammer in her arms, squeezed out an inaudible sound from her throat, put on her tuxedo with a blushing face, jumped off the sofa with her head lowered, and ran out the door. Chun-Li stared at the back of Xiaochan, who was carrying a hammer that was twice as big as her body, with a strange expression. He was a little skeptical whether Xiaochan could really make good use of this weapon. "I also forgot to ask Xiaochan how she got this hidden profession." "Forget it, I'll ask next time." Chun-Li shook his head, lay on the sofa, pulled down the curtains, wrapped himself in them, and closed his eyes. "I forgot to go to the supply point to buy myself a comfortable quilt. Remember this tomorrow." 6 days later, early in the morning, the central square of the money-making hut. Chun-Li stood in the middle of the square with a serious expression, looking at the people in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "How are the preparations going?" "Brotherly, there's no problem." Donkey Egg patted his chest confidently and said firmly, "But brotherly, you keep saying there's a war today. Who are you fighting against? Is it those bastards from the provincial shelter? Brotherly, you don't have to do anything. Just let me do it. I can kill them all by myself. Ever since he obtained the Thunder God slash last time, he has been itching to find a fool to chop him with. Unfortunately, no fool has come to him in the past 6 days. The provincial shelter that said it would retaliate against them has not even sounded a provincial loudspeaker so far, as if it had given in and said nothing. He has been unhappy for a long time. Donkey Egg excitedly took the knife off his shoulder, stuck it into the ground, and stared at Chun-Li with anticipation in his eyes. Chun-Li looked down at the time without saying anything, then looked at the others. Brotherly, don't worry. Ergo met Chun-Li's eyes and said in a serious voice without any joking expression. In the past 6 days, my strength has increased a lot. I learned a very interesting skill. Basically, I have no problem fighting 3 ordinary 2-star professionals at the same time. Ever since he asked Xiaochan to wear gauze to find Chun-Li last time and was beaten up by Chun-Li the next day, he has been much more obedient in the past few days. He no longer speaks in a frivolous manner. I went out every morning and returned to the base at night, killing zombies for 6 days. All the zombies near the base have been almost wiped out by them in the past few days. Although we don't know which force we will go to war with, one thing is certain. That is, being strong can make you die slower. Brotherly, I have also been promoted to a 2-star professional. Mao said in a deep voice with a serious expression. Brotherly rewarded him with a 1-star professional badge a few days ago, allowing him to be promoted to a 2-star professional now. I don't dare to overestimate my strength. But beating Urga should be no problem. Does a doctor really think he has fighting ability just by holding a scalpel? Even though the length of this scalpel is extremely long, about 30 centimeters. Brotherly, don't look at me. Su, who was hiding behind the crowd, smiled awkwardly and pointed at his head. I make a living with my brain. My brain power is my strongest fighting power. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Urgu and others. I don't know when it started, but suddenly there were some people like me, my own team, around me. No matter what the reason is, follow me. Some can see the light, and some cannot. But it is enough to know that these people are willing to fight for themselves. Chun-Li did not make any pre-war speeches, as he knew clearly that he was not suitable for this. Next second, a dropped item like a token suddenly appeared in Chun-Li's hand. Equipment name, War Token. Status, can be enabled. Chun-Li played with the War Token in his hand with an inexplicable smile on his face. Audience, gambling. Interesting. Without much hesitation, he smashed the token into pieces. A black light burst out from the token, shooting straight into the sky like a beam of light, with no end in sight. At the same time, a deafening sound rang in the ears of everyone around the world. Global announcement. Player Chun-Li has activated the war order and is searching for a planet to fight. In order to ensure balance, we have found a planet that will start the Doomsday Online game on the same day as the blue planet, Weiyang Planet. The war with Weiyang Planet starts immediately. This war lasted for 3 days. Nearly 100,000 space vortices will appear all over the world. Stepping into these vortices will allow you to attack the Weiyang Planet. Similarly, the Weiyang Planet can also attack the Azure Planet through the space vortex. At the same time, the global invasion point rankings for this war are now open. Killing the natives of Weiyang Planet with 1-star professional will reward 1 invasion point. Killing the 2-star professional natives of Weiyang Planet will reward you with 10 invasion points. Killing the 3-star professional natives of Weiyang Planet will reward you with 100 invasion points. For each shelter destroyed, 500 to 10,000 invasion points will be awarded depending on the strength of the shelter. At the end of the war, invasion points can be used to exchange for rare items that are not available at supply points. In addition, the top 3 on the list will receive additional special rewards at the end of the war. The war officially began 2 hours later. Good luck, Da. Everyone on the field was stunned by the system's voice. This was the longest and loudest system broadcast they had ever heard. As if afraid that they couldn't hear it, he repeated it again in text on the virtual panel in front of them. Urga stared at Chun-Li in confusion and shock. He heard Chun-Li say a few days ago that there would be a war today. He originally thought that he was going to attack the shelter, but Brotherly directly started a global war and declared war on another planet. I'm sorry, I'm too narrow-minded. Listening to the broadcast, Chun-Li's face looked a little uncertain as he tapped the ground with his cane. He was cheated. He originally thought it was a team battle or a round-robin battle. In short, it should be a war with a certain team. The result was a direct start of a global war. It's really fucked up. A war token that can start a global war, and you say it's a 3-star equipment? It's a trick. This global war will officially begin in 2 hours. Got to prepare something. Etc. Chun-Li suddenly couldn't help grinning. and he suddenly remembered something. Maybe it will make this global war a little more interesting. Chapter 169. If you want to be an invader, don't be timid. Brotherly, should we do something now? Urgu is now completely confused, like a headless fly. If war was declared on the provincial shelter, he knew what he would do. If he had to annex other shelters, he knew what he would do. But now he was directly declaring war on a planet, and he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't even know whether the natives of the planet were human or other strange creatures. Go to the supply point and use up all your points. Don't save them for yourself. Chun-Li tightened his tuxedo, his eyes filled with strange meaning. Even if you really want to save them, go buy me a storage card and save the points on it. Don't die, the points will be wasted. Brotherly, why don't we go to the supply point and buy some mines? Su touched his chin and looked up at Chun-Li. Then bury the mines outside the space vortex, and when the people from that planet just pass through the vortex and come to our planet, they will immediately step on the mines and be killed. The landmine he saw Brotherly buy last time was quite powerful. There are just some drawbacks, but these drawbacks are not impossible to improve. The idea of sitting back and waiting for something to happen is what suits him best. This won't work. Ermao glanced at Su with disdain and excitedly proposed a plan. The biggest fatal flaw in your plan is that the effort and reward are not proportional. How many points does it take to make a mine? And you can only get one invasion point by killing a native of another planet who is a one-star professional. Besides, no one knows the value of the invasion point. This plan is too risky. I suggest that the moment the space vortex descends, all of us surround it. Then we won't go anywhere. If someone comes out of the whirlpool, we'll kill that person. Ermao raised his hand excitedly and made a fake slash. What you are doing is too unrealistic. Urgus slapped his forehead speechlessly. These people are really bold. They really think they are playing whack-a-mole here. First of all, we don't know the enemy's strength. What if we are unable to defeat them after they block their way? Have you ever thought about this question? Ermao curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Don't we have Brotherly? With Brotherly here, there's no one we can't beat. You. Urgu was so angry that he pointed at Ermao and laughed, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He certainly can't say that Brotherly is not omnipotent either. Although he thought so, he couldn't say it. Chun-Li raised his arm to check the time. He ignored Ergo and the other's suggestions and thought for a while. How many survivors are there in our base now? There are still more than 30 left. We haven't had many new members in the past few days. It's still the same group of survivors. Urgu continued. He has always been in charge of the base's demographics. After all, he is the one who collects the daily rent. Why are there only 30? Chun-Li frowned slightly. He remembered that including the original survivors at the base and the ones brought back by Su, there were more than 50 of them. How come there are only 30 now? After Urgu and the others exchanged a glance, Urgu smiled bitterly and met Chun-Li's questioning gaze. Well, when the battle broke out in the base, some survivors who were not very strong in combat died. He always thought that Brotherly knew about this. As a result, so many people died in the last battle in the base, but Brotherly didn't even know about it. After the battle, didn't Brotherly notice that many of the bodies in the square looked a little familiar? Is this all the people? All of them. You didn't count the people under the dean's care, did you? Chun-Li suddenly remembered that there was a mental hospital in his backyard. Forget it. Urgu slapped his head helplessly, not knowing why Brotherly suddenly started a census at this time. Most of the patients under the dean's group have died so far. So it's just the dean and his doctors. Dead. Chun-Li thought of the way the dean treated patients and remained silent, which seemed to be reasonable. After a moment of silence, he looked at Xiao He and asked, how many people can an armored vehicle seat at most? He now has an extremely crazy plan in his mind. It was so crazy that he couldn't help but tremble with excitement just thinking about it. It can seat up to 20 people. Xiao He thought for a while and gave an accurate answer. 20 people? Chun-Li was a little dissatisfied with this answer. He thought for a moment with an unhappy look on his face and asked, can people sit on the roof? Yes, it can. Xiao He hesitated for a while. But it can't play a protective role. I see. That's all right. Chun-Li's eyes were filled with excitement that he could hardly contain. He raised his cane and said, gather all the survivors in the square and get them all into the armored vehicles. I understand. Su's eyebrows showed a look of understanding, and he couldn't help but cup his hands in admiration and said, Brotherly is planning to fight a guerrilla war. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy stays, I harass. When the enemy tires, I attack. When the enemy flees, I pursue. As expected of Brotherly, in this case, we just need to hide in the armored vehicle and keep our heads down, and we can be said to be as safe as an old dog. Guerrilla warfare? Chun-Li grinned and said, this is not my style. Everyone go get ready. Wait 2 hours. When the space vortex officially descends, everyone will get into the armored vehicles, drive into the vortex, and rush to that damn Weiyang planet. Since we are going to be the invaders, we will not achieve anything great if we just keep obeying orders. Rush it. Ergu couldn't help but open his mouth slowly, unable to close it for a long time, muttering in disbelief. That's facing the power of a planet directly. Someone's going to die, right? Upon hearing Li Ji's great plan, Ermao's mouth twitched wildly, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn it, this is more than just a matter of death. This is to take the coffin directly with him. He died in the armored vehicle and was buried on the spot. It's really convenient. I haven't found a wife yet, and haven't given birth to a fat boy yet. Everyone going. Su frowned and thought for a while, then hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, but some survivors have no fighting power. If they go, they will hinder us. If everyone goes, that means even Matchmaker has to go with them. But Hongyang has little fighting ability. If she participates in such a dangerous operation, there is a great possibility that she will die in a foreign land, on the so-called Weiyang planet. Everyone go. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the rising sun in the sky. After we leave, they will have no fighting power and will easily die at the hands of the invaders. It's better to die. It's better to let them die on the road of invasion, instead of just staying at home like a coward and letting the invaders chop off your head with a single blow. Chapter 170. I hope friends on Weiyang planet will like this fireworks display. Most importantly, I don't want you to have any worries. Chun-Li suddenly grinned and said, now you don't have to worry about the enemy attacking our base in the rear. The woman I love was pinned down by the invaders in the base, struggling and begging with tears on her face, and she was doing something powerless, but it would only help to cheer them up. And you are too far away to rescue your beloved woman. Su said nothing more and did not dare to look up at Chun-Li's eyes. What Li Ge said is very vicious. To put it more bluntly, this whole paragraph was just like talking to him while pointing at his nose. He was the only one in the entire base who had a woman. Brotherly is dissatisfied with him. Actually, it is understandable. No one in power would like a subordinate who is unwilling to tell others what his or her occupation is. Su turned his head away in silence and said nothing more. But who knew that he also had his own difficulties, which he couldn't tell. Once he tells it, he might. Will die. Okay. Chun-Li licked the dry corners of his mouth, clapped his hands excitedly, and a smile of extreme excitement appeared on the corners of his mouth. Why are you all so sad? Think about the fact that we are about to travel to other planets, and we can witness the history of a planet and become the history of a planet. Go make friends with some strangers. Isn't that exciting enough? Everyone smile. Ergu and the others looked at each other and forced a smile. Yes, that's good. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction, turned around and walked towards the office building. I'm going to take a rest for a while. I have to be in good spirits before the war. We'll meet at the square in an hour and a half. That's right. Halfway through the walk, Chun-Li suddenly turned around and looked at Ergo and the others and laughed. I don't want someone to tell me in an hour and a half that a survivor suddenly disappeared. Then he walked towards the office building with excitement. Su stood there stiffly with a gloomy face, not saying a word. What's wrong with you? Xiaohei glanced blankly at the dejected expressions on the faces of everyone present. Why do you all look like you are about to die? He is really about to die. Ergu sat down on the ground in frustration, propped up his chin with his hand, and said with a dazed look, I am just a doctor. My father's greatest hope for me in his life is to let me become a glorious doctor and serve the people. And I have perfectly fulfilled my father's expectations. Not only have I become a doctor who serves the people with honor, but I have also opened a clinic of my own. Everything seems to be thriving and on the right track. How did you suddenly become an invader? When my father left, he never mentioned that he wanted me to become an invader. Ergu's eyes were dazed, and for the first time he looked at Xiaohei at a loss. Even if he is an invader, it's okay. Even if we can't say that we have overwhelming power, we should at least have the strength to fight. How can you call yourself an invader if you rely on 30 people to invade an entire planet? Maybe Brotherly has some follow-up plans that he hasn't told us yet. Donkey Egg hesitated for a while and spoke in a tone that he himself didn't believe. Although he had been looking forward to the appearance of a powerful enemy these days so that he could use the Thunder God Slash. But he never expected that the enemy that appeared would be an entire planet. He didn't think that his Thor's Slash could split a planet in half. What's the next plan? Ergu shook his head and denied it. There is no follow-up plan. When we stepped onto that planet, all our plans turned into empty words. All that remains is war, 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 and more war. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Even if there were no rules for this game, if we set foot on someone else's planet, the only thing we would encounter would be war. There is no other possibility. What should we do then? Su frowned in thought. He didn't expect that Brotherly would play such a big game this time. Declare war on a planet on behalf of the blue planet. It is estimated that there are many people in every corner of the world who are cursing Brotherly. After all, no one is looking forward to a war, especially when you are struggling to survive under the siege of zombies and mutant beasts, and then you encounter a group of powerful enemies. What else can I do? Urga stood up and shook his head. Let's go to the supply point and get some life-saving stuff. I can't really die in a foreign land. Cheer up, everyone. Hello. Urgu let out a long sound and looked curiously at Ermao, who was standing there in silence. You haven't said anything. What are you thinking about? You tell me. Ermao stroked his chin and thought. Is it possible to give birth to a child within 2 hours? He is not afraid of death. He was afraid that he would die without having a baby, and that his family line would be cut off in his hands. Urga couldn't help but twitch his mouth and didn't respond immediately. After a moment, he looked at him seriously and said, You can let yourself go in these 2 hours, so that you won't regret being a virgin before you die. Roll. Donkey Egg yelled angrily. If you can't speak, sew your mouth shut. I won't die even if you die. Ha ha ha. Urga laughed, but didn't respond. He turned and walked towards the supply point, waving his hand. Good luck to everyone. There are only 30 people, and less than 10 of them are capable of fighting. To invade a planet on this scale would be more like seeking death rather than invasion. There is an indelible shadow hanging over everyone's heart. No one can face death calmly. But no one raised any objection or refused to participate in the operation. Chun-Li did not return to the office building to rest immediately, but came to the supply point. There are still 3,123 points. Looking at his points balance, Chun-Li laughed. Enough points. The points were originally reserved to prepare for my transition to a 3-star professional and to deal with emergencies. But now it seems there are more important things to score points. Without much hesitation, Chun-Li used 3,000 points to buy all the Gatling battery packs, a total of 6 packs. Plus the 6 Gatling battery blocks I purchased last time. He now has 12 Gatling batteries in his hand. Enough for the Gatling gun in hand to keep firing for 12 minutes. 6,000 rockets are fired every minute, which means a total of 72,000 rockets in 12 minutes. Chun-Li couldn't help but smacked his lips and sighed. It was definitely a beautiful fireworks display. He hoped that his friends on Weiyang Planet would like this fireworks display. He did not waste the remaining 123 points. I went to the sundry shop and bought 10 cloud-piercing arrows. Equipment name, cloud-piercing arrow. Equipment level, 1 star. Equipment restrictions, disposable consumables. Equipment effect, after use, you can shoot a cloud-piercing arrow into the sky, which can be seen within a 5-mile radius. Equipment introduction, 1 arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops rush to meet you. If you like the scene where tens of thousands of zombies excitedly rush towards you. Sales points, 1 stick/10 points. Chapter 171. Let's make a new dish today, belly-wrapped meat. After using the remaining scattered points to buy some small gadgets at the grocery store, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction, left the supply point, went into the office building, and laid down on the sofa. This time's fireworks are really something to look forward to. There are 3 seconds left in the countdown to the start of this global war. 3, 2, 1. Officially started, 100,000 space vortexes have arrived. Chun-Li got into the co-pilot seat of the armored vehicle with excitement on his face. Let's go and find the nearest space vortex. Xiaohei pointed to the side blankly. Is that a vortex at the entrance of the base? Chun-Li looked carefully. A blue and white vortex that looked as tall as a 3-story building was standing at the entrance of the base, spinning slowly at an extremely slow speed. Abnormally conspicuous. It's true that someone brings a pillow just when I feel sleepy. Chun-Li excitedly pointed to the side and ordered, turn around and rush over. Let the people of this planet enjoy the fireworks from the money-making hut. The corners of Su's mouth couldn't help twitching. He resisted the urge to complain and turned his head to look to the other side. This is called being sleepy. Can anyone give me a pillow? I had just stood on the roof when I saw a group of people downstairs beating gongs and drums, carrying a coffin, waiting for the person upstairs to jump down. Little Black Teeth gritted his teeth, turned the car around, and rushed straight towards the whirlpool. Hold on tight. There is no time tunnel. It didn't take very long either. Chun-Li only felt a dazzling flash before his eyes, and the next second he appeared in this world he had set foot in for the first time. If I have to describe it, it felt like it broke through the TV screen and came into the living room. It felt unreal. Chun-Li raised his hands and took a look, then observed the world in front of him. It is a wasteland with almost no high-rise buildings. The air was filled with a fishy smell, as if it was emitted by some plant. The sky is gray. I don't know if it is covered by dust or if it is just like this. The important thing is that they were surrounded as soon as they landed. Chun-Li smacked his lips, stepped off the armored vehicle, felt his feet on solid ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. The gravity seems to be the same as that of the blue planet, and I don't feel any change. He looked back at the blue and white vortex standing behind him, then looked at the 8 people surrounding the vortex. It's so ugly, Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he saw someone with red skin, dark red all over. He began to wonder if the amniotic fluid of these people's mothers was filled with blood, which was why these people were dyed so red. People from the blue planet. A man with a spear in his hand and his hair standing on end asked in a deep voice as he slowly backed away with a nervous look on his face. He was hunting in the wilderness today, and by chance a whirlpool appeared near their team. I originally just planned to come and watch the fun. As soon as I arrived, I found an armored vehicle driving towards me. The vehicle drove over almost as the vortex was formed. It's like I can't wait and have been looking forward to it for a long time. Most importantly, he couldn't help but secretly put his hands behind his back and gestured to several teammates. There are more than 30 fucking people sitting in this armored vehicle. Isn't this definitely overloaded? The 8 of them had no confidence that they could defeat more than 30 people. Especially people like this who are impatient often have strong confidence in their own abilities. Hello. Chun-Li walked forward, showing his 8 teeth and a smile that he thought was perfect and kind. Although he didn't know what language the other person was speaking, he could understand what he meant. It should be that damn Apocalypse Online that fine-tuned the languages of the 2 planets. Resolved communication barriers. That's really thoughtful. We are guests coming from the blue planet. We wonder if we can make friends with you. Chun-Li was leaning on a cane with both hands, wearing a snow-white and neat tuxedo. It seems out of place in the desolate wasteland. It was like a well-dressed gentleman having the misfortune of stepping into a dirty pigsty. Keeping smiling is the greatest elegance. Of course, we love making friends. The man with frizzy hair twitched his mouth and replied casually, but his body involuntarily retreated backwards, and his speed was obviously increasing. The other 7 members of the team were silent at this time and slowly retreated with the captain. No one had the desire to fight. Even though the global announcement stated that killing a 1-star invader would reward 1 invasion point, they did not have the slightest intention of fighting. No matter how good the reward is, you have to be alive to get it. Looking at the few people retreating further and further away, Chun-Li felt a little dissatisfied. These new friends were a little ungrateful. The speed of this armored vehicle is 200 kilometers per hour. He raised his cane and pointed at the armored vehicle behind him, speaking in a neither loud nor soft voice. What's the meaning? The red-covered man stopped retreating and spoke in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. The meaning is obvious. If you think you can run faster than this car, then keep running. Chun-Li smacked his lips and grinned. Otherwise, if I catch you, I will peel the skin off every one of you, chop off your fingers, and make you into belly meat to eat. By the way, do you know what belly wrap meat is? It's a delicacy of our planet. Originally, it was eaten wrapped in pork belly, but you know I'm a person who likes to innovate. So I'm always looking at new approaches to good food. I hope you enjoy this delicious dish of your own skin wrapped around your fingers. The dark red man stopped completely, expressionless and silent. After a moment's silence, he laughed and raised his hands high as he walked towards Chun-Li, ready to give him a hug. My friend, you are really humorous. Let me introduce myself. My name is Alpha. Really? Chun-Li raised his cane and poked Alpha's chest to stop him from hugging him. He smiled softly. Then as a friend, are you willing to answer a few questions for me? Of course, friends should help each other. Alpha patted his chest and said firmly with a generous look on his face. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. That's good. What are the games like on your planet? What is the hierarchy? Are there some zombies or other supernatural things? What is the current strength of the strongest one? What is the general strength? And where is your shelter? After listening to every word, Alpha finally felt relieved. This is the true face of the invaders. What a crap friend. It's like any of your friends would come to your house and ask about your wife's measurements. He was silent for a moment. He didn't want to answer any of these questions. This is no longer treason. It has risen to treason. As long as you answer it, you will be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of your life. Looking at Alpha, who kept his head down and remained silent, as if he would never speak, Chun-Li nodded with relief and patted Alpha on the shoulder. Then he suddenly put his cane upright on the ground and shouted at the top of his voice. Ergo, light up the pot, put the firewood on, and boil water. Let's make a new dish today, pork belly wrapped in pork belly. Chapter 172. Brotherly, they don't seem to welcome us very much. Here I come. Ergo, with a ferocious look on his face, holding a 30-centimeter-long scalpel in his hand, jumped off the armored vehicle excitedly and stared at Alpha, looking eager to try. Although he was a little worried when he came. But now it doesn't seem like much, just 8 people. As always, he was trembling and out of breath under the tyranny of Brother Li. Next second, Chun-Li kicked Ergo on the butt impatiently. Why don't you go? Why are you standing here? Oh. Ergo staggered after being kicked, stunned for a moment, and stammered. Are you really going? He originally thought that Brother Li was just trying to scare people, using coercion or inducement. It turned out that Brother Li really just wanted to try some new food. He is obviously a doctor. Why does Li Gu always treat him as a cook? Last time I asked myself to make dumplings, and this time I asked myself to make tripe wrapped in pork. Nonsense. Chun-Li licked the corner of his mouth and looked Alpha up and down fiercely. We must let the people of this planet see the delicious food of our blue planet. Brother, wait a minute. Alpha forced himself to suppress his trembling body, staring at the creepy-looking butcher knife in Ergu's hand with twitching eyes. I'm telling you, I was just planning it just now. Oh, really? Chun-Li leaned on his cane and looked directly at Alpha, narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, and said softly, Then let's start. Answer one by one. Just as Alpha swallowed and was about to start a long speech, a female member of the 7-member team behind Alpha suddenly stepped forward and stared at Alpha's back, shouting fiercely, Alpha, you can't talk. Otherwise, we will be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of our lives. All of us, including our descendants, will be nailed to the pillar of shame for eternity and will be ridiculed and cursed by others. Chun-Li did not interrupt the determined woman. He tilted his head and smiled with interest. Yes, that's right. Alpha was silent for a while. He ignored the piercing gazes behind him, raised his head and stared at Chun-Li, and said in a deep voice, I don't know much, but I will tell you what I know. He couldn't die, at least not now. Even if I am nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of my life, it is better than having no life at all. The apocalypse suddenly broke out on Weiyon Planet about a month ago, which is the so-called Apocalypse online game. I am now a 2-star professional. The nearest shelter in this wasteland is the Red Moon Shelter, which is about 20 miles away from here. The leader of the Red Moon Shelter is called Romy. He could be a 2-star professional or a 3-star professional. I haven't seen him take action, but he should be very strong. Because there are quite a few 2-star professionals in the shelter, if you are not strong enough, you won't be able to suppress this group of people. Are there many 2-star professionals? Chun-Li frowned slightly. How many are there? Probably more than 30. Alpha lowered his head and thought for a while before giving an answer. Chun-Li smacked his lips and said casually, Well, get in the car and lead the way. Alpha was visibly stunned. Get in the car and lead the way. Chun-Li looked a little dissatisfied, and then he suddenly laughed. Do you want me to help you kill all your teammates so that no one will know about this? Hearing this, the expressions of the 7 members of the team behind Alpha changed drastically. They suddenly raised their weapons and slowly retreated. No need. Alpha smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let them go. I will lead the way alone. Brotherly, there have been changes in the global invasion point rankings. Su poked his head out of the armored vehicle with a serious face and said in a deep voice. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and checked the global invasion point rankings. The data was updated in real time. However, there is one person who has taken the first place with a score far more than twice that of the second place, and his score is increasing very fast. Kotaro Koizumi, invasion point, 123. The name of this first place looks familiar. Chun-Li searched his memory in his mind. After a long while, he finally remembered where he had seen the name. At the supply point. The first player in the world to kill 1,000 zombies is Kotaro Koizumi. He is really bloodthirsty. The global war has just begun, but we have already obtained 123 invasion points. If all those killed are 1-star professionals, then 123 people have been killed. Chun-Li suddenly laughed, turned around, jumped into the car, and pulled Alpha in. People who don't love peace are always annoying no matter which planet they are on. In order to maintain world peace, Su, please help me find this person. Since you said you make a living with your brain, then show the value of your brain. Otherwise, Chun-Li suddenly stared at the wasteland in front of him and laughed. Have you ever eaten pig brains? Su curled his lips, turned his head to look out the window, and did not respond. He is not a wimp like Alpha who would be scared by such a threat. But what's the point even if Brotherly finds this person and kills him? And judging from his attitude, this person doesn't seem to be a soft persimmon. Brotherly. Urga hesitated for a moment, and then said, Are we planning to attack the shelter directly? What if? He glanced at Alpha, who was fidgeting, and said meaningfully, The news is not accurate. What should we do if we are caught in a tiger's mouth? Chun-Li rubbed his fingers and laughed without saying anything. Arrive. Alpha pointed seriously at the shelter built on the ruins ahead. A wall about 2 meters high surrounded the shelter. From the doorway, one could see that the shelter was crowded with tents, with a few small 2-story buildings standing out among the many tents. Why didn't I see a single zombie in the entire 20 miles? Chun-Li did not get out of the car immediately, but narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Alpha. There are so many people who have capsized in the gutter. He may be arrogant, but he will never be so arrogant as to think he is invincible. Underground. Alpha glanced at the wasteland quickly with a slightly fearful look in his eyes. I don't know what zombies you are talking about, but I roughly know what you want to say. We call it weird here. Weird. Chun-Li frowned slightly. It appeared along with the apocalyptic game. 70% of the world's population instantly turned weird. They hide underground at night and come out to hunt during the day. Brotherly. Urgu couldn't help but hold the scalpel in his hand tighter. Now doesn't seem to be the time to talk about this. If I'm not mistaken, they don't seem to welcome us very much. Urgu pointed at the people who were gradually pouring out of the shelter door. Chapter 173, Donkey Egg, who has taken over the show, should be beheaded. Chun-Li looked back and saw nearly 100 people with red bodies, holding weapons and with unfriendly faces, gathered at the entrance of the shelter, ready to rush towards them. Why do these people look so unfriendly? Chun-Li pouted and picked his ear. Dean, go say hello to them. Okay. The Dean nodded excitedly, leaned out of the window, waved and shouted, hello. Then he pulled out a hand cannon from his arms and aimed at the group of red-skinned humans who were ready to make a move in the shelter. Bang! A gunshot rang out. One of the red-skinned people immediately fell down. Now, the originally tense scene was instantly ignited. The nearly 100 red-skinned humans no longer cared about their boss's orders. They rushed towards Chun-Li and others with weapons in hand, their faces filled with anger. That's really unkind. Chun-Li muttered in boredom. There were only about 100 people, which really made him lose interest. To him, it was not even an appetizer, let alone a full meal. Ergo, go and kill them. I leave these people to you. Leave it to me. Donkey Egg stopped the others with excitement and jumped out of the car first. These enemies are just right. He can't defeat them if there are too many people, and he can't show his strength if there are too few people. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Tell me your names, little bastards. I won't kill nameless people. Donkey Egg held the sword on his shoulder, stretched out his arm to show his little finger, and challenged in an arrogant manner. He didn't really want to know the names of these people. I just think it sounds cooler this way. Haven't I seen that this is how the apocalypse was played out on TV? However, no one stopped to pay attention to Donkey Egg. This is a war of races. There is no mercy. When the two sides meet, only one side will fall to the ground. Unfortunately, the eldest brother Romy took most people to the blue planet. As a result, those who are still guarding the shelter are not very strong. All right. Donkey Egg shook his head helplessly. There are still differences in the level of civilization. Then his expression straightened. He suddenly bent his legs and exerted force, launching his entire body into the air. With a ferocious look on his face, he swung the broadsword on his shoulder towards the hundreds of people on the ground, roaring word by word. Thunder. A dark cloud suddenly appeared above Donkey Egg's head. God! Then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Donkey Egg, who was swinging the knife in the air, and split his entire body into sparks. Just a moment. All the lightning quickly poured into the big knife in Donkey Egg's hand. Donkey Egg suddenly drew out all his strength, his face twisted with flesh, and swung the big knife in his hand fiercely at the crowd below. Cut! A crescent blade light over 10 meters long, completely blue and flashing with electric light, suddenly burst out from the tip of the Donkey Egg knife. Slash at the people underground. Everything happens slowly and quickly. It happens in an instant. Chun-Li only saw Donkey Egg suddenly jump into the air, and then be struck by lightning, and then a knife light over 10 meters long rushed towards the nearly 100 red-skinned men underground. With a loud bang, the nearly 100 men in red had no time to react before they were cut in half by the sword light in front of them. Puff! The sounds of dozens of bodies being chopped off rang out one after another. The red-skinned men who had just rushed towards them with anger on their faces now stopped with fear on their faces. There were also dozens of people on the ground, some of whom were cut in half and were lying on the ground groaning, relying on their strong vitality. But it was obvious that he was not far from death. Urga couldn't help but open his mouth slowly, saliva flowing out of his mouth unconsciously. He raised his arm to wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth, looked at Donkey Egg who was posing in place with a shocked face, and muttered with a distracted look. Isn't this guy a bit too much of a show? Brotherly, I suggest that you execute Donkey Egg immediately. He is too powerful now and may even want to rebel against you, brotherly. Ermao ignored everything else and stared at Luden's back. He was also a little shocked. In his memory, Donkey Egg wasn't that strong. Now he suddenly attacked with a single blow and killed dozens of people. Was it an explosion of his inner universe? Brotherly. Su glanced at the global invasion point rankings and said with a strange expression, Donkey Egg is now ranked 37th in the global rankings, with 64 invasion points. Good job. With one cut, it directly entered the global rankings. The power of this knife is so terrifying. Donkey Egg slowly fell to the ground, calmly put the knife back on his shoulder, and silently stared at the group of red-skinned people in front of him who were frightened by him. However, even Donkey Egg didn't say a word. The remaining red-skinned people all slowly retreated with fear in their eyes. I can't muster the courage to fight. Just one sword was enough to kill dozens of them. You can imagine how powerful it was. If the eldest brother Romy was still in the shelter, he might still be able to fight. But the boss had already stepped into the blue planet through the space vortex and was unable to take care of them at all. At this time, Your Excellency's wanton slaughter is a complete loss of humanity and conscience. What on earth do you want to do? Among the retreating redskins, a man who looked to be in his early 40s stood out, stuck his weapon into the ground, and spoke in a serious voice with a serious expression on his face. Hearing this, Donkey Egg turned around and looked at Chun-Li. The next instructions still need to be given by Brotherly. Chun-Li curled his lips, ignored this person, and turned to look at Su. How many invasion points does the world's number one have now? The 168 invasion point is still Koizumi Kotaro. Su said in a deep voice with no expression on his face. But I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Can't you check it yourself? Why are you asking me specifically? When I say I make a living with my brain, I mean that I can come up with strategies, not that you should treat me as a fucking secretary. What about you guys? Chun-Li looked at Alpha, who was sitting next to him. Alpha didn't quite understand what Chun-Li meant for a moment. It's your global invasion rankings. How many points does the top one have? What's it called? Oh. Alpha understood Chun-Li's meaning and quickly checked the leaderboard in his mind. After a while, the first place is Beta, with 212 invasion points. Tisk. Chun-Li shook his head with emotion. The number one invader on your planet actually has a higher invasion point than those on our planet. It has only been a short time since the global war started, and there are already so many invasion points. How many people have been killed? You are so cruel. He patted Ergu on the shoulder and said casually, Go down and deal with these people. We have more important things to do. You can eat these side dishes first. You know, invasion points can still be exchanged for a lot of good things. Chun-Li's definition of good stuff is anything that is not available at the supply points. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. Chapter 174. Surgery is really hard work. Why don't you speak? You feel you have no face to speak, so you won't say anything? Don't dare to face the strongest person in our shelter. Instead, they came to attack us, the old, weak, and sick who were unarmed and hiding in the rear. Even as an aggressor, you are a coward who only draws your sword against the weak. If you are true warriors, then return to your planet now and fight a fierce battle with our strongest. To prove that I am not a coward who draws a knife against the weak. Chun-Li impatiently scratched his ears, listening to the red-skinned man's verbal insults, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I have become a person who can solve problems with my fists, instead of holding all my hopes in my mouth. I hope I can convince the weaker party on the other side. When you can beat them, show your knife. When you can't beat them, use reason. It's really a bit unpleasant. Chun-Li smacked his lips and shook his head. Then he raised his foot and kicked Ergo out of the car. Then he tilted his head and looked at Su. You need to find a solution as soon as possible. I need to find Kotaro Koizumi. Also, help me think of a way to bring all the people on this planet together. Instead of asking me to go to each shelter to find them. That's easy. Su pouted his hair expressionlessly. Just become a street rat. This global war will last a total of 3 days. As long as Brotherly can spread his fame throughout the entire planet within 2 days, then on the last day, countless people will surely come to trouble you, Brotherly. Most importantly, those invaders who went to invade the blue planet will come back one day. If the spread is widespread enough, then on the last day, all the powerful people who went out to invade will come together to surround Brotherly. Chun-Li nodded thoughtfully. The reputation you're talking about is the kind of reputation that everyone wants to beat you up, right? That's what I mean. Su nodded. The reputation of being condemned by everyone spread far and wide within 2 days. Chun-Li raised his head slightly and looked at the blood-red sun in the sky, muttering in a low voice. This condition is really not easy to meet. The next second, he suddenly laughed. But if these three conditions are really met, then he will set off the most successful fireworks of his life. If the people of this planet can survive this apocalyptic crisis and continue civilization, then there will definitely be a name like Chun-Li in the future historical civilization of this planet. But of course his image will not be very good. Ergu was kicked out of the car. The middle-aged man in the red-skinned crowd looked at the man in front of him who didn't look vicious. After a moment of silence, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Are you the negotiator sent out? Ergu rubbed his butt vigorously, and after a long while his brows relaxed. He looked at the middle-aged man in the red-skinned crowd who was eager to have a verbal battle with him, and said speechlessly, "Egg negotiator." Then what are you? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He originally thought that the other party was concerned about his reputation and planned to send someone to argue with him, but now it seems that this is not the case. What am I? Ergu rubbed his butt and muttered, "What I am will never depend on what I am, but on what Li Gu wants me to be. I'm a doctor, but I end up doing the jobs of a cook, MC, and supporting actor. Now you want me to kill someone again. 1, 2, 3. Ergu pointed at the crowd and counted them one by one for a while, then suddenly sighed. There are still 23 people. Couldn't you have just killed them all with one blow? Kill one life and save 7. I haven't paid off the last life yet, and this time there are so many more people. How many people do I need to save to pay off this debt of life? Donkey Egg glanced at Ergu, who was mumbling in place, and could not help but turn towards Ergu so that Ergu could see his handsome pose more clearly. He raised his head slightly and spoke with a hint of arrogance and doubt in his tone. Ergo, what are you mumbling about? It's okay. Ergu took a deep breath with a sad face. Doctor, are you here to save people? The middle-aged man heard the almost inaudible words from Ergu and asked uncertainly, but are you sure you can save these people who were cut in half? Ergu shook his head. I used to think that doctors are there to save people, but unfortunately someone doesn't think so. The next second, Ergu raised his head abruptly. His pupils turned white instantly, and his eye sockets were filled with emptiness, without a trace of human emotion. He slowly raised the scalpel in his hand that had never seemed to exist. With a serious expression, he was drawing carefully in the air in front of him. It looked like a dissection of someone who was not being seen. Ergu, what's wrong with you? Donkey Egg didn't have time to pose at this moment. He looked anxiously at Ergu, who was waving a scalpel in the air, for a moment hesitant whether to go over or not. Not that he was making a fuss. The main reason is that this scene is too familiar. The main thing is that the doctors under the dean often hold scalpels and gesture in the air with serious expressions. He kept muttering to himself, 3 hooks, 4 hooks, 5 hooks, first peel the skin and then chop the bones. Ergu's current posture is a bit like the doctors under the dean. Honey, what do you think this person is doing? A woman next to the middle-aged man asked with a look of panic on her face while holding her child and hiding behind the man. I don't know. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice with a serious expression and fierce eyes. But no matter what happens, you can watch my gestures and act accordingly. If they will let us go, then we will temporarily give in and never anger them. If they intend to wipe out the roots, then we will fight them to the death. We will bite off a piece of flesh from them even if we die. When Boss Luo comes back, none of these villains will be able to escape. Chun-Li leaned his hands on his cane and watched Ergu's strange movements with interest and grin. He remembered that before setting off, Ergu said that he had acquired a very interesting skill, and now it seemed that this was it. I just don't know how powerful this skill is. The power of Donkey Egg's skill was far beyond his expectations, even more powerful than Li Ji's Thunder God's wrath. I'll ask Donkey Egg later if there are any restrictions, if there are no restrictions. Chun-Li suddenly shrugged his shoulders, thinking that perhaps the suggestion Ergu just made was not bad and feasible. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on Ergu, Ergu finally stopped what he was doing, put the scalpel back into his arms, wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Performing surgery is really hard work. Then, Ergu snapped his fingers. Next second, the 20 or so redskins who were still waiting for the result suddenly froze in place. Chapter 175. Brotherly, put down your gun and listen to my explanation. The 20 or so natives with red skin only had time to raise their heads and look at Ergu in confusion. Then the eyeballs, nose, ears, mouth and other body organs fell off the body. Immediately afterwards, scarlet bloodlines appeared on the surface of the body, and the body suddenly broke apart, with pieces of flesh and blood automatically falling off the body. The tendons at the joints broke automatically, and the bones detached from the body one by one, until everyone turned into a pool of flesh and blood, with bones without a trace of flesh and blood scattered around. Donkey Egg stared at the strange scene in front of him and couldn't help but hold the big knife in his arms and take a few steps back. He suddenly felt that the big knife in his arms could not protect him well. He could even sense the doubt in the head with hollow eyes lying on the ground not far away, as if it was asking how he had died. Urgu. Donkey Egg was silent for a while, then tried to calm his voice. Did you do this? What else? Urgu curled his lips and said casually, stretched himself, looked at the pieces of corpse with an expression of pity, and muttered, if you want to blame someone, blame Brotherly. I am just a knife in Brother Li's hand. I don't have the right to choose for myself. You can't blame me. Chun-Li sat in the car, staring at the pool of minced meat at the entrance of the Red Moon shelter with a little surprise. How did Urgu do it? He didn't quite understand. He only saw Urgu making empty moves in the air for a while, and his posture looked a bit like a butcher cutting up an ox. Then the next second, he saw the group of people being dismembered on the spot, without any resistance. This was the first time he couldn't even figure out how to attack. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly, with a light flashing in his eyes, and said softly with deep meaning, Ergo, come up. When Urgu heard the voice, his body suddenly stiffened. He turned his head with difficulty to look at Li Gu, who was sitting in the car, and met the pair of eyes that were staring at him. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Just now when the donkey egg exploded, he seemed to have made a suggestion to Brotherly. It's just that the power of Donkey Egg's move is too strong. He might resist Li Ji's decision in the future. It's better to kill him now to prevent future troubles. Heaven can witness this. He said this to put some lightheartedness on Donkey in front of Brotherly, so as to avoid his position as the most trusted confidant being snatched away. But now it seems that Brotherly feels that he is less controlled. This is not a good sign. Urgu was so frightened that he trembled all over. He dived into the car and sat next to Li Gu. The aura on his body was gone, and it was impossible to tell that this man with a fawning smile had just dismembered more than 20 people by himself. Urgu didn't delay at all. He rushed to Brotherly, smiled awkwardly, and began to cry. Brotherly, you don't know how useless my skill is. Don't think that it seems to be very powerful when it was used just now. In fact, Brotherly, let me tell you, this skill has many disadvantages. Just like my right hand of God, the prerequisite for activating the right hand of God is that the patient's 5 senses must be sealed. That is, the patient must be in a coma for this skill to be successfully activated. And the disadvantage of this skill is even greater. Although it does not require the patient to be in a coma like the right hand of God. But for this skill to be successfully activated, 2 conditions must be met. 1. The patient is conscious and lucid. 2. The patient must concentrate on watching me dismember a body they cannot see in mid-air. And this body that they cannot see is actually the combination of their souls. As long as the dismemberment of the soul is complete, the dismemberment of those patients will also be complete. Urgu embarrassedly dumped out all the shortcomings of his skill, which should have been kept in the bottom of his box, like pouring out a basket, without caring at all that there were many people around him. He doesn't even care about the disadvantages of this skill being leaked out. In the eyes of those who know about it, this skill will never be successfully activated. But Urgu didn't care. He was particularly clear about one thing. If he does not explain the disadvantages of this skill clearly, then this skill will not become his trump card skill, but his last resort skill. This skill will go to the grave with him. After all, no matter which ruler he is, he will not allow someone who can easily kill him to be around him. After listening to this, Chun-Li smiled quietly and patted Urgu on the shoulder. I'm not asking you this. I just want you to take someone to investigate this shelter and see if there are any survivors. Call. Urgu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This hurdle was finally passed. As for what Brotherly said just now, he didn't believe a single word of it. If I hadn't asked him this, I wouldn't have listened to him talk so much. As soon as he started talking, Brotherly would interrupt him. He raised his head and pretended to glance at the half-smile on Li Ji's face. His expression stiffened slightly, and he lowered his head and received the order in a low voice. Okay, I'll go right away. Afterwards, Urgu randomly picked a few survivors with good strength in the car and brought Irmao with him, and they went into the shelter together to search the shelter. That. Alpha hesitated for a while, and still stammered. Although you are very powerful, I still have to remind you that we need to leave here as soon as possible. What's wrong? Chun-Li frowned slightly and asked in confusion. He also planned to stay in this shelter for a few days, using it as a base to welcome the next guests. I've said before that the weirdos stay underground during the day. Alpha glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground at the entrance of the shelter and couldn't help but tremble. There are so many corpses and blood on the ground now. The blood has already seeped into the ground. I wonder how many monsters lured by blood are hiding under our feet right now. They won't come out now. But once night falls and the red moon appears, These monsters will come out of the ground and swallow all the broken bodies into their stomachs. We will become their prey too. Alpha raised his finger and pointed at the sun hanging diagonally in the sky. And now, the sun will set in a while, and Guy will soon go out to look for food. Weird. This was the second time Chun-Li heard this word from Alpha. But I don't want to change places. Chun-Li curled his lips. He had already decided to use this place as his base for the next few days. It is naturally impossible to leave here just because of a little danger. But there will be countless weird things. Alpha said anxiously and hurriedly. We will all die by then. He betrayed the people of his own planet. He caused the deaths of nearly 100 people in the Red Moon shelter just to save his own life. Naturally, he didn't want to lose his life here at this moment. Chapter 176. War is for adults. Why don't we let these children go? No, he won't die. Chun-Li suddenly grinned and laughed abruptly. And from now on, no monsters will dare to approach the Red Moon shelter, even if there is a lot of blood food in the Red Moon shelter. Why? Alpha asked quickly, looking confused. To him, this was sheer nonsense. Even a 3-year-old child knows that weird things have no independent consciousness and are incapable of independent thinking. Because Chun-Li stepped out of the car, stood on tiptoes and spun around on the ground, then looked up at the sky. He opened his arms and embraced this world he had set foot in for the first time, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath with an expression of enjoyment. They'll find one here, crazier and more powerful than them. Alpha fell silent upon hearing this and huddled in the corner of the armored vehicle without saying a word. He only has the right to speak, but not the right to decide. Since Chun-Li decided to go to the Tiger Mountain, even though he knew there was a tiger there and insisted on staying here tonight, he could only stay with Chun-Li. He couldn't escape, at least not before Chun-Li died. So now he can only hope that Chun-Li's confidence really comes from strength, rather than from arrogance towards himself. Brotherly. Just as Chun-Li opened his arms to embrace this wonderful and new world, Urgu's voice interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes and looked at the person behind Urgu in front of him. Each of them was holding 2 half-grown fat boys in their arms. His entire body was red, and he looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. He was staring at him with hatred in his eyes. There's no one else in the Red Moon shelter except these kids. There are 11 of them in total. Urgu walked sideways beside Chun-Li, exposing the person behind him to Brother Li's sight. How should we deal with it? I think war is a matter for adults, and children are innocent. Why don't we send them to a safe place a little further away? We'll be leaving in 3 days anyway, and they won't be able to find us even if they want to seek revenge. Urgu still felt a little bit reluctant. He could kill the adults without any hesitation. On the one hand, it was because of Li Ji's order, and on the other hand, this was originally a war of races. If the other party doesn't die, he will die. But he really couldn't bring himself to do anything to these kids who looked only 8 or 9 years old, and whose hair hadn't even fully grown. Release. Chun-Li stared at the group of children in front of him who were staring at him with hatred in their eyes. He was silent for a while, licked the corner of his mouth, and suddenly laughed. Then let him go. Real. Urgu said with a look of disbelief and surprise on his face. He originally thought that there was only a small chance that Brotherly would agree to his request, but now it seems that Brotherly still has a trace of kindness deep in his heart. It's not all tyranny. Urgu commanded the people behind him with a happy face, and couldn't help but hurriedly said, "Put these children on the ground first, and send a group of people to take them to a farther distance later." In order to allow Brother Li to release these children, he gave these children specific instructions on the way here. No matter how much hatred you have for Brother Li, no matter how much you want to kill him, you cannot be disrespectful to him in the slightest. You are not allowed to insult Brother Li. As long as you keep quiet and behave yourself, I can try my best to get Brother Li to let you go. These children did not disappoint his expectations. Everyone behaved very quietly, without resistance or insults. No one is so blind as to threaten revenge. Urgu was happily counting the 11 lives he saved this time, which was equivalent to the number of people he killed. Something strange happened. The children who were placed on the ground looked at each other. His eyes were full of determination and hatred. Without any hesitation, he took out a sharp dagger from his pants. With the determination to die, he stabbed Urgu in the back. With a puff sound, blood splattered into the air. Urgu felt a sharp pain in his lower back and staggered a little. With a blank look in his eyes, he reached out his hand to his lower back and then to his eyes. It's blood. It's my own blood. The kids quickly pulled out their daggers with fierce and determined looks in their eyes, raised their arms high, clenched their teeth, and prepared to stab the dagger into Urgu's lower back again. Bang! Chun-Li raised the Desert Eagle, aimed at the group of children holding daggers, and fired a few shots at random. The children who were holding daggers and were about to stab Urgu in the lower back again fell to the ground as the gunshots rang out. He suddenly laughed, raised the Desert Eagle, and poked Urgu's chest a few times. "How is it? Do you feel comfortable with the massage of your lower back given by these kids?" He could have stopped those kids when they stabbed Urgu's lower back for the first time. But he didn't do it. Because Urgu is a little too soft-hearted, and he will never learn his lesson unless he suffers a little. What's more, it is impossible for a 2-star professional to be stabbed to death by a few 1-star professional brats. At most you'll suffer a little. Urgu was feeling the severe pain in his lower back at this moment. He stared at the blood on his hand in confusion. He couldn't help but stagger a bit and whispered with a distracted look in his eyes. "Even if they want revenge, they should go find Brotherly. Why are you stabbing me? I just spoke for you. Even if you can't say you're my lifesaver, you should at least remember me as a good person." This is the thing that he can't understand the most. Even if these children don't want to live and want to die together with their enemies. "Yes, no problem. Go and poke Brotherly. Why do you want to poke him?" He was just pleading for these children in Li Ji's place. Su, who was sitting in the car and witnessed all this, couldn't help but stick his head out and laughed. "How about it? Do you want me to help you with the treatment? Like you treated Xiaohei, should I give you a fake kidney?" Chun-Li walked forward with a look of emotion on his face, patted Urgu's shoulder, and shook his head with a look of sorrow on his face. "Who killed the most of those nearly 100 people?" "Donkey Egg." Urgu pointed at Donkey Egg, who was standing aside and watching the show with a blank look in his eyes. "Who killed the rest?" "Me." Urgu seemed to suddenly understand something and was stunned for a moment before continuing. "But the order was given by you, Brotherly." Chun-Li shrugged. "Well said, but they only saw you and Donkey Egg as the ones who killed their parents." Just because of this. Urgu covered his lower back with his hands, looking aggrieved. "No, there is one most important reason." Chun-Li smacked his lips, licked the corner of his mouth, and suddenly laughed, gently patting Urgu's cheeks a few times. "The most important reason is that you expose your back to the enemy without any protection. Among so many options, you became the easiest one to get." Urgu was silent for a while. Then he took out a roll of bandage from the storage space with an expressionless face and wrapped it around the wound on his waist. He did not choose to use his skills to heal the dagger wounds on his lower back. It takes a constant reminder during these 3 days that he is now on someone else's planet. He is hostile to everything on this planet, even a flower or a plant. Chapter 177. Let me give these weirdos a bath. Then you have 6 or 7 kids behind you. Chun-Li laughed with interest. They didn't stab you, so just let them go. After all, the war is for adults, and children are innocent. Urgu remained calm and said nothing. He pulled out his scalpel from his sleeve and turned around to walk towards the children. Phew. A few slight noises were heard. Blood spurted out from the necks of the children. The head fell weakly to the ground, and the eyes were filled with visible hatred. "Tisk, that's cruel." Chun-Li shook his head and sighed. "Just look at my 0 aggression points, and you will know how much I love peace. Let's go." Chun-Li walked straight towards the Red Moon shelter with his cane in both hands. Red Moon Sanctuary. On the 2nd floor, in a small room. "Now it's time for you to give your opinions." Chun-Li leaned casually in the chair, put his hands behind his head, and put his feet on the table. "Today will soon be over. We can only stay on this planet for 3 days. That means we must attract as many people as possible tomorrow to ensure the benefits of our trip. Su's plan is cancelled. There is not enough time. There are only 2 days left, which is not enough time for the incident to develop. So I need a plan that is simple, quick, rough, highly executable, and effective immediately. Can anyone give me some ideas?" Chun-Li lay in the chair, squinted his eyes slightly, entered a semi-asleep state, and spoke softly. Urgu and the others looked at each other, but didn't say anything. Alpha was the first to speak. Alpha no longer had a calm expression at this moment. He was filled with fear and anxiety and said hastily, "Brotherly, please help me. We can think about this tomorrow, okay? Night is coming. If we don't make proper preparations, we will be swallowed up by countless weird things rushing out from underground tonight." Chun-Li said impatiently, "Be quiet. If you mention it again, you will die." Urga hesitated for a while and finally gave a suggestion. "Actually, Su's method can be used. It's just that it can't develop to a perfect state if there's not enough time. But that doesn't mean this method is useless. It's just that the effect is not as good as planned. But we can work on another project at the same time. For example, our main business, kidnapping. As long as we kidnap enough children or family members of the shelter leaders, they will have no choice but to send people over to rescue us." Kidnapping. Chun-Li touched his chin and thought for a while before saying in a deep voice, "This word is not very peaceful and will be easily censored and censored. Let's change it to inviting someone to be a guest. How many shelters are there around here? Chun-Li raised his head and looked at Alpha, who was sitting restlessly with cold sweat on his forehead. Big. There are probably more than a dozen. Alpha raised his hand tremblingly to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered. There are many shelters, big and small, and they are not far away. He had no intention of caring about the shelter now, let alone aiding and abetting the evil. Even if you are helping the tyrant, you have to make sure you are still alive. Now that you are about to die, is there any point in helping the tyrant? It's going to be dark soon. When it gets completely dark, hundreds or even thousands of monsters will be attracted by the blood. It came out from the ground and devoured them whole. It's just that, brotherly, it's really going to get dark soon. Thousands of monsters attracted by blood will devour all of us, without exception. Brotherly, you are not from this planet. You don't know how scary it is. Wait. Chun-Li suddenly interrupted in a deep voice. Alpha thought that Chun-Li didn't want him to talk about this, and was about to bite the bullet and let Chun-Li know the weird and terrifying thing. You just said that the weird was attracted by the blood? Chun-Li suddenly sat up straight, staring at Alpha with uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Yes. Alpha was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Chun-Li meant by suddenly asking this. Even if there is a shelter, will the weirdness come out from under the shelter? Yes, this is the weirdness's omnipresent ability. Alpha nodded heavily, swallowed his saliva, and was about to give a long speech emphasizing the weirdness's horror, but was interrupted again. Then how do you usually stay in the shelter and prevent the weird from finding you at night? Chun-Li stared at Alpha, wondering if this question could get the answer he wanted. Then he will have the best lead. A fuse that creates the best fireworks. We won't fight in the shelter or even near it, and won't let any blood splash into the shelter, so that the weird things won't come to the shelter at night. So, as long as there is a lot of blood and flesh in the shelter, you must move out. Is that right? That's hard to say. It depends on the strength of the shelter and the amount of blood. If there isn't a lot of blood and the shelter isn't too weak, then we can naturally prepare at night to fight the weird. I see. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction, leaned back in his chair, and put his feet on the table. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he opened his arms with an expression of enjoyment. So if all the nearby shelters have a large amount of blood, then do they all have to move? Then this is naturally the best place to go. With the invasion of those barbaric invaders from the blue planet, I guess most of the shelters will be covered in blood. If we put in a little more effort and add more fuel to the fire. Perfect. Chun-Li excitedly waved his fist in the air, stood up, and excitedly ordered. Everyone go out tomorrow and capture at least hundreds of natives. I will use it to make watermelon bombs to cool down the natives of this planet and invite them to visit us. But the next second, the ground suddenly shook. Chun-Li couldn't help but sway and staggered, and he barely stood still by holding on to the table. They are coming. They are coming. Alpha shrank under the table with a look of horror on his face, without any desire to fight. If it was a weird one, he could easily deal with it. If there were 5 monsters, he would be willing to fight for a chance of survival. If there were 1,000 weirdos, he thought it would be safer to hide. Chun-Li glanced at Alpha speechlessly. He couldn't hide, even if he wanted to. Didn't he see Ermao almost trembling on the ground? He jumped directly from the second-floor window into the community and got into the armored vehicle. Chun-Li curled his lips and said, "Take him to the armored vehicle. Everyone, hide in the armored vehicles and squeeze in. Let me give these weirdos a bath." Next second, a Gatling gun suddenly appeared in Chun-Li's hand, and the 10 gun barrels as thick as arms were slowly rotating. Chapter 178. It turns out that Brother Li's name is Jian Luqian. Ergu and others jumped out of the windows one after another and hid in the armored vehicle. Since Brother Li asked them to hide, they obeyed his orders obediently. Armored vehicles are indestructible, and as long as you don't open the window and look around, you will basically be in an absolutely safe place. Chun-Li held the Gatling gun with the barrel slowly rotating, walked to the window, and observed with squinted eyes. Countless monsters emerged from underground under the cover of night. Some ran towards the pool of minced meat at the entrance of the base, which was already full of flies. Some of them were circling around the armored vehicles with their fangs and claws bared. More monsters saw the living figure of Chun-Li and ran towards him with ferocious looks and roars. It was as if it was going to crush his small second floor to pieces alive. Is this weird? Chun-Li observed these monsters for a while and couldn't help but mutter. These monsters basically have mutated limbs. Some monsters' arms become extremely huge, looking like animal claws, and each strike is very powerful. Some monsters' legs become extremely powerful and they move very fast. At this time, the monsters had already crawled along the wall into the house where he was. Chun-Li was stunned for a moment and then suddenly laughed. I hope you will like this fireworks display. Then he bent his legs, exerted force suddenly, and jumped directly out of the window, falling straight onto the armored vehicle. At this time, the Red Moon shelter was surrounded by countless weirdness. This huge armored vehicle now looks like a grain of rice falling into an ant colony, weak, helpless, and lonely. Chun-Li looked at the weirdness all over the mountains and fields, and his expression couldn't help but become excited. He controlled the clown mask and played the most popular DJ before the outbreak of the apocalypse. As the singing began, the Gatling gun in his hand began to roar. Bang! The first rocket fired out and hit a group of weird things gathered together. Those who were hit in the middle died on the spot, and the monsters nearby were also affected, and their physical mobility was greatly reduced. However, before this group of weirdos could recover and continue their charge, another rocket flew over rapidly. You have to know that Chun-Li can fire 6,000 rockets like this in 1 minute. Ahaha! Chun-Li held the Gatling gun in his hand, with an excited and crazy look on his face, firing at all the weirdness surrounding him. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of artillery fire echoed throughout the Red Moon shelter. The entire Red Moon shelter is no longer a mess under the bombardment of Chun-Li's artillery. Instead, all the tents including the small second floor were blown to pieces under Chun-Li's firepower. There was no monster that could break through the fire network and rush to Chun-Li. Even though some of these monsters are very fast and some are very powerful, they are as fragile as delicate dolls in front of 6,000 rockets. Vulnerable. Chun-Li's eyes were red, his cheeks were bulging, and his teeth were clenched. He looked excited and crazy as he fired and yelled some meaningless syllables at the top of his voice. This is the security he's been looking for. What is a sense of security? This is a sense of security. I am God. The monsters that filled the entire base were like fireworks. Under the Gatling gun's fire, they exploded one after another and turned into fragments and scattered on the ground. After a while, Chun-Li's Gatling cannon finally stopped, and the last monster was blown to pieces by his fire. Chun-Li, who had been in a climax and was extremely excited, was breathing slightly and holding the Gatling gun. With excitement flashing in his eyes, he looked around at the corpses all over the ground, and he stood on the top of the armored vehicle like a king. There was blood, flesh, and corpses all around, and under the reflection of the moonlight, even the sky seemed to have turned blood red. It's like hell. He smacked his lips slightly and shook his head. This was the first appearance of the Gatling gun, and it must be said that its power perfectly met his expectations. It is more refreshing to use than before. No one survived wherever the gun pointed. The only thing I am not very satisfied with is that there are no points rewards for killing monsters on other planets, and no items are dropped. Nothing. It's a bit of a loss. After all, a Gatling battery still costs 500 points. However, at this time, a system voice sounded in Chun-Li's mind. Congratulations to the player Chun-Li for helping the alien planet kill 1,000 monsters, earning the title of Peacemaker and being awarded 10 peace points. Friendly reminder, the title of Peacemaker and the 10 peace points cannot be reduced in value in the future. Peacemaker. Chun-Li licked the corner of his mouth and laughed abruptly. I like this name. Then he exerted force with his feet, jumped off the roof, knocked on the window, and said casually, "Come out." However, no one opened the door at the first time. Just when he was about to lose his temper, the car door opened. Urga's mouth was big enough to fit an egg. He looked at the corpses all around him with trembling body, his eyes full of shock, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. It's outrageous. He saw it clearly from inside the car. This is not the effect of Li Ji's Gatling gun at all. They had seen Li Ji's Gatling gun before, and the bullets fired from it would definitely not explode. Could it be a bullet? Could it be a cannon? Next second, before Urgu could open his mouth, he saw the Gatling gun in Chun-Li's hand. It seems like there is no difference. The only difference is that the original gun barrel was only as thick as 2 fingers of an adult man, but now the gun barrel is as thick as an adult man's arm. What's wrong? Chun-Li interrupted Urgu, who looked like he had lost his soul, with an unhappy look on his face. It's okay, it's okay. Urgu wiped the saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth with a dazed look in his eyes, and muttered in a low voice. I just found that you, brotherly, have become thicker and stronger than before. Donkey Egg was hiding in a corner of the armored vehicle at this time, with a look of inferiority on his face, staring at the corpses scattered all over the ground outside the window, without saying a word, and with eyes full of envy. Originally, he thought that the power of his Thunder God Slash was beyond his imagination. Basically, he could kill the enemy with 1 strike, and even a 3-star professional couldn't block his attack. Maybe I can even compete with Brotherly. He was just thinking about whether he should follow Jian Shisan's example and change his name to Dao Shisan to enhance his reputation. Otherwise, he only has this one knife, and the disadvantages are indeed quite serious, so he has to find a way to cover it up. Now he has completely given up the idea of changing his name, because he found out that Brother Li's real name is Jian Luqian. Alpha's eyes were dazed and he was on the verge of collapse. He sat in the car and looked at the body fragments scattered around him. He felt that the worldview he had previously created had collapsed. He even began to doubt whether his previous worldview was correct. Chapter 179. The sky is full of artillery fire and thousands of fireworks. He has always believed that the weirdos are powerful and invincible, especially those in groups, which are not to be provoked. Touching means death. However, it is indeed weird. He has changed shelters several times. The reason for escaping from that shelter was every time because a fight broke out in the base and blood was spilled on the ground. At night, hundreds of strange creatures emerged from the ground. No one could stop it. Even the strongest man in the base could only die in tears under the attack of nearly 100 strange creatures that were not afraid of life and death. Because of this, his parents and sister all died at the hands of the weird. Alpha slowly stood up, stepped to the ground with a dazed look, picked up a strange fragment, and placed it in front of his eyes. However, it was strange that almost killed his entire family, and even almost killed him. At this moment, they all died easily at Chun-Li's hands. Not one end, not both ends. Not 10 heads, not 100 heads. Alpha looked sadly at the Red Moon shelter, which had been razed to the ground and was filled with corpses. There are nearly 1,000 of them. Nearly 1,000 monsters died easily at Brother Li's hands. This suddenly made him feel that his parents' and sister's deaths were not worth it, and they did not deserve to die. They didn't need to die. It wasn't because they were too powerful. It's because he was too weak to protect his family. This was the first time that Alpha felt that the death of his family was not because the weirdness was too strong, but because he was too weak. If he could be as strong as Chun-Li, then his family would not have to die. Everyone get out of the car. Chun-Li looked at the people in front of him who had lost their souls with dissatisfaction and shouted loudly. Oh. Urgu and others nodded slowly with a dazed look in their eyes and got out of the car with their bodies as stiff as zombies. The scene of the sky full of fireworks just now was too shocking for them. Looking out from the armored vehicle window, the sky was filled with Chun-Li's fireworks exploding. Each of them looked weird and ferocious, just like a delicate little princess, with their entire bodies torn apart. The scene of blood and fireworks made it difficult for them to recover. Urgu rubbed his cheeks with both hands, trying to keep himself in a state of surprise so that his aching cheeks would feel better, and whispered to himself, I guess I'm going to kill again this time. Until now, he finally understood why Brother Li planned to bring the people of this planet together. Perhaps a 3-star professional can survive under heavy fire. But how many 3-star professionals are there? How many people will die as a result? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or 100,000? Urga shook his head secretly and stopped thinking about it. Chun-Li got into the armored vehicle, took out the mattress he had brought with him from the storage space, spread it in the car, and lay down on it, and said in a deep voice, I'm going to rest first. You guys go find a place to rest. By the way, let's go to Urgu to get some containers and collect all the weird blood and meat on the ground. Don't wait until it evaporates, or its effect will be greatly weakened. After saying this, Chun-Li fell asleep. He did feel a little sleepy, and the most important thing was that he didn't need to do anything next. If he had to do all these chores, then what kind of boss is he? After Urgu and the others looked at each other, their mouths twitched wildly, and their eyes were filled with confusion as they stared at the Red Moon shelter that was razed to the ground. Not a tent or a house remained. The only things in sight were blood, flesh, and corpses. This leaves them to find a place to sleep by themselves. Sleeping underground? Urgu remained silent. After a while, he took out some spherical glass containers from his storage space. The opening of the container was a jar of medium size and placed on the ground. The whole formation looks like a fatter version of a grenade with a handle. Take these containers and divide them among yourselves. After you fill them up, find a place to sleep early. After saying that, Urgu climbed onto the roof of the car with an expressionless face, took out a set of clothes from the storage space, put them on himself, and fell asleep. Urgu, why did you fall asleep? Donkey Egg was struggling to figure out where to find a place to sleep when he saw Urgu had already climbed onto the roof and fallen asleep. He couldn't help but anxiously ask, Didn't Brother Li ask us to collect blood? Urgu said without even raising his eyelids, Let the survivors do this kind of trivial matter. I still have to fight tomorrow. Donkey Egg and Ermao Su looked at each other and saw what was in each other's eyes. Then he stuffed the glass container in his arms into the arms of the survivor next to him. then jumped onto the roof of the car, wrapped his clothes around himself, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. By the way, Ergu, who had already closed his eyes, suddenly said nonchalantly, "Keep an eye on Alpha. Don't let him slip away. We'll need him to lead the way tomorrow." Then the snoring sound came again. It was as if he hadn't said that just now. Early the next morning, Chunli rubbed his eyes and came out of the car. The sun was hanging in the sky. 10 o'clock in the morning. He stretched out of the car, twisted his body, and did a few simple warm-ups to make himself feel more energetic. Glancing at the blood and corpses all over the ground, they looked stale under the sun. The blood that originally looked like red wine now stuck to the ground like red paint. The already dark red and cracked wasteland was dyed even redder. The air was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Look back. Ergu and others were doing warm-up exercises energetically on the roof of the armored vehicle facing the rising sun. Chunli couldn't help but twitch his lips, holding his forehead and saying speechlessly, "Where are the survivors? Promise." Ergu curled his lips in one direction. The remaining survivors, regardless of whether it was clean or not, simply found a piece of open space that looked relatively good last night. He just sat down on the ground, hugged his head, and fell asleep. He was so carefree that he didn't have any worries and just lay down on the ground and fell asleep. So at this time, these survivors who had just woken up basically looked like they had been soaked in blood, and most of their clothes were soaked with blood. One man had an eyeball hanging from his zipper. Chunli said expressionlessly, "Did they sleep on the ground floor yesterday?" Then he looked at Ergu and said, "After you finish your work, just sleep in the armored vehicle and wake me up. How can we let them sleep on the ground?" "This is a lapse in your duty, Ergu." Ergu curled his lips, his face full of sincerity and apology. "My problem, Brotherly, is that I didn't think it through. The main reason was that I thought Brotherly had worked hard today, so I didn't want to disturb him. But I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Does this count as Brotherly being a whore and then setting up another whore for himself? Didn't you say that we should find our own place to sleep?" Chapter 180. You despicable invaders. Has all the blood been collected? Chunli no longer cared about trivial matters and asked about the necessary items for today's operation. "Everything is ready." Ergu pointed to a pile of ball-shaped tools on the ground not far away, with a short handle above the head. Each container was filled with blood and minced meat, and some containers also contained eyeballs, ears, noses, and other miscellaneous things. From a distance, some of them looked like peeled watermelons. Red and tempting. When you walk closer and take a look, it looks like a medical specimen filled with red formalin. Chunli nodded with satisfaction, glanced at the energetic crowd and shouted, "Take all these watermelons and get ready to go." Su couldn't help yawning while sitting on the roof of the car. His eyelids drooped, and he slapped his cheeks to force himself to wake up. "I don't know what went wrong with Hongyang last night. I insisted on doing that with him on the roof of the car. But Ergu and Ermao were sleeping next to us. It's impossible for him to do that with Matchmaker in front of so many people." In desperation, Su could only sneak off the roof of the car and take Hongyang to a slightly remote place. Use the ground as your bed and the sky as your blanket, and start doing that. Last night's bloody scene seemed to have hit Hongyang's G-spot. Last night's Matchmaker was crazier and more proactive than before, and her slender waist was almost twisted into an electric motor. Under the moonlight, blood and flesh were everywhere. His legs were shaking a little. Although he was not afraid of this, he was indeed a real man in this environment. Su couldn't help but pat his cheek again to calm himself down. Why did such a bloody scene last night make Hongyang want it? What exactly is the cause and effect of this? I don't understand. Chunli sat in the armored vehicle and looked at the shelter in front of him. He tilted his head and looked at Alpha. "This is the shelter closest to the Red Moon, right?" "Yes." Alpha looked a little unhappy. "Do you remember the plan?" "Remember." Alpha was silent for a while and then said in a deep voice, "Okay, get off now." After Chunli opened the door of the armored vehicle, he closed his eyes, lay on the passenger seat, and waited patiently. About 20 minutes later, he estimated that the time was about right, so he gave the order. "Drive to the entrance of this shelter." As the armored vehicle rumbled to a stop at the entrance of the shelter felt as if facing a great enemy, and everyone quickly gathered at the entrance. Holding weapons, he stared with hatred at everyone in the armored vehicle in front of him. They are all invaders. The way to distinguish them is very simple. Their skin is all yellow, not a single one is red. They are not from their planet at all. Then it can only be the invader. Chunli curled his lips. According to the plan, the next part would be the nonsense talk. That's the trash talk part. He really didn't want to say this nonsense, so he poked Su with his cane. Su shrugged and opened the sunroof. He grabbed the edge of the sunroof with both hands, lifted himself up suddenly, and jumped onto the roof. Su first closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his eyes with a crazy fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. He took out the loudspeaker borrowed from Urgu and shouted at the top of his voice. Listen up, you kids from the Weiyang planet. Your grandpa is from the Azure planet. It's not that I look down on you. We just easily killed everyone in a shelter. Do you know how many people we mobilized? 2 people. Yes, just 2 people. We only need 2 people to massacre your entire shelter. A weak race like yours doesn't deserve to survive in this world. The group of red-faced natives who gathered at the door like a powerful enemy could not help but look angry and were about to draw their weapons and rush out. However, he was stopped. They have injured a lot of people in the past few days. There are quite a few invaders like rats around the shelter, hiding all the time. Once they are left alone, dozens of invaders with bared fangs and excited expressions will immediately rush over. This was the first time he had seen someone drive directly to the door of their shelter and declare war in a show of force. Those who have the confidence to speak like this must be strong, and they must not act rashly. Su curled his lips, rubbed his eyes, bent down, and took the 2 jars of spherical utensils handed to him by Urgu. Then Su took one in each hand and laughed arrogantly. Try these 2 watermelons that your grandfather made specially for you. He then slammed the spherical device into the door of the shelter, followed by 2 crisp sounds. The spherical device also broke into pieces. The smelly blood and minced meat instantly covered the entrance of the shelter. When the natives at the door saw that the jar thrown by the man was filled with blood and minced meat, their faces changed drastically. Damn it! It's over. There was enough blood to cause hundreds of monsters to burst out of the ground beneath their feet at night. This means that they either have to flee to other shelters now or face the enemy at night. Damn it! The temporary leader of the shelter could not help but yelled, "Follow this dirty and despicable invader. Everyone, follow me." However, just when they finally decided to charge and fight to the death, the armored vehicle moved. The armored vehicle turned around and drove away into the distance, and Su did not forget to shout at the top of his voice on the roof of the vehicle. I already know the strange ways your planet moves and the weaknesses of your shelter. How about my shot? I will kill you all without bloodshed. Learn this, it's called strategy. If you can survive, we will meet again. After saying this, Su quickly lowered his head and shrank into the car, avoiding an arrow that was shot at his head. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The temporary leader of this shelter was now stamping his feet in anger and anxiety. There was so much blood at the door that it was too late to clean it up. There will definitely be hundreds of weirdos coming out tonight, and they have to be moved. It's all because of these despicable invaders. If the strong men in their shelter hadn't gone to the blue planet, they would have crushed to death all these ants jumping in front of them all day long in the past few days. He wanted to chase after the despicable invaders, but it was obvious that he could not catch up. Moreover, he had to change shelter tonight, and he had no idea where to go. Just when the leader was getting so anxious that he was spinning in circles, a voice sounded beside me. "Chief, do you know where those despicable invaders stay at night? I am the survivor in the shelter that was almost massacred by them. I pretended to be dead and escaped. They stayed in my old shelter at night." A voice filled with hatred and determination rang in the leader's ears. Chapter 181. I just saw a corpse picking its nose. Look towards the source of the sound. The owner of this voice was none other than Alpha, who had just been kicked out of the car by Chun-Li. Where is it? The temporary leader of the base gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at the armored vehicle that had disappeared. Although the boss told me before I left that if I encountered invaders, I should stay in the shelter and wait for them to come back. But it was obvious that there was no way to continue. The blood in the 2 jars was enough to attract hundreds of weird creatures hiding underground during the day and then crawl out from the shelter at night. The remaining strength in their shelter was simply not enough to stop hundreds of monsters. So their only choice now is find the shelter where those guys are, fight them, and then stay in their shelter tonight. In the Red Moon shelter, Alpha gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and puffed up his cheeks as he spoke word by word. Red Moon shelter. The temporary leader of the shelter muttered to himself, then waved his hand with an angry look on his face. Everyone get ready. Go to the Red Moon shelter this afternoon and kill all these damn invaders. Yes, fight them. I'm going to chop off all their heads. Waves of gnashing roars rang out inside the shelter. While roaring, Alpha gradually moved away from the crowd and slipped out of the shelter through the door where no one noticed. On a small hill near the Red Moon shelter, the 2 people from the blue planet were staring in amazement at what had just happened. "Boss, is that person from our blue planet?" A young boy couldn't help rubbing his eyes and stuttered. "Nonsense." An older man nearby slapped the young boy on the head and said in a deep voice, "That person obviously has yellow skin and speaks the language of the blue planet. Didn't you notice that you understood what he said just now because you already understood his language, not because of this damn game that helped you understand the meaning? I noticed. The young boy couldn't help but lower his head a little, avoiding the leader's glance around him, and said in disbelief, "It's just a little hard to believe. We are still hiding here waiting for those who are left alone. How come they drove armored vehicles directly to the gate of other people's bases? Could it be the guy who's on the global invasion point ranking list?" After hesitating for a while, the young boy gave a possibility. Probably not. The man stared at the virtual global invasion point ranking in front of him with a frown on his face. The number one was still Kotaro Koizumi. This person's name doesn't sound like a yellow-skinned person. He didn't quite like the name, especially the feeling of being overshadowed by it. So what do we do now? The young boy asked after thinking for a while. Ever since the armored vehicle came over and dropped 2 cans of blood, everyone in the shelter has been in a state of tension. Everyone huddled in the shelter, and no one would give them a chance to be left alone. Wait, wait, wait. The older man narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Any movement means chaos and trouble. And when something happens, it means there is a chance, there is an opportunity. If we catch him, it means that we will be very successful from now on. What if I don't hold on tight?" After hesitating for a while, the young boy asked with a little disappointment, "If you don't hold on tight?" The older man put the hat beside him on his head and glanced at him. "Then pray for a good rebirth in the next life." Not far from the Red Moon shelter, the armored vehicle remained stationary in the wasteland. "How about it?" Chun-Li asked softly, lying on the passenger seat with his hands behind his head. "Everything is going well. They have decided to come to the Red Moon shelter this afternoon to seek revenge on Brotherly." Alpha bowed slightly and spoke. "In this way, it means the effect is still good." Chun-Li yawned, sat up straight, and looked forward. "Then we need to move faster from now on." Set off. Fingers pointed straight ahead. For the next whole day, all the nearby shelters looked like they had been hit by a natural disaster. Basically, someone drove right to the door and threw 2 cans of fresh blood into the shelter, forcing them to consider where to stay or go tonight. What's worse, not only were some people bullied like this, but some who shouted insults were shot dead on the spot by the man in the armored vehicle. The head exploded. He was deader than dead. If all the strongest people in the shelter had not gone to the blue planet, they would not be so passive. At least someone won't drive to the door, throw 2 cans of blood at them, and leave them helpless and at a loss as to what to do. At least they don't have to consider retreating because of the weirdness caused by the 2 cans of blood. If the strongest people in the base are all there, hundreds of weirdness can be completely solved. At least you won't be bullied like this and have people say harsh words in front of your door. Final. The temporary leaders of all these shelters received a message. This group of people is temporarily staying in the Red Moon shelter. Moreover, these temporary leaders of the shelters, who had never communicated with each other, gave almost the same order. That is, go to the Red Moon shelter, kill these people to vent your hatred, and then occupy the shelter. Then he would wait for the strongest man in his base to return triumphantly from the blue planet and crush all the little bugs that had been wandering around his shelter. All dead. Chun-Li couldn't help but frowning when he heard the news from Sue. "They are all dead," Sue repeated, "and the blood looks fresh. The wounds haven't had time to rot yet. There are no flies attracted around. Looks like he just died. Just before we arrived, all the people in this shelter were killed." Chun-Li walked down the armored vehicle expressionlessly and came to the door of the shelter. From the entrance to the inside of the shelter, corpses were everywhere. Several small streams of blood converged together, forming a blood pit like a lake in the low-lying area. He bent down, stretched out his finger, dipped it in a little blood, put it to his nose, and sniffed it twice, then whispered calmly, "Someone is trying to steal my meat. Take the meat from my rice bowl." Why would he dare? Ergu, who was standing next to Chun-Li, did not reply. He just stared at a corpse deep in the shelter and observed it carefully for a while, then suddenly laughed. "Brotherly, I just saw a corpse picking its nose." Chapter 182. I don't know if you prayed before the death, boss. Oh, Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh with obvious happiness. It's good to have a living person. Neither the survivors of this shelter nor the perpetrators had time to evacuate. All of this means that the living person is an insider. And being in the know means that he knows who got there before him and snatched his meat from his bowl. Chun-Li took a step forward, holding the cane in his hand, and glanced at the blood and corpses on the ground with disgust. "Take me to find that person." "Yes." Ergu replied, nodded his head to signal Luden and others to follow him, and then walked straight towards the corpse that he had just noticed picking its nostrils. After going around a few circles, Ergu led everyone to the central square of the shelter and stood in front of a corpse. Chun-Li stared at the body of a man in front of him with obviously yellow skin. He looked to be in his early 30s, with shifty eyes. His face was covered in blood, and it looked like he had obviously smeared it there with his own hands. Eyes tightly closed. However, whether it was the eyelashes that couldn't help but tremble, or the ears that trembled slightly to try to figure out the movements around them, they can directly prove that this person is a living person. Did you kill these people? Chun-Li asked with some disbelief. Someone who has the strength to kill an entire shelter will never lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. A yellow-skinned person appeared in the shelter. There was no other possibility except that he was an invader. Another possibility is that this person is now unable to fight. However, a few seconds after Chun-Li asked the question, the man on the ground did not respond at all. Her eyelashes, which had been trembling slightly, were now completely stuck to her eyelids, and she lowered her head and listened carefully. You will find that even the sound of breathing has disappeared. Chun-Li became a little impatient and pointed the Desert Eagle gun at the nostrils of the man on the ground. If you don't get up when I count to 1, I will help you unclog your nostrils. 3. The man on the ground finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He looked at Chun-Li with a slit in his eyes. The handle was already close to his nostrils, and he was ready to beg for mercy. But the next second, 1. Chun-Li skipped 2 and started counting to 1. The man on the ground's face changed instantly. His eyes opened instantly, and his mouth opened wide, ready to shout for mercy. Bang! However, dull gunshots rang out. Before the man on the ground could say a word, he saw a bullet constantly enlarging in his pupils. The original nose was formed into a fist-sized hole under the impact of the bullet, and red and white sticky substances kept pouring out of the hole. The man's body twitched rapidly a few times, and then there was no movement. Chun-Li hugged the cane back into his arms, looked at Ergo beside him, and curled his lips. He should know that I don't have much patience. Ergo looked at the man lying on the ground in front of him. He had just opened his eyes and was about to speak when he was shot in the head. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he didn't say a word. He thought the man didn't know this. Chun-Li shrugged his shoulders and tilted his head. At least his nose doesn't itch anymore. Then, Chun-Li walked to the side and kicked another corpse. Does your nose itch? Just now, he noticed the yellow-skinned corpse. Originally, he really wanted to count the number seriously, but then he found out there was still a survivor here. He was too lazy to wait for that person to say what he wanted, like squeezing toothpaste. Brother, my nose doesn't itch. I just came over to take a look. Upon hearing this, the young man lying on the ground turned over and jumped up, begging for mercy with a terrified look on his face. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. You see, this way efficiency will be much faster. Did you kill these people? Chun-Li tilted his head and stared at the man in front of him. No. The young man smiled bitterly before forcing himself to smile. How can we have such strength? We saw some strong men killing all the people in this shelter, so we thought we could come and see if there was anything that the strong men didn't want. Or maybe it's a redskin who's not dead yet, so we can take advantage of it. But we had just arrived and hadn't turned over anything yet when the big brothers showed up. Brother, can you please let me go? I will never disturb you. Pick up a bargain? Chun-Li frowned and thought for a while, then said, You said you saw a strong man killing all the people in this shelter. Do you mean there was only one person? Yes. Chun-Li glanced at the hundreds of corpses around him and frowned slightly. One man killed hundreds of people at the same time. This strength is not low. Or it can be said that this person's strength is terrifying. In his heart, he already had a vague idea of who this person might be. What are the physical characteristics of that person? The young man lowered his head and thought for a while before answering. A man wearing wooden clogs, a kimono, and holding a samurai sword. I couldn't see his face clearly. Chun-Li had a blank expression on his face. He remained silent and did not respond immediately. Get a kimono, samurai sword. Combining these 3 pieces of information, he was able to roughly determine who had massacred this shelter. He is the person currently ranked first in the global invasion point ranking, Kotaro Koizumi. Chun-Li lowered his head in thought for a while, then looked up and suddenly grinned. This guy is actually right next to him. You can't steal his meat just because you are the crappy first place. Which direction did he go? North. The young man thought for a moment and pointed to the side. The north. Chun-Li repeated it with a slightly dissatisfied look on his face. This direction is exactly the opposite of what he is going in. But he has more important things to do now, and it is obviously impossible for him to put everything aside and go find Kotaro Koizumi. I can only wait for the next opportunity. Chun-Li shook his head in dissatisfaction and turned to walk towards the door. Let's go. Get in the car and hurry to the next one. Seeing Chun-Li turn around and prepare to leave, the young man couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The psychological pressure Chun-Li brought to him was too great. At the same time, He couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man next to him who was shot in the head with a look of sadness. This is what you call a bullshit opportunity. Not only did he not turn over a single chicken feather, but he also lost his life. It's not easy to become successful. The young man stared at Chun-Li's back with gloomy eyes. Ever since he met this man, all he talked about was seizing opportunities to get ahead. As long as there is an opportunity, we will take off immediately. However, he failed to seize the opportunity and lost his life inexplicably. He never wanted to be successful. He just wanted to live a stable life. Because he knows clearly that if a person wants to get ahead in a desperate way, there is a 99% chance that this person will become a stepping stone for others. The result at this time told him that his judgment was correct. You said that if you missed the opportunity, you should pray for a good rebirth in your next life. I don't know if you prayed before you died, boss. Chapter 183. What is your relationship with the dead man? The young man hid all the sadness on his face and his heart, and finally looked at Chun-Li closely. Although he did not agree with the man's idea. But since he is dead, he must take revenge. Just because you can't win now doesn't mean you won't be able to win in the future. The young man took one last deep look at Chun-Li, engraved his figure firmly in his mind, imprinted it deep in his mind, then lowered his head and no longer looked at Chun-Li. However, at this time, Chun-Li suddenly stopped and turned to look at the young man who was bowing his head and saying nothing. He glanced at the man who was shot in the head by him and laughed abruptly. What is your relationship with that dead man? Oh. The young man looked up at Chun-Li blankly. I don't know him. I came here to pick up trash. When I came in, I saw that man rummaging around here too. We did not have any conflict and were searching in our respective areas. Oh, I see. Chun-Li curled his lips. I thought he was your father or something. How could that be? The young man forced a smile with a stiff expression. He doesn't look much older than me. That's right. Chun-Li curled his lips casually, turned around, and continued to walk towards the door. Then see you again if we are lucky enough. Good. The young man lowered his head again, his eyes full of fear and luck. The next second, gunshots rang out. Bang! Chun-Li casually put the Desert Eagle on his back and fired a shot backwards, saying softly, You lied. Then without turning around to look, he hugged his cane again and walked towards the door. Donkey Egg looked back at the young man who was shot in the forehead and fell backwards with his eyes blank and was stunned for a moment. I couldn't help but quickly take a few steps forward and get close to Urgu. Brotherly, how did you know that man lied? He never thought that Brother Dilly had this ability before. If Li Gu can judge whether a person is lying so easily, then he should be more careful about what he says in the future. Donkey Egg clicked his tongue and couldn't help but speed up his speech and added, Is there any obvious logical loophole? He heard everything the young man said just now. To be honest, he didn't feel like it was a lie and didn't hear any loopholes. Isn't it normal for two people who want to take advantage of a bargain to meet each other? Brotherly made such a clear judgment that made him doubt whether his IQ was low. There was an obvious logical flaw, but he didn't see it. Urgu couldn't help but look at Ludin with pity, shook his head and patted Ludin's shoulder, without saying a word. What do you mean? Donkey Egg's eyebrows were squeezed together, and he said in a deep voice with dissatisfaction on his face, Are you looking down on my intelligence? Urgu shrugged, sighed secretly, and then said softly, The young man has no logical loopholes. Brotherly probably isn't sure whether what the man said is true or false. Then, Donkey Egg glanced at Chun-Li's back, hesitant to speak. The rest of the words were not spoken, but the meaning was obvious. If Brotherly was not sure, how could he have shot the man dead so decisively? It's very simple. Urgu sighed. How come Donkey had followed Li Gu for so long, but still hadn't figured out Li Ji's character? If this continues, he is really afraid that Donkey Egg will lose his mind one day and fall into Li Ji's hands. Brotherly just made a guess. He guessed that the young man and the middle-aged man were related. If you guess right, you can solve a lot of problems. For example, Brotherly has one less enemy hiding in the dark, one less enemy hiding in the dark, staring at him all the time and ready to shoot him from behind at any time. Solving the problem at the source is an effective approach, isn't it? Urgu patted Donkey's shoulder and sighed. But Donkey Egg fell silent halfway through his speech. After thinking for a while, he decided to finish his words. But what if I guessed wrong? You are a donkey, not a pig. What's wrong with you today? Urgu couldn't help but poke Donkey's temple sympathetically. What if you guessed wrong? If you guessed wrong, you guessed wrong. Even if I guessed wrong, it was the young man who died. Not you, not me, and certainly not Brotherly. I guessed wrong. Was there any damage? None at all. What's the gain from guessing it right? It can prevent future troubles. For Brotherly, this is certainly a very good deal. Donkey's mouth slowly grew larger until it could fit an egg. He glanced blankly at the young man who had been shot in the forehead, shook his head, and said nothing. Brother Lee's way of solving problems is really rough and effective. Kill everyone you see, and naturally no enemy will escape. As for killing the wrong person, how could it be wrong? This is called a necessary sacrifice for a certain result. Donkey Egg complained silently in his heart for a while, finally took a look at the young man's body, and then quickly strode to catch up with Brother Lee. How many more are there nearby? Can we finish before dark? Chun-Li said casually while sitting in the co-pilot seat of the armored vehicle. There are 6 more shelters nearby. If nothing unexpected happens during the journey, we can definitely finish the journey in all 6 shelters before dark. Chun-Li sat on the chair, stretched, yawned, and said lazily, "Then let's go. Just go if you want to. Time is money, but it is very precious. Just don't delay my fireworks display tonight." 9 o'clock in the evening. It was getting dark. Near the Red Moon Sanctuary. "Are you coming to Hanwha to look for?" "You too." A strange conversation was heard in a wasteland not far from the Red Moon shelter. Then, the leaders of the 2 groups said in unison with gloomy faces, "Damn invaders? Why? Were you also humiliated by that damn invader who came to your house and then had 2 cans of blood thrown at you?" One of the leaders frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Is that so? Are you the same?" The other leader's face darkened and he asked uncertainly, "Someone told me that this group of people were hiding in the Red Moon shelter. Someone also told me that the group was hiding in the Red Moon shelter." The man said he was a survivor from the shelter who was massacred by that group. "That's what I said here." The 2 leaders had gloomy faces. Their hearts gradually sank to the bottom, and at the same time, they felt something was wrong. There seems to be something wrong with this matter, like a trap. The 2 leaders turned around at the same time and scanned the people behind them, trying to find the person who tipped off them. However, no matter how hard the 2 men searched, they could not find the person in the crowd who had tipped him off. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the 2. Chapter 184. We are underestimated by some people. What are you doing here? A woman who looked to be in her early 30s with a frown on her face appeared alongside, leading the people from her shelter. Someone from the Red Beauty Sanctuary? One of the previous leaders looked at this group of mostly women and said meaningfully, "I only know that the real leader of the Red Beauty shelter is a woman. I didn't expect that even the temporary leader is a woman." The 2 leaders looked at each other and saw a hint of gloom in each other's eyes. After a pause, they said in unison, "Don't worry about why we are here. Tell me what you are doing here. This is not your territory. All the strong men in the shelter have left. Instead of staying in the shelter, they are running around everywhere." I said. One of the leaders licked his lips, took the weapon off his back and held it in his hand, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. "You didn't come here just to follow us, did you? Want to swallow us? Are you sure you women can eat this?" The woman in her early 30s snorted coldly and did not dwell on the matter any further. After hesitating for a while, he said in a deep voice, "We are not tracking you down. We are all mobilized because there is something very important to deal with. If you have nothing to do, please leave this place to avoid any misunderstanding." "Important things?" The 2 male leaders laughed at each other, but the gloom in their eyes deepened. "What important things can you women have if you don't stay in the shelter to give birth to children? Could it be that they are here to wipe out the invaders?" "How do you know?" The woman in her 30s looked at the 2 of them in surprise. She did not hesitate and spoke word by word through gritted teeth. "I won't hide it from you. We are here because a group of invaders came to our base and made trouble. We learned through some channels that these invaders live here. That is, the original Red Moon shelter. The original Red Moon shelter has been slaughtered by these invaders." The forced smiles on the faces of the 2 leaders disappeared, and their expressions became ugly again. "Did they also throw 2 cans of blood into your base, forcing you to find a new location before nightfall?" "How do you know?" the female leader asked puzzledly with an unpleasant look on her face. She deliberately concealed this matter just now because she felt it was a very shameful thing to be bullied by someone. After the news got out, the reputation of their Red Beauty shelter was completely destroyed. However, what I didn't expect was that the 2 people in front of me would expose my plan with just one word. Think about the 2 people in front of me at this moment, appearing here, and it can be said that they have come out in full force. The face of this woman in her 30s became visibly gloomy. "Could it be that you did this? You have teamed up with the invaders to suppress me, hoping to annex us." The 2 leaders did not speak directly at first. After confirming the purpose of the leader of the Red Beauty shelter, they stood there with gloomy faces and were silent for a while. One of the leaders smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How did you learn that this group of invaders was in the Red Moon shelter? Was it someone who claimed to be a survivor of the Red Moon shelter who tipped you off?" "Yes." The woman frowned slightly. She keenly felt that things were not as simple as she thought that she had to fight tonight. Then go look for the survivor who claims to be from the Red Moon shelter and see if you can still find him. Good. After the woman responded, she glanced at the people she brought with her. The survivor of the Red Moon shelter was a man. Most of the people she led were women, and she thought they could find the survivors of the Red Moon shelter quickly. However, the woman's face darkened slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "It's gone." She had no idea when this man disappeared. He was just a survivor from another shelter and couldn't get much of her attention. However, it now seems that this survivor has become the fuse of some events. Did you come here because you encountered the same thing? The woman suddenly thought of a bad possibility and asked hurriedly. You guessed it right. The two leaders looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The same plot, the same events, happened one after another at about the same time. And in the end, it was a survivor from the Red Moon shelter who tipped off the person. At this time, these survivors mysteriously disappeared. Don't you think this is all too coincidental? The leader's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said quietly, these three so-called Red Moon shelter survivors are most likely the same person. We might have been tricked. Maybe. The woman who looked to be in her early 30s gritted her teeth and said, maybe there really were 3 survivors in the Red Moon shelter, and they happened to escape to our shelter, and then a series of events happened. Just now I thought there was still a possibility, but now I think the possibility is basically 0. Why? The woman asked with a puzzled look on her face. Turn around and look back. One of the leaders said with a complicated look in his eyes. The woman slowly turned her head to look behind her with a puzzled look on her face, and then her pupils suddenly dilated and her mouth slowly expanded unconsciously. Behind them, thousands of people holding torches were walking towards them. He knew some of them. The bald man on the side was the temporary leader of the shelter next to him. At this time, he also came here with great momentum. How was it? Did you see a lot of familiar faces? The leader couldn't help but sigh. These people are probably here for the same reason as us. Are you trying to say that there were dozens of survivors who pretended to be dead and escaped from the Red Moon shelter? I have to say that this Red Moon shelter is really skilled in pretending to be dead. So, the woman looked gloomily at the thousands of her fellow women holding torches who were slowly walking towards her. Even a fool would know that this time the matter had gotten out of hand. So we were tricked. The leader shrugged and said nonchalantly, even a fool can see the situation now, right? What's your attitude? The woman said angrily. Are you confident that you'll be safe? I was a little panicked at first. The leader from before suddenly chuckled. But when I saw thousands of people coming, I suddenly stopped panicking. Whoever brought us here wanted to do something. But it's clear that he went too far this time. With the power of so many people, no force can stop it. The man raised his head to the sky and chuckled. We have been underestimated by some people. Chapter 185. Why didn't any of you notice the starry sky above your heads? Brotherly, almost everyone is here. Urgu put down the telescope in his hand, hesitated for a while, and said in a deep voice, but brotherly, aren't we going a little too far? Chun-Li was leaning on his cane, looking up at the sky, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, and he didn't say anything. How can you talk like that? Donkey Egg shouted in dissatisfaction. Has brotherly ever failed? Urgu glared at Ludin speechlessly and felt a little choked for a moment. Donkey Egg must have been influenced by someone. How come he has changed from being a loyal and honest man to someone who flatters others? Brotherly will certainly not fail, and he will never fail in the future. Everything in the world, both heaven and earth, is under Brother Li's control. Urgu first concluded in a deep voice with a sincere look in his eyes. Then he paused and cleared his throat. But Su may fail. After all, this plan was proposed by Su. So I'm just saying that there may be some loopholes in Su's plan this time. What loophole? Su snorted coldly, dissatisfied. Urgu picked up the telescope again and looked at the group of red-skinned people who had gathered not far away. They have sensed something is wrong and may have realized that this is a trap. Isn't this nonsense? Su laughed in anger and said coldly, now that we are together, anyone can feel that something is wrong. But does it matter? Is this the loophole in the plan you mentioned? Now that they are here, even if they find out that this is actually a trap, can they leave? Urgu silently put down the binoculars in his hand, glanced at Li Gu who was quietly listening to their discussion beside him, and said in a deep voice, the loophole lies here. Where? Donkey Egg asked puzzledly. Everyone is here, but there are too many people. A lot. Su frowned. How much? You calculated at the time? What was the probability that those shelters would send people to retaliate against us that night after our series of actions? Urgu glanced at Chun-Li, who was still looking up at the sky in a daze, cleared his throat, and began to sort out his thoughts. 60%. Su said firmly. Based on the information provided by Alpha about the local conditions and customs of this planet, as well as human nature, distance, strange crises, etc., we can conclude that roughly 60 of the shelters will be forced to send people to retaliate against us due to various circumstances. The remaining 40 of the shelters will temporarily remain in hiding and wait for the strong men from their base to return from the Azure planet. Even if there are deviations, the fluctuations will not be too big. Upon hearing this, Urgu raised the telescope again and couldn't help but complain. It's not a big deviation. It's just adding 40 to your 60 chance. From the current situation, almost all the shelters have been emptied out. How is that possible? Hearing this answer, Sue couldn't help but frown. Where did you get this answer? A rough count shows that there are now more than 2,000 people gathered here, and they are all gathered together and staying in place. Urgu rubbed his sore wrist and said faintly, and there are still a lot of people pouring in there, gathering together, with no end in sight. Looking at Sue's grim expression, Urgu was in no mood to mock him. He just sighed. If your brain is not short-circuited, then you have forgotten a serious variable and have not taken this variable into consideration. When they went to provoke the shelter, they made a strict plan based on how many people Li Ji's combat power could be used to estimate. The original plan was that about 60 of the shelters would come out to the Red Moon shelter to find them. But now it is clear that the plan has gone awry. Almost 10 of the shelters have come. The arrival of more than 2,000 people far exceeded their expectations, not to mention that Redskins continued to pour in behind this group of people. Brotherly killed nearly 1,000 monsters by himself last night. Professionals are more difficult to deal with than weird ones, so when they estimated how many people they had to deal with, they originally believed that Brotherly could take care of about 800 people. This has already taken into account the situation where Brother Li's inner universe explodes and the opponent lets down his guard. Including them, the reasonable number of people to respond should be around 1,000. If everyone works hard, the maximum number of people will be 1,200. This was the most enemies they could deal with after considering all the scenarios. Ermao's face also turned ugly. What should we do now? After seeing Brother Li's ability to fight 1 against 1,000, I thought I could survive the 3-day trip to the planet, but now it seems like I'm going to die again. The other party is still waiting for the follow-up personnel to arrive, and is not rushing towards us directly. Urgu looked at Chun-Li's back, hesitated for a while, and finally said, "So we have time, or we should retreat first." He tried to remind Brother Li as tactfully as possible that the other side had too many people and they couldn't defeat them. Donkey Egg and others also stood behind Chun-Li with grim expressions, waiting for Chun-Li's reply. It was obvious that the plan had failed this time. It is true that people from the other side came, but there were too many of them. Chun-Li stood there, looking up at the starry sky, without answering. The sky is full of stars, surrounding a crescent moon, flashing alluring light. After a while, just when Urgu and others were getting a little anxious, Chun-Li finally spoke. "It's beautiful, isn't it? The sky is filled with stars, densely hanging in the sky, forming a sea of stars, which has a fatal temptation that makes people want to abandon everything and rush into the sea of stars. It's a pity that I only saw this scene when I was a child, and I haven't seen it again since I grew up. Do you know why?" After Urgu and the others looked at each other, Urgu stepped forward and said in a slightly anxious tone, "Is it because the environment has deteriorated since we grew up that we can no longer see the starry sky?" Although I don't know why Brotherly still has the leisure to enjoy the scenery at such a dangerous moment. But he knew one thing clearly. That is, Brotherly didn't like to spoil the fun. Wrong. Chun-Li put his hands behind his back, shook his head, and chuckled. It's because people become more complicated when they grow up, and they no longer have the mood to look up and admire the starry sky. Like right now. All of you were thinking about the thousands of people coming, and not one of you looked up to appreciate this beautiful scene. Urgu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and he held his forehead, not knowing what to say. The plan was proposed by Brotherly. People are coming now. But Brotherly started to say, "Why don't you look up and see the scenery?" This made Urgu and others a little confused about what to say. Brotherly. Urgu glared at everyone who was pretending to be dumb, took a deep breath, and then gritted his teeth and spoke in the softest voice possible. "About 2,000 people have come, and more are on their way. This is far beyond our estimated limits." Chapter 186. It turns out that fireworks represent more than just smiles. Estimated limit? Chun-Li shook his head and chuckled. "That's your estimated limit, not mine." He looked at the red dot formed by thousands of torches gathered together not far away. The red dot kept changing its position as the crowd moved, and his eyes couldn't help but wander. Thousands of sparks on the ground and countless stars in the sky reflect each other and look beautiful. After a moment of silence with a complicated look in his eyes, Chunli suddenly spoke softly. Tell me a story. Hearing this, Ergu sat cross-legged on the ground with an expressionless face and waved to everyone, indicating that they should sit down and listen to the story. As soon as Brotherly said this, there is no need to consider any suggestions for retreat. Just be at ease and prepare yourself to face the enemy. Even if I have to die, I'd rather die later. But if you interrupt Li Gu when he is telling a story, then... Chunli raised his head and gazed at the starry sky again. After a pause, he spoke slowly. When I was little, I was poor and had no money to buy fireworks. I can't even afford the cheapest firecrackers. But during the Chinese New Year, all the kids are playing with fireworks, and the whole village is filled with the sound of firecrackers exploding. I was jealous. Thinking of the past, Chunli suddenly laughed, so I thought of a way. Go pick up firecrackers. Pick up the unexploded ones from among the firecrackers that others have set off and play with them. Amid the scattered explosions, I found the atmosphere of the Chinese New Year and the long-lost happiness. Ergu and the others looked expressionlessly at the torches gathered in the distance, which were now slowly moving towards them, the Red Moon shelter. Just die? At least before I die, I can still listen to a story and reminisce about the beauty of my childhood with Brotherly. But this happiness didn't last long before it was interrupted. Once I was lucky enough to find a small piece of firecrackers at the door of a house. Thinking of the stories from his childhood, Chunli couldn't help but close his eyes, open his arms to embrace the sky, and a happy smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It was a really lucky day. You know, the firecrackers I picked up before were all one by one. And that time, I actually found a small strip of firecrackers made up of more than a dozen firecrackers. I can still remember how excited I was at that time, as if I had found a treasure. I noticed when the family was setting off firecrackers that a small string of unlit firecrackers was blown into the toilet outside his house. But I didn't go there right away. I waited until everyone in that family had returned home before I ran to the toilet outside their house. Chunli shrugged. After all, children often have strong self-esteem. Picking up things seemed very shameful to me at the time. Brotherly must have had a lot of fun playing with that little firecracker. Ergu looked away and ignored the thousands of fire points that were slowly approaching. He forced a smile and said, After all, when you grow up, you don't have that kind of fun anymore. Chunli did not speak immediately. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head and said softly, I'm not happy. At that time, I was reluctant to light up the small strip of firecrackers all at once, so I took it apart and put it in my pocket one by one. I thought I could play for a long time like this. But just as I finished all this, the closed door of that house suddenly opened, and several adults and children came out again with more fireworks in their hands. Chunli paused for a moment before continuing softly. Everyone's eyes were on me. Focus on a 10-year-old boy who sneaked into someone else's house to use the toilet. Focus on a little boy who sneaks into someone else's house toilet and steals fireworks. I just remember that I hemmed and hawed to explain for a long time, but the adults in that family didn't listen at all and took me home, severely criticizing me for stealing in front of my parents. I can't quite remember what I cursed at him. I only remember that my father bowed and apologized that day, and immediately went to the village store to buy a bundle of 3,000 firecrackers to apologize. And the children of that family were making faces and spitting at me, singing adapted nursery rhymes. Chunli paused for a moment and hummed slightly in a strange tone. You are a thief who steals people. You have no asshole after giving birth to a child. They wronged you, Brotherly. Ergu said angrily, sympathetically, you just picked up a small piece of firecrackers that they didn't want. I think it was New Year's Day that year. Chunli ignored Ergu and continued. That afternoon, I was stripped naked, my legs were tied with ropes, and I was hung upside down on the second floor of the house with my head facing the ground. My mother was on the first floor at the time, whipping me with my father's belt like a top. With a ferocious look on his face, he kept asking, Why do you steal things? Why do you steal things? I raised you to this age, but in the end I raised a beast that only knows how to steal things. Let me think about what I said. Come to think of it, this is what I said at the time. Chunli suddenly grinned strangely, covered his head with his hands, and shook his head violently. I didn't steal. I didn't steal. I didn't steal them. I just picked up the firecrackers they didn't want. I really didn't steal it. Chunli's expression suddenly calmed down. He paused for a moment and spoke softly. But no one believed me. I desperately put my hands between my legs, trying to retain some dignity. I felt that the whole village was watching this little boy who was being scolded by his mother for stealing, but still refused to admit his mistake. I felt that the little girl who I had always liked was now gazing at me with disgust. Where's my mother? My mother took the firecrackers from my clothes and threw them at me, cursing. You are so stubborn even though the evidence is irrefutable. How could I raise a beast like you? It seemed like she wanted to announce to the whole village that she had strict upbringing. It also seemed like she wanted to tell the whole village that although she was poor, she had backbone. The theft was only done by her unfilial son himself. Anyway, my angry mother lit up all of my treasured firecrackers and threw them at me. He was still shouting, "You like setting off fireworks, right? I'll let you set off as many as you want." Chun-Li raised his head and looked at the starry sky, leaning on his cane with both hands, and his eyes slightly narrowed. There was a crackling sound of explosions on my back. After that, I suddenly realized one thing. Fireworks are not just beautiful. It's also deadly, dangerous, makes people bleed, and makes people feel painful. It turns out that fireworks represent more than just happiness, joy and joy. It also corresponds to tears, blood, and pain. Chapter 187. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are vulnerable. Urgu and the others remained silent, but held their weapons tighter. Originally, only thousands of fire points could be seen, but as time passed and the Redskins advanced, the outlines of torches could be seen. Just when everyone was preparing to stand up and fight the enemy, a leisurely voice came from behind. Then what? Urgu and others were stunned for a moment, and turned their heads stiffly to look at the source of the sound behind them. What happened next? Xiaohei supported his chin with a look of relish, waiting for the continuation of the story with great anticipation. Seeing the looks from everyone, he asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Urgu and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths wildly and didn't speak for a while. Su was also frightened by Xiaohei's actions and rushed over to cover Xiaohei's mouth. "I've seen people seeking death, but I've never seen anyone seeking death like this. Are you really here to listen to the story? How about I move another chair here for you and give you a bucket of popcorn?" Later, Chun-Li looked at the thousands of torches gradually approaching in front of him and chuckled. "Later, I saved up money for a long time and bought 20 firecrackers. It's the kind of fireworks that are very powerful, very loud, and fly up into the sky and explode twice. Finally, one day I got the chance. Several people from that family went to the toilet in the outhouse outside the house. After they were all inside, I locked the toilet with a steel nail." Chun-Li paused, opened his arms with an intoxicated look, and grinned. "Then I lit all 20 firecrackers and threw them into the toilet through the open roof. Amid the crackling explosions and screams, I felt the joy of setting off fireworks. I finally got to enjoy the smiles, joy and happiness of setting off fireworks." Urgu and others were stunned for a moment. 20 firecrackers exploded in a semi-enclosed space. This will kill people, right? However, at this moment, a shout filled with anger was heard. "Finally found you." During the time when Chun-Li was telling the story, the group of red-skinned people had all gathered together and walked to the door of the Red Moon shelter. Chun-Li and others stood on the earth wall of the Red Moon shelter. The group of red-skinned people who came with hatred had now all blocked the door of the Red Moon shelter. They were as densely packed as an ant colony, and the border was almost invisible. Urgu and the others looked down at the groups of red-skinned people below, their faces looking so ugly that tears might even drip from their eyes. There are more people than the ones we observed just now. It's so crowded that it's impossible to estimate how many there are at a glance. The only thing that can be confirmed is, it doesn't matter how many more people are added, they still have no chance of winning. You can think about your obsessions during life and your last words before you die. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chun-Li leaned on his cane with both hands, looked at the group of red-skinned people gathered at the door, and chuckled. "Yellow skin, are you the damn alien invaders who threw cans of blood at the entrances of our many shelters, forcing us to leave the shelters overnight?" An old man who looked very authoritative walked forward surrounded by the crowd, with a white beard, and slammed his cane on the ground in a dignified manner. "You didn't even let the children go. Do you invaders know what conscience is? Aggressor. Don't say it so harshly." Chun-Li held his cane with both hands, and smiled lightly without showing any pressure. "Where are all the strong men in your shelter? Don't you have any idea? Or do you think the strong men from your shelter will let the children go if they go to our planet? This kind of hypocrisy is really a bit unpleasant." The old man snorted coldly, and looked at the people standing on the earth wall with cloudy eyes. "If there are only a few of you, I'm curious about where you got the courage to lure us here. Maybe he just lived too long." Chun-Li shrugged. "Since so many people have come, what are you waiting for? Just come and kill them." The old man's eyes seemed to be able to see through things. He stared through the open door at the interior of the Red Moon shelter, which had been bombed into ruins, fearing that invaders several or even dozens of times their number would rush out in the next second. He has experienced more things in his life than some young people have eaten rice and conspiracies and tricks have been deeply rooted in his bones. Therefore, he simply didn't believe that just a few of them could have dared to lure nearly 4,000 people here. There must be an ambush. The only uncertainty now is what the ambush is. Originally, when nearly 4,000 of them gathered together, he was still very confident. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a little unconfident. Because this young man was too calm and too relaxed, it was as if these nearly 4,000 people were like 4,000 ants in his eyes. Although there are many, but one step can kill it. No pressure at all. Young people. The old man was silent for a while, then said faintly, "Perhaps you are preparing some trick now. Or maybe they are preparing an ambush. But I have lived for more than half of my life, and I have seen more conspiracies and intrigues than you have seen women. Teach you a lesson. No matter how powerful the plan is, it pales in the face of absolute power." The old man took a deep breath, slammed his cane to the ground, and yelled, "It's not worth a single blow." At the same time, nearly 4,000 red-skinned men behind him slammed their weapons to the ground and roared at the same time as the old man roared. Unbreakable. The vibration caused by thousands of people smashing their weapons into the ground at the same time was like a small earthquake. Thousands of people roared at the same time, and the sound rushed towards the people on the earth wall like a roaring wave. It's really spectacular. Chun-Li tilted his head to pick his ears, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at everything in front of him with an indifferent expression. "Brotherly, I have no other request." Mao, who had been silent all this time, held the weapon tightly in his hand and said in a deep voice, "If you, brotherly, are not dead, can you kill a beautiful woman in front of my grave and let her come down to be my wife? Bury me and Hongyang together." Su said concisely, "Bury my doctor with me. After I die, I want to open a hospital and become its dean." The dean walked forward and patted the back of his hand expressionlessly. "Like Mao, I also want a wife." After hesitating for a while, Ludin said in a deep voice, "If possible, take my body back to the shelter, place it in that clinic, and then seal the clinic completely." Fire burned in Urgu's eyes, and he kept wiping his scalpel with his clothes. "You know, brotherly, that clinic is more important than my life. Chop off a piece of bone from my body and make it into a necklace to wear." Xiao Chan, who had run out of the armored vehicle at some point, was carrying a hammer that was twice as big as her body and stared straight at Chun-Li. Chapter 188. I hope you will like this fireworks show. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li turned around and looked at the people behind him whose faces were filled with grief and anger, then shook his head and chuckled. "Why do you look like you are leaving your last words?" Urgu had no expression on his face. Only a faint flame could be seen in the depths of his eyes. "We just don't want to have unfinished obsessions after we die." The old man not far away stared at the people on the earth wall. He was silent for a while, and then a sharp voice burst out from between his teeth. "Prepare for battle. No matter what kind of ambush the other party has prepared." There were nearly 4,000 of them. Even if there is an extremely powerful trap, there is a high tolerance rate. Just place the people in your own shelter at the back. Ready to fight. Chun-Li shook his head and grinned. Next second, a Gatling gun with 10 slowly rotating barrels suddenly appeared in Chun-Li's hand. Each barrel was as thick as an adult man's forearm. A tempting and deadly crisis is brewing in the dark and deep gun hole. No, this is not a fight. This is just the fireworks show I've been looking forward to for a long time. This fireworks show tells everyone that fireworks are really beautiful. Besides, actually, there is one thing you just said that I particularly agree with. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are as useless as a clay chicken and a clay dog, so vulnerable. Chun-Li's eyes were filled with excitement, and his mouth was grinning with excitement. The barrel of the Gatling gun in his hand was spinning faster and faster, pointing directly at the black mass of red-skinned men who were lined up not far away and ready to charge. The group of people in red had just finished lining up according to their respective professions. Melee professionals go forward, range professionals follow behind, and hidden professionals form guerrilla teams waiting for an opportunity to strike. Try to assign all the people in a shelter to one team, so that they can work together better. A large group of people were crowding below and kept changing their positions according to the old man's orders. I have to say that the old man's meals over the years were not eaten in vain. Even though there seemed to be a huge gap in strength, they still fought like a lion against a rabbit with all their might, lined up seriously and charged cautiously. Unfortunately, Chun-Li did not intend to give this group of people too much time to prepare. He raised his head and looked at the horizon, then chuckled. "Audience, I hope you will like this fireworks show." Next second, the 10 gun barrels that had been rotating at high speed suddenly burst into a light that was difficult to look at directly. One after another, ferocious rocket launchers shot out from the gun barrels, rushing to shoot at the people who were still lining up not far away at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Boom! The first explosion has not yet completely ended. Then the second, third, fourth, and even countless explosions sounded one after another at an uncatchable speed in everyone's ears. In an instant, the starry sky seemed particularly dimmed by the fireworks. Brilliant fireworks accompanied by screams forced the already dark night sky into daylight. People within a radius of several kilometers could see that the night sky, which should have been pitch black, had suddenly turned into daytime. Chun-Li grinned wildly and recklessly, laughing so hard that the corners of his mouth even showed signs of being torn. He held the Gatling gun and threw firecrackers at the heads of people like he did in his childhood, enjoying the smile, joy and happiness that the fireworks brought him. With a ferocious look on his face, he held a Gatling gun and fired wildly at the crowd. Every time a rocket explodes in the crowd, it causes a sky full of broken bodies mixed with blood to fly wildly in the air. Hearing the screams coming from below, the blood flying all over the sky dyed Chun-Li's eyes red. Chun-Li laughed crazily and became even more unscrupulous. That's the feeling. It's like having fireworks explode on your body, feeling the pain brought by the fireworks, and feeling the blood caused by the fireworks raging through your body. Finally, he became the one who set off the fireworks. It turns out that fireworks can really bring a smile to people's faces and fill them with joy from the bottom of their hearts. Countless rockets hit the Redskins not far away at an elusive speed, even faster than raindrops. Countless screams, cries of fear, and anger were heard, accompanied by pieces of broken body and blood splattered everywhere. The land in front of the Red Moon shelter looks like hell, not like the human world. The already scarlet wasteland looked even more blood red after being irrigated with blood. The old man curled his arms tightly together, looking at the sky full of rockets hitting them like hail with horror. This is not a human being. This is not a human being. The old man muttered with a dazed look in his eyes. This is not a power that humans can possess. This is a punishment from heaven. This is the power of God. The old man smiled bitterly as he looked at his lower body, which had been blown to the side. He knew there must be an ambush ahead, but he thought that with absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks would be useless. But what I didn't expect was, they clearly had nearly 4,000 people, but it was that young man who possessed absolute strength. Nearly 4,000 people didn't even get to launch a single attack as their vision was blocked by the artillery fire and they were defeated in the first encounter. The old man looked with cloudy eyes at a young man not far away who was trying his best to dodge the rocket. If I had known earlier, I would not have brought my grandson out. I wanted to take this opportunity to pass on the prestige I have accumulated throughout my life to my grandson. Unexpectedly, it led him to hell. Well, everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps death is the fate of his grandson. Next second, before the old man could react, a rocket continued to expand in his pupils until even the remaining upper body was blown into pieces. Charge, follow me. A man with a bloody face and a broken left arm wiped the blood off his face with a knife in his right hand and shouted angrily. Charge forward. There are 4,000 of us. As long as we rush over, we can kill this damn invader. However, before the man with the knife could run a few steps, a rocket came straight towards his head. It seems impossible to avoid. The man took a deep breath, raised the knife high in his right hand, and roared ferociously, "Golden slash." Then, the entire knife turned golden and became dazzlingly sharp. The man raised the golden knife in his hand, touched the ground with his right toe, and turned his body sharply. Under the action of centrifugal force, the man used inertia to smash the knife into the rocket that was shooting towards his head, in order to change the direction of the rocket. However, when the tip of his knife hit the rocket was hardly deflected by him at all. The next second, the rocket broke through the man's defense with unstoppable momentum and hit the man. Chapter 189. No blood, only breathtaking feeling. As the explosion sounded, the man whose left arm was blown off was hit by a rocket hole. Without any warning, his whole body was blown into pieces, flying wildly in the air mixed with blood. Like lit fireworks, colorful lights exploded in the air. Along with the smoke of gunpowder, it brings the world a beauty that is hard to take your eyes off. Run, run! A man with both legs blown off was crawling on the ground with his arms, with a ferocious look on his face. 2 deep, bloody trails were left behind him, and his arms were bleeding from being rubbed on the ground, but the man seemed to feel nothing. The shrapnel pierced his stomach, leaving a horrific wound with his internal organs visible. The man coughed twice. The broken internal organs and blood poured into his mouth, and the man spat them out casually, ignoring his own injuries. He waved desperately at the mother and son in front of him and shouted loudly, "Run away, leave me alone. This is my only child. Please protect him well." Seeing the woman with tears in her eyes who was trying to help him, the man was furious. With a face full of anger, he used all his strength to push the woman away and yelled, "Run, stay alive, and escape from this place. Go find a man to live with, but this kid must take my surname." The woman stared at the dying man on the ground with red eyes. She paused for a moment, then gritted her teeth, hugged her son in her arms without saying a word, turned around, and ran away. The man looked at the mother and son who had escaped from here, and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Next second, a rocket accurately hit the mother and son who had already escaped. The mother and son, who were alive and kicking just now, were now torn into pieces and thrown into the air like rag dolls. He looked at the body parts of his wife and son flying in the air not far away. The man was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes turned red in an instant, and he hysterically used all his strength to pick up a weapon from the ground and held it tightly in his hand. With a ferocious expression, he used his arms to frantically climb towards the Red Moon shelter. However, another rocket accurately hit the man who was crawling with difficulty to seek revenge. "That's good now. You don't have to worry about whether to elope with me." A tall and handsome man was holding a woman, standing in the middle of the battlefield. He glanced at his compatriots who were being blown to pieces by artillery fire and suddenly laughed. "We can be together forever, sleeping here and protecting each other. Father is dead." The woman held in the man's arms stared at a head among the broken bodies on the ground with a dazed look in her eyes. "Father was killed in the explosion." "Yes, my father-in-law is dead." The man shrugged his shoulders. "The father-in-law who never let you and I be together is finally dead. Now finally no one will stop us from being together. You don't have to make a painful choice between my father and me. But we are going to die soon." The woman looked up at her lover with horror, hoping that her lover could find a way to keep them alive. "How can you say that? Death is just a ticket to a new world." The man gently hugged the woman's waist, pushed aside the temples by her ears, and whispered softly in her ear, "Maybe when we wake up again, someone will tell us we're welcome out of prison. Not to mention," the man suddenly chuckled, "it has been my lifelong dream to die with you." At this time, a rocket as ferocious as a dragon shot straight towards the two people who were hugging each other tightly. The man had no intention of avoiding it. His thoughts drifted away slightly. Thinking about everything he had experienced before, he chuckled. "Death is not scary. What is scary is that you are alive, but your life is worse than death." The man then hugged the woman tightly from behind with his hands, controlling her body, which was trembling with fear. The man took a deep breath and stared directly at the rocket that was about to hit them. He kissed the woman's hair, then smiled happily with his 8 teeth showing, and raised his right hand to make a scissors hand gesture. If there were still frame photos of death. So let's use this moment to take a wedding photo for them. The man's happy smile and the scissor hand in his right hand, and the woman's face distorted by fear and her trembling and incontinent body. It forms a strong and sharp contrast. Next second, an explosion sounded. The bloody remains of the man and woman were blown into the sky, then mixed together and slowly fell to the ground, seeping into the wasteland, blending with each other, never separated. Like fireworks, short-lived but captivating. The battle line formed by thousands of people was strafed by Chun-Li. No one could escape the fate of being shot, and no one could escape from this battle circle. When Chun-Li was firing, he paid special attention to the escape routes of these people. All those who wanted to escape were hit by even more rockets than others. Countless people who had managed to survive were anxiously waiting for the artillery fire to stop so that they could escape. However, under the expectant eyes of countless people before their death, the gun barrel that had been running at high speed showed no signs of stopping. It's like this deadly weapon from the devil, never tired and never stopping. The scalpel that Ergu had been holding tightly in his hand slowly loosened as Chun-Li started shooting crazily. The legs that had been bent with tense muscles should now slowly relax and stand up straight. His expression changed from grief, anger, and despair at first, to disbelief, and finally to weirdness. Ergu looked strangely at the red-skinned people under the wall who were in disarray and could even be said to be slaughtered. For a moment, I was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't know what to say. Nearly 4,000 people. These are not 4,000 ants. Even if there were 4,000 ants, most people would have to retreat and avoid them when they saw them. Under Li Ji's crazy shooting. At this moment, he was like a pig being slaughtered in a slaughterhouse, waiting to die. You know, even if there are 4,000 pigs in the slaughterhouse, it will take a lot of effort to slaughter them all. The 4,000 people before him were not even as good as pigs. They fell down one by one like wheat being harvested. Countless exploding rockets, accompanied by corpses and blood rain in the sky, corresponded to the stars far away in the sky under the moonlight. There is no blood, just breathtaking beauty. It's so beautiful. Urgu was admiring the grand scene in front of him with an intoxicated look. Now he finally understood what brotherly meant by "it's so beautiful." It turns out to be really beautiful. This fireworks display is really beautiful. Xiaochan stared at Chun-Li's tall back with stars in her eyes, her legs tightly clamped together, and her body couldn't help but twitch and spasm. Feeling the heat coming from the base of her thighs, Xiaochan couldn't help but let out a moan through her clenched teeth. The scene before her made her tremble with excitement. What a romantic and beautiful picture. Chapter 190. It's embarrassing that you still like to set off fireworks at this age. Watching rockets explode in front of my eyes. A large area of land in front of me seemed to be baptized by fireworks, with sparks blooming all over the sky. The bodies of each red-skinned man are like flammable and explosive materials that will explode at the slightest touch. Chun-Li closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the sweetness of the blood mixed with gunpowder in the air, and his eyebrows twitched unconsciously. Minced meat mixed with dust flowed towards the crowd under the caress of the night breeze. He looked up at the starry sky and couldn't help but say intoxicatedly, "It's so beautiful." It's true that no matter how old a man is, he is always like a child. You're already this old, but you still like to set off fireworks. If you tell others about it, they will easily laugh at you. Next second, the barrel of the Gatling gun, which had been spinning continuously at high speed, finally came to a stop. The sound of bombing that echoed throughout the world also stopped. The rockets that had been bombarding the land were nowhere to be seen. Like fireworks, they are beautiful but ephemeral. However, no redskin was glad that the devil's weapon had finally stopped working. Just before the gun barrel stopped working, the last rocket blew a broken red-skinned man on the field into pieces that scattered between the sky and the earth. There was no one alive on the field. To be precise, there was no intact body left on the field. There was not a single body in sight. All that could be seen was a pool of blood gathered like a lake and body parts scattered all over the ground. It looks like a microcosm of the meat grinder between heaven and earth. Chun-Li took a deep breath, put the Gatling gun back into the storage space, put his hands behind his back, and couldn't help but chuckle. Then the laughter grew louder, until Chun-Li opened his arms to embrace the heaven and earth, laughing wildly with his mouth stretched to his ears. Chun-Li's laughter resounded throughout the world. Everyone buried this laughter deep in their minds. Xiaochan looked at Chun-Li, who was venting his emotions with laughter, her eyes full of admiration like little stars, and there was a trace of heartache hidden deep in the corners of her eyes. Resist the urge to go forward and hug Chun-Li. Xiaochan held the sledgehammer in her hand and stood silently behind Chun-Li, staring at him. "Call." Chun-Li breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, opened his arms and faced everyone, and laughed. How was the fireworks show? Was it exciting? Breathtaking? Urgu was the first to give the answer in a deep voice. He was truly amazed by the fireworks show. The flying blood in the sky looked particularly beautiful under the embellishment of the stars, as deadly and tempting as Margaret's tears. It's more than exciting. It makes me want to go back and find a wife and have a child. The depths of Ermao's eyes were filled with the lingering fear of having survived by chance. Everyone thought he was going to die this time, but unexpectedly he survived. After I go back this time, I must leave myself a seed as soon as possible, otherwise this kind of thing will happen again. If I get scared a few more times, there will be no way to save the seeds. I can only say that I regret not having a video camera. Su shook his head and sighed. It was beautiful, but also as fleeting as fireworks. It looks good, but I find it hard to eat these days. Donkey Egg scratched his head and smiled. Not bad. Xiaohei supported his chin with one hand, thought seriously for a while, then looked up at Chun-Li. It's just that there's still something missing. For example, the main themes of this fireworks display are the white of guns and the red of blood, with a touch of starlight. It's beautiful, but it always feels a bit monotonous. If we can search for some special items at the supply point, the rocket launcher will have more colors when it explodes. Like yellow, green, blue, purple, cyan, pink, etc. Xiaohei raised his head and stared at Chun-Li expectantly. In this case, the fireworks will definitely be more beautiful with the addition of blood. Everyone who sees it will absolutely be fascinated by it. No exceptions. Urgu looked at Xiaohei's decisive speech and couldn't help but open his mouth slowly, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Su. Is this your little brother? You are quite a ruthless kid. Go back and check whether this little brother of yours has any grudge against you. Don't wait for brotherly to chop Xiaohei and chop you too. After taking a look at Xiao He, who was still unsatisfied, Ergo suddenly felt a chill in his body. He silently stepped back a little to avoid being splashed with Xiao He's blood. He considered himself to be Brother Li's most trusted confidant, but even he didn't dare to speak to Brother Li like that. Brother Li is now showing off his artwork to everyone with a proud look on his face. Then suddenly someone stands up and says that your approach is not good, and it would be better if it were this way. Most people would probably start cursing, while those with worse tempers might resort to violence. Li Ji's words. Ergu silently stepped back a little further. After being silent for a while, Su looked up at the starry sky, put his hands on his head, and whistled leisurely, as if he didn't know Xiao He at all. When Xiao He said something wrong for the first time and asked Brother Li to continue telling the story, he would rush over and cover Xiao He's mouth because he could only say that he was ignorant and could not distinguish the current situation, but his crime was not punishable by death. As for this time, this is a blatant slap in Li Ji's face. Moreover, when Brother Li was in high spirits and full of pride, he jumped out and slapped Brother Li in the face. This could be fatal. If he rushed over at this time, who knows if Brother Li would mistake him and Xiao He for fireworks. Mao looked speechlessly at Su, who seemed to be indifferent to the matter and looked superior, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Didn't you say a few days ago that Xiao He is your best brother? Then he silently took a few steps back. Donkey Egg smiled foolishly and scratched his head, then silently took a few steps back to keep a distance from Xiao He to avoid being accidentally injured. Chun-Li frowned slightly and was silent for a while. It was not as Ergu and others thought, that they pulled out the Gatling gun to give Xiao He a fireworks solo. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Good suggestion, we can do it this way next time." Ergu pretended to glance at Li Ji's profile casually, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised in his heart. When did Li Gu become so kind? Go down first. Chun-Li looked around, raised his arm and yawned, and said casually, "It's time to rest. There are still important things to do tomorrow." Ergo, who was following behind Brother Li with a shrug, suddenly stopped in his tracks and said with a strange look on his face, "Brother Li, in the global invasion rankings, Koizumi Kotaro has dropped from first place to third." Chun-Li frowned. Who is the second one? Shun Wanyu. Shun Wanyu. Chun-Li thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, "A woman?" "Yes." Ergu couldn't help but sighed. "I know this woman. She has achieved the only global achievement in the entire server. She is the first player in the world to open Pandora's box 10 times in a row, and the results were all good luck." Donkey Egg put his arm around Ergo's shoulders and asked curiously, "Who is number 1 now?" Chapter 191, Global Aggression Ranking, number 1. It should be Brother Li. After all, there are nearly 4,000 people. Mao also came forward and put his arm around Ergu's shoulders, squint his eyes and say, "Let's see who's number 1. Ergu paused in silence for a while, then looked at the two people beside him with an expressionless face. "You can't see the rankings yourself, can you? Do you want me to call you two brothers from now on? Brother Donkey Egg, Brother Mao?" Donkey's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hugged Ergu's shoulders tighter with excitement. "Ergu, brother." Ergu paused for a moment, silently slid the scalpel out of his sleeve and held it in the air. Cough. Mao smiled awkwardly, loosened his arm around Ergu's shoulders, patted Ergu's shoulders gently, and said awkwardly, "What are you talking about?" The next second, Mao suddenly said excitedly, "Brother Li, you are now number 1 in the world." "Yeah, it's pretty much what I expected." Donkey Egg nodded as if it was a matter of fact. Chun-Li waved his hand casually. "The leaderboard shows how many invasion points I have now. Brother Li, you can see it yourself." Before Donkey Egg could finish his words, a scalpel was hit in his throat, stopping him from saying anything else. "You are a real tiger." Ergo looked at Donkey Egg speechlessly. Then he said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, you are now at 12,300 invasion points. More than 10,000. Chun-Li stopped and turned to look at Ergo with a little surprise and said, "How can it be so much?" According to his estimation, there should be only a few thousand invasion points. You know, today, Kotaro Koizumi, who is ranked first in the world during the day, only has a few hundred points. Ergo's mouth twitched, and he pretended not to hear Chun-Li's surprised tone and explained, "Brother Li just killed nearly 4,000 people. Even if there are only 800 2-star professionals, each 2-star professional will gain 10 aggression points. It's already 8,000 invasion points. Adding the invasion points brought by other 1-star professionals, 12,300 invasion points is normal." Ergu really didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings at this moment. Brother Li killed all the people and was still surprised after he was done. He had to explain to Brother Li how many people he had killed. "What the fuck is this?" "That's true." Chun-Li nodded in sudden realization, then frowned slightly. Don't use the word murder. What do you mean I killed more than 4,000 people? If outsiders hear me, they will think I am some kind of demon who kills people without blinking an eye. Ergu remained expressionless, selectively blocking out certain words and replied, yes. By the way, how many invasion points does the second place Shenwan you have? Chun-Li said casually as he walked towards the armored vehicle again. Ergu calmed down and looked at the ranking list. Shenwan Yu only has 563 invasion points now. Is there such a big difference? Chun-Li turned around again and looked at Ergu in surprise. Ergu met Chun-Li's surprised expression with an expressionless face, and for a moment he felt a little speechless and didn't know what to say. You want me to explain again? Don't you really have any idea in your mind? There are a total of 4,000 people. Who would be crazy enough to kill 4,000 people? Even if someone really has this idea, how many people have the ability to do it? There are 4,000 professionals, among which there are nearly 1,000 two-star professionals. They really think they are 4,000 ants, ready to be stepped on to death. You kill people yourself, and after you feel good about it, you still want me to explain to you why you killed so many people. How about I go to the King of Hell and get back the Book of Life and Death, compile the statistics, and make an Excel spreadsheet to give you a clear report? After Ergu complained silently in his heart, he raised his hands and rubbed his face hard, and said in a slightly tired voice, Brotherly, the reason why your aggression point is so high is because you killed nearly 4,000 people, and they are here to seek revenge on you. They have brought almost all the two-star professionals they can, so the invasion point is so high. In fact, the second place's 563 aggression points are not low either. If they are all counted as one-star professionals, 563 invasion points means that they have killed 563 people. To kill 563 people in 2 days is already a life and death struggle. The reason why there is such a big gap is not because the second place is too weak, nor is it because there is a bug in the ranking list. It's because you are too strong, Brotherly. Ergu breathed a sigh of relief, and before Li Gu could reply, he quickly added, Brotherly, you must be exhausted now, and it's getting late. How about we take a rest first and talk about it tomorrow? He was afraid that Brotherly would ask why he was so strong. Chun-Li waved his hand casually, then jumped up and lay down on the roof of the armored vehicle. Seeing this, Ergu let out a long sigh and pounded his chest. Why did he always feel a little uncomfortable in his heart? Ergu, how many invasion points do you have now? Donkey Egg came forward and asked curiously. Not as much as you, only 43 points. Ergu glanced at Donkey Egg who was approaching him and said impatiently, That's for sure. Donkey Egg raised his head and said proudly, My Thunder God Slash killed nearly 100 people, and it only cost more than 140 invasion points, not much. Ergu. Donkey Egg patted Ergu's shoulder seriously, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and said sincerely, As someone who follows Brotherly, even if you don't say you get second or third place in kills, you should at least be on the list, otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing for Brotherly. What do you think, Ermao? Seeing the war burning towards him, Ermao's mouth twitched, and he didn't respond. He now only has single-digit aggression points, and he has had no chance to attack in the past few days. The most important thing is that even if he had the chance to attack, he wouldn't be able to win. He doesn't have the ability to deal group AoE damage like Ergu. It doesn't have the strongest single-hit ability like the Donkey Egg. Ermao didn't answer, turned around and walked towards the armored vehicle, while scratching his head and thinking, what does he have? Rest assured. Ergu glanced at Donkey Egg and chuckled. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll take the second place. What? Donkey Egg suddenly laughed. I remember that your group skill has a mandatory requirement that the patient must stay where he is and wait for you to finish casting the spell before the skill can take effect. Where are you going to find a bunch of redskins who won't move? Could it be possible to drug me? Donkey Egg shook his hair and laughed jokingly. Next second, Donkey Egg's body suddenly stiffened. Looking at the half-smile on Ergu's face, he stammered, You're not really planning to drug me, are you? Those redskins aren't going to drink the coke you hand them over like those squirrels are. And wouldn't that be unbecoming of an invader? Chapter 192. It's just outrageous. It started from the moment Chun-Li topped the global invasion rankings. All the people on the blue planet fell into hysteria that night. Fuck, this global online game actually has bugs. In just a short while, I gained more than 10,000 invasion points. This is a lie. A sturdy man hiding in a dark corner, waiting for a lone red-skinned man to pass by, couldn't help but punch the ground and said indignantly, That's more than 10,000 invasion points. How many people do I have to kill to get this many invasion points? Even if I were to kill pigs, I wouldn't be able to do it this fast. If this game has a reporting function, I will definitely report this guy named Chun-Li. Hanging on the wall has no parents. However, the next second, the sturdy man's movement attracted the attention of a patrol team of red-skinned men nearby. The sturdy man cursed inwardly and retreated angrily from his hiding place, looking for the next ambush point. Sister Warner, you are so amazing. You surpassed that guy called Kotaro in no time and became the world's #1. A girl chattered while holding Shin Wanyu's arm, jumping around excitedly. Then she frowned slightly and waved her fist in the air. I hate that person's name. It sounds like Grey Wolf. Neither of them is a good person. You. Shun Wanyu lifted the sideburns beside her ears and poked the tip of the girl's nose with her finger. Xiaoyu, you are rude. You can't compare this kind of person with Big Bad Wolf. I like Big Bad Wolf very much. Look how much Grey Wolf loves his wife. Even though he always fails in catching sheep, he still goes out to catch sheep every day. This kind of dedicated, motivated man who is not afraid of failure is the best destination for our daughter. But. Xiaoyu pouted her lips in grievance and stamped her feet slightly. Big Grey Wolf wants to eat pleasant goat. Survival of the fittest, this is normal. From Grey Wolf's perspective, he did nothing wrong. And Shin Wanyu paused for a moment and scanned the dark wasteland around her. Sister also killed a lot of red-skinned people just now. Then in Yuer's eyes, isn't my sister as annoying as Grey Wolf? Xiaoyu stamped her feet anxiously and explained hastily. This is different. Sister killed them because they wanted to kill us first, and they are not our kind, but people from another planet. Yes. Shin Wanyu turned around and took out a carpet from the storage space and spread it on the ground. Everyone has his or her own standpoint, and everyone is right in his or her own standpoint. So don't judge others good or evil casually in the future. From a certain perspective, there are no real evil people in this world, only good people. Xiaoyu pouted and said angrily. Anyway, I know Sister Warner must be a good person. Shin Wanyu chuckled and shook her head without saying anything. She lay on the carpet with her eyes slightly squinted. Sister Warner. Xiaoyu suddenly shouted in disbelief. What's wrong? Shin Wanyu frowned slightly and scolded softly. Keep your voice down, don't attract the weirdo. Your #1 position in the global invasion point ranking has been taken away by someone else. Rob, Shin Wanyu repeated with a slightly shocked expression. When she checked the invasion point ranking just now, she was still more than 100 invasion points higher than the second place, Koizumi Kotaro. She didn't expect that she would explode not long after. It seems that Kotaro Koizumi is really brave enough to go out and snipe the red-skinned men late at night. Shin Wanyu shook her head and said indifferently, It doesn't matter, let him stay for a while. Let's go to sleep and rest first, and then we can take it back when the sun rises. If I could crush him the first time, I can crush him the second time. Sister Warner. Xiaoyu looked dazed. She pointed her finger at the virtual panel in front of her and whispered, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. It may be impossible to regain the first place this time. Huh. Shin Wanyu looked at Xiaoyu, who had a dazed expression, and with confusion, she calmed down and checked the global invasion point rankings. She just wanted to know how aggressive Koizumi Kotaro was that made Xiaoyu have no confidence in her at all. Could it be possible that in just a short while, Koizumi Kotaro could reach 1,000? As Shin Wanyu calmed down and looked at the ranking of global invasion points. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Shin Wanyu murmured these words unconsciously again. After a moment, the two of them looked at each other dully, feeling that their worldview had collapsed, their eyes dull and their light gone. Is it more than 10,000 invasion points? It seems so. Did this person kill a man who was playing sports? Damn it. A man wearing wooden clogs, a samurai sword, and a samurai uniform, sitting against a tree trunk, cursed angrily. He had a hard time suppressing the anger of being surpassed and suppressed by a woman. I decided to find a shelter with more people tomorrow, even if it means risking my life, to get the first place back. As a warrior, he could not swallow the humiliation of being suppressed by a woman. However, just as he was trying to calm himself down and get ready to sleep, he suddenly realized that he had moved from second to third. A man suddenly appeared and stood in the first place, and he firmly stuck to the first position. If the difference is not too big, it may stimulate his enthusiasm and he may try his best to get the first place back tomorrow. However, the man named Chun-Li had exactly 12,300 invasion points. What kind of concept is this? Even if the man named Chun-Li stopped and didn't take any more actions, even if he was asked to kill people for 3 days and 3 nights without closing his eyes, he would not be able to reach this level. This means that he has no chance of getting the first place. Impossible. Koizumi Kotaro thrust the samurai sword into the branch he was sitting on staring fiercely at the stars through the leaves. There is something fishy going on. It's impossible for someone to gain 12,300 aggression points in such a short time. Unless… Koizumi Kotaro narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "What tricks did this man named Chun-Li use?" In that case, Koizumi Kotaro's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and he suddenly laughed. "As long as I find this man and kill him, I still have a chance to regain the top spot. If Chun-Li gained more than 10,000 invasion points in a short while, then he would definitely not dare to look for Chun-Li. Because this is a strong man whom he cannot afford to offend, he will definitely avoid him. But in just a short while, he got more than 10,000 invasion points, which means that Chun-Li definitely does not have this ability and just used some tricky method. If he can obtain this method, then he will be the biggest beneficiary of this global war." Next second, the tree trunk that Kotaro Koizumi stabbed with his samurai sword in anger suddenly broke. Chapter 193. So what if Alpha dies? Chun-Li lay on the roof of the car with his hands behind his head, looking at the starry sky and the smoke that lingered in the air and smelling the bloody smell in the air. I didn't fall asleep immediately, but was a little distracted. I don't know why, but I feel a little empty. This feeling of emptiness is a bit like the physical emptiness that comes after the final thrust in a physical fight and the muffled groan that sounds after that. It's a bit like sleeping until 7 in the afternoon, getting up and opening the curtains. The sky outside is gradually getting dark, and you are the only one inside the room, feeling the emptiness brought about by being out of tune with this bustling and noisy world. Chun-Li turned over and closed his eyes. "When we get back to Earth, we'll put that matter on the agenda as soon as possible." Then I started to take stock of the harvest. Before coming to Weiyang Planet, he brought 9 Gatling batteries. I used one to kill that group of weirdos. I used 2 pieces when setting off fireworks. I still have 6 Gatling battery blocks in my hand. Killing that group of monsters was actually a loss. I didn't get any points or invasion points. Just got the title of Peacemaker and 10 peace points. I don't know what this thing is used for. Maybe I will know later. The 2 batteries used for setting off fireworks didn't bring me any points at all. However, it did bring 12,300 invasion points. Before the game starts, the system announcement mentions that the world's #1 player will receive special equipment rewards. This is something to look forward to. After all, it is the world's #1 reward, so its value cannot be too low. Moreover, 12,300 invasion points can be used to exchange goods in special stores. Overall, the harvest was pretty good. Chun-Li immersed himself in his thoughts and looked at the 5 Gatling batteries lying in the storage space, muttering to himself, "But I still hope to gain more." The most important thing is that these 5 batteries always feel wasted if they are not used. He couldn't help but twitch his lips when he thought of the trifling start of this global war. He had clearly only activated a 3-star equipment war order, and the equipment description simply stated that it could start a war. I originally thought it would be a team battle or an individual battle. The result was a global war. With this kind of power, he somewhat underestimated the power behind this game. If the entire Earth were digitized, the power would be considerable. Then, through a vortex, 2 planets that are unknown how far apart they are can communicate with each other. This ability to control space is beyond imagination. He narrowed his eyes, thoughts slowly tumbling through his mind. If we can control space, then we can also control time. Chun-Li was silent for a while, then curled his lips and said, "Even if I go back, I will bring the Gatling gun with me." "Brotherly, good morning." Air Guppy walked up happily and greeted with a grin. Chun-Li ignored Ergu's greeting and stopped to look at Alpha. Why was there no weirdness last night? He waited all night yesterday. According to Alpha, there were nearly 4,000 body parts and blood at the entrance of the Red Moon shelter last night. Enough to cause large-scale weirdness. It might even trigger a strange zombie tide. After all, the body parts and blood of nearly 4,000 people was like pouring a ship's worth of blood into the Pacific Ocean. Enough for him to earn a few more peace points. After all, I only got 10 peace points after killing nearly 1,000 of them last time, which means this thing must be very rare. Scarcity makes things valuable. It should be that the zombies wandering around here were killed by Brother Lee last time. Alpha hesitated for a while and said, "There are no new weird zombies wandering around this area." He didn't show up at the wall last night. After all the shelters already knew that he was the traitor. If they saw him, everyone would definitely focus all their firepower on him. Then he would definitely die without a burial place. But as he hid in the armored vehicle last night, the flames from the explosions outside kept piercing his eyes. When everyone fell asleep, he sneaked into the Red Moon shelter and took a look at the scene outside. The body parts and blood of nearly 4,000 people were spread all over the scarlet wasteland like strawberry jam and cookie crumbs on a cake. Make the originally scarlet wasteland even more blood-red. He originally planned to come out and see if he could find someone he knew and collect the body, so that their previous acquaintance would be worthwhile. Result: there wasn't a single intact body. It's impossible to tell who is who. Finally, he stared at the strawberry jam and biscuit crumbs spread on the wasteland for a while, then turned back. I don't know how the members of my team are doing now. No more nearby? Chun-Li felt his cheeks a little numb from sleep, so he poked his cheek with his tongue and said casually, "Yes." Alpha hesitated for a while before whispering, "I wanted to remind Brotherly last night that there might be a large number of weird attacks last night. But I saw Brotherly went to rest on the roof of the armored vehicle as soon as he got off the car, so I didn't say it again." And Alpha didn't say the rest of the words, but everyone present knew what Alpha meant. And there is no need. Ever since I saw Brotherly sending 4,000 red-skinned people into the sky to set off fireworks, no one thought that weirdness would stop Brotherly. In other words, even if a large number of monsters really came, Brotherly would slaughter them all. What they are thinking about now is whether they should let Brotherly rule the world and be an emperor for fun. Those who refuse to obey will be dragged into the desert to set off fireworks, which is like watering the desert to make it green. I see. Chun-Li stretched himself and did not waste time on this matter. Instead, he asked another question. How many invasion points does the number 1 invader on the blue planet have now? There was one point yesterday that really confused him. Even though he had killed almost all the people remaining in the nearby shelters, he still didn't get the invasion points for destroying the shelters. It's a little unclear how the system determines this. He killed all the people in the Red Moon shelter, and now even the old nest has been occupied by him. Moreover, he swept the Red Moon shelter from beginning to end with Gatling cannon. But the Red Moon shelter was still not destroyed by him. So now he was very curious about what the judgment was for destroying a shelter. Could it be that all the people in this shelter were killed? If one person survives, it doesn't count as complete destruction? Thinking of this, Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Alpha, who was obviously absent-minded beside him, supporting his chin with his hand and thinking. If I remember correctly, Alpha is from the Red Moon shelter, and he should be the last survivor of the Red Moon shelter. Therefore, the reason why the Red Moon shelter was not determined by the system to be destroyed by him was because Alpha was still alive. So, Chun-Li looked at Alpha with ill intent and laughed. What if Alpha dies? Chapter 194. Do you want to start from when Pangu created the world? The first place is now 612 invasion points. Alpha calmed down and looked at the delicate panel in front of him with an uneasy mood and said in a deep voice, 612 invasion point. Chun-Li muttered and repeated it once, and then said nothing else, leaving no one knowing what he was thinking. Ergu and others stood around Li Gu and saw that Li Gu didn't speak for a long time. After looking at each other, they stood there without saying a word. The group of people looked like statues on Easter Island, standing still. At this time, Brotherly, a surprised voice came from not far away. What a coincidence, we can meet here. Chun-Li recovered and looked at the man running towards the Red Moon shelter with narrowed eyes. He asked with a little surprise, Wang Xian? Why are you here? Who else could it be but Wang Xian, the man who was jumping and running towards them with a look of joy on his face and waving his hands. Call. Wang Xian ran to Chun-Li panting, then bent down with his hands on his knees, catching his breath, and rested for a while. Then he stared speechlessly at his shoes that were already stained with minced meat and blood, and rubbed them casually on the ground at the door. He then spoke while panting slightly. I came here with my father, but we got lost. Then I saw explosions and flames coming from this direction last night. I thought that this noise might have been caused by Brotherly, so I rushed here overnight. Wang Xian couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and said proudly, It seems that my reasoning is still very accurate. So you ran away only now to come here? Ergu stared at the man with a look of surprise, his body covered with sawdust. How is that possible? Wang Xian shook his head. If I had run that far overnight, I would have lost my sense of direction and gotten lost in the wilderness. I arrived there in the early hours of the night. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows unconsciously, glanced at the thick layer of strawberry jam on the ground around him, and said something after a while in his throat before continuing. But the noise had stopped by then. There was no one around, not even a bird. I'm not sure if the person living in this shelter is Li Gu, so I'm a little hesitant to come over. Wang Xian looked harmless and scratched his head. Why don't you just go into the shelter and ask? Donkey Egg patted Wang Xian's shoulder speechlessly. Do you only use this mouth to eat? That's what I thought. Wang Xian's face was stiff as he slightly extended his finger and carefully pointed at the piece of strawberry jam at the door. He paused for a moment and pondered his words. But it seems a little uneasy at the door. If it wasn't Brotherly who was living in the shelter, Then if I walk in rashly, I might, Wang Xian did not say the rest of the words, but everyone present understood what he meant, and they all stared at him with playful smiles on their faces. This is also a normal person's idea. After all, the entrance looks like a slaughterhouse. Those who live in the shelter are either extremely vicious criminals or lunatics who kill without blinking an eye. To barge in rashly is to ask for death. It's human nature and understandable. So everyone just stared at Wang Xian with a mocking smile and didn't make fun of him out loud. Mao even admired Wang Xian's courage. Without knowing the details, he saw such a scene and yet had the courage to watch and wait from the side. If he was walking on the road, he would suddenly find that the ground in front of him, as big as 2 football fields, was covered with body parts and blood. Without further ado, he turned around and ran. He felt unsafe unless he ran 10 miles. Wang Xian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. So I hid aside, and only came to find you after I saw Brotherly appear at the entrance of the shelter this morning. I see. Chun-Li roughly understood the situation, nodded, and asked, Did you get separated from your father? Yeah. Wang Xian smiled bitterly and nodded. How did you get separated? This is a long story. Wang Xian pinched his throat and coughed twice to clear his throat, then said in a deep voice, This matter starts from the outbreak of this global war. Don't. Chun-Li stretched out his hand expressionlessly to interrupt Wang Xian. Let's start from when Pangu created the world. Wang Xian looked at everyone blankly with a confused face and asked cautiously, Then what should I say? Well, it is said that when Pangu created the world, there was... As soon as Wang Xian started to speak, he was slapped on the head. Ergu withdrew his right hand expressionlessly. I asked you to get to the point, cut the nonsense, and make it short. Oh. Wang Xian responded with an aggrieved expression. What kind of person is that? Sometimes he asked me to start from the story of Pangu creating the world, and sometimes he asked me to make it short. You guys have the final say. Wang Xian paused for a moment, sorted out his thoughts, and then looked up at Chun-Li. When the system announced the outbreak of the global war, the provincial shelters immediately discussed countermeasures. That is to let the person who actually controls the shelter bring the strongest force to invade Weiyang planet and get the reward. Then let my father take a group of people to stay in the shelter to look after the house, to prevent it from being destroyed by the invaders from Weiyang planet if there is no one to guard it. Wang Xian suddenly stopped talking halfway and looked at Chun-Li with admiration. Come to think of it, I really didn't expect Brotherly to be so powerful that he can start a global war on behalf of the world. Brotherly, you don't know that when the system announcement sounded, everyone in the shelter was talking about you. Oh, Chun-Li suddenly became interested and chuckled. What are you discussing? Forehead. Wang Xian suddenly paused with a stiff expression. He was thinking, can he say this? Everyone in the shelter is blessing you, Brotherly, to give birth to a child without an anus? After thinking seriously for a while, Wang Xinxiang laughed and said, Of course, everyone is praising Brotherly for his great powers. Cough. Wang Xian covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, then started over again with what he had not finished saying. The first day was fine. We were leisurely drinking Coke and eating popcorn in the base, enjoying the life without tigers at home. As a result, something went wrong the next day. Wang Xian paused for a long time. Seeing that no one responded to his words, he touched his nose awkwardly and continued. What on earth is going on? It was invaded by powerful people from Weiyang planet the next day. Looking at Wang Xian's embarrassed expression, Ergu and the others finally couldn't hold it in anymore and started laughing while holding their stomachs. To be honest, they quite like this kid Wang Xian. Although they are both from the provincial shelter, Wang Xian is much more likable than Jianxi. Chapter 195. So I am considered a clown, right? And you never fought? No. Wang Xian shook his head like a rattle. Provincial shelters are official shelters built before the apocalypse. The entire shelter is built under the mountain. It's not like most shelters that find a building as a temporary base. There is only one entrance to the shelter, and that is the steel door at the entrance. There is only one way for the enemy to enter the shelter. That means we have to smash the steel door directly, but the thickness of the steel door is 0.5 meter. Straight to the steel gate. Su suddenly laughed and said with a strange look on his face, This word always sounds weird. Ergu glanced at Su speechlessly, then looked at Wang Xian curiously, gesturing with his hands in the air. After the apocalypse, weren't all mechanical creations formatted and unusable? How come your steel door is still usable? Ours doesn't count as a mechanical creation. Wang Xian scratched his head, wondering why the topic didn't end here. Because when this shelter was built, it was considered in the event of a large-scale power outage. So in the overall structure of the shelter, most of the equipment can be divided into two types: electric power and manpower. For example, to open this door, the gears reduce a certain force, and then several people pull the rope behind the door to pull up the steel door. So it won't be formatted. After all, strictly speaking, he is just a larger piece of steel. How did the invaders open this door? Chun-Li interrupted and glanced at Alpha, who was listening behind him. Could it be that there is a traitor? It was only then that Wang Xian noticed that there was a red-skinned man next to Chun-Li. After thinking for a while, he knew what was going on, but he didn't ask any questions. No, he shook his head. They say there is only one passage through the steel door, but there is actually another way. That's where our shelter has an open space with a crack above it. A crack several meters deep that connects directly to the top of the mountain, used for ventilation. But this crack is only wide enough for ventilation, and it is impossible for people to pass through. Then the group threw down some ball-shaped objects. That stuff emits a green gas that is extremely pungent and can cause hallucinations. What's next? Ergu sat aside with a curious look on his face, supporting his chin with both hands, and urged. Wang Xian looked at Ergu expressionlessly, paused for a moment, and said in a deep voice. Then we opened the gate and rushed out. No. We ran away. There is a vortex inside the shelter. And then we got in. As a result, those people followed and continued to chase. Father told us to split up and run. And then I came here. Wang Xian explained the whole story quickly and concisely with a blank expression. I understand. Chun-Li nodded. Have you found your father? I didn't find my father. Wang Xian was a little depressed. I tried to use the provincial loudspeaker to notify my father, but I found that the loudspeaker cannot be used on this planet. Trumpet. Chun-Li suddenly opened his left hand excitedly and clenched his right fist, pounding it together heavily. Why didn't I think of this? If the provincial loudspeaker is used well, it is easy to bring a large group of people together. From then on, it will be a huge amount of points earned. If only. Wang Xian. Donkey Egg suddenly interrupted Wang Xian, with a look of boasting in his eyes that was about to burst out, and lowered his voice and said, You said that the strong men from your shelter came to invade Weiyang planet in order to win the reward. But, Donkey Egg paused for a moment, then said proudly, Look at this ranking. The first one is our brotherly. The second one is a little girl. The third one is a loser. Except for brotherly, the highest invasion point is only over 500. This is what you guys from the shelter have achieved by coming here in large numbers. Should I say it or not? Donkey Egg smacked his lips and shook his head, boasting, Your shelter has no future. No. Wang Xian shook his head and lowered his head to think for a while. He was hesitating whether he could tell the story. After hesitating for a while, he said in a deep voice, Some of the stronger shelters in the world are basically in the accumulation stage and have not yet exerted their strength. No one on the list right now is from the shelter. They are basically some relatively strong individual players. Saving stage? Chun-Li frowned slightly as he pondered these words, wondering, what does that mean? Literally. Wang Xian shrugged and spread his hands. He met Chun-Li's murderous eyes and explained hastily. How should I explain this specifically? What this means is that most of the stronger shelters around the world now only arrest people but don't kill them. Just arrest people but not kill them? Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and repeated this sentence, roughly understanding what it meant. Yes, after all, the system announcement said that in this global war, the top 3 will receive special rewards. There isn't a shelter that wouldn't want this special reward. Wang Xian smiled bitterly. And if you kill as soon as you land, you will be killed. It's easy to have the aggression points spread out over everyone's heads, causing them to rank lower than others. And it's also easy for people in other shelters to know your background. So almost all the leaders of the shelters made the unanimous choice to only arrest people and not kill them. Before the final day of the game, kill them all and rush to the top of the list in one fell swoop. At least that's how the people in power decided the plan during the meeting, and now it seems they are indeed doing so. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his knuckles and rubbed his temples, and said in a deep voice, It seems that the people of Weiyang planet also planned this. After being silent for a while, he raised his head with a somewhat grim expression and looked at Wang Xian. So my 10,000 points topping the list, not only did it not shock some people, but it was treated as a joke, right? This. Wang Xian touched his nose and was a little afraid to raise his head to meet Chun-Li's eyes. After hesitating for a while, he still stuttered. In the eyes of some shelter leaders, you may be seen as an impatient leader. Maybe some people will laugh at me secretly. But people who don't know this will still think you are very strong, brotherly. Is that so? Chun-Li suddenly fell silent. He leaned on his cane with both hands and looked at the meat paste the size of 2 football fields in front of him, his eyes flashing with nameless anger. So, I am regarded as an unknown clown who can't help but show off to everyone when he has a little achievement, right? Since 4,000 is not enough. What about 40,000, 400,000, or even 4 million? Chapter 196. No man would like such a woman. Brotherly this. Urgu, who was standing beside him, spoke hurriedly with an anxious look on his face, but he began to stammer halfway through and couldn't make his point. He felt that he should persuade Brotherly, although he doesn't really believe in cause and effect. But killing 4 million people can no longer be said to be against the will of heaven, as it was done that day. But he couldn't find any appropriate words to persuade Brotherly. Chun-Li snorted angrily. Is there a problem? No. Urgu waved his hands hastily and stuttered. I just think killing 4 million people is too tiring. Brotherly should make sure to rest. Brotherly, I say we should just ignore those red-skinned people. Xiaochan pouted indignantly. Let's go kill the people who chewed our ears first. Hearing this, Chun-Li slowly turned around and looked at Xiaochan. After a pause, he said in a cold and expressionless voice, Do you have the right to speak here? Xiaochan suddenly froze and looked at everyone with dull eyes. People must understand their place and not take themselves too seriously. Chun-Li walked past Xiaochan expressionlessly and strode towards the armored vehicle. Let's go and capture the red-skinned man. Xiaochan stood there in a daze for a moment. Her eyes instantly turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes. She tightly grasped the end of her clothes with both hands and was a little at a loss for a moment. I saw Brotherly walking away. Urgu walked forward and came to Xiaochan's side, sighing first. Should I say it or not? Your goals are a bit mixed. Donkey Egg and the others all nodded in agreement with Urgu's words, then shook their heads and followed Brotherly towards the armored vehicle. Mixed targets. Xiaochan sniffed sharply, rubbed her red eyes vigorously, and tried to calm her voice with a slightly crying tone. What do you mean, Urgu? Do you want to be Brotherly's subordinate or Brotherly's woman? Urgu took out a black Lanzhou from somewhere, lit it up, and started smoking. For a moment, his eyes were filled with stories. Of course, I want to be Brotherly's woman. Xiaochan lowered her head and pinched the hem of the clothes in her palm into a disfigured shape. Good. Urgu narrowed his eyes and took a deep puff of the cigarette. Why do you like Brotherly? Why do you insist on being Brotherly's woman? What do you like about Brotherly? There is no need to ask these questions, especially after the outbreak of the apocalypse. I'll just say a little. Women are fundamentally different from subordinates. They can only take one side. If you take both sides, you will end up dead. Urgu glanced at Xiaochan's increasingly confused eyes, sighed secretly, and didn't know why he was meddling in this matter. Even Ermao, who likes to cling to the harem, didn't speak out. What's the point of him being the good guy? To put it bluntly, if you want to be Brotherly's woman, just take care of his daily life, take care of his life, rely on him, talk to him, and sleep with him. Urgu glanced at Xiaochan's outfit. Instead of carrying a big hammer every day, looking like he can charge into battle for Brotherly, and constantly offering advice. That's not what you do. That's what the trusted confidants are supposed to do. It's what we should do, not what a little girl like you should do. Just like we will only fight for Brotherly, but we won't sleep with him. Urgu extinguished the cigarette, but that was flickering with scarlet flames between his fingers and threw it on the ground casually. Do you understand? I think I understand a little bit. Xiaochan raised her head and looked blankly at Chun-Li's disappearing back. To put it bluntly, Urgu crossed his arms behind his head impatiently. If you want to be Brotherly's woman, you should be good, obedient, and responsible, instead of standing by and pointing fingers. No man would like his woman to always tell him what to do. And you want to be my subordinate. Just throw away all your sentimental feelings. Like us, we took up our weapons and fought bravely following Brotherly's orders, and we also had to take responsibility. What if? Xiaochan was silent for a while, and then raised her head. What if I want to love him and also want to give him advice and fight for him? Urgu paused for a moment, then walked towards Li Gu with an expressionless face. Then you'd be fucked. It's been a waste of my time today. I gave Xiaochan some advice with good intentions, but it seemed like she didn't take it to heart. He couldn't help but shook his head. Nowadays, we are not afraid of people being smart, but we are afraid of people being too smart. I thought I could have the best of both worlds, but in the end I got neither. This woman is useless. If you don't make changes, there's no chance of getting promoted. I guess it would be a good ending if he could die with his body intact. Brotherly is not the kind of person who likes people pointing fingers at him, even if that person is a woman. Brotherly, you called me? Alpha walked up to Brotherly with a forced smile and bowed slightly to show respect. Chun-Li responded casually, Sitting in the co-pilot seat of the armored vehicle and staring down at Alpha, his thoughts couldn't help but drift away. He was so angry that he was planning to drive the armored vehicle directly to capture the Redskins. After calming down, I gave up the idea. In this case, the speed is too slow and the efficiency will be much lower. Although he didn't know what methods other shelters used, he had to use a highly efficient method to maintain his first position. Do you know about this thing called the provincial loudspeaker? Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Alpha's eyes. Wang Xian's words just now woke him up. Wang Xian said that if the provincial loudspeaker was not unusable on this planet, he would have used it to call for help from his father long ago. So if Alpha uses the provincial loudspeaker of this planet, then it can quickly and efficiently convey the message to the Redskins in an area. No need to be as tired as yesterday. They drove armored vehicles to provoke each shelter one by one, and then sent Alpha to perform a double act. Not only is it inefficient, but it's also tiring, and it doesn't seem that fun anymore after doing it so many times. Like a machine that only knows how to work, it only knows how to do one thing, and only knows how to do it repeatedly. Provincial horn. Alpha repeated it, and then whispered, I know. After each shelter is established, the shelter will notify people in the surrounding area within the province that a new shelter has been built there. To recruit fresh blood. Occasionally it has other uses. Do you have a provincial speaker in your pocket right now? Chun-Li narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing Alpha's facial expressions, and tapped his knuckles rhythmically on the cane. Brotherly. Alpha raised his head and looked at Chun-Li with a wry smile. Don't be ridiculous. How could I have that thing? Chapter 197. Let's play a little game called Schrodinger's bullet. The only way to get that thing is by killing a LV2 weirdo. Alpha swallowed and tilted his head a little to the left, trying to stay away from the gun barrel that had been raised and aimed at his forehead. I'm just the captain of a scavenging team, a 2-star professional. My equipment is still 1-star, and I haven't even learned all the 2-star skills yet. Don't even think about killing a LV2 monster. Even if I encounter one, I have to run away immediately to prevent myself from being swallowed. Brotherly, you really overestimate me. But I really don't have a provincial speaker on me. Chun-Li stared at Alpha, who was forcing a smile in front of him, and remained silent. After a while, he chuckled and said, You have. I really don't have anything, brotherly. Alpha turned himself inside out with both hands to show that he had nothing, and said loudly with a slightly collapsed look on his face. No, you do. Chun-Li grinned, raised the Desert Eagle in his hand, and pressed the barrel of the gun tightly against Alpha's forehead. At such a close distance, he was hit on the forehead by a bullet from the 3-star Desert Eagle weapon. This Alpha's head definitely wouldn't look better than an exploding watermelon. I really didn't. Alpha felt like he was about to collapse. Brotherly, what do you want me to say in order for you to believe me? Chun-Li tilted his head and curled his lips without saying anything, but motioned Ergu to come over. Seeing Ergu had walked to his side, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. He raised the Desert Eagle in his hand and pressed the muzzle against Alpha's forehead. He licked the corner of his mouth, tilted his head, and chuckled. Ergu, do you know what Schrodinger's cat means? Ergu covered his mouth and coughed heavily, clearing his throat, knowing that his work had come. This is what he told Xiaochan. As Li Ji's subordinate, in addition to carrying weapons and charging into battle, you are also responsible for another task. He didn't say anything about that at the time. Another thing you need to be responsible for is supporting the main actor. This is a technical job, and no one can do it without decades of experience. Ergu tugged at his collar with a hint of complacency, and then he slowly spoke with a look that was 3 parts confused, 3 parts panicked, 3 parts slightly understood, and 1 part uncertain. Schrodinger's cat seems to be some kind of physics experiment. It's like putting a cat in a box filled with poison, but the poison is not active. Only the moment you open the box will the poison have a 50 chance of being activated, and the cat will only have a 50 chance of survival. So the main point of the Schrodinger's cat experiment should be that when you open the box, the cat in the box may be alive or dead. It's in 2 states superimposed on each other. Once the box is completely opened, one state collapses onto the other, leaving only one state. Ergu finished his words with an uncertain and hesitant look on his face, then waited obediently like a sheep. Brotherly, this is all I know. But I can't help but feel happy in my heart. This is the art of supporting the actor. When Brotherly asked a question, he was naturally just looking for a topic to follow up on. In other words, it is actually an introduction. I can't answer all the questions correctly, otherwise Brotherly will have nothing to say, so I might as well just listen to my own lecture. But he couldn't give all the wrong answers, because that would make him seem too ignorant, and Brotherly would think he was in trouble. So the best solution is half right, half wrong. Leaving half of it correct allows Brotherly to continue speaking smoothly without being interrupted. Leaving half of the mistakes would allow Brother Lee to correct and guide him, and it would also help to raise Brother Lee's image a little higher. Chun-Li glanced at Ergu, who was chattering away, and chuckled. Although there are some differences, this is roughly what it means. There is one thing that is true, that is, when the box is opened, the cat's state of life and death will collapse. Only one state remains, life or death. Brother Lee, I really don't have it. If I did, I would give it to you. Alpha looked so devastated that he was about to cry. He really doesn't have it. Even if you beat him into a Schrodinger's pig head, he still doesn't have it. Even if they use violence to force a confession, there must be something that can be confessed. Let's play a little game. This game is called Schrodinger's bullet. Chun-Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He licked the corner of his mouth, raised the desert eagle with both hands, and admired it in front of his eyes. This game is simple. I'll count down to 3 seconds. When I reach 1, I'll shoot you in the forehead with this gun. When the countdown is over, there's a 50-50 chance you'll die. There's a 50-50 chance you'll survive and pull out the provincial horn. After Chun-Li finished explaining the rules of the game, he wiped the barrel of his gun with Erga's clothes and stared at Alpha. 50-50 chance. It's fair game, right? After hearing the rules of the game, Alpha felt like he was about to collapse. Fair. Where's the fairness? Where's the fairness? He didn't even have a provincial horn. How could he pull out a provincial horn and survive? There was a 100% chance that he would be killed by the bullet. Alpha's eyes couldn't help but become red. He hadn't lived enough. However, someone spoke up to help him. Brother Lee, that. Erga hesitated for a while and then stammered. It seems that he really doesn't have that provincial loudspeaker. No. Chun-Li shook his head in dissatisfaction. You have to believe in Schrödinger. If Schrödinger says that each has a 50 probability, then it must be a 50 probability. Even if he doesn't have a provincial speaker, Schrödinger will make him conjure one out of thin air. Trust in science. Ergu felt like the corners of his mouth were twitching as if they were cramping. Fuck Schrödinger. If Schrödinger knew that you, Brother Lee, understood what he said in this way, he would probably be so angry that he would jump out of his grave. Schrödinger's 50-50 probability means that the probability already exists and is clearly divided equally. Li Ji's 50-50 probability does not exist at all, and he forcibly changed the cause and effect. How could Alpha possibly come up with a provincial speaker when it doesn't even have one, unless it created it out of thin air? Creating things out of thin air does not fall within the scope of Schrödinger's research, and it is not science. It's like saying that if someone jumps from a building, there is a 50 chance that he will die, and another 50 chance that he will become a god. In fact, there is a 100 chance of falling to death, and there is not even a 10 chance of becoming a god. Because the chance of becoming a god is simply fabricated and does not exist in reality. Fuck science. Ergu stood silently aside without saying anything, looking at the red-skinned man Alpha in front of him with a helpless look. There's no other way. Brother Lee is determined to play Schrödinger's bullet game on you. There has to be a result in you. How about you try to believe in theology? God will suddenly come down and put a provincial trumpet in your hand so that you can live. If you can't reject science, then defeat it with theology. Chapter 198. You must always believe in science and Schrödinger. Come on, young man. Ergu silently cheered for Alpha in his heart. This is a historic moment. This is science versus theology. Which one is better? It is the science of knowing astronomy and geography. Or is it the theology of the creation of all things in the world? Erga thought of Chun-Li's explanation of the rules of the game. After a moment of silence, he decided to just treat it as science for the time being. At least, it has some scientific theoretical basis. 3. Chun-Li didn't delay. He picked up the Desert Eagle in his hand and poked it directly at Alpha's head. He was so excited that his face was slightly distorted and he began to count with full energy. Brother Lee, I really don't have any. Alpha is going crazy, screw your Schrödinger game. He really doesn't have a provincial loudspeaker. Even if you shoot him to death, he still doesn't have it. Why doesn't Brother Lee believe him? 2. Chun-Li ignored Alpha's cry for help and slowly pressed the trigger down a little. I really don't have it. I don't have it. Alpha's nerves completely collapsed, and he didn't care about his dignity as a man. He knelt down on his knees, his face full of snot and tears, and cried out loudly, Brother Lee, I really didn't do that. I really didn't lie to you, Brother Lee. Ergu slowly moved his body to the side with an expressionless face to avoid being splashed with blood. There is no suspense anymore. Science has won. Theology did not seem to care for the Redskins' thoughts. 1. Chun-Li roared one last time without paying any attention to anyone, then suddenly pulled the trigger with his finger, waiting for the result with anticipation. I have. Don't shoot. I have it. Brother Lee, I have it. I have it. I have a provincial loudspeaker. Don't shoot. I really do. At the last second before Chun-Li pulled the trigger, Alpha's mind was racing. He raised his head in despair and screamed loudly. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction, put the gun barrel down, and couldn't help but look at Ergu with a smug look. You see, the effect is obvious. I've already said it before, we must believe in science and Schrödinger. Ergu stood aside with his mouth twitching and did not respond. Your science is awesome. You, Schrödinger, are even more awesome. God can only create things out of nothing. Schrödinger can also make others create things out of thin air. Your Schrödinger is more powerful than God. However, Ergu still looked at Alpha, who was suffering from a mental breakdown and tears, with curiosity on his face. Where on earth did the provincial loudspeaker come from? It couldn't be that at the last second, God passed by and stuffed a horn into Alpha's hand? Or was it Schrödinger who put a speaker in Alpha's hand? Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction and couldn't help but sigh. This Schrödinger's bullet game is really useful. We should really believe in science. Ergu couldn't help but turn his head away because he didn't want to see Li Ji's capitalist face. In Russian roulette, at least one bullet is loaded in 6 rounds, and at worst 5 bullets are loaded in 6 rounds. You good fellow, just load up your bullets. Then tell people the probability is 50 to 50. Awesome, this might be science. Then use the token. Chun-Li lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head. If you say so, then dash. He was interrupted before he could finish his words. That violent brother. Alpha wiped the snot and tears from his face, hesitated for a while and stammered. I don't have the provincial speaker yet. As these words fell, the situation was at a stalemate for a while. Ergu silently took another step back. Sure enough, in the end, theology was defeated by science. Chun-Li paused for a moment, then raised the Desert Eagle in his hand expressionlessly and pointed it at Alpha's forehead. Let's play it again. This time, Schrödinger will let you have the loudspeaker in the province. Wait. Brotherly, listen to me. Alpha spoke with fear and anxiety on his face. He was really scared. Although he didn't know who Schrödinger was, he was really scared now. Fuck Schrödinger. I know where there are provincial speakers, and we can get them quickly. You don't mean to kill the weirdo to get the provincial token, do you? Chun-Li said softly with an expressionless face. Strange things only appear at night. Today is the last day after the global war begins. I can't wait until night to kill the weird provincial loudspeaker. Besides, nothing will drop when I kill weirdos. Only you red-skinned people will drop items when you kill weirdos. That's much slower. If you want to tell me, we can kill weird and blow the provincial loudspeaker. Chun-Li placed his index finger on the trigger expressionlessly and said coldly, then you should pray that Schrödinger will let you have a provincial loudspeaker. No. Alpha waved his hand and explained hurriedly. It's not to kill weird. He was really scared. It was the first time he had seen such torture. A confession forced out of nothing by torture. I know someone who has a provincial speaker. I can get it for you. Where? Chun-Li asked with a slightly dissatisfied look on his face. In my daughter's hands. In your daughter's hands? Yes. Alpha was silent for a while with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he said softly, my daughter has this equipment. Where is she now? She married into a large shelter nearby. Her husband is the only son of the leader. After all, I have raised her to this age. It is no problem for me to use this father-daughter relationship to exchange her for a provincial loudspeaker and save my life. Your daughter is the daughter-in-law of the leader of a large shelter? Ergu looked at the man who looked so miserable with surprise and asked puzzledly, your daughter-in-law is so awesome. Why are you the leader of a scavenging team in a small shelter? He can't even control his teammates. Alpha smiled bitterly, shook his head, and didn't respond. Seeing this, Ergu knew that it was probably a melodramatic story, but he was not interested in delving into it further. If you dig deeper, you'll find that everyone has a bloody story. How can it be called life without dog blood stories? Get in the car, stop wasting time, and show the way. Chun-Li sat back down on the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. After all, his goal was finally achieved. Schrödinger's theory is indeed useful. We should always believe in science. He must have this provincial horn. For him, this provincial loudspeaker is the most important key to launching his next plan. But I have a condition. Alpha stuttered. Chun-Li paused for a moment and said nothing. Ergu hurriedly grabbed Alpha's arm and said, my dear brother, just tell me directly. It's hard to say whether Schrödinger will bless you next time. You need to cover your skin. Alpha hesitated for a while, but still said firmly, I don't want a conflict where my daughter will die. I don't want her to die. Hearing this, Chun-Li suddenly grinned. Chapter 199, Balala the Fairies. Haven't you seen this before? Tisk, that's quite touching. Chun-Li chuckled and did not comment. Let's go. Alpha looked back at Ergu somewhat helplessly, said nothing more, and followed Chun-Li into the armored vehicle. Show me the way. Alpha responded, took one last look at the strawberry jam all over the ground, then identified the direction and began to point the way. Brotherly, it's just ahead. Chun-Li looked at the city-like shelter not far away and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, this looks more like a shelter." The shelters we saw before, which were all tents with earthen walls outside, looked more like refugee camps. Alpha blushed slightly. Those people who couldn't get into the large shelters gathered together to keep each other warm. It's no problem to call it a refugee camp. It's all about survival. Thinking of this, Alpha felt a little sad. The apocalypse broke out suddenly, and almost all of his relatives died at the hands of the weird. The only relative left is the daughter who is married to the leader of a large shelter. I can't enter the large shelter. Chun-Li repeated this sentence and savored it carefully. Is there any threshold? Alpha nodded slightly. First, you need to have some connection with someone who can talk to you in the shelter. Second, for a 2-star professional. Third, you need to hand in 20 points as entrance fee, and you need to pay 10 points every day, otherwise you will be expelled. If you meet any of the above 3 conditions, you can enter this shelter with a sound infrastructure. Chun-Li turned around and looked at Alpha in confusion. Which of these 3 points are you dissatisfied with? Alpha scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Well, I prefer the freedom of being at home anywhere. Su at the side shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. Generally speaking, those who say they like freedom are homeless ghosts, while those who are as poor as dogs like to say that they are more interested in the food they catch with their own claws and teeth. It is just a fig leaf for the weak, so that the cowardly can get a so-called spiritual satisfaction. Alpha's face suddenly turned ugly, and he stopped talking. Ergu glared at Su with dissatisfaction and said, "How can you be so vicious when you are a college student?" Chun-Li stared at the shelter in front of him, which was filled with the word lively, and chuckled. Then drive the car in. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that this shelter will explode into fireworks. Chun-Li shook his head and said softly, "This must be an illusion." Alpha suddenly stuttered and wanted to say something. Then suddenly it stopped. He originally wanted to say that driving an armored vehicle was a bit too high profile. There is a high possibility that you will be remembered by others and encounter some not-so-nice things. But when he thought about Chun-Li's fighting ability, he put this idea behind him. It's not me who should be worried. What's wrong? Chun-Li looked slightly dissatisfied. It's okay. Alpha smiled awkwardly. At the entrance of Blue Moon Shelter. At this time, an armored vehicle full of people was slowly driving towards the entrance of the shelter. Everyone get out of the car. The team leader at the entrance of the shelter, along with his team members, pushed the stool to the middle of the road. Looking at the armored vehicle full of people, he shouted in a deep voice with a little envy. This is an armored vehicle, damn. After the apocalypse broke out, he had never seen a moving 4-wheeled vehicle, but today he actually saw an armored vehicle. In the end times, this is a rare item. I have never seen this car before. It seems to be a foreigner. Anyone who can get this car in the apocalypse must be quite powerful. I don't know whether this dragon from another country can make any waves in the territory of the local snake. If the young master knew about this armored vehicle, he would be very jealous. Outsiders, routine inspection, all get off the vehicle within 3 breaths. Seeing that the armored vehicle did not give any feedback, the team leader's face darkened and he leaned forward slightly, holding his weapon tightly in his hand. Chun-Li sat in the passenger seat with his eyes slightly closed, looking calm and composed. He acted as if he was asking you guys to just deal with it and not bother me. Ergu and the others looked at each other and saw what was in each other's eyes. Ergo shrugged and muttered, Okay. Then he took out a bunch of hoods and threw them on the car, then picked up a hood at random, put it on his head, turned around, and jumped out of the car. He stared at the red-skinned captain in front of him impatiently and adjusted his hood. Tell me, what do you want to check? Where are you from? Why haven't I heard your accent before? The team leader frowned slightly. He had never heard of the accent of the man in front of him. He didn't know where the dialect was from, but strangely, he could understand it clearly, as if he had learned this dialect somewhere before. Do you understand? Ergu rolled his eyes in annoyance. Abel. That's right. There's no need for so much nonsense. What is that on your head? The team leader narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the hood on the head of the strange man in front of him. The whole thing is yellow, and it also looks a bit cute. Pikachu, don't you know him? Ergu said casually in annoyance. This is the custom in our hometown. Men must wear a hood before getting married. If someone sees their true face, then that person must marry this man. Do you want to see it? As he said this, Ergu pretended to take off the hood, as if he had finally caught the rich man. Stop. The team leader stopped Ergu's behavior in a panic. What a weird behavior. He didn't want to be entangled by a man. What's more, this man is wearing a mask, and I don't know whether he looks handsome or not. Everyone must get off the bus for inspection. I need to check if there are any spies here. A global war has broken out. If an invader sneaks in, it would not be a good thing. I'm sure you can understand that, too. Hearing this, Urgu sneered at the cold-blooded doctor. As for them, the invaders we killed along the way are piled up in your ancestral tomb, and your ancestral tomb can be turned into a 100-story building. The team leader's expression froze for a moment, his face gloomy, and he didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on the armored vehicle, with a businesslike look. Urgu curled his lips in boredom and knocked on the armored vehicle casually. Come down, everyone, and show yourself. As the knocking sounds began, there was silence in the car for a while. Then Donkey Egg, wearing a hood, got out of the car without saying a word, staring at the team leader. What is this? The team leader looked at the muscular man wearing a girl's headgear and felt a little confused for a moment. Balala the fairies, haven't you seen this before? Urgu said casually in annoyance. Chapter 200. Global nuclear bombs equal global liberation. Donkey Egg unhappily put Balala the fairy's head on his own head and turned around. If it wasn't for hiding his identity as an invader, he wouldn't be willing to wear this thing on his head. He is a man, but he carries such a sissy thing. If anyone sees him, how can he put his face aside? Donkey Egg looked at the red-skinned captain holding a steel rod in front of him with unfriendly eyes and said unhappily, Come on, what do you want to check? Do you want me to take off my pants and let you go home to get a tape measure to measure it? The red-skinned captain looked at the big man in front of him, whose head kept spinning on his neck. The sense of incongruity was so strong that he couldn't help but want to take off the spinning hood regardless of the consequences. But when he thought of the consequences of taking off the hood, he couldn't help but back off. He didn't want to be entangled with a man, especially such a big and strong man. Hearing the vulgar words coming out of Donkey Egg's mouth, the red-skinned captain became furious. How could a man be so vulgar? Next second, the red-skinned captain took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Everyone in the car get off. This group of people are obviously outsiders, and they are obviously powerful outsiders. Even if he caused trouble in the shelter, it wouldn't be a big deal with a security guard like him. If you can avoid provoking them at this time, then do so. The dragon coming from another place should fight against the local snake. If he, a small fry, shows off too much, he might just become an appetizer. If it weren't for the teammates behind him watching him, he doesn't even want to check now, just let it go. You want to meet someone so soon? Urga laughed and jumped out of the car wearing an Ultraman mask. After circling the red-skinned captain for a few times, he suddenly took a step back, put his left hand under the elbow of his right hand to form a right angle, and shouted, Do you believe in light? The red-skinned captain looked blankly at the guy in front of him with Ultraman, and couldn't help but look at Urgu for help. He suddenly felt that this group of people were not normal. Could it be that a pre-apocalyptic mental hospital was liberated and all the patients ran out? Cough. Urgu coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed, and explained in a low voice. This is Ultraman. He is over 40 years old and has not found a woman he likes to take off his mask. The reason is because he has always wanted to find a soul mate who believes in light. What does it mean to believe in the light? The red-skinned captain blinked blankly a few times. Why did he feel like there was a slight communication barrier? It means, do you believe that in your critical moment, there will be someone who will turn into light to protect you? Oh. The red-skinned captain nodded as if he understood, but then he saw Ermau's fierce eyes and was frightened. Then he quickly shook his head and denied it. I don't believe in light, not at all. Immediately following, Su and Xiaohei also jumped out of the car wearing masks. Su stared at the red-skinned captain in front of him expressionlessly. What do you want to check? What's this again? The red-skinned captain pointed his finger at Su and the other man with a confused look on his face, and looked at Urgu for help. Oh, this one. Urgu felt a little embarrassed, but he pretended it was nothing and explained. This is Xiongda and Xiong'er's headgear. They are twins. In our tribe, they are a pair of handsome twins who are well known in the tribe. If they hadn't wanted to find a pair of sisters in their mate selection, they wouldn't be single until now. Wait. The red-skinned captain frowned slightly. Did you just say your tribe? Yes, what's the problem? Urgu asked in surprise. Fuck your tribe. The red-skinned captain couldn't help but said frantically. Before the apocalypse, the whole world was liberated. Which tribe are you from? Urgu's face stiffened imperceptibly. He really didn't expect that on such a planet that seemed to be a wasteland everywhere, the whole world had been liberated before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Urgu was silent for a while, then sneered, Don't lie to me. Almost all the land on the planet has turned scarlet, and there are ruins and wastelands everywhere. You're telling me that the world has been liberated long ago. How come I didn't know about this? Heh. The The red-skinned captain narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of a possibility he had always been reluctant to think about. He slowly retreated with his weapon in hand and said coldly, "You don't even know this. It seems that you are not from this planet." Before the apocalypse, the World War broke out. Nearly 10,000 nuclear bombs were wreaking havoc across the planet, dyeing the entire planet's land scarlet. Before the apocalypse, there were no more wars and no dissenting voices. The whole world has been liberated long ago. It is impossible for the people on this planet not to know about this. So you are definitely not from this planet. Looking at the red-skinned captain in front of him, who suddenly seemed to be possessed by Conan, Urgu's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes scanned the team members behind the red-skinned captain, trying to see if anyone was talking while holding a watch. Global nukes equal global liberation. It's really easy to understand. Urgu was silent for a while. He didn't care that the red-skinned captain looked at him as if he were an invader. He raised his head and looked up at the gray and foggy sky. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. After a pause, he murmured softly, "It turns out that the disaster was man-made. Humans are damned." "What do you mean?" The red-skinned captain frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Urgu shook his head and sighed. "I saw the scene of nuclear bombs raging around the world. The entire sky was dyed red, and there was dazzling white light and deafening explosions everywhere. The air was also filled with a disgusting smell. I just didn't expect that this shocking disaster would be a man-made disaster. Our tribe has always believed that this was a natural disaster. When the Apocalypse Online game came into the world, it was originally thought to be the second wave of continuous natural disasters. Now it looks like." Urgu shook his head, his tone filled with anger at humans in action. "It turns out that this apocalyptic game is God's punishment for humans. Humans are pushing themselves into a dead end." The red-skinned captain, whose sad memories were brought up by Urgu, sighed. His eyes slightly reddened, and he said sadly, "Who said it wasn't true? This apocalyptic game is a punishment for us humans. So, you are a hidden tribe that has been living in seclusion in the deep forest?" "Yes." Urgu made a strange gesture with his hands, bowed to the sky, and said solemnly, "You didn't come out after the world was liberated, so why are you out now?" And the red-skinned captain looked at the men in front of him wearing hoods and tried to make his words gentler. "Why did you bring a group of unmarried ladies?"